In the realm of Westeros, within a village of the north, a renowned knight's descendant navigates a life filled with intrigue and death, propelled by a simple system while oscillating between ambition and lethargy. Chapter 1. The Mountain Commander of Goat Village. In the north of Westeros lies the fiefdom of House Stark, characterized by its relatively flat terrain and fertile soil. However, due to its proximity to the lands beyond, it suffers from the chilling winds that sweep down from the eternal winter at the northernmost edge of the wall, resulting in persistently low temperatures. Even in this prolonged summer, the biting cold remains unrelenting. Outside Winterfell stretches an expansive forest, which extends northward past Last Hearth and approaches the newly added territories. To the west, it envelopes the entire area of Deep Woodmont and stretches toward the Bay of Ice, while to the south, it reaches the mountains near Torrance Square. This vast woodland is known as the Wolfwood. Its great expanse teems with wildlife, providing ample sustenance for the humans residing therein. Yet, on occasion, humans themselves become prey for the carnivorous beasts that inhabit the woods. Between Winterfell and Last Hearth lies a substantial lake known as the Long Lake. Scattered around its shores are numerous villages, with the most strategically positioned being those nestled between the Long Lake and the King's Road. Among these, Goat Village stands out as the most prosperous. Goat Village boasts a population exceeding 100, with over 30 able-bodied men, marking it as a community of considerable martial strength. The village is situated along the banks of Long Lake, its houses arranged in a semicircular formation, surrounded by earthen walls 2 to 3 meters high. At the center of these walls stand 2 large wooden gates, creating a fortified enclave. The village enjoys convenient access. To the west lies the King's Road, and to the east, the Long Lake, where a dock has been constructed, extending several meters into the water and accommodating 7 or 8 wooden vessels. The slender longboats, with their sharply rising ends and shallow hulls, are equipped with tall masts, currently devoid of sails. Those familiar with Western television dramas might exclaim, "Viking longships." These vessels, with their shallow drafts, are perfectly suited for swift navigation across the water's surface. As noon approaches, the gates of Goat Village stand wide open. In the clearing between the King's Road and the village, a group of women toil with agricultural tools, turning the soil beneath their feet. Vines are uprooted, and plump potatoes are collected by children who fill their baskets. The discarded vines are not wasted. They're gathered by elders and taken back to the village, where they are chopped into fodder for livestock. On the other side of the King's Road, within the dense forest, a group of robust young men labored diligently. Towering figures wielding large axes fell trees, processing the timber on site. 2 strong men lift the logs onto a rack and saw them into planks, which are then transported back to Goat Village by ox-drawn carts, stored in the village's warehouse. Deeper within the woods, a dozen sturdy hunters clad in leather armor, armed with longbows and quivers of arrows, advance cautiously, accompanied by hunting dogs that sniff the air for signs of prey. Leading this group is a man nearly 2 meters tall, with short brown hair resembling a mountain. His longbow, crafted from yew, is notably broader. His impressive stature stands out even among the generally tall inhabitants of the north, rivaled only by the Great John and Little John of House Umber. As the hunters proceed, they delve deeper into the forest, the dogs growing increasingly excited by the scent of animals. Observing the tracks on the ground, the lead hunter discerns that they are following a herd of reindeer. He gestures to his companions and quickens his pace. After several minutes, the lead hunter halts and scoops up a handful of fine earth, raising it to gauge the wind's direction. The breeze is favorable, placing the hunters downwind of the reindeer herd, which lies several dozen meters ahead. With a signal from the lead hunter, the group of hunters stealthily positions themselves in a long line, drawing their arrows and aiming at the reindeer. The lead hunter extracts arrows from his quiver, holding 2 between his fingers, and prepares to shoot. As he releases his arrow, the others follow suit, a flurry of arrows soaring towards the reindeer. With the first arrow loosed, the lead hunter continues to draw and release, launching several arrows in rapid succession, all striking their targets. As the arrows fly, the hunting dogs spring into action, racing toward the fallen prey. Awoo! Upon witnessing the fallen animals, the hunters erupt in excited howls, hastening to unsheathe their short swords and dispatch the struggling reindeer. Orwin, we have successfully hunted 21 reindeer, their pelts largely intact. Once cured, they will fetch a good price, a bearded man in his 30s remarks as he assesses the catch, approaching the lead hunter. Strong, have them quickly prepare the game. We must return to the village before noon and set out in the afternoon. With recent rains, the Long Lake and White Knife River have swelled considerably. If we depart by boat this afternoon, we should reach White Harbor by the day after tomorrow at the latest, Orwin instructs Strong. Understood, my lord. Strong responds with a knightly salute, albeit somewhat awkwardly. Open the panel. Orwin silently commands after Strong departs. Host name, Orwin Reed. Talent, Mountain. Warrior level, level 1. Personal attributes, Strength 7, Constitution 7, Agility 6. Skill attributes, Swordsmanship level 1, Archery level 1, Repel level 1, Shield Wall level 1. Passive skill, Grounded, can resist impact and critical hits while using a shield, preventing knockdowns. Equipment, Viking Sword, Yew Longbow, War Hammer, Large Shield, Barrel-shaped Helmet, Chainmail, Scale Armor. Remarks, maximum level is 3. Personal attributes can reach a maximum of 10. Each level gained increases Strength, Constitution, and Agility. Yet again, no changes. Is it truly only through combat that one can gain experience to level up? Orwin ponders silently. Orwin Reed, a soul transported from another world, had been engrossed in a game titled Frostpunk before his untimely demise, leading him to embody a villager in the Stark territories of Westeros. It is fortunate that this villager is well known. His grandfather once served as a guard to the Old Wolf Lord. He accompanied the Old Lord to King's Landing to deliver the head of the Mad King, and thus he never returned. The original protagonist's father perished while participating in the rebellion against the Targaryen dynasty, leaving behind a widowed mother and an orphan. 3 years ago, the original protagonist's mother passed away, coinciding with the moment the main character's soul traversed into this world. At that time, Winterfell sent some silver stags to the original protagonist, which Orwin utilized as his initial capital to embark on his entrepreneurial journey. He rallied the villagers to assist in constructing a ship, leveraging the initial hunting skills provided by the system, gradually accumulating some golden dragons and acquiring suitable equipment. Chapter 2. The Summons from Winterfell. Chang'in, accompanied by a band of hunters, began to organize the game scattered across the ground. The carcasses of over 20 reindeer weighed heavily. With a dozen hunters shouldering and lifting, it was impossible to carry all the spoils. 2 male reindeer carcasses remained on the ground. Typically, male reindeer weigh over 200 pounds, with some larger specimens approaching 400 pounds. The 2 carcasses on the ground were visibly exceeding 200 pounds, one nearing 300 pounds. Orwin observed the hunters' faces filled with concern. Chang'in, the second in command of the hunting team, was robustly built but found himself somewhat at a loss, as he was already carrying one of the male reindeer carcasses on his back. Seeing the hunters glance at him expectantly, Orwin sighed in resignation, adjusted his gear, and effortlessly lifted the 2 male reindeer carcasses from the ground. Let us salute our village chief. Awoo! Chang'in bellowed, gazing at Orwin, whose stature seemed even more imposing with the added weight of the reindeer. Strong Orwin. Awoo! The other hunters joined in a chorus of cheers and howls, their spirits buoyed. All right, lads, it's time to return to the village, where the village maidens and your mothers can savor the fresh venison and savory reindeer blood. Orwin, elated by the bountiful haul and the cacophony of cheers, shouted at the group of hunters. Oh, come on, Orwin, you don't even have a woman. The reindeer blood would be wasted on you. Chang'in remarked nonchalantly after Orwin's shout. Ha ha, Virgin Orwin. Let us salute our Virgin Orwin. Chang'in's quip transformed the previously excitable atmosphere into one of uproarious merriment as the hunters laughed unabashedly. The teasing made Orwin acutely aware of his embarrassment, his face reddening like a monkey's rear end after a kick. F***ku Chang'in. Watch your backside today. Orwin retorted indignantly. Oh, poor child, you seem interested in my well-rounded posterior. I think once we return to the village, I could send sweet little Zayal to your bed. At least she would be more acceptable than my rear. Chang'in, unfazed by Orwin's indignation, feigned concern for Orwin with a serious expression. Ha ha, sweet little Zayal. Ha ha. Everyone laughed heartily, except for Orwin. Old Zayal, the village's elderly fisherman, had a daughter who was about 5 feet 3 inches and weighed over 200 pounds. Yes, she was a spinster at the age of 25 or 6, in an era where girls were often married off at 13 or 14, and no man was willing to wed such a hefty maiden. After all, no normal man would marry a walking meatball, particularly one who couldn't see her own legs while walking. At that moment, Orwin truly found himself at a loss for words to retort against Chang'in. Confronted by someone so shameless, he felt his own moral compass still held some validity, preventing him from descending to such depths of depravity. With no other recourse, Olwen shouldered the 2 reindeer and turned towards the village, believing that the best way to deal with such mockery was simply to leave swiftly. "Oh, shy Olwen." Chang'en trailed behind, pretending to be pitiful. "Ha ha, sweet little Zaol will surely adore Olwen's bashful demeanor." Listening to the incessant teasing and taunts from behind, Olwen quickened his pace, distancing himself from the group of rascals to avoid further humiliation. Thus, with Olwen bearing the brunt of the jesting, the hunters returned to the village in a jovial atmosphere. Along the way, they encountered lumberjacks transporting planks with an ox cart, which only heightened the hunters' spirits. They placed their game onto the cart and pushed it along, hastening towards the village. With the assistance of the ox cart, their speed noticeably increased, and since the path from the lumberyard to the village was clear, they all returned before noon. Upon their arrival, without waiting for Olwen's command, the villagers eagerly gathered around, swiftly unloading the game from the cart. A few individuals lifted a reindeer carcass and brought it indoors, efficiently beginning to skin and butcher it. The skins were taken by the children to the tannery for processing, while fresh venison was set aside for that day's meal, to be cooked with bones and mushrooms for soup. The reindeer blood was poured into wooden barrels to congeal before being shared among the villagers, although a greater portion was reserved for the men. The hunters and the able-bodied lumberjacks gathered in Olwen's longhouse, enjoying the northern ale. This ale, brewed from barley malt and hops, possessed a bitter flavor, yet it was the finest beverage that the village could afford on a daily basis. Finer meads and wines were a luxury beyond their reach. Soon, wisps of smoke began to rise throughout the village, as the aroma of roasting venison wafted through the air. 4 or 5 barrels of reindeer blood were delivered to the longhouse, where Olwen took the lead, using a wooden ladle to scoop out the congealed blood and indulging heartily. As the warmth of the blood coursed through the young man, their faces flushed. The effects were more pronounced than from alcohol. The reindeer blood was quickly consumed, and just then, the longhouse doors swung open as several women entered with large bowls of stewed venison, black bread, and mashed potatoes. They ladled portions of venison and potatoes onto the plates before the men, distributing pieces of black bread as well. "To our hard work that has earned us this bountiful feast." Olwen raised his beer in front of the long table, addressing the gathered crowd. "To our valiant village chief, Olwen." Chang'en echoed, raising his beer alongside Olwen's, shouting loudly, "To the mighty Olwen." The crowd at the long table raised their cups in salute to Olwen. "Lord Olwen, Lord Olwen." The longhouse door was pushed open again, and a small boy rushed in. It was Chang'en's son, Little Chong. "What is it, Little Chong?" Olwen asked, looking at the boy at the door. "2 knights have arrived at the village, bearing the wolf banner." Johnny pointed towards the village entrance, his voice filled with intrigue. "The wolf banner?" Orwin exclaimed, astonished. He was aware that in the north, the wolf banner symbolized House Stark. With 2 individuals displaying Stark's emblem approaching, Orwin was uncertain of their intentions. "Chang'en, come with me to observe." Orwin called to Chang'en, who was seated nearby. "Should we take weapons?" Chang'en inquired, glancing at Orwin. "No need. The Stark banner signifies that they are likely from Winterfell. There should be no danger," Orwin replied, shaking his head before rising to step outside the longhouse. Chang'en followed closely, and soon they arrived at the village entrance. "Good sirs, how may I be of service to you?" Orwin addressed the 2 knights who had dismounted and were awaiting at the village gate. "Are you Orwin?" inquired the knight, leaning on the banner pole. "Indeed, my lord," Orwin responded with a slight bow. "We are not lords. We are the sworn guards of Lord Eddard Stark. I am Harris Morland, and this is Sheary. We have been dispatched to convey Lord Eddard Stark's orders to you," Harris Morland stated, producing a parchment from within his cloak and handing it to Orwin. "Summoning Orwin Reed to Winterfell to assume his grandfather's duties as a guard of House Stark." Eddard Stark. It was a summons, calling upon Orwin to serve as a guard in Winterfell. Chapter 3. Winterfell. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to both of you for undertaking this arduous journey. I have received Lord Eddard's command, and shall set forth for Winterfell this afternoon. Before that, I kindly request you to accompany me to the village for a brief respite. Our hunters have recently procured some reindeer, and I would be delighted for you to savor the stewed venison from our village of Goat's Horn. Orwin. Having secured Eddard Stark's letter, addressed Harris Morland and Sheary. It is our honor to serve Lord Eddard. This journey is but a small endeavor. Nevertheless, I must express my gratitude. Orwin. You must understand that the distance from Winterfell to your village is considerable, and we have indeed grown weary over these past few days. Harris remarked with a smile at Orwin. It would be even better with a bit of ale. We are both exhausted and famished. And our horses require proper feeding as well, Shiri chimed in. Without a surname, Shiri was merely Harris's attendant, hailing from the same village. Much like the relationship between Orwin and Strong. Rest assured, we have ample malt beer. Orwin replied cheerfully. He then led Harris and Shiri into the village, making their way toward Orwin's longhouse. Little Johnny, go inform your mother to prepare food and malt beer for our esteemed guests. Also, take these 2 horses to the stable and ensure they are well fed, as well as my own horse. Give them some grain. Orwin called out to the young boy standing at the entrance of the longhouse. Yes, Lord Orwin. Little Johnny responded earnestly, then hurried to take the reins of the 2 horses and proceeded toward the stable. Orwin escorted Harris and Shiri into the longhouse, requesting everyone to rearrange themselves to create space for the 2 guests beside him and Strong. Before long, the stout cook re-entered the longhouse, bearing a hearty platter of stewed venison and dark bread, serving generous portions to Harris and Shiri. Following her was a little girl, who placed 2 large mugs of beer before them. Please enjoy, Orwin said, lifting his mug of beer towards Harris and Shiri with a warm smile. Once again, thank you, Orwin. Both men raised their mugs in gratitude. After a while, the robust villagers began to depart, preparing their goods for the afternoon's journey along the Long Lake and the White Blade River, heading to White Harbor for trade. Since Orwin's arrival, Goat's Horn Village's primary source of income has shifted from fishing, farming, and occasional hunting to the trade of timber, pelts, and various other goods. This transformation has rendered Goat's Horn one of the few prosperous villages in the vicinity, inciting envy from neighboring settlements, yet they remained powerless to alter their fortunes. Setting aside Orwin's prowess, particularly after acquiring a golden dragon to procure fine equipment for himself, the sturdy villagers of Goat's Horn were not to be trifled with by those from other villages. Moreover, these villagers had all profited alongside Orwin, each following suit by acquiring their own weapons and armor. It can be said that the village of Rams is now capable of mustering a contingent of over 20 soldiers, armed with longbows, battle axes, spears, or long swords and shields. This afternoon, we shall see 2 ships laden with goods depart for White Harbor. If you 2 are willing, we can journey together downstream, and by midday tomorrow, we shall disembark at the bend of the White Knife River on our way to Winterfell, allowing us ample time to reach our destination within a day. Orwin addressed the satiated Harris and Shirley. If it truly unfolds as you suggest, that would be splendid. This way, we could enjoy a good rest aboard the vessel and have a restful night. Harris enthusiastically concurred with Orwin's proposal, nodding vigorously. Were it not for the urgency to return to Winterfell to report to Eddard Stark, Harris would genuinely prefer to linger in Rams for a while before making his way back. Shirley also nodded in agreement with Harris's sentiment. Since you both have no objections, let us take a moment to rest. My men are still busy loading the ships, and I must also attend to organizing our weapons and preparing gifts for Lord Eddard and our Duchess. Orwin gestured towards the spacious benches along the wall. These benches, aside from providing seating, could also serve as makeshift beds. Orwin's longhouse was constructed in the style of a Viking lord's hall. Aside from the innermost area designated as his private space for sleeping and storing gold, grain, and weaponry, the remainder of the structure resembled a grand reception room, with benches lining either side of the entrance, illuminated by oil lamps. Once again, thank you, Orwin. I am certain that Lord Eddard and Lady Catelyn will appreciate the gifts you have prepared. Harris expressed his gratitude once more. There is no need for such formalities. We shall be colleagues from now on. I hope to rely on your assistance when we reach the guard in Winterfell. Orwin replied earnestly to Harris. Absolutely. Harris nodded in affirmation. As a veteran of the Stark family guard, he understood that new recruits often underwent rigorous training at the hands of their more seasoned counterparts, a practice intended to gauge their capabilities. Yet, it was not uncommon for some to misuse this opportunity to impose upon the newcomers, a tendency that could be observed in any setting. Thank you. Please make yourselves comfortable. Orwin expressed his appreciation and signaled to the 2 that they could rest while he excused himself to the back to organize his weapons and necessary belongings. Orwin, may I accompany you this time? Jang asked, observing Orwin as he diligently arranged the supplies. No, you must remain. Rams requires someone to oversee matters. After I depart, you shall be responsible for the village. Orwin turned to Jang, his expression serious. Very well, Jang conceded, nodding in agreement without further discussion. What gifts have you prepared for the esteemed members of House Stark? Jang inquired after a moment of contemplation. I have already made arrangements. I shall present them with the 2 pelts I have treasured over the past 2 years. Orwin pointed to the already wrapped parcel, declaring, that bear pelt and that shadow lynx pelt. Indeed? Questioned Jiang In. Without turning his head, Orwin nodded in affirmation. A couple of years prior, Orwin had traversed into this realm, armed with a first-level ability granted by the system. In the wolf forest near Long Lake, he had hunted numerous prey, utilizing his formidable strength and a powerful bow that differed from typical longbows. On one memorable hunt, he had struck a giant bear through its eye with a single arrow, ending its life instantly. As for the shadow lynx, it was purely a stroke of luck. Orwin had discovered one stalking its prey and, taking it by surprise, had shot it through the head with his powerful bow. This is quite a gift. These two pelts could easily purchase full suits of plate armor and riding gear for 2 or 3 nights in White Harbor, Jiangyan remarked, somewhat reluctant to part with them. No worries. As long as we can establish ourselves in Winterfell and gain the Stark family's trust, we will acquire golden dragons. Orwin replied nonchalantly. Through the letter brought by Harris, Orwin was aware that Eddard Stark was still in Winterfell and had not yet gone to King's Landing, indicating that the plot had yet to unfold. As long as the story had not commenced, Orwin had a chance. If he could accompany Eddard Stark to King's Landing and ensure his escape, a bounty of golden dragons would surely follow. Most importantly, Orwin's system had been dormant for the past 2 to 3 years, and he sought this opportunity to discover how to elevate his own capabilities. More than an hour passed as the cargo from Goat Village was loaded onto the ships, filling 3 vessels to capacity. The hunters and lumberjacks from Goat Village took up their weapons, sharp axes, spears, and shields, which were hung on the sides of the ships. The fleet consisted of 4 boats, one of which was designated to carry Orwin, Harris, and Shirley S. horses along with the Group S supplies. The fleet set sail in the afternoon, following the currents, and by evening, they had exited Long Lake and entered the White Blade River. That night, Orwin assigned personnel to keep watch, furled the sails, and allowed the boats to glide forward slowly with the flow of the water, while others took turns resting. By midday the following day, the fleet had reached the river bend closest to Winterfell, just as Orwin had indicated. The 3 disembarked from here, mounting their horses with provisions of jerky and water, along with their respective gear, and set off towards Winterfell. This bend in the White Blade River was still quite a distance from Winterfell, and as they hastened along, they reached a small village by nightfall. After offering 2 silver deer, the villagers prepared a relatively hearty dinner for the 3, along with breakfast for the next day. By the morning of the 3rd day, they finally arrived at Winterfell. Even from a considerable distance outside the city, Orwin could already see the towering old towers and the imposing walls of Winterfell. Chapter 4. The Duke and the Lady Orwin. Winterfell lies ahead, Harris exclaimed, pointing towards the now clearly visible fortress. I see it, Orwin replied. Indeed, Winterfell is truly magnificent. Far surpassing White Harbor, Orwin remarked as he gazed upon the distant fortress. It is indeed much larger than White Harbor, as it serves as the stronghold of the ruling family of the North. However, I nearly forgot. I heard from Sir Jory Castle that Lord Eddard summoned you because he has heard tales of your exploits. Word has spread in White Harbor of your exceptional archery skills, claiming you have no rivals there. Harris suddenly addressed Orwin. As for Jory Castle, he is the captain of Eddard Stark's guard. Having served the Stark family for a considerable time, proficient in swordsmanship and serving as the family's instructor, I am surprised that my humble abilities have been spoken of in such grand terms, even reaching the ears of the Duke. This truly takes me aback, Orwin replied modestly. Orwin, while humility is commendable, excessive modesty in the North may render you vulnerable to being perceived as weak. If you wish to distinguish yourself within Lord Stark's guard, you must demonstrate your true capabilities, Harris stated with a serious demeanor. Harris, I sincerely appreciate your counsel. I now understand what I must do. Orwin responded with gratitude, yet earnestness. The trio swiftly made their way to the outskirts of Winterfell, with Harris brandishing the direwolf banner and the city guards recognizing him. They passed through the gates without impediment, heading directly to the Stark castle. Upon arriving at the castle, they reined in their horses and dismounted. Come, Orwin. Let us proceed to meet the Duke. Bring your sword and a gift. Let Shilly take the horses to the stables, and as for the other belongings, let him deliver them to the quarters, Harris instructed. There are over 200 guards residing near the training grounds. You may share a room with me and Shilly. He handed the direwolf banner to Shilly and turned to Orwin. Orwin heeded Harris's advice, securing his long sword at his side and carefully lifting the tightly wrapped package from his horse's back. He entrusted the horse to Shilly and followed Harris into the main keep. As they entered the castle's main doors, Harris exchanged a few words with a servant before guiding Orwin to the council chamber. They stood quietly in the center of the chamber, awaiting the arrival of Eddard Stark. Meanwhile, a servant approached the training grounds behind the main keep, where Eddard Stark was observing the swordplay of his children alongside Catelyn Tully and Jory Castle, the captain and instructor of the guard. My lord, my lady, your guard Harris is awaiting your audience with a guest in the council chamber, the servant reported softly to Eddard Stark. "Oh, I did not expect their return so soon. I thought we would have to wait several more days to meet the master from Ramsgate." Eddard Stark exclaimed with surprise upon hearing the servant's news. "Let us go and meet them," Eddard Stark said to his wife and captain. The three hastily departed the training grounds, making their way to the council chamber on the first floor of the keep. "My lord, my lady, Sir Jory." Upon the arrival of the three into the council chamber, Harris promptly bowed and greeted them. "Greetings to his grace, the Duke, to the lady, and to Sir Jory." Following suit, Orwin bowed alongside Harris. Eddard Stark and Catelyn Tully were seated at the long table behind the elevated dais, while Jory Castle stood below. "You are Orwin Reed?" Eddard Stark inquired, gazing at the tall figure before him. "Indeed, your grace," Orwin replied, inclining his body slightly in respect. "Your presence reminds me of your grandfather and your father. Your grandfather accompanied my father and brother to King's Landing to confront the Mad King, who sought to take my father and brother's lives. Your grandfather, in his unwavering loyalty, rose in defiance and was slain. Your father met his heroic end while fighting alongside my forces against the Targaryens." Eddard Stark observed Orwin, lost in reverie. "Orwin Reed, I hope you will honor the legacy of your grandfather and father, continuing the loyalty of House Reed and becoming my sworn shield." Eddard spoke gravely to Orwin. "I shall obey your command, my lord, and continue the mission of House Reed, wielding my sword to protect the bloodline of House Stark until my last breath," Orwin declared, bowing once more to Eddard Stark and Catelyn Tully. He understood this moment was crucial for affirming his loyalty, as only by demonstrating unwavering fidelity could he earn Eddard's respect and, in time, the opportunity to accompany him to King's Landing. "Excellent. Orwin Reed, I accept your loyalty," Eddard Stark replied, a smile gracing his face. "My lord, my lady, allow me to present my gift to you," Orwin announced as he lifted the large parcel resting at his feet, addressing the two on the dais. Eddard Stark glanced at the package in Orwin's hands before turning to Jory Castle. Upon receiving Eddard's nod, Jory stepped forward to take the parcel, inspecting it for any hidden contents. Assured that it contained only soft materials, he placed it before Eddard Stark and Catelyn Tully, gently unwrapping it. Eddard Stark beheld the bundle, revealing a pelt adorned with rich brown fur, instantly recognizing it as a bear skin. He could not suppress his excitement and rose to fully unfurl the pelt. It measured over 2 meters in length, entirely unmarred by any mark of a blade. Catelyn Tully, observing beneath the bear skin, discovered another pelt of deep black, also measuring around 2 meters and devoid of any wounds. The assembly within the chamber gasped in astonishment at the sight of the two pelts. Eddard Stark gently caressed the soft fur and remarked, "A magnificent bear skin and a shadowcat pelt, both remarkably intact, with no signs of injury. This is a truly precious gift. Orwin, from this offering, I have come to believe the tales from White Harbor. Your archery skills are indeed unparalleled." Eddard's gaze towards Orwin transformed from scrutiny to admiration. Catelyn Tully gazed at Elwyn with evident satisfaction and remarked, "Elwyn Reed, I am quite fond of your gift. Given your exceptional archery skills, Ed, why not appoint him as the archery instructor for Bran and Rickon?" Eddard Stark pondered for a moment before glancing at Jory Castle, who subtly nodded in agreement with Catelyn's suggestion. The two pelts before them bore witness to Elwyn's remarkable precision, achieving a fatal shot without marring the hide. A testament to his mastery, more than sufficient to teach the two young boys. "Very well, Elwyn, I hereby appoint you as a sworn sword of House Stark, concurrently serving as the archery instructor. In addition to safeguarding the Stark family, you shall impart your archery knowledge to my two sons. Rest assured, your remuneration shall surpass that of your peers," Eddard Stark declared, conferring upon Elwyn his new role. "At your command, my lord. I am deeply grateful for your lady's trust." Elwyn responded with a respectful bow to both of them. "You have earned it, and I hope you will not betray my faith in you," Catelyn Tully gently affirmed with a nod. "Harris, take Elwyn to the training grounds to meet the others and arrange for his accommodations," Eddard instructed Harris, signaling the conclusion of their meeting, permitting Elwyn to withdraw. "Yes, my lord," Harris replied. Elwyn, alongside Harris, bowed once more to Eddard Stark and Catelyn Tully before exiting the council chamber, making their way toward the training grounds. Chapter 5. The duel at the training grounds. Harris led Elwyn to the training grounds, where two children were practicing archery under the guidance of a tall young man. These three were undoubtedly Bran Stark and Rickon Stark, accompanied by their elder brother, Robb Stark. Behind them stood a youth of similar age to Robb and a young girl donned with a helmet, her long hair cascading from beneath it, resting upon her shoulders. These two were likely Jon Snow and Arya Stark. Additionally, a short-haired young man lingered nearby, wearing a rather frivolous expression and occasionally uttering light-hearted remarks towards Bran and Rickon. This was Eddard Stark's foster son, Theon Greyjoy. Elwyn observed the scene thoughtfully. Lord Robb, this is our new sworn sword, Orwin Reed, who has already met with my lord and lady. He has been appointed by Lord Eddard as the archery instructor for young Master Bran and Master Rickon. Harris introduced Elwyn as they approached Robb. This is Lord Eddard's eldest son, Robb. These two are Bran and Rickon, your future students. The two behind them are Jon Snow and the Lord's second daughter, Arya. Lord Eddard's eldest daughter, Sansa Stark, is likely still in the tower, learning needlework with the septa. And that is Lord Eddard's foster son, Theon Greyjoy. Greetings to the 5 young lords and the young lady, Elwyn said with a slight bow to the group. Here, there are not 5 young masters, but rather 4 young masters and a bastard. As Olwyn's words echoed, the somewhat flippant voice of Theon followed, causing Jon Snow's countenance to darken momentarily. Olwyn could not help but cast a glance at the self-satisfied Theon Greyjoy, his brow furrowing involuntarily. Jon is our brother. He is also our father's child. How can he not be considered a young master? Arya exclaimed, her eyes flashing with indignation as she glared at Theon. Arya, enough. Jon quickly intervened, wishing to prevent further quarrels over this matter, especially since he noticed Eddard Stark and Catelyn Tully appearing on the high platform beside the training grounds. Jon Snow was acutely aware that Catelyn Tully harbored a strong dislike for him. He did not wish for Arya to be entangled in any repercussions stemming from his own issues. Hey, big man. You've become Bran and Rickon's archery instructor upon your arrival, yet we've heard naught of your deeds. Shouldn't you showcase your skills for us? Theon, oblivious to the arrival of Eddard and his wife, felt slighted by Olwyn's demeanor and the frown he received, which ignited a spark of ire within him, prompting him to taunt. Oh, I wonder how young Master Theon wants me to demonstrate my skills. Olwyn inquired with curiosity, his words laced with a hint of provocation. Theon, feeling belittled by Olwyn's tone, was instantly provoked and declared loudly, let us compete, shall we? Let us see who can shoot more accurately. Very well. You are the young master. You may go first. Olwyn replied with a smile, gesturing for Theon to proceed. Theon, known for his impulsiveness, seized the longbow from Bran's hands and, drawing the bowstring, released an arrow that struck the bullseye with precision. It must be said that Theon, renowned as a marksman in Winterfell, showcased commendable skill. Even in a fit of rage, he managed to hit the target dead center, a testament to his exceptional prowess. The spectators, comprising the surrounding guards, erupted in cheers, rallying for Theon. Now it's your turn, big man. If you find the distance too far, I grant you permission to step a few paces forward. Theon, having calmed his earlier anger, now wore an air of triumph as he addressed Olwyn. Olwyn regarded Theon without further comment and approached Rickon, saying, Young Master Rickon, may I borrow your bow? Of course. Rickon replied eagerly, handing over the bow. Olwyn, taking the bow, turned to face the target where Theon's arrow had landed, swiftly drawing back the string and releasing an arrow. His movements were rapid, and all present could see clearly as Olwyn effortlessly pulled the bowstring taut, merely glancing at the target before letting the arrow fly. In the blink of an eye, the arrow struck Theon's target, piercing through the shaft of his arrow and firmly embedding itself within the target. The training ground was enveloped in silence, captivated by the prowess displayed by Elvin. He had triumphed, striking the target with his arrow. What an extraordinary display of archery! Elia exclaimed, her eyes gleaming with excitement as she observed the target. I have never witnessed such skill. Robb couldn't help but applaud in admiration. The surrounding guards also joined in, offering their applause to their new comrade. Jory, what do you think of Elvin's archery skills? Eddard Stark inquired of Jory Castle. Impressive indeed, at least in the north. I have yet to encounter a more formidable archer. Jory Castle replied with utmost seriousness. Indeed, even among the archers renowned across the 7 kingdoms, few can rival his prowess. Eddard Stark nodded in agreement. Elvin, I wonder how your swordsmanship fares? Robb asked Elvin, his anticipation palpable. My swordplay is respectable, Elvin responded with a slight bow. He held Robb in high esteem. At such a young age, he possessed remarkable military talent. Had it not been for the treachery of House Frye and the backstabbing of the Lannisters, the fate of the old lion would not have been to perish at the hands of his own son, but rather to be vanquished by the young wolf, leading to the decimation of the entire Lannister family at the hands of what they would deem the barbarous warriors of the north. Would you care to spar? Robb asked, his gaze ablaze with eagerness. It would be an honor, Elvin replied with a gentle nod. The two approached the center of the training ground, where Elvin sheathed his prized sword and handed it to Harris, similar to Robb, who picked up a blunt training sword. They distanced themselves from one another, Robb assuming a stance as he eyed Elvin, initiating the attack. It was not that Robb lacked honor. Rather, Elvin's mere presence, standing there with his sword poised, left Robb feeling uncertain of how to proceed, as he appeared utterly unassailable. Thus, Robb resolved to strike first, seeking to uncover any weaknesses in Elvin's defense through his onslaught. With remarkable speed, Robb lunged forward, aiming directly for Elvin's throat. In response to this swift thrust, Elvin simply stepped back, deftly parrying the strike with a light flick of his sword, deftly avoiding Robb's attack, while simultaneously blocking his weapon to prevent a follow-up horizontal slash. Robb, having missed his target, quickly retreated, preparing to defend. However, Elvin's movements were swifter. He stepped forward, sliding his sword along Robb's blade. With a deft twist of his wrist, the tip of Elvin's sword bypassed Robb's guard, flicking against his wrist, sending Robb's sword flying from his grasp. In a seamless motion, Elvin thrust his sword forward, pointing it directly at Robb's chest. With a single maneuver, he had bested Robb. Robb stared in astonishment at the blade poised against his chest, only coming to his senses when Elvin retracted his sword. "I concede," Robb said, somewhat dejected. Robb Stark, the most formidable member of House Stark aside from Eddard Stark, gracefully accepted the reality of his defeat at the hands of Orwin. The surrounding guards, witnessing Orwin's swift victory over Robb, did not cheer for him. Instead, they were eager to challenge the newcomer, their desire for confrontation undeterred by Robb's concession. Orwin, perceiving the hostile gazes of the guards, understood that he had incited their wrath. Yet, he felt no trepidation, rather, a thrill coursed through him. Since acquiring the first-level skill from the system, he had yet to engage in a proper test of his abilities, and he was eager to ascertain the might of his novice swordsmanship. With this thought, a slight smile graced Orwin's lips as he addressed the crowd. "Is there anyone else who wishes to try? I welcome multiple challengers." In response to Orwin's provocation, the guards stepped onto the training ground, brandishing their dull training swords. Even Jon Snow and Theon Greyjoy joined them, wielding their own practice weapons. Orwin, undaunted by the gathering throng, raised his dull sword and began to move, prepared to counter any attack from any angle. Eddard Stark, observing intently from the elevated platform, was filled with anticipation for the impending clash. Chapter 6. The contest begins as Orwin advanced. The guards encircled him in a wide formation. Aware that he could not afford to remain passive, Orwin knew he had to act swiftly. Becoming cornered would spell his doom. He maneuvered lightly, turning to gauge the eager guards surrounding him. Suddenly, he leapt forward, charging at the nearest guard. With a simple yet effective strike, he activated his repulsion skill, and the guard, attempting to block, was swiftly felled along with his sword. The other guards, witnessing Orwin's prowess, rushed towards him. Jon and Theon, however, lingered at the back, having discerned from the previous bout that Orwin's skill and strength far surpassed their own. They reasoned that it would be wiser to allow the guards to tire him before seizing their chance to engage. As the guards closed in, Orwin remained calm, executing a sweeping strike that swiftly dispatched several opponents, evading their attacks with agility. He repositioned himself, darting towards the farthest guard, delivering a precise thrust that sent him crashing to the ground, then nimbly escaping the encirclement. Orwin then dashed behind an unsuspecting guard, swiftly bringing down two more with calculated strikes. In the blink of an eye, he had incapacitated 4 of the guards, prompting the remaining challengers to halt their advance. Now on high alert, Orwin, sword in hand, approached the group with measured steps, his eyes scanning for his next target. At this moment, to all observers, Orwin resembled a ferocious beast, his presence instilling immense psychological pressure on the martial arena's spectators. The steady sound of his footsteps resonated like a drumbeat within the hearts of those present, rendering them hesitant to make any rash movements. Even the onlookers, Robb, Alia, as well as Lord and Lady Stark atop the high platform, and Jorah Mormont, could not help but clench their fists, their expressions tense as they fixated on the unfolding events. "Form up with shields and spears." Jon Snow's voice rang out across the arena. As the future Lord Commander of the Night's Watch and King in the North, Jon possessed a keen understanding of the situation. Aware that his side was at a disadvantage in both swordsmanship and strength, he knew they had no choice but to form a defensive line, employing shields and spears against Orwin. Although this contradicted the chivalric code, the gravity of their predicament left little room for such considerations. The overwhelming pressure exerted by Orwin was simply too great. The disparity in power was insurmountable. Observing the guards in the rear as they readied their shields and spears, Orwin recognized the necessity of disrupting their formation. He lunged forward, engaging directly with the foremost guards tasked with defense. The guards in the front stood no chance against Orwin's exceptional swordsmanship, quickly succumbing to his onslaught, with 2 or 3 falling in rapid succession. Nevertheless, they succeeded in buying precious time for their comrades to establish a rudimentary formation. Shields were positioned at the front, spears at the rear, as a small contingent advanced swiftly towards Orwin. Orwin, unfazed by this modest formation, surged toward the last guard in the front row. With a single stroke, he sent the guard's longsword flying, then seized the guard by the collar. Using this guard as a human shield, he propelled himself forward, hurling the dislodged guard into the approaching formation. The unfortunate guard collided with the shield of the foremost ranks, instantly disrupting the neatly arranged line. Seizing the opportunity, Orwin charged in, his sword arm swinging with ferocity, unleashing a powerful strike that felled the remaining shield-bearing guards before he surged into the rear ranks. In such close quarters, the guards wielding spears had no time to react as Orwin dispatched them with ease. Soon, only Orwin, Jon Snow, and Theon Greyjoy remained on the field. As the makeshift command center, Jon was filled with shock at the swiftness of Orwin's actions. He had dispatched over a dozen guards with the efficiency of chopping vegetables. Jon did not believe that he or Theon could withstand even a few exchanges with Orwin. Suddenly, an arrow whizzed through the air towards Orwin, emitting a piercing sound. Despite the arrow's rapid approach, Orwin effortlessly deflected it with a swing of his sword. It was Theon, who had now drawn his bow once more to fire another arrow at Orwin. Undeterred, Orwin raised his sword to block once again. As Jon Snow seized the moment while Theon was shooting an arrow, he charged forward with remarkable speed, closing the distance to Orwin in mere strides. With a fierce swing of his sword, he unleashed a powerful downward strike that sliced through the air with a resounding whoosh, audible even from the sidelines. However, this ferocious attack was effortlessly parried by Orwin with a simple block. Sparks flew, revealing the intensity of their clash and the weight behind their strikes. Without granting Jon a moment to recalibrate, Orwin swiftly seized Jon's right hand with his left, twisting it to disarm him of his longsword. With a swift motion, he then drew the blade across Jon's neck. Fortunately, it was a dull sword. Had it been a true longsword, Jon would have met his untimely demise. Having dealt with Jon, Orwin dashed towards Theon, who was still positioned at the sidelines, ready to shoot again. Orwin moved at full speed, and Theon barely managed to release an arrow before being cornered by Orwin. Before he could react, Orwin struck him across the face with his sword, sending him sprawling to the ground. Thankfully, Orwin had not used his full strength. Otherwise, Theon's head might have been severely injured. Orwin, you are truly remarkable. Could you teach me the art of swordsmanship? As the others remained in shock, Arya had already dashed to Orwin's side, gazing at him with admiration as she spoke. I have no objections, but you must seek Lord Eddard's consent first, Orwin replied softly, glancing at the young girl beside him. He held a fondness for Arya, the spirited girl affectionately dubbed Nymeria by the viewers in his previous life, who had captivated many with her indomitable spirit and the blood of the dire wolf. What left the deepest impression, however, was her extraordinary talent for swordsmanship. Orwin was eager to see if this Arya, who had been depicted in countless fanfictions of Game of Thrones, could become an even more formidable warrior under his tutelage than her original portrayal. Really? I'll go find father right now, Arya exclaimed joyfully before turning to sprint towards the high platform. Orwin then looked up at the platform, bowing to Eddard Stark and his wife, before turning back to help the fallen individuals to their feet. At that moment, all the guards and young lords of House Stark gathered around Orwin, eager to learn swordsmanship from him, including Harris, each unwilling to miss such a splendid opportunity. Faced with Orwin's exceptional skill, everyone wished to learn a few techniques from him. This was a living legend of a swordsman, not merely a fabled Kingsguard or the legendary Dawnblade, who had already met his end. Orwin welcomed all eager learners. He had already imparted his swordsmanship lessons back in Goathorn Village. Notably, Strong John and Little John had both studied under Orwin, with commendable results. Father, I wish to learn swordsmanship from Orwin, Arya exclaimed as she reached the high platform and embraced Eddard Stark. Although Catelyn Stark stood atop the platform, Arya felt no fear in the presence of Eddard Stark. No, Arya, you are a girl, and your duty now is to return to the tower and learn the arts of womanhood and etiquette from the maester. Before Eddard could respond, Catelyn Stark firmly denied Arya's request with a serious expression. Do not be so harsh, Catelyn. It is rare to have such a skilled swordsman. Allowing Arya to learn alongside him would not be detrimental. Eddard observed the anguish on his daughter's face and smiled gently. However, your studies in the arts of womanhood and etiquette must not be neglected. You shall discuss the specifics of your schedule with the maester, all right? Eddard addressed Arya once more, his gaze softening. Thank you, father. Arya's expression transformed into a radiant smile as she excitedly embraced Eddard and then dashed towards the tower. Arya, mind your appearance, Catelyn called after her, noticing the wildness in her daughter's demeanor. but Arya seemed oblivious as she rushed ahead. You indulge her too much, Eddard. Catelyn turned to Eddard with a hint of displeasure. Eddard, do you not see? In Arya, I recognize the blood of the dire wolf. Rather than restraining her, it is better to let her be free. Eddard watched his daughter disappear into the distance, seeing in her the reflection of his sister, which only deepened his affection for Arya. Catelyn sighed in exasperation as she turned to leave. Jory, what is your opinion of Ser Alan's swordsmanship? After watching Catelyn depart, Eddard quietly inquired about the swordsman practicing in the training yard. My lord, I have never witnessed such remarkable swordplay. Perhaps only the Kingsguard could rival it. Jory pondered before responding. Eddard shook his head and replied, No, even the Kingsguard may not possess such skill. Not even the former Sword of the Dawn would likely match Ser Alan. It appears we have summoned an extraordinary individual. Eddard murmured to himself. My lord, Lord Eddard. A raven has arrived bearing a message from Castle Black. As Eddard observed the training yard where individuals were engaged in practice, a maester rushed towards him, breathless, holding a small scroll of parchment. Eddard took the letter and upon opening it, his expression darkened. The maester leaned in to whisper additional words in Eddard's ear. What troubles you, my lord? Jory inquired, noticing Eddard's grim demeanor. It is a letter from Castle Black, from Ser Jorah Mormont. A member of the Night's Watch has fled. Our patrol located him near the hills, Eddard replied gravely. Jory, inform the guards to prepare for departure. We must address this matter. Take Bran with you. And have Ser Alan accompany as well. Eddard commanded Jory. At once, my lord. Jory bowed and turned to stride towards the throng of individuals in the training yard. Chapter 7. The Night's Watch. Icebound Wolves. Jory Castle arrived at the training grounds, calling out to the group gathered around Ser Oren. All right, lads. Gather your weapons and harness your steeds. Prepare to ride with Lord Eddard towards the hills. The guards surrounding Oren, upon hearing Jory's command, swiftly turned and hurried towards their quarters to gather their gear, some racing to the stables to equip their horses with saddles and ensure they were well fed with fodder. Come along, young masters, you too must prepare. I shall assign a guard to ready your mounts, Jory Castle said as he turned to Robb and the others. Thank you, Ser Jory. Robb Stark replied with a slight bow. Oren, you must join them. Go now, tend to your equipment, and feed your horse. We shall depart shortly. Jory called out to Oren. Yes, Ser Jory. Oren responded with a slight bow before heading in the direction the guards had just left. Not far away, Harris was waiting for Oren. Together, they arrived at their quarters, where Shireen was lying in bed, sound asleep. Harris approached and splashed water from the table onto Shireen's face. Awake, you lazybones. We are about to depart, Harris exclaimed. Blast it, I had just fallen asleep. What now? Shireen grumbled. Lord Eddard is heading out, and Ser Jory has instructed us to prepare our gear and accompany him. Oren chimed in while fastening a mace to his belt. Oh, by the gods, I shall rise at once. Trust me, I will be ready in no time, Shireen exclaimed, hastily getting up and slipping on her boots to gather her equipment. Oren and Harris had already equipped themselves. It was quite straightforward, merely donning their swords and leather armor. Oren had additionally brought a mace along with his longbow and quiver of arrows, and he wore chainmail beneath his leather armor. Although Oren was aware of the unfolding events, that their journey was to apprehend the fleeing Night's Watchman, the distance from Winterfell to the hills was considerable, requiring at least half a day's travel. The North's wilderness was rife with wildlings, and one could never predict what they might encounter. Thus, Oren felt it wise to exercise caution. Once Shireen had assembled her gear, the three of them made their way to the stables. The stable hands had already fed all the warhorses with fodder. Oren approached his steed, gently stroking its neck, and produced an egg and coarse salt from his satchel to feed the horse. The duration of their journey was uncertain, and warhorses were delicate creatures that required proper nourishment. Although the fodder consisted primarily of alfalfa, Oren believed that feeding his horse grains, eggs, and salt would better sustain it for the long ride ahead. As everyone completed their preparations, Jory Castle mounted his horse, flying the wolf banner, and rode into the courtyard before the keep. Eddard Stark was already waiting there with his sons. Several guards led the horses to them, and Eddard Stark took the lead, mounting his steed while his Valyrian steel sword, Ice, was carried by his personal guard, Vaon Poole. Let us set forth. Eddard Stark gazed upon the assembly of guards and gestured with his hand. A thunderous sound of galloping hooves erupted as dozens of warhorses, urged by the crowd, began to charge forth from the courtyard, racing swiftly towards the northern expanse. After traversing the wilderness for the better part of the day, they finally arrived at a nameless high ground devoid of cover, where they discovered the Night's Watchman, Will. A contingent of armed patrols mounted on their steeds stood vigil over Will, who appeared utterly terrified, his expression frozen in fear, oblivious to the spear aimed at his throat. Eddard Stark, accompanied by his 5 children, ascended the high ground, while the other guards dismounted and spread out around them. Orwin, being Bran's archery instructor, positioned himself not far behind the Stark family, close by were Jory Castle and Vaon Pool, while Harris and Ser Yura remained at a greater distance. The guards escorted Will to the high ground, where a rudimentary gallows had been prepared, a wooden post carved with a notch just wide enough to accommodate a neck. I saw them. The others, I saw them, Will muttered repeatedly as he was brought before Eddard Stark, panting with anxiety. After a moment, he spoke. I know I have broken my oath. I am a deserter. I should have gone to the wall to deliver my warning, but I truly saw them. You must alert them. Confronted with Eddard Stark's icy countenance and disbelieving gaze, Will faltered. After a brief pause, he implored, could you send a message to my family? Tell them I am not a coward. Tell them I am sorry. Eddard Stark regarded Will's pleading expression and nodded gently before turning to the 2 guards. Upon receiving the signal from Stark, they forced Will onto the gallows. Eddard then withdrew the great sword Ice from Vaon Pool, resting its blade on the ground as he proclaimed, in the name of the King of the Undulls and the First Men, the ruler of the 7 kingdoms and protector of the realm, Robert Baratheon of House Baratheon, I, Eddard Stark of House Stark, Warden of the North and Lord of Winterfell, hereby sentence you to death. As Eddard read the sentence, Bran averted his gaze in distress. Do not turn away. Father will know, a voice from behind him cautioned. It was Jon Snow, who placed his hands on Bran's shoulders and turned his head back to face the gallows. Upon concluding the decree, Eddard Stark raised the great sword high and swung it down. You did well, Bran, Jon Snow remarked as he released his grip and turned towards the horses. Robb, standing before Bran, turned and approached his brother, wrapping an arm around Bran's shoulder as they departed from the heights, making their way towards the nearby steeds. Olwyn did not intervene during the execution, aware that Will had not spoken falsely, yet lacked evidence to substantiate his claims. Had Olwyn rashly stepped forward to halt the proceedings, it would have only sown doubt in Eddard Stark's mind, a costly misstep. As they journeyed back, Bran suddenly inquired of Olwyn beside him. Did he truly see the White Walkers? I cannot say for certain. Perhaps he did, Olwyn reflected. After all, the White Walkers have vanished for millennia, and it has been ages since anyone laid eyes upon them. Then, was that Night's Watchman lying? Bran pressed once more. Olwyn paused before responding. Perhaps he truly beheld something, or it could merely be a figment of his imagination. The group fell into a contemplative silence, reluctant to discuss the death of the Night's Watchman. The proximity of the North to the Wall ensured that respect for the Night's Watch had never waned with the passage of time. Thus, the execution of one of their own weighed heavily on their hearts. They took a shortcut towards Winterfell, stopping at a stone bridge. Olwyn dismounted and assisted Bran down, then accompanied him onto the bridge. In keeping with the unfolding tale, Olwyn beheld the carcass of a stag. Eddard Stark, gazing upon the fallen beast, unsheathed his sword and, accompanied by his guards and 3 elder sons, followed the trail. Bran trailed behind them, with Olwyn walking alongside. They followed the traces until they reached beneath the bridge, where the lifeless body of a female direwolf came into view. The surviving pups, evidently famished, were whimpering beneath their deceased mother. What manner of creature is this? Theon inquired, staring at the immense carcass. A direwolf, a fiercely proud beast, Eddard Stark remarked, squatting to examine the fallen creature. Direwolves have never been sighted south of the Wall, Robb observed solemnly, clearly associating the presence of the direwolf with the White Walkers. But here they are, with 5 pups nonetheless. Bran, would you like to hold one? Jon offered, lifting a pup and extending it to Bran, who stood in stunned silence as he accepted the creature. What will become of them? Their mother is dead. Bran questioned. They do not belong here. It is best to end their suffering swiftly. Without their mother, they will not survive, Eddard Stark stated, raising his sword. Hearing Eddard's words, Theon seized the pup from Bran's hands, preparing to act. Stop! Bran exclaimed urgently. Remove your hands, Theon. Robb, seeing Bran's reluctance, swiftly intervened to halt Theon. Only your father has the authority to command. You do not. Theon retorted indifferently. My lord, the direwolf is the sigil of House Stark, and here lie 5 direwolf pups, coincidentally matching the number of your children. Could this be a deliberate design by the old gods? They are destined to possess these young wolves. Olwyn suddenly interjected. Eddard Stark paused at Olwyn's words, turning his gaze towards him. Indeed. Please, father, Bran implored, tugging at Eddard's sleeve. The assembly began to acknowledge the merit in Olwyn's statement. Glancing towards Eddard Stark. You may raise them, but you must train and nurture them yourselves. Should they perish, you shall be responsible for their burial, Eddard contemplated before departing. Both Bran and Robb exhaled in relief, while Jon proceeded to gather the pups, handing them to Robb and Bran. "Do you not desire a wolf, Jon?" Bran inquired, cradling a pup. "I am not a Stark," Jon replied, his voice tinged with resignation and sorrow. "Let us depart." Jon assisted Bran, preparing to leave. "Jon, there are still movements beneath the mother wolf," Olwen cautioned, standing beside Bran. Upon hearing Olwen's words, Jon turned back. Indeed, beneath the mother wolf, there was a faint stirring, a delicate sound emanating from her belly. Jon knelt beside her, gently probing her abdomen, revealing a pure white pup. "Congratulations, Jon, another little Stark wolf," Olwen remarked with a smile. "Thank you, Olwen." Jon beamed as he cradled the pup. "Wow, an abandoned cub from the pack. Jon, this little wolf is yours," Theon mocked. "Let us go. Pay him no mind," Olwen murmured, patting Jon on the shoulder. "Thank you." Jon expressed his heartfelt gratitude to Olwen. "Hurry along. I am quite famished. If you wish to show your appreciation, treat me to the delicacies of Winterfell upon our return." Olwen chuckled. "Agreed. I shall take you to the tavern for a hearty drink when we return to Winterfell." Jon replied with a smile. "It is settled then," Olwen said, leading the way without looking back. The group made their way from beneath the bridge, returning to the stone bridge, mounting their steeds as they resumed their journey to Winterfell. Chapter 8. The King in the North. As twilight descended, the thunderous sound of hooves echoed outside Winterfell, drawing closer. As the sound intensified, two wolf banners gradually came into view for the gate soldiers. Eddard Stark had returned. The guards hastily cleared a path for the traveling farmers, allowing the Duke of the North to enter the castle. A troop of several dozen cavalry escorted Eddard Stark along with his eldest and second sons back to Winterfell. The soldiers of the patrol seized the reins of the warhorse at the city gate, while the remaining guards continued to escort Eddard Stark and his two companions toward the ancestral fortress of House Stark. The grand gates of Winterfell stood wide open, welcoming its master, and only when all the Stark guards had mounted their steeds and entered the courtyard did the massive doors begin to close slowly. The cavalry came to a halt in the courtyard, and Eddard Stark, accompanied by his two sons, dismounted and made their way toward the dining hall of House Stark. A group of guards led the warhorses to the stables, handing the reins to awaiting servants before proceeding to the hall on the ground floor, where they would partake in their meal. Jon Snow and Theon Greyjoy, one a so-called bastard and the other Eddard Stark's ward, were excluded from dining with the Stark family members, instead joining the guards in the banquet hall on the ground floor. As for the 6 wolf pups that had been brought back, apart from Jon Snow's pure white pup, Ghost, which accompanied the group, the other 5 were confined in a cage, awaiting the completion of the Stark children's meal so they could choose their pets. In the banquet hall, Jon took the initiative to sit with Olwen, raising a mug of ale to clink with him in a toast. This was Jon's first experience of receiving concern and kindness from someone outside of Eddard, Robb, and Arya. As a bastard, he was not favored by Catelyn, and the guards treated him with a certain disdain, while Theon often ridiculed him. Only Olwen showed genuine care in their interactions. To say that Olwen was concerned for Jon might be slightly inaccurate. As a time traveler, he felt an inexplicable connection to Jon's character, especially sympathizing with his experiences, prompting him to show some degree of care. Additionally, Jon's warm-hearted nature made him an amiable friend, and Olwen was more than willing to have such a companion. Meanwhile, thousands of miles away in King's Landing, within the Red Keep's royal hall, a funeral was underway. The former hand of the king lay upon the long table in the center of the hall, his eyes covered by 2 appropriately sized pebbles, each adorned with a painted eye. On either side of the hall stood platforms where political figures would gather for significant events, but at that moment, one side was empty, save for 2 figures huddled together in conversation beside a column. Who would have thought our hand of the king would meet his end like this? The secrets he investigated have departed with him to meet the 7 gods. Jaime Lannister whispered to his twin sister, Cersei Lannister. "How can you be so certain he did not divulge anything?" Cersei inquired. "Who would he tell?" Jaime retorted. "My husband, that loathsome fat man." Cersei replied with evident disdain. "If he had truly revealed anything to the king, our heads would have long been displayed high upon the city walls, regardless of what he uncovered. Those secrets are buried with him." Jaime Lannister asserted confidently. "Our King Robert is in search of a new prime minister to succeed Jon Arryn, allowing him to continue his pursuits of boar hunting and, consorting with women of ill repute." "Did I just misspeak?" Jaime Lannister remarked with a deliberately comical tone. Cersei found Jaime's playful inflection amusing, and her lingering worries began to dissipate. "After all, everything remains unchanged between us," Jaime added, his words laced with provocation. "You should truly be appointed prime minister." Cersei responded with a glimmer of intrigue. "Spare me. I have no desire for a position where longevity is not guaranteed," Jaime said. glancing at the corpse in the center of the royal hall, shrugging his shoulders. With the death of the Hand of the King, Robert Baratheon was engulfed in grief. Jon Arryn was not only his prime minister, but also his foster father. Gazing upon Jon Arryn's lifeless body reminded him of the days spent in the Vale of Arryn. After a considerable time, Robert rose from the Iron Throne and bellowed at the Lannister attendant nearby. "Damn it, you fool. Can't you see my cup is empty? You worthless Lannister scoundrel." The attendant, taken aback by Robert's outburst, hurried over, trembling as he filled Robert's goblet. Perhaps due to his nerves, the wine spilled over the rim. This only incensed Robert further, and he hurled the goblet to the ground, cursing vehemently. "You damned idiot! You Lannister fool!" After a while, Robert seemed exhausted from his tirade. Returning to the Iron Throne, panting heavily. After a moment, he spoke again. "Go, you fool, find my maester, and tell him to send a letter to Winterfell, informing our Lord of the North that his king intends to visit him, and that he should prepare accordingly." "Yes, your grace." The Lannister servant responded nervously, bowing before turning to leave. "Wait, you idiot!" Robert shouted again. "You tell your mistress in the Red Keep that she is to accompany us on this journey to the north. It is the king's command." Robert continued. "Yes, your grace." The attendant replied. "Now be gone," Robert said without a glance. Soon, a raven flew from the small window of the Red Keep's high tower, heading northward. In Winterfell, Catelyn Stark received the letter handed to her by the maester, and opened it briefly before tucking it away and making her way outside towards the Godswood. "After all these years, every time I come here, I feel like an outsider," Catelyn said as she approached the weirwood tree, observing Eddard Stark polishing his sword. "You have raised 5 children of the North. How could you be an outsider?" Eddard replied with a smile. "The ancient old gods might not agree," Catelyn remarked, gazing at the weirwood. "In the present realm of Westeros, apart from the North, the other 6 kingdoms primarily worship the 7, and Catelyn is no exception. The old gods remain indifferent, lacking the multitude of rules that the 7 gods uphold." Eddard Stark remarked nonchalantly, then lifted his gaze to his wife. Catelyn's expression was grave as she spoke. "Eddard, news from King's Landing has arrived. Jon Arryn has passed away, succumbing to a fever." Upon hearing this sudden revelation, Eddard Stark fell silent, and after a moment, he inquired, "What of your sister and the children?" "They are well. They have returned to the Vale under the protection of knights," Catelyn continued. "The letter also mentions that the king is on his way to the north, accompanied by the queen and more than half of the court." She handed the letter to Eddard Stark. "There is but one reason for his long journey into the north," Eddard stated gravely, fixing his eyes on his wife. "You may refuse him," Catelyn replied, understanding the implications of Eddard's words. In the training yard of Winterfell, Ser Rodrik was instructing the Stark children and their guards. Naturally, Ser Rodrik focused primarily on Arya and Bran, while Rickon, still too young to endure the rigors, quickly abandoned his lessons. Ser Rodrik did not press him further. "Pay attention to your wrist and footwork, Arya. Do not overexert yourself with brute strength. Instead, capitalize on your advantages, lightness, agility, and grace," Ser Rodrik advised, his voice steady as he guided Arya. At that moment, Arya wielded a slender sword, distinct from the sewing needle Jon Snow had gifted her. This blade was longer, akin to a fencing sword, with an elongated guard and a sharp tip. As for Bran, Ser Rodrik tossed him a blunt sword, imparting a few basic techniques before allowing him to practice independently. After all, the boy's strength was lacking. So Ser Rodrik opted for simple maneuvers to help him build his arm strength. "Ser Rodrik, have you heard? The king is coming to the north," Jon Snow whispered as he approached. "Oh, is that true?" Ser Rodrik feigned surprise. "Indeed. I overheard Lady Catelyn discussing this matter with the maester and the wet nurse as I made my way here," Jon Snow affirmed with a nod. "I believe the north shall soon be bustling with activity." Ser Rodrik mused, recalling the unfolding events. Time flew, and the 6 wolf pups had grown considerably, now resembling adult hunting hounds, though they remained youthful by direwolf standards. Within Winterfell, Catelyn was tirelessly arranging preparations alongside the maester, striving to ensure that the king and queen would feel the warmth of the north. Robb, Jon, and Theon were each receiving haircuts and beard trims from the barber. With the royal entourage imminent, sword training was suspended for the day, and Ser Rodrik busied himself in his chambers, attending to his appearance. With Harris and Hally's doing the same. It was an order from Catelyn. Everyone must present themselves impeccably. Bran, being of tender age, required little correction to his visage. Seizing the moment when no one was watching, he ascended to the rooftop of the tower. Gazing beyond the city walls, Bran beheld the king's retinue, a multitude of several hundred, making their way along the King's Road towards Winterfell in an orderly fashion. Chapter 9, Provocation, Bran. How many times have I warned you not to climb so high? Catelyn called out sternly as she spotted Bran descending from the battlements. Mother, I saw the king's procession. Hundreds of them are approaching us on the King's Road. Bran exclaimed excitedly to Catelyn. At that moment, Catelyn was hardly concerned with his enthusiasm. She fixed him with a serious gaze and demanded, I need you to promise me that you will never climb so high again. All right, I promise. Bran mumbled, staring at his shoelaces. Do you know that you always look at your shoelaces when you're lying? Catelyn remarked with a hint of exasperation as she regarded her second son. Unfazed by Catelyn's revelation of his fib, Bran merely smiled, prompting Catelyn to sigh in resignation. Go find your father and inform him that the king will soon arrive. Bran promptly called for his dire wolf, Summer, and they raced towards Winterfell. The sound of hooves echoed as the king's entourage descended from the King's Road, entering Winterfell. The leading knights had already galloped into the castle, continuing towards the Stark's ancestral home. Owen stood in the courtyard of Winterfell alongside the Stark family members, awaiting the king's arrival, although he lingered at the back of the group. It was not due to a lack of standing. Rather, Owen preferred to remain in the shadows for two reasons. Firstly, his height made him conspicuous, and it seemed only Bran's squire, Podrick, could match his stature in Winterfell. Secondly, Owen had no desire to kneel before the king. Having traversed from a land under the Red Banner, he had been educated to kneel only before parents and elders, and he harbored no inclination to bow before the monarch of this realm. Thus, he intentionally positioned himself at the rear of the assembly, concealing himself with his cloak, so that when everyone else knelt, he could simply crouch down unnoticed. As the king's retinue fully entered Winterfell, the leading knights rode into the courtyard of the Stark keep. Upon witnessing the knights clad in Lannister armor, draped in crimson cloaks and bearing the sigil of the Lannister lion, Owen could not help but acknowledge that King Robert had indeed held his position admirably. It was remarkable that the entire military might of King's Landing was under the control of the Lannisters, with most courtiers merely serving as their sycophants or being bought by them. The few remaining nobles seemed to harbor their own agendas, lacking any shared loyalty with him. It was a miracle that Robert had maintained his seat on the Iron Throne for so long. The king's entourage continued to pour into the keep, and as a crimson carriage rolled in, King Robert finally appeared on horseback before the Stark family. Upon seeing the king dismount, Eddard Stark promptly led his family and a retinue of guards to kneel in greeting. Eowyn cloaked himself, concealing his form, and crouched alongside the others. Robert gestured for Eddard Stark to rise, and their eyes met. You've certainly filled out, my friend, Robert remarked, observing Eddard. Eddard Stark offered no reply, merely appraising Robert's physique, and they exchanged a knowing smile before embracing tightly. It has been 9 long years since I last laid eyes on you. Where on earth have you been? Robert inquired after greeting Catelyn. I have been safeguarding the north for you, your grace. Winterfell stands ready at your command, Eddard replied. Robert, smiling, turned his attention to the children beside Eddard, greeting each one of them, revealing his fondness for the Stark family. As Robert engaged with the Stark family, Queen Cersei Lannister descended from her carriage. Your Majesty, Eddard and Catelyn Stark bowed in greeting. Take me to your family's crypt. I wish to pay my respects, Robert said to Eddard after greeting Bran. After a month of travel, there's no need to rush to see the dead, Cersei retorted sharply, her voice laced with suppressed fury. Cersei's anger was palpable. She understood Robert's intentions, to visit the grave of the woman who inspired both her ire and jealousy, Lyanna Stark. Yet, Robert remained unfazed by Cersei's demeanor, calling out to Eddard Stark as he strode toward the crypt of Winterfell, leaving Eddard with no choice but to follow. Is it truly necessary to lay her to rest here? Robert mused, gazing upon the statue and gently caressing the familiar visage. She is my sister, she belongs here. Your Grace, Eddard Stark replied, observing the scene before him. At that moment, any words of persuasion seemed futile. Lyanna was Robert's taboo, and attempts to sway him were in vain. She belongs to me as well. Each night in my dreams, I slay him once more. That Targaryen scum, Robert snarled through gritted teeth. You have already slain him, your Grace. The Targaryens have been vanquished. Eddard Stark could only echo Robert's sentiments. But I have not annihilated them completely. Robert's eyes glinted with wrath. Eddard, come south with me. Do not seclude yourself at the edge of the world. It is of no use here. After a moment, Robert turned to Eddard. Just as Eddard Stark was about to decline, Robert interjected, Eddard Stark, I hereby appoint you as Hand of the King. Eddard was momentarily at a loss, kneeling as he said, I fear I am unworthy of such a significant office. Your Grace, your feelings are irrelevant. Eddard, this matter is not open to negotiation. Since you aided me in securing that Iron Throne, you must help me retain it. Rise, Robert declared, unwilling to entertain Eddard's refusals. Robb gazed at the statue of Lyanna Stark, his voice trembling as he spoke. If Lyanna were still alive, our families would unite in marriage. However, it is not too late. Your eldest daughter and my eldest son shall bind our houses together. Upon finishing his words, Robb turned and departed the cellar before Eddard Stark could respond. As evening descended, the banquet hall of Winterfell was filled with lively revelry, starkly contrasting with the training yard outside, where Jon Snow was vigorously striking a training dummy. Have you not yet slain it? A voice called from behind Jon. He turned to see the newcomer. Uncle Benjen, Jon exclaimed, dropping his sword and rushing to embrace Benjen Stark. You've grown, lad. Why aren't you joining the feast inside? Benjen asked with a smile as he embraced Jon. Lady Stark deems it an affront for a bastard to dine with nobility, Jon replied, his expression one of distress. It was evident that Catelyn was deliberately excluding him from the banquet hall. Well, there are no such constraints at the wall, among the Night's Watch. A bastard always has a place, Benjen said, shaking his head slightly, clearly disapproving of Catelyn's actions. Yet, he felt powerless. For he was merely the first ranger of the Night's Watch, while Catelyn remained the Duchess of Winterfell. Could you take me back with you? Just ask. And father will surely agree, Jon said, his heart soaring at the prospect of freedom upon hearing Benjen's words. Jon, the Night's Watch is not as simple as you imagine. We have no families, nor can we marry or bear children, Benjen advised. I do not care for such things. I am ready, Uncle Benjen, Jon asserted with resolute determination. If you truly understood what that entails, you might care. Well, I must go inside to assist your father. Think carefully about this. If you still wish to go when I leave, I shall speak to your father on your behalf, Benjen said, patting Jon on the shoulder before turning towards the banquet hall. Watching Benjen depart, Jon felt a wave of solitude wash over him, and with a heavy heart, he turned back to the dummy. Suddenly, a wineskin flew towards him, and Jon instinctively caught it. I knew I would find you here, especially since you were absent from the hall. A figure emerged from the shadows, revealing himself to be Orell, bearing a large bundle of food. This is for you. Even when angry, one must eat, Orell said, raising the food in his hand. Thank you, Orell, Jon replied, his excitement evident as he looked at the wineskin and the food Orell offered. Ah, what a touching scene. Just as Jon was about to respond, another voice chimed in. It is the imp, Tywin Lannister. It is indeed intriguing that a bastard, for reasons unknown, is barred from entering the banquet hall, disheartened and contemplating a life as a night's watchman. Tyrion, sipping his wine, ambled over to Jon, gazing up at him with a smirk. Jon's previously simple and cheerful demeanor was swiftly extinguished by Tyrion's sharp tongue. Have I offended you, lad? Tyrion continued, unabashed, as Jon turned to leave. Here's a piece of advice. Never forget who you are, for this world will not forget. Use it to construct your identity, and no one shall wield it against you. Tyrion remarked, observing Jon's impassive countenance. You are not a bastard. How could you possibly understand? Jon retorted with dissatisfaction. Every dwarf is regarded as a bastard in his father's eyes, Tyrion replied, indifferent to his own stature. A series of applause erupted as Olwyn stood beside them, clapping for Tyrion. Truly, you are the little imp of House Lannister. With merely a few words, you tower over the old lion of Lannister. Olwyn praised, his admiration evident. I hardly believe a mere guard should freely critique the old lion of House Lannister, Tyrion said, his curiosity piqued as he looked at Olwyn. I see nothing wrong with offering an opinion. As far as I know, many in King's Landing's flea pit have commented on our debauched king, and nothing came of it. Olwyn replied nonchalantly. That is because the flea pit is filled with truths. Tyrion shrugged. I speak the truth as well. Olwyn smiled back at Tyrion. Very interesting. What is your name? Tyrion inquired. Orwin Reed. I shall remember you. Orwin Reed, the guard of Winterfell. Tyrion remarked with a knowing glance. Lad, when you venture to the wall as a night's watchman, do let me know. I would be quite keen to see the world's end, and perhaps relieve myself at the wall. Tyrion then turned to Jon, waved to both, and strolled toward the banquet hall. If you truly intend to become a night's watchman, then go ahead. Perhaps you shall encounter a vastly different experience at the wall. Olwyn said, patting Jon on the shoulder. I'm off. I haven't eaten much, and my stomach remains unfilled. Olwyn continued, following Tyrion into the banquet hall. Inside the banquet hall, Robert, wearing his crown, was affectionately engaged with the cook from Winterfell, while Cersei and Catelyn chatted casually at the long table. After concluding a conversation with his squire, Eddard Stark turned to leave the banquet hall for some fresh air, feeling out of place in such an atmosphere. However, someone clearly did not wish for him to depart so easily. Make way. Eddard Stark addressed Jaime Lannister, who was blocking his path. I hear you are to become the new hand of the king in King's Landing, Jaime remarked, eyeing Eddard's intended exit. "This is the honor bestowed upon me by the king," declared Eddard Stark. "Then why not seize this opportunity to host a grand tournament here to celebrate your ascension?" Continued Jaime Lannister. "I believe it would be quite amusing to engage in a friendly contest with you," Jaime added. The commotion had drawn the attention of the banquet hall's attendees, particularly the guards of House Stark and the crimson-clad members of House Lannister. They sensed a peculiar tension between the two and began to gather around. Among them was Ser Alliser, who understood that Eddard Stark would refrain from engaging. Yet it was clear that the Lannisters had no intention of letting the matter rest. Chapter 10. The Tournament in the Banquet Hall. "Well, Lord Eddard, there are so many eyes upon you. Surely you do not intend to concede without a fight." Jaime Lannister continued his relentless provocation, wielding his sharp tongue against Eddard Stark. "I shall not partake in the tournament," Eddard Stark replied, maintaining his composed demeanor. "Why not? Is it age that makes you hesitant, or the fear of losing to me?" Jaime retorted, disdain etched across his features. "I refrain from participating in tournaments because I do not wish for my adversaries to discern my true capabilities during genuine combat." Eddard Stark responded coldly, his words laced with a palpable warning. "Then let us engage in real combat. I have long desired to witness just how formidable you are. The one who could slay the Sword of Dawn." Jaime pressed on, undeterred by the warning implicit in Eddard's words. "What is the meaning of this? What do you two factions intend to accomplish standing there?" boomed King Robert, who had been enjoying the company of the plump cook. "Your Majesty, I am merely discussing with Lord Eddard Stark the possibility of hosting a tournament in his honor to celebrate his impending appointment as Hand of the King," Jaime Lannister replied, bowing to Robert. One cannot deny that Jaime understood Robert well. The king, who had indulged in pleasure since ascending the throne, derived immense joy from drinking, consorting with courtesans, and tournament festivities. "A tournament, splendid idea. Since it has been proposed, let us commence. We shall hold a grand contest in this very banquet hall to celebrate our Lord Eddard Stark as he embarks on the King's Road to King's Landing," Robert exclaimed. His enthusiasm ignited at Jaime's suggestion. "For this tournament, let us keep it simple. It shall be an individual competition, open to all present. The ultimate victor shall be rewarded with 1,000 golden dragons from the king," Robert proclaimed, raising his goblet once more. Oh, the atmosphere in the hall instantly transformed under Robert's exuberance. Aside from the Stark guards and the Lannister crimson cloaks still at odds, the remaining courtiers erupted in jubilant cheers, with some raising their goblets in salute to the king. In the face of Robert's drunken antics, Eddard Stark found himself powerless. He could not contradict the king in such a setting, for it would surely humiliate his majesty. "Well then, Lord Eddard, the king has consented to the tournament. I wonder if you would be inclined to face me in a contest," remarked Jaime Lannister, a cunning smile playing on his lips as he regarded Eddard Stark. "I still refuse to participate. If Ser Jaime is truly eager, I believe our northern swords will provide you with quite the thrill," Eddard Stark replied, gesturing to the guards behind him. "It seems Lord Eddard is reluctant to engage with me, harboring great confidence in the guards of Winterfell," Jaime Lannister quipped, raising an eyebrow. "Since you hold such faith in your men, it would be a shame for me not to test my mettle." Jaime's tone carried an ominous undertone. Eddard Stark discerned Jaime's intent. He sought a contest that would draw blood. Yet, Eddard felt no trepidation, for his confidence stemmed from the presence of Ser Jorah Castle, emboldening him to provoke Jaime Lannister. "You may certainly try. I suspect our northern swords will etch an unforgettable memory in your mind," Eddard Stark replied with a slight smile. "I await the spectacle with bated breath, and I hope Lord Eddard does not come to regret his decision to abstain," Jaime retorted nonchalantly, his words still laced with veiled menace. "Enough with the preamble. Eddard, direct your men to clear the hall," allowing the young warriors below to prepare for a truly exhilarating contest, Robert proclaimed, standing atop the table with a goblet raised, his voice booming across the hall. "At your command, Your Grace," Eddard Stark responded with a bow, instructing Jorah Castle to oversee the removal of the long table in the center of the hall, thus creating a substantial space. "Let the challenge commence. All brave souls seeking 1,000 golden dragons may step forward to the center," Robert announced, surveying the gathering from his elevated position. In that moment, the assembly instinctively divided into 3 factions, one comprised of Stark guards, another of Lannister's crimson-clad warriors, and the final group of court officials and the King's Kingsguard. As Robert's words echoed, a robust figure from the Lannister ranks stepped forth, towering and muscular. Clearly a man of formidable strength. "I shall take the challenge," called out a voice from the Stark guards, Harris. After over a month of training in swordplay with Ser Jorah, Harris had honed his skills significantly and felt undaunted by the Lannister brute before him. The two combatants took their positions in the center of the arena, and as the arm of the king's attendant fell, both men swung their long swords fiercely towards one another. The blades clashed in a whirlwind of motion, sparks igniting the air around them. The formidable red-cloaked Lannister towered with impressive stature, wielding his long sword with swift and powerful strikes. Harris, realizing he was at a disadvantage in strength, opted for a strategy of evasion, skillfully maneuvering around his opponent in search of an opportunity, perhaps due to his considerable weight. The Lannister soon began to gasp for breath, the exertion of swinging the long sword taking its toll. Seizing the moment, Harris quickened his pace, darting behind the foe and delivering a fierce blow to the back of the opponent's knee with the flat of his blade. The Lannister collapsed instantly, and with a swift kick, Harris sent the sword flying from his grasp, pressing the tip of his weapon against the man's throat. A howl erupted. The first victor had emerged. Was there anyone else willing to step forth and challenge? Robert, perched high above, watched as the contest concluded, raising his goblet in excitement and calling out loudly. Spurred on by Robert's encouragement, another red-cloaked Lannister stepped into the arena. The bouts continued, and after vanquishing two more Lannisters, Harris found himself overpowered by fatigue and was ultimately defeated. Following him into the fray was Vaon Poole, the loyal guard of Eddard Stark, who had also trained in swordsmanship under Orwin for a month. However, Vaon, as Eddard's personal protector, was considerably more skilled than Harris, having ranked as the second-best swordsman among the Stark guards before Orwin's arrival, second only to Jory Castle. Upon entering the arena, Vaon easily dispatched several Lannister redcloaks, much to Cersei's chagrin. "Jaime!" Cersei called out loudly from behind the long table, directing her voice at Jaime Lannister, who stood before the Lannister redcloaks. In the past, Robert would not have allowed Cersei such reckless behavior, fully aware of Jaime's formidable swordsmanship as his Kingsguard. Yet, in his current inebriated state, Robert was too far gone to restrain her, leaving no one in the banquet hall capable of stopping Cersei. "At your command, your grace," Jaime Lannister replied with a bow, then turned to Eddard Stark, saying, "My lord, are you not going to join the fray? Your guard is no match for me. My lord, allow me to accept this usurper's challenge on your behalf." Orwin's voice rang out from behind the ranks of guards. The Stark guards parted, regarding Orwin with admiration. He approached Eddard Stark and bowed slightly. "Please, my lord, permit me to take on this challenge. I grant your request and allow you to accept the usurper's challenge in my name." Eddard Stark replied with a smile, acknowledging Orwin's initiative. Chapter 11, Mountain vs. Kingsguard. "My lord Eddard, are you certain you wish to send this guard to his demise? Sometimes, sheer size does not guarantee victory," Jaime Lannister remarked disdainfully, eyeing Orwin with skepticism. Ed Stark paid no mind to his words and simply requested a cup of wine from a nearby servant before settling comfortably into his chair. "Ha ha ha. Ed, you truly are something. To have your squire challenge the young lord of House Lannister is quite the audacious notion," Robert exclaimed. His interest peaked as he sat at the long table, now somewhat sober. "Come here. Since you won't participate, join me so we can fully appreciate this intriguing tournament." Hearing Robert's call, Ed Stark rose and approached his side, where Robert gestured for him to join at the long table. Reluctantly, Ed Stark supported himself against the chair and took a seat. "Fetch a chair for the hand of our future king, so he may sit comfortably and enjoy the contest," Robert declared, playfully slapping the ample backside of the cook. Soon, a servant brought a chair for Ed Stark, who sighed in resignation as he observed the rosy-cheeked Robert. "Let the contest begin. I wish to see if the Longclaw of the North can indeed defeat the Kingslayer." Robert waved his hand toward the two men standing in the arena. Upon hearing Robert's words, Orwin bowed lightly in his direction before turning his attention back to Jaime Lannister. "Young man, your gaze is quite disconcerting," Jaime remarked softly to Orwin. "And your hairstyle is equally unappealing," Orwin replied with a grin. "Such a foolhardy fellow. Pushed forward by Ed Stark as a mere pawn, yet still so brazen." Jaime unsheathed his longsword, narrowing his eyes. "Let us see what you've got." Orwin shrugged nonchalantly, drawing forth his meticulously crafted Viking sword from his waist. The swords of the two men bore distinct designs. Jaime's longsword was a typical bastard sword with a long grip and slender blade, suitable for dual-handed wielding. In contrast, Orwin's sword was a quintessential one-handed weapon, broad and hefty, with a significant counterweight at the pommel. Though the grip was not particularly long, it permitted two-handed use without difficulty. Additionally, the sword was tailored to Orwin's stature, resembling more of a great sword despite its classification. As both men drew their blades, the clamor of the banquet hall ceased abruptly, all eyes fixated on the two combatants. They cautiously maneuvered forward, closing the distance until their swords met. A fierce roar erupted from Jaime Lannister as he thrust his longsword toward Orrin's chest with blinding speed. With a resounding clang, Orrin effortlessly parried the sudden attack, swiftly countering with a powerful swing aimed at Jaime's head. The force of Orrin's strike disrupted Jaime's balance, compelling him to retreat hastily, desperately defending himself against the oncoming blow. In merely one round, Jaime Lannister nearly encountered a setback before Orrin, which compelled him to relinquish his arrogance. Seizing the opportunity to distance himself, he hastily adjusted his breathing and swiftly wiped the cold sweat from his palms onto his garments. Such remarkable skill. It is my first time witnessing the Kingslayer exhibit such caution, Robert exclaimed, his spirits lifted upon observing the brief skirmish where Jaime found himself at a disadvantage. Do carry on. Big fellow, teach that Lannister scion a lesson, Robert bellowed, his voice resonating throughout the banquet hall, for he alone dared to raise his voice, wary of inciting the wrath of Cersei, the lioness. The two combatants began to advance toward one another once more, their swords clashing with a cacophony of ringing metal. At this moment, Jaime exerted every ounce of strength in his attacks, yet each strike was effortlessly parried by Orrin. Conversely, each of Orrin's counterattacks compelled Jaime to respond with utmost urgency. Cersei, seated and observing her brother and lover in such disarray at Orrin's hands, felt her fury bubbling to the surface. No longer able to contain herself, she shattered the goblet before her and shouted, "Kingsguard, seize him!" In response to Cersei's furious command, 3 Kingsguard, accompanying Robert and excluding Barristan Selmy, swiftly drew their swords and encircled Orrin. Witnessing Cersei's blatant audacity, the Stark guards were incensed. Jory Castle immediately unsheathed his sword, rallying his fellow guards to assist Orrin. "Do not move," Orrin commanded, forcing Jaime back with a decisive strike and addressing Jory Castle. He then turned to confront the advancing Kingsguard. At this juncture, Orrin did not hold back. The costly sword, crafted with great care, danced in his hands as he launched an assault on the 3 encroaching guards. Under the onslaught of Orrin's might, the trio of Kingsguard proved to be no match. In a mere exchange, he dispatched the foremost guard with his agile speed and formidable strikes, disarming the opponent with ease. It was indeed unfortunate for this guard, Meryn Trant, a sworn protector of the Lannister family, who, in a bid to impress his lord, rushed forward and succumbed to Orrin's swift retaliation. The remaining 2 guards, witnessing their comrade's defeat, immediately coordinated their attack against Orrin. Unfazed, Orrin wielded his twin swords with finesse, effortlessly parrying their strikes while simultaneously launching counterattacks against the flanking Jaime Lannister. Orrin's mastery of dual swords was unparalleled, a testament to the title bestowed upon him by the system, Mountains. This title is far from trivial. It is the designation of a Viking giant, inherently possessing the bloodline of a berserker. In the dire north, a berserker is a master of wielding dual swords, charging into battle and cleaving through enemy lines. Employing a whirlwind of strikes amidst overwhelming odds is their routine. Thus, even when besieged by 3 Kingsguard, along with the presence of Jaime Lannister, Elwyn remained undaunted and increasingly emboldened, forcing the trio to retreat in disarray. At this moment, the banquet hall had transformed from a place of silence into a cacophony of cheers, with members of House Stark and numerous guards vociferously rallying behind Elwyn. Even Robert, seated at the long table, rose with his empty goblet raised, bellowing in fervor. This exhilarating scene ignited the fervent warrior spirit within Robert, compelling him to unleash his battle fervor through boisterous roars. As the clash neared its conclusion, the 3 Kingsguard found themselves utterly overwhelmed. With one adversary dispatched by Elwyn's deft swordplay, another fell to the ground, and the outcome of the battle was rendered without suspense. In the blink of an eye, another Kingsguard was brought low, leaving only Jaime Lannister standing. Elwyn, merely glistening with perspiration, maintained his composure, while Jaime Lannister, drenched in sweat and gasping for breath, struggled to steady his sword. "Sir Jaime, are you still satisfied with your longsword from the north?" Elwyn approached Jaime, speaking with measured intent. "Perhaps it would be wise to concede. It would preserve your dignity." Hearing Elwyn's words, Jaime felt a surge of humiliation akin to a wounded lion, and with a roar of fury, he charged at Elwyn, thrusting his sword with fervor. Clang! Elwyn deftly disarmed Jaime, sending his sword clattering to the ground. In a swift motion, Elwyn's other hand struck Jaime's back forcefully, rendering him unconscious. Elwyn raised his right fist in triumph, shouting a salute to the gathered crowd. The Stark guards and servants of Winterfell followed suit, raising their right hands in a chorus of admiration. From her seat, Arya Stark joined in the uproar, while the Stark children, save for Sansa, similarly honored Elwyn. Yet, Elwyn remained grounded amidst the fervent cheers. He approached Robert with a respectful bow, then proclaimed loudly, "Glory to the king, victory to House Stark. Glory to the king, victory to House Stark," echoed all those in Winterfell, joining Elwyn in exultation. Chapter 12. The roar of the queen and the king. The atmosphere in the banquet hall reached its zenith with Elwyn's proclamation of glory to the king and victory to House Stark. Within the hall, apart from the crimson-clad Lannisters, the rest fervently celebrated the king and House Stark. Yet, not all were inclined to cheer. Cersei was utterly unable to suppress the fury raging within her, especially upon witnessing her brother and paramour, Jaime Lannister, being rendered unconscious. Without a shred of concern for her dignity, she rushed to the center of the hall, shouting at the Lannister guards, "Kill him! Kill him!" Her voice was shrill and piercing, reminiscent of a malevolent witch, her gaze toward in brimming with animosity and murderous intent. Had her stare possessed the power to slay, Eowyn would have been reduced to mere fragments by Cersei's wrath. Though the Lannister guards were intimidated by Eowyn's formidable prowess, they could do nothing but reluctantly draw their swords and encircle Eowyn in response to Cersei's frenzied screams. However, this was the North, and the Stark guards, despite lacking any explicit orders, rallied under the leadership of Jory Castle, unsheathing their swords to confront the Lannister guards with unwavering resolve. The other northern soldiers in the banquet hall quickly followed suit, brandishing their weapons and surrounding the Lannister guards. The atmosphere became tense and stagnant. A goblet shattered between the two factions, and Robert's furious voice erupted. "Enough, you foolish woman. What do you intend to do? Turn this banquet hall into a slaughterhouse, with bodies strewn about and blood flowing freely? No one shall trample upon the dignity of House Lannister, and no one shall disregard their wrath." At this moment, Cersei was teetering on the brink of madness, wholly indifferent to Robert's fury, determined to execute Owain on the spot. In the face of Cersei's insanity, Robert leaped from the long table and strode forward, delivering a stinging slap to her face. The deranged Cersei was knocked to the ground, momentarily stunned. Gripping her face with force, Robert exclaimed in anger, "Cease this charade, you foolish woman. Do not presume that being the lioness of House Lannister grants you free rein before me. Your roars are akin to those of a wildcat. I fear not even the old lion." Straightening his posture, Robert bellowed at the Lannister guards, "Sheathe your weapons, you spineless cowards. And you lot, by the authority of the crown, I command you to lower your arms." He then turned his gaze upon the Stark guards, shouting. Jory Castle looked to Eddard Stark, who gave a slight nod. Upon receiving Eddard's silent directive, Jory sheathed his sword, and the northern guards and soldiers followed suit, relinquishing their weapons. The Lannister guards, witnessing this development, finally exhaled in relief, sheathing their swords and stepping back. "Ed, have your servants remove these worthless men lying on the ground. They are an eyesore," Robert commanded, turning to Eddard Stark. "As you wish, your majesty," Eddard replied with a bow. He then gestured to the nearby servants, and a dozen of them hurried forward to carry away the 4 Kingsguard knights felled by Eowyn, escorting them to a prepared chamber. Catelyn Tully approached the center of the hall, personally assisting Cersei, alongside the court maidens, as they departed from the banquet. Meanwhile, the formidable Maester Luwin led Sansa, Arya, and several other young ladies away. "As for you, the giant skilled in swordsmanship, are you called Orrin?" Robert turned to Orrin, who stood nearby. "Orwin Reed, your grace." Orrin replied with a bow. "A name to remember. Who were your ancestors?" Robert asked with sudden interest. "His grandfather was my father's guard, slain by the Mad King while protecting my father and brother in King's Landing. His father fought alongside me on the battlefield and perished at the Trident." Eddard Stark interjected. "Another cursed Targaryen wretch," Robert exclaimed vehemently upon hearing Eddard's words. "Orrin, would you be willing to become the King's Kingsguard? I shall bestow upon you a title and grant you countless golden dragons." Robert inquired, gazing at Orrin. "Your grace." Eddard Stark hastily began to object, only to be interrupted by Robert's raised hand. "It is an honor to receive your recognition, your grace. However, the Reed family has been the guardians of House Stark in the North for over 4 centuries. I have pledged to Lord Eddard to continue our family's mission and serve House Stark." Orrin replied with a bow. "Damn it, are all you Northerners such straightforward men?" Robert, far from angered by Orrin's refusal, found himself admiring the exceptional swordsman from the North even more. "Indeed, your grace. The men of the North are known for their forthrightness, loyal to their oaths and missions." Eddard Stark, relieved by Orrin's words, smiled in agreement. Yes, I have witnessed this in your company before, and today has reaffirmed it." Robert shrugged at Eddard Stark. "Now let us not dwell on that. Orrin, you triumphed in the tournament, and you were originally to be rewarded with 1,000 golden dragons. However, due to the circumstances that nearly drove my queen to madness, though she was at fault, I, as her husband, must impose a punishment upon you. Thus, your 1,000 golden dragons are forfeited, Robert stated regarding Orwin. Do you have any objections to my judgment? I do not, Your Grace. Your decree is quite fair, Orwin replied, bowing once more. What else could he say? To claim Robert's punishment was unjust would be akin to courting death itself. Robert's decision preserved the queen's dignity while silencing others. As for Cersei's slap, that was entirely her own doing, unrelated to anyone else. Very well. Since all matters are settled, let us resume our revelry. The banquet continues. In high spirits, Robert, having witnessed a splendid tournament and the Lannister heir's embarrassment, eagerly seized a filled goblet from the table, raising it high as he proclaimed jubilantly. As Lord Robert's voice faded, the banquet hall once again erupted into its initial lively atmosphere, with servants and cooks continuously delivering delectable dishes and frothy beer. At this moment, Orwin found himself encircled by a throng of guards, all eager to clink glasses and toast with him. The revelry persisted until the late hours of the night, concluding only when the king, reeking of alcohol, departed for a brothel outside Wolf's Den, escorted by Sir Baelish and a dozen gold-cloaked guards, eager to experience the tenderness of the northern maidens. Eddard Stark and Catelyn Tully returned to their chamber, nestled together on the bed, discussing matters concerning their journey to King's Landing. Suddenly, a series of knocks resounded at the door as a bachelor entered, bearing a letter adorned with the sigil of the Vale. Upon reading the missive, Catelyn was taken aback and hastily cast the letter into the crackling hearth. What is the matter? Eddard inquired, noticing Catelyn's grave countenance. It is a letter from the Eyrie, Catelyn replied somberly. My sister claims that Jon Arryn was murdered, and that it was orchestrated by the Lannisters. She also warns that the king is in peril. Your sister has just become a widow, Catelyn. She may be delirious, unaware of what she speaks. Eddard expressed his skepticism regarding the contents of the letter. If this letter were to fall into the wrong hands, Lisa would lose her head. Would she take such a risk with her life and her sons if she were not utterly convinced? Catelyn argued passionately. Eddard, clearly swayed by Catelyn's reasoning, turned away, deep in contemplation. If this is indeed true, then the Lannisters covet the throne. Apart from you, no one else can protect the king, remarked Maester Luwin, observing Eddard's troubled demeanor. But they have already resorted to murder against the former hand. You would have Eddard risk becoming a victim as well? Catelyn reproached Maester Luwin. The king has journeyed tirelessly for a month to seek your lordship's aid. You are now his only trusted ally, Maester Luwin replied with patience. My lord, you once swore allegiance to your king. He implored Eddard once more. He has fought for Robert all his life and has acted with a clear conscience. We owe him no obligation. Catelyn retorted fiercely. Eddard, consider your father and brother. They perished merely for answering the Mad King's summons to King's Landing. Catelyn began to persuade Eddard. Had it not been for this letter, Catelyn might not have hindered Eddard's journey south, especially since the king had publicly announced Eddard's appointment at the banquet. However, her concerns now mounted, fearing Eddard would meet the same grim fate as Jon Arryn upon reaching King's Landing. My lady, the circumstances have changed, as has the king, Maester Luwin continued. At this moment, Eddard Stark had made up his mind, his gaze resolutely fixed upon the blazing hearth. Maester Luwin, you may withdraw. I have resolved to heed the king's summons, Eddard Stark declared with unwavering determination. Maester Luwin merely bowed and exited the chamber. Eddard, Catelyn called out as she gazed at him. Do not worry, Kate. I shall exercise caution. This time, I will take half of the guards with me, and I shall bring Ser Roderick along. With him, I shall be quite safe, Eddard Stark reassured her gently as he embraced Catelyn Tully. Catelyn understood that Eddard's decision was final and unchangeable. At that moment, she could only hold tightly on to her husband, the seasoned Lord of the North, fearful that if she let go, she might never see him again. Nearby the training grounds of Winterfell, Ser Roderick was sprawled on his bed, soundly asleep. Earlier, at the banquet hall, he had been excessively indulged in wine by the guards, and despite his robust constitution, he could no longer withstand it. As the dawn broke, the courtyard of Winterfell was alive with the sounds of horses and soldiers preparing. Troops from King's Landing in the north were readying themselves, their steeds and lances at the ready. Eddard Stark and Robert Baratheon had mounted their horses, prepared to hunt within the Wolfswood. How is your marksmanship these days? Robert inquired from atop his steed, eyeing Eddard. It is not what it once was, but I dare say I am still somewhat better than you. Eddard Stark raised an eyebrow, responding with a hint of jest. Huh. Robert laughed derisively. What of that northern swordmaster of yours? I do not see him about. He scanned the surroundings from his mount, noticing Ser Roderick's absence. He is still in bed. Last night, the guards plied him with far too much wine. He is yet unable to rise. Eddard Stark said with a smile. Who could have imagined that the valiant Ser Roderick, who bested 4 men in combat the previous night, would possess such a poor tolerance for drink, still not having sobered? Ha! It seems our northern sword master is not invincible after all, at least when it comes to drinking. He is no match for us. Robert laughed heartily. I am glad you agreed to my request. Were it not for necessity, I would not send you to King's Landing. Robert's expression turned serious. I hope I shall not disappoint you. Eddard Stark nodded in affirmation. You will not. Robert replied with a smile. Let us go. We shall hunt some wild boars. With that, Robert spurred his horse out of the city, while Eddard Stark followed closely behind with Robb, Theon, and Jon Snow. A throng of cavalry wielding long lances followed in a grand procession, heading towards the Wolfswood. Bran, being the youngest, could only watch as the hunting party departed from Winterfell until they vanished from sight. Then, he took his dire wolf and set off towards the old tower of Winterfell. Not long after the hunting party departed, Ser Roderick emerged from his chamber, his sword at his side, a longbow in hand, and a quiver filled with 20 arrows slung over his back. Orwin casually took a few pieces of bread and some slices of cured meat from the kitchen, and with this simplicity, he set out from Wolfburg. His objective was unequivocal, to head towards the old tower, for he vividly recalled that it was on this very day that Bran had encountered trouble. Although Orwin was uncertain whether Cersei and Jaime Lannister would take advantage of Robert's hunting excursion to engage in their clandestine affair at the tower, he nonetheless resolved to equip himself and investigate, just in case. After all, Bran was now his pupil, and he felt it was his duty as a teacher to look after him. Additionally, Orwin was curious to see if, after altering Bran's fate, the three-eyed raven would still have the opportunity to deceive Bran. While watching the series, Orwin had long harbored doubts about whether Bran had ultimately become possessed by the three-eyed raven, a form of resurrection. When Orwin arrived at the base of the old tower, he found Bran already climbing, leaving behind the little dire wolf named Summer, who was anxiously pacing below. Bran, Orwin called out loudly from the foot of the tower. His voice resonated powerfully, reaching Bran's ears as he had ascended halfway. Master Orwin, Bran exclaimed joyfully upon seeing him. Bran, come down quickly. You've missed many lessons lately. If this continues, Arya will leave you far behind. Orwin admonished him. All right, Master Orwin. I'll come down as soon as I reach the top. Bran waved back cheerfully. Bran, I advise you to descend first. If you climb to the top and then come down, you will lack the energy for training. Orwin continued to urge from below. Don't worry, Master Orwin. I can climb up quickly. It won't take much effort, Bran replied, resuming his ascent. Seeing this, Orwin had no choice but to muster his courage and run into the tower, disregarding the possibility of stumbling upon the illicit rendezvous between Cersei and Jaime Lannister. Even if he did uncover their affair, he was not afraid, for Jaime Lannister was no match for him. Nevertheless, Orwin remained cautious, calling out Bran's name as he raced up the tower, hoping to rouse the illicit couple above. Orwin moved swiftly and shouted loudly. Yet there was no response from the tower. Through the windows, he discerned that Bran was nearing the top, prompting him to quicken his pace even further. Upon reaching the pinnacle of the tower, Orwin was met with a disarray of debris, devoid of any sign of life. Just then, Bran finally climbed through the window and into the tower. Bran, I believe it is imperative that I take you to meet the Duchess. Your actions are far too perilous, Orwin said, his expression grave as he regarded Bran. Master Orwin, please don't tell my mother. I beg you, Bran implored, immediately adopting a pitiful demeanor at Orwin's serious tone. I understand if you do not wish for me to take you to meet the Duchess. Yet I must insist that you promise me you will refrain from such behavior before Lord Eddard departs for King's Landing, and that you will diligently follow my instruction in swordsmanship and archery, Orwin declared, casting a glance at Bran. Surely, you do not wish to remain perpetually overshadowed by Arya, do you? He added provocatively. Very well, Master Orwin. I shall apply myself diligently. Next time, I will certainly defeat Arya, Bran vowed immediately, evidently displeased with his constant subjugation to Arya's prowess. Come, let us descend, Orwin said, wrapping an arm around Bran's shoulders as they began their descent from the tower. As they emerged, they spotted Cersei and Jaime Lannister approaching the tower from a distance. Your Majesty, Ser Jaime. Orwin greeted them with a courteous bow, displaying no trepidation at their unexpected encounter. Ah, it appears we have the famed swordmaster of the North. Who would have thought that such a renowned figure would play the role of a caretaker for the Stark children? Cersei remarked with a sinister smile. Your Majesty flatters me. My skills hardly warrant the title of Swordmaster of the North. Orwin discerned the underlying tone of Cersei's words. aware that she sought to provoke him to justify her actions. Seeing that Orwin remained unfazed, Cersei's interest was evidently piqued, and her thoughts shifted. "Your Majesty, Ser Jaime, it is time for the children's lessons. I must take my leave," Orwin stated, bowing again as he sensed Cersei's ulterior motives and promptly departed with Bran. "Are you intrigued by him?" Jaime Lannister inquired of Cersei. "Indeed," Cersei replied candidly, then turned to Jaime, whose expression bore signs of discontent, and continued. "Individuals of such exceptional swordsmanship are rare. I concede that this guard's skill is formidable. Even should the deceased Dawn Swordmaster be revived, we may not stand as his equals," Jaime acknowledged with a nod. "However, it is not always necessary to surpass someone in combat to end their life. Poison, assassination, or even deploying an entire army are but a few of the myriad methods available," Jaime continued, clearly still troubled by the events of the previous night. He recognized his own limitations against Orwin, but, as a Lannister, he had ample resources at his disposal should he wish to eliminate a rival. After all, a sufficient amount of gold could easily secure loyalty. "You speak true, Jaime. Yet, one undeniable fact remains. With him by Eddard Stark's side, it is akin to possessing a trump card. In certain scenarios, this guard poses a threat equal to that of a fully armed battalion," Cersei remarked, tilting her head slightly, gazing at the departing Orwin with an air of superiority. "So, you intend to cultivate his allegiance?" Jaime inquired, discerning her intent. "Yes, but not at this moment. I shall wait until we arrive in King's Landing to gradually win him over. After all, we are in the north," Cersei replied lightly. "Let us proceed. My dear Ser Jaime, shall we accompany your queen to that towering edifice and behold the view from its heights? I imagine the scenery there must be quite extraordinary." Cersei shifted her tone, provocatively teasing Jaime Lannister. "As you command, Your Majesty." Jaime Lannister responded with a mock bow, his words laced with playful frivolity. The two, consumed by their illicit passion, ascended the tower, making their way to the highest level. Once they confirmed the space was unoccupied, Cersei could no longer suppress her desires and boldly seized Jaime, initiating a fervent embrace. Meanwhile, Ser Olwyn brought Bran to the training grounds, where Arya was already practicing her swordsmanship. It is no wonder that Arya is destined to become the foremost female swordsman in the Seven Kingdoms. Her talent is truly remarkable. The swift blade danced in her hands as if it were alive, with petals of steel blooming in the air. Brilliant, yet lethal, graceful yet sharp. "Ser Olwyn, do you think I stand a chance of surpassing Arya?" Bran, unable to tear his gaze from Arya's impressive display, turned to his mentor with a hopeful inquiry. "Do your utmost, Bran," Olwyn replied, patting him on the shoulder. "Then it seems impossible," Bran said, a hint of despondency in his voice. "Do not lose heart, with diligence. You will surely narrow the gap between you two," Olwyn encouraged. "Now go practice. I shall be here to guide you," he added, giving Bran a gentle pat on the back. Bran nodded and approached the edge of the training ground, picking up a dull sword. He began to practice the form Ser Olwyn had previously taught him, executing each move with care. "How am I doing, Ser Olwyn?" he called out as Olwyn corrected his technique. Just then, Arya finished her practice and ran over to inquire, "Have I done well?" "You have made remarkable progress, Arya. One day, you will undoubtedly become the greatest female swordsman in the Seven Kingdoms," Olwyn said with a smile, proud of his most talented pupil. "Really?" Arya asked, excitement sparkling in her eyes. "Indeed, but you must continue to train diligently, constantly refining your footwork and learning to adapt. This requires sparring with others. Only through experience can you aspire to be the greatest," Olwyn advised. "Understood. I know what I must do now." Arya nodded vigorously. "Isn't that the little wolf cub from House Stark? Practicing those feudal moves all alone. Shall I teach you how to wield a sword?" A loathsome voice echoed from the edge of the training ground. It was Joffrey Baratheon, accompanied by his brutish hound, Sandor Clegane. "Come now, little wolf cub. Let me witness your swordplay," Joffrey taunted, drawing his sword menacingly towards Bran. A cowardly bully, Joffrey would show no teeth in the face of those stronger than he, yet would turn savage against the weak. This trait only intensified after he ascended to the throne. "Bran, since His Royal Highness wishes to see your skills, you should oblige him and allow the prince to provide you with some instruction." The voice of Orwin resonated from the other side. Upon hearing Orwin's voice, Joffrey's steps came to an abrupt halt, while Sandor, the hound, hastily approached Joffrey, instinctively tightening his grip on the long sword at his waist, casting vigilant glances at Orwin. "Your Highness, Sir Sandor." Orwin greeted the two with a gentle nod. At that moment, Joffrey had retracted his earlier arrogance, retreating behind Sandor and hurriedly sheathing his sword. "Dog, we shall depart." Joffrey cast a glance at Orwin and swiftly turned to leave. Sandor regarded Orwin, who bore a cheerful expression, and slowly withdrew from the training ground before turning to follow Joffrey. I dislike him. He evokes such disdain in me, Arya remarked, frowning as she watched Joffrey's retreating figure. I share your sentiment, Orwin replied softly. Yet Sansa is quite fond of him. Last night, she remarked that you should not have bested Jaime Lannister in front of so many. You embarrassed the queen, placing her in a most awkward position before both the queen and the prince. Arya recounted last night's events with urgency. Pay her no mind. She is merely an ignorant little girl. Orwin chuckled, secretly shaking his head, reflecting on how aptly she embodied the notorious foolishness of the trio in the tale. Her level of naivety was unparalleled. I too harbor disdain for Sansa, Arya exclaimed, brimming with indignation. Enough of this talk. Go practice with Bran. Use the blunted swords. Be cautious not to injure him, Orwin instructed Arya. Upon hearing this, Arya excitedly switched her agile sword for a blunted one and dashed towards Bran. Bran, engage in a spar with Arya. Focus and strive to defeat her, Orwin called out to Bran. The two youngsters swiftly began their practice, wielding blunted swords in the training yard, while Orwin stood by, occasionally offering guidance to Bran on how to strike. Suddenly, Orwin sensed a gaze fixed upon him from a distance to his right. He immediately turned his head in that direction, yet found nothing but towering edifices. Orwin was certain of his instincts, so he scrutinized the surroundings of the buildings. Then he noticed a crow perched atop a roof, staring intently in his direction. The sight of this crow instantly reminded Orwin of the three-eyed raven trapped in the hollow of a tree in the land of eternal winter. Without hesitation, Orwin drew an arrow from his quiver, knocked it to his bow, and aimed at the crow. Confident in his archery skills, he believed that a shot aimed at an ordinary crow would surely obliterate it. Yet, to his astonishment, the arrow, capable of piercing the skull of a giant bear, was evaded by the crow. As the crow swooped towards Orwin, a glint of cold steel flashed through the air. Orwin swiftly unsheathed his sword and executed a decisive strike, beheading the crow with a single blow. In the realm of the three-eyed crow, Owen observed with clarity that the creature bore 3 eyes upon its head, yet within moments, the third eye vanished. It appeared that his presence had disrupted the plans of the three-eyed crow, serving as a warning to him. Owen muttered softly to himself. Chapter 15. Journey south to King's Landing. Owen had now ascertained that the three-eyed crow had its sights firmly set on Bran, and the most effective way to extricate Bran from the crow's pursuit would be to take him along to King's Landing. However, this decision significantly heightened the dangers they would face in the capital. Had it only been Eddard Stark, Arya, and Bran, Owen believed he could navigate them safely through King's Landing with deft maneuvering. Yet, the inclusion of Bran raised the stakes considerably. Even the addition of more guards would not alleviate his concerns. A single misstep could result in a Stark male falling into Cersei's clutches, a predicament fraught with peril. These worries, however, were Owen's alone, burdens he could not share with anyone. As night fell, Robert and Eddard Stark returned from the woods, having hunted several wild boars and deer. The evening culminated in a lavish feast, during which Robert declared his intention to return to King's Landing in 2 days. After the banquet, Eddard summoned Jory Castle and Owen, joined by Robert and Catelyn Tully. I trust you are aware that I have accepted the King's summons to serve as Hand of the King in King's Landing. After my departure, I entrust the affairs of the North to you, Robb, Eddard addressed his eldest son. Yes, father. I will not let you down, Robb replied, solemnly nodding. Eddard acknowledged him with a nod before turning to Jory Castle. For this journey south, I have decided to take half of the guards. Jory, you shall assist Robb in my absence. Understood, my lord, Jory Castle replied, bowing to Eddard Stark. Owen, Eddard called, directing his gaze toward him. My lord. Owen responded with a slight bow. You will serve as my captain of the guard on this journey south. My safety will rest in your hands, Eddard stated earnestly. It is my honor. Rest assured, my lord, I shall do everything in my power to ensure your safety. Owen replied, bowing slightly once more. Thank you, Eddard said sincerely. My lord, there is something I feel compelled to express, Owen said, meeting Eddard's serious gaze. Eddard regarded Owen with a solemn expression and nodded gently. My lord, as we venture south to King's Landing, we are departing the north for an entirely unfamiliar territory. It is not our domain, and with the Lannister guards present, our safety could be jeopardized if we take only half the guards, Owen asserted gravely. From the events of the past 2 days, it is evident that the Lannisters are not inclined to treat us with kindness. Yes, Eddard, the journey southward this time is fraught with peril. You must exercise utmost caution. The number of guards should not be too few. It is essential that they instill a sense of trepidation in the enemies of King's Landing. Catelyn Tully interjected. Eddard Stark pondered for a moment before turning to Orwin and inquired, what suggestions do you have? My lord, I believe that taking half of the guards for the journey to King's Landing will suffice, though this is merely for appearances. Behind the scenes, you must inform the fleet at White Harbor to be prepared to move south at a moment's notice. It would be prudent to have White Harbor organize a merchant convoy, along with several trading vessels, to remain active around King's Landing, masquerading as merchants. This way, we will at least have ships available for our retreat if the need arises. Orwin suggested thoughtfully. Furthermore, we need to equip both the guards and yourself with armor. Judging by the quality of the red cloaks we have encountered, their equipment is quite formidable. While our men may excel in swordsmanship, they are vastly inferior in terms of protection. Orwin added, Your counsel is most astute, Orwin. I shall instruct the maester to send word to White Harbor. As for the issue of protection, that is easily rectified. We have ample armor stored in Winterfell, sufficient to equip all the guards. Eddard Stark concurred with Orwin's assessment, smiling. Very well, Orwin, you shall be responsible for selecting the guards for this journey south. We depart with the king early the day after tomorrow. Eddard Stark commanded Orwin. Yes, my lord. I shall proceed to select the men. Orwin replied with a nod, then turned to leave and choose the guards. You may all take your leave as well. Eddard Stark waved his hand, dismissing Jory Castle and Robb after Orwin had departed. Orwin had already contemplated the selections he would make. After all, he had been a trainer for a month and was well aware of the strengths of the guard swordsmanship and archery. Thus, the selection process went smoothly, with Harris and Shireen included among them. As for Eddard Stark's personal guard, Vaon Poole, there was no need for concern. Orwin believed that Vaon was now capable of holding his own against Jaime Lannister. Despite the likelihood of defeat, it would not come easily for Jaime. Having finalized the selection of the guards, Orwin proceeded to the training grounds, where he found Jon Snow standing before the blacksmith, observing the smith at work. Curiosity piqued. Orwin approached to see what the blacksmith was crafting. He discovered the blacksmith was forging a finely detailed half-plate mail, the iron rings tightly woven, suggesting a commendable level of protection. Upon noting the size, Orwin realized it was intended for Arya. The blacksmith had thoughtfully allowed for growth, ensuring that the armor would serve Arya well as she matured. You truly are a remarkable brother, Orwin remarked with a smile at Jon Snow. Why do you say that? Jon inquired, puzzled. Do not think me oblivious. This armor is clearly meant for Arya. Orwin continued. You are correct. It is indeed for Arya. She now possesses the long sword you prepared for her. Originally, I intended to forge a dagger for her before my departure, but it seems I can only craft her a suit of chainmail now. Jon Snow remarked with a smile. In Jon Snow's eyes, these few siblings were the only ones he could not bear to part with Arya being the one he cherished the most. You have made your decision. You truly wish to go to the Wall and become a Night's Watchman? Orwin inquired upon hearing Jon Snow's words. Indeed. I believe the Night's Watch will be my best refuge. Jon Snow nodded affirmatively. Very well, since you have made your choice, allow me to offer you a piece of advice, Orwin said, gazing at Jon Snow. What is it? Jon Snow asked curiously. First, unite well with the brothers who accompany you. Second, do not let your superior swordsmanship lead you to believe you are exceptional. You must understand that many of the current Night's Watchmen are mere thieves or other criminals lacking any sword skills, Orwin advised Jon Snow. Though I may not fully grasp your meaning, I shall remember it. Jon Snow nodded. That is all I ask. Orwin patted Jon Snow on the shoulder. Time swiftly passed, and on the third day, the king's entourage was ready to set out. Orwin, alongside a multitude of guards, prepared the luggage, horses, and various supplies. The Stark guards accompanying them were now clad in armor, fully equipped, unlike the mere leather armor depicted in the tales. Orwin was no different. However, his armor was unique, resembling leather armor studded with iron, and he wore iron bracers on his arms. Orwin, why are you wearing leather armor? Is there no suitable armor for you? Eddard Stark could not help but inquire, observing Orwin's gear. My lord, please give my leather armor a knock. Orwin replied without further explanation, inviting Eddard Stark to tap on his leather armor. Eddard Stark, puzzled, knocked on Orwin's leather armor and felt it was quite solid, producing the sound of metal clashing. What an excellent idea. Eddard Stark chuckled. The armor Orwin wore was a custom-made leather armor inspired by the ironclad fabric of the Ming dynasty. It appeared as leather but offered defensive capabilities comparable to iron armor. Moreover, he wore chainmail underneath, creating a double layer of protection that would not falter even against heavily armored knights. More importantly, such armor was lighter and more agile. With everything prepared, the southern expedition finally departed from Winterfell shortly after midday. Accompanying Eddard Stark southward, just as in the tales, were only Arya and Sansa. Jon Snow and Benjen also traveled together. Benjen had already spoken with Eddard Stark, securing permission to take Jon to the Wall as a member of the Night's Watch. and Eddard Stark had consented. The group continued until they reached the fork in King's Road, where Benjen bid farewell to Jon and Eddard Stark. As for Tyrion, he remained true to the story, following Benjen and Jon to the wall with 2 red-robed companions, intending to relieve himself atop the wall. Eddard Stark, much like the circumstances of their parting, vowed to reveal to Jon Snow the truth about his mother upon their next encounter. As the grand procession continued its journey, the distance to Winterfell grew ever greater, and the climate began to warm. The once flat meadows gave way to dense forests and rugged mountains. The waters of the Green Fork River flowed relentlessly southward alongside the King's Road. After a fortnight of travel, the king himself began to feel wearied and commanded that they encamp on the open ground by the river for a much-needed respite. Chapter 16. Arya's Crisis. The nearly 1,000-strong retinue halted by the banks of the Green Fork, where the tents were swiftly erected by the guards of the nobles. And a jovial campsite for the king, queen, and distinguished guests was prepared, adorned with fine wines and sumptuous feasts. Robert and Eddard Stark sat together, savoring the gentle breeze. Unlike the frigid air of Winterfell, this northern locale offered a temperate climate, reminiscent of a warm spring day. "Look here, a letter arrived last night," Robert exclaimed, handing a missive to Eddard Stark. Eddard took the letter and began to read, a slight twitch forming at the corner of his mouth. Daenerys Targaryen had wedded Dothraki Horse Lord. "So what? Should we send a congratulatory gift?" Eddard remarked, placing the letter on a small table before him. "A blade would be more fitting, a sharp one, in the hands of a man of courage," Robert declared with a fierce glint in his eyes, quickly lifting his cup to take a hearty swig. "She is but a child," Eddard interjected, observing Robert's bloodthirsty demeanor. "That child will soon learn to spread her legs and bear bastards," Robert retorted, slamming down his cup. "Your reaction is somewhat excessive. There is no need for such alarm." Eddard continued. "Nay, everything is necessary. The Dothraki Horse Lord commands an army of 100,000, and they could readily support that Targaryen wretch upon their return." Robert spoke in a low, intense voice, fixing Eddard with a steely gaze. "You are overly concerned. The Dothraki have no ships. Their horses cannot traverse the narrow sea. Even if he had 1,000,000 soldiers, what of it? Together we could drive them back." Eddard countered, still bewildered by Robert's fervent response. "Eddard, the situation is not as simple as you perceive. In King's Landing, some still refer to me as a usurper. If that Targaryen wretch returns with Dothraki cavalry, those scoundrels will surely rally to his cause." Robert's countenance darkened. "A storm is brewing, Eddard. I cannot predict when war will ignite or who our adversaries may be, but I can already scent the impending conflict." Robert raised his cup, taking another solemn sip. The conversation between the two individuals cast a pall over the atmosphere, causing Eddard Stark to reflect upon the letter sent from the Eyrie to Winterfell, his brow furrowing even more deeply. After a night of rest, the southern expedition resumed its journey, pausing once again in a small town after several days of travel. King Robert, unable to contain his enthusiasm, hastened into the town's brothel in search of merriment, while the courtiers from King's Landing sought entertainment within the town as well. In the Stark camp, Orwin was conducting a patrol around the perimeter with Harris and Shirley. With no available grounds in the town, even the king's retinue had to encamp outside its borders. However, the king's entourage had secured advantageous positions, leaving the Stark family's contingent positioned at the rear of the caravan to make camp near the edge of the woodland. Given their location in the wilderness, Orwin felt compelled to exercise caution, particularly with women in their camp, especially Arya and Sansa. "Brothers, ensure that the side near the woods is well guarded. Reinforce the fences and make them sturdy," Orwin instructed Harris, casting a wary glance at the dense thicket nearby. "Additionally, let us park the lady's carriage beside Lord Eddard's tent, so they can rest in it tonight," he continued. "Very well, I will have Shirley arrange that." Harris nodded, directing Shirley to reorganize the camp. "Shirley, remind the men that we are no longer in the north. Everyone must exercise caution tonight. Once we reach King's Landing, I will petition Lord Eddard to treat us to the fine wines of the capital." Orwin called out to Shirley. "Understood, Captain." Shirley replied with a bow before dashing off toward the camp. "Come, let us explore the area further and ascertain if there are any other matters to attend to," Orwin said to Harris, leading the way ahead. Meanwhile, Sansa strolled through the town, leading her lady companion, feeling out of place amidst the finery of the courtiers' daughters from King's Landing. Just then, Joffrey appeared with Sandor on the road, seizing the opportunity to invite Sansa for a walk outside the town. Eager to marry the prince and become queen, Sansa readily accepted his invitation. Outside the town, by the banks of the Trident River, Arya was playfully wielding a stick while engaging with the butcher's son. For Arya, distinctions of rank held little significance. What mattered was whether one was likable or not. Despite the boy's humble attire, stained from assisting his father, Arya found him far more agreeable than the children of the courtiers, who, like Sansa, elicited her disdain. The two children, armed with wooden sticks, engaged in a mock duel, and it was evident to any observer that Arya was deliberately allowing the butcher's son to prevail. As a young wolf girl who has been training under Erwin for over a month, Arya's swordsmanship is quite methodical. However, when faced with an utterly ignorant commoner, she does not take advantage of her skills to bully him. Instead, she engages him playfully, as if she knows nothing of combat. Moreover, Arya feels delighted that the butcher's son is willing to play with her, considering him a friend. This camaraderie is one of the reasons many are fond of her. Meanwhile, Joffrey, with a wine jug in hand, incessantly tempts Sansa to drink, partaking in the libations himself. It is evident that Joffrey has ulterior motives, seeking a secluded place to exploit the effects of alcohol for nefarious purposes. As he continues to persuade Sansa to indulge, the sounds of a scuffle nearby capture his attention. The two share a glance and head towards the source of the commotion. There, Arya is engaged in a spirited chase with the butcher's son. Unable to contain herself, Sansa calls out to her sister, "Arya?" Hearing her name, Arya turns to look, but inadvertently gets struck on the arm by the butcher's son wielding a stick. She cries out in pain, and, upon seeing Joffrey and Sansa approaching, her disdain surfaces as she shouts, "Stay away." With the effects of the alcohol taking hold, Joffrey glances between Arya and Sansa, questioning, "Your sister?" Sansa nods in affirmation. "And who is this wretch?" He inquires further. "Mikey, my lord." The butcher's son stammers, fear evident in his voice as he discards the stick. "The butcher's son," Sansa replies with evident disdain. "He is my friend," Arya retorts loudly, unable to suppress her irritation at Sansa's expression. "Does a swineherd aspire to be a knight?" Joffrey mocks Mikey. "Pick up your stick, boy, and let me see if you are worthy." With a sinister expression, Joffrey unsheaths his sword and approaches Mikey menacingly. "My lord, I didn't mean to. She challenged me." Mikey hastily explains, glancing nervously at Joffrey. "I am a prince, not merely a lord." Joffrey's gaze turns even more chilling, continuing his torment. Joffrey drags the sword's tip across Mikey's face, drawing blood instantly. "Stop. He is my friend." Arya cries out in protest. "Arya, do not interfere." Sansa's voice follows closely. Arya gazes incredulously at Sansa, then at Joffrey, who revels in the suffering of others with a perverse satisfaction that further fuels Arya's disdain. As Joffrey's actions grow increasingly cruel and perilous, Arya can no longer hold back. She seizes a wooden stick and strikes Joffrey forcefully on the back. "Ah!" Joffrey cries out in pain. "Run!" Arya shouts to Mikey. Upon witnessing the scene, Maesai hastily turned and fled. Once Joffrey regained his composure, he furiously shouted at Arya, "You wretched girl, I shall slay you." At that moment, Joffrey's expression had twisted into a grotesque mask of rage as he swung his long sword menacingly at Arya. However, having trained in swordsmanship under Orwin for over a month, Arya no longer feigned ignorance. As Joffrey charged towards her, she swiftly created distance, brandishing a wooden stick in a stance reminiscent of a swordsman. Arya adeptly evaded Joffrey's long sword, and with remarkable speed, struck forcefully at his wrist, sending the weapon clattering to the ground. Seizing the moment, she swiftly shifted her technique and jabbed the wooden stick into Joffrey's ribs, rendering him utterly incapacitated as he collapsed to the ground, clutching his side in agony. Observing the fallen Joffrey, Arya realized she had plunged herself into grave trouble. Yet, in order to prevent him from rising and causing further harm, she picked up Joffrey's longsword and pointed it resolutely at him. "Please, don't kill me. I swear I won't do it again, I beg you." Joffrey, stripped of his earlier brutality, now trembled with fear and terror at the prospect of Arya truly ending his life. Witnessing Joffrey's cowardice, Arya thrust his long sword into the Trident River, glanced at Sansa, called out to her little wolf pup Nymeria, and then swiftly fled, disappearing into the dense forest. Chapter 17. Carnage. After Olwyn and Harris had completed their patrol of the entire camp, dusk had begun to settle. As they made their way back, Olwyn noticed a commotion emanating from the king's encampment. Possessing sharper senses than most, he faintly discerned voices from that direction. The crown prince has been injured. In an instant, Olwyn recalled that he had not seen Arya or Sansa while inspecting the perimeter of the camp. "Harris, did you see Miss Arya or Sansa this afternoon?" Olwyn immediately turned to Harris and inquired. "No, I haven't. What is going on?" Harris replied, puzzled. "This is troublesome. You must return to the camp immediately and inform Lord Eddard that Arya may be in danger. If Lord Eddard is not present, arrange for someone to find Miss Sansa and ensure her protection. Then seek out Lord Eddard and gather reinforcements to secure our camp," Olwyn said with grave seriousness. And what about you? Harris asked, unable to restrain his concern at Olwyn's somber demeanor. I shall search for Arya, Olwyn declared, hastily sprinting back towards the camp. Upon returning to his tent, Olwyn donned his chainmail, slipped into his leather armor, and equipped his iron gauntlets. Grasping his longbow and slinging the quiver over his shoulder, he prepared for the potential confrontation ahead. He took an additional 2 quivers and strapped them on before racing to the stables to ready his warhorse, galloping out of the camp towards the Trident riverbank. Lord Eddard! Lord Eddard! Harris called out loudly as he arrived at Eddard Stark's tent, adhering to Olwyn's orders. What is it, Harris? Fortunately, Eddard Stark was in the tent when Harris rushed in to speak. My lord, it seems something has transpired at the king's encampment. Orwin has sent me to inform you that Lady Arya may be in peril. He has also instructed me to arrange for someone to find Lady Sansa and ensure her protection. Orwin has already ridden off in search of Lady Arya. Harris promptly relayed Orwin's message to Eddard Stark. Upon hearing this, a grave expression crossed Eddard's face, and after a moment of contemplation, he spoke. Follow Orwin's instructions. Immediately seek out the nurse and inquire if Sansa has returned. If she has not, take men to the king's camp to search for her. Should anyone impede your efforts, inform them that it is by my command. Once found, bring her to me without delay. Yes, my lord. Harris acknowledged the command and swiftly exited the tent, hurrying to the nearby carriage where he knocked forcefully on the door. Nurse, I am Harris, Lord Eddard's guard. Is Lady Sansa inside the carriage? He called out loudly. Hearing the commotion outside, the nurse glanced at Sansa before opening the carriage door. What is the matter? Lady Sansa is within, the nurse inquired, looking at Harris. Nurse, Lord Eddard wishes to see Lady Sansa. Harris replied courteously. Very well, I shall bring her to him. The nurse responded, then led a visibly anxious Sansa down from the carriage and into Eddard Stark's tent. My lord, I have brought Lady Sansa, Harris announced as he entered the tent. Addressing Eddard Stark. Sansa, tell me, what transpired this afternoon? Eddard Stark asked, his demeanor serious as he regarded Sansa. Sansa looked at Eddard with trepidation, and after a considerable pause, she recounted the events of the afternoon. Eddard's expression grew even more somber as he paced the tent, stroking his chin in deep thought. After a while, he turned to Sansa and said gravely, this matter concerns your sister's safety. Should the king and queen question you, you must speak the truth. Do you understand, Sansa? But Arya harmed Prince Joffrey. This is her fault. Sansa's mind was consumed with thoughts of how to face her beloved prince. Fearing he might direct his ire at her due to Arya's actions, Eddard looked at Sansa, momentarily taken aback, unsure of how to respond. My lord, the king's attendant has arrived, requesting that you take Lady Sansa to the king's tent. Vayon Pol announced as he lifted the tent flap and entered. Eddard Stark took a deep breath and said, Harris, you must immediately organize our men to search for Arya. I suspect the Lannisters' red cloaks are already in motion, and Arya is in grave danger. I shall do so at once. Harris replied promptly and dashed out of the tent. Let us go, Eddard Stark said to Vayon Pol, then stepped out of the tent, leading Sansa toward the king's encampment. With a torch in hand, Orwin rode his warhorse to the banks of the Trident River. Illuminated by the flickering flame, he discovered traces on the riverbank that extended deep into the dense forest. As he observed a distant glow rapidly approaching, he realized that the Lannisters' red cloaks were on the move. Time was of the essence. Orwin dared not delay, disregarding the forest's treacherous terrain, and charged ahead. To avoid drawing the attention of the red cloaks, he cast his torch into the river before entering the thicket. Utilizing the faint moonlight, Orwin searched tirelessly for the signs left by Arya. As he ventured deeper, his steed could no longer navigate the underbrush, compelling him to abandon his horse and proceed on foot. Arya, Arya, he called out, the darkness thickening around him, rendering the available light insufficient for visibility. With no other recourse, he raised his voice in desperation. After a while, he suddenly heard Arya's voice ahead. Orwin sprinted towards the sound, only to find Arya huddled in a patch of grass, clutching her small wolf cub, her clothing torn by branches. Clearly frightened, she leapt into his arms. At last, I found you. Come back with me. Do not worry. Lord Eddard will protect you. Orwin gently reassured her as he took her hand and began to lead her back through the forest. However, an unforeseen event transpired. Before they could reach where Orwin had dismounted, they were met with a throng of figures ahead, illuminated by numerous torches. The Lannister red cloaks had discovered them. I see her. She is over here. The foremost red cloak shouted upon spotting Orwin and Arya. By the Queen's command, once Arya Stark is found, kill her without mercy. Eliminate her. A figure clearly commanding the others bellowed from behind the red cloaks. Understanding the gravity of the situation, Orwin turned to Arya and urged, hide. She nodded quickly, retreating with her wolf cub. Orwin gazed at the approaching torches, recognizing that a considerable number of red cloaks, likely dozens, were converging upon them, with more lights visible in the distance. He resolved to attempt a dialogue, hoping to avert conflict if possible. "I am Orwin Reed, captain of Lord Eddard Stark's guard. I kindly request that the Lannister gentlemen allow us passage," he called out from behind a large tree, drawing his bow and aiming at the advancing red cloaks. Upon hearing Orwin's words, the red cloaks exhibited visible agitation, halting their advance, evidently wary of him. "There is no need to fear. He is but one man, and we are many. He cannot be our match." The commanding voice of the red cloak resonated once more. Following their commander's orders, the red cloaks began to regroup and press forward once again. Upon witnessing the unfolding scene, Orwin realized that engagement was unavoidable. Resolute in his decision, he raised his hand and released an arrow, striking the foremost figure clad in red, who collapsed to the ground. The arrow pierced through the body of the fallen adversary, continuing onward to impale another red-clad foe behind him, a veritable 2-for-1. "Beware of archers," cried one of the red-cloaked soldiers. Whoosh, whoosh. "Ah, help me, I've been struck." Orwin, utilizing the cover of a massive tree, continually drew his bow, unleashing a barrage of arrows that flew like harbingers of death. Each shaft penetrated the bodies of the red-cloaked soldiers at the front and then pierced through those behind them. Even the shields raised by some could not withstand the tremendous kinetic force of his arrows, sending both men and shields flying. With 3 quivers and 30 to 40 arrows loosed in rapid succession, more than half of the advancing red-clad soldiers lay fallen, and many others were grievously wounded. At this moment, the morale of the remaining red soldiers shattered, and they began to retreat. "Do not retreat. Do not retreat. Our reinforcements have arrived. He is out of arrows. Charge forth and slay him," the commander of the red-cloaked soldiers shouted, though his voice trembled with uncertainty. Were it not for the arrival of an additional 20 or 30 soldiers at his back, and Orwin's apparent lack of arrows, it is likely that the commander would have already turned to flee. "Charge!" The commander rallied his fresh troops, advancing rapidly towards Orwin. Observing this, Orwin discarded his quiver and massive bow, drawing forth his prized sword to counterattack the advancing red soldiers. In a flash, he beheaded the 2 foremost foes with a single sweep of his blade, swiftly seizing another long sword and plunging into the fray, awakening his berserker fury. With dual swords in hand, Orwin unleashed a whirlwind of strikes, each arc of his blades sending sprays of crimson into the air. The cacophony of clashing metal and the anguished cries of the wounded reverberated through the dense forest. As the number of red soldiers continued to dwindle, Orwin's slaughter relentless. The chainmail and leather armor he wore afforded him substantial protection, allowing him to deflect most of the swords that assailed him. Only a scant few found their mark, but his armor and ironclad arms absorbed the blows effectively. The flames that once danced in the forest had long since been extinguished, and not a single red-cloaked soldier remained standing in the wake of the battle. Breathing heavily, Orwin surveyed his surroundings, apart from himself. No other life lingered in the aftermath of the carnage. He was uncertain how many he had slain, his body drenched in blood, his hair and face smeared with the remnants of his foes. His hands had grown slick, the hilt of his sword soaked in the crimson fluid. Just then, Elia, clutching Orwin's massive bow, rushed toward him from behind. "Elia," Orwin called out to the young girl. "Are they all dead? Are you all right?" Elia trembled as she approached, her gaze fixed upon Orwin, who was drenched in blood. "I'm fine," he reassured her. "The adversaries have been vanquished. Let us depart." Orwin wiped his hands on the garment of a corpse and cleaned the blood from his precious sword. This finely crafted blade, for which he had paid a handsome sum, was now marred with numerous nicks, and Orwin could not help but feel a twinge of sorrow, yet it was evident that the sword was no longer serviceable. He sheathed his sword and casually picked up a long sword from the ground, guiding Elia as they made their way out of the dense forest. At the edge of the woods, Orwin found his warhorse and assisted Elia onto its back before mounting himself, galloping swiftly towards the Stark family's encampment. Chapter 18. Confrontation. Orwin rode with Elia, hastily emerging from the forest toward the camp. However, as they reached the riverbank, they were met with the sight of flickering flames nearby, illuminated by the torches of the Lannister house. Clearly, a contingent of cavalry awaited them. With Elia in tow, Orwin realized that a direct assault, akin to their previous encounter, would be ill-advised. Should the cavalry charge, only a dragon's fire or the magic of the others could turn the tide. Otherwise, it would be a deadly confrontation. Orwin turned his horse, steering close to the edge of the forest as he made for the town, intending to circumvent a direct clash with the red-robed cavalry. If only he had arrows. Orwin mused atop his steed, contemplating that with arrows in hand, even if the red robes detected their presence. His archery skills would allow him to subdue them should they dare approach. The warhorse galloped swiftly, distancing them from the flickering flames until they faded from view. The town now within sight. At this moment, the town was devoid of pedestrians. All the inhabitants had retreated into their homes, wary of becoming targets of the enraged red robes. Fortunately, the muddy roads muffled the sound of the horses' hooves. Orwin navigated the path, urging his steed onward, acutely aware that the king's camp was likely in disarray. Just as he was about to exit the town, the encampment ahead, he suddenly heard the sound of hooves at a crossroads ahead. Orwin immediately reined in his horse, signaling to Elia to remain silent. The hoofbeats drew nearer, accompanied by the sound of heavy objects being dragged along the ground. Gradually, a figure on horseback emerged at the intersection. It was Sandor, the hound. Upon reaching the crossroads, Sandor spotted Orwin and Elia, immediately adopting a defensive stance, hand poised on the sword at his waist. Orwin observed Sandor's horse, which was tethered to a lifeless body, evidently dragged behind. The queen's orders were clear: no mercy for Eddard Stark and the butcher's son. Sandor regarded Orwin with a grave expression, his voice hoarse as he spoke. "You killed Michi. You murdered my friend." Elia, having discerned the identity of the body, shouted vehemently. "The son of a butcher, an inconspicuous ant. No one can defy the queen's command." Sandor continued in his gravelly voice. "Is it truly the queen's decree, or is it Cersei Lannister's command?" Orwin gently nudged his warhorse's belly with his heel, prompting it to move forward at a leisurely pace. "What difference does it make?" Sandor's nerves tightened as he observed Orwin advancing on horseback, and he inquired. "The queen's command must also garner the king's approval. If it is Cersei Lannister's command, then I regret to inform you that the Stark family will not heed the orders of that lioness," Orwin stated candidly. "Furthermore, while the butcher's son may appear as an ant to you, you are but a slightly larger ant to me." Orwin's steed approached Sandor, closing the distance between them. Yet Sandor hesitated to make any sudden moves. He noticed the bloodstains adorning Orwin's attire, and, seeing that Orwin bore no injuries, the hairs on Sandor's neck stood on end. It was evident that Orwin had emerged from a brutal confrontation, albeit one that had decimated his own side. Noticing that Orwin had no intention of attacking him, Sandor seized the reins and kicked the horse's belly fiercely, causing it to gallop away in haste. "Will you simply let him go?" Arya inquired, her gaze filled with hatred as she watched Sandor retreat. "If you wish to slay him, then practice diligently the swordsmanship I have taught you. Revenge is best taken into one's own hands," Orwin softly advised Arya, before urging his horse onward towards the Stark encampment. In truth, Orwin had never intended to harm Sandor. This tragic knight had endured torment at the hands of his brother in childhood, who had scarred his face by pushing him into a fire pit. And he had witnessed his father's murder at the hands of that beastly sibling. Though he had long sought vengeance, he felt powerless. And now he found himself a mere hound at Joffrey's side, subjected to the whims of that deranged boy. He had experienced the tragedies of life in their entirety. Yet, it was this very individual who, when faced with the existential plight of humanity, resolutely stepped forward to confront the White Walkers, battling fiercely in the eternal winter. The warhorse sped past the king's encampment and arrived at the Stark camp. "Captain, Orwin has returned. He has found Miss Arya." The guards stationed at the camp's entrance called out as they spotted Orwin riding in with Arya. Soon, Orwin had galloped into the camp, colliding directly with Vaon Poole. "What are you doing here? Why are you not by Lord Eddard's side?" Orwin furrowed his brow and asked Vaon. "Lord Eddard sent me back to gather information. There is already a commotion brewing at the king's side. The queen is determined to deal with Miss Arya, and Lady Sansa's testimony is detrimental to her. What is going on here? Has there been violence?" Vaon inquired hastily, eyeing Orwin, who was covered in blood. "Where's Harris?" Orwin gazed at Vyangper and inquired once more. "He has gone out to search for you," Vyangper replied. No sooner had he spoken than the thunderous sound of hooves echoed from outside the camp. Orwin turned to see Harris and his company returning. "Thank the heavens you are unharmed. We just encountered the red cloaks of House Lannister. They appeared to be in a state of panic, claiming that terrifying creatures have emerged from the dense woods, slaughtering many of their men." Harris pulled on the reins, halting his warhorse, and addressed Orwin and Elia. "What on earth has transpired here?" Harris, noticing the bloodstains on Orwin, inquired. "It was those red cloaks, in the depths of the forest, nearly 100 of them. Orwin dispatched them all." Elia exclaimed with excitement. "By the gods! Oh, ancient ones!" At her words, a gasp of astonishment rippled through the camp, as all present stared in shock at Orwin. "Now is not the time for such discussions. All guards, follow me to the king's camp. Harris, you shall remain outside with your men. Vyong, and I will escort Alia inside. If anything seems amiss, you are to charge in immediately, Orwin commanded the assembly. Yes. They all responded in unison. In no time, over 200 guards on horseback galloped towards the king's camp. Who goes there? Before the guards could reach the entrance of the king's camp, they were spotted by the stationed red cloaks, who shouted questions. Orwin raised a hand, and the entire guard reined in their steeds, coming to a halt. Orwin and Viankar rode forward, addressing the red cloaks at the entrance. We are the guards of House Stark. We have located Miss Alia and come to pay our respects to His Majesty. Wait. The red cloak replied curtly before turning and rushing into the camp. However, after quite some time, he had yet to return, and the camp was bustling with activity. As if preparing for something. We cannot delay any longer, Viong. We must charge in. Orwin surmised that the red cloak had likely not reported to the royal tent, and the commotion in the camp was likely a precaution against them, or perhaps an attempt to frame them for treason against House Stark. Orwin spurred his horse into the camp, the already unstable entrance collapsing under the force of his steed's charge. Viankar followed closely behind, and the two horses burst into the king's camp, directly reaching the area before the royal tent, where the red cloaks had no time to mount any resistance. Orwin dismounted, leading Alia and Viankar towards the royal tent. Two red cloaks stationed outside attempted to obstruct their path, but Orwin swiftly seized each by the throat and tossed them aside, then pushed aside the tent flap to enter. The once clamorous royal tent fell eerily silent at their intrusion. The four Kingsguard surrounding Robert immediately assumed a defensive stance, drawing their swords and aiming them at the bloodied Orwin. Meanwhile, Jaime Lannister drew his sword and positioned himself protectively in front of Cersei. As for the twisted Joffrey, he now trembled in fear, unnerved by the palpable aura of menace emanating from Orwin, scuttling behind Cersei. The atmosphere within the tent grew increasingly tense. My lord, I have safely brought Miss Arya, Orwin proclaimed, bowing respectfully to Eddard Stark. Arya, upon seeing her father, leaped into his embrace, and Eddard held his daughter tightly, anxiously inspecting her for any harm. What in the hell is going on? Robert finally reacted, his gaze fixed on Orwin, who was stained with blood. Your Majesty, we were ambushed by the Lannister's red cloaks, and their orders were to kill Miss Arya without mercy, Orwin replied, his demeanor indifferent to formalities. Harboring no inclination to bow to Orwin, a king who could not even control his own woman, oblivious to the humiliation bestowed upon him, was merely a fool playing with fire. Is it your command? Robert roared angrily at Cersei. You actually believe the word of a mere guard? Who knows if they encountered bandits, or if this is merely an attempt to absolve themselves of the blame for injuring Joffrey? Cersei scoffed, unfazed by Robert's fury. Whether it is a lie or not, Your Majesty, a visit to the dense woods will reveal the truth. I imagine the corpses of over 100 red cloaks, and this battle-worn sword of mine will speak volumes. Orwin declared, drawing his sword and plunging it into the ground. The tent was brightly lit, and all present could clearly see the blade, marred with nicks and blood, evidence of a fierce battle. Just then, the tent flaps were thrown open once more, and a man in golden robes entered, kneeling before Robert. Your Majesty, I have just received word that a cavalry unit of approximately 100 has been slain in the woods by the Trident. Upon inspection, it appears to be the work of a single assailant, the golden-robed man reported, casting a furtive glance at Orwin. At that moment, all those not from Winterfell in the tent felt a wave of tension. Even the Kingsguard, with their swords drawn, felt as if their weapons were nothing more than rotting sticks, offering no sense of security. Chapter 19. Ascension. Everyone present turned their gaze towards Orwin. Even Robert, who prided himself on his martial prowess, stood in stunned silence. Orwin, however, paid little heed to the stares, instead turning to face Cersei, shielded by Jaime Lannister. The predatory intensity of his gaze stripped Cersei of her usual arrogance, as she nervously averted her eyes from Orwin, feigning composure. Jaime Lannister, his palms slick with sweat, was acutely aware of the danger posed by Orwin's potential eruption. He realized that action was imperative. Lord Eddard, I believe this to be a misunderstanding. Someone must have misinterpreted the Queen's intentions and made decisions in secret. Jaime Lannister stammered, forcing himself to speak. Eddard Stark gazed heavily at Cersei and Jaime Lannister, his expression somber and silent. Eddard, let us leave this matter be. Those who acted without authority are dead. Joffrey's injury can only be attributed to his own foolishness. He could not even best a girl 2 or 3 years his junior. Utterly ridiculous. Robert understood that this was not the time to assign blame. Though he felt immense anger towards Cersei's actions, he could not afford to escalate the conflict further. Should the situation spiral out of control, and should Ser Loras truly decide to act, who among them could possibly intervene? The result would be a river of blood, plunging the Seven Kingdoms back into chaos, allowing the remnants of House Targaryen to seize the opportunity to reclaim Westeros, leading to the downfall of the Baratheon dynasty. Yes, Your Majesty, I shall discipline Arya appropriately. Eddard Stark, suppressing his resentment towards the Lannisters, bowed respectfully to Robert. Let today suffice. Everyone, please disperse. Robert, relieved by Eddard's acquiescence, exhaled deeply. As Eddard Stark ceased to pursue the matter, Ser Loras retracted his menacing aura, protecting Arya while guiding Sansa with the assistance of Vayen Poole. And they all departed the royal tent together. Once Eddard Stark's party exited the king's encampment, the Stark guards finally relaxed their taut nerves, escorting the group back to their own camp. Upon entering the tent, Eddard Stark addressed the wet nurses of his daughters directly. From this day forth, Sansa shall continue her studies in needlework and etiquette with you, while Arya, aside from her regular lessons, shall devote herself entirely to the art of swordsmanship. Moreover, Sansa is forbidden from leaving the tent without my permission, especially to meet the prince, unless I grant my consent. Eddard's tone was grave when he spoke of Sansa, leaving no room for negotiation. You cannot do this. I am to marry the prince. You cannot prevent me from seeing him because of tonight's events. The queen will not agree to this. Mother has promised. Sansa protested immediately upon hearing Eddard's decree of confinement. I am the head of House Stark. Without my consent, no one else's agreement holds weight, not even the king's. Eddard Stark raised his voice in rare anger towards Sansa. Since you disregarded your sister's feelings tonight, only seeking to please Joffrey, your chances with him are now extinguished. Eddard continued firmly. Take her away. Arya, you should also rest. Eddard instructed the wet nurses and Arya. The two departed with a weeping Sansa, leaving only Eddard, Ser Loras, and Vayen Poole within the tent. Ser Loras, you performed admirably today. Had you not intimidated Cersei and Jaime Lannister, the Lannisters' guards might well have taken our lives within the king's camp. Eddard Stark addressed Orwin with a serious expression, declaring, This is my duty, my lord. Orwin, slightly bowing, responded, Upon our arrival in King's Landing, I shall commission 2 superior swords for you from the forges of Steel Street. Eddard glanced at the empty sheath at Orwin's side and continued, Moreover, I shall grant you the lands surrounding Goat Village, a span of 10 miles, as your fief. Henceforth, you shall be known as Sir Orwin Reed. Thank you, my lord. The Reed family shall forever uphold our vows and protect the Stark lineage. Orwin bowed deeply in gratitude. Rise, Orwin, you have earned this. Eddard said with a smile. My lord, what shall we do next? The Lannister family's hostility is evident. While we are safe for now, once we reach King's Landing, we shall be like fish ensnared in a net, surrounded by Lannister men. Orwin contemplated aloud. Eddard, absorbed in thought, eventually inquired, Do you have any strategies in mind? Orwin merely shook his head and replied, My lord, I am not well versed in the situation of King's Landing, nor do I know the precise strength of their forces, thus I lack a definitive plan at the moment. If I were to suggest anything, it would be 2 options. One is to mobilize our troops and station them outside the city, ready to support us at any moment. However, this could easily provide an excuse for others to attack us. The other option is to seek external assistance, be it mercenaries or other powerful factions. We must ensure that the Lannisters do not dominate alone in King's Landing. Eddard pondered Orwin's words while seated, then spoke. If you were to devise a plan based on the second option, how would you proceed? To pursue the latter, we would need to recruit mercenaries under various pretenses while ensuring their loyalty, which I suspect would be quite challenging. As for other influential factions, I believe that Lord Stannis Baratheon of Dragonstone would be a fitting choice, Orwin replied thoughtfully. Stannis? Indeed, a commendable option. Yet we must possess a persuasive rationale to convince him to return to King's Landing, Eddard mused. We shall find our reasoning upon our arrival in the city. As long as Lord Stannis can anchor his fleet outside King's Landing, paired with our prearranged personnel, should any unforeseen events arise, we will have a means to escape. Orwin continued. Very well, let us proceed with this plan. You should now take your leave to freshen up and rest. Also, have someone check for any injuries you may have sustained. As for other matters, we shall address them upon our arrival in King's Landing. Eddard nodded, dismissing Orwin to rest. Yes, my lord. Orwin replied with a slight bow before turning to depart. Stepping outside the tent, Orwin first hurried to the stables, where he found a bucket of water to cleanse the blood from his body. Afterward, he grabbed an apron to dry the moisture from his leather armor, paying special attention to his iron arm, which he meticulously polished. Upon returning to the tent, he noticed its modest size. It was solely occupied by himself, containing merely a bedroll on the ground, a small table, a wine cup, and a jug of beer. This was the pinnacle of comfort that Orwin could currently enjoy. However, Starting tonight, he would ascend to nobility, acquiring his own fiefdom. Orwin carefully placed his longsword and great bow aside before lying down. Just as he settled in, a thought struck him, prompting him to swiftly open his system panel. Host name, Orwin Reed. Talent, Mountain. Warrior level, 2. Personal attributes, Strength 7, Constitution 7, Agility 6. Skill attributes, Swordsmanship level 1, Archery level 1, Repulse level 1, Shield Wall level 1. Passive skills, Grounded, able to resist impact and critical hits while using a shield, preventing being knocked down. Available attribute points, 5. Available skill points, 3. Weaponry, longbow, warhammer, large shield, barrel helmet, chainmail, scale armor. Orwin beamed with joy upon realizing he had leveled up, a smile involuntarily spreading across his face. It appeared that upgrades could only be achieved through combat and slaughter to accumulate experience. However, the system still did not indicate how much experience was required for the next level. Orwin muttered to himself, "Forget it, you are just a rudimentary system. Let us allocate some points." He contemplated regarding his attribute points. After much deliberation, Orwin ultimately decided to distribute the 5 points as follows: 2 to strength, 2 to constitution, and 1 to agility. It was not that he undervalued agility, but the circumstances in King's Landing compelled him to allocate his points in this manner. Only ample strength and exceptional constitution would enable him to fight through the throngs of enemies. As for his skill points, Orwin distributed them among swordsmanship, archery, and repulse. Once more, he gazed at his system panel. Host name, Orwin Reed. Talent, Mountain. Warrior level, 2. Personal attributes, Strength 9, Constitution 9, Agility 7. Skill attributes, Swordsmanship level 2. Archery level 2, Repulse level 2, Shield Wall level 1. Passive skills, Grounded. Even without a shield, he can resist impact and critical hits, preventing being knocked down. Weaponry, longbow, warhammer, large shield, barrel helmet, chainmail, scale armor. Remarks: the host is now capable of engaging the Night King in direct combat without falling behind. However, against the demigod Night King, magic remains his most formidable weapon. Quite splendid. I can now face the Night King one-on-one. Orwin chuckled, unable to contain his glee. Speaking of the Night King, one cannot overlook the abysmally executed fatal moves in the television series. As a demigod, it is indeed absurd that the Night King could be vanquished by a single thrust from Arya. One cannot help but speculate that, were it not for the demands of the narrative, the Night King would not have met such a humiliating demise. Ultimately, it is imperative for humanity to triumph over death. In the current sentiments of Olwen, one might contend that not even a Valyrian steel dagger, let alone a Valyrian sword, could so easily dispatch the Night King. After venting his frustrations regarding the television plot, Olwen succumbed to slumber. Meanwhile, the massacre in the woods by the Trident was swiftly relayed across the 7 kingdoms by Raven, marking the first time Olwen's name would grace the tables of nobles throughout the realm. Chapter 20. King's Landing after a night of tumult and recuperation. The following morning saw the southern expedition to King's Landing resume. However, this time the contingent was notably diminished, primarily comprising the royal entourage, specifically the Lannisters' crimson-clad guards. The once numerous retinue had been significantly thinned by Olwen's earlier bloodshed. At the break of dawn, the Red Cloaks hastened their journey, as if pursued by some dreadful beast. It was evident to all observant souls that the Lannisters were gripped by fear, avoiding any proximity to the Stark Guard, lest they be slaughtered like cattle. Today's procession bore an intriguing dynamic. The Lannister guards escorted the Queen's carriage at a brisk pace, clearly intent on maintaining their speed. Joffrey trailed behind, accompanied by Jaime Lannister and the Hound, Sandor, showing little regard for the slower-moving Robert. Meanwhile, Robert led a scant number of gold cloaks and other members of the Kingsguard, commanded by Barristan, alongside Eddard Stark and his Winterfell guard, ambling along in the rear. "Look, Eddard, your northern sword god has instilled such fear in the Lannisters that they scurry like frightened maidens," Robert remarked disdainfully, observing the distant, indistinct outline of the Red Cloak cavalry. "The Queen and Prince are also in the front ranks," Eddard Stark interjected, cautioning Robert against his disparaging remarks. "Do not mention that woman to me, nor my spineless eldest son. Simply speaking of them gives me a headache. I truly wonder how that Lannister woman has raised my son," Robert lamented, clutching his forehead in exasperation. Eddard, witnessing Robert's evident distress, empathized deeply, particularly after the events concerning Sansa the previous night, which had prompted him to reassess his approach to parenting. He too was troubled by how best to guide Sansa moving forward. By the way, the last tournament in Winterfell was rather lackluster, with only a handful of participants. It barely qualified as entertainment. I intend to organize a grander tournament once you officially assume the role of Hand of the King, allowing all the knights of the Seven Kingdoms to partake and celebrate you properly," Robert stated, seated upon his steed as he addressed Eddard Stark. "Certainly, your northern sword god shall be set aside. His participation has become meaningless. However, I shall reward him the 1,000 golden dragons he earned in the last tournament under your name, as a token of recognition for his loyalty." Robert continued. "Then I shall express my gratitude to His Majesty on behalf of Eowyn." Eddard Stark replied with a smile. "Enough of that. If you truly wish to thank me, then diligently manage the realm's affairs, allowing me ample time to indulge in wine, hunt wild boars, and seek companionship," Robert unabashedly declared. Eddard Stark shook his head with a hint of resignation and spoke. "I find myself somewhat regretting this." Regret serves no purpose. You have boarded my ship of mischief, and I shall not permit you to escape," Robert proclaimed with pride. Thus, the southern caravan continued along the King's Road for several days. Finally catching sight of the Red Keep, the towering edifice perched atop the highest point of King's Landing, piercing the heavens like a spire. As the procession drew nearer to the city, Arya and Sansa in their carriage could not resist opening the window to gaze outside. From a distance, King's Landing loomed upon a high ground, and beyond it lay the waters of Blackwater Bay. Unlike the frigid climate of the north, the sunlight here was warm, and the moist sea breeze, while comforting, did little to uplift the spirits. "What is that smell? It stinks." Arya wrinkled her nose, unable to contain her distaste. "I smell it too. It must be the foul odor carried by that gust of wind." Sansa covered her nose and replied, "Eowyn, do you smell it?" "A horrible stench." Arya called out to Eowyn, who rode ahead on his steed. "I sensed it long ago. It comes from the direction of King's Landing. It appears the legends hold some truth." Eowyn responded, glancing back at Arya. "What legends?" Arya inquired with curiosity, and even Sansa wore a puzzled expression. "It has been said that all of King's Landing is akin to a vast dung heap, with the exception of the Red Keep and the noble quarters, where foul odors pervade the air. Particularly beneath the Dragon Pit, the Flea Bottom is a chaotic mess, a gathering place for the city's nefarious denizens." Eowyn reined in his horse, slowing to match the pace of the carriage, and addressed Arya and Sansa within. "How do you know this?" Arya pressed for more information. "It's easy to find out, especially from those golden-robed knights accompanying the king. The king has been journeying with us, and at night, we camp together. A couple of jugs of wine make inquiries rather simple." Eowyn chuckled. "Is there anything entertaining in King's Landing?" Arya asked again, her eyes alight with expectation. "I fear I must disappoint you. There is little of amusement in King's Landing. It is rife with competing factions and complex personnel, where even the most unassuming child might be a spy or an assassin for some clandestine group. In the upper echelons of King's Landing, one finds only opportunists, sycophants, and deceitful courtiers, while the lower strata consist predominantly of common folk, alongside a contingent of mercenaries, traders, and workshop owners. The intermediate class is populated by those in red and gold robes, who are often wicked individuals employing their customary means to oppress the commoners." As Erwin gazed upon the approaching city of King's Landing, he felt a profound sense of reflection. From the television dramas he had watched in his past life, Erwin had always harbored the impression that King's Landing was a place devoid of shame, a veritable nexus of sin and malevolence. Hence, he regarded the city with a mixture of wariness and animosity. The sound of thundering hooves echoed as over 300 warhorses clattered along the cobbled streets towards King's Landing. The stag banner of House Baratheon led the way, followed by the wolf banner of House Stark. The procession entered through the gates of the gods, proceeding along the wide thoroughfare past the Cobbler's Square, advancing amidst the gaze of the city's inhabitants until they reached the central plaza, where they parted ways. The stag banner began its journey down Silent Sister Street towards the brothel of Shatterhall. As King Robert had not indulged in the company of a courtesan for several days, and was now impatient to immerse himself in the tender embrace of the brothel to alleviate his weariness. Meanwhile, the wolf banner continued along the avenue towards the Red Keep. The gold-robed inhabitants of the Red Keep had already received word, and as the wolf banner ascended Aegon's Hill, the gates of the castle swung open, allowing the Stark guard to enter smoothly. Eddard Stark dismounted in the courtyard beneath the Red Keep, where a servant promptly approached him. "Welcome, Lord Stark. Grand Maester Pycelle is convening a meeting to prepare for your esteemed arrival." The servant bowed and announced. Eddard Stark nodded gently and turned to the wet nurse, instructing, "Ensure my daughter is settled. I shall return to the Handess Tower for dinner. Erwin, you and Vaonpol shall accompany me inside," Eddard Stark added, addressing Erwin, who was still mounted. Following the command, Erwin and Vaonpol dismounted. and Erwin summoned Harris for a brief discussion before proceeding with Eddard Stark towards the royal hall of the Red Keep. Harris, adhering to Erwin's directives, organized personnel to park the carriages and tend to the warhorses. Some began transporting items to the Handess Tower, while a larger contingent took charge of the tower's defenses, meticulously inspecting each room from the bottom up, including the basement and the pinnacle, to ensure no corner was overlooked. Eddard Stark led Erwin and Vaonpol into the royal hall, which was entirely deserted. In the original narrative, a dialogue between Jaime Lannister and Eddard Stark was set to unfold here, but it appeared that would no longer occur. Eddard Stark guided the two up the steps, entering the council chamber through the passage behind the Iron Throne. Chapter 21. The confrontation in the council chamber. As Eddard Stark and his companions entered the council chamber, they beheld 4 distinct courtiers awaiting them. My Lord Stark. With his back turned to Eddard Stark, the Master of Whisperers, Varys, was the first to rise, bowing and extending his hands towards Eddard, exclaiming with utmost deference, a demeanor that instantly disarmed any suspicion. My Lord Varys. Eddard Stark replied, shaking his hand. I have heard of the troubles you encountered on King's Road. It is indeed regrettable. We pray for Prince Joffrey's swift recovery. Varys spoke earnestly. Alas, you did not pray for the butcher's son. Eddard Stark responded, his expression devoid of emotion, the initial goodwill he felt for Varys evaporating in an instant. Varys, taken aback by the unexpected rebuke, felt his countenance freeze. Eddard withdrew his hand and bypassed Varys, striding towards the young man behind him. Renly, you appear quite well. Eddard Stark remarked with a smile at Renly Baratheon, the Master of Laws. Approaching him, Eddard embraced this once youthful brother with fervor, his spirits evidently lifted. You seem a bit weary. I mentioned it would be prudent to come tomorrow instead, Renly chuckled, shrugging. Yet we have an entire kingdom to govern. He was cut off mid-sentence by another voice. Eddard took his seat at the head of the council table, turning towards the speaker. Lord Stark, I have long wished to make your acquaintance. Lady Catelyn must have mentioned me. It was Peter Baelish, the Master of Coin. Indeed, she has spoken of you, Lord Baelish. If my memory serves me correctly. You were acquainted with my brother Brandon, Eddard replied. I knew him well. I bear a lasting memento from him, from collarbone to navel. Baelish gestured to his own body. Perhaps you chose the wrong opponent in this duel, Eddard said with a smile. I selected not a dueling adversary, my lord, but rather Catelyn Tully. She is a woman worth fighting for, and I believe you would concur. Baelish's words, though tinged with nostalgia, left Eddard at a loss for a retort. At that moment, Eddard Stark felt as if he were choking on a morsel of food, unable to voice his thoughts. While Eddard could not refute Baelish's claims, it did not imply his endorsement. However, Ser Alan wouldn't allow Eddard to falter without support, as the captain of the guard. It was sometimes his duty to assist his lord in less than savory matters. Alan exchanged a glance with Ser Vaon, and together they approached Eddard from opposite ends of the chamber. Vaon moved in from Varys' side, while Alan pressed forward beside Baelish, deliberately bumping shoulders with the self-satisfied man. The frail chancellor nearly found himself toppled by the robust and towering Ser Olwen, had it not been for the chair before him. It is likely that Baelish would have found himself in an undignified heap upon the floor. Nevertheless, Baelish was not particularly fazed by the incident. He straightened his posture and regarded Olwen with some irritation, yet the latter remained unperturbed, fixing his gaze upon Baelish with a glint of menace in his eyes. In that instant, Baelish was momentarily subdued by Olwen's formidable presence. He had never before encountered such a predatory stare. Even King Robert and Queen Cersei did not instill such fear within him. It was clear that this individual was none other than the North's legendary sword, Sir Orwin Reed, who had single-handedly dispatched over 100 red priests in the dense woods beside the Trident. Varys, observing Olwen's piercing gaze, spoke up, affirming his status as a Knight of the North and a vassal of House Stark. Eddard Stark smiled, evidently pleased with Olwen's subtle displays of strength. At this moment, Baelish dared not harbor any further resentment. The mere reputation of Olwen, coupled with his unparalleled combat prowess, was sufficient to instill trepidation within the likes of Littlefinger. A hush fell over the council chamber. My apologies, Lord Stark. The Grand Maester Pycelle finally broke the silence. Grand Maester. Eddard Stark acknowledged the elderly man seated beside him. It has been many years. Back then, you were still in your youth. Pycelle remarked, eyeing the now robust Eddard Stark. Indeed, that was many years ago. Though during that time, you were in service to another sovereign, Eddard replied, his desire for further discourse with the Grand Maester rather limited. Such a duplicitous scholar elicited little fondness from Eddard Stark. Pycelle, slightly taken aback by Eddard's words, remained unfazed by the awkwardness. tremblingly producing the king's hand badge from his robes and presenting it to Eddard. "Ah, how forgetful of me. This is yours," Pycelle said, addressing Eddard Stark. Eddard accepted the badge, examined it briefly, and tucked it away into his own garments. "Shall we commence?" Pycelle continued. "Are we not awaiting the king?" Eddard inquired, glancing at the assembled company. "Winter may be approaching, yet who can say when my brother will arrive?" Lancel, seated beside Eddard, jested. Although Eddard suspected that the king was indulging in leisure at a brothel, he was still somewhat astonished. The king has many concerns to address. Thus he has entrusted us with these trivial matters to lighten his burden, Varys remarked, observing Eddard's astonishment. "We are all but ministers of trivialities," Baelish quipped, self-deprecatingly. Lancel handed a letter to Eddard Stark, stating, "My brother has instructed us to host a tournament in celebration of your ascension. What will be the cost?" Baelish asked, eyeing Eddard as he perused the letter. "The victors shall receive 40,000 gold dragons, the second place 2,000, and the archery champion shall be awarded 20,000. Eddard Stark remarked as he gazed at the missive in his hand. "Can the treasury sustain such expenses?" The scholar Pycelle inquired of Baelish. "I shall need to seek a loan. Surely the Lannister family can provide assistance, considering we already owe Lord Tywin 3 million gold dragons. An additional 80,000 would be inconsequential." Baelish replied nonchalantly. "Are you implying that the royal debt has reached over 300,000? Eddard Stark questioned Baelish with a look of astonishment. "No, the royal debt has escalated to over 600,000, half of which is owed to the Iron Bank," Baelish elucidated. At this moment, Eddard Stark was not merely astonished, but seething with indignation as he addressed those present. "How could you allow such a situation to transpire? The Chancellor is merely tasked with securing funds for the king. It is the king and the Prime Minister who spend," Baelish explained, unwilling to shoulder the blame, as allowing Eddard Stark to pin the issue on him would jeopardize his future plans. "Jon Arryn would never condone Robert's reckless extravagance," Eddard Stark declared, his rising fury causing him to abandon the usual respectful tone. Though Lord Arryn offered wise counsel, it is uncertain whether His Majesty would heed it. Scholar Pycelle reasoned with Eddard Stark. "Our king regards these matters as trifles." The dim-witted Lancel piped up from the sidelines. "I shall speak to him tomorrow. We cannot afford such lavish competitions," Eddard Stark asserted, clenching his fists and speaking with resolute determination. "This is your prerogative, yet let us begin formulating a plan." Baelish subtly stoked the flames from across the table. "No further discussion is necessary. I will converse with Robert first," Eddard Stark exclaimed, unable to contain his anger any longer. With that thunderous outburst, the chamber fell silent, and the three others regarded him with peculiar gazes, save Lancel. Eddard Stark soon realized he had allowed his fury to cloud his judgment and had spoken out of turn. "My lords, I beg your forgiveness. I am weary from my travels," Eddard Stark explained, pressing his forehead. "You are the hand of the king, Lord Stark. We are at your service," Varys proclaimed with feigned sincerity. "Very well. Let today conclude." Eddard Stark addressed the group before rising to depart. Orwin and Vaonpool followed closely behind as they exited the council chamber, making their way toward the Red Keep. "My lord, I sense they have set a trap for you." Once they entered the Prime Minister's tower, surrounded by their own, Orwin finally spoke to Eddard Stark. "What do you mean?" Eddard Stark replied, perplexed. Orwin remained silent, gazing at Eddard Stark. "Come with me to the Prime Minister's quarters to discuss this." Eddard Stark finally understood, responding accordingly. "Vaon, remain at the door. No one is to enter," Eddard Stark instructed, casting a glance at Vaonpool. "As you command, my lord," Vaonpool replied with a bow. The three ascended the stairs. Arriving at the highest chamber of the Prime Minister's tower, Eddard Stark entered with Olwyn, while Vaonpool secured the door behind them, standing sentinel with his sword drawn. Chapter 22. The Prime Minister's tower holds no secrets. Eddard Stark settled into a chair, observing Vaonpool close the door before turning to Olwyn and inquired, "Now we may speak. What did you discern during the council?" Yet, Olwyn did not respond to Eddard's question. Instead, he furrowed his brow, surveying the room and listening intently. "What troubles you?" Eddard asked, noting Olwyn's unusual demeanor. "My lord, do you not hear a faint sound echoing within this chamber?" Olwyn said gravely. Eddard was taken aback by Olwyn's remark, for the room contained only the two of them, devoid of any other presence. The windows were tightly shut, the stained glass shimmering under the sun's rays, and the wind from outside could not penetrate. Thus, where could another sound possibly originate? "I hear nothing," Eddard replied. His brow furrowed. Olwyn placed a finger to his lips, signaling for silence, and listened carefully once more. After determining the source of the sound, he quickly approached Eddard from behind. Behind Eddard's chair stood a solid wall, adorned with a layer of tapestry. Olwyn pressed his ear against the wall, listening attentively, and confirmed that the sound emanated from behind it. The sound originates from here, Olwyn declared, pointing at the wall, and then began to knock forcefully upon its surface. Knock, 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 hollow, hollow. The impact of Olwyn's fingers against the wall produced a clear sound, transforming from a normal thud to a hollow resonance. Hollow, 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 hollow. As Olwyn shifted positions and continued to knock, the wall reverberated with a dull, empty sound. It was evident that there lay a significant space behind this wall, ample enough to accommodate an adult. At this moment, no further words were necessary from Olwyn. Eddard had grasped the gravity of the situation. A clandestine passage for eavesdropping existed within the Prime Minister's tower. Break it down, Eddard commanded furiously, pointing at the wall. My lord, I advise against such a course of action. Olwyn interjected, halting him. Why not? Eddard asked, perplexed, his voice lowered in apprehension, perhaps fearing eavesdroppers. I believe that such meticulous surveillance could not be executed by an ordinary individual. The wall appears to be quite aged, lacking any signs of recent renovations, which suggests that this surveillance has been ongoing for some time. I suspect that these listening chambers may have existed since the era of House Targaryen, and it is highly probable that our intelligence chief, Lord Varys, is aware of this secret. Orwin elucidated to Eddard Stark. Should we act recklessly and compromise the integrity of this chamber, it would undoubtedly arouse the suspicions of this intelligence officer, leading to even more covert surveillance upon us. Instead, we might as well utilize it. Orwin added. Utilize it how? Eddard Stark, clearly in agreement with Orwin's analysis, expressed keen interest in the concept of leveraging the chamber. I believe that the Prime Minister's tower must have more than just this single chamber. We could search room by room, marking all the chambers we discover. And in future discussions, we can steer clear of these rooms. We can also exploit these chambers to disseminate false information externally, Orwin stated earnestly. Furthermore, we should investigate how they gain access to these chambers and how they manage to transmit the intercepted messages without a sound. If all goes as expected, the basement of the Prime Minister's tower should harbor secret passages leading outside. Once located, we must discreetly monitor who is eavesdropping on the secrets of the tower, ensuring that the passage remains unobstructed, as it will serve as our potential escape route. Orwin added. Eddard Stark, his countenance grim, settled into a chair and contemplated for a considerable time before looking up at Orwin and declaring, You shall oversee this matter. Arrange for a thorough search of the Prime Minister's tower. It is imperative that every chamber and every passage is discovered. At your command, my lord. I shall commence organizing a search immediately. Orwin nodded. Go forth. Complete the search expeditiously. I require your analysis on matters discussed in the council. Eddard Stark said, his expression slightly easing. Orwin gave a slight bow to Eddard Stark, then exited the room, heading downstairs to find Harris and Shirey. By now, it was nearing dinner time, and the guards preparing for the shift change had begun dining, while others were setting long tables in the hall of the Prime Minister's tower in anticipation of the meal. Harris, Shirey, Orwin called out as he entered the hall, addressing the two who were busy at work. What is it, Sir Orwin? Harris replied respectfully. There is no need for such formality. Simply call me Orwin. Orwin waved his hand dismissively. Select a few individuals from our ranks, those without vices, who do not indulge in excessive drinking or frequent brothels, and who are discreet. We have tasks to accomplish, Orwin said, looking sternly at the two. Upon observing Orwin's serious demeanor, Harris and Shirey immediately understood the gravity of the situation, nodding in agreement before turning to approach the others who were moving tables. In a short while, 20 to 30 guards had been chosen by Harris and Shirey and brought before Orwin. Owen proceeded deep into the hall with his guards, instructing them to surround him. Brothers, he whispered, Lord Ed has entrusted us with a task. I require each of you to meticulously inspect every wall and ceiling of the Prime Minister's tower, inside and out. Look for hidden compartments within the walls and passageways in the ceilings. Once discovered, remember their locations and the respective rooms, then report back to me. Remember, this matter must remain confidential. Aside from me and Lord Ed, none of you are to speak of it, nor inquire amongst yourselves. Do you understand? As you command, my lord, the guards replied. Owen waved them off to commence their search, and then called Harris and Silas to follow him, leading the way to the basement. The basement of the Prime Minister's tower was enveloped in darkness. Silas quickly located a torch on the wall, rushed to ignite it with a candle, and promptly returned. Owen gestured for Silas to ignite all the torches on the walls. Soon, the flames illuminated the entire basement. With a torch in hand, Owen slowly circled the perimeter, his body close to the walls, the flame dancing along their surfaces as he aimed to detect any drafts. Regardless of how well a secret passage might be concealed, Ventilation was undoubtedly crucial. Suddenly, Owen noticed a flicker before him. The flame of the torch wavered slightly. He halted, moving the torch back and forth against the wall, the flame flickering persistently at a particular stone joint. Gently, Owen reached out to the stone, carefully feeling for a faint breeze that brushed against his palm. Seeing Owen's unusual behavior, Harris and Silas hurried over. Owen gestured for silence and lightly tapped the wall, the hollow sound echoing in their ears. "Push it," Owen instructed Harris and Silas, drawing his sword in readiness. They exchanged glances, pressed against the wall, and with a firm push, the wall began to shift as if it were a door. As the concealed entrance opened, Owen tossed his torch inside with considerable force. The flame illuminated a vast tunnel space before him. Owen immediately recognized this tunnel. It was the very one where Arya had inadvertently stumbled upon while practicing her cat chasing. And it was within this very passage that she had uncovered the conspiracy between Varys and the Master of Whisperers, Illyrio, to eliminate Eddard Stark, inciting upheaval across the Seven Kingdoms and creating an opportunity for Daenerys Targaryen on the far side of the Narrow Sea to reclaim Westeros. Owen stepped into the tunnel first, which, as depicted in the story, was both wide and lengthy. Harris and Silas retrieved 2 more torches from the basement and followed closely behind Owen as they began their exploration of the tunnel. The tunnel indeed stretched far, oriented north-south, and Owen picked up a torch from the ground and proceeded southward. Why venture southward? It is because Orwin sensed the flow of air within the tunnel, particularly when facing south, where he detected a faint scent of seawater, a delicate, briny aroma unique to the ocean, perceptible only to someone of Orwin's heightened sensitivity. As the trio traversed the tunnel for some time, Orwin's gaze fell upon a colossal bone ahead. Each bone, stark white and larger than an adult human, prompted Orwin to tap it, feeling its formidable texture. "Whose monstrous remains are these?" Harris inquired, his expression darkened with trepidation. Both Harris and Shirley were taken aback by the sight of the gigantic bone, their breaths quickening. "These are dragon bones, remnants likely from a Targaryen dragon after its demise. We must be beneath the Red Keep," Orwin whispered softly. "Let us proceed further," he urged, glancing at the two, whose emotions had begun to stabilize. With torches in hand, they advanced deeper into the tunnel, and with each step, Orwin felt the invigorating caress of the sea breeze. Soon, he discovered a wall ahead, more precisely, an ascending passage, with steps leading upward. The trio climbed the staircase until they reached the tunnel's end. At the entrance, they found a dilapidated courtyard overrun with wild grass, the outer gate firmly shut, and the tunnel's mouth barred by an iron door. "Extinguish the torches. Let us venture outside," Orwin instructed Harris and Shirley. They quenched their flames on the ground, and Orwin gently pushed open the iron door, stepping outside, with Harris and Shirley closely following. Armed with their swords, they surveyed their surroundings with heightened vigilance. Chapter 23. Analyzing the situation. Orwin, accompanied by Harris and Shirley, cautiously approached the courtyard gate. They could distinctly hear the sound of flowing water and inhale the unmistakable scent of the sea breeze. "Have we reached the seaside?" Shirley whispered. "It seems so. Or at least we are very close to water," Orwin replied with a nod. Peering through the gap in the gate, Orwin discerned a straight street beyond, and, combined with the sound of water and the sea breeze, he surmised their location. "Let us retreat," he commanded, turning to the others. "Are we not going to investigate further?" "We still do not know where we are?" Harris asked, puzzled. "I have my suspicions. We cannot risk exposure to any watchers that may be outside. It is prudent to remain here," Orwin cautioned softly, leading Harris and Shirley back into the tunnel. They retrieved their extinguished torches, clearing away any remnants left behind, and gradually made their way toward the Prime Minister's tower. Upon returning to the hall of the Prime Minister's tower, they found the guards had already dined and retreated to their quarters, leaving only the 2 or 3 individuals whom Orwin had assigned tasks still present in the hall. Orwin nodded gently at the gathering, saying, "Once we have finished our meal, you shall report back to me one by one." Orwin and his companions casually took their seats at a long table, where the cook promptly served the food. Without a care for decorum, the 3 of them devoured their meals heartily, and soon a considerable amount of food had vanished into their stomachs. After finishing their repast, Harris and Shirley departed, while Orwin summoned a servant for paper and ink. He settled into his chair, listening attentively as the 2 or 3 dozen guards reported one by one. Once all had presented their accounts, Orwin took the recorded information back to his room for organization. A detailed layout of the Prime Minister's various hidden chambers and secret passages emerged on the page. Casually, he ignited the earlier notes in the candlelight, remaining until they were reduced to ashes before rising to take the neatly arranged document with him. "Knock, knock," Knock. Orwin rapped on Eddard Stark's door. Come in. Eddard's voice echoed from within. Orwin pushed the door open and closed it behind him with a soft click. What news? Have you gleaned anything of significance? Eddard inquired, casting a furtive glance around the room as if wary of eavesdroppers upon seeing Orwin. Here, take a look at this, Orwin said softly, extending the document to Eddard. Eddard accepted the paper, scrutinizing it closely in the flickering candlelight. So many? It is astonishing that the Prime Minister's tower contains such a multitude of hidden chambers. Eddard exclaimed in disbelief. Indeed, they are primarily concentrated in the 2 floors where the Prime Minister and his family reside, as well as in the offices and meeting rooms. Orwin affirmed with a nod. And what are the secret passages leading in and out of the Prime Minister's tower? Eddard asked, his expression darkening. They have been located. In the basement. It is a substantial tunnel, likely excavated by the Targaryen family for the dragons to traverse from the Dragon Lair to the Red Keep. The tunnel extends southward, roughly towards the area of River Street, providing an excellent escape route. Orwin elaborated on the tunnel's details. Are many aware of this tunnel? Eddard continued his inquiries. Not many. Only Harris, Sherry, and myself know of it, and both of them are quite tight-lipped. Orwin replied. I am aware that Harris is notorious among the guards for his discretion. Eddard chuckled lightly. Now, may I seek clarification on why you deemed the Royal Council to be a trap? Eddard asked with a calm demeanor. His curiosity piqued by Orwin's perspective on the individuals and matters discussed during the meeting. Certainly, my lord. Orwin nodded. From the very outset, the 4 individuals in the council chamber, aside from the king's brother, Duke Lancel, were incessantly probing you. To begin with, the Master of Whisperers, the so-called 8-legged spider, Lord Varys, initiated the conversation with words laden with meaning. Should you have agreed with him, it would have signified a benign stance towards the Queen and the Prince, devoid of hostility. Your rebuttal, however, revealed a different nuance to him. Let us speak of the esteemed Master of Coin, Petyr Baelish, who, from the outset, endeavored to cultivate a rapport with you. A minor noble from the Fingers, even if favored by the former Prime Minister, could hardly ascend to the position of a minister in the king's presence without exceptional skill or cunning. This reveals that the Master of Coin possesses remarkable acumen and strategy. Yet, one must ponder why such a capable and astute individual would choose to ingratiate himself so readily. Could it truly be solely due to Lady Catelyn? Next, we must consider the Grand Maester, Pycelle. Although he may appear frail and senile, the fact that he bears the king's insignia speaks volumes of his trustworthiness in the eyes of the monarch. Orwin took it upon himself to elucidate the circumstances of these 3 individuals to Eddard Stark, thereby providing him with an initial understanding of their characters. He continued, next, they broached the subject of the tournament, probing your reactions. They began with the empty treasury and gradually steered you toward discontent with the king. Particularly, the collaboration between the Master of Coin, Petyr Baelish, and the Spymaster, Varys, suggests a significant level of interaction between them, likely concerning intelligence. As I understand it, the brothel that our king frequents is under Lord Baelish's ownership. Such establishments often serve as gathering places for those in the information trade, with sufficient coin. Any intelligence can be procured. Upon concluding his analysis, Orwin turned his gaze toward Eddard Stark, who wore a grave expression, his brow furrowed as he contemplated Orwin's words. If your analysis holds true, then there is not a single minister within the king's council whom one can trust? After a moment of reflection, Eddard posed this question. At least, it appears thus. Aside from Lord Renly Baratheon, none of them are straightforward individuals. Orwin nodded in agreement. I can comprehend the others. But Petyr Baelish eludes my understanding. He is already a minister, wielding control over the royal coffers. What benefit is there in his flattery of me? Is it merely because I serve as the king's hand? Eddard questioned, perplexed. My lord, how do you perceive the situation in the Fingers? Orwin inquired. Not well. Resources are scarce, and the populace is meager. One could say it pales in comparison to your village of Goat. Eddard pondered aloud. Could it be that this noble from the Fingers harbors other ambitions, such as acquiring a more prosperous fief, or even ascending to the rank of duke? Orwin speculated further. That is improbable. Every region in the 7 kingdoms currently boasts a duke. Unless the ruling families of these lands face turmoil or conflict, Eddard retorted, shaking his head in disagreement with Orwin's analysis. Yet, he halted mid-sentence, as thoughts of Robert's warning regarding the looming threat of war and the instability of the realm surfaced. In light of the former Prime Minister's demise, Eddard Stark reluctantly conceded that Orwin's insights bore some merit. Before descending to King's Landing, I received a letter stating that the former Prime Minister was murdered and the perpetrators were the Lannister family. What do you think the likelihood of this is? Eddard Stark inquired of Orwin. How did the former Prime Minister meet his demise? Orwin questioned Eddard in return. Robert claimed he succumbed to a fever, Eddard replied. Not by blade, but by illness. It is quite plausible he was poisoned. If indeed the Lannister family is responsible, what motives could they have for eliminating the former prime minister? Was it a matter of conflicting interests? Or did he possess knowledge that posed a grave threat to the Lannisters? Orwin articulated, deliberately steering Eddard's thoughts to incite an investigation into Jon Arryn's final actions. Chapter 24. The Iron Street. Upon hearing Orwin's analysis, Eddard Stark was engulfed in contemplation. The letter from the Eyrie felt suspicious. Jon Arryn had served as prime minister for over a decade. Why would he be murdered at this juncture? If the Lannisters were indeed involved, what could be the underlying reason? Orwin's insights provided Eddard with a sense of clarity, suggesting that Jon Arryn must have uncovered something significant that led to his untimely death. However, since Jon Arryn became Hand of the King, he had remained in King's Landing for years, and the aging lion of House Lannister had not ventured far from Casterly Rock. Even if there were schemes afoot, there was little reason for Jon Arryn to stumble upon them. Eddard raised another question. Could it perhaps be the Lannisters of King's Landing? After all, there are many red cloaks throughout the city, and even the king's attendants are of Lannister blood. The Red Keep is teeming with golden-haired individuals. Orwin continued his analysis. Orwin's words prompted Eddard to envision the Red Keep. Within its walls, aside from the king's gold cloaks, the rest were predominantly Lannister red. Moreover, the captain of the King's Guard was of the Lannister lineage. There certainly are a fair number of golden-haired individuals surrounding Robert, Eddard murmured softly. Let us leave it at that for today. I shall investigate what Jon Arryn was engaged in prior to his death, and remain vigilant regarding those ministers in attendance. Eddard stated earnestly, gazing at Orwin with genuine gratitude. It is my duty as your sworn guard, Orwin replied with a slight bow. Take the box in the corner. It contains 300 golden dragons. Of that, 1,000 are a reward from Robert for your valor, while the remaining 300 are from me. Your sword has been damaged in the dense woods of the Trident, and I promise to forge you a new blade in King's Landing. However, as you can see, Robert has left a multitude of tasks for me, and I can only delegate this errand to you, Eddard solemnly remarked to Orwin. Thank you, my lord. That works well. I can also take the time to explore the Iron Street in King's Landing, Orwin replied with a smile. You cannot afford to linger for too long. I have the safety of Sansa and Arya to rely on you for, Eddard Stark said earnestly as he gazed at Orwin. Rest assured, my lord, I shall ensure your safety. Even in the direst of circumstances, I will risk my life to escort you away from King's Landing, Orwin replied solemnly, bowing in deference. I have no doubt about that. Eddard Stark nodded in agreement. I shall take my leave now, Orwin said, cradling a wooden box filled with golden dragons as he bid farewell to Eddard Stark. Once back in his chamber, Orwin eagerly opened the box. The golden dragons inside gleamed brilliantly in the candlelight, and a wave of uncontainable joy washed over him at the sight of such wealth. It had been several years since his arrival in this world, and he had never encountered such a bounty of golden dragons. This single box was sufficient to equip an entire cavalry unit. Orwin's mind raced with thoughts on how to utilize this fortune wisely. They were still in peril. Safeguarding the lives of himself, Eddard Stark, and the two young girls was paramount. Only then could he return to the north for a period of tranquility and further develop his forces in Goat Village. Contemplating these matters felt premature at this juncture. He carefully placed the box aside and moved to the window, gazing out at the sprawling vista of King's Landing. The Great September of Baelor loomed majestically atop the Visenya Hills, the second largest structure in the city, though not as grand as the Red Keep. Orwin found himself entranced by the Great September, and suddenly an idea struck him, causing the corners of his mouth to curl into a smile. How could I have forgotten? He murmured to himself. It seems I must seek an opportunity to visit. The following day, Eddard Stark rose early to confer with Robert regarding the upcoming tournament. He could not idly watch the empty treasury and mounting debts be exacerbated by momentary frivolity. Meanwhile, Orwin had organized the members of the guard to commence their training at dawn, particularly focusing on swordsmanship and shield practice. As the captain and instructor of the guard, he was quite diligent. In the treacherous landscape of King's Landing, he felt secure when alone, and even with one companion. However, with two young girls to protect, he had to rely on the strength of his subordinates. The more formidable they became, the lighter his burden would be. Illyria, as Orwin's most devoted apprentice, rose early to train alongside the guard. After their session, Orwin arranged for several members to spar with Illyria, thereby enhancing her practical experience and self-defense capabilities. To thwart any potential intrusion into the Prime Minister's tower, Orwin converted the basement into a training ground. This ensured that there would be a constant presence during the day. While at night, Training equipment could be stored in the corners to serve as obstacles against the little birds of Varys. As for Sansa, she had been wandering around the Red Keep with her lady-in-waiting since early morning. However, constrained by Eddard Stark's orders, her movements were confined to limited areas, such as the Great Hall and certain administrative chambers. The high tower where the Queen resided and the prince's quarters were beyond her reach. Eddard Stark was preoccupied with contemplating how to broach the subject of annulling the engagement with Robert. The morning hours swiftly passed, and Eddard had yet to return from the King's Tower. Meanwhile, Orwin prepared to venture into the Iron Street with a coin pouch in hand, intending to survey the situation along the river road. The security of the Prime Minister's tower was entrusted to Harris and Shirley, although it would typically fall to Vaonpol, the second-in-command of the guard, who had accompanied Eddard earlier that day. "Where are you headed, Orwin?" Arya inquired, catching sight of him as he led his steed toward the gates of the Red Keep. "I plan to visit Iron Street. My sword was damaged last time, and this long blade is of mediocre quality. I need to have 2 new swords custom-made," Orwin replied as he gripped the reins. "May I accompany you?" Arya's eyes sparkled with excitement at the prospect of joining him. Unable to bear disappointing her, Orwin nodded gently. "Certainly. Go and summon Shirley to prepare the horses, so he can accompany us as well." "I'll do it right away," Arya exclaimed with enthusiasm, turning to dash toward the Prime Minister's tower. After a short while, Shirley approached, leading 2 horses, with Arya beaming from atop one of them. "Shirley, please take good care of Arya. King's Landing is not like our north," Orwin instructed. "Rest assured, Sir Orwin. After studying swordsmanship with you for so long, I am confident in my ability to protect Lady Arya," Shirley assured, thumping his chest. "Do not worry, Orwin. I have brought the long sword you gifted me," Arya declared, brandishing the swift blade hanging from her saddle, then lifting her skirt to reveal her chain mail. "Look, I'm also wearing the armor Jon gifted me." Indeed, Arya's attire resembled that of a soon-to-depart female swordsman. "Excellent. Let us set forth," Orwin said with a smile. Observing Arya's readiness, the trio set out from the Red Keep. To prevent any unforeseen incidents, Orwin took the lead along Central Street towards the main square. The flanking residences belonged to minor nobles, and patrols in golden robes occasionally swept through, ensuring a heightened sense of security. They rode straight to the central square, where Orwin's gaze fell upon a somewhat imposing structure to his left, his mind racing with calculations. He was aware that within that edifice lay dangerous items potent enough to obliterate the entirety of King's Landing, and he resolved to seek an opportunity to procure some for future contingencies. The 3 of them traversed the central square, continuing forward before veering left into Iron Street. As the name suggests, both sides of Steel Street are dotted with numerous blacksmith shops. Upon entering, the incessant clanging of iron fills the air, and the temperature is notably higher than in other areas, as the forges along the road intermittently release waves of heat, creating an ambience of sweltering intensity. Apart from the blacksmiths, the street is also bustling with mercenaries from various regions and solitary knights, all drawn to Steel Street to forge weaponry. However, among them, few possess the means to procure quality arms. Most settle for mere commonplace items. When Orwin and his companions rode into Steel Street, they immediately attracted considerable attention. Their towering steeds, pristine attire, and the strikingly valuable dress worn by Elia incited different thoughts among the unsavory characters lurking about. Some gazes were unmistakably predatory, casting a chill upon the trio. Orwin remained unfazed by such stares. Should any dare to strike, he would ensure they regretted their very existence. Hilly, a guard with years of experience, closely followed Elia, his right hand resting on the hilt of his sword, ever vigilant. He boldly returned unwelcoming glares, exuding confidence in his prowess. Meanwhile, Elia felt a surge of eagerness, reminiscent of a youth embarking on their first adventure, yearning to test her mettle against others. Perhaps it was the throngs of people or the imposing presence of Orwin that kept their path free of trouble thus far. The trio continued their leisurely ride until they finally halted before a blacksmith shop, its sign proclaiming it to be the establishment of Master Topmote. Chapter 25. The Valyrian steel sword. The 3 reined in their horses at the entrance of the blacksmith shop and dismounted. Inside, a lively scene unfolded. Several apprentices wielded large iron hammers, rhythmically pounding red-hot iron blocks. The glowing metal transformed shape with each strike, gradually taking form as sword blanks emerged under the skilled hands of the blacksmith and his apprentices. Orwin's gaze fell upon a tall, robust apprentice with dark hair, a faint smile curving his lips. Janderly bore a striking resemblance to Robert, both in appearance and stature. "Esteemed guests," exclaimed Topmote, a figure clad in a long robe, more reminiscent of a merchant than a blacksmith, as he emerged from the shop with a broad smile. Upon observing Orwin's leather armor, Elia's exquisite attire, and Hilly's watchful demeanor. Tobmote recognized he was in the presence of significant clientele, likely a minor noble with ample resources. "What may I assist you with, my esteemed guests? I possess a comprehensive selection of weapons and armor, ready to cater to your every need, provided your golden dragons are sufficient," Tobmote greeted, bowing slightly, his eyes gleaming with the shrewdness characteristic of a seasoned merchant. "Might this lovely lady be in need of a sword? We offer specially crafted blades for women, light and elegant, perfectly suited for a noble girl such as yourself." Tobmote looked at Aelia with a beaming smile and spoke. Aelia was evidently captivated by the eloquent words of the astute blacksmith, tugging at Orvin's attire. "I say, won't you invite us inside for a glimpse? Standing here will hardly yield you any sales." Orwin addressed the shrewd blacksmith. "Ah, my oversight. Please come in, esteemed guests." Tobmote hastily stepped aside to allow Orwin and the others to enter. "Someone, quickly fetch some water for the steeds of these distinguished guests." Tobmote shouted towards an apprentice within the forge. "Please take a look. These are all weapons and armor crafted by our own hands." Tobmote led the trio to the finished products area, pointing at the weapons and armor adorning the walls. "Esteemed lady, behold these swords designed specifically for women, both lightweight and exquisite. This one would suit you splendidly." As he spoke, Tobmote retrieved a slender sword from the wall, reminiscent of Aelia's own needle-like blade in the play. The sword, with its ornate sheath adorned with intricate carvings, featured a brass hilt, slender and elegantly guarded, a clear testament to its decorative prowess. Aelia accepted the slender sword from Tobmote and gently drew it from its sheath. The blade, a triangular spike forged from high-quality steel, was etched with delicate patterns, with brass embellishments in certain areas, rendering the entire sword a veritable work of art. Aelia twirled the sword gracefully in her hand, examining its entirety. But her interest quickly waned, and she couldn't help but pout. "Esteemed lady, does this sword not meet your approval? Fear not, for I possess other options. Surely one will please you, and if none suffice, we can craft a blade tailored to your desires," Tobmote hastily assured, noting Aelia's discontent. "Enough. This sword is far from what I seek. Even the one gifted to me by my master surpasses it." Aelia shook her head in disappointment. Only then did Tobmote notice the sword sheathed at Aelia's waist, encased in a simple sheath, with a broad, hollow guard and a hilt wrapped in non-slip leather, a clear indication of a weapon meant for battle. "Esteemed lady, may I have the honor of examining your sword?" Tobmote inquired softly. Upon hearing his request, Aelia turned to Orwin, who gave a slight nod, prompting her to draw the swift blade from her waist and present it to Tobmote. Tobmote, observing the exchange of glances between Aelia and Orwin, realized he may have misjudged. This tall and robust warrior was likely not merely a guard. Taking the swift sword from Aelia, Tobmote scrutinized it closely. The blade tapered from wide at the base to narrow at the tip, with the lower half unsharpened, while the upper portion featured dual edges, extending in a diamond shape to a sharp point, capable of both slicing and piercing. The blade was robust, with a well-balanced weight, an unmistakable instrument of lethality. "I sincerely apologize. Esteemed lady, I did not realize you were a swordswoman. Forgive my presumption. This sword is indeed a remarkable weapon, perfectly suited for your current use." Tobmote, cradling the sword with both hands, returned it to Aelia with a smile. Aelia sheathed the swift blade at her waist, her eyes sparkling with intrigue as she gazed at Orwin. "All right, boss. This time, I am here to purchase a sword." Orwin observed the young girl reveling in her joy and, noticing the blacksmith's somewhat despondent expression, spoke up. "I apologize, but I am uncertain how to address you," Tobmote remarked, looking at Orwin. "This is Sir Orwin Reed, the captain of Lord Eddard Stark's Royal Guard." Shiri interjected from behind Aelia. "Oh, good heavens. It is the renowned sword god of the North. Please forgive my oversight in not recognizing you," Tobmote exclaimed, visibly astonished. His voice was loud enough for onlookers in the blacksmith shop to hear his exclamation. This declaration caused a stir, prompting some individuals with ulterior motives to hastily depart, having previously misjudged the trio as mere easy prey. It is no secret that the Red Keep harbors no mysteries, and indeed, the entirety of King's Landing is devoid of secrets. Letters displayed upon the tables of various nobles are often known to be disseminated by the following day. Orwin's reputation is well known among the nobility across the Seven Kingdoms, including the lords of King's Landing, whose discussions of his exploits have become a frequent topic at numerous gatherings. King's Landing acts as a vast sieve, allowing news to flow freely, and the tales surrounding Sir Orwin have spread like wildfire. Taverns and brothels alike have spun them into legends. "Sir Orwin, please pardon my impetuosity. I am simply overwhelmed by your presence, which brings me immense honor. Tormod composed himself and offered a respectful bow. No need for concern. Orwin replied with a smile. I have come in search of a fine sword myself, hoping to find one that truly satisfies. It is my honor that my name has reached your ears. Please, follow me, for the swords here are unworthy of your stature. Tormod beamed, gesturing invitingly. Orwin, not one to hesitate, stepped forward in the direction indicated, with Elia and Shiri following closely behind. The four of them arrived at the innermost part of the blacksmith's shop, where Robert's illegitimate son, Jandrai, was forging sword blades. Sir Orwin, I possess a steel that is unparalleled elsewhere. Only a sword crafted from this material can befit your esteemed identity. Tormod declared earnestly. I know you speak of Valyrian steel. I am aware that you have traveled overseas, and that your technique for forging Valyrian steel was acquired from abroad. Orwin nodded in acknowledgement. To my surprise, you are well informed about this matter. Many are skeptical, believing Valyrian steel to be a lost art. Tormod exclaimed with excitement. I have a query. It is said that Valyrian steel possesses magical properties. I wonder if the Valyrian steel you forge also holds such magic? Sir Olwyn inquired. I must sincerely apologize, Sir Olwyn. The Valyrian steel I am able to forge lacks any magical attributes, as magic has long since faded from existence. No one can enchant Valyrian steel any longer. However, rest assured, although my Valyrian steel lacks magic, the swords crafted from it are as indomitable and resilient as the legendary Valyrian steel swords that have been passed down through time. Tubomont replied confidently. I have no doubt about that. Otherwise, I would not have traveled such a distance to seek your expertise. Olwyn remarked, acknowledging that the old man was not overly boasting. Though perhaps not as grandiose as he claimed, the non-magical Valyrian steel swords are indeed formidable against ordinary steel swords. This is the design of the sword I previously commissioned in White Harbor. Now, I require you to forge 2 swords of the same design from Valyrian steel. As Olwyn spoke, he produced a piece of paper depicting the very sword he had used before. Tubomont accepted the paper from Olwyn's hands and unfolded it for a closer inspection. What a splendid design for a sword. The blade is broad and robust, perfectly suited for your use. Tubomont remarked as he gazed at the Viking longsword depicted on the paper. Are you certain you wish to forge 2 such longswords? You must understand that swords forged from Valyrian steel do not come cheaply. Tubomont queried. Indeed, I am decided on 2. How much will it cost in total? Olwyn nodded and casually inquired. Given the width, thickness, and length of your specified design, a single Valyrian steel sword will cost no less than 300 golden dragons, amounting to 600 golden dragons for 2. If you are certain, I can also provide you with intricately carved sheaths, along with guards and hilts, free of charge. Tubomont mused after a moment's contemplation. That sounds reasonable. How long until the swords are ready? Olwyn asked. 1 month. They will be completed in 1 month. Tubomont replied. Very well, I shall return in 1 month's time. Here is a deposit of 150 golden dragons, and I will pay the remainder upon collection. As Olwyn spoke, he tossed his coin pouch to Tubomont. Rest assured, I shall deliver both swords to you in 1 month's time. Please hold on a moment. I will prepare a contract for you, Tubomont said, his excitement palpable as he weighed the pouch in his hand. In a short while, Tubomont returned with the prepared contracts, presenting 2 identical copies to Olwyn. Olwyn affixed his signature to one, and Tubomont did the same before handing 1 copy to Olwyn. After receiving the contract, Olwyn did not linger. He departed the blacksmith shop with Elia and Silly, mounting their horses and making their way towards Fisherman's Square. Chapter 26. External Aid Master Olwyn. Why are Valyrian steel swords so exorbitantly priced? I noticed that the most expensive sword in that blacksmith shop is merely 20 gold dragons. And with the cost of a single Valyrian steel sword, one could acquire several of those exquisite steel longswords. Elia pondered aloud, unable to comprehend Olwyn's willingness to spend such a fortune on 2 swords of such high value. How shall I put it, Elia? You are aware of the longsword that Lord Eddard has always entrusted to Vaonpol, correct? Olwyn mused before responding. Indeed, that is the ancestral sword of House Stark, known as Ice. It is incredibly sharp and indestructible. Elia replied with clarity, well versed in her family's heirloom. You are correct. That sword is indeed a Valyrian steel sword. But it possesses magical properties, Olwyn explained with a smile. What is the distinction? Elia inquired, her curiosity piqued. The difference is substantial. A Valyrian steel sword imbued with magic can effortlessly sever any weapon not forged from Valyrian steel, penetrate even the most renowned defensive plate armor, and sustain no harm itself. Moreover, such a sword can easily slay White Walkers. Olwyn elaborated, observing Elia from atop his horse. As for a non-magical Valyrian steel sword, while it is certainly sharper and harder, it does not possess any extraordinary qualities beyond that. It is merely superior to contemporary steel weaponry in terms of durability and sharpness, and is less prone to damage during intense collisions. Orwin continued. Can a non-magical Valyrian steel sword kill White Walkers? Elia pressed on. Alas, it cannot. To vanquish a White Walker, one must wield a weapon imbued with magic, Orwin asserted. Then it seems utterly useless. Elia's face registered shock, her surprise evident. That cannot be entirely true. For dealing with ordinary foes, possessing a sword that is sharper and harder is certainly advantageous. Orwin chuckled. Hillary, would you purchase such a sword? Elia turned to Hillary, seeking her opinion. I would not, primarily because I cannot afford it. Hillary shrugged candidly. Elia burst into laughter at Hillary's comical demeanor, nearly losing her balance on the horse. Had it not been for Olwyn's quick reflexes, she might have tumbled off. In truth, Olwyn harbored his own aspirations. He yearned to possess a genuine Valyrian steel sword. However, such a feat was not easily achieved. Even the illustrious Lannister family, who command the entire gold mines of the Westerlands, do not own a single Valyrian steel sword, having once squandered tens of thousands of gold dragons in a futile attempt to procure one. Yet, Olwyn was not in a desperate frenzy to acquire inferior versions of Valyrian steel swords merely for show. Instead, he was driven by the capabilities of his system, which had granted him extraordinary enhancements upon reaching level 2, making him the strongest human warrior in this realm. What might await him upon reaching level 3? Orwin pondered deeply, conducting his own calculations. With the system's remark following his ascension to level 2, a surge of excitement ignited within him. Should he advance to level 3? It was highly plausible that he would transform into a red witch or a three-eyed crow, wielding his own magic. He mused that, at that point, if he held 2 makeshift Valyrian steel swords, perhaps he could enchant them into genuine Valyrian steel. The mere thought of such a possibility led Orwin to believe that commissioning these swords was not a loss, but rather a profitable venture. The trio engaged in lively conversation atop their steeds, with Elia predominantly leading the discourse, while Orwin and Shiri occasionally provided her with explanations. Since their descent from Winterfell, Elia had scarcely found a moment to leisurely explore. For one who yearned to discover the world beyond, this was sheer torment. Now that she had finally ventured out, everything appeared novel to her. As they rode out of Steel Street, they arrived at Fisherman's Square. Northward from the square lay a muddy path, aptly named Mud Road, frequented by fishermen from Blackwater Bay who transported their catches into King's Landing. The pungent scent of fish lingered, and given that the nobles of King's Landing resided elsewhere, the path had remained unkempt. The River Gate, another name for this entrance, was also known as Mud Gate. Orwin, is that the sea out there? Elia inquired, pointing towards the River Gate. Indeed. Would you like to see it? Orwin replied, a spark igniting in his eyes. Of course. I've yet to witness the sea, Elia exclaimed, nodding eagerly. Then let us go see, Orwin affirmed. Splendid. Elia couldn't contain her delight, turning her horse and urging it towards the River Gate. Orwin and Shiri quickly followed suit. My lord, I can't shake the feeling that someone is watching us, Shiri whispered discreetly to Orwin as they rode side by side. To maintain composure, Shiri fixed his gaze ahead, sitting upright. I know, it's a group of children and some vagabonds, Orwin replied softly. Should we warn them? Shiri queried, uncertainty lacing his voice. No need. Let us act as though we are oblivious and continue on our way, Orwin suggested quietly. The trio exited the River Gate, descending the stone steps to the banks of the Blackwater River, observing the bustling activity of fishing and cargo vessels. In the distance, 2 massive cargo ships anchored on the water, their anchors securing them firmly to prevent drifting with the currents. Beside these leviathans lay 2 slender vessels, their bows elevated and a grand sail standing tall in the center. A smile crept across Orwin's face as he beheld these 4 ships. The 3 individuals lingered momentarily by the banks of the Blackwater River before riding back to the Red Keep via the riverside path. On their return, Orwin discreetly observed the abandoned courtyard where they had spent the previous night. The location of the courtyard was rather concealed, surrounded by 2 dilapidated estates, and populated by a few children dressed in modest attire. Each child's eyes shimmered with scrutiny and astuteness as they covertly observed Orwin and his companions. Orwin paid them no mind. These little birds of Varys were ubiquitous in King's Landing, and it was entirely natural for such a place to host its own small flock. Upon their arrival at the Red Keep, they coincided perfectly with the lunch hour, where Eddard Stark had just returned from the Tower of the Hand. The expression on his face suggested that his meeting with Robert had not unfolded smoothly. After their meal, Eddard Stark summoned Orwin to the courtyard of the Hand's Tower, a spacious area surrounded by Stark guards. making it an ideal setting for their discussion. "My lord, I have spotted merchant ships from White Harbor in the Blackwater Bay," Orwin said softly while strolling alongside Eddard Stark. "Yes, I am aware," Eddard replied quietly. "I have arranged for those sent to procure food to meet with them today. They will remain here until we no longer require their services, posing as merchants during their stay in King's Landing. Additionally, the vessels from Goat Village have arrived. The leader is my deputy from Goat Village. I need to convey some messages to them. There are tasks that require their attention," Orwin continued in a hushed tone. This matter began before their departure from Winterfell. The day prior to their journey, Eddard had dispatched ravens to White Harbor, delivering his orders. It was during this time that Orwin had also prompted Eddard to inform White Harbor to notify Jon, instructing him to bring the most capable individuals from Goat Village southward to King's Landing. Orwin had anticipated that upon their arrival in King's Landing, they would attract the scrutiny of various factions, and every movement they made would be monitored. He required assistance just outside the Red Keep, and the only reliable allies he had were Jon, who had accompanied him for years, and the people from Goat Village. The notion of hiring mercenaries or seeking help within King's Landing was utterly absurd. In a city where few are devoid of greed, anyone could be bought with sufficient coin, rendering them untrustworthy. Only those who had stood by him from the beginning could provide Orwin with peace of mind. Chapter 27. New troubles and clues. Time passed swiftly. Several days had elapsed since Eddard Stark's meeting with Robert, and the news of the king's upcoming Hands tournament had spread to every corner of the Seven Kingdoms. Following Orwin's conversation with Eddard Stark, the responsibility for liaising with White Harbor was entrusted to Orwin. He was also put in charge of the servant responsible for delivering messages, thus assuming oversight of external communications from the Hands Tower. This morning, Orwin dispatched an important order. A small piece of paper discreetly slipped out of the Red Keep alongside the purchasing officer, successfully delivered into the hands of a merchant from White Harbor under the watchful gaze of numerous eyes, and subsequently passed on to Jon. Upon receiving the note, Jon returned to the ship at Goat's Village, where he carefully unfurled and scrutinized its contents. "What directive has our lord conveyed?" inquired Bran, an archer who had been hunting alongside Erwin. "The command is quite straightforward. We are to cultivate a favorable rapport with the golden-robed commander stationed at the river gate. When the time is ripe, he wishes to meet with that officer," Jon replied, before soaking the order-laden paper in seawater, crumpling it into pulp, and casting it into the ocean. "This may prove challenging," Bran remarked. "Just yesterday, I inquired about the golden-robed commander at the river gate, and he is not easily persuaded. He is notoriously avaricious. Without incentive, he will not entertain us commoners. Intimacy is not required. We merely need him to grant us passage into the city when the moment calls for discretion," Jon mused, recalling Erwin's instructions. "That simplifies matters considerably. For the right price, that fellow would even open the door to his own mother." Bran chuckled. "Then I shall entrust this task to you. From this day forth, you are responsible for establishing our connection at the river gate. You may procure the necessary funds from the merchant ships at White Harbor. Our lord has already made arrangements with them," Jon stated with a nod. "Rest assured, I will expedite this connection and ensure our lord's affairs are not delayed." Bran replied with utmost seriousness. "Come, I too must venture into the city. Our lord has assigned me a rather perilous task." Jon lamented, reflecting on another directive inscribed on the paper. "Ah, poor Jon. Surely your sharp tongue has earned the lord's ire." Bran jested. "Who can say?" Jon shrugged. With that, Jon, accompanied by several others, proceeded to the merchant vessel at White Harbor, soon disembarking to ascend the embankment of the Blackwater River, entering through the river gate. Upon entering King's Landing, Jon and his companions departed in the direction of Steel Street, while Bran, clutching a fine piece of hide, ambled towards the city guard. Meanwhile, Jon's group arrived at the central square and veered into the Alchemist's Guild. The task assigned to Jon by Erwin was of great significance. He was to procure some wildfire from the guild, a plan Erwin had conceived 2 days prior and meticulously arranged during yesterday's trip to Steel Street. In the Red Keep, within the ministerial chamber, Eddard Stark was in audience with the golden-robed commander of King's Landing, Janos Slynt. "My Lord Prime Minister, esteemed lords, we are currently confronted with a grave predicament." Janos Slynt, adorned in golden armor and clutching his helm, addressed the council seated behind the long table. "What trouble do we face?" Eddard Stark sat at the center of several individuals, gazing at the infamous golden-robed commander as he spoke. Since the announcement of the tournament, people from all corners of the realm had flocked to King's Landing like a tidal wave. Just last night, a tavern was embroiled in chaos, a brothel was set ablaze, and 3 brawls erupted, not to mention a drunken man who galloped through the street of the September. "By the gods, how terrifying!" Varys exclaimed from his seat, feigning shock. My lords, all this turmoil stems from the king's tournament. The golden-robed commander lamented. Eddard Stark, feeling a headache coming on, placed a hand on his brow and responded with exasperation. This is the king's tournament. My esteemed advisor has no interest in this matter whatsoever. Such issues fall under your purview, and there is no need to report them at the court. If you cannot maintain order within the city, perhaps it is time to consider a new commander for the city watch. Ser Loras Tyrell interjected in defense of Eddard Stark, addressing the golden-robed commander directly. I require additional manpower, my lords. The golden robes are insufficient to oversee every corner of the city. The commander continued to bemoan. Very well. I shall authorize the recruitment of 50 more men to bolster the golden robes. As for the costs of this recruitment, let Lord Baelish devise a solution. Eddard Stark declared after a moment's contemplation. Following his analysis with Old Town, he instinctively sensed that this might be a trap, even if the golden robes were under-resourced. It was hard to believe they could not manage the city's order, from Eddard Stark's understanding. Areas like Flea Bottom and the Muddy Roads were places the golden robes would typically neglect. Abandoning these two districts would free up many of their numbers, ensuring that they could handle the law and order. However, as the hand of the king, he was compelled to address the issue. Under normal circumstances, Eddard Stark would dispatch his own guards to undertake such tasks, but he was unwilling to do so now. His guards were the cornerstone of his standing in King's Landing, and he would not easily disperse their ranks. Am I also to be responsible for the finances of the golden robes? Lord Baelish inquired upon hearing Eddard Stark's words. If you can manage to gather the prize money for the tournament champion, then surely acquiring a few more coins to maintain order should be no insurmountable task. Eddard Stark retorted. If you find yourself short-staffed, you may recruit 20 mercenaries to assist until the tournament concludes. He addressed the bald commander before him. Thank you, my lord. I shall ensure that order is maintained within the city. The golden-robed commander responded gratefully to Eddard Stark, bowing before taking his leave. I sincerely hope this farce concludes swiftly. Allowing us to find peace once more, Eddard Stark murmured, rubbing his aching temples as he sipped his ale. My lord, this situation is not entirely unfavorable. Such events invigorate the realm. For the upper classes, particularly the knights, it presents an opportune moment to seek honor. For the common folk, it offers a temporary respite from their troubles. Varys regarded Eddard Stark and spoke. In King's Landing, every inn in the city was fully booked, and the working women in the brothels were so busy they could hardly stand. Consequently, the king's coffers swelled. While recording the proceedings of the council, Bellies laughed and remarked, Well then, if there are no further matters, let us disperse. Eddard Stark shook his head in resignation and rose to his feet. The other 4 members of the council also stood and bid farewell to Eddard Stark. It is indeed sweltering. Every time this season arrives in King's Landing, I find myself reminiscing about the snowflakes that fall in Winterfell, the Maester Pycelle said, rising unsteadily. Please, Maester, do not leave just yet. I wish to discuss Jon Arryn with you, Eddard Stark said, addressing Pycelle as he prepared to depart. By the time Eddard Stark returned to the Tower of the Hand, it was already time for dinner. After a simple meal with his 2 daughters, he summoned Olwen, and the two strolled leisurely through the courtyard. Today, I spoke with Maester Pycelle about Jon Arryn. He informed me that Arryn's illness was both sudden and severe. He visited the Maester's tower the night before he passed, and by the following day, he tragically succumbed. Eddard Stark stated gravely to Olwen. It appears our suspicions were correct. The former hand was indeed poisoned, Olwen replied softly. I am merely curious, though. Despite the Tower of the Hand being riddled with leaks, it should not be so accessible that anyone could enter. How then? Was the former hand poisoned? Olwen continued. I have questioned the Maester about this as well, and he claimed that poison is the weapon of women, cowards, and eunuchs. He also mentioned that the king's spymaster is a eunuch. Eddard Stark chuckled. It seems the identity of that spymaster is common knowledge. I wonder if the 3 roles the Maester referred to were meant to imply something specific. Olwen pondered, feigning deep thought. I am still uncertain as to the full extent of the matter, but the Maester did mention that Jon Arryn borrowed a book from him shortly before his death. Eddard Stark remarked, his expression darkening. What book? Olwen feigned surprise, inquiring further. The genealogies and histories of the major noble houses of the 7 kingdoms, which includes numerous descriptions of lords, ladies, and their progeny, Eddard Stark replied. Furthermore, the Maester noted that Jon Arryn had repeatedly referenced a particular phrase before his demise, the strength of lineage. Eddard Stark continued. If we interpret the strength of lineage in conjunction with the book the former hand perused, might it not suggest a family, particularly one with a well-ordered inheritance, characterized by unchanging traits? For instance, the Lannisters are known for their golden hair, while the Targaryens have always possessed silver locks. Olwen pretended to contemplate this for a moment before responding. Your interpretation holds no flaws. The distinctive traits of noble families are often passed down through generations. Eddard Stark nodded in agreement. I have returned with the book, and I intend to take some time to peruse it thoroughly, hoping to uncover any additional clues. Eddard Stark gazed earnestly at the pinnacle of the Hand's Tower as he spoke. You are bound to make new discoveries, remarked Olwyn, whose seemingly flattering words concealed a deeper implication. Olwyn was aware that with his comments this evening, Eddard Stark would soon learn of Robert's infidelity, a revelation that would inevitably reach Cersei and Jaime Lannister. He couldn't help but ponder the necessity of hastening his preparations, ensuring that the security surrounding Eddard Stark and the two Stark maidens was adequately fortified. A storm is brewing, Olwyn murmured to himself as he stood alone in the courtyard, gazing at the distant King's Tower after Eddard Stark's departure. Chapter 28. Surveillance time continued to pass, and outside the King's Gate, the tournament grounds were being constructed with great urgency. The jousting track was nearing completion, with only the spectators' stand still in the process of being finalized. Eddard Stark was consumed by an unrelenting schedule, leaving him no respite, either engaged in royal duties or further investigating the cause of Jon Arryn's death. His greatest source of frustration, however, was Robert, the king, who seemed perpetually intoxicated or indulging in the company of courtesans, or off hunting wild boars in the royal woods, exhibiting no semblance of kingly responsibility. Even more infuriating was the king's impulsive nature. Just days prior, he had dispatched men across the narrow sea to find opportunities to assassinate Daenerys Targaryen. This had led to a fierce argument between Eddard and Robert, with neither able to sway the other, resulting in a souring of their relationship. During these days, Olwyn had not ventured outside the Red Keep, dedicating his time to diligently training the Stark family's guards. He remained uncertain whether Eddard Stark would choose to follow the narrative as it unfolded in the tale, waiting until after the tournament to confront the truth of Robert's betrayal, only to be met with Cersei's preemptive strike. Thus, Olwyn enforced a rigorous training regimen for the guards, imparting straightforward and practical swordsmanship techniques, including several lethal maneuvers. Of course, Olwyn's activities extended beyond mere training. Through his observations, he discerned that the entirety of the Red Keep surveillance was primarily fixated on Eddard Stark, while those outside concentrated on him, Vaon Poole, Harris, and Silly. This provided the Stark family's kitchen staff and procurement personnel with greater latitude for movement, facilitating the exchange of information. From reports reaching Olwyn, he learned that Jon had procured several jars of wildfire from the Alchemists' Guild, sealed tightly and submerged in seawater. Moreover, Fran had become well acquainted with the guards at the river gate, often spending his evenings drinking with them, sometimes accompanied by Jon. At that moment, within the Hand's Tower, Olwyn sat in his chamber, observing a jar of wildfire on the table, his gaze fixed upon it with unwavering intensity. Who could have imagined that such a small canister of verdant liquid could unleash such formidable power when ignited? It is akin to a solidified gasoline explosive. Once it adheres, it becomes nearly impossible to extinguish, necessitating a complete incineration. Sir Orwin penned yet another note, which he entrusted to the personnel preparing to venture out for supplies. He required an agreement with Jon. Should chaos erupt within the Red Keep, they were to immediately dock the ship and secure the riverside entrance, safeguarding their escape route. Before dinner, Eddard Stark, weary from the day's tribulations, returned to the Prime Minister's tower. He sank into the chair in his room, closing his eyes to rejuvenate. Sir Orwin, called Vaon Poole, knocking at the door. The door opened from within, and Orwin inquired, What is it, Vaon? The Lord has returned. Indeed. He requests your presence in the rooftop dining hall. He wishes to speak with you. Vaon Poole confirmed with a nod. Very well, I shall ascend at once. Orwin replied. He returned to his chamber, carefully storing away the canister of wildfire before closing the door and making his way to the tower's summit. Upon reaching the top, Eddard Stark had yet to arrive, but Arya and Sansa were already dining. Master Orwin, Arya exclaimed joyfully upon spotting him. Arya, Orwin greeted her warmly. However, Sansa regarded Orwin with indifference, completely ignoring his presence, her demeanor frosty. Orwin remained unfazed. He held little affection for Sansa, often referred to by the audience as one of the three fools. In the early stages, she epitomized foolishness, rendering her quite unlikable. Sir Orwin, what brings you here? The Scepter inquired, casting a curious glance at him. Lord Eddard instructed Vaon to summon me, Orwin replied. At that moment, Eddard Stark, looking fatigued, ascended the stairs and called out to him. My lord. Orwin turned to Eddard, offering a slight bow. I did not see you in the hall. Harris mentioned you were still occupied. I presumed you had not yet dined, so I asked Vaon to invite you to join us, Eddard said with a smile. Thank you, my lord. Orwin responded with a grin. Please, Make yourself comfortable. Eddard gestured to the chair opposite him. Orwin wasted no time in pulling out the chair and taking a seat. The Septa promptly brought him a portion of food along with a set of cutlery, placing it before him. Thank you, Septa. Orwin smiled at the kindly woman. You are most welcome, sir. Please enjoy your meal. She replied, beaming, as Orwin surveyed the lavish spread before him. He couldn't help but notice that his portion appeared more substantial than Eddard's. Dig in. Do not hesitate. It seems the Septa assumed you have a hearty appetite. Hence the larger serving. Eddard remarked, noticing Orwin's slight embarrassment. Then I shall not hold back. Orwin chuckled, promptly wielding his knife and fork to delve into the feast. After a while, both Arya and Sansa finished their meals and departed, leaving only Eddard Stark and Olwen in the dining hall. Once the servants cleared away the dishes before them, Eddard Stark finally spoke. Olwen, have there been any developments in the past few days? Indeed, my lord. Today I received word from outside the Red Keep. My contacts have successfully bribed the guards at the river gate, allowing them to come and go freely at night. Olwen replied to Eddard Stark. Additionally, my associates procured wildfire from the Alchemists Guild, and I have secured a small jar of it for emergencies. I have also communicated with them. Should they observe wildfire igniting within the Red Keep, they will seize control of the river gate, opening a route for us to escape the city. Olwen continued. Excellent. This is the most promising news I have heard in days. Eddard Stark said with a smile. I never imagined you would acquire wildfire, though it is perilous and cruel. Given the current circumstances, we cannot afford to be overly cautious. Eddard Stark spoke with gravitas. My lord, has anything else transpired in the last few days? Olwen asked, sensing a hint of unease in Eddard Stark's tone. What more could there be? It is merely the matter of the tournament. Eddard Stark replied with a wry smile. Today, 2 incidents occurred. One being that a merchant has accused Commander Geno Slint of the Gold Cloaks of exploiting the preparations for the tournament to amass wealth, plundering the finances of merchants, leaving many unable to conduct their business and struggling to survive. Eddard Stark expressed his distress. This matter may prove challenging to address, Olwen remarked. Indeed, Geno Slint was appointed directly by Robert and enjoys his trust. Without concrete evidence, it will be difficult to take action against him. Eddard Stark said, My lord, do you think this gold-cloaked commander, so avaricious, may have already allied himself with Queen Cersei? Olwen pondered aloud. Eddard Stark paused, furrowing his brow in contemplation before responding. You raise a valid point. When it comes to wealth in King's Landing, the Lannisters undoubtedly reign supreme. The royal treasury itself owes the Lannisters over 3 million gold dragons. Yet, we lack proof. There is no need for evidence. Mere suspicion suffices. As long as there exists a possibility that he could align himself with the Lannisters, we must remain vigilant, Olwen asserted, looking at Eddard Stark. Very well. You make a compelling argument. Eddard Stark replied with a rueful smile. He realized that whenever he discussed matters with Olwen, the latter would always provide an alternative perspective. Often difficult to accept yet profoundly reasonable, always in his best interest. Thus, Eddard Stark consistently embraced Olwen's counsel and analyses. There is one more thing. This afternoon, Baelish reported to me on the fundraising for the tournament and mentioned that Maester Pycelle had let slip the details of my investigation into Jon Arryn's circumstances prior to his death. Eddard Stark continued. Is it not the case that all those with keen insight within the Red Keep are now aware of your investigation into the death of Jon Arryn? If that is so, I suspect Queen Cersei has also been informed of this matter, Orwin remarked. Indeed, Varys has also informed me that the entire Red Keep, including the area outside the Prime Minister's tower, is under constant surveillance, Eddard Stark replied, his countenance darkening. I am aware of this. Those children are Varys's little birds. The women are Barris' eyes, and as for the incessantly busy gardeners, I presume they belong to the Queen, Orwin stated. When did you come to this realization? Eddard Stark inquired, astonished. I noticed it from the very beginning, and after repeated confirmations, I became even more certain, including that time I took Miss Arya out. The surveillance never ceased, Orwin explained. Why did you not inform me? Eddard Stark asked, looking at Orwin in confusion. He had never doubted Orwin. Even knowing that he was being watched and yet not being told, his only feeling was one of puzzlement. Because we needed you to draw their attention, allowing us to carry out our other activities in the shadows. If I had informed you, I feared that you might inadvertently reveal our position to them. Not only you, but I, Vaon, Harris, and Shireen, we 4 are also under watch, Orwin elaborated. You are right. Under these circumstances, I am indeed the most likely to attract their notice, which would grant you an opportunity to communicate with the outside, Eddard Stark mused, nodding in agreement. My lord, did Lord Barris bring up the matter of him monitoring you? Orwin asked. Yes. He explicitly admitted to arranging for someone to watch over me. What of it? Eddard Stark inquired, scrutinizing Orwin. It is nothing. Merely that I find Lord Barris' cunning to be quite remarkable. By voluntarily admitting this and alerting you to the fact that the news has been leaked, he is clearly attempting to ingratiate himself with you, retreating to advance, thereby earning your greater trust, Orwin explained. Why would he do this? What advantage does he gain? If I trust him, I may delegate important matters to him, thus enabling him to grasp my motivations and understand my thoughts. Such a devious mind, Eddard Stark pondered, quickly grasping Barris' motives in light of Orwin's previous analysis, an involuntary chill creeping down his spine. Chapter 29. Increasingly complex Orwin, there is a matter that requires your arrangement. Eddard Stark said after a moment of contemplation. My lord, what is it? Orwin inquired. This afternoon, Barris mentioned to me that Jon Arryn had been observing a blacksmith shop in the weeks leading up to his death, visiting the owner repeatedly. The shop is located in a large building at the highest point of Steel Street, and I wish to visit it personally tomorrow, Eddard Stark remarked to Orwin. I believe I know the blacksmith shop you are referring to. A few days ago, I commissioned 2 Valyrian steel swords there, and now the time has nearly come for their forging to be complete. Orwin remarked. I am aware of this matter. Arya mentioned it upon her return. I have been meaning to ask whether you have been deceived. Eddard Stark replied, gazing at Orwin. We shall discover the truth tomorrow. It has been quite some time, and at the very least, half should be completed. Perhaps by tomorrow, I shall possess a new sword. Orwin shrugged. Then let us await the outcome. Eddard Stark said with a smile. However, my lord, if you truly intend to go tomorrow, please be mindful that all our actions will be closely monitored. Should any discoveries arise, they will undoubtedly be known to those with ulterior motives, Orwin said with an expression of concern. I understand, yet I must pursue this matter. I wish to ascertain what could possibly draw Jon Arryn's attention to a humble blacksmith shop. Eddard Stark spoke with solemnity. Very well, my lord. I shall make the necessary arrangements. Orwin responded before turning to depart. The following morning, Orwin had the warhorses fed and saddled early, awaiting Eddard Stark to conclude his audience and venture out. Vaon Poole was present, while Harris and Sherry, Orwin's trusted subordinates, were not to accompany them this time. He instructed them to remain behind to safeguard Arya and Sansa. Orwin and Vaon Poole waited beneath the Prime Minister's tower until nearly noon. When Eddard Stark finally descended from his chambers, a long sword at his side, the three wasted no time, swiftly mounting their steeds and galloping towards Steel Street. Upon returning to Tobamot's blacksmith shop, the atmosphere remained bustling. The old man was still adorned in his opulent robes, ostentatiously wiping the sweat from his brow with a handkerchief. As the trio reined in their horses, Tobamot immediately spotted Orwin and hurried over. Sir Orwin, welcome back. Tobamot greeted him with a bow. You are too kind, Orwin replied, addressing the old man. You have arrived at the perfect moment. Both swords are now complete. From this day forth, you shall possess 2 Valyrian steel swords. Tobamot declared with a smile. How can this be so swift? There are still several days until the month is complete. You are not attempting to deceive me with ordinary steel swords, are you? Orwin inquired, puzzled. Certainly not. This time, I employed a new method of forging, utilizing a mold to cast the sword blanks in one go, and then shaping them into finished products, which naturally expedited the process, Tobamot quickly explained. That is reassuring, fortunately. I have brought the payment, Orwin said with a smile. I shall fetch your swords immediately. Upon hearing that Orwin had brought money, Tobamot promptly went to retrieve the swords. Not so fast. Let us find a quiet place, as a lord wishes to inquire about something, Orwin called out to the old man. Tobamot glanced at Eddard Stark and Vaon Poole behind Orwin and said, Follow me. The storeroom in the back is relatively quiet. As Tobamot turned, he led the trio into the blacksmith's workshop. Orwin stepped aside to allow Eddard Stark to proceed, while he and Vaon pulled up the rear, remaining vigilant. Upon entering the storeroom, they found various ores and steel ingots, alongside several boxes, one of which was locked, evidently containing valuable items. Allow me to introduce you. This is Lord Eddard Stark, the hand of the King and Duke of the North. There are matters I wish to inquire about, and I expect your truthful responses, Orwin declared, gesturing towards Eddard Stark as he regarded Tobamot. I have had the honor of meeting the esteemed hand. Please, do not hesitate to ask your questions. I shall answer with complete candor, Tobamot replied, hastily bowing. Did the former Prime Minister, Jon Arryn, frequently visit you? Eddard Stark inquired directly, dismissing any pleasantries. The former Prime Minister indeed visited me on several occasions. However, I regret to say I never had the privilege of serving him during his lifetime, Tobamot responded. The old man was astute, acknowledging Arryn's visits while deftly absolving himself of any obligation to have assisted him. What was the purpose of his visits? Eddard Stark pressed further. Each time he came, He would summon a boy to his side, Tobermote explained. What boy? Where is he now? Eddard Stark asked, his curiosity piqued. The boy is outside. I shall call him in, Tobermote said, striding to the door of the storeroom and calling out to the lad hammering steel outside. Jandrai, come here. Jandrai, somewhat reluctantly, set down his hammer and entered the storeroom. This is he, my lord. At his age, he is remarkably sturdy and diligent in his work, Tobermote exclaimed, his eyes sparkling as he enthusiastically promoted the boy to Eddard Stark. Upon seeing Jandrai, Eddard Stark was momentarily taken aback. The resemblance was striking, reminiscent of a youthful Robert. Noticing the scrutinizing gaze of Stark, Tobermote assumed disbelief and turned to Jandrai, saying, Go fetch the helmet you crafted so that the lord may inspect it. Jandrai, somewhat unwilling, exited the storeroom and returned shortly with a horned helmet, which he presented to Eddard Stark. The craftsmanship is exceptional, Eddard Stark remarked, examining the helmet. It was not made for sale. It is intended for my own use, Jandrai replied, eyeing the helmet in Eddard's hands. Hey, young lad, watch your tone. This is the hand of the king, Tobermote interjected, hurriedly curbing Jandrai's demeanor. My lord, please forgive him, Tobermote added, addressing Eddard Stark once more. Not at all, Eddard Stark reassured him. When Prime Minister Aaron visited, what did you both discuss? Eddard Stark inquired, focusing his attention back on Jandrai. Only a few questions were posed. He asked when I began my work, how Mr. Tobermote treated me, and whether I enjoyed this position. Jandrai recounted. Jandelli glanced at Tobermote before speaking up, and then inquired about my mother. Your mother? Eddard Stark asked, puzzled. Indeed. He asked me who she was, what she looked like, and such, Jandelli replied. How did you respond? Eddard Stark pressed on. She had already passed away when I was a child, Jandelli said, his expression turning somber. Her hair was golden, and she would sometimes sing to me, he continued, a wistful longing for his deceased mother evident in his eyes. His demeanor growing even more melancholic as he lowered his head. Lift your gaze to me, Eddard Stark urged, observing the familiar visage before him. Jandelli raised his eyes to Eddard Stark, who was now certain that this was indeed Robert's illegitimate son. At that moment, Jandelli bore an uncanny resemblance to Robert in his youth, both in appearance and expression, particularly with his dark locks. Go on with your tasks, lad, Eddard Stark said, handing his helmet to Jandelli. If one day this boy wishes to cease forging swords or aspires to become a knight, tell him to seek me out, Eddard Stark added, addressing Tobermote before turning to leave. Vaemper promptly followed Eddard Stark out. Remember the words of the adults, Orwin instructed Tobermote. Now, bring forth my sword, he commanded, pulling down his coin pouch and weighing it in his hands. Just a moment, my lord, Tobermote replied with a smile, then turned to unlock a chest in the storeroom, retrieving two swords adorned with intricate engravings on their scabbards and hilts. Orwin accepted the two swords, their weight immediately signaling their exceptional quality. He unsheathed the blades, which glimmered with a cold light in the fire's glow. The balance was impeccable, and the feel was splendid. The lord may test their efficacy, Tobermote said, placing a steel sword blank on the stand for Orwin to try. Orwin wasted no time, wielding both swords and striking fiercely at the sword blank, with a resounding clang. The steel blank was cleaved into 3 pieces. The Valyrian steel swords in his hands showed no signs of damage, their blades perfectly straight and unblemished. Excellent. Truly, these are Valyrian steel swords, Orwin exclaimed, a broad smile illuminating his face as he admired the twin blades. Fetch me a sword belt, Orwin called to Tobermote, gesturing with the coin pouch. It will be ready at once, Tobermote replied, delighted as he took the pouch. As Orwin exited the blacksmith shop, he bore a transformed appearance. A sword sheathed at his side, another slung across his back. The previous steel longsword, he simply tossed to Tobermote. Your attire reminds me of the Dawnsword Master, Eddard Stark remarked, observing Orwin. I know not who the Dawnsword Master is. I only know I am a vassal of the Duke of the North, Orwin replied with a grin as he mounted his horse. Eddard Stark, having listened to Orwin's words, finally allowed a smile to grace his countenance. The 3 of them turned their horses around, preparing to retrace their steps. My lord, should we not escort the child to the ship first? Orwin inquired softly, glancing at Eddard Stark. Did you perceive it? Eddard asked. I cannot attest to what our king was like in his youth. Yet the child's visage bears a striking resemblance to that of Duke Renly, Orwin replied. Let us discuss this upon our return. At present, I am at a loss for what to do, Eddard Stark said, furrowing his brow. The trio fell into silence, each lost in thought as they rode slowly towards the Red Keep. It was then that a commotion erupted along the central avenue, causing them all to turn back. They beheld a contingent of soldiers approaching from the direction of the Godswood. Although not numerous, merely 400 or 500, They were clad in red robes. Leading them was a stout, golden-haired nobleman with an oversized head, none other than the imp, Tyrion Lannister, who had returned from the wall. "My lord, we are in trouble," Orwin exclaimed, observing the approaching soldiers. Eddard's expression darkened further at the sight of the red-clad troops. It was only when the Lannister forces neared and Tyrion respectfully saluted him from horseback that he regained his composure. "Let us proceed. It appears we must seek additional assistance," Eddard murmured. The three hastened their pace towards the Red Keep. Chapter 30. Calculations on both sides, my lord. I have an ominous premonition. I fear this contingent of Lannister soldiers is coming for us, Orwin exclaimed as they returned to the Hall of the Hand. "I share your sentiment," Eddard replied, feeling increasingly burdened by the deteriorating situation. "It seems your inquiries have struck a nerve with the Queen. That boy named Joffrey, coupled with the notion of noble lineage, is quite alarming. I cannot fathom that Lannister woman committing such acts," Orwin remarked, gazing intently at Eddard. "What do you intend to do? Should we inform the king directly or continue gathering evidence?" Orwin inquired. "At this juncture, I am uncertain how to proceed. A misstep could ignite a war that engulfs all of Westeros." Eddard lamented, seated upon a bench, his head in his hands. He was at a loss. If he were to confront Robert with the accusation of infidelity against Cersei, it would surely provoke him to execute her and anyone in King's Landing associated with the Lannisters. While that might be a swift resolution, it would lead to chaos in the Westerlands, allowing other ambitious factions across Westeros to exploit the turmoil, igniting even greater conflict, something Eddard Stark desperately wished to avoid. "Regardless, my lord, we must prioritize our own safety. I truly cannot fathom how the king consented to allow the Lannister forces to march into King's Landing," Orwin lamented as he reminded. "I am uncertain. It could very well be a direct command from the Queen," Eddard Stark replied. "Orwin, our forces are insufficient. It is now impractical to summon reinforcements from the north. Do you have any solutions?" Eddard Stark continued. "My lord, you could write to Duke Stannis Baratheon. As a counselor who has always been diligent regarding law and justice, I believe that upon learning of Jon Arryn's death being a murder, he would not stand idly by," Orwin suggested after a moment's contemplation. "This is also the nearest viable force to King's Landing." Orwin added, "I shall compose the letter immediately. Arrange for it to be dispatched to Dragonstone by tomorrow." Eddard Stark nodded in agreement. Subsequently, the two men proceeded to Eddard Stark's chamber, where the king's hand pinned a letter in Orwin's presence and handed it to him. Orwin accepted the letter and turned to depart. This time, he did not await the servant responsible for procurement to relay the message the following day. Instead, he donned his cloak and quietly exited the Red Keep through the tunnel beneath the Hand's Tower. Orwin lingered in the abandoned courtyard for some time, ensuring that no one was watching before he leapt over the wall. He stealthily approached the river gate, moving along the shadows beside the city walls, passing through the Fisherman's Square and stopping at a respectful distance from the garrison at the river gate. The area adjacent to the gate was aglow with light, and the sounds of animated conversation echoed through the night. Orwin, resembling a vagabond, huddled in a shadow, intently observing the encampment. After a considerable time, the clamor within the camp finally subsided, and two figures staggered out, making their way towards the river gate. "John Fran," Orwin called softly as the figures drew closer. "Who goes there?" The initially unsteady pair swiftly unsheathed their broken swords, alertly scanning the vicinity from whence the voice originated. "It is I." Orwin emerged from the shadows, slightly revealing his visage. "Oh, by the heavens!" Fran exclaimed upon seeing Orwin, hastily sheathing his broken sword. "Orwin, it truly is you!" John exclaimed excitedly, also sheathing his sword. "Hush! Time is of the essence. This mission is of utmost importance, which is why I have come personally." Orwin gestured for them to lower their voices and continued. "You shall depart for Dragonstone tonight and deliver this letter to Duke Stannis Baratheon. It must be handed directly to him," Orwin said, presenting a letter sealed with wax and bearing the hand of the king's seal to John. "Rest assured, I will deliver it into his hands personally," John promised as he tucked the letter safely into his cloak. "The situation in King's Landing grows increasingly dire. Be prepared, for conflict could erupt at any moment. Inform the people of White Harbor to prepare, and if necessary, to destroy the Linha Gate with wildfire." Orwin instructed the two. "Understood," replied Chong In and Fran, nodding in agreement. "You should leave the city swiftly as well. I must return to the Red Keep. I am quite uneasy about the situation inside after being away for so long," Orwin stated as he prepared to depart. "My lord, please be cautious," Chong In implored. "Do not worry." Orwin smiled reassuringly before retreating into the shadows, vanishing from the street. Exchanging glances, Chong In and Fran did not linger but continued to feign intoxication. swaying as they approached the Linha Gate, greeting the guards. With their assistance, they opened the city gates and exited. Meanwhile, at the Queen's Tower in the Red Keep, a small banquet was underway. Cersei sat at the center of the long table, a wine cup in hand, observing the lively conversation between Jaime Lannister and his brother, Tyrion Lannister. "So, you ventured to the Wall merely to relieve yourself in front of the outside world?" Jaime inquired, looking at his brother. "What else could it be for? To engage with the White Walkers?" Tyrion jested, taking a sip of fine wine. Nearby, Joffrey erupted into unrestrained laughter at Tyrion's words. "Is it truly amusing, boy?" Tyrion turned to Joffrey, his tone icy. Joffrey, caught off guard by Tyrion's sudden inquiry, faltered, his laughter abruptly stifled, leaving him gasping for breath. "If not for your reckless boasting of your feeble prowess and utterly unthreatening reputation, how could the Lannisters' crimson cloaks be so carelessly slaughtered while enduring such humiliation?" Tyrion observed disdainfully. "Are you aware of how your grandfather, the Duke of the Westerlands, chastised you in his letter? Your actions have turned the Lannister family's oath into a laughingstock, rendering my furious roar into nothing more than a whisper." Tyrion continued, his expression unwavering. "Enough, Tyrion, he is just a child," Jaime interjected, unable to bear the sight of his son being belittled thus. "If your sole purpose here is to insult me, you have succeeded. If you have no other business, then be gone. I do not wish to see your face here." Cersei glared at Tyrion. Someone can no longer tolerate it. Yet you cannot rectify the damage to the Lannister family's honor. Were it not for the old lion's command, I would prefer to remain uninvolved. After all, there are many maidens in King's Landing still awaiting my attention. Tyrion remarked nonchalantly, disregarding Cersei's displeasure. "Tyrion, perhaps you should speak less," Jaime urged, observing the tension rising between the two. "What course of action shall we take next?" he inquired of Tyrion. "Do nothing, await an opportunity," Tyrion declared, downing another glass of wine. "Do nothing? Then what purpose do you serve here?" Cersei glared at Tyrion in anger. "Indeed, our esteemed Prime Minister is currently investigating the cause of Jon Arryn's demise, which could undoubtedly plunge us into peril," James Lannister remarked. "And what do you propose we do? Shall we summon our forces to the Prime Minister's tower to eliminate Eddard Stark?" Tyrion retorted, casting a glance at Cersei. "Let us not forget that Eddard Stark is already aware of the army's presence in King's Landing. And how many lives do you think we would need to sacrifice to breach the Prime Minister's tower? Furthermore, considering the king's relationship with Eddard Stark, do you believe the Mad King would refrain from declaring war on the West? How many allies do you think the Lannister family would have to face the armies from all corners when that time arrives?" Tyrion's barrage of questions left Cersei speechless. As a woman who possesses the Lannister family's audacity but lacks its wisdom, she could not contemplate such complexities. In her eyes, any adversary warranted lethal force, without regard for other considerations. Moreover, what does Eddard Stark's investigation into Jon Arryn's death have to do with you? Were you truly responsible for Jon Arryn's demise? Tyrion turned to James Lannister once more. "We are not." James Lannister shook his head. "Then what are you so concerned about?" Tyrion expressed his exasperation. "At this moment, it is you who should be taking action, lad." Tyrion then directed his attention to Joffrey. "What can I possibly do?" Joffrey inquired with curiosity. "You should be interacting more with the Stark girl, inviting her to stroll around the Red Keep or King's Landing," Tyrion suggested with a mischievous glint. "But I do not like her. I cannot even approach her." Joffrey protested with visible reluctance. "That is not for me to consider. You ought to consult your mother, the Queen, on what to do." Tyrion shrugged, glancing at Cersei. "What a delightful feast. Having dined well, I shall now go comfort the maidens of King's Landing," Tyrion declared, setting down his goblet and rising to leave. "I shall accompany you." James Lannister stood and followed Tyrion out. The banquet was left with a disgusted Cersei and a bewildered Joffrey. The next day, Eddard Stark was just receiving a report from Oldwyn when Vaon Poole entered, holding a letter. "My lord, the king's servant has delivered a missive." Vaon Poole handed the letter to Eddard Stark and then stood to the side. Eddard opened the letter, which contained but two brief sentences, demanding that Eddard Stark allow Sansa the freedom to enter and exit the Prime Minister's tower and grant permission for her to meet with Joffrey. Chapter 31. The Tournament. Killing the Mountain confronted with Robert's letter, Eddard Stark felt somewhat helpless, yet he could not defy Robert's decree, which compelled his uneasy daughter to associate with a prince he held in low regard. Time passed swiftly, and the tournament grounds outside the King's Gate were fully prepared. King Robert could hardly contain his excitement as he led Queen Cersei, along with the prince and princess, to witness the knightly contests. At this moment, Robert sat atop the platform, adorned with a crown and clutching a horned goblet, with Cersei beside him and Joffrey at her side. Sansa frequently glanced at Joffrey, who appeared somewhat reluctant to engage with her, harboring considerable disdain for the North. Robert's countenance darkened as he surveyed the desolate, tilting yard. Taking a deep swig of his drink, he bellowed to the arena. "I've been here long enough. Why has it not commenced yet? I can barely hold my bladder." Having indulged in his cups, Robert unsteadily handed 2 goblets to a nearby servant before plopping back down into his chair. Cersei, hearing Robert's crude outburst, found his behavior excessively vulgar and rose with an expression of distaste to depart. It was only in response to Robert's ire that the tilting yard began to stir, as 2 knights galloped in from the entrance to bow before Robert, before racing to opposite ends of the field. At that moment, Barristan approached, taking a seat next to Sansa, evidently having arrived from the waiting area. "Good heavens, who is that?" Sansa exclaimed, her eyes wide as she beheld a knight clad in black armor, his head encased in a full helm, astride a powerful black steed. "Ser Gregor Clegane, known as the Mountain. He is the elder brother of Sandor the Hound," Barristan replied, gazing at the Dark Knight. "And who is his opponent?" Sansa inquired, her attention shifting to a knight donned in gleaming armor, riding a white warhorse. "Ser Hugh of the Vale, once a squire to Jon Arryn. Though I wonder how long he can endure," Barristan remarked, a cryptic smile gracing his lips. Once the 2 contenders had paid their respects to Robert, he impatiently shouted, "Enough of this pretense, let the combat begin." Hearing Robert's exclamations, the Mountain and Ser Hugh spurred their horses towards the arena, receiving shields and lances from the servants. As the signal sounded, they charged at one another with fervor. Though the Mountain was a knight of considerable renown, Ser Hugh was no novice either, and neither managed to unseat the other during their initial clash. Reversing their course, they charged once more, the sound of hooves growing louder and nearer. Both lances aimed directly at one another, each intent on bringing the other to the ground. Yet, at that moment, Ser Hugh suddenly felt dizzy, his vision dimming, and his lance grew exceedingly heavy. In that brief instant, the Mountain seized the opportunity, thrusting his lance with the speed of their charging steeds, striking Ser Hugh in the neck. With a resounding crack, the 2 horses thundered past one another. In the arena, the Mountain's lance shattered, and Ser Hugh lay fallen, a long wooden splinter protruding from his neck, blood gushing forth from the wound, swiftly claiming his life. A gasp of shock erupted from the crowd in the tilting yard. All were lamenting the demise of the dashing knight, yet only Baelish displayed a glimmer of satisfaction in his gaze as he beheld the lifeless form of Ser Hugh. Originally reluctant to witness the tournament, Eddard Stark, upon hearing of the death, set aside his affairs the following morning and, accompanied by Old Nan and Veonpol, made his way to the tournament grounds. Upon arrival, Old Nan hastened to the stands in search of Arya and Sansa, while Veonpol accompanied Eddard to inspect the body of Ser Hugh. Eddard soon located Ser Barristan, who had been tasked with guarding Ser Hugh's remains the previous night. Observing the pristine chain mail adorning the corpse and the gleaming plate armor laid upon the ground, Eddard inquired, "This lad was merely a squire, newly knighted mere months ago. How could he afford such a splendid suit of armor?" "Perhaps Lord Arryn bequeathed him some funds," Barristan pondered, adjusting his helmet. "A most unfortunate fate for the boy. He wore that armor but once, only to meet his end at the hands of the Mountain." Barristan continued, his words laden with sorrow. "Who orchestrated the draw?" Eddard pressed further. "All knights were drawn by lot, my lord," Barristan replied. "Indeed, but who presided over the drawing?" Eddard's tone hinted at deeper implications. Barristan regarded Eddard with surprise, not expecting such a probing inquiry from the hand of the king. After examining Ser Hugh's remains, Eddard, accompanied by Veonpol, made his way to the tournament grounds, gesturing to Old Nan in the stands below. "My lord, have you uncovered anything?" Old Nan inquired as he joined Eddard. "Nothing of consequence. The deceased knight was once a squire to Jon Arryn, knighted shortly after Lord Arryn's death. Baelish had mentioned him to me just days ago. I cannot fathom how swiftly his fate has turned," Eddard replied, his voice heavy with gravity. "Ah, that Peter Baelish, ever present in the shadows," Old Nan remarked, his words laden with insinuation. "What do you mean?" Eddard queried, perplexed. "Just now, I learned from Lady Arya that Lord Baelish arrived only moments before the tournament commenced. Having come from the holding area," Old Nan disclosed. Eddard fell silent, contemplating this revelation, before stating, "It appears that Lord Baelish is deliberately steering my suspicions toward the Lannisters. My lord, we must remain vigilant. The web of intrigue grows ever more tangled, and more players emerge from the depths." Old Nan cautioned, "I am aware. You and Veonpol stay close to Sansa and Arya. I shall seek out Robert," Eddard instructed Old Nan. After a brief interval, Robert and Eddard emerged from the king's tent, engaged in jovial conversation, and ascended the platform together. Robert settled into his chair while Eddard took a seat at the front of the stands, flanked by his 2 daughters. Orwin and Viankpul could only stand at the very back of the viewing platform. Today's contest remained a nightly tournament, featuring the victorious mountain from yesterday against the renowned Knight of Flowers, Loras Tyrell. He is the youngest son of Lord Mace Tyrell and the brother of the heir, Willis Tyrell. In contrast to the menacing aura of the mountain that had intimidated Shira the day before, the Knight of Flowers, Loras, exuded an undeniable charm, captivating the attention of all the women present the moment he appeared, clad in exquisite plate armor adorned with intricate floral engravings. He held a red rose in his hand as he galloped towards Sansa, bowing with utmost gallantry and presenting the flower to her, who was already smitten. However, when no one was watching, his gaze briefly locked with that of Loras seated behind him, their eyes exchanging a moment imbued with a hint of flirtation. Due to his tall stature, Orwin could clearly see the affection in the eyes of a certain gentleman, which sent shivers down his spine, making him feel as though his eyes had been sullied. As the mountain and the Knight of Flowers approached Robert to pay their respects, the mountain's steed, a powerful black horse, began to exhibit signs of agitation upon the knight's mare drawing near, nearly rearing up on its hind legs. Fortunately, the mountain reacted swiftly, gripping the reins firmly. Some spectators had already discerned the situation. The knight rode a mare, while the mountain's mount was a stallion, coincidentally in its rutting season. Yet, no one dared to voice this observation. The thrill of the tournament was the primary allure, and fairness was a concern of little importance to those in attendance. The sound of the horn reverberated through the arena as the Knight of Flowers and the mountain spurred their horses to opposite ends of the field, preparing for their charge. Both cavalry surged forward at a rapid pace, with the Knight of Flowers immediately lowering his lance, aimed squarely at the mountain, who was still awaiting the optimal moment to level his own lance. However, the mountain stallion, driven by its instincts and the presence of the mare, surged forward at full speed, leaving the mountain with no time to react. As they closed the distance, it was already too late for the mountain to level his lance. The Knight of Flowers' lance struck with formidable force against the mountain's shield, sending him crashing to the ground along with his steed, the combined weight overwhelming the wooden barrier at the arena's center, which splintered under the impact. A deafening roar of applause erupted from the crowd, all celebrating the triumph of the Knight of Flowers. Sansa, witnessing the dashing knight's victory, rose to her feet, clapping fervently. Meanwhile, the fallen mountain, consumed by rage, tore off his helmet and hurled it to the ground, bellowing at his squire to fetch his sword. The squire hurriedly retrieved the massive longsword and rushed it to the mountain, who seized it, commanding his squire to hold the reins of his steed, before furiously drawing the sword and unleashing a furious swing towards the neck of the horse. A long sword sliced through the air, severing the neck of a robust warhorse in an instant, its colossal body crashing to the ground, blood gushing forth and pooling around. This shocking display rendered the spectators in the arena utterly speechless, with many ladies shrieking in terror. Sansa, who had been cheering for the Flower Knight, was so startled that she fell back onto her seat, her complexion paling. Rather than calming down after the horse's demise, the mountain was further incited by the sight of blood, charging towards the Flower Knight with his sword raised high, delivering a fierce blow. Fortunately, the Flower Knight reacted swiftly, hastily raising his shield to block the lethal strike. However, the sheer force of the mountain's attack sent the Flower Knight tumbling from his steed to the ground. The mountain, not content with this initial success, lifted his massive sword again, aiming it at the Flower Knight Loras, now prone on the ground. Loras could only desperately raise his shield in defense. Yet, how much could that small shield withstand against such powerful cleaves? Just as the shield seemed on the verge of shattering beneath the mountain's relentless blows, Sandor Clegane, the Hound, leapt down from the royal box, brandishing his sword to intercept the impending fatal strike. The clash of the two swords echoed with a resounding ring, sparks flying in all directions. Seeing his sword blocked by his own brother, the mountain's already furious temperament flared even more, and with a thunderous roar, he swung his sword towards Sandor, intent on cleaving him in two. Although Sandor was a renowned knight among the Seven Kingdoms, facing the towering mountain, who stood over 2 meters tall and weighed more than 300 pounds, he was at a severe disadvantage, struggling to defend himself with his sword. As the mountain swung his weapon, Sandor found himself retreating step by step, his body swaying unsteadily, clearly laboring under the weight of the confrontation. "Stop this," Robert shouted, observing Sandor's faltering stance. Yet, the mountain paid no heed to his command, continuing to swing his sword with ferocity aimed at Sandor. At this moment, Eddard Stark could no longer remain seated. He stood up and called out forcefully, "Olenna." Hearing Eddard's voice, Olenna sprang into action, vaulting over the front row and leaping down from the stands. He drew his sword, holding it firmly with one hand to parry the mountain's colossal blade. Seizing this opportunity, Sandor swiftly sidestepped to safety, gasping for breath. In contrast, the mountain cared not for who stood before him. He was consumed by a singular desire for slaughter, a need to unleash his pent-up rage. With another furious roar, he swung his massive sword once more, this time aimed at Olenna. Owen had initially yearned to engage in a fair contest with the mountain, eager to ascertain the prowess of this near-legendary embodiment of human strength. However, following their recent encounter, a tinge of disappointment crept into Owen's heart. The mountain, despite his formidable physique, exhibited a lamentable lack of skill with his swordsmanship, shattering Owen's earlier expectations. Observing the mountain's fierce countenance, Owen refrained from further discourse. With precision, he parried the oncoming colossal sword with his own blade and, stepping forward, deftly twisted his wrist to redirect his sword. In an instant, his weapon cleaved through the mountain's defenses, slicing across the wrist and severing one of his hands, causing the massive sword to tumble to the ground. Before the mountain could utter a cry of agony, Owen swiftly altered his stance, advancing with remarkable speed and unleashing a swift strike. In mere moments, Owen found himself behind the mountain, executing a stylish bloodletting maneuver as he sheathed his sword. The arena fell into a profound silence, with all eyes wide in astonishment, fixated on the two combatants. With a resounding thud, the mountain collapsed, his head rolling away from his body, coming to rest some distance off. An uproar erupted, the spectators rendered speechless by the stunning turn of events. Who could have anticipated that the seemingly invincible mountain, the infamous executioner of the West, could be so swiftly dispatched? In mere moments, he had met his end, his severed head sent off to the seven gods. All attention shifted to Owen, who, with a courteous bow, retreated to the stands, as if this momentous event were but a trivial matter to him. Chapter 32. Alliances. The morning's nightly tournament concluded with the death of the mountain, the eventual victor being the opportunistic Knight of Flowers, Loras. Yet, it was Owen, the one who had beheaded the mountain, whose name echoed throughout King's Landing during the subsequent conversations. The renowned Sword of the North regained his stature, while ravens soared above King's Landing, swiftly disseminating the news far and wide. As night fell, tranquility returned to King's Landing, but beneath the surface, tensions simmered. Can anyone explain what transpired? How is it that I spent but a mere morning in a brothel, only to learn that the executioner of the West has lost his head? The imp, Tyrion, stormed into the brightly lit Queen's Tower, confronting Queen Cersei and Jaime Lannister with ire. I regret to inform you, Tyrion, that we were not present at the time. Only Joffrey and his companions were there, and they were utterly terrified, particularly Myrcella. Consequently, we had no opportunity to ascertain the details, Jaime Lannister replied, his expression betraying his discomfort. Tyrion gazed in astonishment at Cersei and Jaime Lannister, and after a moment, he inquired, such a grand occasion, with nearly all the King's Council present, yet the Queen's sister and the captain of the Kingsguard, the King's own brother, are conspicuously absent. I am curious to know what significant matter could have led to the absence of such prominent figures from House Lannister at this gathering. This is hardly your concern. You need only tell me how to navigate this situation, Cersei retorted, her face flushed with anger at Tyrion's insinuations. Tyrion turned his gaze toward Jaime Lannister, who averted his eyes, clearly reluctant to address Tyrion's earlier question. How could he respond? To admit to his brother that they had not attended the tournament because they were clandestinely engaged in an affair within the Queen's chambers? Well then, what of Sandor Clegane? Surely he is not absent as well. Tyrion pressed, sighing at the two men's unwillingness to respond. He is present, but I have not seen him since the match concluded, Jaime replied. Then we must seek him out. I imagine he is in a state of turmoil after witnessing his sworn enemy's demise before his very eyes. Aside from taverns, I doubt he has anywhere else to go. Tyrion suggested thoughtfully. I shall arrange for a search. I will scour every tavern in King's Landing to locate him, Jaime affirmed, nodding before making his exit. Summon Joffrey as well, Tyrion called after Jaime's retreating figure. The room was left with only Cersei and Tyrion, harboring no desire to engage further with his sister whom he despised, took a seat, poured himself a glass of wine from the decanter on the table, and began to drink in solitude. Ah, the taste is quite delightful, Tyrion remarked provocatively, casting a challenging glance at Cersei. Cersei, unfazed by Tyrion's taunts, merely sipped her red wine, savoring it slowly. After a while, Jaime returned with Joffrey in tow. Observing the sullen expression on Joffrey's face, Tyrion could not resist mocking him. Ah, our brave prince, hiding beneath the covers, too timid to show himself without his uncle's protection, stepping out like a maiden. Tyrion sighed in exasperation at his brother's predicament. All right, Tyrion exclaimed, rolling his eyes and extending his hands in a gesture of surrender. Now, tell me, valiant prince, how goes your courtship with that Stark girl? Pouring himself another glass of wine, Tyrion looked expectantly at Joffrey. Nothing to report, Joffrey replied, glancing at Cersei before turning back to Tyrion. Why not? Your appearance mirrors that of my sister and your handsome brother in their youth. I find it hard to believe that such striking looks and noble lineage would fail to captivate that girl, Tyrion mused, taking a sip of his exquisite wine, a hint of perplexity in his voice. I harbor no fondness for that girl from the north. Each encounter with her evokes memories of that fateful night. Joffrey remarked with a rather pallid expression. Ah, still so timid, young Joffrey, Tyrion retorted, mocking him without restraint. Joffrey's face flushed crimson at Tyrion's jibe, and he briefly contemplated unleashing the wrath of a prince upon the dwarf. Yet, upon observing Cersei's composed demeanor and the silence of his uncle Jaime, his fury dissipated, leaving only a sense of frustration. What a beautiful girl she is, one of the most exquisite in all the Seven Kingdoms. How can you allow fear to deter you from approaching her? Tyrion exaggeratedly exclaimed to Joffrey. Listen here, lad. Whether you disdain her for her rusticity, cower in trepidation, or even harbor inclinations towards men, you must learn to engage with that girl properly. Unleash your damned charm and stifle your inner cruelty. Ensure she becomes utterly enamored with you, Tyrion said, regarding Joffrey with stern intensity. Do you comprehend? Tyrion inquired again, his voice rising as he noticed Joffrey's bewilderment. Yes, I understand, Joffrey hastily replied. Then return to your chambers and cower beneath your blankets, trembling in fear, Tyrion remarked, exasperated by the ineptitude of the prince before him. Joffrey glanced at Cersei and Jaime Lannister before turning to leave. How delightful it is to chastise the prince before his sister. Tyrion grinned wickedly at Cersei and Jaime. Enough, Tyrion. Cease this charade, Jaime interjected, perceiving Cersei on the verge of an outburst. This wine is splendid. Do fetch me another jug, Tyrion said, diverting the conversation as he noted Cersei's expression contorting in agitation. Jaime, with a resigned shake of his head, retrieved the jug of fine wine and handed it to Tyrion. Thank you, my dear brother, Tyrion said, a broad smile gracing his face as he accepted the jug. How much longer do you intend to linger here? Cersei could no longer restrain her voice, demanding an answer. I have yet to gather all the details from Sandor regarding this morning's events, Tyrion replied, his gaze steady on Cersei. Why did you not inquire while Joffrey was present? Cersei, now convinced that Tyrion was intentionally provoking her, asked angrily. You said he was frightened. How could I possibly question him? Tyrion lamented, exasperated. Return to your rest, Tyrion. Sandor is still unaccounted for. You can inquire tomorrow, Jaime interjected, eager to diffuse the brewing conflict. Very well. I have spent the day in a brothel and indeed require some proper rest. Otherwise, I shall lack the energy to enjoy myself with the ladies tomorrow, Tyrion said, a mischievous grin dancing upon his lips as he regarded Jaime. Shall I take you out to relax tomorrow? Tyrion coaxed Jaime Lannister in a manner reminiscent of a dubious uncle. Get away from me, you repugnant dwarf. Cersei, infuriated by Tyrion's taunts, hurled her wine goblet to the ground with a furious roar. Tyrion merely shrugged at Cersei, then leapt down from his chair, raising his wine jug towards Jaime Lannister as he declared, Thank you for your fine wine. With that, he scampered away from Cersei's quarters. The following morning, the door to Tyrion's chamber was abruptly flung open. With a loud bang, Tyrion was startled awake, springing from his bed to glance at the entrance, where Sandor Clegane stood, expressionless, with his longsword slung across his back. I heard you were looking for me last night, Sandor inquired, his gaze fixed on Tyrion still perched on his bed. Indeed. I wish to ascertain the events of yesterday morning. There are so many wild rumors circulating, and I seek the truth from you, Tyrion proclaimed as he sat upright. If you wish to know what transpired yesterday, I can only tell you that I fled like a beaten dog from Gregor, while he effortlessly decapitated Gregor as if crushing an ant, Sandor replied, his demeanor somewhat animated. If that is indeed the case, we must reconsider how to address the matters ahead, Tyrion exclaimed, astonished. Sandor, as one who assisted in eliminating your father's murderer, should you not express your gratitude to this Northern Swordmaster? Tyrion suggested, looking at Sandor. I have a task for you. Please invite the Northern Swordmaster to the finest tavern in King's Landing for a drink, and I shall cover the expenses. Tyrion continued. You wish to meet him? Why not extend the invitation yourself? Sandor asked, intrigued. If I were to invite him, he might become suspicious. Will you assist me? Tyrion replied with utmost seriousness. I will solely be responsible for the invitation. Whether he comes or not is beyond my concern, Sandor retorted after a moment's contemplation. Thank you kindly. Tyrion responded with a faint smile. Should you try to play any tricks, I advise against it, for once you provoke him, I shall unequivocally deny any association with you, and will not come to your aid. Sandor warned, eyeing Tyrion's cheerful visage. Rest assured, I am not so foolish. I merely wish to befriend this northern swordmaster. Tyrion declared with a grin. Chapter 33. The Onion Knight. As midday approached, outside the Prime Minister's tower, Sandor stood at the entrance, confronted by a Stark family guard blocking his path. The guard, sword hilt in hand, regarded Sandor warily, while several other guards hastily approached from behind. Do not be alarmed. I am not here to cause trouble. I still have much life left to live. Sandor addressed the vigilant guards before him. I believe no one dares to create a disturbance near the Prime Minister's tower at this moment. Sandor added, May I inquire what brings you here, Sir Sandor? Hilly emerged from behind several guards and addressed Sandor, expressing his intention to seek out Sir Olwyn to convey his gratitude. Sandor, observing that Hilly was somewhat shorter than himself, felt a palpable tension from the guards, who were poised to draw their swords should he make any sudden movements. Please be so kind as to deliver this letter to Sir Olwyn and inform him that I shall await him at the Blackwater Tavern this evening, Sandor said, handing a letter to Hilly before turning to depart. After Sandor's exit, Hilly hurried to the training ground in the basement, where Olwyn was instructing the guards who were off duty in the art of swordsmanship, with a particular focus on Elia. Olwyn wielded a wooden sword, engaging in a lively exchange with Elia. Be swift, Elia. Do not challenge me in terms of strength. Instead, leverage your advantages, he advised, effortlessly parrying her agile strikes while pointing out her errors in technique. Elia, deserving of her title as the foremost female swordsman in the narrative, demonstrated remarkable insight and adaptability, swiftly grasping how to rectify her mistakes upon Olwyn's guidance. The young girl adeptly utilized her nimbleness, launching a flurry of strikes aimed at Olwyn's legs and abdomen, her swift sword resembling a needle, accurately targeting the vulnerabilities Olwyn intentionally exposed. Her footwork was equally impressive, as she continuously altered her position, now close, now distant, making her movements elusive and graceful, akin to a beautifully choreographed waltz. Under Olwyn's mentorship, Elia's speed and boldness escalated, her swordplay becoming increasingly methodical. Just as Elia was reveling in her excitement and self-satisfaction, Olwyn suddenly exerted force with his wrist, sending her swift sword flying from her grasp. The once jubilant Elia was momentarily taken aback, feeling a powerful force strike her sword, rendering her unable to maintain her hold as it slipped from her fingers and fell a distance away. Let me impart another critical lesson. While speed and technique are indeed vital, strength is equally indispensable. You must also enhance your strength training, Olwyn remarked, a hint of mischief dancing in his eyes as he looked at Elia. Elia shot him a fierce glare, clearly displeased with his playful demeanor. From this day forth, practice daily with this wooden sword, Olwyn instructed, handing her the wooden weapon and affectionately tousling her hair. When you can wield it with the proficiency you displayed today, you will be ready to graduate. Sir, Hilly approached, having noted that Olwyn's training session was concluding. What is it, Hilly? Olwyn inquired. Sandor, the Hound, just visited and asked me to deliver this letter to you. Expressing his gratitude, Hilly replied. In the evening, I await you at the Blackwater Tavern, said Sheely as he handed a letter to Orwyn. What a fortunate coincidence. Orwyn opened the letter in hand and read it attentively while addressing Sheely. I understand the situation now. I shall inform Lord Ed about it, Orwyn declared as he tucked the letter away. Upon seeing Orwyn put away the letter, Sheely offered a slight bow and turned to return to the main hall to continue his watch. Meanwhile, Aelia stealthily approached Orwyn, her large eyes fixed intently upon him. Orwyn, aware of Aelia's intentions, spoke directly. Do not even think about it. Venturing out at night is far too perilous. You are better off staying in your room. Aelia's expression darkened instantly, and she shot Orwyn an irritated glare before turning to leave. Watching Aelia depart with that expression, Orwyn couldn't help but laugh heartily, relishing the mischievous delight. After finishing lunch, Orwyn returned to his chamber and retrieved the confidential letter he had received that morning. Glancing at the address, which also pointed to the Blackwater Tavern, a smile crept onto his lips. What a splendid opportunity. I was pondering how to persuade the other party, and here it is, delivered right to my doorstep. Orwyn murmured to himself. It wasn't until the afternoon, as dusk settled, that Eddard Stark returned from the royal council chamber. He had spent the day addressing various matters surrounding King's Landing, representing King Robert and listening to the grievances of the common folk. Eddard felt as though he were being treated like a beast of burden, one that is milked without being fed. You appear quite fatigued, my lord, Orwyn remarked as he entered Eddard's chamber. The duties at court are overwhelming and exhausting. Now I understand why Robert is reluctant to spend his days on the Iron Throne. Eddard leaned back in his chair, weary from the day's toil. It is primarily because you have taken on the role of Hand of the King. Otherwise, it would be our king himself sitting upon the Iron Throne, cursing the day. Orwin jested lightly. Ha, you are right. That indeed is Robert's style. Eddard responded with hearty laughter. I feel much better now. Thank you, Orwin. After the laughter subsided, Eddard felt significantly more at ease and smiled at Orwin. No need for thanks, my lord. There are matters that require your decision, Orwin said, placing 2 letters before Eddard on the table, indicating he should take a look. Eddard perused the letters laid out before him, and a smile broke across his face. This truly is a fortuitous opportunity. Originally, you would have needed to conceal your movements for your evening outing, but now that is entirely unnecessary. I share your sentiments. Yet I find it curious that Sandor would invite me to the tavern for a drink. Could it truly be merely to express gratitude for slaying his brother? Orwin remarked, somewhat perplexed. Regardless of the reason, you must exercise caution. You are now our greatest assurance of safety in King's Landing. No one would dare tempt the consequences of attracting the attention of the Northern Sword Saint. Eddard looked at Orwin with a serious demeanor. Rest assured, my lord. I shall exercise caution. Orwin expressed gratefully. Regardless of the motives behind it, Eddard Stark's concern for him was genuine. His ascension from a common guard to a prosperous nobleman, though forged through his own struggles, was significantly supported by Eddard Stark's generous gifts. His lands were favorably situated near the Long Lake and the King's Road, fertile and bountiful, despite their northern location. Not to mention, when Orwin first arrived in this realm, he had relied on the silver stag bestowed by House Stark to gradually establish his standing. Thus, Orwin had always held a deep appreciation for Eddard Stark. Go now, prepare yourself promptly, and ensure your safety. Eddard Stark reiterated. Yes, my lord. I shall take my leave. Orwin replied with a slight bow before turning to depart. Upon returning to his chamber, Orwin donned his chainmail beneath his attire, secured a Valyrian steel sword at his waist, and sheathed a dagger alongside it. After locking his door, he set out for his appointment on foot, eschewing a horse as he exited the Red Keep and proceeded westward along the riverway. After a while, he arrived at Fisherman's Square, and traversing it led him to the Blackwater Inn. The clientele of this establishment predominantly comprised affluent knights and minor nobles, ensuring a commendable selection of beverages. As Orwin entered the inn, he was met with a lively atmosphere. Knights and young nobles who had participated in the tournament mingled, drinking, conversing, and exchanging boasts. For a moment, no one noticed Orwin's arrival. His gaze was immediately drawn to Sandor Clegane, known as the Hound, seated in a corner, and he approached him directly. You arrived quite early, Orwin remarked as he settled into the seat opposite Sandor. The inn server promptly brought him a large mug of malt beer, which he raised to his lips, savoring a hearty gulp before continuing. True to King's Landing, even the beer is infused with honey. Delightful indeed. If Sir Orwin enjoys it, we can have the finest wines from across Westeros delivered to your doorstep. A voice emerged from beside Sandor, and Orwin recognized Tyrion Lannister's presence. Oh, I wondered how such a formidable shadow could loom in this modest corner. It is none other than the Lion of House Lannister. Orwin had recognized Tyrion earlier, but chose to remain silent, well aware that the imp had come seeking him. Haha, I relish your words. A hidden demon and a majestic lion. If our old lion were to hear this, he would surely be fuming, though he lacks a beard. Tyrion exclaimed with hearty laughter. It is a pleasure to see you again, Sir Orwin. Please accept the respects of House Lannister. Tyrion raised his goblet toward Orwin. Thank you. I would prefer it to be the tribute of the imp. Orwin replied, lifting his cup in return. Is there truly a difference? Tyrion inquired, puzzled. Certainly. The imp is a figure worthy of respect, a potential friend. Tyrion Lannister, of the cunning Lannister clan, is a man of ulterior motives. A lion of the Westerlands poised to devour those under the old lion's command. Orwin spoke with a calm demeanor. You speak the truth. Yet, the imp sometimes finds himself outmatched by the old lion, bound to obey his orders. Tyrion paused for a moment before responding, his tone laden with resignation and bitterness. This was not merely frustration at failing to persuade Orwin, but an anguish rooted in his own fate. To the unwilling imp, Orwin raised his goblet and proclaimed, to those worthy of friendship. Tyrion replied with a smile, lifting his cup. The two continued to toast each other, and before long, several large mugs of ale had been consumed. I do not wish for our two sides to clash. We can coexist peacefully, Tyrion declared, his inebriation evident. Nor do we desire conflict, but some matters are beyond our control. The true crux lies with that lioness. Orwin chuckled. Indeed. The real issue rests with my exceedingly arrogant sister, yet no one can dissuade her but the old lion. I cannot, nor can Jaime. Tyrion shrugged in resignation. Enough of this. Let us drink. He tossed his head back and raised his goblet. Orwin joined him in a hearty toast. Time slipped away as they drank. Unaware of how long it had been, Sandor Clegane, unable to withstand the effects of the drink, staggered out, while many patrons of the tavern succumbed to intoxication, slumped over their tables in deep slumber, and some even sprawled on the floor. I can drink no more. I require a place to rest. Tyrion wobbled towards the tavern keeper, producing a golden dragon to settle his tab, then turned to Orwin. Care to join me in experiencing the tender charms of the ladies of King's Landing? He said with mischievous intent. Perhaps not. I can barely stand. Orwin waved his hand dismissively. Ah, it seems even the famed Sword of the North has his vulnerabilities. I have triumphed over the renowned Sword of the North. Tyrion taunted, observing Orwin's unsteady stance. Do as you wish. I need a moment's respite. Orwin surrendered, leaning back in his chair, panting heavily. Alas, it appears I must seek comfort among the gentle ladies of King's Landing alone, Tyrion remarked as he made his way towards the tavern's exit, feeling the weight of fatigue and the need for rest. After Tyrion departed, a while later, the tavern keeper too succumbed to sleep, leaving the establishment filled only with the sounds of drunken snores. Suddenly, Orwin opened his eyes, noticing a figure slumped over at the adjacent table. Greetings, esteemed Onion Knight, he whispered. The inebriated man, upon hearing Orwin's words, clumsily rose from the table and turned to face him. Good night, Sir Orwin, he replied softly. The individual in question is none other than Ser Davos Seaworth, the Onion Knight, a vassal and advisor to Stannis Baratheon. Chapter 34, Cersei in Action. Ser Davos. It is an honor to meet you, Orwin exclaimed, gazing at the tall and robust Onion Knight, whose countenance radiated righteousness. It should be my honor. I did not anticipate that the illustrious Sword of the North would come to confer with me. Davos replied calmly. Let us proceed directly to the matter at hand. I wish to ascertain Duke Stannis' perspective on Lord Eddard's correspondence. You must understand that while King's Landing ostensibly operates under the King's dominion, numerous factions have clandestinely aligned themselves with House Lannister. Additionally, other ambitious individuals are stirring with intent. Many matters remain concealed from the King. Yet other court ministers are somewhat privy to the truth. Currently, these individuals are silently amassing power and watching, while House Stark supports the reign of House Baratheon. However, our influence in King's Landing is rather tenuous, Orwin said earnestly, regarding Davos. Duke Stannis is indeed quite concerned with the current state of King's Landing. However, since Jon Arryn's demise, he has suspected foul play regarding the former hand of the king and had contemplated an investigation. Unfortunately, Stannis holds the title of Master of Ships, not Master of Laws, and with the covert opposition from other court ministers, this inquiry has come to naught. More critically, during his investigation into Jon Arryn's death, Stannis nearly found himself in peril, which necessitated his return to Dragonstone. Should Lord Eddard uncover any revelations or possess evidence, Duke Stannis would fervently support his continued pursuit. Davos murmured, glancing around to ensure the tavern's patrons were soundly asleep. I wonder how Duke Stannis intends to support Lord Eddard? Orwin inquired, observing the steadfast Onion Knight. I shall station several warships in Blackwater Bay under the pretense of guarding against pirates, and my men will encamp outside the river gate, Davos stated. And how many men will you bring? Orwin pressed. Over 200, Davos replied. That will suffice. Orwin contemplated briefly. Though our numbers are still not advantageous, we can coordinate our efforts at a crucial moment and escape King's Landing. Have you miscalculated? The combined forces of our two factions can stand against the gold cloaks of King's Landing. There is no significant disparity. Davos furrowed his brow, looking at Orwin. Ser Davos, this situation is not merely a matter of numerical comparison. Through my agent's observations during this period, it has become evident that the Gold Cloaks are closely allied with House Lannister, particularly that commander of the Gold Cloaks, who is quite familiar with the commander of the Red Cloaks in King's Landing, Orwin elucidated. Are you suggesting that the Gold Cloaks of King's Landing may turn towards House Lannister? Davos asked, astonished. It remains uncertain for now. As long as the king can still issue commands, the gold-cloaked guards will adhere to his orders. Orwin continued to elucidate. I understand. I will remain vigilant. And should any changes arise, I shall assist you in seizing the river gate. Davos declared with a grave expression. While the river gate is indeed crucial, there is no need for excessive concern. My associates have already established a rapport with the commander of the gold-cloaked guards at the river gate. Should anything transpire, they will cooperate with you to secure it. Orwin nodded in affirmation. That puts my mind at ease. Nevertheless, the true peril now lies with you. Do you require me to send someone into the city to await your arrival outside the Red Keep? Davos inquired, eyeing Orwin intently. It would be best not to send anyone. The entirety of King's Landing is under constant surveillance by those with ulterior motives, especially outside the Red Keep. If your people enter the city, they will undoubtedly be monitored, which would jeopardize our plans. Orwin shook his head. Very well. I can only wish you good fortune. Davos replied, his brow furrowed. I have always been fortunate. Orwin chuckled lightly, then rose, feigning inebriation as he staggered out of the tavern, making his way toward the Red Keep. The following day, Eddard Stark received word from Robert's squire that Robert had important matters to discuss in the council chamber. Eddard Stark set out early for the chamber, and upon his arrival, he found others had already gathered. Robert sat at the center of the long table, with a seat reserved for Eddard beside him. You've finally arrived, Eddard, Robert remarked, looking at Eddard Stark from his chair. Across the narrow sea, Daenerys Targaryen, that wretched spawn of the dragon, has managed to evade death once more. Now I require you to seek out individuals to eliminate that woman and the child she carries. Robert's expression darkened as he spoke. I fail to comprehend why you are so fixated on the demise of an unborn child. Even if she has the support of a horse lord, what of it? They cannot cross the narrow sea. Eddard Stark replied, visibly troubled. I have warned you about this matter long ago. I explained why when we were in the north. Now, I must have that woman dead, along with her child. Robert's words bore an undeniable finality. At that moment, Robert perceived that the entire continent of Westeros was on the brink of war, with threats emerging from both within and beyond. Internally, as long as he was alive, no one would dare to rebel. However, if the remnants of the Targaryen family were to return from across the narrow sea, the situation could turn dire. In King's Landing and the Crownlands, many would begin to waver, and the hearts of the people would become unsettled. Moreover, Dorne had historically maintained close ties with the Targaryens. Should Daenerys Targaryen land with an army on Westeros, Dorne would likely be inclined to shift their allegiance. Thus, in Robert's eyes, internal issues were trivial. But Daenerys Targaryen must die. You have already attempted this once. Should you persist, all your honor will be tarnished. How will the people regard you as their king? Eddard Stark continued to implore. Honor. I have the entirety of Westeros to govern. One king, 7 kingdoms. Do you truly believe that honor can bring order to the whole of Westeros? Can honor ensure peace and tranquility throughout the realm? Robert vehemently disagreed with Eddard Stark's sentiments. Only by instilling fear in those who harbor greed and ambition can the kingdom remain stable under my reign. Only then can we continue to sit here in peace, and the Baratheon rule along with the Stark lineage can endure. Do you understand, Eddard? Robert declared, fixing his gaze on Eddard Stark. I never aspired to cling to the position of hand. Eddard Stark gently shook his head. Then that has nothing to do with me. What I demand is for that girl to die. She must die? Robert exclaimed in fury. If you continue down this path, ruling through fear, what distinguishes you from the Mad King? Eddard Stark maintained his stance, urging caution. Mind your words, Eddard. Robert, now seething with anger, slammed his hand on the table. Damn it. Can any of you courtiers persuade this blockhead? Robert shouted at the assembled lords. My lord, I fully comprehend your concerns. I speak no falsehood. Though we discuss a vile matter, it is for the sake of the people in the 7 kingdoms. If Daenerys Targaryen indeed bears a son, we will face a bloodbath. Varys said sincerely, his words cloaking his own treachery in the guise of a benevolent figure. The insidious nature of his speech left Eddard Stark feeling distasteful. I harbor no ill will towards that girl, but should the Dothraki come, countless innocents will lose their lives, and numerous villages will be reduced to ashes. If the death of one Daenerys can save thousands, would that not be the wiser and more humane course of action? The Grand Maester Pycelle interjected, his words lacking the embellishments but still unacceptable to Eddard Stark. Those remnants of House Targaryen should have been eradicated long ago. Renly, seated nearby, remarked coolly. If you find yourself in bed with an unattractive woman, the best course of action is to close your eyes, get it over with, and then slit her throat. Peter Baelish interjected with a crude remark, yet behind that lewdness lay a ruthless intent. Eddard Stark looked incredulously at all those present, struggling to comprehend how these men, 4.5 men, counting Varys, could all entertain the notion of eliminating that young girl across the narrow sea, along with her unborn child. For Eddard Stark, a man of the North who has been steeped in the chivalric code, witnessing a room full of people casually discussing the execution of an unborn child for reasons that elude him is utterly unacceptable. In his eyes, the most honorable path to victory lies in vanquishing one's opponent on the battlefield, rather than resorting to such underhanded tactics. Eddard made one final plea, yet it fell on deaf ears. While he could acquiesce to the initial act, he could not condone the subsequent, despicable measures. Ultimately, Eddard removed the hand of the king badge from his chest and departed the council chamber. As he left, the only sound echoing within the chamber was the furious roar of King Robert. News of the council's proceedings swiftly spread throughout the Red Keep, and upon hearing this development, Queen Cersei could scarcely contain her excitement. To her, this represented a splendid opportunity to rid herself of Eddard Stark, as well as a chance to strike. Cersei felt as though a thorn were lodged in her side. She lived in constant fear of her affair with Jaime Lannister being uncovered by Eddard, especially given Eddard's rapid progress in investigating the circumstances surrounding Jon Arryn's death. Furthermore, with Arya having wounded Joffrey and Ser Gregor having slaughtered over 100 members of House Lannister, the fact that neither she nor Jaime had faced retribution from the Lannisters was a source of humiliation for her, the lioness of House Lannister. In her quest for swift vengeance and the elimination of danger, Cersei meticulously prepared herself before making her way to the King's Tower, eager to whisper sweet nothings into Robert's ear. However, she underestimated the bond between Eddard Stark and Robert, as well as Eddard's standing in Robert's heart. Her attempts at seduction earned her not the desired outcome, but rather a merciless slap from Robert. This blow shattered Cersei's cunning schemes, leaving her consumed by a deep-seated hatred for Robert, wishing for his immediate demise. Upon returning to her chamber, Cersei sat upon her bed, her eyes glinting with malice as she plotted the means to eliminate Robert without arousing suspicion. Suddenly, a brilliant idea struck her. "Bring me Lancel," she commanded coldly to the handmaiden standing at the door. As she gazed into her cup of wine, a cruel smile crept across her lips. Chapter 35. The death of the king. Before long, Lancel Lannister was ushered into Cersei's quarters by the handmaiden, clad in his servant's attire. Lancel appeared somewhat anxious as he regarded Cersei. "Your Grace." He bowed respectfully. "And how does it feel to serve at the king's side, Lancel?" Cersei purred, reclining gracefully in her chair, a wine goblet in hand, her expression warm as she looked at her youthful cousin. "It feels wonderful, Your Grace," Lancel replied, his face flushing crimson as he caught sight of Cersei's captivating gaze, lowering his head in modesty. "There is no need for such formality. Come, sit." Cersei patted the space beside her and addressed Lancel. "No, Your Grace, I cannot sit there. That would be an affront to you," Lancel responded, glancing at the spot Cersei had indicated. The proximity she suggested was quite excessive. Sitting there would bring them so close that it would seem as though Cersei were nestled in Lancel's embrace. "What are you afraid of? You are my cousin. There is no harm in sitting a little closer," Cersei remarked, her smile widening as she observed Lancel's shyness. "You are the queen, and I must maintain respect and reverence towards you," Lancel replied, resembling a lamb trembling under Cersei's allure and authority. Cersei, noticing Lancel's discomfort, felt an exhilarating thrill. She languidly stretched, rising slowly to approach Lancel, her hand gently caressing his handsome face as she whispered, "Lancel, tell me, are you loyal to your queen?" "I have always been loyal to you, Your Grace," Lancel stammered, attempting to evade her gaze. "Then, are you fully obedient to the queen's commands?" Cersei's hand began to roam more freely, gliding across Lancel's form. "Why, yes, Your Grace." Lancel found himself at a loss, torn between resistance and retreat, his body tensing as he spoke with a slight tremor. "Excellent, Lancel." Cersei's hand ventured beneath his clothing, her body pressing against his as she leaned closer, whispering in his ear, "Now, I have a task for you. Are you able to fulfill it?" "I am here to heed your commands." Lancel quivered, excitement causing his entire being to shudder, his breath becoming quickened. "Do not be anxious. It is a simple task. When Robert goes hunting, you merely need to serve him the fine wine I have prepared. Give him as much as he desires." Cersei continued to entice him. "Why, Your Grace?" Lancel's demeanor shifted as he processed her words, instinctively attempting to retreat. However, Cersei had already seized his resolve, leaving him with nowhere to flee. "Rest assured, it is merely stronger than the usual wine Robert consumes," Cersei assured him, her hand still exploring Lancel's body. "At your command, Your Grace," Lancel panted, struggling to maintain his composure. "Very well. Now, you shall receive a reward for your loyalty." Cersei gazed at Lancel with a dreamy expression before pulling her young cousin toward the bed and pushing him down. Before long, the sound of breathy gasps filled Cersei's chamber. Moments later, the door swung open, revealing Lancel hurriedly adjusting his attire, clutching a bottle of spirits as he rushed out in disarray. In the chamber, only Cersei lay blushing on the bed, watching the hurried silhouette of Lancel flee, a hint of a cold smile creeping upon her lips. Eddard Stark returned wearily to the Hand's Tower, pondering whether he should depart from King's Landing with his two daughters and return to the north. Yet, the thought of his king, Robert, who was as dear as a brother, entangled in dire straits, rendered Eddard unable to convince himself to leave. My lord. Orwin called from outside the door, knocking. Come in. Eddard replied upon hearing Orwin's voice. Orwin entered and closed the door behind him. My lord. The men from Dragonstone have arrived and are stationed at the river gate, ready to support us at any moment. He informed Eddard. Excellent. This means we are not at a disadvantage in terms of forces, Eddard responded, feeling somewhat relieved upon receiving the news. We are still at a disadvantage. Have you forgotten the gold-cloaked commander? Orwin reminded him. I must admit, I did forget. I have been so weary lately that it slipped my mind, Eddard said, rubbing his temples. I will make arrangements concerning the gold-cloaked matter. You need not worry. Understood, Orwin nodded. My lord, there is something I believe requires your attention. Orwin continued after a moment's contemplation. What is it? Eddard inquired, gazing at Orwin. It concerns Lady Sansa. In recent days, she has grown increasingly close to Joffrey. And her demeanor has also changed somewhat, Orwin carefully articulated. Eddard felt a fresh wave of frustration wash over him. He felt utterly powerless regarding this daughter. Until Robert issued a command, he had confined Sansa's movements, yet she remained indifferent to him, showing no inclination to communicate. Even after recently permitting her to associate with Joffrey, Sansa continued to ignore him. After a moment's reflection, Eddard said, I shall have the nurse remind Sansa. You must also keep a vigilant eye on her movements. As well as Arya's, their safety is paramount. Very well, my lord, Orwin acquiesced, then turned to depart. Instead of returning to his chamber, Orwin made his way directly to the hall on the ground floor. Harris, he called out to the officer on duty. What is it, my lord? Harris approached swiftly. Inform the men to remain vigilant and don their armor. I sense that tranquility may soon be a fleeting luxury, Orwin stated with seriousness. Has something transpired? Harris asked, noting Orwin's grave expression. The word from the Red Keep is that Lord Eddard and the king had a fierce quarrel. I fear some may seize this opportunity to act. Orwin replied earnestly. I shall notify the men at once. Harris affirmed, nodding. By the way, summon Vaon. Orwin stated, casting a glance at Harris. Yes, Harris replied, turning to call for Vaon Poole. After a short while, Vaon Poole approached Orwin and addressed him. My lord, you summon me? Vaon, from this day forth. Every time Lord Ed leaves the Prime Minister's tower, you are to accompany him with a contingent of men. Bring as many as you can, aside from Harris and Hilly. Any capable individuals not on duty may join. It is imperative that we safeguard Lord Ed, Orwin instructed Vaon Poole with utmost seriousness. Understood. Are there any further instructions? Vaon Poole inquired earnestly. In addition, whenever we escort Lord Ed on his outings, all must don armor, and shields may be utilized if necessary. Orwin continued to elaborate. Very well. I shall ensure the men are adequately prepared. Vaon Poole nodded in agreement. Go now. Select your personnel. Orwin commanded. Yes, Vaon Poole affirmed, bowing to Orwin before departing. In the days that followed, Orwin first inspected the tunnels beneath the Prime Minister's tower, ensuring their continued accessibility. He then relayed messages to the Red Keep, instructing Jon and Fran to remain vigilant, while also notifying Davos. Orwin was now fully prepared, ready to lead Ed Stark and the two Stark girls out of King's Landing at a moment's notice. The tranquility of these days filled Orwin with an unsettling premonition of an impending storm. Moreover, Robert had recently returned the hand of the king insignia to Ed Stark, heightening Orwin's sense of tension as more spies appeared around the Prime Minister's tower. Ever since his last visit to Cersei's chambers, Lancel had been restless, burdened by the weight of an unforgivable act, secretly seeking forgiveness from the Seven every night. Yet, Lancel remained resolute in his remembrance of Cersei's commands. On this particular day, Robert's enthusiasm surged once more as he prepared to go hunting, as was his custom, accompanied by Lancel and Ser Barristan, riding towards the royal woods. Lancel, serving as Robert's squire, joined him, bringing along the bottle of strong liquor that Cersei had gifted him. 2 days passed since Robert ventured into the woods, and everyone anticipated a routine outing when calamity struck. Eddard, Eddard, an urgent voice echoed within the Prime Minister's tower. It was Lancel. What is it, Lancel? What has transpired? Ed Stark emerged from his chamber, witnessing Lancel in a state of disarray, his body smeared with mud and blood, hands stained crimson. Robert has been gored by a wild boar. Lancel gasped, breathless. Upon hearing of Robert's injury, Ed Stark immediately rushed towards the king's tower. Inside Robert's chamber, Queen Cersei and the Grand Maester were present. It is my fault. I drank too much and failed to strike that boar. Robert lay weakly in bed, looking at Ed Stark with weary eyes. Eddard Stark approached the bedside and gently lifted the blanket covering Robert. A foul stench emanated from Robert's wound, which was large and had become inflamed and festering. It reeks of death. I have encountered this odor far too many times. Robert weakly uttered. Eddard gazed solemnly at Robert's injury and covered him with the blanket. You all may leave. I wish to speak with Eddard. Robert directed towards Cersei and the Grand Maester. With sorrow etched on her face, Cersei departed from Robert's chamber, but as soon as she stepped outside, her expression transformed into one of satisfaction and malice. You fool! Fetch me pen and paper from that table over there. Robert instructed Eddard, who was momentarily taken aback, realizing that Robert intended to draft a will. Eddard retrieved the pen and paper, his heart heavy as he looked at Robert. I, Robert Baratheon, do hereby declare that you know how to write. Include all those cursed titles. I hereby appoint Eddard Stark as regent and protector of the realm, to govern the realm until my son Joffrey comes of age. Robert said weakly. However, Eddard could not transcribe Robert's words verbatim, for he was aware that Joffrey was the illegitimate offspring of Cersei and Jaime Lannister. Now, all of Robert's children were the fruits of their incestuous union. Yet, witnessing Robert on the brink of death, Eddard could not bring himself to utter this dreadful truth. Consequently, he altered the will to state until my lawful heir comes of age. Give it to me. Robert reached out for the pen from Eddard's hand and inscribed his name on the will. When the news of Robert's injury from the wild boar reached the Red Keep, Orwin understood that the final hour was upon them. Harris, immediately take Arya and the wet nurse and leave through the river gate to find Jon. Do you remember Jon? Orwin inquired urgently upon receiving the news. Of course, I would recognize him anywhere. Harris affirmed. Take this letter and find him outside the river gate. On the ship in Goat's Village, deliver it to him, and don't hesitate. As for you and Arya, wait for us on the ship at White Harbor in Blackwater Bay until we can join you. Orwin instructed gravely. Yes, my lord. Harris replied firmly as he took the letter. Soon after, Harris arranged for several guards, saddled the horses, and, accompanied by Arya, rode out of the Red Keep towards the river gate. Silly, send someone to find Lady Sansa. Once located, inform her that Lord Eddard is seeking her and instruct her to return, Orwin commanded Silly. Yes, I shall go at once. Silly responded before turning to leave. Silly, if you cannot locate Sansa, or if anyone obstructs her return, abandon the task and return swiftly. Orwin cautioned. Understood. Hilly nodded vigorously and then departed with several companions. The others donned their armor and secured their weapons. You, go to my chamber and retrieve the small vial containing the green liquid. Be cautious and ensure it remains unharmed. Orwin instructed the 200 guards, specifically pointing to one nearest him. Shortly after Orwin had organized everything, the great bell atop the Red Keep suddenly tolled. Orwin understood that King Robert, who had overthrown the Targaryen dynasty and held the Iron Throne for over a decade, had perished. The climax of the first season of the original tale was imminent. However, with his involvement, Orwin was confident he could extract Eddard Stark from the capital. Chapter 36. Escape from King's Landing. Thus, the ruler of the Seven Kingdoms, Robert I, met his demise, slain by the tusks of a wild boar and, moreover, at the hands of his own queen. As the bell tolled from the highest point of the Red Keep, the news of the king's death spread throughout King's Landing. Ravens took to the skies once more, and the ambitious began to stir. A tumult that would engulf the entirety of Westeros was on the horizon. My lord, we could not locate Lady Sansa. We inquired with the maidens of the court, but none would divulge her whereabouts, only that she had departed with Prince Joffrey. Hilly returned breathlessly to the Hand's Tower, addressing Orwin, who sat in the hall. At that moment, Orwin was fully armed, 2 Valyrian steel swords at his side, an unused mace strapped to his waist, while a great bough of purple heart wood and several quivers of arrows were held by a nearby guard. A small vial of wildfire rested on the long table. Well done. Quickly, take a sip of wine to steady yourself, then don your gear. I have a task for you, Orwin said, his expression calm as he regarded Hilly. Hilly wasted no time, taking a seat and pouring himself some wine from the jug on the table. After sharing the drink, the group returned to prepare their equipment. Soon, Hilly approached Orwin once more. Hilly, I shall be taking some personnel with me shortly. The remainder will be under your command. Guard this place and arrange for the wall in the basement to be breached. Ensure at least half of our forces are stationed at that tunnel, particularly at the courtyard exit. This will be our lifeline for escaping King's Landing, Orwin said solemnly to Hilly. Yes, my lord. I shall safeguard this location and ensure the tunnel remains clear. Hilly replied with a firm nod. Go now. Break down the basement wall at once. Orwin commanded again. Yes. Hilly responded, turning to rally a few strong guards, who took up hammers and proceeded towards the basement. You two, keep watch over the royal hall. As soon as Lord Eddard enters, notify me immediately. Orwin instructed 2 selected guards. The 2 guards acknowledged their orders and hastened out of the Hand's Tower, racing towards the royal hall. At this moment, Cersei, accompanied by Joffrey, had arrived in the throne room. Joffrey boldly seated himself upon the Iron Throne, while Sandor Clegane, fully armored, stood guard beside him. Jaime Lannister, donned in his own armor, positioned himself protectively in front of Cersei, his hand resting on the hilt of his sword. Behind the Iron Throne stood a cadre of elite Kingsguard in their crimson cloaks, while below, a defensive line was maintained by Petyr Baelish, flanked by 4 elite guards. "Will Eddard Stark acknowledge me as king?" Joffrey inquired nervously, casting a glance at Cersei. "Whether he does or not, you are the rightful heir to the Iron Throne. You need only wed a daughter of House Stark, and the North will become your most loyal supporter," Cersei replied with unwavering confidence. "But what if I promise to marry a Stark girl, and he still refuses?" Joffrey pressed on. "Fear not. I will compel him to acquiesce," Cersei assured him, her confidence palpable. "Over 500 of our Red Cloak soldiers are already en route to the Red Keep, along with other forces that will help secure your claim to the throne," she added with a smile. Just as Cersei reveled in her triumph, the grand doors of the throne room swung open, and a well-equipped contingent of gold-cloaked soldiers entered under the command of Ser Genos Slint, forming ranks along the sides of the hall, while several others secured the main entrance. Joffrey, upon beholding the armed soldiers wielding their long spears and blades, instinctively leaned back, a flicker of anxiety crossing his face. "Do not be alarmed. They are your soldiers, loyal to the king," Cersei gently reassured him, patting his shoulder. Upon hearing her words, Joffrey seemed to transform, his demeanor brightening as if under the influence of some enchantment. He straightened himself upon the Iron Throne, adopting an air of arrogance as he surveyed the assembly below. In the courtyard of the Red Keep, Eddard Stark, accompanied by Petyr Baelish, advanced towards the throne room. Vaon Poole led a cadre of elite guards, shields and spears at the ready, positioned protectively behind Eddard. "I know that Renly has sought you out. He wishes for your support in claiming the Iron Throne," Baelish remarked casually as he walked alongside Eddard. "I did not acquiesce to him. You must understand that there are more suitable heirs before him," Eddard replied, unfazed by Baelish's awareness of Renly's overtures. Every move he made within the Red Keep was under scrutiny. Once outside the Prime Minister's tower, Eddard's actions were devoid of secrecy. "Your stance is justified. Joffrey is the crown prince, and with the backing of House Lannister, his claim to the Iron Throne is indeed most fitting," Baelish stated with a smile. "Are you certain of the truth of your assertions?" "You must be aware of the affair between Cersei and Jaime Lannister," Eddard said, casting a discerning glance at Baelish. "I am surprised you are already aware. I had assumed you had not yet uncovered the final details," Baelish replied, taken aback. "I will not allow Joffrey to ascend the Iron Throne. That seat must be reserved for the bloodline of House Baratheon," Eddard declared resolutely, his words imbued with an unassailable conviction. "In truth, you could lend your support to Joffrey, thereby positioning yourself as the regent to govern the realm until Joffrey reaches maturity, while still serving as the hand of the king. Most importantly, the queen intends to honor the late king's wishes, marrying Joffrey to your daughter Sansa. In this manner, Sansa would ascend as the new queen, and you would emerge as the most powerful figure in the Seven Kingdoms." Petyr Baelish, still somewhat reluctant, remarked, "Do not trouble me further. I shall not permit the blood of House Lannister to usurp the Iron Throne of House Baratheon," Eddard Stark asserted resolutely. Upon hearing Eddard's declaration, Petyr merely shrugged, falling silent. "What news from the Gold Cloaks?" Eddard Stark suddenly inquired. "Everything is in place. Janos Slynt has been bribed by me and is currently leading his men to the throne room," Petyr replied with a smile, though tinged with an imperceptible ulterior motive. "Very well," Eddard nodded, an enigmatic glimmer shining in his eyes. Eddard Stark, accompanied by over 30 men, entered the throne room with great pomp. Observing the assembly within, Eddard remained unfazed, having noticed his own guards glancing his way upon entering, a sign of Ser Roderick's arrangement. At this moment, he regarded the vigilant gold cloaks, as well as Jaime Lannister and Sandor Clegane positioned near the Iron Throne, with complete composure. "Lords and ladies, I present to you His Grace, King Joffrey Baratheon, first of his name, ruler of the Seven Kingdoms and protector of the realm," boomed Janos Slynt, the commander of the Gold Cloaks, stepping forth from the ranks as Eddard entered. Eddard Stark gazed impassively at Joffrey seated upon the Iron Throne, disregarding the lengthy titles proclaimed by Slynt. All eyes were upon Eddard Stark. "I command the council to prepare diligently for my coronation. I wish for it to be completed within 2 weeks. Today, I shall receive the oaths of fealty from the lords of the realm," Joffrey declared haughtily from his perch on the Iron Throne, addressing Eddard Stark below. Eddard offered no response, causing an immediate tension to envelop the throne room, as the gold cloaks fixated intently on the Stark guards. Ser Vaon Poole, undeterred, signaled, prompting the Stark guards to spring into action. Two walls of men swiftly formed on either side of Eddard Stark, shields raised, spears and swords poised for action. Vayan Poole hastened to Eddard's side, sword drawn in protection, separating him from Peter. The red cloaks within the throne room also gripped their weapons, slowly encroaching upon the Stark guards. Unperturbed by these developments, Eddard took a couple of steps forward and addressed Ser Barristan Selmy. Ser Barristan, I trust no one here questions your authority. Please, assist me in announcing Robert's will. As he spoke, Eddard extended the will he held to Barristan. Barristan stepped forward, took the will, and opened it to read aloud with great fervor. He appointed Eddard Stark, Duke of Winterfell, as the regent, declaring him the legitimate heir to the throne. Upon finishing the reading, Barristan cast a glance at Joffrey, who sat upon the Iron Throne. The mention of a legitimate heir caused Joffrey to tense up immediately. Cersei rose from her seat beside him, exclaiming, "May I see it, Ser Barristan?" Without hesitation, Barristan ascended the steps and handed the will to Cersei. She glanced at the document with a dismissive smile and remarked, "Lord Stark, do you intend to use this will as a shield?" As soon as she finished speaking, Cersei tore the will to shreds. "It is merely a piece of flimsy paper," she scoffed. "Kneel, and if you pledge your loyalty to my son, we shall allow you to return to that desolate wasteland and enjoy your twilight years." Cersei proclaimed with an air of superiority, "Your son has no right to the throne." Eddard Stark replied calmly. "You lie," Joffrey shouted. "Lord Stark, you are courting death." Cersei said with a confident demeanor. "Kill him. Slay them all." Joffrey yelled in fury, pointing at Eddard Stark. "Protect the Lord." Vayan Poor shouted, as over 30 Stark guards rushed to encircle Eddard in a defensive formation. "Why aren't you moving?" Cersei bellowed at the assembled gold cloaks and red cloaks. In an instant, all soldiers in the hall brandished their weapons and charged at the Stark family's defensive line. Even Sandor Clegane and Jaime Lannister, who had been standing beside the Iron Throne, drew their swords and descended the steps to attack Eddard Stark. At that moment, the hall's doors were tightly shut, and the sounds of battle and cries echoed within. Outside the Red Keep, over 500 red cloaks were already approaching the great doors. The situation had taken a sudden turn, igniting a premeditated slaughter amidst both sides' readiness. Chapter 37. Breaking out of King's Landing 2. Initially, the 30 or so Stark guards had formed a solid defensive line, but as they faced the overwhelming numbers of red cloaks and gold cloaks, they began to feel the strain, relying solely on their skills and teamwork to hold their ground. However, with the arrival of Jaime Lannister and Sandor Clegane, the pressure on these guards intensified. The once tightly knit formation was forcefully breached by the two assailants. "Huh!" Eddard Stark shouted, drawing his ancestral Valyrian steel sword, Ice, as he prepared to strike at the oncoming Jaime Lannister. Meanwhile, Vayan Poor stepped forward to intercept Sandor Clegane. Though Eddard Stark had passed his 40th year and was older than Jaime Lannister, his prowess remained formidable, coupled with the might of his sword. Jaime found himself on the defensive, hesitant to engage Eddard in a direct confrontation. At this moment, Jaime Lannister could not help but mentally berate his ancestors for the loss of the ancestral Valyrian steel sword, leaving him to confront the Stark family's ice with nothing but a common steel longsword, a rather daunting challenge. In contrast, on the side of Vayan Poole, although he was engaged in a fierce exchange with Sandor Clegane, it was evident that he was at a disadvantage. Clegane's superior strength and physique were unmistakable. If this continued, Vayan Poole's defeat was merely a matter of time. The combat within the throne room was intensely fierce, with neither side willing to yield. The overwhelming victory that Cersei had once envisioned, relying on numerical superiority, had not materialized. Now, she found herself increasingly anxious. She feared that if they did not capture Eddard Stark swiftly, they would face the wrath of the Northern Sword God, whose arrival would throw her plans into disarray. "What are you standing there for? I command you in the name of the Queen Regent. Go at once and eliminate these traitorous rebels. Seize Eddard Stark." Cersei shouted from the steps before the Iron Throne, her voice resonating with authority. The Kingsguard, upon hearing her furious command, glanced towards Ser Barristan. The old knight merely cast a fleeting look at Cersei, remaining unmoved, his expression a complex tapestry of contemplation as he observed the chaos unfolding. However, the other Kingsguard dared not disregard Cersei's orders. Particularly, the already loyal Ser Meryn Trant sprang into action, drawing his sword and charging at Eddard Stark. The other 3 Kingsguard followed suit, brandishing their swords and joining the fray. As these 4 Kingsguard entered the battle, the Northern Guard's defensive formation was swiftly shattered. Those less skilled among them fell victim to the superior swordsmanship of the Kingsguard, resulting in a rapid decline in their numbers. Eddard Stark found himself in a precarious situation. besieged by two master swordsmen. Despite the sharpness of his long sword, he was forced to the brink, suffering a long gash from Jaime Lannister, while Vaon Poole staggered on, wounded by Clegane yet resolute in his resistance. Just as victory seemed within reach, a thunderous crash echoed from the entrance of the throne room, momentarily halting the violence within. A second, resounding impact followed as the massive doors were forcefully flung open, crashing to the ground with a deafening roar. Kill! A furious shout rang from outside the hall. Kill! A cacophony of battle cries erupted as a contingent of armored northern guards, armed with spears and swords, charged into the throne room. Their shouts echoing as they surged toward the red and gold-clad foes, swiftly overwhelming those still in shock. A towering figure surged past the melee, racing to Eddard Stark's side, who was under siege. With a mace in hand, he swung it forcefully, aiming directly for Ser Marentrant's head. Faced with a sudden assault, Malin Talon had no time to react, helplessly witnessing the glinting mace descend upon his head, rendering him unconscious in an instant. To onlookers, Erwin dashed forward in a few swift strides, brandishing the mace that shattered Malin's skull with a single blow. After this lethal strike, Erwin remained undeterred, swiftly advancing towards the remaining Iron Guard, delivering fatal blows with each swing. Each strike resulted in either a shattered head or a body sent flying, blood gushing from their nostrils and mouths, lifeless corpses hitting the ground. With Erwin and the remaining forces joining the fray, the red-robed and gold-robed figures in the royal hall were soon decimated. The hall was left with only the Northerners and the venerable Ser Barristan, who stood resolutely before the Iron Throne. As for Cersei, Joffrey, Jaime Lannister, and Sandor Clegane, they fled the moment the hall's doors were breached. Littlefinger, Peter Baelish, had long hidden himself away at the onset of the conflict. "My lord, we are late," Erwin softly remarked as he supported Eddard Stark. "It is not too late. Your timing is fortuitous." Eddard Stark gasped, shaking his head. "Bring the lord to safety, and ensure all injured comrades are assisted. We must depart." Erwin commanded the remaining guards to prepare for evacuation. "Ser Barristan, will you not accompany us?" Eddard inquired, turning to the elderly knight. Ser Barristan gently shook his head and replied, "I swear fealty to the king. But Joffrey is not of Robert's blood. He is the offspring of Cersei and Jaime Lannister's incest." Eddard's face contorted in anguish. "Eddard, I must uphold my oath. I swear loyalty to the king. And now that there is no king, I shall await the arrival of a new one in King's Landing." Ser Barristan's expression was grave. "Let us go? My lord, the Lannister Red Robes have breached the Red Keep. If we linger, we shall be surrounded," Erwin urged, supporting Eddard Stark. "Let us depart." Eddard glanced at Ser Barristan, letting out a deep sigh. "Raise your shields. Escort the lord to safety," Erwin commanded the others. The uninjured guards promptly seized their shields, forming a protective wall around Eddard Stark and the wounded, swiftly making their way towards the exit of the royal hall. Meanwhile, in the courtyard of the Red Keep, another battle raged on. The Stark guards, under the leadership of Ser Helly, fought valiantly against the onslaught of the Red Robes, striving to secure a path for Eddard Stark and the others to enter the Prime Minister's tower. Ser Helly, along with his guards, formed a line, shields in front and long spears behind, desperately blocking the Red Robes surging in from outside the Red Keep. Ser Helly, lead the lord and the injured through the tunnel below, Erwin instructed, escorting Eddard Stark into the Prime Minister's tower. He took a bow and arrows from a guard holding a massive bow, then turned to the courtyard, calling out to Ser Helly, who was directing the defense. Upon finishing his words, Olwyn swiftly drew his bow and loosed an arrow. The projectiles he bore soaring towards the red-robed foes with remarkable velocity. The arrows, akin to bolts, pierced the chests of the enemies in front, continuing their lethal path into those behind, the tremendous force propelling the bodies of the slain into their comrades. Thus, the formation of the 500 red-robed soldiers was disrupted by Olwyn's arrows, granting the northern guards a fleeting opportunity to retreat. "Bring me that small jar," Olwyn commanded as he withdrew to the entrance of the Prime Minister's tower, calling into the hall. The guard who had previously fetched wildfire from Olwyn's chambers promptly scooped up the small jar from the long table and dashed to his side, grasping the jar of wildfire. Olwyn bellowed for everyone to fall back. Once the Stark guards had disengaged from the Red Robes, Olwyn hurled the jar high into the air. With deft precision, he nocked another arrow and shot it towards the suspended vessel. The arrow pierced the jar, causing it to shatter, and the verdant wildfire erupted forth, scattering through the air. As the green liquid descended, it ignited into emerald flames, swiftly engulfing the red-robed soldiers below, their anguished cries echoing throughout the Red Keep. "Retreat!" Orwin had no time to witness the devastation wrought by the wildfire. He led the remaining guards towards the basement, swiftly passing through the now breached hidden entrance. Racing along the tunnel towards the exterior of the Red Keep. Outside the river gate, a throng of 300 to 400 sailors from Dragonstone, alongside warriors from Goat Village and White Harbor, awaited anxiously, their ships moored upon the waters of the Blackwater. Harris, accompanied by Arya, stood aboard a vessel, gazing intently towards the Red Keep. "Look, there's movement at the Red Keep," Arya suddenly exclaimed, pointing towards the direction of the castle. Harris immediately followed her gaze, witnessing the eerie rise of green flames illuminating the sky. "Quickly, notify Gendry. Seize the river gate at once," Harris shouted to a nearby guard, who hastily disembarked and made for the dock. In a matter of moments, the sailors from Dragonstone and the warriors from Goat Village and White Harbor began their advance, charging towards the river gate. Inside, the camp of the guard was soon engulfed in thick smoke, as Stark soldiers, under Davos's command, relentlessly assaulted the encampment, while Gendry and Bronn set fire to it alongside several hunters from Goat Village. "Where is Eddard Stark now?" In the Queen's Tower of the Red Keep, Cersei, having regained her composure, inquired of Peter Baelish and Varys. "They have escaped through the tunnels beneath the Red Keep and are presently at the river road," Varys replied, incredulous that the Stark family had uncovered the secret of the subterranean passage and successfully utilized it for their escape. "Immediately summon all the gold cloaks in King's Landing. Hunt down Eddard Stark. Let everyone perish save for him," Cersei declared with fervor. Her seemingly flawless plan was shattered, leaving her with significant losses in soldiers, making her feel as though she had been dealt a resounding slap in the face. How could this lioness of House Lannister tolerate such a humiliation? As long as the Stark guards held the gates of Riverrun, the remaining 2,000 gold cloaks from King's Landing would arrive in time to seal the fate of those men. "We will prevail," declared Baelish with a notable confidence. "You may be in for a disappointment," came a voice from outside, that of the imp Tyrion Lannister, who appeared disheveled and caked in mud. The gates of Riverrun had already been breached by men strategically placed by Eddard Stark, and the gold cloaks I sent could not withstand the onslaught of the Stark guards and were forced to retreat. At this moment, Eddard Stark has already embarked on a ship from Blackwater Bay to escape the capital. With that, Tyrion raised a goblet and drank heartily. Everyone in the Queen's council chamber was taken aback, unable to fathom such an outcome. Cersei had prepared for the heavy losses of the gold cloaks. Yet the news revealed that Eddard Stark had been well prepared, rendering her final calculations utterly futile. Chapter 38. Dragonstone. Eddard Stark had successfully escaped from King's Landing, leaving us in a precarious position. He possesses too much knowledge. If he returns to the north and proclaims the legitimacy of His Majesty the King to be null and void, it will incite unrest across the Seven Kingdoms, making war inevitable. Baelish sat beside Tyrion, addressing the seething Cersei. "I believe we should take the initiative and muster the armies of the Vale and the Westerlands to strike against the north. We must compel them to acknowledge the rule of His Majesty the King." Baelish continued to persuade Cersei. Cersei, clearly swayed by Baelish's counsel, was entranced by this approach, which aligned perfectly with her impulsive nature, devoid of strategic foresight. Not only Cersei, but even the trembling Joffrey, who had been by her side, sat up straighter, emboldened by the suggestion. "Indeed, we can wage war, commanding the other 6 kingdoms to send troops, with at least 10,000 from each region. We will also command the other northern nobles to obey the king's decree and march against House Stark," Joffrey asserted with newfound confidence, though his impassioned words did not elicit cheers or acclaim from those present. "How absurd that you would still contemplate waging war and expect other lords to heed your call." Tyrion chuckled mockingly, wineglass in hand. "Who permitted you to be here, you wretched dwarf?" Joffrey bellowed. Tyrion's words seemed to strip away Joffrey's facade, leaving the fool feeling exposed and humiliated before the assembly. "I believe I do not require your permission." Tyrion shrugged, unfazed. "I am the king, and I possess the right to command you, you vile bastard," Joffrey shouted in a fit of rage, rising to confront Tyrion. Initially indifferent, Tyrion sprang from his seat upon hearing the term bastard, striding directly before Joffrey and delivering a sharp slap to his contorted visage. The sound resonated through the council chamber as Joffrey, clutching his face, stared at Tyrion in disbelief. "You truly are a fool. I am a bastard. What does that make your mother and your uncle Jaime? What are you then?" Tyrion exclaimed, his countenance darkened with fury. "You dare strike me? I am the king," Joffrey bellowed, glaring at Tyrion. Another resounding slap followed. "You are not yet a king, having neither the recognition of the 7 kingdoms nor a crown. You are nothing," Tyrion retorted firmly, delivering yet another blow to Joffrey's pride. Caught off guard by Tyrion's audacity, Joffrey's self-proclaimed royal status afforded him little dignity in that moment. He looked around the council chamber, where all present, including Cersei and his doting uncle Jaime Lannister, remained unmoved by his plight. "Bring the prince to rest," Cersei commanded. Observing Tyrion, who had resumed his seat, "You need not concern yourself with other matters for the next few days. Prepare well for your upcoming coronation," she directed Joffrey, her tone still laced with affection. Cersei's words provided Joffrey an opportunity to escape the mortifying scene, and with his head bowed and a sullen expression, he followed the attendants out of the Queen's Tower council chamber. "Striking the king feels rather delightful," Tyrion remarked with a sip of his wine, grinning. "Since you oppose war, then enlighten me with your so-called strategy. I am quite eager to hear how you intend to address this matter." Cersei's demeanor shifted dramatically after Joffrey's departure, her previous affection replaced by a visage of disdain and coldness as she glared at Tyrion, gritting her teeth. "Quite simply, negotiation," Tyrion replied. "I do not oppose war. It is only through sufficient military deterrence that one can achieve the best results with minimal cost. On my way here, I encountered a Stark girl, the one Robert betrothed to Joffrey. We shall write to House Stark. If they are willing to acknowledge Joffrey as the king of the Seven Kingdoms and his rightful claim to the throne, we will promise that his queen upon ascension will be Sansa Stark. Should Eddard Stark agree to recognize Joffrey's kingship, we can negotiate all terms," Tyrion stated, eyeing Cersei's face, now contorted with rage. "Is that not too lenient towards House Stark? It would be better to wage war than to concede such terms," Cersei shouted in fury. "If a war truly commences, how many would support you? Should the conflict turn against us, might other factions not take advantage of our vulnerability, leaving us besieged?" Tyrion countered immediately. "Enough. Cease your absurd rhetoric. I will never negotiate with those wretched northern savages," Cersei declared in anger. "Summon the Grand Maester, and in the name of the newly crowned King Joffrey I issue a royal decree to the Seven Kingdoms, declaring Eddard Stark a traitor and announcing the charges of his treason. Concurrently, muster the armies of the Westerlands and the Crownlands, preparing for an expedition against the North." Cersei issued her commands directly to the assembled lords. "You shall regret this," Tyrion interjected loudly, as soon as Cersei's words fell. "It is your humiliation that will lead to my regret. Now you may vacate the Red Keep. Do not let me lay eyes on you here again, or I shall sever that repugnant head from your shoulders." Cersei glared at Tyrion, her voice laced with venom. "Tyrion, do not provoke Cersei further. Allow me to escort you out." Jaime Lannister moved swiftly to restrain Tyrion, pulling him away from the council chamber as he glanced at the frenzied Cersei. "Furthermore, in Joffrey's name, I hereby appoint Tywin Lannister, Duke of the Westerlands, as the new hand of the king, granting him full authority over the campaign against the North." Cersei continued with her orders, addressing the two lords, Baelish and Varys. "At your command, your grace." Baelish and Varys exchanged glances and bowed. As they exited the Queen's Tower and strolled through the courtyards of the Red Keep, they engaged in hushed conversation. "It seems war is imminent. The continent of Westeros is on the brink of chaos. One must admire Lord Baelish's cunning," Varys remarked. "This is all the Queen's doing. It bears no relation to me." Baelish replied nonchalantly. "Yet, the reality is that you were the architect of her decision. Had it not been for your deliberate influence, I doubt our Queen would view the Imp's counsel as an affront." Varys continued. "And so what? Even if I remained silent, war would still dawn. For the Seven Kingdoms are rife with ambitious souls." Baelish chuckled lightly. "Yet those ambitions combined do not surpass yours, Lord Baelish. Chaos is indeed the ladder to ascension. How astute. Your opportunity has arrived." Varys halted, gazing at Baelish with a smile. "Is it not also an opportunity for you, Lord Varys? For the princess of the Targaryen house. Across the narrow sea, this too is a chance. Your loyalty to your former master remains steadfast after all these years. I believe your young master would be greatly moved by your actions," Baelish replied with a beaming smile. The two exchanged knowing smiles, each harboring their own thoughts, before parting ways in different directions. The upheaval within the Red Keep had already been relayed to the far corners of the Seven Kingdoms by Raven before Cersei's royal edict was dispatched. At this moment, both the Crownlands and Dragonstone were aware of King Robert's demise and that Eddard Stark, the Hand of the King, had been beset by the Lannisters for opposing Joffrey's ascension to the throne. Ultimately, despite the numerical superiority of the Lannisters, Stark's guards managed to turn the tide, allowing Eddard Stark to escape from King's Landing on Dragonstone, within the Round Hall atop Dragonstone Keep. Thus, it can be said that your expedition to King's Landing to assist Eddard Stark did not yield significant results, Sir Davos remarked, casting a glance at his liege, Stannis Baratheon. "Indeed, my lord," Davos nodded in affirmation. During my visit to King's Landing, I encountered only Sir Oliver, the captain of Lord Eddard's guard. From what I have gathered, it was Sir Oliver who orchestrated Lord Eddard's successful escape from the city. Davos continued. It appears that this northern swordsman is not only skilled in combat, but Eddard has also been fortunate this time. Stannis interjected, a rare expression of relief crossing his usually stoic visage, feeling a sense of gratitude for his friend and brother. Eddard Stark. Stannis. A voice echoed from outside the round hall, and Eddard Stark stepped inside. Eddard, you ought to rest. Your wounds are quite severe. Stannis admonished as he observed Eddard's slow entrance into the chamber. Now is not the time for rest. My wounds have been tended to, and I am unperturbed. Eddard Stark replied, his expression revealing his urgency. What is the current situation? Is there any news from King's Landing? Eddard Stark inquired without preamble, taking a seat with determination. Indeed, there is news. Cersei has summoned the Westerlands and the Crownlands in the name of Joffrey, mobilizing troops to prepare for an assault on the north. And she has declared you a traitor to the crown, appointing Tywin Lannister as the new hand of the king, Stannis recounted as he handed a letter to Eddard. Eddard took the letter, scanning its contents before his face contorted in anger. Cersei lies. Joffrey is not Robert's son, but the offspring of Cersei and Jaime Lannister. Moreover, Robert's will clearly stipulates that the throne should be inherited by the legitimate heir. Stannis, that throne rightfully belongs to you. I need proof, Eddard. Without evidence to substantiate that Joffrey is not Robert's son, I cannot legitimately oppose Cersei's false claim. Stannis gazed intently at Eddard, suppressing his rising excitement. There is evidence. My captain of the guard has smuggled Robert's illegitimate son out of King's Landing. Furthermore, the tome The Lineages and Histories of the Great Houses of the Seven Kingdoms was also retrieved. It clearly states that the Baratheon lineage, be it male or female, has always possessed dark hair. Robert's illegitimate son has a blonde-haired mother, yet that child has black hair, while Joffrey's hair is golden. Eddard Stark exclaimed, his voice firm. Stannis stood, momentarily astounded by Eddard's thorough preparation. He had not anticipated such readiness. With this evidence, a mere call to arms would suffice. Coupled with the support of the North, to rightfully dethrone Joffrey, the usurper. Beside him, Ser Davos, the Onion Knight, watched Stannis with eager anticipation, awaiting his command. Chapter 39 The Coming of War. Stannis gazed at his vassals, then turned his attention to Eddard Stark, and spoke slowly. Davos, summon the Maester. I wish to reveal the truth to the realm and declare to all that I, Stannis Baratheon, rightful king of the Seven Kingdoms and legitimate heir to King Robert I, do not recognize the false claim of Joffrey Lannister, the pretender. Upon hearing Stannis's words, Davos solemnly bowed and began to depart. Wait, Davos. Issue orders for all troops on Dragonstone to prepare for battle. When the moment is ripe, we shall march on King's Landing. Stannis continued, his resolve unwavering. Yes, your grace. Davos replied with another bow. A smile crept onto Stannis's lips at the title. Once Davos had exited the council chamber, Stannis turned back to Eddard Stark and said, I will send ravens to the north, informing them of your safe escape from King's Landing. I shall also notify them that Joffrey is a usurper and that Tywin intends to march against the north. Rest well on Dragonstone. Once you have healed, we shall together confront those lions of the west and drive that pretender from the Iron Throne. Stannis continued, I cannot linger here. I must return to the north. Robb has never faced war, and that old lion is cunning and treacherous. I fear for the safety of the north, Eddard Stark replied, shaking his head. But you are still injured. It is unwise to undertake such a long journey. Stannis said, a hint of concern in his voice. For Eddard Stark, a friend who resembled a brother more than Robert ever did, Stannis genuinely worried for his well-being. It is of no consequence, Stannis. I shall sail directly back to the north, avoiding the hardships of the road. Eddard insisted, shaking his head once more. If you are determined to depart, I shall allow it, but I will arrange for a healer to accompany you until you reach White Harbor. Stannis conceded, seeing Eddard's unwavering resolve to return to the north. Thank you, Stannis. Upon my return to the north, I shall announce to the Seven Kingdoms my support for you as the second king of House Baratheon. Eddard said with a serious expression. If you are willing, I hope that you will continue to serve as hand of the king after my ascension. Stannis promised Eddard. Spare me that. I am truly unfit for such a role. Eddard replied with a wry smile, shaking his head. As Eddard Stark set sail from Dragonstone to return to the north, Cersei's royal decree had already spread to the other 6 kingdoms, followed closely by the evidence Stannis made public. While the Westerlands and the Crownlands took Cersei's decree seriously, other lordships dismissed it with disdain. However, the evidence Stannis revealed stirred ambition among the power-hungry across the continent of Westeros. In Winterfell, the stronghold of House Stark, Robb examined 2 letters delivered by the maester. His expression gravely serious. Treason. How utterly absurd. The offspring of House Lannister has audaciously claimed the Iron Throne and seeks to march into the north to capture my father, coercing him to acknowledge the usurper's claim. It is utterly ludicrous, Robb stated darkly. Fortunately, Lord Eddard has successfully escaped from King's Landing and has revealed Joffrey's true identity. Otherwise, our position would be even more precarious. Maester Luwin expressed his relief. We owe this to Sarah Wayne. Had it not been for him, my father would likely be languishing in a dungeon by now. My father is on his way back, yet we must remain prepared to confront the Lannister onslaught, Robb asserted with gravity. Robb, have you received any news from King's Landing? How is your father? At that moment, Catelyn abruptly entered, her urgency palpable as she questioned Robb. Mother, fret not. Father is en route home and will soon return to Winterfell, Robb reassured her, observing her anxious demeanor. And what of your sisters? How are they? Catelyn pressed on with mounting concern. Robb, momentarily at a loss for words, hesitated. What is the situation? Catelyn urged him again. Arya is accompanying father on his journey back, but Sansa. Robb paused. Sansa was not found during their escape from King's Landing. She is likely still in the Red Keep, Robb replied with difficulty. Upon hearing that her eldest daughter remained in enemy hands, Catelyn felt as if her heart were being wrenched as she clutched her chest, nearly collapsing. Fortunately, Robb acted swiftly to support her, guiding her to a chair. After a moment to compose herself, Catelyn spoke slowly. Robb, what will you do until your father returns? I intend to summon all our bannermen, rally the troops. And as soon as father arrives, we will march south to confront House Lannister, Robb declared resolutely. We shall strike hard against the Lannisters' crimson cloaks on the battlefield, forcing them to release my sister. Robb continued. Go forth. In the name of the Duke of Winterfell, summon every army we can muster. The Stark family has never been one to suffer in silence, Catelyn said, tears brimming in her eyes as she looked proudly at her eldest son. Indeed. Robb nodded in agreement. Maester, send out all the ravens to notify the bannermen of the north, instructing them to prepare their armies and be ready to heed Winterfell's command. Marching southward at a moment's notice, Robb addressed Maester Luwin earnestly. At Storm's End, Loras Tyrell, the Knight of Flowers, excitedly informed Renly, our opportunity has arrived. Loras, we have no chance. Eddard has fled King's Landing. He knows Robert's will, and I have previously spoken with him, yet he is unwilling to support me, Renly lamented, shaking his head in frustration. What of it? Now everyone is aware that Joffrey is a baseborn bastard and a false king. You are the legitimate heir of Robert, and you possess the right to overthrow this usurper and claim the throne. Loras gazed at his beloved man and continued, Fear not, Renly. You are the Duke of Storm's End, commanding a vast army, and I shall support you. The entirety of Highgarden will rally behind your ascent to the throne. Together, we shall seize King's Landing before Stannis does, and you shall be crowned king within its walls. Loras exclaimed with fervor. But what if Eddard and Stannis join forces? What shall we do? Renly, swayed by Loras's enthusiasm, yet still apprehensive, replied. Our concerns should not weigh upon us, but rather upon Eddard Stark. The old lion of House Lannister is poised to lead the armies of the Westerlands and the Crownlands against the north. You must understand, the northern forces are already outnumbered by those of the Westerlands, and with the Crownlands troops added, the north will be overwhelmed. Loras reasoned with Renly. Even just to guard against Stannis, the forces of the Westerlands alone will give Eddard Stark plenty to worry about. Loras added, we need only to bide our time. Once they have exhausted themselves in battle, we shall strike and clear the path. Loras painted a vivid picture of a promising future. Under Loras's persuasion, Renly finally resolved to prepare for war, appointing Loras as a messenger to contact Highgarden. In the council chamber of Casterly Rock, the old lion Tywin was conferring with his brother Kevan Lannister about their strategy for engaging the north. Have you seen the proclamations from Dragonstone? Kevan inquired, observing Tywin's impassive demeanor. I have. Even if they are true, what of it? As long as we can vanquish those who dare to resist and annihilate them, all will return to its rightful order. Tywin's words were delivered with chilling resolve, sending a shiver down the spine. And how do you propose we wage this war? Our forces are not particularly advantageous. We can only muster a total of 35,000 men, and we must retain some for the defense against Stannis' navy. Additionally, we must remain vigilant regarding the Stormlands. Kevan remarked with a serious tone. We must march north to confront the Stark whelps, which necessitates traversing the Riverlands. The Tullus are kin to the Starks. Thus, to pass through their lands, we must engage in conflict with them. Tywin spoke, his gaze fixed on the parchment map before him. I intend to divide our forces. I shall take the Westerland's troops, and one contingent shall advance along the Rose Road to attack Golden Grove, while the other shall traverse the King's Road, cross the Blackwater, and seize Harrenhal. This will effectively sever the North's route southward. We shall then concentrate our might to besiege Storm's End. We aim to capture Storm's End before the Northern forces can descend, thus securing an undeniable advantage. Tywin traced the map with his finger, devising a pragmatic battle plan. When the Northern whelps come, no matter their numbers, I shall ensure they find no return. All shall be entombed within the Riverlands, Tywin declared, his gaze as frigid as ice. Kevin gazed at the strategic route marked by Tywin on the map and remarked, I concur with your assessment. This approach will not only enable us to vanquish the Tully family, but also thwart any advances from Winterfell and the Eyrie, thereby ensuring the security of the Westerlands and the Crownlands. However, the Westerlands also require guardianship. You and I must leave someone behind. Otherwise, one of our armies will lack a commander. Kevin continued, I have already dispatched a letter summoning Jaime back. He will lead the forces attacking Casterly Rock with unwavering determination. Tywin responded, furthermore, in my capacity as Hand of the King, I have appointed Tyrion to assume the role of Hand during my absence, thus entrusting him with the kingdom's affairs and the defense of King's Landing. It must be said, Tywin, the Old Lion, demonstrated remarkable political acumen and military strategy, as evidenced by his meticulous planning for the offensive and the appointments in King's Landing. The entire continent of Westeros, embroiled in the succession and contest for the throne, had once again ignited the flames of war. A struggle that would sweep across the realm had begun. Chapter 40. The Northern forces march on the banks of the White Knife. A grand vessel from White Harbor sailed upstream, escorted by 2 narrow boats from the village of the Rams, making its way toward Winterfell. My lord, the weather grows increasingly frigid. You should return to the cabin to shield yourself from the wind. Your wounds have yet to heal, Orwin urged, observing Eddard Stark standing at the bow. I'm fine, Eddard replied, coughing intermittently. We are nearing Winterfell, yet I find myself at a loss in how to explain matters to Catelyn. His injuries had not fully mended, and his troubled thoughts, especially over not being able to bring their eldest daughter, Sansa, along, filled him with guilt. The journey from Dragonstone to the north had brought a chill that even this northern man could not withstand, leaving him with a low fever and relentless cough. Father, let us return to the cabin. Although young, Arya was deeply concerned for Eddard's well-being and tugged insistently at his hand, urging him toward the warmth of the cabin. Upon returning, the temperature inside was noticeably warmer, and Eddard's complexion began to regain a hint of color. How fares Vaonpol? Eddard inquired of Olwen, who sat nearby. He is quite well, significantly better than you. These past days have been filled with rest and nourishment, and he is recovering splendidly, Olwen assured Eddard. That is good to hear, Eddard nodded, yet his thoughts wandered to Sansa. I wonder how she is faring. With a sigh, he murmured to himself, rest assured, my lord. Until the north is decisively subdued, Lady Sansa will surely be well cared for by Cersei, suffering only verbal indignities, Olwen reassured the anxious Eddard. At that moment, Lord Wyman Manderley of White Harbor entered the cabin, addressing Eddard Stark, my lord, we are about to dock. The carriage to Winterfell awaited at the dock. Thank you for your efforts, Wyman. Will you accompany me to Winterfell, or return to White Harbor? Eddard Stark inquired, gazing at the elderly man with graying hair and a stout figure. My lord, before your arrival in White Harbor, I received Robb's orders to mobilize our forces and prepare for an imminent march south to confront the Lannisters. This time, I have brought along my 2 sons, Willis and Wendell. The cavalry of White Harbor is also fully equipped and ready to heed your call. Waymon Mandler did not directly answer Eddard Stark's question, yet his words exuded unwavering loyalty to House Stark. Thank you, Waymon. Please make the necessary preparations. We shall return to Winterfell together, Eddard Stark replied earnestly. As Eddard Stark descended the narrow ship with Arya's assistance and stepped onto the dock, he was immediately greeted by Catelyn, Robb, Bran, and Theon, who rushed forward. Catelyn, unable to contain her emotions, threw herself into Eddard's embrace, holding him tightly. Robb affectionately ruffled Arya's hair before approaching Master Olwen. Thank you, Master Olwen. Were it not for you, I might never have seen my father and Arya again. Robb expressed warmly to his swordsmanship instructor. I am your father's vassal. It is my duty, Olwen replied with a smile. Robb, Eddard Stark, supported by Catelyn, approached his eldest son. You have done exceptionally well. Eddard's hand rested on Robb's shoulder, gazing upon the young man who had begun to embody the spirit of a wolf lord. I am truly glad to see you return safely, Robb exclaimed, barely able to contain his excitement. Eddard gently patted Robb's face and said, let us go home. As Eddard's words lingered in the air, Catelyn assisted him into the carriage. with Arya following suit. The others mounted their steeds, while Earl Waymon and his 2 sons brought their horses, and Olwyn and the guards rode upon Robb's warhorse. The group galloped swiftly towards Winterfell. By evening, they returned to the Wolf's Keep, where a grand feast was held in celebration. The return of Eddard Stark brought relief to the people of Winterfell and invigorated the morale of the troops. The day following the feast, ravens from Winterfell took flight towards every corner of the north. In an instant, all northern vassals were informed of Eddard Stark's return and the impending march south to confront the forces of House Lannister. All lords promptly summoned their armies, young farmers and able-bodied men alike, making their way to Winterfell. At this juncture, the forces of the West, under the leadership of Tywin and Jaime Lannister, have divided into 2 factions, making their way toward Tywin's predetermined military objective. The Tully family, receiving timely news of the West's advance toward the Golden Tooth, found themselves in a precarious position. In Riverrun, Brynden Tully proposed sending troops to aid the Golden Tooth in obstructing the West's army from penetrating into the Riverlands. As the ailing Duke Hostert Tully lay bedridden, Edmund Tully, as the Duke's heir, supported Bryndon's counsel and promptly dispatched 4,000 soldiers, personally leading the charge alongside the nobility of the Riverlands toward the Golden Tooth. However, they grossly underestimated the rapid march of Jaime Lannister's forces. By the time Edmund Tully and his 4,000 troops arrived at the Golden Tooth, Jaime Lannister had already laid an ambush with 15,000 Lannister men in the hills just outside the city. Thus, Edmund unwittingly plunged into the trap set by Jaime. The weary troops of the Riverlands stood little chance against the well-rested Lannisters, and with Edmund's ineffective leadership, the 4,000 soldiers were swiftly encircled. Jaime Lannister, with remarkable composure, observed the onslaught from atop a hill as his forces decimated the Riverlands army. Seeing no hope of escape, and with his numbers dwindling, Edmund relinquished his resistance, casting down the Tully sigil and ordering surrender. Jaime effortlessly captured a significant portion of the Riverlands nobility, including Edmund himself. Following his victory, Jaime pressed onward, leading his army of over 10,000 directly toward Riverrun, besieging the castle. Fortunately, Brynden Tully remained steadfast within the fortress, managing to withstand Jaime's assault, even when Jaime, with Edmund in tow, demanded the gates be opened. The defenders remained resolute against capitulation. Meanwhile, Tywin, commanding 20,000 men, surged forth across the Red Fork, launching a fierce offensive that resulted in the capture of Harrenhal, effectively severing nearly all crossings in the Riverlands and sealing off the southern routes. This father-son duo of Lannisters had cornered the lords of the Riverlands into a dire predicament. By the time news of these developments reached the north, a week had already elapsed. In the hall of Winterfell, all the vassals of the north convened, the walls adorned with an array of family banners: House Stark, House Manderly, House Umber, and House Tully, among others. Eddard Stark, having recuperated reasonably well after a week of rest, sat alongside the heads of several great houses, with Robb at his side. "My lord Eddard, for 30 years, countless foes have perished by my hand. As we march south, I must lead the vanguard," declared Great John, his voice resonating in the chamber. However, Robb held a contrasting opinion, interjecting, "For this southern campaign, I propose that Galbart Glover take the lead." Robb mentioned that Glover of Deepwood Motte is a lord known for his loyalty and bravery, characterized by his prudent demeanor, making him exceptionally suited to lead the vanguard at the forefront of the troop. "Unless the wall melts away, do not expect the Tully family to march behind the Glover family," declared Great John, pointing emphatically at Robb. "I shall lead the vanguard, or I shall return home." Great John fixed his enormous gaze upon Robb. "Enough, John," Eddard Stark interjected, observing how Great John's remarks were becoming increasingly outrageous. "In this campaign, the army will be led by Robb. I had initially intended to lead the troops myself, but Maester Luwin advised against it, citing my frail health. And Catelyn also opposed my joining the fray in my current condition." Eddard addressed his vassals, who noted his somewhat pallid complexion, understanding that he indeed could not take the field, and their attention shifted to young Lord Robb. "Henceforth, Robb shall command the forces. Should my health permit, I shall endeavor to join you at the earliest opportunity. However, I implore you to accord Robb the same cooperation you have shown me," Eddard urged once more. The hall fell silent, all eyes fixed upon Robb. Great John was taken aback by Eddard's decision to place the entire northern army under Robb's command, and he felt a pang of regret for his earlier remarks. Yet, he could not bring himself to bow to Robb, this impetuous youth, despite being a seasoned lord with decades of battle experience. With a resolute demeanor, Great John asserted, "Robb may command the troops, but I must lead the vanguard. That is untenable, Your temperament is too rash, and our numbers are insufficient. I require Glover at the front to manage the pace of our march and the rhythm of our assault." Robb countered firmly, rejecting Great John's demands. "You insolent boy! You must show me a modicum of respect. I have fought alongside House Stark for over 30 years, and none here can claim to be braver than I." Great John rose, his agitation palpable as he shouted at Robb. "I." A voice interjected from across the hall. It was Orwin, seated at another table. Great John was caught off guard by this unexpected interjection and turned angrily towards the source of the voice. Orwin stood slowly, regarding Great John as he continued. "I may concede that you fight valiantly, yet I do not acknowledge you as the most courageous among us." Great John glared at Orwin, momentarily rendered speechless. After a few heavy breaths, he retorted, "I forgot to mention, everyone here, except you." With that, he plopped down into his chair, moodily lifting his cup to drink deeply. His actions elicited a hearty laugh from the assembled guests, and the previously tense atmosphere relaxed considerably. "Since there are no objections, let us commence preparations for provisions. We shall set forth southward at dawn tomorrow to confront the lions of House Lannister." Robb commanded, rising before all his vassals. "Eliminate the old lion," shouted Theon, raising his goblet high. "Eliminate the old lion," echoed the chorus of voices as all raised their cups in fervent unison. Chapter 41. The Siege of Riverrun. The following morning, outside Winterfell, Eddard Stark and Catelyn stood upon the ramparts. Beyond the walls, over 18,000 northern soldiers, led by Robb, advanced slowly southward, the dire wolf banner fluttering valiantly at the forefront. On this day, the temperature in the north had noticeably dropped, and snowflakes began to fall from the heavens. As the procession gradually moved away, the swirling snowflakes seemed to accompany the wolf army southward into battle. Wherever the grand host tread, snow danced in the air, and the biting northern wind howled mercilessly, scattering snow across the ranks of the wolf army. This scene inevitably evoked memories of the winter wolf army that had marched south alongside House Stark centuries ago, imbuing the solemn atmosphere with a palpable air of menace. The wolf army continued its march along the King's Road, pausing briefly at the Bay of Crakehall before veering toward the Neck, ultimately encamping at Greywater Watch. At this moment, within the confines of Robb's military encampment, the lords gathered in the grand tent to deliberate on the state of affairs. The lords of the Riverlands had proven unreliable, retreating steadily before Jaime Lannister, while Tywin commanded another substantial Lannister force, poised in the south. According to scouts' reports, Tywin's army far surpassed that of the Kingslayer. Robb addressed his assembled vassals, standing before a map. Regardless of the size of his forces, the Northern Wolf army has triumphed over foes tenfold its number, declared Great John dismissively. Great John possessed a confidence born of experience. Several years prior, he had joined Eddard Stark in the rebellion against the Targaryen dynasty. During the Battle of the Ruby Ford at the Trident, the Wolf army had faced overwhelming odds alongside the Baratheons, with Great John charging forth alongside Eddard Stark. Their eventual victory attributable not only to Robert slaying Rhaegar Targaryen, but also to the valor of the Stark forces. "What are your views on the current situation?" Robb inquired, surveying those present in the tent. "Perhaps we should march directly south along the King's Road, assaulting the town of Lord Harroway to establish a foothold. We could then dispatch envoys to the Vale to contact House Arryn. The Arryns bear a blood feud with the Lannisters, and should we secure cavalry from them, we could engage Tywin's Old Lion at Harrenhal," suggested Roose Bolton, pointing to a location beside the Trident on the map. "Simultaneously, we could reach out to Dragonstone, requesting the cooperation of Lord Stannis. His navy could land at Blackwater Bay to attack King's Landing while we advance southward along the King's Road. With King's Landing besieged from both sides, it would not be long before we breached its defenses." Roose Bolton continued. The other lords nodded in agreement, perceiving this as the most straightforward and effective approach. Once they vanquished the aged lion, Tywin, they could seize King's Landing and effortlessly overthrow the usurper's reign. However, I harbor doubts regarding this strategy. As the assembly rallied behind Lord Luther Bolton's suggestion, Orwin spoke up. All eyes turned to him. For aside from Theon, a foster son of Eddard Stark and Robb's brother, who bore no title, the rest were lords of considerable standing, predominantly earls, with a few barons and viscounts. Although Orwin himself was a knight, his rank was lowly and newly bestowed, typically rendering him voiceless in such discussions. Yet, being a knight personally ennobled by Eddard Stark, he was, in essence, a vassal of House Stark, holding a status akin to that of the earls. Coupled with Orwin's formidable military record and his ability to orchestrate a successful escape for Eddard Stark from the perils of King's Landing, none dared to underestimate him. Even the hot-tempered Lord Jon Snow refrained from displaying his ire in Orwin's presence. "Orwin, what counsel do you offer?" Robb inquired earnestly, gazing at him. "From the information we have received, Riverrun is currently encircled by Ser Jaime Lannister. Old Blackfish, Brynden, remains there organizing a defense, while the lords of the Riverlands persistently harass Jaime's rear. To the south lies Harrenhal. The Old Lion is poised there, having devastated the fords and docks of the Riverlands. With no vessels at our disposal, we are left with only the King's Road as our means of advance. This is a trap set by the Old Lion. Should we heed Lord Luther's counsel and capture this small town by the Trident before launching an assault on the Old Lion's forces, we may find ourselves besieged from both sides if the Kingslayer leads a contingent from Riverrun." Orwin addressed the Assembly of Lords. "How could we possibly be ambushed from both sides? We have the Vale as a natural ally, with their cavalry as support. We could easily breach Tywin's vast army and utterly rout him." Lord Jon Snow interjected, unconvinced by Orwin's analysis. "Gentlemen, perhaps your visions are overly idealistic." Orwin continued, scrutinizing the gathered lords. "From my observations in King's Landing, the current heir of the Vale, young Robert Arryn, is a frail child, still reliant on nursing at the age of 7 or 8. The entirety of the Vale is essentially under the dominion of Lisa Tully. Yet this daughter of House Tully bears no resemblance to Lady Catelyn. She is timid and weak-willed, and would never consent to embroil the Vale in this conflict. Furthermore, the lords of the Vale are preoccupied with their own power struggles, each vying to become the boy's guardian, leaving them little inclination to assist us." Orwin elaborated further. "We may still contact Dragonstone, allowing the army of Duke Stannis to advance along the Blackwater River directly to the shores of the God's Eye, launching an assault on the rear of the Old Lion. This would encircle him, leaving him besieged from all sides." With a pointed gesture towards the God's Eye, Lord Wyman Manderly spoke. "Truly, as the wealthy elder lord who skillfully manages White Harbor, his acumen is sharp, targeting Tywin's vital points with precision. The elder lord's insight remains as keen as ever," Orwin remarked, admiringly regarding the old man with whom he had conducted business on multiple occasions. This elder had recognized Orwin's capabilities when he began his trade ventures from Horn Hill, and had even attempted to recruit him, only to be declined. However, if the Baratheon family on the continent of Westeros were left with only Stannis as the legitimate heir, the strategy proposed by Lord Wyman could indeed come to fruition. The complication lies in the presence of another Baratheon, Renly. Many may not be aware, but within the Red Keep, this Duke Renly sought Lord Eddard's support to ascend the Iron Throne, only to be rebuffed. Renly harbors such ambition. Moreover, he is accompanied by a Knight of Flowers, none other than Loras Tyrell from the Reach, son of that pompous lord, the heir of the Reach. Their relationship is particularly significant, as the Tyrell family is highly likely to support Renly's claim to the throne. Simultaneously, the Reach possesses naval forces that rival those of Dragonstone. Until we gain overwhelming superiority, Duke Stannis will be reluctant to deploy his navy, as he must guard against his brother. Orwin gestured toward the map, indicating Storm's End in the Reach to the Assembly. Presently, across the entirety of Westeros, apart from Dorne and the Vale, the remaining nations find themselves in a state of hostility, leaving only House Tully as a potential ally. Our course of action now is to proceed south along existing routes, traversing through Riverrun, Seaguard, Stonehenge, and the Maiden's Market, crossing the Trident to relieve the siege of Riverrun. As Orwin spoke, he traced the marching route upon the map with his finger. To relieve Riverrun, we possess another advantage, the geography surrounding the city. Riverrun lies within a delta, flanked by rivers on two sides, with a moat in front, making a siege exceedingly challenging. Additionally, Riverrun has capitalized on its geographic benefits to establish a fortress with walls on three sides. To besiege the city, Tywin Lannister would have to divide his forces into 3 groups, encircling Riverrun from the front, alongside the Trident, and near the Red Fork. This division of forces would prevent Tywin from concentrating his might, granting us opportunities to strike decisively. Orwin continued to point at the map, emphasizing Riverrun's location to the Assembly. Upon hearing Orwin's analysis, Robb's gaze betrayed a glimmer of excitement. His thoughts resonated harmoniously with the strategy presented. Yet, he remained unaware of the intricate details. And with Orwin elucidating these complexities, Robb's resolve to pursue his course of action only strengthened. Esteemed colleagues, I wholeheartedly endorse Sir Orwin's counsel. We must make haste to the city of Riverrun to first liberate it from siege, and subsequently rally its forces to confront the Old Lion. Robb addressed the Assembly. I, too, support Sir Orwin's proposition, declared Eddard Stark, one of the 2 surviving Stark representatives of the North. descended from the same ancestral line as Eddard Stark, thus lending significant weight to his words within the Northern Realm. I concur, interjected Roose Bolton, observing that, in comparison to a direct confrontation with the Old Lion, this strategy would better preserve our strength while effectively depleting the Lannister forces. Though this old silver coin had once rebelled against House Stark, one could not deny his formidable abilities and ruthless nature. Since there are no objections, I shall remain silent, Big John remarked, glancing at the nodding assembly. Given the consensus, we shall proceed according to Sir Orwin's advice, formulating a marching plan. We will rest today and depart at dawn tomorrow for Riverrun, Robb instructed his vassals. Despite Sir Orwin being a direct vassal of House Stark, Robb consistently referred to him as teacher, a testament to his profound respect. After a day of rest at Greywater Watch, the Stark forces resumed their march, hastening their pace until they reached the outskirts of Riverrun 2 days later. The Wolf army encamped by the Green Fork, where young Lord Robb, accompanied by his bannermen, rode to a hillock to survey the city's formidable defenses and strategically advantageous terrain, which left him in contemplative silence. What are your thoughts on Riverrun? Should we assault or negotiate? Robb queried, gazing at the distant stronghold. Riverrun is easily defensible, Roose Bolton observed, eyeing the city's fortifications. Should we choose to attack? If we were to capture the castle ahead, we would be flanked by the soldiers within the opposing fortress, effectively sealing our advance. Count Wyman shook his head, contemplating the layout of Riverrun. What if we attacked simultaneously from both flanks? Suggested Orwin. That is indeed a viable strategy, yet our forces are limited, and the terrain here does not favor a large-scale deployment. While a dual assault could indeed distract the enemy, the potential losses would be significant. Robb furrowed his brow in contemplation. Then we shall negotiate. Robb continued. I do not advocate for negotiations with that old scoundrel within Riverrun. He is hardly a man of integrity, Orwin asserted. What then shall we do? Robb inquired, exasperation evident in his tone. Actually, my men possess a formidable siege weaponry acquired from King's Landing. If utilized effectively, we could easily seize Riverrun, Orwin whispered, capturing the attention of all present, awaiting the revelation of this extraordinary siege apparatus. Chapter 42, The Siege of Riverrun. At this moment, let us set aside the matter of the siege. I believe it is prudent for us to first position archers to secure the skies above Riverrun. Old Walder Frye, aware of our approach, will undoubtedly alert the Lannisters. This scheming old man has played both sides too many times before. Looking at the Frye stronghold, Orrin spoke. Theon, arrange for the archers to be dispatched immediately. We cannot allow even a single raven to escape. Upon hearing Orrin's words, Robb promptly instructed Theon beside him, do it at once. Yes, I shall go immediately, Theon replied, but was halted by Orrin's call. Wait, Theon, a raven. Orrin pointed towards a window in the Frye stronghold. No sooner had Orrin spoken than a jet-black raven emerged from the window, soaring swiftly into the sky. Theon wasted no time. He nocked an arrow and shot the raven down. He then rode to the spot where the raven had fallen to investigate. Before long, Theon returned, presenting a rolled-up letter to Robb. A birthday greeting from Walder Frye to his granddaughter, Wyla, Robb remarked after glancing at the letter. This could very well be a ruse. Theon interjected. You are correct. This old fool may be signaling the Lannisters, Orrin agreed. The assembled company nodded in unison, reflecting on the notorious miser, over 90 years old, who had wed 8 wives and fathered 21 sons and 7 daughters. He boasted 36 grandsons and 19 great-grandsons, with countless other illegitimate offspring. Who would believe that such a man would be concerned with his granddaughter's birthday? Theon, you remain here. I will dispatch skilled archers from the camp to support you. We must not allow a single raven to escape, Robb said to Theon with a serious demeanor. Rest assured. Theon nodded in affirmation. Robb and the others turned their horses towards the camp, and upon their return, they found the central command tent already erected. Without delay, Robb ordered his attendants to select skilled archers from the Wolf army to join Theon in monitoring Riverrun, with Orrin accompanying the expedition. The hunters from Hornhill also joined him. So among the archers assigned to watch Riverrun, 7 or 8 hailed from Hornhill, led by Fran. Orrin, please enlighten us about the siege weaponry you mentioned, Robb inquired as he gazed at Orrin in the tent. My contacts within the Alchemist Guild in King's Landing managed to procure a modest supply of wildfire, just over 30 jars. We used one during Lord Eddard's escape from the Red Keep, and I brought the remainder with me on this campaign, Orrin explained to the assembly. Are you mad? Do you wish for us all to perish? Big John exclaimed in outrage upon hearing Orrin's words. The expressions of the others were no better. Although they had never encountered wildfires, they were certainly aware of their formidable power. None could have anticipated the audacity of Orwin, who brazenly brought the wildfires along with the troops. Even the notoriously ruthless and cruel Lustburton regarded Orwin with a hint of astonishment. While Lustburton was known for his mercilessness towards others, Orwin's actions clearly demonstrated a certain severity towards himself as well. Rest assured, my men know how to safeguard these elements. They have been vigilant in their care, and nothing will go amiss. Orwin quickly reassured the group, noting their apprehensive expressions. It would be prudent for you to inform us sooner in situations like this. One misstep, and we might all be doomed, admonished the elder Count Wayman, who had previously deemed Orwin reliable, but now found the young man somewhat reckless. Enough discussion about the wildfires. We must move on, Robb interjected, glancing at the others. Master Orwin, how do you intend to assault Twin River City? Robb inquired, his gaze fixed on Orwin. We will launch an assault on both castles simultaneously. Before we attack, we need to send a portion of our soldiers across to the opposite bank of Green Fork River to prepare for the offensive, ensuring that Lord Flay cannot support his forces effectively, Orwin articulated. We are currently positioned on this side of Green Fork River, where the Flay family stronghold also lies. The opposite bank is merely a military outpost, which means that the troop deployment for Twin River City will be uneven. If we can draw the enemy forces to the side of Green Fork River, we will require fewer troops on the other side. A single assault with the wildfires will easily breach the castle gates, allowing us to decimate the soldiers within. Therefore, our offensive from the main stronghold must be as ferocious as possible. Orwin analyzed for the group. Your strategy is sound. But how do we transport a portion of our forces to the opposite side of Green Fork River? The Flay family has been monitoring the entire river. Lustburton interjected. Now is certainly not the time. In broad daylight, their visibility is too clear, and we are not adequately prepared. Orwin replied to Lustburton. Nightfall would be most advantageous. We can construct some wooden rafts. They are simple to make, essentially large platforms that can accommodate many soldiers. If we craft several and make multiple trips at night, we can ferry our troops across, Orwin suggested to the assembly. That can be arranged. We have craftsmen in our ranks, and we can assign soldiers to fell trees. As there is an abundance of timber here, Robb nodded in agreement. In addition to the rafts, we will also need to construct large shields and catapults. Orwin continued to elaborate. Catapults. They cannot be assembled in a short time. Our time is limited. Count Wayman interjected. Quite the contrary. We can create counterweight catapults. There is ample timber available, and constructing 2 or 3 larger ones will be feasible. Moreover, the Flay stronghold is not particularly large, and it cannot accommodate many soldiers facing us. At that moment, we shall relentlessly bombard a specific location with our catapults, and it will not be long before a substantial breach is created. Subsequently, we can launch the wildfires directly into the breach. Once the flames engulf the walls and the fortress, we shall be poised to assault the city. The same operation will be conducted on the other side. Orwin articulated his strategy to the assembly, his tone devoid of any trepidation. The gathered lords stared at Orwin in astonishment. What appeared to them as an arduous siege was rendered a seemingly effortless endeavor in his hands. I concur with Master Orwin's approach. What say the rest of you? Robb inquired, casting a glance at the assembled vassals. It is worth a try. At the very least, I possess no superior alternative, declared the elderly Count Wyman. Agreement rippled through the assembly as others nodded in affirmation. Then let us commence preparations. First, we shall construct rafts and catapults. Next, we will select a contingent of soldiers and craftsmen to prepare for the crossing of the Green Fork River under the cover of night. Robb announced. Now, which of you is willing to assume command of the alternate route, tasked with breaching the castle on the far side of the Green Fork? After assigning the construction of siege engines, Robb posed this question to the group. I shall take on that responsibility. Among us, only White Harbor possesses a naval force, and I am the sole one experienced in commanding it. Count Wyman volunteered. Seeing Wyman step forward, the others readily concurred, prompting Robb to respond. Then we shall rely on you, my lord. Do not hesitate to express any requests. I shall accommodate them as best I can. I do have one request. Might I have Sir Orwin accompany me across the river? For such a confined battlefield, I require a valiant warrior capable of shattering the enemy's formation. Count Wyman articulated without reservation. Master Orwin, what are your thoughts? Robb did not hastily decide for Orwin, but instead turned to him for his input. Of course, it would be my honor to fight alongside the Count. Orwin replied with a smile. Then it is settled. Everyone, commence your preparations. Robb nodded, addressing the assembly with gravity. With the battle plan firmly established, the Wolf Army began their meticulous preparations. The first to be ready were 20 large rafts, each capable of carrying over 20 men. Once these rafts were placed upon the Green Fork River, Orwin directed the assembly of all rafts into a single, lengthy, and broad vessel secured by ropes. As darkness descended, Count Wyman and Orwin began to command the soldiers to quietly board the rafts and row towards the opposite shore. After making 5 or 6 trips, they successfully transported over 2,000 soldiers across the Green Fork, along with components of the catapults that had been prepped at the camp, requiring only assembly upon arrival. The final trip saw Orwin and a group of hunters from Goat Village escorting several barrels of wildfire from the main fortress to the far bank of the Green Fork. Thus, in the span of a single night, the Wolf Army had completed its deployment. All siege equipment was prepared, awaiting the dawn to commence the assault. As dawn gradually broke, the hill before the fortress of House Fry stood adorned with a towering trebuchet, its massive stones meticulously stacked in a formidable pile. In the distance, squads of soldiers tirelessly transported more stones to the site. They now awaited but a single command from Robb to unleash a torrent of devastation upon the castle. On the opposite bank of the Green Fork River, the venerable Count Wyman and Olwyn concealed their forces amidst a dense grove. To ensure a swift and decisive assault on the castle, Olwyn had made ample preparations. They had spent the previous night in wakefulness, converting logs into large shields and stockpiling an abundance of stones. At this moment, aside from a few scouts tasked with vigilance and reconnaissance, Count Wyman ordered the remaining soldiers to rest, biding their time for the impending attack across the river to draw the enemy's attention, thus providing them the opportunity to storm the castle. "Commence," commanded Robb, mounted on horseback atop a distant hill, surveying the assembled Stark forces ready for action. As the herald conveyed Robb's orders to the various divisions, the assault on the twins officially commenced. Chapter 43. The Siege of the Twins with a Mighty Heave. A colossal stone was hurled from the trebuchet, slicing through the air towards the main keep of the twins. The cry of alarm echoed sharply against the castle walls. With a thunderous crash, the stone struck the keep with tremendous force, creating a violent reverberation that shook the entire structure. Dust cascaded from the ceiling of the council chamber, showering all within, startling Warden Walder Fry, who sat within the stronghold. "Reinforce the defenses. Redirect soldiers from the opposite bank. We must ensure this pack of northerners bleeds profusely," Walder Fry shouted from his elevated seat to his eldest son. "At once," responded Rosso Fry, promptly bolting from the council chamber. It was a considerable burden for a man over 70, yet Rosso had no alternative. As the eldest son with 6 younger brothers, each more youthful than he was fortunate that Walder Fry, a cunning manipulator, had granted him some authority over military matters. Otherwise, Rosso's life as the heir would have been exceedingly arduous. On the heights outside the main keep of the twins, several counterweight trebuchets took turns launching stones. Although not all projectiles could strike the same spot, the probability of hitting a wall was significantly high. Upon impact, the stones shattered violently against the castle's walls, sending sharp fragments scattering, compelling the soldiers stationed nearby to desperately evade them, shields raised in trepidation. Not only the keep, but also the frontal walls were subjected to the relentless bombardment of the trebuchets. The Fry soldiers stationed on the battlements were now suffering grievously, limbs severed and bodies strewn across the parapet. Outside the castle, the Wolf Army refrained from sending soldiers to initiate an assault. Instead, they continued to rain down boulders upon their adversaries. The frequent bombardment of stones has caused some damage to one of the trebuchets, prompting the soldiers of House Stark to cease its operation while the craftsmen commenced repairs on site. After some time, the trebuchet was once again put into action, launching massive boulders that traced arcs across the sky. Inside the main fortress of Riverrun, Walder Fry appeared increasingly anxious. Despite his eldest son, Rosso Fry, having summoned numerous soldiers from the opposite bank, the casualties sustained since morning had all been members of House Fry, while the northern savages had yet to mount a single organized assault, relying solely on the relentless bombardment of the trebuchets. If this continued, the Fry stronghold would be reduced to rubble. Cracks had already begun to mar the wall facing the fortress, and their number was steadily increasing, threatening its structural integrity. "What is the situation outside? Why have those northern barbarians yet to attack?" Walder Fry shouted in fury from his elevated chair. "They likely intend to breach the walls with their trebuchets before launching an assault," Rosso Fry replied. "Are we to simply stand by and watch as they incessantly pummel my castle with those stones?" Walder Fry was evidently displeased with his eldest son's response, continuing to roar in frustration. "Unless we open the gates and confront them directly, or surrender and allow them passage, we have no other recourse," Rosso Fry lamented. "That is out of the question," Walder Fry bellowed. "Let them strike. I wish to see how many of them can perish in this confined space when they finally charge in," he cried in anguish. Perhaps it was Walder Frey's reckless demeanor, or perhaps the wall had indeed reached its breaking point, for just as his words echoed, the sturdy wall that had withstood the elements for countless years suddenly collapsed. A substantial portion of the defending soldiers was buried beneath the falling debris, resulting in heavy casualties. The council chamber of House Frey was also exposed to the outside due to the wall's collapse, leading to the immediate deaths of several family members struck by the falling stones. The air was filled with the cacophony of panicked screams and the cries of the injured. Alongside Walder Frey's furious shouts, outside Riverrun, the Wolf army erupted in raucous cheers upon witnessing the fortress wall's downfall. "Young Wolf, the Frey walls have fallen. We can charge in," shouted Greatjon, pointing at the crumbled structure. "Do not rush. We still have wildfire at our disposal. Sending troops in at this moment would only result in needless losses." Robb had not yet spoken when Roose Bolton interjected. "Roose is correct. We must adhere to the plan we established. Our principal adversary is House Lannister, and we cannot afford to deplete our forces here." Robb nodded in agreement. "Utilize the wildfire," Robb commanded, directing his gaze towards Theon. Theon nodded in silence before spurring his horse and departing. Before long, atop the prominent high ground of Twin River City, a catapult was poised with a wooden crate, meticulously packed with wildfires. "Release!" With a commanding shout from Scene, the catapult hurled the crate of wildfires toward the ancestral fortress of the Frey family. The crate soared swiftly through the air between the high ground and the castle, steadily aiming for the gaping void exposed by the crumbled walls. Ultimately, the crate collided violently with the ground upon entering the fortress, erupting in a fierce reaction as emerald flames leapt skyward, engulfing the lower levels of the stronghold and rapidly spreading upwards. Soon after, yet another crate of wildfires was launched, this time targeting the city gates, where the green flames instantly enveloped the entire gatehouse. Across the Greenfork River, the venerable Count Wyman and Orwin could clearly see the rising emerald flames on the opposite side. "It is our turn," Count Wyman bellowed to the assembled battalion of over 2,000 soldiers. "Prepare to attack." Orwin's voice followed closely behind. The 2,000 wolf soldiers swiftly emerged from the woods under the command, pushing the catapult toward the fortress of Twin River City. Upon reaching a suitable distance, the column halted, the catapult was secured in place, and a massive boulder was launched straight toward the castle ahead. "Wildfire!" Orwin shouted back to his men. Soon, he observed Strong bringing forth 2 crates of wildfires, accompanied by several villagers from Ram Village. Orwin had no intention of methodically battering the castle walls with the catapult. Such a slow approach would afford the enemy a chance to regroup and retreat across the bridge on the river, thus maintaining their advantageous position. Orwin's plan was straightforward: to incinerate the city gates with wildfires, thereby suppressing the enemy within the walls, after which he would lead his men in a direct assault. With wooden planks transformed into shields, coupled with his own prowess, they could easily breach the enemy defenses. "Fire!" At Orwin's command, another crate of wildfires soared toward the inner walls, the violent impact causing flames to splatter everywhere, igniting nearly everything combustible within the fortress. "Fire!" Another command was issued, followed by yet another explosive impact, as the city gates were instantly consumed by wildfires. "Prepare to charge." Orwin, shield in one hand and sword in the other, with an additional sword strapped to his back, a massive bow slung over his shoulder, and 2 quivers at the ready, rallied his forces. The Knights of White Harbor donned their armor and gripped their swords, while the villagers of Ram Village stood ready with their bows behind them. At the forefront, the remaining wolf soldiers, shields in hand, aligned alongside Orwin. The wildfires continued their rampage. The gates had been reduced to charred remnants, and the walls were left in disarray. The flames within the walls were gradually diminishing, as all flammable materials had been consumed. "Charge with me!" Orwin, sensing the opportune moment, roared as he surged forward, shield raised. A tremendous battle cry erupted as over 2,000 wolf soldiers swiftly followed suit, charging ahead with fervor. On the path of charge, the wolf army encountered no resistance. Not even a single arrow was loosed, as all surged forward to the castle gates without hindrance. "Shield wall!" bellowed Olwen, commanding his soldiers. The shield bearers swiftly advanced. Those at the front formed a wall, while those behind raised their shields to protect both the front line and themselves, continuing this formation in succession. "Advance!" Olwen shouted. Crouching within this protective formation, the shield wall began its slow march forward. As the first row emerged through the castle gate, the twang of bowstrings resonated, and arrows began to rain down, embedding themselves into the shields. Fortunately, the front line was fortified with large wooden shields, robust and sturdy, rendering the arrows ineffective. The dense formation of shields effectively blocked the sparse volley of arrows, though a few managed to slip through. Any fallen soldier was quickly pulled back, while those behind swiftly filled the gaps, maintaining the integrity of the shield wall. Such damage was negligible for the overall formation. The shield wall pressed on to the castle entrance. As the foremost shield was lifted, Orwin, accompanied by the Knights of White Harbor, surged forth from the shield formation, charging into the castle, which had been ravaged by wildfire and lay wide open. Within the castle's lower hall, the enemy had prepared, yet their defensive formation crumbled before Orwin's assault. With a mighty roar, he thrust forward with a large round shield, breaking through the enemy lines, and then brandished his Valyrian steel sword, cleaving through foes with abandon. After carving out a space, Orwin discarded his shield, wielding dual swords in a whirlwind of strikes. Faced with Orwin's relentless onslaught, the soldiers of House Frey were thrown into disarray. Who could withstand such a formidable presence? The defenders in the hall were swiftly routed, and with the relentless assault from the Knights of White Harbor, the losses mounted significantly, prompting many soldiers of House Frey to abandon their weapons and flee towards the long bridge at the rear of the castle. As the enemy within the hall was vanquished, the archers above, still resisting, became unprotected lambs awaiting slaughter. Confronted by the advancing wolf army, they surrendered en masse in the face of inevitable defeat. The Twin Rivers city had lost one fortress, and the main keep was nearing its fate. The surviving soldiers of House Frey had either surrendered or sought to escape across the long bridge, an endeavor that was evidently futile. As for the members of House Frey, their fate could only be discerned among the ashes of their burned remains. By now, the sky outside had gradually darkened, and in less than a day, the city of Twin Rivers, renowned for its defensibility, had succumbed to the wolf army. A wolf banner now flew over the main keep, while the secondary fortress bore a mermaid flag alongside a bear standard. Unlike the upright bear flag of House Bear, this one depicted a bear on all fours. Chapter 44. Dividing forces atop the castle on the opposite bank of the Green Fork River in Twin Rivers, a voice rang out. "Youngster, do you know that you have chosen a bear as your family emblem, Magie Mormont?" The venerable Count Wyman gazed at the bear banner behind Orwin and remarked, "I cannot say. This was prepared just yesterday, and by the time it was ready, we had already arrived here. This is the first time I am displaying this banner." Orwin looked at Count Wyman and replied, "I believe it would be prudent for you to communicate with Lady Margaery. You must understand that among all the houses in Westeros, only House Mormont employs the bear as their sigil. Your sudden adoption of the bear banner as your family crest may lead to misconceptions about a blood connection between your houses, akin to that of Eddard Stark and House Eddard. Yet they indeed share blood ties." Count Wyman interjected, observing Orwin. "The Stark family reigns over Winterfell, a noble house of the north, and their ancestors share a common progenitor. Since they are not the rulers of the north, they have added a to their surname for distinction." He continued, "Moreover, I must caution you, Lady Margaery possesses quite the fiery temperament, and the warriors of Bear Island are renowned for their ferocity. Exercise caution when engaging in discourse with her. I find Lady Margaery to be quite jovial. How could she possibly be as you say?" Orwin replied. Doubt etched upon his face. "Believe it or not, the men of Bear Island are known for their fairness and forthrightness, yet the temperament of their women is equally infamous," Count Wyman asserted. "Very well. I shall be mindful during my conversation with Lady Margaery," Orwin stated, noting that the elder seemed earnest in his warnings. The atmosphere in Riverrun gradually settled into tranquility as the surviving soldiers of House Frey had surrendered, subsequently divided among the various houses. Robb did not intervene, as these spoils rightfully belonged to the houses and would effectively prevent the surrendering soldiers from turning against them. The darkness had fully enveloped the sky, and the wolf army had encamped on the opposite bank of the Green Fork. At this moment, only Orwin and his companions retained a semblance of intact fortifications in Riverrun, while the main keep across had succumbed to its burdens and collapsed entirely. Yet, this proved advantageous. In the forthcoming battles, only a minimal number of soldiers were necessary to secure their rear. "Lords and ladies, today, we have decisively breached Riverrun, and each of you has played an indispensable role. Here, I raise my cup to you all, expressing my deepest gratitude for your fulfillment of vassal duties during this campaign," Robb proclaimed from within the great tent, lifting his goblet to all present. "To the young wolf," shouted Greyjohn, seated and raising his tankard high. "To the young wolf," echoed the vassals in unison. After a hearty round of drinking, the atmosphere in the tent became particularly boisterous. Robb lifted his cup once more and addressed the assembly. "Our successful conquest of Riverrun is also owed to Master Orwin. Had it not been for his strategic counsel and valiant leadership, we might not have achieved such ease and would have certainly incurred greater casualties, with the successful capture of Riverrun remaining uncertain. Thus, This toast is dedicated to Master Olwyn. To Sir Elwyn, our northern sword god. The crowd within the grand tent proclaimed with fervor. Elwyn promptly rose to toast the various lords present. As he raised his goblet and turned around, his gaze met that of a lady amidst the assembly. This lady was none other than Lady Mermond of Bear Island, a striking warrior with cascading hair and a robust physique. Beside her stood a young and beautiful maiden, whose hair and attire suggested she too hailed from the Mermond lineage, embodying the epitome of beauty with fair skin, an alluring visage, and long, graceful legs. Upon noticing Lady Mermond's gaze upon him, Elwyn hastily lifted his goblet in acknowledgement. He felt a twinge of guilt for having unilaterally adopted the bear banner as his family's emblem without prior consultation, though he knew it was not a grave matter. Still, the possibility of misunderstandings weighed on him, prompting him to extend a greeting. Moreover, the enchanting presence of the young lady beside Lady Mermond compelled Elwyn to steal glances her way. When he looked at her, she caught his eye and graciously smiled back. Once everyone had feasted to their fill, Robb instructed his men to unfurl the map upon the table and began, next. We must make a direct advance into the Riverlands to liberate the besieged city of Riverrun. However, we must also contend with the formidable forces commanded by Tywin, the Old Lion. I need all of you to deliberate on how we can delay this lion. The assembly turned their attention to Robb, momentarily rendered speechless. Tywin commanded an army exceeding 20,000 men, and as a seasoned general, he was not easily thwarted. Indeed, Lord Roose Bolton interjected. Further south, the terrain becomes increasingly flat, especially near Harrenhal, which offers no cover. If our forces encounter Tywin there, our chances of success would be negligible. With the addition of the Frey forces, we barely muster over 20,000 troops ourselves, and we must also contend with the usurper, leaving us scant resources to spare. Lord John remarked, taking a sip of ale. Silence enveloped the tent once more as all pondered the daunting task of hindering Tywin's advance. Amidst the contemplation, Elwyn spoke up. How many cavalry do we currently possess? Over 4,000, Robb promptly replied. We need to rescue Riverrun and defeat the usurper's forces. The terrain surrounding Riverrun is flat, and the usurper's troops are somewhat dispersed, making it ideal for cavalry assaults. Elwyn asserted, directing his gaze at Robb. Thus, we can consolidate all our cavalry, march stealthily towards Riverrun, and simultaneously contact the lords of the Riverlands to harass the usurper's rear, preventing them from mounting a focused siege and buying us precious time. Furthermore, on the day of contact with the city of Benlu, reach out to Old Blackfish, urging him to consolidate the dispersed soldiers of the Riverlands as much as possible. Gather the cavalry of the Riverlands to form a formidable cavalry unit alongside our own. At that juncture, we can lure out the regicide and defeat him, ideally capturing him. This would leave the forces of House Lannister in Benlu City leaderless, significantly enhancing our advantage in dismantling them one by one. Orwin articulated his thoughts on how to rescue Benlu City to the assembly. What a splendid idea. This would allow us to concentrate the remaining infantry and continue our advance southward, creating the illusion of preparing for a decisive battle against Tywin. Tywin would undoubtedly be deceived, and we could use this infantry to firmly hold back his grand army, thus buying time for the rescue of Benlu City, remarked old Count Wyman, gazing in admiration at Orwin. The crux of the matter now lies in determining who shall command the remaining over 17,000 infantry. Robb nodded in agreement. It would be ideal to have a steady commander to lead these troops, for they are up against the Old Lion, Tywin, and caution cannot be overemphasized, stated Ricard Stark. As the most loyal vassal of House Stark, Ricard's opinion was highly regarded by Robb. Your thoughts align with mine. We indeed require a stable commander to lead the infantry in battle, ensuring Tywin is held at bay without incurring heavy losses. Otherwise, even if we eliminate the regicide's forces in Benlu, we will not possess a significant advantage in subsequent engagements. Robb declared, If you trust me, I am willing to undertake this task. Orwin interjected promptly after Robb's words. He was aware that in the original narrative, Robb had only dispatched 2,000 troops under Roose Bolton to attract Tywin's attention, ultimately resulting in those soldiers being entirely encircled by Tywin, with Roose Bolton barely escaping. This fostered resentment in Roose towards Robb, sowing the seeds for a future alliance with House Lannister against House Stark. Now, since Orwin had proposed a new strategy, it would be illogical to allow Roose Bolton to command the over 17,000 troops. Moreover, this was Orwin's idea, making it entirely reasonable for him to lead the forces in detaining Tywin. Compared to defeating the regicide, Orwin was more inclined to stall Tywin. Should he manage to achieve a stalemate in their encounter, he would rise to prominence as a general of renown across the continent of Westeros, akin to Lord Edmure Tully. All eyes turned toward Orwin, filled with disbelief. None had anticipated that he would voluntarily take on such a significant responsibility. I deem Sir Orwin to be a suitable candidate. Having aided Lord Eddard in escaping from King's Landing, and considering his strategic analysis regarding our current campaign against Riverrun, it is evident that Sir Orwin possesses the capability to shoulder such a weighty task. Roose Bolton, with a visage ashen as death, spoke up. The old man had been apprehensive about Robb assigning him the task of stalling Tywin. It was not a matter of reluctance, but rather a lack of confidence against such a formidable opponent as Tywin. As soon as Sir Orwin spoke up, the old man hastily expressed his support. Although I perceive Sir Orwin to be somewhat inexperienced compared to us seasoned veterans, I still endorse his proposal. His ingenuity suggests that he should encounter little difficulty facing Tywin. Lord Wyman pondered for a moment before articulating his thoughts. With the backing of renowned northern commanders, Lord Roose Bolton and Lord Wyman, the others voiced no objections. Nodding in agreement. Very well. Since everyone concurs, Sir Orwin, I hereby appoint you as the commander of the infantry, tasked with leading all foot soldiers southward to engage Tywin's forces, thereby buying us time to rescue Riverrun and vanquish Ser Jaime Lannister. Robb declared, his expression grave as he regarded Orwin. Rest assured, my lord and esteemed guests, I shall firmly hold Tywin at bay to ensure your flanks remain secure. Sir Orwin rose to address all present. The plan for divided operations was firmly established, and those within the tent dispersed, preparing for the morrow's foray. Rather than hastening back to his own tent, Orwin approached Lady Mormont after exiting the large pavilion. My lady, I beg your pardon for the intrusion at such an inopportune time, he said as he accompanied Lady Meage into her tent. Ah, Sir Orwin, have you come regarding your family's banner? Lady Meage inquired with evident interest. Indeed, due to my oversight, I failed to communicate with you promptly. Without Lord Wyman's reminder, I would have remained oblivious to the potential misunderstandings. Orwin replied, filled with regret. The people of Bear Island are not as petty as you might assume. Using the bear banner is not exclusive to us. Besides, I have observed that our two family banners differ. Ours features a golden standing bear, while yours depicts a brown bear in a natural walking pose. It will not pose any issue, Lady Meage remarked while pouring wine. I am truly grateful for your understanding. Orwin responded, his spirits lifted by her amiable disposition. Now that we have clarified matters, let us celebrate Sir Orwin's acquisition of his own family banner, and the shared symbolism of the bear in our crests, with a toast. Lady Meage proposed. She instructed a young woman from House Mormont, who had been accompanying her, to serve wine to Orwin. The girl's cheeks flushed as she approached Orwin, presenting a goblet. Thank you. Indeed, a celebration is in order, Orwin replied, accepting the cup, clinking it with Lady Meage before taking a sip. After a mouthful of wine, Lady Meage stepped to the entrance of the tent, addressing Orwin. I must arrange for the soldiers to prepare for tomorrow's endeavors. Let Daisy keep you company for a few more drinks. With that, she exited the tent. Orwin grasped her intention and did not refuse, sharing 2 more cups with the lovely young woman. Through their conversation, Orwin learned that the young woman was the daughter of the Night's Watch commander, Lord Commander Jorah Mormont, and the niece of Lady Meage Mormont. Chapter 45. The Great War approaches. Orwin lingered for a while longer in the tent of Countess Meage, but as the hour grew late, he took his leave, bidding farewell to Daisy Mormont before returning to his own tent. As dawn broke, the soldiers in the camp began their morning meal, and by the time the sun was fully risen, the entire encampment was prepared for the day ahead. Robb, accompanied by his vassals and mounted knights, was ready to set forth towards the coastal city, leaving behind all the infantry and a scant few mounted scouts for Orwin. However, he did leave a considerable number of supply wagons and draft horses for Orwin's use. At this moment, Orwin stood outside the camp, watching as Robb led the cavalry southward. Young lad, you seem to have spent quite a bit of time in Countess Meage's tent last night, inquired Lord Wyman, riding up beside Orwin in a hushed tone. How did you know? Orwin replied, astonishment etched across his face. Upon exiting from Robb's tent, I spotted you leaving with Countess Meage. I initially anticipated witnessing you receiving a reprimand from her, but to my surprise, after a brief wait, I saw the Countess emerge from the tent while you remained inside. Engaged in merriment, Lord Wyman recounted. I suspect the Countess has intentions of marrying off her niece to you. You truly are something else. The old lord chuckled. I never imagined you would harbor such peculiar interests. Orwin replied, somewhat exasperated. This old man seemed to revel in his mischief, showing a lack of respect for his age. Be cautious, young man. Tywin is not an easy adversary to contend with, Lord Wyman warned, concern evident in his gaze. Rest assured, I value my life quite dearly. Orwin responded with a grin. Moreover, you should contemplate the prospect of a union with the Mormont family. There may indeed be potential there. Lord Wyman continued, his eyes fixed on Orwin. What? You still care about such matters? Orwin asked, intrigued. Could it be that you wish to marry your granddaughter to me? Orwin jested. That possibility is not entirely out of the question, provided you manage to return safely from this endeavor, Lord Wyman replied earnestly. Are you serious? I am but a lowly knight, vastly outclassed by your lineage, Orwin exclaimed in disbelief. And yet, that does not matter. If you truly desire to wed my granddaughter, it will depend on your abilities, Lord Wyman retorted nonchalantly. Since you insist, I shall surely engage Tywin the Old Lion in a fierce contest. Orwin feigned a serious demeanor. Just exercise caution, Lord Wyman warned, shaking his head before riding off to join the already departing cavalry. Orwin watched the riders gradually fade into the distance before turning back to the camp. Sir Orwin, what shall we do now? As Orwin returned to the tent, the remaining nobles gathered around him, eager to inquire. Assemble the troops, raise the wolf banner, and boldly march along the Green Fork River towards Harrenhal. Additionally, dispatch scouts to survey the terrain en route, seeking out and eliminating any reconnaissance from House Lannister, ensuring they remain oblivious to our exact circumstances, Orwin commanded the assembled nobles. All present promptly set about organizing their forces for departure. Orwin then summoned Chang'in and Fran. I now require both of you to lead our people from Goat Village as scouts, splitting into 2 teams to advance 5 to 10 miles ahead, gathering intelligence on the situation ahead. Most importantly, hunt down their scouts. Orwin instructed the duo. Understood. They replied succinctly, turning to leave. Before long, Chang'in and Fran, accompanied by their scouts, mounted their horses and rode southward out of the military camp. After a brief wait, the entire force was assembled and began to exit the camp, marching southward, while the supply troops remained behind to dismantle the barricades and transport provisions. Though this was Orwin's first time commanding a large army, as a time traveler, he had not been entirely ignorant of military affairs. While he had not formally engaged with military doctrine in his past life, he had consumed a plethora of television series and films, particularly those depicting ancient warfare, and had gleaned insights from various social media commentators. Thus, throughout the journey, from selecting campgrounds to ensuring proper defenses and employing scouts, Orwin executed his duties with commendable proficiency, avoiding any significant blunders. Meanwhile, far beyond the walls of Harrenhal, the encampment of House Lannister was awash in a sea of crimson, from tents to armor, all uniformly red. In the largest tent at the center of the camp, Tywin sat with numerous noble commanders, partaking in breakfast while discussing military matters. According to reports from the scouts, the Stark forces had descended from Riverrun, having breached its defenses, and the Fry family had been vanquished. What is their current position? Tywin inquired, fixing his gaze upon the speaker. They have reached the Trident region, nearing the town of Lord Harroway. The commander replied. What? They have already arrived at the Trident region, and I am only now informed? Tywin regarded the commander with astonishment. I deeply apologize, Your Grace. Our scouts were specifically targeted and surrounded by the enemy, which delayed any reports. We only learned of their movements when someone in the Trident region spotted the Stark banner and disseminated the news in Lord Harroway's town. The commander said, his expression troubled. How many of them are there? Tywin continued his inquiry. There should be around 20,000. The commander responded. Should be? So, we have been effectively blind to the enemy's movements. Tywin exclaimed. This is truly unexpected. Originally, I presumed that the Stark child might lack experience and common sense, relying solely on sheer bravado. However, it appears I have underestimated him. Tywin, while analyzing the recent intelligence, could not help but voice his thoughts. It seems we must take action. We can no longer afford to merely wait for our adversaries to come to us. Tywin continued. As he spoke, he noticed Tyrion entering the tent, striding in on his short legs and promptly taking a seat, summoning a servant to pour him some wine. Continue. I have no intention of interrupting you, Tyrion remarked to Tywin. I hope the band of savages you brought along is not as inept as you, or else our fine equipment will be squandered. A rare expression crossed Tywin's face, though it was entirely one of disdain directed at Tyrion. The hulking brute insisted on wielding 2 axes, and he has chosen battle axes forged from black steel, of the highest quality with double-edged blades. The logistics officer seated beside Tyrion stated, Shagga has a penchant for axes. Tyrion replied nonchalantly. The diminutive imp had been in King's Landing assisting Cersei with state affairs when he received Tywin's missive, requesting him to procure provisions for House Lannister's forces. Thus, he personally led a contingent to gather supplies in the Reach and took responsibility for their transport. As in the original tale, he unfortunately hired a multitude of mercenaries for protection, only to encounter an ambush by savages along the way. Fortunately, with the skilled Bronn by his side. Tyrion narrowly escaped a grim fate. Ultimately, just as in the original narrative, Tyrion managed to persuade the band of savages to accompany him to the Lannister encampment. Once hostilities commence, you and your band of savages will take the vanguard, Tywin instructed Tyrion. The vanguard? You want me and the natives in the front line? Tyrion inquired, astonishment evident in his voice. They appear formidable. The officer beside Tyrion interjected. Formidable. Yet these individuals exhibit no discipline whatsoever. How can they serve in the vanguard? Tyrion exclaimed loudly. The soldier's lack of discipline reflects poorly on the commander's leadership, Tywin coldly observed. If you wish for my demise, there are countless ways to do so. Might we select one that does not jeopardize the outcome of the battle? Tyrion continued to negotiate. He understood that Tywin intended for those savages to perish, to disrupt the ranks of the Stark forces, thereby providing an opening for the Lannister charge. However, Tyrion was unwilling to allow such expendable lives to be so carelessly sacrificed. This matter is settled. There is no need for further discussion. Tywin coldly declined. Tyrion glared at Tywin in frustration, but Tywin remained unyielding. Defeated, Tyrion tossed aside the dry bread in his hand and declared, I find myself completely unhungry, my lords. I take my leave. With that, he jumped from his chair and turned to exit, while the others in the tent paid no heed to his departure. Angrily returning to his own tent, Tyrion found a remarkably exquisite beauty within, glancing at Bronn and inquiring, where did you find such a lovely creature at a time like this? I acquired her. Bronn replied nonchalantly. Acquired her? From whom? Tyrion's emotions had settled, and with curiosity, he inquired, what was the name of that lord? I don't know, but he is the red-haired scoundrel from 3 tents away. Bronn replied, curling his lip. Did he say nothing at all? Tyrion pressed further. Oh, he did. Bronn casually responded. But it matters not. He has little chance for revenge anyway. For I am unlikely to live until then. Tyrion remarked. The wolf army was nearing, and we had only just received word today. To avoid being caught off guard, we must pack up and confront them. We shall take the lead, Tyrion declared, sipping his drink. Bronn, visibly taken aback by Tyrion's words, quickly said, in that case, I shall find myself a woman. With that, he exited the tent. Who are you? Tyrion asked the woman before him after Bronn had departed. Who do you wish for me to be? She replied seductively. What does your mother call you? Tyrion continued. Shireen, she answered. Thus, the woman, who would later hold a deep affection for Tyrion, appeared before him, as Tywin decided to mobilize. Orwin had already arrived at the small town of Lord Harroway with the infantry of the Wolf Army, surrounding it with over 17,000 soldiers and sealing off all roads. Strong and Florent continued to lead the hunters from Ramsgate, diligently eliminating the Lannister scouts to ensure that the Wolf Army's movements remained concealed from their adversaries. That evening, within Orwin's tent, he addressed the gathered young nobles. Our scouts have reported that the Lannister forces have broken camp and are moving north. It seems our efforts to clear their scouts had an unintended effect. They are now unaware of our exact circumstances. To prevent our side from being caught off guard, we must advance towards them. Orwin continued, since they have taken action, we shall remain still and await their approach. He indicated a spot on the map. I intend to establish our battlefield here. This location, with dense woods behind us and a river nearby, is elevated terrain. We shall set up our positions on this high ground, erecting our camp and fortifying our defenses while also securing the lower ground. Orwin elaborated. Should Tywin wish to engage us in battle, he will have to charge across this open ground, which is lower than our position, allowing us to suppress them with our archers. Additionally, we will dig trenches in the lowland and place caltrops to deter their cavalry. Orwin meticulously detailed the battlefield arrangements to the young nobles until the late hours. That night, the Wolf Army did not rest. Aside from those surrounding the town and the defenders, all others mobilized to prepare the battlefield at the location Orwin had indicated. Now, they awaited Tywin's arrival with his forces. Chapter 46 Fierce Battle 1 In the early morning hours, the Trident River basin was shrouded in a thick fog, the dampness saturating hair and garments, including cloaks, creating a sense of heaviness and discomfort. Outside the quaint town, on a high ground adjacent to the riverbank, a military encampment rose robustly. Solid wooden caltrops were strategically arranged in front of the camp, their sharp spikes driven into the ground at an angle, resembling a hedgehog bristling with thorns. Below this elevated terrain lay a long trench, meticulously excavated along the slope directly opposite the lowland, falling well within the range of our archers. Soldiers, weary from the continuous shifts throughout the night, were still laboring to deepen the trench, which had already taken shape. Measuring 3 to 4 meters in width and with a relatively shallow depth, a fresh batch of soldiers, having finished their breakfast, arrived to relieve those engaged in the trench digging. The trench required further excavation, with the displaced earth being orderly piled on the side reserved for the Lannister army's battlefield. Following Erwin's directives, the soldiers formed these soil mounds into a high-angled slope, laborious though it was. This elevated formation effectively obscured the view from the opposite high ground, concealing the trench. The trench was not entirely severed, as certain passages were left for soldier movement, while some already excavated sections continued to be fortified with caltrops. Within the large encampment on the high ground, in Erwin's grand tent, a gathering of noble commanders convened to hear the report from Chang'an. According to intelligence relayed by scouts, the Lannister forces had departed from Harrenhal and were en route to this location, expected to arrive no later than this afternoon. How is our preparation proceeding? When will it be completed? Erwin inquired, turning to Sir Wendell, the second son of House Manderley. The Manderley family had been entrusted to him by the venerable Lord Wyman. We are nearly there. Only the trench below requires some finishing touches, Sir Wendell replied. Tell the soldiers to hasten their efforts. Time is of the essence, Erwin urged, fixing his gaze on Sir Wendell. Very well. I shall arrange for oversight immediately, Sir Wendell declared, ready to depart. There's no need for haste. Other matters require your attention. Erwin interjected. Sir Halion, how much grease and hay have we managed to gather from the town? Erwin directed his question to the towering figure of Halion Karstark, the second son of House Karstark. We have nearly exhausted all the grease from the town, and there's not much left. However, we have ample hay. The people of Harroway are quite discontent with our actions, Sir Halion reported. Pay them no mind. It is merely a town without a lord. Erwin waved his hand dismissively. Once the trench is completed, collaborate with Sir Wendell to lay down the grease and hay within the trench, ensuring they can be ignited when the time comes, Erwin instructed, looking intently at Sir Halion. Indeed, Sir Orwin, Sir Halion replied with a nod. Let us now devise our battle strategy. This time, I propose to concentrate all archers, positioning them on the high ground to suppress the entire lowland. The remaining infantry shall be divided into 3 segments, arranged in a triangular formation on our side. Sir Halion and Sir Wendell will each command a contingent stationed behind the trenches, ensuring they are not too close together to entice the enemy's infantry to split their assault upon your forces. As for the remaining troops, I shall command them personally. When the moment is ripe, I will lead this contingent directly into the enemy's heart, but I need you to withstand their assault. Orwin addressed Sir Wendell and Sir Halion. Furthermore, while engaging the enemy, it is imperative to maintain formation, shields at the front, pikes at the rear. As long as your formation remains intact, the enemy shall find no purchase against you. Additionally, before you lies a barricade of caltrops and trenches, rendering their cavalry ineffective against you, Orwin continued. Understood, Sir Orwin. Both Wendell and Halion replied in unison. Sir Gavin, how are the 2 trebuchets we brought along? Are they ready for deployment? Orwin inquired of the somewhat unimposing middle-aged knight. Sir Gavin, brother to the commander of Robb's vanguard, Sir Gilbert Glover, responded, they are nearly prepared and can be put into action. However, the quantity of stones we have collected is limited, which may not suffice for the entire campaign. Then let us dismantle the walls of the town. The stones should be sufficient for our needs. If that is still inadequate, we will take down houses. We shall compensate the civilians once the war is concluded, Orwin stated matter-of-factly. With the lives of over 17,000 soldiers from the north at stake, alongside the success of the southern campaign, Orwin would not indulge in mercy or sentimentality at this juncture. Very well, Sir Gavin replied directly, and none present opposed Orwin's decision. They were not fools. Sir Gavin, you shall remain at the encampment, tasked with commanding the archers to support Sir Halion and Sir Wendell. Furthermore, ensure the trebuchets are aimed at the enemy's formation to disrupt their deployment and secure us a favorable opportunity, Orwin instructed Gavin sternly. Rest assured, Sir Orwin, I will diligently suppress their formation, Sir Gavin said, rising with a serious expression. Friends, this time we shall not engage in a battle of wits with the old lion, nor shall we compete in battlefield command. Instead, we shall fortify our defenses and prepare for a direct confrontation. Let the old lion come to us. We shall rely on this stronghold and our prearranged preparations to face him head-on, Orwin proclaimed to those gathered in the tent. The crowd responded in unison, indeed. Time passed swiftly, and soon it was afternoon. The deployment of the Wolf Army was complete, with all soldiers currently resting and dining in the encampment. My lord, scouts from the Lannister family have spotted us and are guiding their forces toward our position, came the report. Within the confines of Erwin's tent, Chong reported to the assembly. Understood. Inform Fran to continue eliminating their scouts. We must not allow them to encroach upon our territory. We must ensure that they remain oblivious to our strategic arrangements. Orwin stated, his expression grave. Yes, Chong replied, turning to depart. Orwin held considerable confidence in the hunter squad from Goat Village, which he had personally trained. Whether in archery or close combat, these hunters were adept and seasoned, exhibiting a strong synergy that would enable them to effectively encircle the enemy's scouts. Sir Wendell, instruct our men to gather firewood on our side before nightfall. Once darkness descends, we shall ignite a bonfire to deter the old lion from launching a nighttime ambush. Orwin directed Sir Wendell. Understood, I shall attend to it immediately, Wendell responded, finishing his dry bread before exiting the tent. As time passed, faint sounds began to emerge from the slightly lower ridge across the way. Eventually, shadows became discernible atop the heights, as waves of cavalry ascended, halting at the site of Orwin's position. Following this, a contingent of flag-bearing cavalry escorted a group of noble lords to the summit. That little wolf cub certainly knows how to pick a location, Tywin remarked, observing the barricades and the encampment across the way. Their defenses are remarkably tight. Our cavalry has no opportunity for a surprise attack, and our scouts have yet to ascertain the situation, one of Tywin's commanders noted. It is evident they are well prepared. Observe the scale of their encampment. It clearly lacks the presence of 20,000 troops, and there appears to be no cavalry in sight. This is quite unusual. Tywin observed intently. Where have their cavalry gone? Tywin turned to his commander, inquiring. Uncertain. Our scouts report that they have never observed any organized cavalry units from the enemy. The commander replied. Immediately dispatch our scouts to search any location that might conceal their cavalry. If we lack sufficient scouts, allocate some cavalry to assist in the search. We must uncover the whereabouts of their cavalry. I do not wish to be ambushed from behind, Tywin stated, his countenance stern, his words laden with authority. Yes, the commander affirmed, swiftly sending forth waves of scouts and cavalry from the Lannister ranks. Relay the message down. The army shall encamp just beyond this ridge for the night. Regardless of whether we locate the enemy's cavalry, we shall initiate our offensive come morning, Tywin declared, gazing at the heights before him. Sir Orwin, the enemy has commenced their encampment, Sir Wendell reported as he entered, observing Orwin, who was meticulously polishing his sword. Pay them no mind. Our focus should solely be on fortifying our encampment. Ensure the guards remain vigilant, and that all soldiers don their armor and grasp their weapons. Lacking cavalry, we cannot mount a surprise attack, while the old lion possesses cavalry. We must guard against a potential night assault, Orwin instructed. As Orwin diligently polished his two swords, he addressed Wendell, instructing him, furthermore, ensure that preparations commence at dawn tomorrow. We shall advance to battle as soon as light breaks. Otherwise, I fear the old lion may suspect something amiss. Orwin continued, and Wendell nodded in agreement before exiting the tent. As dusk enveloped the surroundings, the clearing of the wolf army was gradually illuminated by the flickering flames of bonfires, while the Lannister forces tirelessly searched for the cavalry of the wolf army. Yet all scouts and mounted troops returned empty-handed. Thus, both sides remained on high alert throughout the night. Chapter 47. Fierce combat. 2. At the break of dawn by the Trident River, an eerie silence prevailed. The once vibrant chorus of birds that should have filled the woods had vanished, and an ominous aura shrouded the riverbank, as if the very moisture in the air had solidified, suffusing the lowland with a palpable tension. How prepared are the soldiers? Orwin, donned in leather armor and bearing a great bow and quiver of arrows, stepped out of the tent, his sword sheathed at his waist, and inquired of Sir Wendell, who was gathering the troops for departure. All is ready. We can march at a moment's notice, Sir Wendell replied. The nobleman, hailing from the esteemed Manderley family of White Harbor, boasted a more impressive array of armor than Orwin, clad in full plate and wearing a comprehensive helmet. His entire ensemble forged from fine steel. And where is Sir Halion? Orwin scanned the vicinity, but could not spot Halion, prompting his question. He has likely already taken his contingent out, Wendell responded. Indeed, he seems rather eager. Orwin chuckled. You should prepare to lead our forces as well. Today we shall engage the old lion in earnest. Understood, Wendell replied, then turned and sprinted towards the awaiting troops, his voice booming. Soldiers, form up and march with me. At his command, the wolf army swiftly mobilized, descending from the heights, and, under Wendell's direction, swiftly arranged themselves into a tight formation, mirroring Halion's troops. Chang'an positioned the remaining infantry before the caltrops outside the camp. While I am absent, maintain a steadfast stance with this unit. When the time comes for your action, I shall personally direct you, Orwin instructed Chang'an, who stood by his side. At your command, my lord, Chang'an acknowledged with a nod. Before long, the last of the infantry, guided by Chang'an, exited the camp and formed ranks before the caltrops. Galvin, first, have the archers assemble behind the caltrops and conceal the catapults within the camp. We shall deploy them when the enemy's infantry charges, Orwin commanded, summoning Sir Galvin. At once, Sir Orwin, Galvin affirmed, departing to execute his orders. Once all arrangements were complete, Orwin stepped outside the camp, standing behind the caltrops as he observed the stirring activity on the opposing high ground. Have our scouts yet located their cavalry? Tywin gazed at the generals beside him and inquired, Have you found anything? The grim-faced general responded, No, we have searched every possible hiding place for the army, and found nothing. Tywin pondered aloud, Where have their cavalry gone? Or have they divided their forces? He dismissed the thought. Regardless, there is already movement on the other side. Let our soldiers form ranks and prepare for the assault. As long as we vanquish these northern forces, their cavalry, no matter how formidable, shall not rise to challenge us. He addressed the assembled generals, who bowed in unison. As you command, my Lord Duke. Send word to Tyrion, instructing him to ready his wildlings for the charge. Tywin ordered his attendant, recalling his previous command. Meanwhile, Tyrion remained blissfully asleep in his tent, nestled with Shay, oblivious to the encroaching chaos. Boromir burst into Tyrion's tent, tossing half a suit of armor onto the slumbering figure. What is the meaning of this? What are you doing? Tyrion mumbled, startled awake. If you do not rise, the battle will be over, Boromir replied, glancing down at the naked Tyrion. Your Duke father has commanded the entire army to form ranks and prepare for an offensive. He even sent his attendant to inform us to ready ourselves for the vanguard. Boromir turned to leave the tent. Call my attendant, Tyrion said, watching Boromir's departing figure. You have no attendant, Boromir retorted without turning. Very well, I shall manage on my own, Tyrion sighed in resignation. Soon, the sound of horns echoed along the banks of the Trident, signaling that the Stark forces had assembled and were ready. Meanwhile, the Lannister cavalry, clad in red, aligned themselves on the opposing high ground, while the infantry commenced their advance in formation. As the horn sounded once more, a horde of wildlings, adorned in a riot of colors and brandishing an array of weaponry, surged forth from the gaps in the Lannister ranks. 300 wildlings bellowed in fury, charging madly toward the wolf soldiers. These towering figures exuded an imposing presence in their charge. However, Tyrion was notably absent from their ranks. The unfortunate dwarf had been knocked unconscious by the adrenaline-fueled wildlings after his pre-battle rally, and Boromir had placed him on a wagon to continue his slumber. What is Tywin thinking, playing the berserker? Olwyn remarked, observing the wildlings charge. Sir Gavin, instruct the archers to bring down this rabble. They must not reach the trench. Olwyn commanded Sir Gavin at his side. Archers, prepare. Sir Gavin drew his sword, directing it toward the wildlings as he bellowed. Upon hearing the command, the wolf soldiers' archers bent their bows and prepared at a 45-degree angle. Release. Sir Gavin ordered decisively as the wildlings entered range, his sword slicing through the air. A cacophony erupted among the archers, the whistling of arrows filling the skies between the two high grounds. The charging barbarians were suddenly engulfed by a torrential downpour of arrows, with many succumbing to their injuries, their anguished cries piercing the air. Sir Gavin issued another command, and yet another wave of attack followed closely behind the previous volley. A significant number of the charging barbarians had already fallen, leaving only a handful, undeterred, who continued their fierce advance. Sir Gavin promptly ordered a shift in tactics for a free shot. The archers stationed on the high ground smiled in response to the command, swiftly nocking their arrows and aiming at the remaining targets. One by one, the remaining barbarians collapsed, yet one particularly tall barbarian wielding twin axes persisted, roaring defiantly, seemingly unaffected by the arrows that adorned his body like mere trinkets. A piercing sound sliced through the air as an arrow, propelled with unmatched velocity, struck the towering barbarian, piercing through his skull. The barbarian, who was about to reach the trench, was felled instantly, falling silent. Orwin lowered his massive bow and addressed the messenger beside him. Inform Sir Wendell and Sir Halion to prepare for the enemy's charge. The messenger, upon receiving Orwin's directive, spurred his horse and galloped towards the high ground, shouting, Prepare for battle, prepare for battle. On the opposing high ground, Tywin observed the futile efforts of the nearly decimated barbarians and remarked, They truly are a bunch of savages, utterly ineffectual. My lord, the elevation on their side grants their archers an advantage in range. Should we not send the cavalry to break through those two formations first, allowing our infantry to directly assault their main camp? Suggested a gray-haired general from the west, glancing at Tywin. Let us proceed as you propose. The assault must be fierce. We cannot afford to grant them a moment's respite, Tywin affirmed from his steed. Indeed, my lord, the veteran general replied, spurring his horse to command the troops into action. The horns sounded once more as the cavalry on the opposing high ground began to fan out, encircling the Lannister infantry formation before regrouping in front of the infantry lines. They then began a slow descent down the hill, gradually increasing their speed. This is troublesome, Sir Gavin. We must immediately bring forth the catapults. Once the cavalry reaches the trench, we shall unleash a devastating counterattack, Orwin realized, having underestimated the cavalry's potential, and promptly urged Sir Gavin to deploy the catapults. Upon hearing Orwin's command, Sir Gavin swiftly turned his horse and raced towards the camp. Shortly thereafter, the sounds of farmers could be heard as 2 catapults were rolled out. While more farmers transported stones to the catapults, the thunderous sound of hooves grew louder. The cavalry's pace quickening as thousands surged down from the high ground like an unstoppable tide, their war cries echoing throughout the lowlands. Quickly, urge the cavalry to accelerate and charge directly. The infantry formation must move up immediately. Standing atop the elevated terrain, Tywin observed the enemy deploying a catapult across the way. Sensing an imminent threat, without delay, he instructed the officer by his side, who promptly spurred his steed, hastening down the slope. Simultaneously, the banners of House Lannister fluttered vigorously, directing the infantry to charge. The cavalry of the Lion House surged forward, their speed increasing as they approached the trench. As the cavalry drew nearer, Orwin shouted loudly. The archers at the forefront of the Wolf army ignited their arrows, sending them soaring towards the trench. Just as the cavalry was about to reach the trench, the flaming projectiles fell into it, erupting into flames. The leading cavalrymen of House Lannister, witnessing the sudden blaze ahead, realized there was no time to decelerate and braced themselves to charge forward at full speed. With a thunderous crash, a series of successive impacts followed. From the high ground, it appeared as though the cavalry had collided with an impenetrable wall, collapsing into a chaotic mass. The front ranks tumbled into the trench, while those behind were tripped one after another. Catapult archers, Orwin bellowed, observing the cavalry trapped in the trench, urging his archers to unleash their volleys. Upon command from a knight, the soldiers operating the catapults struck the mechanisms with great force. With a whoosh, the weighted boxes of the 2 catapults plummeted, propelling heavy stones forward. The stones sliced through the air, hurtling towards the disordered enemy cavalry, whose ranks were thrown into further disarray by the tremendous impact. Horses collapsed, knights were thrown, and the tightly knit formation offered no refuge for any. A torrential rain of arrows soon followed, engulfing the decelerating cavalry. Casualties multiplied in an instant. The catapults and archers relentlessly inflicted damage upon the cavalry. Caught as they were in a quagmire, the sound of shattering bodies and anguished cries filled the air, causing the once formidable cavalry battalion of 4,000 to 5,000 to disintegrate rapidly. Bring our archers up quickly, suppress their archers. Gather all surviving cavalry and spread out to attack their flanks. Infantry, accelerate the charge. We must break their formation. Tywin, recovering from the shock of the cavalry's setback, swiftly reorganized the battlefield strategy. Soon, the Lannister archers began assembling at the forefront of the high ground, advancing steadily alongside the infantry. Upon entering range, they commenced their bombardment upon the foremost 2 formations of the Wolf troops. Defend, cried Wendell and Halion from within the ranks of the Wolf army. Shields were raised, shielding their bodies against the onslaught. The arrows from the Lannister side rained down upon the 2 formations of the Wolf army, resulting in mounting casualties. Engage, resounded the commands throughout the ranks of the Wolf army. In the forefront, soldiers bent low, bracing against their large shields, while those in the rear thrust their long spears through the gaps between the shields with fierce intensity. The 2 infantry formations collided violently, the air filled with fervent shouts. The shield bearers at the forefront drew their long swords, stabbing through the shields towards their adversaries, while the long spears continued to jab forward incessantly. As the front line fell, the ranks behind surged forth, resembling 2 colossal meat grinders, each layer consuming the other while depleting their own numbers. Catapults, shatter their formation, Orwin commanded, pointing towards the enemy ranks. The knight overseeing the catapults promptly directed his soldiers to adjust their positions, and stones were launched once more, hurtling towards the infantry of House Lion. Though few in number, the catapults proved effective. The massive stones rained down upon the crowd, clearing swathes of soldiers, coupled with relentless volleys of arrows raining down upon the rear of House Lion's infantry. Their offensive capabilities waned significantly. House Lion's cavalry, once formidable, had dwindled to less than a quarter of its original strength after fruitlessly maneuvering for an opportunity to strike the enemy's flank. Thanks to the battlefield terrain chosen by Orwin, Both the river and dense woodlands proved unsuitable for a cavalry charge. At this moment, Tywin stood on the high ground, observing the unfolding battle below. Uncertain of his next move, all avenues of attack were thwarted by the enemy, and his forces had suffered grievously. The cavalry was nearly rendered ineffective, and the infantry had achieved no significant victories. Furthermore, the enemy still had a reserve of infantry yet to be deployed, rendering the situation increasingly dire. Chapter 48. The finale. In the lowlands by the Trident River, the battle raged on. The Lannister infantry, suppressed by Orwin's archers and catapults, struggled to make headway. Despite their numerical superiority, they had failed to secure any meaningful victories, resulting in a stalemate. Order our cavalry to assemble on the high ground. Preparing to breach through the center of the infantry formations and strike at the enemy's rear, Tywin commanded, recognizing the impasse in the battle. The Old Lion, renowned as one of Westeros's most illustrious commanders, seized the opportunity as the battlefield split into two distinct segments, issuing a charge order without hesitation. "I shall take the risk," he declared. "Sir Gavin, continue to command the archers and catapults. I will lead the charge to seal that gap." Without awaiting Gavin's response, Orwin spurred his horse towards the encampment. "Bring all supply wagons to the base of the high ground to block that gap," Orwin shouted to the farmers remaining at the camp. Upon hearing Orwin's command, the farmers hastily obeyed, racing down the hill with their wagons. Orwin guided the farmers around the caltrops and the last infantry formation ahead. The wagons, aided by gravity, sped uncontrollably downhill, some colliding and overturning in the chaos. Under the control of the farmer, a multitude of supply wagons hastened towards the breach as per Orwin's instructions. Jon, leading the contingent, relied upon these wagons to form a defensive line, effectively sealing the gap. Orwin rode forth to the barricade, calling out loudly to Jon, "Advance." Upon receiving the command, Jon raised his longsword and bellowed. The final formation of the Wolf Army infantry responded to the order, moving forward in a closely knit array. At that moment, the last cavalry of House Lannister, positioned atop the high ground, commenced their charge. "Halt! Form a tight formation, shields at the front, pikes at the rear. Prepare for the enemy," Orwin shouted, observing the Lannister cavalry surging forward across the battlefield. The infantry, despite their disorganized yet linear arrangement of supply wagons, established a formidable defense, colliding fiercely with the oncoming cavalry. This makeshift line of wagons effectively thwarted the Lannister charge, causing the cavalry to come to an abrupt halt as if they had struck a solid wall. Some skilled horsemen evaded the wagons, finding gaps to continue their advance. Yet without a cohesive formation, even heavily armored knights struggled to penetrate the tightly organized infantry. Those who breached the wagon barricade faced defeat once more against the Wolf Army's dense formation, their steeds brought down by pikes, while soldiers wielding longswords subdued them, ending their lives through the crevices of their armor. As the remaining cavalry, realizing the futility of their assault, retreated toward the high ground in a frantic bid for survival, Jon commanded, "Their cavalry is finished. Clear the wagons and press forward to engage their infantry." Witnessing the fleeing cavalry, Orwin issued the order to attack. "Advance. Launch the assault," Jon roared in response. On the opposite high ground, Tywin observed the battlefield, now entirely in a state of passive resistance, and furrowed his brow. He found himself with only the archer unit at his disposal, while facing enemy archers who held the advantage of terrain. "If I were you, I would withdraw my forces and conserve strength to avoid unnecessary casualties," Tyrion's voice echoed from behind him, as he grappled with whether to press on with his troops. "I thought you had perished," Tywin's emotionless voice responded, his gaze fixed on the dirt-streaked Tyrion, revealing no signs of disturbance. "I apologize for disappointing you. Podrick has been exceptionally protective," Tyrion replied, glancing at Podrick beside him. "However, this is not the time for such discussions. Our foremost priority is to hastily retreat our army. Do you wish for me to concede defeat, or to surrender to a mere child?" Tywin retorted, maintaining his impassive tone. "Have you not noticed? Apart from a few wolf banners and an unfamiliar bear standard, there are virtually no other flags in sight. Moreover, I've heard that the enemy cavalry has vanished. Are you so certain that the opposing force is indeed Robb Stark and not someone else?" Tyrion gazed intently at Tywin and spoke aloud. Tywin, initially indifferent to the situation, quickly sensed the gravity of the matter upon Tyrion's reminder. He instructed a nearby attendant to inquire among the returning cavalry for any intelligence regarding the enemy. The attendant galloped away and soon returned with the report. "My Lord Duke, some cavalry have stated that the opposition is commanded by a tall young general, armed with a great bow and dual swords, who directed the last contingent of the wolf infantry into battle. I believe I know who that is, Tyrion remarked thoughtfully. Who? Tywin inquired, his curiosity piqued. It is none other than the Northern Sword Master, Orwin Reed, the very man who has embarrassed House Lannister twice before. It is hard to conceive of anyone else wielding both a great bow and dual swords, Tyrion said gravely. If he truly commands them, then Robb Stark must have taken the Northern cavalry with him, and the other Northern lords would undoubtedly follow suit. Their objective is likely Riverrun. Jaime is in danger. Upon hearing of Jaime's peril, Tywin's expression shifted, for while Tyrion's demise was inconsequential to him, the well-being of Cersei was of little concern. Jaime, however, was his heir. If Jaime were to face disaster, Tywin would likely be driven to madness. Immediately order our soldiers to retreat and hold the camp. Tomorrow, we shall withdraw to Harrenhal. Tywin commanded sternly to the assembled generals. My Lord Duke, our soldiers are currently engaged with the enemy. Retreat will be challenging, a silver-haired general replied. Then let those returning cavalry charge again, distracting the enemy forces to afford our infantry a chance to withdraw. Tywin, now wholly indifferent to the loss of cavalry, resolved to sacrifice them for the sake of his foot soldiers. Yes, my Lord Duke, I shall personally lead the cavalry. The aged general responded before hastily riding towards the remnants of the cavalry. Encouraged by the veterans' rallying cry, the frightened cavalry soon mounted their steeds once more, regrouping to charge at the wolf forces. Orwin observed the battlefield closely, although he found himself in a low-lying area. His height afforded him a clear view of the enemy cavalry reforming for another assault. Uncertain of their intentions, he recognized the threat posed by the hundreds of charging horsemen. With his own infantry now fully engaged, should the enemy cavalry breach any segment of their formation, they would find themselves at a disadvantage, potentially turning the tide of battle. Joran, abandon the ambush on their infantry. The enemy cavalry is advancing. Orwin's booming voice echoed across the field. Upon hearing this, Joran promptly assembled the troops, preparing to face the incoming cavalry. On the opposing hillside, Tywin noted the wolf forces consolidating their formation and immediately ordered the retreat signal to be sounded. The mournful sound of the Lannister horn echoed from the heights, prompting the red-robed infantry in the lowlands to immediately disengage from the battle upon hearing their own horn, retreating in an orderly manner. Meanwhile, the Lannister cavalry surged forward towards the Stark forces, exuding an air of desperation and determination. Do not pursue. Maintain formation and prepare for defense, commanded Olwyn with a commanding voice. Sound the horn. All units, assume defensive positions, he directed at a messenger bearing the Stark banner. The Stark horn resonated through the lowlands, and all soldiers who had begun their pursuit returned promptly, reforming their ranks. However, the remaining few hundred Lannister cavalry were already upon the Stark formation, mercilessly slaughtering those Stark soldiers who could not retreat in time. With a swift motion, Olwyn drew his bow atop a nearby wagon, unleashing a relentless barrage of arrows upon the enemy cavalry that was mercilessly striking down his isolated infantry. The Lannister riders, who had been brandishing their long swords with reckless abandon, found themselves unseated by the sudden rain of arrows, trampled by the horses that followed closely behind, meeting a grim fate. Without pause, Olwyn emptied his quiver, hitting each of his 20 arrows with precision, transforming the Lannister cavalry, who had just regained a semblance of confidence, into quivering quail, hastily turning their steeds to retreat towards their infantry's formation. Yet, this feigned charge by the few hundred cavalry had offered a vital opportunity for the Stark infantry to swiftly withdraw to the elevated ground behind them. Gathering his soldiers, Olwyn observed the orderly retreat of the enemy forces and refrained from issuing a pursuit order. The Lannister withdrawal was methodical, their formation intact. A reckless pursuit could yield disastrous consequences. Once he confirmed that the enemy was indeed retreating, Olwyn commanded Sir Wendell and Sir Halion to lead the two frontline formations back to the heights, while he remained with the last formation to continue monitoring the foe. Once the last Lannister infantryman had retreated to the heights and vanished from sight, Olwyn released a sigh of relief. The battle had left him both mentally and physically exhausted. Guion, instruct the soldiers to gather our spoils. The red-robed armor and weapons are valuable treasures. Olwyn pointed to what should have been a trench, now a field strewn with the corpses of cavalry. Understood, my lord. Guion replied eagerly. Men, let's get to work. He called out to the now animated soldiers. A chorus of exhilaration erupted from all present, as soldiers rushed towards the fallen, clamoring to strip the bodies of their gear. Inform Sir Wendell and Sir Halion to bring their men to collect these spoils. Also, ensure our fallen are properly tended to and laid to rest, Olwyn instructed the messenger, surveying the battlefield littered with the bodies of both Lannister soldiers and his own. Thus concluded a war destined to astonish the Seven Kingdoms. Orwin understood that his mission was accomplished. Now it remained to be seen whether Robb would achieve victory as depicted in the original tale. Chapter 49. Retreat and advance on the banks of the Trident. The slaughter had ceased. The northern forces, having paid a certain price, successfully dismantled the cavalry of House Lannister, engaging the enemy's infantry corps head-on, resulting in a significant loss for the Old Lion. At this moment, the riverside was ablaze. The bodies of the Stark soldiers were placed upon a pyre constructed from timber, and as the flames consumed them, they were reduced to heaps of ashes, interred on the high ground where the Stark soldiers had camped. The slain Lannister soldiers were gathered by their own supply farmers, yet by the time they were taken back, they were stripped bare, all their equipment having been thoroughly looted by the northern soldiers. In the camp of the Northern Army, laughter and revelry filled the air. Despite the casualties, the surviving soldiers needed encouragement and celebration. A hearty stew of horse meat, accompanied by simple bread, served to reward the warriors who had fought throughout the day. Within Orwin's tent, a gathering of minor nobles convened to toast with the scant supply of ale. Their feast far more lavish than the soldiers' fare. Smoked fish, bacon, stewed meat, and relatively soft bread, complemented by a generous mug of malt beer for each. Gentlemen, having fought this battle today, I believe Tywin, that old lion, will discern the gravity of the situation. Otherwise, he would not have so decisively recalled his forces. Orwin declared after taking a sip of his drink. Nevertheless, our task is complete. We have successfully delayed Tywin's army of over 20,000 and decimated his cavalry. Thus, the advantage in this war now lies with us, he continued, surveying the assembly. Now, we need not provoke the enemy further. We shall simply maintain our standoff against the Old Lion, continuing to keep him occupied, ensuring he remains oblivious to the happenings in Riverrun until news arrives from that direction. However, we must remain prepared for battle. We cannot afford to be lax and provide the Old Lion with an opportunity. This evening, let the craftsmen toil through the night to repair our equipment, fashion arrows, and construct defensive implements, making it evident that we are ready to continue the fight, Orwin elaborated. The assembly nodded in agreement, filled with admiration for this young noble who had led them to successfully repel the Lannister forces and gained a significant upper hand. In stark contrast, Tywin and the Westerman nobles sat in heavy silence at the long table, their expressions grave. Gentlemen, let us first partake of our meal. Silence cannot conceal our defeat. The Northern Army still watches us with predatory intent. Surely, you do not wish to wait until they suddenly charge upon us, leaving you too famished to lift your swords in defense, thus compelling you to surrender, Tyrion remarked from his seat, sipping his fine wine and nibbling on the bread laid before him. You seem remarkably composed in the face of this defeat. Are you truly unaffected by the demise of those savage warriors under your command? Tywin gazed at Tyrion, his voice devoid of emotion. The necessary sentiments have already been expressed. It is now time to look ahead. Tyrion replied, his countenance weighed down by sorrow. The loss of over 300 native soldiers deeply saddened him. Yet with the battle lost and Jaime Lannister's safety uncertain, Tyrion had to gather his thoughts. We are all aware that the cavalry from the north is absent, as is Robb Stark, along with the prominent nobles of the north. My previous conjecture suggested they have gone to Riverrun. If this is indeed the case, we have fallen into their trap. While our forces are engaged here, they have successfully delayed us, allowing their cavalry the time to deal with Jaime. This is the matter that should occupy our thoughts now, Tyrion said earnestly to Tywin. I have dispatched scouts to Riverrun to ascertain the situation. And even if that little wolf cub has taken his cavalry there, they do not hold the numerical advantage. Tywin asserted confidently. The northern cavalry may lack in numbers. But let us not forget the remnants of the Riverlands' defeated forces, Tyrion reminded him. Upon hearing Tyrion's analysis, Tywin's expression shifted once more, his demeanor growing increasingly grim. Meanwhile, on Robb's side, since he had marched south from Riverrun with the nobles and all the cavalry, his strategic planning had been relentless. Robb first penned a letter urging the scouts to hasten to the hands of Ser Brynden Tully, instructing him to assemble numerous archers to shoot down every raven in sight. He meticulously selected elite personnel to scout the enemy's reconnaissance, ensuring that news of their crossing would not leak out. This tactic mirrored the method employed by Edmure to eliminate enemy scouts. Once Robb, accompanied by over 4,000 cavalry, crossed the river, Ser Brynden Tully rallied the remnants of the Riverlands nobility, previously scattered by Jaime, to form a cohesive force. Consequently, the troops gathered around Robb now numbered over 6,000. Due to the geographical constraints, Riverrun is situated in a delta, characterized by its triangular fortress with walls on three sides, flanked by rivers and moats. making any siege a daunting endeavor. Consequently, Jaime was compelled to divide his 15,000 soldiers into 3 separate contingents to besiege the castle, each army separated by water and unable to support one another. Should a formidable enemy emerge from outside, they would find themselves in dire straits. However, all the intelligence received by Jaime indicated that the North's main forces were being occupied by his father, Tywin, allowing him to lay siege with a degree of assurance. Yet, the lords of the Riverlands would occasionally launch surprise attacks against Jaime's army with their scattered remnants. In response to their provocations, Jaime personally led his cavalry to retaliate against them. Robb and Brynden Blackfish astutely capitalized on this opportunity. They initially dispatched a few hundred troops from the Riverlands to launch a typical ambush on Jaime Lannister's supply lines. Mistaking this for a mere remnant of Tully's forces, Jaime decisively led 2,000 cavalry into battle, intent on annihilating the supposed Riverlands troops. However, these few hundred remnants did not engage Jaime Lannister directly. They merely retreated in disarray, with Jaime in hot pursuit. Robb and Brynden lured Jaime further north to the lush Whispering Woods along the banks of the Tumblestone. As Jaime Lannister and his 2,000 men surged into the forest, they were met with the haunting howl of the direwolf Grey Wind. Soon, a deluge of arrows rained down as Robb Stark, lying in ambush, had been waiting for this moment. The cacophony of combat erupted, cries of slaughter, the clash of steel, and the anguished wails mingled with the wolf's howls. The air was thick with the thunder of hooves, the clanging of weapons, and the fierce shouts and curses of warriors. Realizing he was encircled, Jaime Lannister disregarded all else and charged recklessly towards Robb, determined to take him down with him. However, Robb's guards swiftly intervened, only to be met with Jaime's ferocity as he felled 3 of them in quick succession. Ultimately, Jaime's relentless aggression led to his downfall. His sword became lodged in the body of one of his fallen adversaries, rendering him unable to withdraw it. He was subsequently unhorsed and captured. After securing Jaime Lannister and decimating his 2,000 cavalry, Robb and Brynden promptly advanced toward Riverrun. In the Siege of Riverrun, the absence of Jaime as commander and the unique terrain compelled the Lannister forces to divide into 3 factions for their encirclement. Robb effortlessly dismantled the Lannisters' northern contingent, while the western troops, attempting to cross the river for support, were thwarted by the timely charge of Riverrun's defenders, who coordinated with the northern army to disrupt their ranks. The heir of Riverrun, Edmure Tully, along with various Riverland nobles, were liberated. Faced with impending defeat, the southern Lannisters could only retreat with their remaining 2,000 men towards Harrenhal. It was 2 days later that Olwyn received news from Robb, coinciding with the second day of the truce near the Trident. Ladies and gentlemen, the young wolf has triumphed over Jaime Lannister, lifted the siege of Riverrun, annihilated more than 13,000 Lannister troops, and captured the heir of the Westerlands, Jaime Lannister. Olwyn proclaimed loudly, holding up the letter. Splendid. Truly the young wolf. The crowd exclaimed with fervor. I believe the old lion must have received news of Jaime Lannister's defeat and capture. Their next move will undoubtedly be a retreat, Olwyn asserted. Our objective now is to pursue them closely, steadily compressing their space until we reach Harrenhal. This strategy was designed to constrain the old lion, preventing any rash maneuvers and providing Robb the necessary time to advance southward. When the time comes, we shall unite our forces, bolstered by the armies of the Riverlands, to vanquish the Lannister troops, making our advance on King's Landing a mere formality, Orwin continued. The assembly nodded in agreement with Orwin's strategy. Next, let us convey this splendid news to our soldiers, urging them to prepare for an imminent march, Orwin instructed the group. In unison, they responded affirmatively before exiting the tent. Soon, jubilant cheers erupted within the Northern Army's camp, their exultations echoing skyward, so resounding that even the Lannister camp, situated on the distant heights, could hear them. In the Lannister camp, Tywin grimly regarded the letter in his hand. We must retreat. It is highly probable that they will continue to pressure us into battle. Yet we must safeguard Harrenhal. Concurrently, we must prepare for negotiations to secure Jaime's release, and it would be prudent to persuade several other dukes to seek a truce. If a truce proves elusive, we must conserve our strength and incite discord among our adversaries, Tyrion quietly suggested, observing Tywin's somber demeanor. Tywin, enduring Tyrion's gaze in silence, eventually spoke after a lengthy pause. You have managed to impress me for once. We shall retreat, as you propose. Moreover, I require you to hasten back to King's Landing and ensure that Cersei looks after the Stark girl. Additionally, you shall orchestrate the persuasion of other factions. I will lead the army to secure Harrenhal and buy you time. Rarely has Tywin shown such trust in Tyrion, but at this juncture, he had no choice but to rely on his oft-despised son. Shortly after Tywin's decision, Tyrion, accompanied by Podrick and the remaining cavalry, set forth for King's Landing. While the Lannister forces, under Tywin's command, began their southward withdrawal. The day after the Lannister army's retreat, Orwin ordered his own forces to disband camp and advance southward. In that moment, all eyes across the continent of Westeros converged upon the Riverlands and Harrenhal. Chapter 50. A shift in fortune. Although the battles of the Whispering City and the Trident had concluded, their repercussions continued to reverberate throughout the realm of Westeros. As soon as the dust settled, many factions were already apprised of the events. In Winterfell's Wolf's Den, Eddard Stark carefully perused a newly received letter. Taking a moment before he spoke, this time, Robb has successfully led the men, resolving the peril at the Whispering City and rescuing Edmure and the nobles of the Riverlands. Orwin, with his infantry, has skillfully delayed Tywin, forcing him to retreat. We have gained the upper hand in our confrontation with the Westerlands and captured Jaime Lannister. I shall write directly to King's Landing, demanding Jaime Lannister in exchange for Sansa, Eddard Stark declared to Catelyn Tully. Learning of her son's victory over the Westerlands filled Catelyn with relief, alleviating much of her anxiety, leaving only the lingering worry and longing for her daughter. Rest assured, the Lannister family will acquiesce, and it will not be long before we are reunited with Sansa, Eddard Stark comforted the tearful Catelyn. Maester Luwin, please draft a letter to King's Landing as I just suggested, and send another to Dragonstone, informing Stannis to be prepared to assist Robb's forces in their assault on the capital. This farce must come to an end. The Baratheon dynasty requires a true Baratheon bloodline to inherit, Eddard Stark added after soothing Catelyn, turning to Maester Luwin. Yes, my lord, Maester Luwin replied before departing. In the Reach, at Highgarden, Olenna Tyrell, the Queen of Thorns, was engaged in discourse with her granddaughter, Margaery Tyrell, regarding the conflict between House Stark and House Lannister. Who would have anticipated that the cunning old lion would be vanquished by two youthful contenders, with the heir captured and himself retreating in disgrace to Harrenhal? This formidable matriarch maintained her composed yet incisive demeanor as she addressed her granddaughter. Now, with the Lannisters' defeat, does it not seem plausible that the Northern Army could march unimpeded into King's Landing? Margaery inquired, contemplating the letter in her hands. Not so. This setback has not obliterated the West's capacity for resistance. That old lion Tywin will not idly watch as his grandson or great-grandson is ousted from the Iron Throne. Olenna countered, shaking her head. It is not merely Tywin who will not relent. Even your father, my corpulent and foolish son, will not stand by. Olenna continued, indeed. Your father has heeded your brother's counsel and agreed to support Renly's claim to the Iron Throne. Should the Northern and Dragonstone forces advance on King's Landing first, our support for Renly would be deemed treasonous, placing us in the crosshairs of the North, the Vale, Dragonstone, and the Crownlands. Margaery, aptly dubbed the Rose, exhibited cunning and stratagems worthy of Olenna's approval. It is lamentable that the most distinguished member of House Tyrell is a daughter, not the elder son, Loras Tyrell. Even more tragic is that the eldest son is a cripple. Do not mention your foolish brother, a member of House Tyrell who bears the title of the Knight of Flowers, yet he has opened himself to a man as if he were a blooming flower. The Queen of Thorns expressed her anger and helplessness regarding her grandson serving a man in such a manner. Your foolish father is now aware of the news regarding the West's defeat. He is currently in discussions with your brothers about directly supporting Renly's claim to kingship. It appears my son yearns to taste the power of a prime minister, aspiring to the hand of the king of the Seven Kingdoms. Olenna remarked with a tone laden with irony. In truth, your father's actions are also for the benefit of Highgarden, presently, with the alliance between Highgarden and the Stormlands. We hold the advantage regardless of the outcome, Margaery replied, gazing at her grandmother. While there are advantages, your father remains somewhat myopic, fixated solely on the position of the hand of the king, neglecting to consider the need for a queen to grace Highgarden. However, I have already conveyed this to your foolish father. For Loras to ascend the throne, he must wed you. Only in this manner will Highgarden wholeheartedly support him. Olenna gazed lovingly at her granddaughter and remarked, Are you suggesting that I should become a queen? Margaery responded with a hint of surprise. Indeed, since Highgarden has already engaged in the struggle for the Iron Throne, we must secure something in return. Wealth and the hand of the king are of little consequence. Although the Tyrell family may never sit upon that iron seat, it does not preclude your offspring from doing so. The position of queen, along with the bloodline of future kings bearing the lineage of Highgarden, constitutes our true reward, the Queen of Thorns stated earnestly. The men of House Tyrell lack cunning. It is solely through us women that the prosperity of our family can be maintained. How lamentable. Despite Olenna's disdain for her son, as the true power behind Highgarden, she yearns for a descendant capable of upholding their honor. Presently, it appears that only this granddaughter possesses such potential. Were there a grandson with the ability to sustain the family, the Queen of Thorns would not shy away from contesting for the Iron Throne. 2 days later, in King's Landing, within the Red Keep's council chamber. My dear sister, I wonder if you have missed me. Tyrion, weary from his travels, entered the hall and approached Cersei, who sat regally in the center, her demeanor exuding arrogance. He leaned in to kiss her cheek, perhaps emboldened by her grasp on power. With no one daring to contradict her, Cersei appeared quite pleased, indifferent to Tyrion's affectionate gesture. As the temporary hand of the king, having abandoned the king, the Queen Dowager, and the council, he had personally escorted provisions, thereby missing the king's coronation. I am quite curious about which brothel has so captivated you, Cersei inquired, casting a glance at her brother seated nearby. Below, Baelish, Varys, and Master Pycelle watched Tyrion with keen interest. Unlike Pycelle, who was merely curious, Baelish and Varys were already aware of the Western forces' defeat, eager to witness how this little imp, thrust into the role of temporary prime minister, would navigate the current predicament. You are mistaken this time. Our father directly sent me to the battlefield to meet my demise, and I nearly did not return. However, you are correct about one thing. There is indeed a woman who has captured my attention, a rather impressive one, Tyrion replied with a mischievous tone. I have no interest in your romantic escapades. Since you were dispatched to the battlefield, enlighten us on how we achieved victory. Cersei leaned back in her chair, looking at Tyrion with keen interest. It seems you have great faith in father and Jaime, yet the outcome is not as you wished. We lost this time. Additionally, there is another piece of bad news. Jaime has been captured alive by Robb Stark. In a somber tone, Tyrion spoke. Cersei's expression instantly froze, followed by a look of shock and disbelief as she exclaimed, What nonsense are you uttering? The old lion could never be defeated. Jaime has besieged Riverrun, and the Riverlands are powerless to resist. How could there possibly be a defeat? It is true. This is a letter from our father, Tyrion replied, producing Tywin's missive for Cersei. He continued, Currently, our forces are retreating to Harrenhal. We need to dispatch reinforcements while buying time to stabilize the situation there. Most critically, we must exchange for Jaime by leveraging the Stark daughter. Tyrion regarded Cersei intently. After perusing Tywin's letter, Cersei's countenance darkened. She could no longer afford to disbelieve the dire news. We must undertake 2 tasks. First and foremost, we must secure Jaime's release. Whether through negotiation or a prisoner exchange, he must be brought back from the Stark's clutches as swiftly as possible. Tyrion observed Cersei, who seemed momentarily at a loss. The second task involves rallying allies and consolidating our forces, inciting conflict among the other factions, he added, glancing towards Baelish and Varys. Now, I implore you both to furnish me with any useful intelligence, particularly regarding the dynamics between the various factions. Tyrion addressed the 2 men. I have information regarding Duke Renly that may prove beneficial to the Queen and the Hand, Varys said earnestly. Please, do share, Lord Varys, Tyrion urged. According to my sources, House Tyrell has begun to fully support Duke Renly's claim to the Iron Throne, refusing to acknowledge His Majesty's legitimate status. The Reach and Stormlands are mobilizing their armies, poised to initiate hostilities at any moment. The scheming Duke of Highgarden is orchestrating Renly's ascension to kingship, Varys informed, looking at Cersei and Tyrion. That is unacceptable. I will not permit another king to arise. There is only one king, and that is Joffrey. Cersei shouted, her voice filled with hysteria. Calm yourself, sister, Tyrion interjected. This presents an opportunity for us, he continued. If memory serves, Stannis has publicly declared himself the rightful heir to the Iron Throne. And Eddard Stark has also pledged his support for Stannis as the new king. Should Renly assume the throne, the first to react would likely be Stannis of Dragonstone. Remember, Dragonstone is quite close to the Stormlands, while the north is far from the Reach, Tyrion analyzed, directing his thoughts towards Cersei. Are you suggesting we incite conflict between the 2 Baratheon brothers, depleting their strength? Cersei inquired, her emotions settling as she absorbed Tyrion's analysis. Indeed, you are most astute. Daughter of the Old Lion. With just a nudge, you contemplate such far-reaching implications. The Old Lion ought to be grateful for a daughter like you, Tyrion remarked, somewhat exaggeratedly. And what of you, Lord Baelish? Do you have any uplifting news to relieve the Queen's burdens? Tyrion turned to Baelish and remarked, I differ from Lord Varys. His little birds are scattered across the entirety of Westeros, while I can only glean information from the mouths of my ladies. Though the tidbits I receive may seem trivial, I believe there are some insights that could prove beneficial to the Queen and Lord Tyrion. Baelish, with a knowing smile, replied, "Please, go on, Lord Baelish." Tyrion regarded the financial minister, who ran a brothel, and continued, "I trust the Queen and Lord Tyrion are aware of my amicable relations with the two sisters of House Tully. Recently, a knight from the Vale visited my establishment in search of companionship and mentioned that Lisa Tully has become increasingly unhinged, causing great concern among the nobility. Some lords aspire to become the guardian of Robert Arryn to ensure stability in the Vale. This news leaves me quite troubled regarding Lisa's situation." Baelish said with a hint of significance. "Ah, what splendid news!" Tyrion exclaimed with a smile. "Given your close ties with Lisa Tully, it would be prudent for you, as a messenger of King Joffrey, to reach out to the widow of House Arryn at the Eyrie. Should you manage to secure guardianship of Robert Arryn from Lisa Tully, I believe both His Majesty and the Queen would be inclined to support your endeavors." Tyrion spoke to Baelish with candor. "I am more than willing to serve His Majesty and the Queen," Baelish replied with a grin. This royal meeting not only inspired Tyrion with a potential solution to the current predicament, but also presented Baelish, who was intent on creating chaos to ascend the ranks, with an opportunity to seize control of the Vale. Soon, Baelish departed from King's Landing en route to the Vale, while news of Lisa's impending coronation of King Renly Baratheon began to ripple across Westeros. Chapter 51. Three Kings march on King's Landing. As the announcement of Renly Baratheon's imminent coronation reached Westeros, initially, it garnered little attention, dismissed as mere rumors propagated by those with ulterior motives seeking to deflect scrutiny. However, while many chose to remain observant, both Highgarden and the Eyrie simultaneously declared that the Stormlands and the Riverlands would unite, with the Riverlands pledging fealty to the Eyrie. Renly would be crowned king, and the Little Rose of the Riverlands, Marjorie, would become his queen, with a coronation ceremony soon to be held at the Eyrie. This verified information quickly ignited a firestorm across Westeros. Upon its arrival at Dragonstone, within the round hall of Dragonstone Castle, Stannis furrowed his brow. He had never anticipated that the seemingly feeble Renly would boldly raise the banner of a king. At this moment, with Renly's claim, there were now three kings in Westeros: Joffrey, Stannis, and Renly. "Your Majesty, we must respond. You are the rightful heir to the Iron Throne of House Baratheon," Onion Knight Davos remarked, observing the silent Stannis. "I am aware, yet we cannot engage Renly in battle. Doing so would only benefit that usurper Joffrey. The Highgarden and the Storm's End have united, their combined forces nearing 100,000, while we at Dragonstone possess only a mere handful, predominantly naval troops. Moreover, Highgarden boasts a formidable navy that rivals our own." At this moment, Stannis feels utterly exhausted, yet he cannot deny the stark reality. His own strength remains woefully inadequate. "Your Majesty, we still have the North as an ally. The Stark family supports your claim to the throne, along with House Tully of the Riverlands," Davos interjects. "The North is too distant, and its forces pale in comparison to those of the Stormlands. Even with the addition of House Tully's troops, we lack the advantage," Stannis replies, shaking his head. His reasoning is not unfounded, as the army of House Tully has been significantly diminished due to the machinations of Jaime Lannister. "We require alternative strategies to alter our predicament," Stannis states earnestly, surveying the map upon the table. "You need not worry about that." A woman's voice suddenly emerges as Stannis ponders how to reverse the current situation. He harbors no discontent towards the unexpected visitor, though Davos furrows his brow, his expression grave as he regards her. The woman is clad in a flowing crimson gown, her hair cascading over her shoulders, adorned with an opulent necklace. Her figure alluring and captivating. She is none other than Melisandre, the priestess of the Lord of Light. "Your Grace, I have glimpsed your path to victory within the flames. You shall become a true king," Melisandre declares as she approaches Stannis. "However, to achieve this victory, you must first dedicate yourself wholeheartedly to the service of the Lord of Light." "What must I do?" Stannis inquires, his gaze fixed upon the red-robed sorceress. "You must renounce the seven gods, these false deities, and embrace only the Lord of Light, spreading his faith across the realm," she instructs. Stannis' eyes narrow as he scrutinizes Melisandre, who meets his gaze unwaveringly. After a prolonged silence, he finally responds, "Agreed. I will abolish the worship of the seven gods on Dragonstone, ensuring that all shall venerate only the Lord of Light. I shall prepare the ceremony this evening. The Lord of Light will come to guide you towards victory," Melisandre assures him before turning to leave the council chamber. "My lord, while my reverence for the seven gods is minimal, I have never heard of the Lord of Light." The witch's words are not to be trusted. "If mere faith could secure victory, I would believe that war would cease to exist," Davos remarks, looking at Stannis. I am resolute, Davos. I am willing to pursue any path that may extricate me from this predicament, Stannis declares firmly. In the afternoon, Melisandre returns to inform Stannis that the ceremony has been prepared. On the shores of Dragonstone, the statues of the 7 gods were placed in the earth, surrounded by a pile of dry wood. As night descended, the Red Priestess murmured incantations, igniting a towering inferno upon the darkened beach. The statues of the 7 burned in the flames, for the long night was fraught with peril. According to ancient tomes, a warrior would draw a blazing sword from the fire, a sword that would serve as the harbinger of light. Stannis Baratheon, the warrior of light, your sword awaits you. The Red Priestess Melisandre gazed intently at Stannis, who, upon hearing her words, approached the blazing pyre and withdrew the burning longsword, raising it high. The searing flames seemed devoid of heat, as the sword appeared to Stannis as nothing more than an ordinary blade. Witnessing this spectacle, the commanders of Dragonstone knelt in reverence. The ritual to honor the Lord of Light continued until the deep of night. Upon Stannis' return to the Round Hall, he eagerly urged Melisandre to beseech the Lord of Light for guidance on how to attain victory. Melisandre harbored no displeasure at Stannis' urgency. In truth, she was even more eager to discern the Lord's counsel. In the central brazier of the Round Hall, flames consumed the wood as Melisandre softly recited her incantations, her eyes wide and fixed upon the reflection within the fire. What do you see? Stannis inquired, observing Melisandre's trance-like state. I see wolves battling lions, and an eagle swooping in from behind the wolves, while trout swim alongside them. I see countless ships adrift upon the sea, and King's Landing engulfed in towering flames. Melisandre replied. Her words left both Stannis and Davos momentarily speechless. The wolf represented House Stark of the North. The lion signified House Lannister of the Westerlands. The eagle stood for House Arryn of the Vale, and the trout symbolized House Tully of the Riverlands. Davos remarked to Stannis, currently, the conflict between the North and the Westerlands has reached a lull, and the crisis in the Riverlands has been alleviated. Tywin has retreated to Harrenhal, and now the Westerlands face threats from both the North and the Riverlands. Presently, the Vale is under the control of Lysa Tully, daughter of House Tully. Should these 3 houses unite, Tywin would be unable to withstand their combined might. Stannis analyzed the information at hand. If this is indeed the case, then King's Landing must be vulnerable. We could launch a direct assault. In doing so, we could eliminate the false King Joffrey, allowing your grace to ascend the Iron Throne. With the support of the North, the Vale, and the Riverlands, I am confident that Gendry would yield to your grace. The Onion Knight Davos nodded in agreement. However, this is contingent upon the accuracy of Stannis' analysis and the truth of Melisandre's prophecy. Davos, send a raven to Eddard, informing him of my intention to attack King's Landing. Urge his forces to intensify their assault and to keep Tywin occupied at Harrenhal, thus creating an opportunity for our attack on King's Landing, Stannis commanded. Yes, your grace, Davos replied. Davos inclined his head slightly and then exited the Round Hall. Upon receiving a raven's message, Eddard Stark promptly relayed the letter to Robb via another raven. At that moment, Robb was leading the cavalry of House Stark and House Tully southward, merging with the infantry commanded by Olyvar, who was currently in a standoff with Tywin outside Harrenhal. Olyvar, my father has sent a letter, Robb announced. King Stannis of Dragonstone intends to launch an assault on King's Landing, urging us to hold Tywin at Harrenhal to provide an opportunity for the navy of Dragonstone to strike. In Robb's tent, Olyvar took the letter Robb handed him, scrutinized it carefully, and then returned it. Since Lord Eddard continues to support Stannis' claim to the throne, we shall act according to his wishes, Olyvar stated. However, our forces do not possess a significant advantage, while we can hold our ground against Tywin. Completely stalling him may prove challenging. At this moment, the combined forces of House Stark and House Tully numbered only a little over 30,000, while House Tully had to remain vigilant against a potential ambush from Kevan Lannister along the Riverlands Road. Meanwhile, within Harrenhal, Tywin had assembled the royal army, bolstered by the prior forces from the Westerlands, totaling over 25,000 troops, entrenched behind the stout walls of Harrenhal. The disparity in numbers was not particularly vast, and without a substantial advantage in forces, conducting a siege would be nearly impossible. Yet, we must adhere to my father's orders, Robb lamented. If we truly wish to delay Tywin, there are strategies we might employ, Olyvar proposed. We could learn from Jaime Lannister's tactics, splitting our forces to besiege Harrenhal from 3 sides while simultaneously attacking. Of course, by attack, I mean we should focus on incessant harassment rather than a full-on assault, ensuring they remain on high alert. Olyvar pointed at Harrenhal on the map. We need to instill the belief that we could strike at any moment. preventing them from relaxing their guard. Additionally, we must send cavalry to clear the vessels around the God's Eye to thwart any potential retreat by Tywin across the lake. Olyvar gestured toward the God's Eye. However, if we proceed in this manner, we risk resembling the Kingslayer. Should we divide our forces? Tywin might seize the opportunity to defeat us piecemeal, leading us into a precarious situation, Big John interjected. That will not happen, the old Lord Wyman asserted confidently. Aside from the God's Eye, there are no other rivers surrounding Harrenhal. The terrain around the castle is flat, if Tywin dares venture out. Our cavalry can swiftly rout his forces. From there, we could encircle the Lannister troops from any two directions while launching a direct assault on Harrenhal from the other. Lord Wyman elaborated to Big John. Does anyone else have any objections? Robb inquired, scanning the faces in the tent. The others shook their heads in unison. Since there are no dissenting voices, we shall follow Olyvar's advice and divide our forces to besiege Harrenhal, Robb concluded. At the same time, a letter was dispatched to His Majesty Stannis Baratheon on Dragonstone, urging him to launch an immediate assault on King's Landing. Robb spoke again, reminding Stannis to remain vigilant against potential wildfire attacks on his fleet. There remains a considerable stock of wildfire within King's Landing, sufficient to ignite the entire surface of the sea outside the city, Olwyn interjected. Let us proceed as per Master Olwyn's suggestion, Robb remarked, observing the scribe diligently composing the letter. Upon receiving Robb's correspondence, Stannis' navy commenced preparations to set sail from the waters surrounding Dragonstone. If the winds remain favorable, we shall arrive at King's Landing within 2 days, proclaimed the Onion Knight, standing beside Stannis. The navy, illuminated by the dim light of the moon, continued to navigate the waters of Blackwater Bay. Will the winds change? Stannis inquired, casting a glance at the moon above. I cannot say for certain, Your Grace. Davos replied earnestly. Stannis fell silent, standing resolutely at the bow of the ship, gazing into the ink-black waters. Meanwhile, in the Red Keep of King's Landing, Varys informed Tyrion of the advancing Dragonstone fleet, plunging the entire castle into chaos once more. Chapter 52. The Turning Point in the Tower of the Hand. Tyrion was seated in the very chair once occupied by Eddard Stark, surrounded by a plethora of books and maps, his large head buried in the tomes as he studied them intently. Podrick sat across from him, peering through the gaps between the books at the furrowed brow of Tyrion, while idly picking at his nails with a sharp object. Must you groom yourself here? Tyrion looked up at Podrick, exasperated. What else am I to do? You summon me. Podrick replied, dropping the item in his hand. I called you here to assist me in devising a defense for King's Landing. Stannis' fleet could arrive at any moment. You cannot simply sit idly by, Tyrion expressed in disbelief. And you should don the golden robes. You are now the commander of the King's Landing garrison. And you cannot continue as before. Tyrion glanced at Podrick's attire once more. I refuse to wear that garb. It hinders me in a fight. Glimmering like a beacon visible even at night, making concealment difficult, Podrick countered, shaking his head. Very well, if you are unwilling to wear it, then at least peruse these texts and offer me some insights. Tyrion continued. Podrick displayed a look of resignation, rising to pace the room. He then picked up a book from the table, querying, do any of these wretched tomes contain instructions on how to defeat him? In response, Tyrion revealed the book he had been studying, stating, The History of the Siege of Westeros, authored by Dr. Scheffler, contains the chronicles of the wars throughout the entirety of Westeros. It is of significant reference value. Podrick retorted, I would sooner trade these worthless books for a few skilled archers, his tone laced with disapproval. Prime Minister, Commander. As the two were engaged in conversation, Lord Varys entered the room. Lord Varys, your timing is impeccable. I require your insights regarding Stannis' potential assault on King's Landing, Tyrion remarked, directing his gaze towards Varys, who seated himself beside him. Stannis is well acquainted with King's Landing. He knows precisely which sections of the walls are most formidable and which gates are most vulnerable. Varys unfolded a map of the city, emphasizing his point. Moreover, Stannis commands a naval force, he added. Tyrion scrutinized the map, his finger gliding slowly across its surface until it halted at a specific location. The river gate, its walls are weak, and a well-placed battering ram could breach it with ease. It's less than 50 yards from the shore. Stannis will undoubtedly choose this point for his landing, Tyrion asserted confidently. If Stannis indeed directs his forces towards the river gate, how shall we respond? This is the most vulnerable aspect of King's Landing. It was through this very route that Eddard Stark once made his escape, Varys remarked, eyeing Tyrion intently. Let us hurl these tomes at him, Podrick suggested, gesturing towards the books scattered across the table. We lack sufficient volumes, and our numbers are few. Varys replied solemnly. I recall that when Eddard Stark fled the Red Keep, he was besieged by over 500 Lannister soldiers. At that time, a certain green flame was employed by Ser Loras Tyrell, inflicting significant losses on the soldiers within the Red Keep. If memory serves me right, it was wildfire. Tyrion prompted Varys to reminisce. Indeed, Prime Minister, no one anticipated that the Sword of the North would procure wildfire from beyond the Red Keep. Furthermore, the northern forces employed wildfire during the siege of Riverrun. Varys nodded in agreement. Then, Lord Varys, does King's Landing still possess wildfire? Tyrion inquired with a grave expression. Yes, there is a considerable quantity. Varys replied, meeting Tyrion's gaze earnestly. Excellent. We now possess a means to thwart Stannis' landing, Tyrion declared. While your notion is commendable, I must remind you, Prime Minister, that Stannis is not one to retreat in the face of adversity. His resolve is unwavering. Even if he suffers significant losses, he will not falter, Varys cautioned. Even if wildfire were to decimate half of Stannis' forces, he would still command the remnants to press on. Moreover, King's Landing has only 2,000 to 3,000 gold cloaks. Our manpower remains insufficient, Varys added. I shall address the matter of reinforcements with Cersei, Tyrion contemplated aloud. We will undoubtedly hold King's Landing, Tyrion proclaimed, rallying himself as much as offering reassurance to Varys and Podrick. As night descended, Tyrion made his way to the Queen's Tower, seeking Cersei to partake in dinner, drink, and conversation. The evening repast had concluded, and Tyrion removed the napkin from around his neck. This eel pie is exquisite. Have you spent the entire day perfecting this dish in the kitchen? Tyrion took a sip from the wine poured by his attendant and began to speak. However, Cersei did not respond to Tyrion's comment. Instead, she asserted, I have heard that Joffrey is planning for war. Indeed, what a morale booster. The young king, donned in gleaming armor, leads the army to defend the capital, bravely resisting the wicked old traitor. He is but a child, Cersei exclaimed. Younger children are fighting for him, Tyrion remarked as he regarded her. But he is not prepared, Cersei replied, her tone tinged with impatience. Do you remember what Jaime was doing at his age? Tyrion remained seated and replied, I recall it more vividly than you might think. Yet some are born to fight, while others are not. Joffrey is ill-suited for the battlefield. Cersei continued, her indifference evident. The deaths of other children mattered little to her. But Joffrey must not set foot on the battlefield. If he is unfit for war, then he is unfit to be king. What a tragedy that is, Tyrion countered directly. Cersei was taken aback. Then, with gritted teeth, she retorted, Do you take me for a fool? No, I would argue that your intellect far surpasses that of others, Tyrion replied coolly. You have sent away my only daughter, and now you wish my eldest son to meet his demise on the battlefield. Cersei's expression was one of cold malice. He is protected by the king's guard and adorned in the finest armor. He ought to be at the front lines, Tyrion stated, observing her indifferently. When soldiers see their king standing alongside them rather than cowering beneath his mother's skirts, their spirits will surely soar, and they will fight with renewed vigor, he continued. Cersei regarded Tyrion in silence, and after a moment, she suddenly burst into laughter. What is so amusing? Tyrion inquired, perplexed. I find it amusing that you have once again developed feelings for a whore. I can assure you, if anything happens to Joffrey on the battlefield, you shall never see your beloved whore again. I will ensure her demise is a most gruesome one, Cersei stated with a chilling glare. Are you certain you wish to proceed with that? Tyrion asked, his countenance darkening as he looked at her. You have forced my hand, Cersei declared through clenched teeth. You may leave now, she said, regaining her haughty demeanor and casting a disdainful glance at Tyrion. Expressionless, Tyrion looked at her, took a deep breath, and turned to depart. Outside Harrenhal, the northern forces were preparing to regroup. After a day of harassment, the Westerland's troops within Harrenhal were utterly exhausted. The castle was besieged on 3 sides, and the ships on God's Eye had nearly all been set ablaze by Robb's cavalry. In Robb's tent, a gathering of nobles enjoyed their dinner, all wearing expressions of ease. They had besieged Harrenhal for several days, and judging by the defenders' reactions, it would not be long before they could seize the castle. If they could capture Tywin, the Old Lion, the northern army would be poised to advance with great momentum. Certainly, the term long drive here does not refer to King's Landing, but rather the Westerlands. It is well known that Stannis' formidable army is en route to King's Landing, and the North has not declared a king, harboring little expectation for the Iron Throne. As the company relaxed, indulging in drinks and conversation, a figure rushed in with great urgency. My lord, trouble has arisen. Our supply train has been besieged by a formidable cavalry force, well-equipped and numerous, and they are advancing upon us. The newcomer was Eddard Stark of House Stark, who, after aiding Orwin in repelling Tywin's forces, had been assigned by Robb to the supply division to ensure the North's logistical support, a testament to his importance. Robb, immediately muster the cavalry for battle and notify the soldiers in the other two camps to assemble at once to prevent a sudden ambush by Tywin. Moreover, regardless of which camp is attacked, they must hold their ground until reinforcements arrive, Orwin articulated, sensing Tywin's cunning strategy aimed at replicating the Battle of the Green Fork. Did you hear that? Following Master Orwin's counsel, we must act swiftly. All the nobles promptly returned to their respective units. Robb raised his voice to address all present, and with his command, the camp erupted into a flurry of activity. Numerous nobles mounted their steeds and hastened towards the other two camps. As Robb gathered all the cavalry and prepared to exit the camp, a distant rumble echoed ominously. "Quickly follow me," Robb commanded, observing the commotion growing nearer. The clash of battle cries resonating clearly within the camp as he brandished his sword, directing all cavalry into action. Over 6,000 cavalry from House Stark and House Tully, under Robb's command, surged forth from the camp, shouting as they charged towards the approaching enemy. The two cavalry forces collided with tremendous force, the sounds of neighing steeds, clashing weapons, and the cries of knights filled the air. Meanwhile, the encircled Old Lion seized the opportunity to swing open the castle gates, leading over 25,000 troops from the Westerlands directly towards the Stark encampment. "Form ranks, prepare for the enemy." Orwin's thunderous voice resonated throughout the camp as all infantry swiftly assembled, taking position behind the wooden palisade in preparation to withstand the assault from the Westerlands. Chapter 53. Retreat outside the main camp. The cavalry clash continued. Following the battles at the Trident and the Green Fork, the North's armaments had been enhanced. The armor of the Westerlands was donned by the more robust soldiers of the North, elevating the combat effectiveness of their forces. In this hasty engagement, the North's infantry and cavalry did not suffer substantial casualties. Rather, the cavalry, equipped with superior and more protective armor from the Westerlands, managed to hold their ground against the advancing cavalry legion despite being outnumbered. After an initial clash, the cavalry on both sides became enmeshed in a chaotic melee. The Northern cavalry, led by their respective lords, engaged in small-scale charges, consistently skirmishing with the unexpected enemy riders. The opposing cavalry, equally resolute, swung their long swords and lances, launching countercharges without pause. The battlefield, once lush with grass, was trampled to expose the earth beneath, which, mixed with the flesh and blood of the fallen, gradually transformed into a mire. A horn sounded, summoning all infantry to gather as Orwin directed the troops to form a dense formation, resolutely blocking the entrance of the camp, clashing with the advancing Lannister forces. Within the camp, having recovered from the initial surprise, the Northern infantry, under Orwin's leadership, successfully mounted a counterattack. The tightly packed infantry ranks, accompanied by a rain of arrows, finally allowed the defenders to hold their ground. The urgent sound of horns echoed throughout the camp, resonating amidst the clamor of battle, spreading across the skies surrounding Helen Fortress. The clarion calls grew nearer, heralding the approach of Northern reinforcements. Following the horns was a resounding battle cry as infantry from the other two Northern camps, led by their vassals, fearlessly charged at the Lannister army. Behind the valiant warriors wielding long swords and clad in armor, ranks of pikemen formed a dense line. At this moment, the Northern infantry encircled the Lannisters in a formation resembling AV, turning the tide against the once dominant Lannister forces, who now found themselves besieged and scrambling to respond. The battle reached a stalemate, with over 25,000 Lannister troops facing more than 20,000 Northern infantry, alongside thousands of cavalry from the north and the Riverlands confronting unknown horsemen. However, this deadlock did not last long. As enemy cavalry continued to multiply, the forces led by Robb found themselves ensnared in a struggle, gradually being surrounded by the advancing foes. "Robb, we can no longer afford to be entangled with the enemy. We must break through and reunite with our infantry. We need their support to constrain the enemy cavalry's movements, or we will be divided and eliminated one by one," declared the elder Lord Wyman, astride his warhorse beside Robb. "Then let us gather our forces and break through," launching a counterattack from the camp. Robb replied without hesitation, promptly agreeing with Lord Wyman's counsel. He commanded the horn to sound, rallying the cavalry to charge through the yet-to-be-formed encirclement. The Northern and Riverlands cavalry, with the White Harbor Riders as their spearhead, breached the incomplete encirclement, while the following cavalry, guided by the Northern horsemen, relentlessly expanded the opening until they all broke free. Regrouping toward the camp. In the encampment, The Lannister army, besieged on three sides by the infantry of the north, continued to reveal vulnerabilities, suffering increasing losses. When Robb arrived with his cavalry, the enemy's cavalry had already pursued closely behind. Observing the situation, Robb promptly commanded his cavalry to change direction, utilizing the camp's palisade to engage in a mobile warfare against the enemy cavalry. With the encampment as his stronghold, Robb felt assured that his cavalry would not be encircled by the adversary. Now, his hopes rested upon the infantry commanded by Orwin, waiting for them to shatter the Lannister forces, thus allowing them to divert troops to counter the enemy cavalry, enabling Robb to seek an opportunity to vanquish the opposing cavalry. Yet, fate did not align with their desires. The enemy continued to reinforce their ranks, and from afar, a vast illumination appeared, an array of torches igniting the darkness. The enemy infantry was steadily approaching the battlefield. "Trouble looms," Orwin remarked, gazing at the distant flames. "Sound the horn. Urge everyone to intensify their assault. We must first crush this Lannister army. Reinforcements are arriving, and we need to bring our cavalry back," holding the camp steadfastly, avoiding a direct confrontation with the enemy. Orwin instructed the hornblower beside him. The resounding call of the northern military horn echoed once more, invigorating all northern soldiers, their offensive momentum intensifying. "Garren, Sir Wendell, gather your men and follow me," Orwin commanded, fixating on the enemy formation that had yet to falter. The two, still organizing their ranks for continued assault, turned at Orwin's voice. Orwin hefted a large shield and drew his spiked mace, letting out a fierce cry as he charged towards the Lannister lines. With the shield raised, Orwin stormed forward like a rampaging rhinoceros, colliding violently with the enemy's shields. The sheer force of the impact, compounded by his passive skill, sent enemies flying, crashing into the ranks of the red cloaks behind. Seizing the moment, Orwin swung his mace, clearing adversaries from his vicinity, further widening the breach he had created. Following the gap's expansion, Garren and Sir Wendell led their troops through, while Orwin sheathed his mace, discarded his shield, and drew two Valyrian steel swords, bellowing as he slashed towards the densely packed enemy. At that moment, the blood of mountains surged within Orwin, awakening the berserker spirit of a Viking warrior. The two Valyrian blades danced in Orwin's hands, each swing erupting in a spray of crimson blossoms. With relentless ferocity, Orwin pressed on, the Lannister soldiers before him crumbling like fragile paper. Behind Orwin, Garren and Sir Wendell, accompanied by northern soldiers, relentlessly expanded their gains, tearing apart the once cohesive Lannister formation, which was eventually shredded and annihilated. With the legendary swordsman Orwin leading the charge, the formations of House Lannister began to crumble one by one. The once resilient Lannister army, encircled on three fronts, could no longer withstand the assault after one of their lines was shattered. "Concentrate all our remaining cavalry and break through towards the east. Our paramount objective is to evade the forces of the north and return to King's Landing. We cannot afford to engage in a deadly struggle here," commanded Tywin, positioned centrally within the Lannister ranks. Observing the northern formations faltering against the northern army, he summoned a grizzled commander and issued his orders. "At once, my lord," the commander replied, promptly directing the remaining cavalry to coordinate with the infantry in a strategic retreat eastward. Meanwhile, to the east, Roose Bolton was commanding a contingent of northern soldiers, gradually tightening the noose around the Lannister forces. He was taken aback when the Lannisters suddenly consolidated their strength to launch a counteroffensive towards him. Caught off guard, Bolton's troops were forced into a defensive formation, allowing the Lannister army to exploit the opportunity and break through a gap in the eastern flank, charging towards the King's Road. In response to the Lannister breakout, Orwin swiftly instructed a messenger to relay the order to the western formations to intensify their pressure, compelling the Lannister troops to flee eastward. It was not that Orwin was unwilling to pursue. Rather, the unexpected appearance of enemy infantry was compressing the space for his cavalry. He needed to direct his infantry to support their mounted counterparts. Once the Lannister forces had disengaged from the northern army, Orwin led his infantry from the west along with those from the main camp to bolster their cavalry, while leaving Roose Bolton's infantry to continue pressuring the Lannisters to abandon the battlefield. As the two formidable infantry formations of over 10,000 northern soldiers approached the site of the cavalry clash, the suddenly emerging enemy troops seemed to receive a signal, promptly retracting their lines and merging cavalry with infantry, slowly withdrawing from the fray. This unexpected turn of events left both Robb and Orwin momentarily bewildered, yet neither had the intent to pursue. After a night of fierce combat, the northern army had sustained losses and their soldiers were weary. "Let us withdraw to the camp. We must send word to His Grace Stannis Baratheon on Dragonstone, informing him of the situation," Tywin has broken through to the south. He must be cautious, Orwin stated as he approached Robb. It seems we have no other choice, Robb replied resignedly. Sound the retreat. Let all troops return to camp, he instructed a nearby messenger. The somber notes of the retreat horn echoed, signaling the northern forces to begin regrouping toward their encampment. Within Robb's tent, a gathering of nobles scrutinized the armor and banners captured from the battlefield. I never anticipated that the Vale would support that old lion Tywin and send troops to aid the Lannisters in their assault against us, exclaimed Greatjon in a fit of anger. We must demonstrate the prowess of our northern warriors to the Vale, Big Jon proclaimed loudly. I still cannot fathom why the Vale would support the Westerlands and that false king, Robb remarked as he surveyed the assembly. Perhaps I understand the reason, Orwin interjected, drawing the attention of the crowd, eager for his insight. The current ruler of the Vale is Lysa Tully, who, by previous accounts, has succumbed to madness and displays considerable cowardice. However, there exists one individual capable of compelling Lysa Tully to act recklessly, and that is Petyr Baelish. I suspect that Petyr is currently at the Eyrie. Only he could persuade Lysa Tully to mobilize her forces in support of House Lannister, Orwin elucidated to the assembly. The Vale has now initiated an assault against us. Should they persist in their hostility, they need only dispatch troops to sever our retreat between the Trident and the Green Fork, and we would find ourselves in dire straits, Roose Bolton remarked. Casting a glance at Robb, perhaps we should consider a strategic withdrawal, suggested the elderly Lord Wyman. Instantly, all eyes in the tent turned toward Robb. Chapter 54. The Battle of King's Landing. Orwin, what is your counsel? Do we truly need to withdraw? Robb refrained from hastening a response, instead directing his inquiry toward Orwin. Gentlemen, the matter of retreat is secondary for the moment. The utmost priority is to send word to His Grace Stannis Baratheon on Dragonstone. He should be en route to King's Landing, and should Tywin strike at his forces before he breaches the city, we would find ourselves in a precarious position. We would also be unable to account to Lord Eddard, Orwin stated firmly. Furthermore, we must dispatch a message to the north, alerting Lord Eddard and the remaining houses to prepare for defense, as the cavalry of the Vale may well attempt a surprise attack on the north. We cannot allow the Vale to infiltrate our stronghold, Orwin continued. Given the current situation, the Riverlands and Stormlands are allied and likely possess the greatest military strength. The Westerlands, Crownlands, and Vale have now formed a triangular encirclement around the Riverlands, while we, the North, the Riverlands, and Dragonstone stand united, encircling both the Vale and King's Landing. Dorne and the Iron Islands remain ambiguous in their stance, while Renly's faction appears to be biding their time, awaiting the outcome of our clash with House Lannister to seize the spoils of victory. In the present circumstances, we still maintain a certain advantage over the Lannisters, owing to our naval power from Dragonstone. To preserve this advantage, we must ensure that the forces from Dragonstone do not suffer significant losses. Therefore, my recommendation is to inform Lord Edmure to station troops at the Gold Tooth, while also dispatching a contingent to Harrenhal. We shall divide our forces, with a portion of infantry garrisoned at Harrenhal, another contingent alongside the Riverland troops at Harrenhal, and, with the forces we retain at Riverrun, we shall ensure that our rear remains secure for the time being, as our cavalry continues its southward march, posing a significant threat to Tywin's formidable army. We must dispatch troops to harass them, regardless of whether Tywin chooses to advance southward alongside the cavalry from the Vale. Should the Vale's cavalry refrain from descending, it would be inconsequential. However, if they do, we can effectively trap them south of Harrenhal, severing their route back to the Vale and executing a counter-encirclement. Orwin articulated his strategy while gesturing at the map spread across the table, and the eyes of the assembly followed his finger as a clear path unfolded before them. If our forces are deployed in this manner, Harrenhal will secure the road from the Vale to the Riverlands, while Riverrun will guard the northern gateway, and Harrenhal will secure the route for the Lannister armies advanced northward. In this way, we can ensure the stability of our rear while simultaneously sealing off the Vale. Robb, captivated by the line Orwin traced on the map, exclaimed, "Esteemed colleagues, do you have any objections?" "I wholeheartedly endorse Sir Orwin's proposal," spoke Blackfish Brynden, the most astute and strategic noble of the Riverlands. "As long as we secure that Kevan Lannister does not launch a surprise attack on Riverrun, and with Jaime Lannister still in our custody, Tywin will remain cautious. Once we seal the Vale, we can continue our advance southward. Should we follow Sir Orwin's counsel, we will find ourselves in a position of both offensive and defensive capability. Even in the face of adverse circumstances, a prudent retreat would be possible," Brynden added, his eyes gleaming with intent. This old schemer had endured significant losses in the current campaign, particularly at the hands of the Lannisters during Tywin's breakout, which had left him harboring a deep-seated resentment. He relished the prospect of retaliating against Tywin. "I concur," echoed Lord Wyman, the elder count, from his position. No one else voiced dissent. "Since there are no objections, Sir Brynden, I entrust you to lead a contingent of infantry to garrison the town of Harroway. Should any forces from the Vale be present, eliminate them without hesitation," Robb instructed. "At your command, Lord Robb," Brynden replied, offering a slight bow. Lord Wyman, "You will lead the remaining infantry to fortify Harrenhal, coordinating with Sir Brynden to defend Harroway," Robb continued. "I shall follow your orders," Wyman nodded in agreement. "Everyone else shall accompany me as we continue southward, pursuing Tywin's army, while also supporting the naval assault on King's Landing from Dragonstone," Robb commanded, his gaze resolute. The following morning, Robb led the cavalry of the north and the Riverlands, departing from Harrenhal with haste towards King's Landing. Orwin was appointed as the vanguard commander, leading the cavalry primarily composed of knights from White Harbor ahead of the main force. Time swiftly transitioned to the evening of the following day, as the Northern Alliance cavalry gradually closed in on Tywin's formidable army. However, the vanguard commander, Orwin, refrained from launching an immediate assault, choosing instead to linger at a distance of 20 to 30 miles, patiently awaiting an opportune moment. At this juncture, the Northern Alliance was in close proximity to King's Landing. Outside the city, at the Blackwater Bay, a torrential downpour drenched the landscape, while the sea churned violently. The ships of Dragonstone rocked incessantly amidst the waves, though fortunately, the winds favored their vessels. Commanded by the Onion Knight Davos, the primary fleet of Dragonstone advanced under the cover of night towards King's Landing. Meanwhile, within the city, Cersei had retreated with a retinue of courtiers and their families into the depths of the Red Keep. In stark contrast, Boros and a multitude of gold-cloaked commanders indulged in hedonistic revelry within a brothel, savoring their last moments of pleasure. Suddenly, a resounding toll of bells echoed through King's Landing, prompting all revelers to hastily exit the brothel. Prime Minister Tyrion, the imp, donned a custom-made breastplate with the assistance of his attendants. All soldiers within the city ascended the walls, bracing themselves for the impending conflict. The tolling of the bells reached the shores of Blackwater Bay, where Davos realized that his fleet had been detected, and he promptly commanded all ships to sound their drums. The rhythmic pounding reverberated throughout the bay, sending tremors through the guarding forces of King's Landing. Within the Red Keep, Joffrey, sword in hand, addressed Sansa, whose face bore the remnants of bruises, saying, "Come forth, little wolf girl. Your king is about to engage in battle. You ought to bid him farewell with a kiss. My new sword, named Heart Eater, deserves your kiss." Faced with Joffrey's frivolous and audacious demand, Sansa dared not resist, lowering herself to bestow a brief kiss upon the sharp blade. Outside, the fleet of Dragonstone, under Davos's command, continued to close in on the river gate. On the walls, Joffrey, surveying the densely packed fleet, inquired, "Where is our fleet? The king's ships? Why have they not yet arrived?" "The enemy is closing in." Noting Tyrion's silence, Joffrey pressed further with impatience. "Fear not. Everything is proceeding according to plan. Our ships will arrive shortly," Tyrion replied, not even glancing at Joffrey. In Blackwater Bay, aboard Davos's ship, he meticulously watched for the arrival of King's Landing's fleet, but thus far, no enemy vessels had appeared. "We shall soon breach the walls of King's Landing. A night assault is truly an ingenious strategy, striking when they are least prepared," Davos's son, Devon, exclaimed with excitement. "Do not underestimate anyone. The spider, Varys, knows even what you had for breakfast this morning. Do you truly believe they are unaware of our movements?" Davos cautioned. As the fleet of Dragonstone drew nearer, Tyrion finally spoke from the walls, "Release our ships." Following his command, a prepped war vessel was pulled from the dock, carried by the currents towards Davos's fleet. "Archers, prepare," Tyrion continued, issuing further orders. "Attack them swiftly. Why aren't we attacking?" Joffrey shouted as he observed the approaching fleet of Dragonstone. "Steady," Tyrion retorted impatiently. The lookout on Davos's flagship pointed ahead and called out, "Archers, take your positions." Davos commanded promptly. He dashed to the bow of the ship, scrutinizing the distant vessel, his unease growing. "Why is there only one ship?" Devon inquired as he gazed at the nearing craft. Davos furrowed his brow, deep in thought, when suddenly he recalled a letter Stannis had previously shown him. "This is bad," Davos exclaimed. "Archers, prepare your fire, shoot at the ship ahead, and everyone brace for defense," he shouted, immediately pulling his son back. At Davos's command, several arrows were launched toward the ship approaching King's Landing. The arrows sliced through the air, striking the vessel with precision. From atop the walls, Tyrion watched the arrows with a sense of foreboding, calling out loudly. As the arrows struck the ship, a thunderous explosion erupted. Green flames surged forth, creating a towering inferno that illuminated the entirety of Blackwater Bay. The shockwave from the wildfire generated tremendous waves, crashing against the ships of Dragonstone. With one vessel capsizing under the force, its soldiers thrown into the sea before they could react. Fortunately, thanks to Olwyn's warning, the Dragonstone fleet sustained minimal damage. The wildfire had little to ignite upon the water, gradually extinguishing after its initial conflagration. Everyone, continue advancing toward the river gate. Archers, prepare to cover the infantry as they land, Davos commanded, swiftly regaining his composure after the initial shock. Quickly, everyone prepare for defense, Tyrion urged, suppressing his own panic as he ordered, go, inform the guards at the other gates that aside from necessary defenders, everyone must come to support the river gate. The enemy is about to land, and if the river gate falls, we are finished. Tyrion instructed his attendant. Immediately notify Boron to return and lead the defense. He added, hurry. He bellowed at his trembling attendant. Yes, my lord, the attendant responded, turning swiftly from the wall and galloping toward the other gates. At this moment, the fleet of Dragonstone had approached the river gate docks, and both sides' archers began exchanging fire. The Battle of King's Landing had officially commenced. Chapter 55. The Battle of King's Landing 2. Boom, boom, boom echoed across the sea, while arrows filled the sky, the sound of their flight resonating continuously. Boom. On the warship, the bowstring of the crossbows trembled, and from the battlements of the river gate, cries of despair intermittently echoed. The golden-robed soldiers, rushing from all directions, relentlessly filled the gaps in the city's defenses. The archers on both sides seemed tireless, continuously drawing their bows and loosing arrows, their rain of projectiles overshadowing the torrential downpour, as blood stained both the battlements and the decks of the ships. Lower the gangplank. Prepare to disembark, Daphus bellowed, gazing at the fleet that had already reached the dock. With Daphus's command, Daphon immediately seized his shield and brandished his longsword, leaping from the warship and raising his sword high, shouting, form up, charge with me. The infantry aboard the ship followed suit, leaping down to form a shield wall in front of Daphon, steadily advancing towards the river gate. The shield formations surged forth like a many-legged centipede towards King's Landing, closely followed by long ladders and a massive battering ram. As more and more warships docked at the pier, the number of archers from Dragonstone increased correspondingly. Despite the defenders of King's Landing having the high ground, they were still suppressed by the relentless fire of Dragonstone's archers. As the density of arrows from King's Landing diminished, the infantry from Dragonstone, arranged in their shield formations, easily reached the foot of the walls. The long ladders were leaned against the battlements, their iron hooks firmly gripping the edges, as stout soldiers began to scale the ladders toward the parapets. The archers fell back, and the infantry advanced. They could not allow the enemy to breach their defenses. Balon, wielding his longsword, ran along the battlements, shouting incessantly, directing the golden-robed soldiers in battle. The brutal close-quarters combat commenced at that moment, with Dragonstone's soldiers tumbling down from the walls, while countless others surged up the ladders toward the parapets. The defenses atop the walls were not impenetrable. In some locales, Dragonstone soldiers had already breached the heights, tearing open a gap that provided foothold for reinforcements. At this moment, the narrow battlements were crowded, soldiers pressed against one another. Both sides formed small military formations, engaged in fierce combat, with no retreat possible. It was a matter of either slaying the enemy or being slain. In this close-quarters melee, shields clashed against shields, and longswords thrust through the gaps between them. The wails of the wounded filled the air. Thud, thud, thud. Beneath the battlements, within the archway of the river gate, loud booms resonated as Daphon commanded numerous soldiers, hoisting the battering ram, striking relentlessly against the thin city gates. With each violent impact, cracks and damage appeared on the gates, threatening to give way at any moment. They are attacking. There are too many of them. Joffrey trembled, sheltered by the golden-robed soldiers, as he watched the battle unfold on the walls and the relentless tide of Dragonstone's soldiers surging forth. Hound, go below, take the soldiers guarding the gate, and prepare a welcoming feast for Stannis' men, Tyrion said, his expression tense, struggling to mask his anxiety as he feigned calmness towards Sandor, the Hound. Tell our archers to continue the assault. The arrows must not cease, Tyrion commanded, turning to the archer captain beside him. As Tyrion's command was issued, a renewed rain of arrows descended upon the battlements of King's Landing, significantly diminishing the offensive momentum of the soldiers from Dragonstone below. Just as Sandor, the Hound, had arranged his troops, The massive gates of the river gate were breached by the battering ram, allowing the well-prepared soldiers from Dragonstone to surge inside. With a thunderous roar, Sandor led the gold cloaks into a fierce clash against the invading Dragonstone forces. Under Sandor's command, the gold cloaks momentarily gained the upper hand, pushing back the Dragonstone soldiers who had breached the city, chasing them beyond the walls. After dispatching a dozen enemies, Sandor began to feel the weariness set in. Faced with the relentless tide of foes and the dwindling number of his gold cloaks, this newly appointed Kingsguard found himself contemplating retreat. "We must withdraw," shouted the captain of the King's Landing guards accompanying the Hound, unable to withstand the onslaught from Dragonstone, overwhelmed by their sheer numbers. Observing the soldiers beginning to fall back, Sandor swiftly turned and dashed through the city gates. "Quick, seal the gates," commanded the gold cloaks as they retreated, straining to close the gates firmly behind them. More soldiers hastily piled debris against the gates to delay the enemy's advance. "Continue battering the gates," bellowed Davos from outside. However, the arrows raining down from the walls incessantly hampered the Dragonstone soldiers' efforts to breach the gates. "Bring the small boats over. Use them to shield our advance." At this moment, Davos rallied his troops, with a contingent of Dragonstone soldiers carrying small boats to shield themselves from the arrow storm as they rushed to the gates, providing cover for those wielding the battering ram. The sound of the battering ram striking the gates echoed once more. On the walls, the clash between the two forces escalated to fever pitch, with the battlements of the river gate now predominantly occupied by gold cloaks, while the Dragonstone soldiers had breached other sections of the walls. Within the walls, Sandor trembled, taking hearty swigs from a flagon. Tyrion, gazing down from the battlements, called out, "You should be out there fighting the enemy, not here drinking. Half my men are dead, and the streets are swarming with foes. It's impossible to kill them all." Panting heavily, Sandor prepared to turn away. "Dog, I command you to face the enemy outside," Joffrey screamed in desperation. Yet, Sandor paid no heed to Joffrey's frantic cries, merely shaking his head in refusal. "Sandor, as a Kingsguard, you must go forth and repel the enemy. Otherwise, they will seize the capital, your king's capital," Tyrion implored, hoping to invoke the oath Sandor had once sworn. "To hell with the Kingsguard, to hell with the capital. To hell with the king," Sandor shouted back, glaring at the two figures atop the wall. Then, amidst the astonished gazes of the two, he departed from the beleaguered river gate, heading towards the Red Keep. Beneath the battlements, the river gate was once again breached by the battering ram. Had it not been for the numerous debris obstructing the entrance, it could have easily been shattered anew. "Your Majesty, the Queen Mother has commanded me to escort you back to the Red Keep." As Tyrion was still directing the soldiers atop the walls, a servant of House Lannister rushed forward, addressing Joffrey. "You cannot leave. If you do not defend the capital, how can you expect these soldiers to hold their ground?" Tyrion swiftly interjected, positioning himself in front of Joffrey. "What do you want me to do?" Joffrey exclaimed in distress. "Descend and lead your soldiers to repel the enemy that seeks to invade our city," Tyrion proclaimed emphatically. Yet, at that moment, Joffrey was paralyzed by fear. He merely wished to retreat to the safety of the Red Keep, away from the brutal carnage. "Ser Boros, Ser Mandon, and my uncle are here." Commanding in the name of the king, Joffrey declared to the two Kingsguard beside him. Then, disregarding Tyrion's pleas, hastily descended the walls, following the servant towards the Red Keep without a backward glance. Below, many of the defenders witnessed Joffrey's departure, leading to a disarray among the troops. Countless soldiers lost their will to resist. "Where's our king? For whom are we fighting? Who will lead us into battle?" Voices echoed from the crowd beneath the walls. Observing the increasing chaos, Tyrion understood he must rise to the occasion. "I shall command the counterattack," Tyrion bellowed from the ramparts. "Ser Mandon, unfurl the king's banner. Brothers, form ranks and prepare to strike back." Tyrion called out to the throng below. "How shall we counterattack? The gate is our only means of escape." A voice questioned from within the crowd. "We shall launch a direct assault. This battle is not for the king, nor for his kingdom, nor for titles, nor for honor, nor for wealth, for you shall gain nothing. It is solely to prevent the enemy from breaching our walls, burning your homes, plundering your gold, and violating your women. If you wish to protect your possessions and loved ones, join me in slaying them." Tyrion shouted, brandishing his axe. "Slay them." The soldiers below the battlements were ignited by Tyrion's fervent rallying cry, raising their weapons in unison. Observing these spirited warriors, Tyrion descended from the ramparts, making his way towards the river gate. The remaining soldiers of King's Landing turned and followed Tyrion, forming a tight military formation before the gate, ready to confront the soldiers of Dragonstone in a fight to the death. With a resounding crash, the river gate was once again breached by the forces of Dragonstone. An uncountable horde of their soldiers surged forward, charging at the defenders. "Kill!" Tyrion shouted, swinging his axe as he advanced towards the encroaching enemy. "Kill!" The defenders of King's Landing shouted in unison, rushing forth to engage the soldiers of Dragonstone. Once again, soldiers from both sides engaged in a fierce battle beneath the city gates. The ground, already a quagmire, became even more treacherous as blood spilled across the Fisherman's Square. Fueled by the indomitable spirit instilled by Tyrion, the defenders of King's Landing fought valiantly, momentarily pushing back the soldiers of Dragonstone. "Do not retreat. His Majesty the King is right behind us. Let us charge forth," Davos bellowed as he arrived with reinforcements. Just as the Dragonstone soldiers were on the verge of abandoning the river gate, with a shield raised before Davos, the knight called Daphon brandished his sword and shouted commands. Bolstered by the arrival of fresh troops, the Dragonstone soldiers managed to withstand the counterattack, swiftly turning the tide of battle. Yet, as Tyrion beheld the mounting casualties among the defenders, despair crept into his heart, and he muttered, "We cannot hold." Just as he prepared to surrender to fate, the clarion call of the West's military echoed from beyond the river gate. Thunderous hoofbeats resonated, accompanied by war cries that surged from behind the ranks of Dragonstone soldiers, heralding the arrival of a formidable cavalry unit bearing the sigil of the Vale. Behind them, infantry adorned with the lion banner of the Westerlands followed suit. "Quickly, all ships to the Blackwater, support our forces," Stannis commanded, witnessing the sudden influx of enemy reinforcements. Chapter 56. Chaos in Battleform Ranks, Defend. Davos's voice rang out beneath the river gate as the Dragonstone soldiers who had breached King's Landing began to adopt defensive formations. However, those still outside the city found themselves mercilessly slaughtered by the unexpected cavalry charge. The horsemen plunged into the throngs, slicing through the ranks of Dragonstone soldiers with the ease of a hot knife through butter, rendering any semblance of organized defense futile. The enemy cavalry pressed relentlessly against the disarrayed infantry. Hordes of horses crashed through the barricades of men, while knights wielded their swords with reckless abandon against all visible foes. On the water, Stannis directed the fleet to swiftly make their way towards the docks. The archers aboard the ships unleashed a relentless barrage at the encroaching enemy. But the chaos outside the river gate was overwhelming. The enemy cavalry and their own infantry mingled like flour and sand, preventing the archers from raining arrows upon the battlefield. Instead, they redirected their fire towards the infantry of the west, stationed behind the cavalry. "Archers, suppress the enemy from the rear. All infantry disembark and form ranks to assist our comrades," Stannis commanded from the bow of his ship, gazing at the deluge of foes advancing upon them. At this moment, he recognized that preserving their strength was paramount, overshadowing the need to continue the siege. Within the ranks of the west, Tywin commanded the center, flanked by loyal guards, maintaining a vigilant defense. Over 20,000 Lannister troops formed multiple battle formations, braving the rain of arrows from Dragonstone as they pressed forward, accompanied by the cavalry of the Vale towards the river gate. Lord Tywin, undoubtedly the most sagacious duke of the entire Westeros continent, has orchestrated a simple yet effective ambush that plunged the forces of the North and the Riverlands into utter disarray. Meanwhile, the armies of the Westerlands and the cavalry of the Vale seized the opportunity to extricate themselves from the entanglements with the allied forces of the Ironborn, making a direct advance southward towards King's Landing to alleviate the impending crisis besieging the city. Peter Baelish, ever the sycophant, remarked with feigned admiration, while Lord Baelish himself continued to astonish, as many had initially perceived him as merely a silver-tongued charlatan, who had once procured over 600,000 golden dragons for the former King Robert solely through his eloquence. This time, he had successfully persuaded the Vale to muster troops in support of the newly crowned king. "The king shall remember your contributions, and the Westerlands shall not forget the aid extended to its allies," Tywin replied with an air of indifference. "Thank you kindly, my lord," Baelish responded with a smile. "I dare say that once we have vanquished Stannis' forces, King Joffrey will personally welcome the hero who has rescued his kingdom. It is premature to make such assertions." "The forces of Dragonstone continue to resist," Tywin remarked, his tone unwavering as he gazed upon the battlefield before the river gate. Following Tywin's gaze, one could observe Stannis commanding his troops, forming a line with his warships, and rallying the soldiers who had escaped the Vale cavalry's pursuit. Simultaneously, the Onion Knight, Davos, led a tightly knit formation of soldiers emerging from the river gate, gradually making their way towards the docks in a bid to break through. Faced with the protection of warships and the already formed military ranks of Dragonstone, the Vale cavalry could no longer charge recklessly as they had initially. shifting their focus to eliminate the scattered infantry while continuously harassing the enemy's formations. Meanwhile, the Lannister forces took over the role previously held by the cavalry, launching an assault against Stannis' troops. The walls, which had been occupied by the soldiers of Dragonstone, were gradually being reclaimed by the advancing Lannister army. Stannis' Grand Army found itself in a precarious position. Despite the forces of Dragonstone holding the riverbank outside the river gate, they lacked any substantial depth. With the warships and the sea behind them, retreating to the ships proved to be a formidable challenge, leaving them to contend with the Lannister army in a stalemate upon the riverbank. The Lannisters, bolstered by cavalry, were poised to exploit any vulnerabilities that might arise in the Dragonstone formations, making a collapse all but inevitable. Your Majesty, the commander's forces are encircled, and it is exceedingly difficult to break free. A commander beside Stannis pointed towards the battlefield beyond the river gate. Go and direct our men to advance. We must rescue Davos, Stannis commanded gravely, his eyes fixed on the distant skirmish. Indeed, Your Majesty, the commander replied, promptly disembarking from the warship to lead the infantry forward into battle. Tywin, mounted and observing the movements of the Dragonstone forces, deduced their intention to breach their lines and liberate the encircled troops. He turned to his commanding officer and instructed, order our soldiers to yield the path. Permit a portion of Stannis' men to pass, allowing the Vale cavalry to confront them. Barrisey observed Tywin issuing commands in a calm demeanor, yet compelling his troops to engage in the most primal acts of slaughter, and could not help but commend him inwardly. As the Lannister forces began to clear a path, Stannis' army plunged headlong into the trap that Tywin had meticulously laid for them. The forward units of Stannis' forces, having broken from the main formation, were swiftly encircled by cavalry in the valley, enduring relentless charges and the trampling of warhorses. By the time Stannis grasped the dire situation, it was too late. He could only watch helplessly as his troops were once again encircled. Your Majesty, we cannot continue like this. Our forces will be divided and surrounded. They have cavalry, and our formations cannot escape their blockade. The commander who had previously disembarked to lead the assault returned to the ship and reported to Stannis. I am aware, but I cannot abandon those besieged soldiers. We cannot simply forsake them, Stannis declared, his expression unyielding. Order the troops to form a tighter formation. Should we break through at one point, the others must follow immediately. Stannis issued his command, preparing for a final desperate battle. Ensure that the archers provide constant support for our infantry. He instructed the commander of the archers. Your Majesty, our arrows are dwindling. If this continues, once we exhaust our ammunition, the archers will be forced into close combat, the archers' commander lamented. Just as Stannis began to succumb to despair, a resounding blast of horns echoed through the air, followed by the thunderous sound of hooves approaching from behind the Lannister forces. A cavalry unit charged directly into the rear of the Lannister army, causing chaos as men and horses fell in disarray, with the ironclad cavalry advancing towards the Lannister center. It was Robb, leading the cavalry from the north and the Riverlands. Sir Wendell, charge with the cavalry of White Harbor alongside me. Those mounted within the infantry formations are where Tywin resides. We shall eliminate this old lion, Orwin proclaimed, riding his steed with sword in hand, directing the vanguard to wreak havoc amidst the Lannister ranks, creating a substantial breach for the following cavalry to exploit. As Robb led the subsequent cavalry into the Lannister formations, Orwin keenly discerned the location of Tywin's center and summoned the vanguard to charge towards Tywin's position. Your Majesty, our reinforcements have arrived. It is the cavalry from the north. The archers' commander exclaimed, pointing towards the rear of the Lannister army. Quickly, beat the drums. All troops advance. Attack, attack swiftly, relay the orders quickly. Stannis, feeling as though he had glimpsed a ray of light in the darkness, could no longer contain his excitement and shouted loudly. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of war drums reverberated once more from the ships, and the soldiers of Dragonstone, invigorated as if by a surge of energy, let out a thunderous cheer and fought valiantly forward. At this moment, within the ranks of the Lannister army, Orwin rode forth on his steed, brandishing two Valyrian steel swords that gleamed like the scythe of death, mercilessly reaping the lives of his enemies. The cavalry, led by Orwin as the vanguard, surged towards Tywin's position, cutting through the battlefield as if it were unchallenged territory. The cacophony of battle cries resonated around them, drawing Tywin's attention to the fierce onslaught. My lord, we should retreat to the city. The enemy has taken note of your location. If I am not mistaken, that cavalry is heading this way, declared Beric, observing the approaching northern cavalry with concern. Tywin, his expression impassive, gazed upon the advancing Stark cavalry, unwilling to relinquish the advantageous position. Suddenly, The sound of an arrow slicing through the air pierced the chaos, striking down a knight beside Tywin, followed swiftly by a commander, both of whom fell from their mounts without uttering a cry, their lives extinguished. "Quickly, escort the Prime Minister into the city," Beric urged, grasping Tywin's reins and urging his horse towards the direction of the river gate. The cavalry surrounding Tywin hastened to shield him, disregarding the integrity of their formation as they forced a path through the Lannister ranks. "Chase them. Do not let Tywin escape," Orwin commanded, stowing his bow and directing the vanguard towards Tywin's retreat. Wendell followed closely behind Orwin, leading the fully armored cavalry of White Harbor through the Lannister forces, leaving a trail of carnage in their wake, their steeds and riders drenched in blood, reminiscent of grim reapers from the depths of hell. The Vale cavalry, obstructing the pursuers, found themselves facing Beric as he brandished the banner of the Duke of the Vale, issuing loud commands to the cavalry adjusting their formation. The nobles of the Vale, fixated on Beric, recalled how he had stirred Lisa Tully a month prior, appealing to the ambitions of certain noblemen, which had led to this military support for the Lannister army. Yet, after enduring losses in the battles at Harrenhal and King's Landing, the ambitious nobles now harbored regrets about their earlier decisions. "In the name of Duke Robert Arryn of the Vale, I command you to halt those northern cavalry," Beric proclaimed, reining in his horse as he addressed the indifferent Vale nobles, raising the eagle banner high. "I will also persuade Lisa to find a guardian for Robert Arryn from among the 3 great houses of the Vale to assist him." Beric, glancing at the encroaching Stark cavalry, was compelled to present the most enticing offer. Among the ranks of the Vale cavalry, a knight from House Hunter seized the eagle banner from Beric and shouted to the troops behind him, "Warriors of the Vale, charge with me." Thus, the Vale cavalry surged forward under the leadership of the knight from House Hunter, charging towards Orwin's vanguard. As Orwin broke free from the ranks of the Lannister army, he beheld the cavalry from the Vale charging towards him. His gaze sharpened, and he shouted, "Wendell, stay close to me." With a forceful kick to his steed's flank, the robust horse reared up in pain and surged forward. Orwin remained steadfast upon the horse's back, wielding dual swords, deftly guiding the steed's direction with his body's shifts. The 2 cavalry forces collided swiftly. At the moment of contact with the Vale cavalry, Orwin raised his blades, skillfully passing by, and with precision, he severed the heads of 2 Vale knights with his sharp Valyrian steel swords. Without losing momentum, he allowed his horse to gallop headlong into the ranks of the cavalry, his hands a blur as he parried left and slashed right, defending against all sides. The glint of his swords danced around him and the horse, each swing resulting in sprays of crimson, each flash of steel sending a Vale knight tumbling to the ground. From a vantage point above, one would observe that the Vale cavalry was cleaved in 2 by Orwin and his Northman vanguard, much like an axe splitting wood. Behind Orwin's vanguard stood the united cavalry forces of the North and the Riverlands, led by Robb, who pressed forward through the breach created by the vanguard. Outside the walls of King's Landing, the drums of war thundered, and the cavalry swept across the battlefield like a tempest, hooves pounding the earth, churning the blood-soaked mud beneath them as the entire field was dominated by the 2 opposing cavalry forces. At this moment, the Northman vanguard led by Orwin had emerged as the most formidable presence on the battlefield. Their armor gleamed with a cold light in the fire's glow, and the formation they displayed while charging resembled a steel-tipped spear, piercing through all obstacles in their path. Orwin pressed on relentlessly, seemingly tireless, his swords never faltering. No Vale cavalryman could stand against him, and he was oblivious to the number of foes he had slain. As the path before him cleared, the Northman vanguard, under his command, had breached the formation of the Vale cavalry. Orwin brought his vanguard to a halt beneath the city walls, where both man and beast were weary, and the mist of their labored breaths hung visibly in the firelight. Surveying the battlefield, Orwin noted that the Vale cavalry, relying on their numerical superiority, continued to battle against the united cavalry forces of the North and the Riverlands. The Lannister infantry had gradually retreated to the city walls, with some already entering King's Landing through the river gate. Meanwhile, the soldiers from Dragonstone had rescued the besieged Davos and were forming a dense battle line against the Lannister forces. As the infantry from Dragonstone charged, a rain of arrows poured down from the ships like locusts, incessantly depleting the Lannister army's fighting strength. At this moment, the once fervent Lannister army was retreating into the confines of King's Landing, their morale diminished. Some of the Lannister troops that had entered the city earlier had taken position atop the battlements under the guidance of their commanders, dispatching archers to suppress the forces of Dragonstone outside the walls. However, the soldiers from Dragonstone remained undaunted, dodging arrows as they pressed forward. Eventually, the 2 armies clashed once more, with pikes and swords clanging together, blood spilling forth, and the cacophony of screams and battle cries intertwining, causing the very earth to tremble. At this juncture, Orwin refrained from leading the vanguard into another charge. Instead, he maneuvered his cavalry across the battlefield, steering clear of the city walls of King's Landing. The Lannister forces had gained the upper hand on the walls, with an increasing number of red-robed archers filling in the gaps, far outnumbering Tyrion's gold-robed archers who held the advantageous position to rain arrows down upon Stannis' troops below, buying precious time for the remaining Lannister forces to retreat into the city. Conversely, despite having regained some momentum with the assistance of cavalry, Stannis' army was now utterly fatigued after a night of relentless combat, their strength waning, as their arrows dwindled and the enemy occupied favorable positions. Stannis realized that the battle for King's Landing would likely yield no victory. Outside the city, the infantry skirmish was nearing its conclusion. Reluctantly, Stannis ordered his troops to gather their wounded and commence a retreat to their ships, for the forces of Dragonstone were few, and he could not afford to deplete his entire army in this endeavor. Meanwhile, the cavalry of the Vale had initially hoped to encircle the Northmen, seeking revenge for previous losses. However, upon Orwin's sudden appearance with his cavalry at their rear, they were compelled to acknowledge their intimidation by his formidable prowess, fearing his wrath, and thus directed their forces to withdraw to the foot of King's Landing. As the Vale cavalry contracted their lines, Robb also withdrew his own cavalry, disengaging from the conflict. The dawn gradually broke, marking the end of the prolonged battle for King's Landing. The navy of Dragonstone had all boarded their ships, vacating the Blackwater River and anchoring to the northeast of King's Landing. After reuniting with Orwin, Robb led his cavalry eastward to meet Stannis along the coastline outside Rosby. "Your Majesty, Stannis," Robb greeted with a slight bow. "Robb, I truly did not anticipate it would be you leading the charge southward. Initially, upon learning that Eddard would not be joining, I was filled with concern and doubt," Stannis remarked, gazing at Robb, "worried for Eddard's health and questioning your leadership capabilities." "It appears my concerns and doubts were entirely unfounded," Stannis said, a rare smile gracing his features. "My southern campaign has garnered substantial support from my vassals, particularly from Master Orwin, who has greatly assisted me in both strategizing and engaging in battle." Robb looked at Stannis and said, "Sir Orwin?" Stannis replied, perplexed. "Indeed. Sir Orwin once served as my swordsmanship instructor." Robb chuckled. "To have received guidance from Sir Orwin, you are indeed fortunate." "It is a pity that Sir Orwin is a vassal of your Stark family," Stannis lamented. "What are your plans moving forward?" Stannis inquired, gazing at Robb. "On our journey here, we have discussed our course of action. We have been campaigning for quite some time, and the soldiers wish to return to their homeland. The North is currently vulnerable and faces threats from the Vale, so we intend to withdraw," Robb responded, looking at Stannis. "However, before our retreat, we will assist in fortifying the defenses of Harlaw, sealing the northern routes to King's Landing and the passages westward from the Vale. As for Harrenhal, we plan to abandon it, as the current population cannot sustain a large army," Robb continued. "I fully concur with your intentions. Our forces are not in a position to continue the search. Although we did not achieve significant victories in our assault on King's Landing, we have certainly dealt a considerable blow to the Lannisters," Stannis nodded. "Indeed, after such prolonged conflict, the losses incurred by House Lannister are substantial enough to leave them severely weakened, and the usurper remains in our custody," Robb smiled. "Next, we must continue our preparations for war, while also engaging in earnest discussions with Renly. I hope that Eddard will accompany me to meet Renly." Stannis turned his gaze southward and spoke. "I shall convey His Majesty's intentions to my father. I believe he would be most willing to accompany you to Storm's End." Robb offered a slight bow in acknowledgement. "Let us depart. After such an extended period of warfare, it has resulted in this outcome. May there be no further complications ahead. By the way, please convey my regards to Sir Orwin," Stannis remarked. "I shall, and I must take my leave now, Your Majesty," Robb replied with a slight bow, turning away under Stannis' gaze to reunite with his cavalry and head north. "Your Majesty, it is time for us to depart," Davos said, approaching Stannis. "Let us go?" Stannis said, looking towards King's Landing. With the withdrawal of Stannis and Robb, the shadow of war finally lifted from King's Landing. In the Red Keep, Tywin rode into the throne room. "I, Joffrey Baratheon, first of his name, rightful king of the Undulls and the First Men, ruler of the Seven Kingdoms, and protector of the realm, hereby declare my grandfather, Tywin Lannister, to be the savior of King's Landing and Hand of the King." In the throne room, Joffrey sat upon the Iron Throne and proclaimed to Tywin, who was mounted on horseback. The king's attendant held aloft a tray, presenting the badge of the Hand of the King to Tywin. Tywin rode upon his steed, casually grasping the hand of the king insignia, idly toying with it before offering a subtle, expressionless bow, and then he turned his horse away from the royal hall. "Lord Baelish, please step forward," Joffrey commanded, gesturing towards Peter Baelish. Baelish approached and knelt on one knee. "In light of your unwavering loyalty and your indelible contributions to the alliance between House Lannister and House Arryn, I bestow upon you Harrenhal and its associated revenues. Your descendants shall inherit this honor through the ages," Joffrey proclaimed, remaining firmly seated upon the Iron Throne. "Your Majesty's generosity is beyond words," Baelish replied, rising to his feet. "I shall endeavor to produce a few heirs forthwith," he jested audaciously, retreating to his previous position with a smile. Meanwhile, as the primary architect of the Battle of King's Landing, Tyrion awoke in a state of utter confusion within a dim and cramped chamber. During the fateful battle that night, he had been struck in the face by a member of the Kingsguard, just as in the original tale. Had it not been for his squire's timely intervention, who ambushed the Kingsguard from behind, Tyrion might have met his demise at the hands of his own kin. Now, he found himself languishing in this dismal space. Far to the north on the King's Road, over 10,000 soldiers of the north were journeying forth, their hooves thundering against the frozen ground. As they crossed the Twins, the north seemed to welcome its children back, with summer snow beginning to fall once more. Chapter 58. Return to the north on the King's Road. The sound of hooves echoed as soldiers of the north, having endured over a year of campaigning, pressed on through the biting wind and snow. "We are nearing the Bay of Crabs. Inform our troops to set up camp there for the night, allowing them a brief respite before we continue our journey tomorrow," Robb commanded from atop his horse, the chill of the north invigorating him. Not long after Robb issued his orders, the northern host arrived at the Bay of Crabs, re-establishing their encampment at the site they had previously occupied during their southward march to King's Landing. Within Robb's tent, a multitude of nobles gathered, indulging in drink. "Where is Ser Olwyn?" Robb inquired, scanning the gathering but failing to spot Olwyn. "Ser Olwyn has taken a party out hunting." Old Lord Wyman chanced upon a herd of reindeer and suddenly craved stewed venison, so Ser Olwyn accompanied him. Big John chuckled, holding his cup aloft. "What is the story here?" Robb turned to question Lord Wyman. "I know of this. Wyman, that old rascal, has taken a liking to Ser Olwyn and wishes to marry off his granddaughter to him. Ser Olwyn has consented." And thus the old fellow seized the opportunity to express his desire for a change from salted meat, Eddard Stark remarked with a smile directed at the elderly lord. A hearty laughter erupted within the tent. "Lord Wyman, if memory serves, you have 2 granddaughters. Is it true you plan to wed one to Ser Olwyn?" Robb asked, taking a sip of his ale. "The second granddaughter, Vela, has also reached 18 this year. She is of marrying age," Lord Wyman replied, candidly sharing his intentions. "I intend to first formalize the betrothal between the two, and then support the construction of a castle in Ramsgate. Once the castle is completed, the couple shall be wed," declared the jovial old Count Wyman. "That would be splendid. I am confident that upon my return to Winterfell, my father will bestow additional rewards upon Master Olwyn. I believe the castle in Ramsgate will be erected swiftly," Robb replied with a smile. In a wooded area outside Carlin Bay, Olwyn was accompanied by Strong and Fran, along with over 20 hunters from Ramsgate, as they encircled a herd of reindeer. Mounted on their warhorses, the group surrounded the reindeer in a clearing. Without awaiting Olwyn's command, everyone knocked their arrows, and soon, more than 20 reindeer fell to the ground, struck by the arrows. The hunters only needed a single volley before galloping forward, as the meat from the fallen reindeer would be sufficient for the noblemen in the camp to savor. Olwyn sat astride his steed, observing his men as they gathered the spoils. Now a noble himself, he was relieved of the need to involve himself directly in such matters. "My lord, there is something of interest," Strong suddenly called out to Olwyn. Upon hearing this, Olwyn spurred his horse forward, and there, amidst the scattered reindeer carcasses, he noticed a clearing with a pile of extinguished campfires and traces of water, still warm to the touch. "It appears there were 2 individuals here," Strong remarked. "We should investigate. Their furtive actions suggest something unusual." Olwyn examined the tracks on the ground and nodded. "Indeed." Strong agreed and signaled several hunters to mount their horses and pursue the trail. Before long, a hunter galloped back swiftly. "My lord, we have spotted 2 individuals. A man and a woman, behaving suspiciously. The man is formidable. Strong is currently surrounding them. Take me to them." Olwyn commanded and followed the hunter at a brisk pace. Upon arrival, Olwyn found Strong and his companions dismounted, bow in hand, encircling a man and a woman. The man stood nearly 2 meters tall, wielding a longsword protectively over a girl, who was cloaked with her hood drawn over her head. "Lower your bows," Olwyn called, bringing his steed to a halt. At his command, Strong and his companions sheathed their bows. Dismounting, Olwen approached the pair. "What is this, Hound Sandor? Do you now dare to draw your sword in my presence?" He spoke with a hint of amusement. Upon recognizing Olwen, Sandor tossed aside his long sword, displaying a demeanor of surrender. "You cannot harm him. He rescued me from King's Landing," the girl sheltered by Sandor revealed as she lifted her hood. "Lady Sansa," Olwen exclaimed, turning to her. "Welcome back to the north. Robb is just outside Carlin Bay. I believe you would be delighted to see him." "Thank you, Sir Olwen. But may we spare Sandor?" Sansa implored. "Certainly. It is our custom to show kindness to those who have aided House Stark," Olwen replied graciously. "Sir Sandor, I believe you are in need of a refuge, and the vastness of the north should accommodate you." As Erwin gazed upon the Hound Sandor, he spoke. "Thank you." Sandor replied in his gravelly voice. "Let us depart. I will escort you back to the camp," Erwin announced. A group of riders, mounted on their war horses, quickly made their way to reunite with their comrades who had gathered the spoils before hastening towards the encampment. Within the grand tent of Robb, the sound of cheers from outside prompted everyone to stretch their necks to catch a glimpse. "Sir Erwin has returned, and it seems he has brought back a bountiful harvest," said Catelyn, rising to peer outside before entering the tent. "Robb, look who I have brought back with me," Erwin called out before fully stepping inside. Robb, intrigued by the voice, turned towards the entrance of the tent. He witnessed Erwin parting the curtain, leading in Sansa. "Brother," Sansa exclaimed upon seeing Robb's familiar face, tears streaming down her cheeks as she cried out. "Sansa!" Robb shouted in joy upon recognizing his sister, who had been trapped in King's Landing, rushing forward to embrace her tightly. Noblemen from the north within the Hound's tent took notice of Sandor outside and called out immediately. The crowd inside, upon seeing Sandor, drew their swords in unison. "He was the one who rescued me from King's Landing," Sansa interjected, observing the noble's reaction. "Indeed, when I found them, Ser Sandor thought we were bandits, guarding Lady Sansa," Erwin added. "Thank you, Ser Sandor. Please, do not hesitate to voice any request you may have," Robb said. Looking at the Hound, "I seek nothing more than a place to lay my head," Sandor replied, shaking his head. After a moment of contemplation, Robb addressed Sandor. "The north will provide you shelter. You may accompany us back to Winterfell, and if you desire, you may reside there permanently." "Thank you, Lord Robb," the Hound said, bowing slightly. Following this brief interlude, the northern army set forth once more on the road back to Winterfell the next day, though the ranks were steadily dwindling. The major houses had begun to send their small bannermen and farmer soldiers back to their own lands, retaining only a handful of retainers to accompany them to Winterfell. After departing from the Bay of Crabs, they traveled for another 7 or 8 days before Winterfell finally emerged before them. By this time, the contingent consisted solely of the great lords and soldiers of Winterfell, totaling over 3,000 souls. News of the army's return had already reached Winterfell via Raven, and in the preceding days, word of Sansa's return had also made its way back to Winterfell. For several days, Eddard Stark and Catelyn Tully had been eagerly anticipating the moment. When the soldiers reported that the army was nearing the outskirts of the city, Eddard and Catelyn, along with their other children, eagerly arrived outside Winterfell to greet them. "Sansa!" Catelyn cried out joyously, spotting her daughter rushing towards her from afar. She embraced her daughter tightly, unable to contain her tears of joy. "Welcome home," Sansa whispered softly. "Father, forgive me." She emerged from Catelyn's embrace, gazing tearfully at Eddard Stark. "I have never blamed you, my child," Eddard replied, gently wiping away Sansa's tears with a tender smile. Upon hearing her father's words, Sansa, overwhelmed with emotion, tightly embraced Eddard's neck, only releasing him after a considerable moment to greet Arya, Bran, and Rickon. "Father, mother." Robb stepped forward, wrapping his arms around Eddard and Catelyn. "I am so glad to see you return safely. This time, you led the army south and defeated Tywin. I am proud of you." Eddard regarded the more mature Robb with a smile. "This victory is not mine alone. Without the support of our bannermen and the strategies of Ser Roderick, I could not have achieved such success." Robb responded humbly, unaffected by Eddard's praise. "I know, yet I still feel immense pride in you." Eddard was pleased that Robb remained grounded despite his achievements. "Go greet your siblings," Eddard encouraged Robb. As Robb exchanged greetings with others, Eddard approached the gathered bannermen, who bowed in respect. "I sincerely thank each of you for your efforts. The Stark family shall not forget your contributions. We will always uphold our ancient oath to protect the North and safeguard your rights," Eddard announced with conviction. "Now, let us enter the city together and celebrate this hard-won victory," Eddard continued, mounting his horse and leading the assembly back to Winterfell. That evening, in Winterfell's great hall, the lords gathered around as Eddard, Catelyn, and Robb sat upon the dais, raising their cups in celebration. Esteemed lords, for this campaign, Winterfell will grant appropriate rewards. All provisions for the rewards are prepared for you to take upon your return, Eddard declared, standing to address the bannermen. I would like to extend special gratitude to Ser Rodrik. Eddard approached Rodrik, lifting his cup in acknowledgement. Ser Rodrik, Eddard formally addressed him. My Lord Duke. Rodrik rose and bowed. Thank you for your loyalty in times of peril, aiding Arya and me in our escape from King's Landing, and for ensuring my safety throughout this campaign. I appreciate your counsel and leadership during these battles. Eddard spoke earnestly. Ser Rodrik Reed, henceforth, I, as the Duke of Winterfell and Protector of the North, hereby grant you the title of Viscount of Hornwood. Your domain will encompass the entirety of Long Lake and all the woods west of it, with your descendants enjoying the taxes from this land for generations to come. Eddard proclaimed loudly. Thank you, my Lord Duke. The Reed family will steadfastly uphold our oaths and continue to protect the Stark family, Rodrik replied, bowing to Eddard with reverence. Ladies and gentlemen, let us raise our glasses in honor of Lord Alwyn, declared Eddard Stark, his cup held high. To Lord Alwyn, boomed the venerable Lord Wyman Manderly, standing and raising his voice. Laughter erupted among the crowd, and the elder lord beamed with delight, pleased with his earlier decisions and joyful for his granddaughter, Vera. Chapter 59. The Wall in Peril in Wolf's Den. The celebratory feast had come to an end, and all rewards had been duly distributed. Lord Alwyn had relinquished his position as the captain of House Stark's Guard, and Eddard Stark had arranged for him to take a contingent of men back to Horn Hill to develop his own lands. With the war at a pause, Stannis had sent word to Eddard Stark before the northern army's return, inviting him to Storm's End for discussions with Renly. Although Stannis was deeply dissatisfied with Renly's claim to the throne, he now had Eddard Stark's support, alongside the allies from the north and the Riverlands, which alleviated the earlier tensions surrounding Renly's formidable army of nearly 100,000. As for King's Landing, Stannis decided to postpone any considerations until after dealing with Renly. He recognized that he could not expend all his resources in a conflict with House Lannister over a throne forged of mere iron. It was the strength of his power that would sustain his position, a truth Stannis understood well. Thus, with the cessation of hostilities, the initial objective of House Stark, rescuing Sansa, had been accomplished, and Eddard Stark was not inclined to reignite the flames of war. Consequently, vassals were permitted to return to their lands, and Lord Alwyn received Eddard Stark's consent to return to Horn Hill. As for Lord Alwyn, his thoughts were solely on gathering his men to construct swift vessels, for he surmised that the White Walkers would soon be on the move. Lord Alwyn, Lord Eddard requests your presence, announced Vaon Poole as Alwyn prepared to depart for home. Without hesitation, Alwyn followed Vaon to the training grounds, where Eddard Stark was engaged in conversation with Great John. My lord, you called for me? Alwyn inquired as he approached Eddard Stark. Alwyn, the construction of your castle may be postponed, Eddard replied gravely, handing a letter to Alwyn. A raven from Maester Aemon Targaryen at the wall has arrived, stating that a large gathering of wildlings is assembling beyond the wall. Jeor Mormont has dispatched the Night's Watch Rangers to scout the situation, and Jon has gone as well. The letter further noted that the Night's Watch was understaffed, with numerous breaches along the wall rendering them incapable of preventing wildlings from crossing. They were in dire need of assistance. More ominously, Maester Aemon expressed concern that the wildlings' unusual movements indicated a looming danger, compelling them to risk crossing the wall. Eddard Stark spoke to Alwyn with utmost seriousness. My lord, what is it that you require of me? Orwin inquired, gazing at Eddard Stark. Throughout the north, aside from Last Hearth, only your Ramsay village possesses the strength and proximity to the wall. After consulting with Jon Snow, we have resolved to draw 500 cavalry from the soldiers in Winterfell, Castle Black, and Last Hearth, those who did not partake in the southern campaign. You shall command them to escort provisions and armaments to the wall. Eddard Stark continued, fixing his gaze upon Orwin. Certainly, I am at your service, my lord, Orwin replied, inclining his head slightly. Thank you, Orwin. I trust you understand the gravity of my predicament. You are the most capable in the north. This time, I shall refrain from imposing excessive demands. But I implore you to ascertain the true state of affairs beyond the wall, Eddard Stark stated, his expression troubled. Winter is coming, Eddard Stark added, his voice laced with foreboding. Is my lord suspecting the White Walkers? Orwin feigned ignorance, though he was well aware. I cannot be certain. Yet the contents of this letter have stirred memories of the Night's Watchmen we executed outside Winterfell. In his final moments, he remained adamant that he had encountered the White Walkers, which compels me to proceed with caution, Eddard Stark said, his countenance grave. Fear not, my lord. I shall uncover the truth of this matter, Orwin vowed earnestly. As for the sudden mission to the wall, Orwin was indeed willing. The White Walkers would inevitably need to be confronted, rather than await Jon Snow and Daenerys Targaryen's collaboration, ultimately leading to an encounter with a White Walker in the south seeking aid. It would be far more prudent to disseminate news of their existence across the entirety of Westeros. This would unite greater human forces to confront the impending threat of the White Walker army. In Orwin's eyes, the conflict surrounding the Iron Throne paled in comparison to the struggle against the White Walkers. My lord, I shall send word to Last Hearth, instructing them to prepare supplies and troops. Upon your arrival, they will accompany you directly to the wall, Jon Snow said, regarding Orwin earnestly. Thank you, Lord Amber. Orwin acknowledged with a nod. The forces and provisions from Winterfell are ready. You must depart at once. I hope you return with favorable news, Eddard Stark said, patting Orwin on the shoulder. Let us hope so, Orwin replied cryptically. After bidding farewell to Eddard Stark, Orwin set forth with the men and supplies from Winterfell, making his way northward along the King's Road towards Ramsay Village. After 2 or 3 days of travel, Orwin finally returned to the long-anticipated site of Ramsay Village. As the banners of the mountains appeared at the gates of the village, an electrifying fervor swept through the entire settlement. Amidst the throngs, children sought their fathers, while women searched for their husbands. Several brave souls from the village of Gonyong had accompanied Olwyn into battle, yet not all had returned. Despite the passage of time, Olwyn felt a profound ache in his heart as he beheld the voiceless anguish of the women and children. Each one was a beloved member of his community, and in that moment, he comprehended the despair that had driven the mighty Chu to take his own life by the banks of the Wu River. Unwilling to confront the eyes of his kin, moved by a sense of guilt, Olwyn decided to share a portion of his spoils to assist the families of those who had perished on the battlefield. The celebratory feast he had planned was abandoned. Instead, the villagers gathered silently around the long table in the Lord's Hall, partaking of the cherished dishes of Gonyong, including the longed-for stewed venison and deer blood. The northern expedition paused for 2 days in Gonyong, allowing the men to spend time with their families. Olwyn assigned half of the hunters, led by Fran, to guard the village while the rest commenced shipbuilding. To expedite this endeavor, Olwyn directly conscripted several able-bodied youths from his lands, totaling over 100, selecting 20 of the healthiest and strongest to reinforce his company, while the remainder dedicated themselves to the shipbuilding efforts. With affairs in Gonyong in order, Olwyn set forth once more, directing his forces further northward. After 2 days of travel, the company rendezvoused with the remaining 300 at the last city of the Hearth, pressing onward without pause toward the perilous Great Wall. Over 500 souls, escorting supplies, finally arrived at the Black Castle after nearly half a month since departing from Winterfell. Within the Black Castle, the sound of horns echoed. A single blast signified the return of kin or brethren. Upon hearing the call, all watchmen stationed within the castle rushed outside. From which direction do they approach? Inquired Alicia Thorne, emerging from her chamber to address the sentry atop the walls. From the direction of the gifts, a cavalry unit approaches, the sentry responded, peering down at the castle as commander. Upon receiving this report, Alicia ascended the castle walls to gaze toward the source of the sound. Initially, only a distant shadow was discernible, but as time passed, 2 banners came into view, one depicting a wolf, the other showcasing a mountain with the image of a brown bear. The cavalry advanced rapidly, and within moments, they reached the gates of the Black Castle. Who are you? Alicia called down to the knights assembled at the entrance. We are the guards of Winterfell, dispatched by the Duke of the North to render support. Leading us is the Sword Master of the North, Lord Olwyn of Gonyong, proclaimed Harris, bearing the wolf banner. As he gazed up at Alicia atop the walls, Alicia was initially taken aback by Harris's shout, but soon focused on the notably tall Orwin amidst the ranks. Clad in leather armor and draped in a bear flag cape, the front of his armor bore the emblem of a mountain. Open the gates. Alicia called out to the Night's Watch stationed at the walls. The gates of Black Castle creaked open, and Orwin, accompanied by a contingent of reinforcements, galloped inside the fortifications. The Night's Watch within Black Castle, upon witnessing the carts laden with supplies trailing behind the cavalry, erupted into cheers, eagerly rushing forth to assist in unloading the provisions without prompting. Lord Orwin, I never anticipated that the Duke of the North would send you to our aid, Alicia remarked as he descended from the wall to stand before Orwin. I am Alicia Thorne, the Master-at-Arms of Black Castle, and I extend a warm welcome to you. Lord Orwin, you are too kind, Master Alicia. It is indeed an honor to be entrusted with such a responsibility by Lord Eddard, Orwin replied graciously. Might I inquire about the whereabouts of Scholar Eamon? My visit is primarily to address a plea for aid he sent to Winterfell, which notably mentioned the unsettling movements of the wildlings beyond our borders. I need to speak with him to ascertain the situation and report back to Lord Eddard. After exchanging pleasantries, Orwin directly posed his question. Scholar Eamon's health has deteriorated. He struggles with mobility and is currently recuperating upstairs. I shall escort you to him, Alicia responded, leading Orwin up to the higher reaches of the castle and into Eamon's chamber. Scholar, the reinforcements from the north have arrived. This is Lord Orwin, sent by the Duke of the North with matters to discuss, Alicia announced to the elderly scholar reclining against his bed. Scholar Eamon, it is a pleasure to meet you. I come under the command of Lord Eddard to assist Black Castle. Most importantly, Lord Eddard is deeply concerned about the wildlings' movements beyond the wall and has tasked me with uncovering the reasons behind their unrest. Hence, I am here at Master Elisha's behest to meet with you, Orwin said softly, gazing at the aged scholar, whose sight had long faded. Welcome, Lord Orwin. Your exploits have reached even my ears, old as I am. With your support, I believe Black Castle will surely resolve the issue of the wildlings' advance, Eamon replied, his blind eyes seemingly fixed upon Orwin with an uncanny perception. You are too gracious. Were it not for the brothers of the Night's Watch defending us at the wall against the wildlings and the others, the people of the North would not be able to worship the old gods in peace, Orwin acknowledged humbly. Who can say? Perhaps it is merely a tale after all. Alicia chuckled in response to Orwin's words. Who knows? It might indeed just be a legend, Orwin replied with a light-hearted smile, unperturbed by Elisha's jest. Chapter 60. The Peak of the Ancestors in the North, my lord. It seems you must venture beyond the Wall of Despair. But I regret to inform you that we are unable to assist you, remarked Scholar Eamon. I had already discerned this upon entering the Black Castle. Those remaining here are merely auxiliary personnel. I have yet to encounter a single renowned ranger of the Night's Watch, Lord Orwin replied nonchalantly. However, I believe Scholar Eamon possesses a map of the region north of the Wall of Despair. The presence of such a map would be of immense assistance to me. Orwin continued. We do indeed have a map, which I can provide you directly. It should be on the top shelf of the bookcase, if memory serves correctly. Rolled up on the left side, crafted from parchment, Scholar Eamon pondered aloud. Following Eamon's directions, Orwin retrieved the rolled parchment from the bookcase, untying the cord that bound it, revealing a detailed map of the Wall of Despair and the regions beyond. The map depicted notable locations such as White Tree Village, the Shadow Forest, Castle Castor. Further still to Hardship Fortress, the Peak of the Ancestors, and extending to the Cern Mountains, all meticulously marked. My lord, are you truly resolute in your intention to journey north of the wall? Commander Jammerment has already led the Rangers northward, and we have yet to receive any word of their fate. The number of wildlings beyond is uncertain. Who can say whether they might launch a sudden assault on the Wall of Despair? I advise you to remain in the Black Castle and await the return of Commander Jammerment, Alicia urged, casting a concerned gaze upon Orwin. Having awaited reinforcements with great anticipation, over 500 well-equipped cavalrymen, coupled with provisions and the strategic advantage of the Black Castle, Alicia believed that a defensive posture was the most prudent course of action. Should Orwin lead all these cavalrymen into the wilds and fail to locate the wildlings, while they seized the opportunity to attack the Black Castle, the consequences could be dire. Thus, Alicia felt compelled to prioritize the safety of the Black Castle and strongly opposed Orwin's intentions. Rest assured, Lord Alicia, I have made arrangements for the defense of the Wall of Despair. My expedition into the wilds will not involve a large contingent, for individuals, including myself, will suffice. The remainder I shall assign to lead and aid in fortifying your defenses at the Black Castle, Orwin said, perceiving Alicia's concerns with a smile. In that case, does this not place you in considerable peril in the wilds? Alicia asked, astonished by Orwin's assertion. Fear not, I consider myself quite capable. And with these 2 Valyrian steel swords at my side, I am confident that should danger arise, I can make my escape unimpeded. Nothing, not even other entities, could impede my passage, Orwin replied, patting the hilt of his 2 swords with a smile. Alicia, witnessing Orwin's unwavering confidence, found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Yet, he understood that true merit accompanies great renown. From the correspondence received from the southern realms, Alicia was well aware of the unparalleled achievements of this northern swordmaster, whose feats were unmatched both in history and in legend, rivaled only by mythical dragons and otherworldly beings. Lord Orwin's courage was indeed commendable, and Alicia harbored hopes for a fortuitous expedition beyond the borders. After a brief pause, Alicia finally spoke. Thank you, Lord Alicia, Orwin replied with a smile. Before your departure beyond the borders, I have a request I hope you might consider, Scholar Eamon suddenly interjected. Please, speak, Scholar Eamon, Orwin responded, somewhat taken aback by the scholar's earnestness. Lord Orwin, since Commander Jamormo embarked with the cavalry beyond the borders. I have been plagued by a foreboding sense that this venture is fraught with complexities. I implore you, should you encounter the Night's Watch brothers in peril, lend them your aid in their time of need, Scholar Iman urged. Rest assured, Scholar Iman, if the Night's Watch brethren find themselves in danger, I shall not stand idly by. I trust that all the lords of the North would feel the same, Orwin replied with solemnity. Thank you, Scholar Iman said with a smile. As Orwin and Alicia exited Scholar Iman's chamber, they found over 500 cavalrymen assembled and prepared. Meanwhile, Orwin's warhorse and another 7 steeds awaited, tended to by 3 attendants. Are you departing beyond the borders now, my lord? Alicia inquired, glancing at the horses in the castle courtyard. Indeed, we must leave at once. Time is of the essence, and we cannot afford delays, Orwin declared with a grave expression. But there are only 4 of you, and it is perilous beyond the borders, Alicia reiterated. Fear not. By the way, I neglected to introduce you, Orwin said, approaching the 3 men. This is Garen, my deputy, proficient in both swordsmanship and archery. He was among the first to follow me and is a product of my own training. This is Hound Sandor, a former member of the Kingsguard, capable of withstanding the might of the Mountain's sword. And this gentleman is Jaime Lannister, heir to House Lannister and captain of the Kingsguard. I believe you are familiar with his esteemed name. Orwin gestured to the 3 individuals as he introduced them to Alicia. Do not speak of esteemed names. I am merely a defeated foe. I suspect that Eddard Stark sent me along with you to the wall out of fear that I might attempt to flee when his back was turned. Hence assigning you to keep an eye on me, Jaime Lannister remarked with a wry smile. You wield a sword now, and no one is restricting your movements. If you wish to flee, you are free to do so, Orwin replied, chuckling at Jaime. Let us not jest. I would prefer not to be bested by you as one might a child, Jaime Lannister retorted, shaking his head. He was indeed exasperated by Eddard Stark, the so-called honest man, who, despite knowing full well that he was no match for Olwyn, insisted on accompanying him northward, claiming that defeating Olwyn would earn him a return to King's Landing. Was this truly the conduct of an honest man? However, circumstances were beyond his control. Unable to fight or flee, he had no choice but to follow along. Very well, I shall see you beyond the wall. Alicia, observing the formidable and somewhat intimidating group, found herself at a loss for words and personally escorted the 4 out of the wall. Olwyn and his companions rode their warhorses, leading another steed. As they slowly emerged from the tunnel of the wall, casting aside their torches at the entrance, braving the frigid northern winds as they made their way towards the Forest of Shadows. Atop the wall, Harris and Shiri quietly watched the 4 depart, preparing to oversee the support of over 500 cavalry to Black Castle. Meanwhile, the Night's Watch Rangers, led by Commander Jeor Mormont, headed towards the ancestral peak of the First Men. As the Northern Army advanced southward, Black Castle had already received word of their approach. Unlike in the original tale, Eddard Stark was still alive, and Jon Snow had no thoughts of fleeing the wall. He remained steadfast at Black Castle. Commander Jeor Mormont held Jon Snow in high regard, nurturing him as his successor. When the northern forces returned to Winterfell, Jeor Mormont received a letter from Eastwatch, reporting that rangers had discovered 4 corpses with blue eyes while patrolling beyond the wall. Additionally, Jon Snow's direwolf, Ghost, returned with a severed hand from outside the wall, causing quite a stir at Black Castle. Despite the evidence before them, many were reluctant to believe that the White Walkers had re-emerged after a millennium. Yet, in the interest of safeguarding the living, Jeor Mormont resolved to lead all the rangers of Black Castle beyond the wall for reconnaissance. Old Bear, leading the expedition from Black Castle, aimed to track down the wildlings. However, to their astonishment, every village within 100 miles had been abandoned, and with no wildling traces to follow, Old Bear sought to gather information from Castor. Castor's fortress, a friendly outpost beyond the wall, represented a mutually beneficial relationship between the Night's Watch and himself. They provided rare goods from beyond the wall, while Castor supplied essential food and warmth. Yet, before Old Bear could ascertain the situation, Jon Snow clashed with Castor over the actions of the Southern Lords. To Castor, all northern men of the Night's Watch were merely Southerners, and the fact that he was being confronted by a bastard only added to his discomfort. Nevertheless, having collaborated with the Night's Watch for so many years, Castor chose not to dwell on the matter. Upon discovering that Elder Sheong sought information regarding the wildlings, Castor seized the opportunity to demand a crate of wine and a weapon before revealing that the surrounding villages had fallen into desolation due to the unification of all wildling tribes under a singular leader. The self-proclaimed king beyond the wall, Mance Rayder. Once a member of the Night's Watch, he had forsaken his vows. Now he was actively recruiting soldiers, sensing that the north had become perilous following the sudden emergence of the others. Thus, he amassed an army with the intent to assault the wall and provide the wildlings with a new refuge. Elder Xiong, upon receiving this shocking revelation, instructed Sam to send a raven to Castle Black while deciding to rest before continuing northward to investigate the situation at the ancestral site of the First Men. That night, akin to the original tale, Jon Snow observed Castor departing the castle with an infant in his arms, heading deep into the haunted forest. Suspicious of the scene, Jon stealthily followed him. He trailed Castor into the woods, but upon Castor's return, the infant had vanished. Jon was bewildered by the turn of events when suddenly, a chilling shriek pierced the air, igniting his sense of danger. He unsheathed his longsword, determined to uncover the truth, only to witness a shadow snatch the infant from the ground. As Jon stood in stunned disbelief at the bizarre occurrence, Castor struck him from behind, rendering him unconscious. When Jon regained consciousness, he found himself unceremoniously thrown back into the fortress. This incident irrevocably crossed Castor's threshold of tolerance. In a fit of rage, he ordered Elder Xiong and his men to vacate his fortress to prevent any further mishaps. Jon's lapse in judgment went unpunished, for upon recounting his observations, he discovered that Elder Xiong seemed to have been aware of the situation all along. Without much elaboration, Elder Xiong informed Jon that the male infants were offerings for Castor. Jon could not fathom why the Night's Watch would turn a blind eye to such heinous acts. The truth lay in the fact that Castor's presence bolstered the survival rate of the Rangers during their patrols. In times of dire need, they could rely on assistance, albeit at a cost. Days later, Elder Xiong led the Night's Watch to the ancestral site of the First Men, a place steeped in ancient history. Meanwhile, Orel and his companions had arrived at Castor's fortress. Chapter 61. A sound of horns outside Castor's fortress. Heavy snow blanketed the world, and the haunted forest loomed ominously, shrouded in an air of countless threats. Daylight still lingered as Castor's women busied themselves outside the castle, chopping wood, processing animal carcasses, and cleaning pig excrement. From the distant thicket, rustling sounds emerged, heightening the vigilance of the women at work. An elder, seasoned by experience, dashed into the wooden stronghold to seek out its master. Moments later, Castor emerged, wielding a battle axe, striding purposefully toward the source of the noise. Towering and robust, with a mane of short hair and clad in a fur cloak, Castor resembled an enraged bear. Castor stood at the entrance of the gate, his gaze fixed intently in the direction from which the sound emanated. After a brief moment, a tall young man with short hair emerged from the ghost shadow forest, riding a magnificent warhorse, followed closely by 3 similarly towering knights. Behind them, 4 pack horses, tethered together, carried supplies. The quartet rode directly towards Castor. "Who are you?" Castor demanded, his eyes narrowing with fierce scrutiny as he addressed the 4 riders atop their steeds. Castor? Owen did not respond to the inquiry, instead focusing on the elder before him. Indeed, these 4 were none other than Olwen and his companions, who had departed from the wall. "It is I. Explain your intentions." "Strangers," Castor replied, glaring at Olwen and his companions. "Do not fret. We are here on the orders of Lord Eddard Stark, the Duke of the North, to provide support for Black Castle. There are matters that require our attention, which is why we have come from the wall to investigate the unusual movements of the wildlings." Olwen dismounted and addressed Castor. "We received guidance from Maester Eamon, indicating that this place serves as a refuge for the Night's Watch, which is why we have come." Owen added, "This is not a place for the Night's Watch to be entertained free of charge. Moreover, you 4 are not members of the Night's Watch, and I do not welcome your presence here," Castor asserted, scrutinizing Olwen's group. All 4 wore cloaks emblazoned with the bear sigil, their equipment and steeds of exceptional quality, while the pack horses bore a substantial load. Had they been members of the Night's Watch, Castor would have certainly permitted them to rest in his castle. However, the unmistakable strength exuded by Olwen and his companions left him feeling uneasy, despite his outward display of defiance. "I believe you may be mistaken. We shall honor the rights of hospitality and, like the Night's Watch, provide appropriate compensation. All we require is a place to rest. It need not be your main castle. The adjacent storage shed would suffice," Olwen stated patiently, unfazed by Castor's wariness. Castor remained unconvinced, glancing apprehensively at the quartet, particularly at Sandor, whose demeanor easily suggested malevolence. Despite Castor being no paragon of virtue himself, "Rest assured, they will heed my commands. I am in charge here," Olwen continued, recognizing Castor's concerns. "What do your horses carry?" Castor could not suppress his curiosity, eyeing the 4 pack horses. "Merely provisions and some drink," Olwen replied with a smile. I have food aplenty. And I recently acquired some drink. I am not lacking in that regard. Such offerings do not entice me, Castor remarked, forcing a strained smile as he shook his head. If those do not pique your interest, what of gold dragons? The Lannister family possesses an abundance. Simply state how many you desire. Jaime Lannister led his warhorse to Lord Castor's side and remarked, Golden dragon? This is utterly useless outside the wall. It is worth less than a piece of rabbit meat. Castor retorted disdainfully. Jaime, taken aback by Castor's response, offered an awkward smile. Then what might you require, Lord Castor? Olwyn inquired further. If you possess weapons, I may allow you to rest for a night in that small shed next to my fortress where we store our odds and ends, Castor stated, scrutinizing the equipment of the four companions. That is agreeable. Olwyn nodded in affirmation and signaled to his companion, Garen, who drew a short sword from his waist and handed it to Olwyn. Olwyn accepted the short sword and promptly presented it to Castor. Castor examined the blade with a discerning eye. A fine short sword indeed. You are quite generous, more so than that band of crows. He chuckled as he admired the weapon. You shall receive fresh rabbit meat and a warm campfire. However, one stipulation remains. Keep your distance from my women. Castor fixed his gaze on the four men. May I inquire, with so many women around, which one is yours? Sandor Clegane, the hound, asked as he surveyed the busy women outside the fortress. Mind your eyes, boy. All of them are mine. Castor replied sternly, locking eyes with Sandor. Sandor glanced at Castor's aged visage and then at the women, shrugging nonchalantly. Rest assured, we have no interest in your women. A place to stay is all we require. We will not overstep our bounds. Olwyn assured Castor earnestly. You had better adhere to that, Castor warned. What are you waiting for? Light a fire for our guests and bring them food. Also, tend to their horses. Castor barked at a middle-aged woman who was preparing rabbit meat. Come, unload the horses' burdens. Rest well tonight, and we shall continue our journey come morning, Olwyn instructed his companions. You are the leader. Your word is law, Jaime Lannister replied nonchalantly. Meanwhile, as Olwyn and his companions rested within Castor's fortress, Jeor Mormont had already arrived at the Fist of the First Men with the Rangers. There, the Night's Watch Rangers were diligently organizing their camp, preparing to spend the forthcoming days at this location. Every member of the Night's Watch was engaged, gathering stones to build walls for their encampment. Although the walls were not high and had many gaps, once filled with snow, they would provide ample protection against the biting cold winds. I recall reading that before the Targaryens conquered the Undals, the masters of Westeros were the first men. Thousands of years ago, they endured the long night here at the Fist of the First Men, Sam panted, taking in the scenery around him. It is not that Sam is slacking off. Rather, the ranger force of the Night's Watch, under the leadership of Old Bear, has had little opportunity for proper rest in recent days. Now, faced with laborious tasks once more, Sam finds himself quite overwhelmed. However, before Sam could finish his thought, a horn suddenly sounded from a distance, causing all the busy Night's Watchmen to cease their activities. The blare of the horn signified their temporary safety, heralding the return of the Night's Watchman, the one-handed Colin. Colin, what have you discovered? Inquired Jeor Mormont. Addressing his old comrade, Colin had been dispatched by Jeor Mormont to venture beyond the wall, tirelessly searching for traces of the wildlings. His appearance at the Ancestral Fist Peak clearly indicated that he had unearthed some vital information. I have uncovered Mance Rayder's plans. He is currently training the wildling tribes to prepare for an assault on the wall, Colin panted, catching his breath. Jeor Mormont's expression turned grave upon hearing Colin's words. Mance Rayder, once a member of the Night's Watch, was well versed in their tactics. Should such a man gain command over the hundreds of thousands of wildlings beyond the wall, the threat to the Night's Watch would be immeasurable. You are most familiar with Mance Rayder's movements. What do you propose? Jeor Mormont asked Colin. I intend to lead a small team to assassinate Mance Rayder. From my understanding, he is highly vigilant, always accompanied by numerous wildlings, and their movements are constantly shifting. A large-scale assault would likely alert them before we could even locate our target. However, if we can eliminate Mance Rayder, the present crisis would dissipate on its own. Colin stated earnestly. Select your team. Is there anyone willing to accompany Colin on this mission? Jeor Mormont inquired of the Rangers. All remained silent, gazing at Jeor Mormont. After a moment, Jon Snow stepped forward and said, Commander, I am willing to join Colin on this mission. Ultimately, besides Snow, 2 other Rangers volunteered to join Colin's team, marking the commencement of Jon Snow's journey beyond the wall. After the assassination squad departed from the Ancestral Fist Peak, Olwyn and his 3 companions also left Castle Black, embarking once more on the northern road. I say, when shall we arrive at this Ancestral Fist Peak you speak of? Sandor Clegane shouted from his mount, shielding himself from the biting winds and snow. Since departing Castle Black, the four had traversed the snow-laden woods for 3 or 4 days. As northerners, Olwyn and Tormund were unfazed by the harsh weather, steadfastly braving the elements. However, Sandor and Jaime, hailing from the south, were struggling to cope with such conditions. The previous days had been manageable, but now the toll was becoming apparent. Had they not rested at Castle Black, it would have been quite challenging for the two of them to maintain their spirits. The journey progressed swiftly, and it was anticipated that they would arrive before nightfall, allowing them a well-deserved respite. Orwin remarked without turning back. At that moment, the supplies for the quartet were still plentiful, especially within the Shadow Ghost Forest, where their sustenance primarily consisted of the game hunted by Orwin and Chang'an, resulting in minimal depletion of their provisions. "Sir, there are reindeer ahead," Chang'an suddenly exclaimed, pointing in a certain direction. "Huh, tonight we shall feast on stewed venison. My friends, you are in for a treat this evening. I shall introduce you to the culinary specialty of the Ram Village, reindeer blood. A single taste will invigorate you immensely," Orwin declared, gazing at the distant reindeer. Without hesitation, Orwin spurred his horse towards the reindeer, with Chang'an following closely behind. Meanwhile, James and Sandor remained stationary, observing the pair as they galloped away. After a brief interval, Orwin and Chang'an returned. "Hurry, fetch a container. We must not waste the fresh blood," Orwin urged the two who had stayed behind. James and Sandor exchanged glances, shrugged in mutual understanding, and dismounted together. Sandor retrieved a stew pot from the back of the pack horse and presented it to Orwin. Upon receiving it, Orwin filled the pot with a generous amount of fresh reindeer blood, then covered it with a lid to allow it to congeal. "Let us continue our journey. With stewed venison tonight, and this blood, you could be stark naked all night and still feel warm," Orwin chuckled. James and Sandor appeared somewhat skeptical, but chose not to voice their doubts, following Orwin on horseback. After traversing for a while longer, dusk began to settle. Upon exiting the Shadow Ghost Forest, they beheld a towering peak ahead, its summit notably level. "The Ancestor's Fist Peak is upon us. Come, our destination lies just ahead," Orwin announced, eyeing the mountain in the distance. "At last, we have arrived. If we do not rest soon, my legs shall turn to ice," James Lannister remarked. "Then you must indulge in plenty of reindeer blood tonight to replenish your strength," Orwin replied with a smile. "Not too much, though. Excess of that may lead one to crave the company of women, making it difficult to find slumber," Chang'an added casually. The sudden ribaldry from Chang'an lightened the mood, and laughter erupted amongst the four companions. As they reveled in mirth, a horn suddenly sounded from the Ancestor's Fist Peak. "They have discovered our arrival," Orwin stated upon hearing the horn. "Let us proceed to join our sentinels and meet with Jammermong," Orwin called, turning back to his companions. The four hastened their pace, riding their war horses and leading the pack horse towards the Ancestor's Fist Peak. "What is happening?" Jammermong inquired of the horn-blowing sentinel atop the peak. "For knights have emerged from the Shadow Ghost Forest, not clad in black, seemingly not of our ilk. However, I did spot a wolf banner alongside an unfamiliar flag," the sentinel spoke up. Giamormont gazed in the direction indicated by the sentinel and indeed saw 4 knights, accompanied by pack horses laden with supplies, one bearing a wolf banner and the other a bear banner. However, the bear banner was not that of the Mormont family, which left Giamormont perplexed. Nonetheless, he recognized the wolf banner, the symbol of his lifelong allegiance. It seemed that the Duke of the North had dispatched emissaries. He hastened to gather his brothers and prepare to receive the noble envoy from the north. Turning to the sentinel, Giamormont commanded, "Summon the men." The rangers atop the ancestral fist immediately sprang into action, positioning themselves to observe the approaching 4 figures. As the knights rode their steeds up the ancestral fist, Orwin dismounted and approached Giamormont, saying, "Commander Mormont, I have finally found you. I am Orwin Reed, a vassal of Lord Eddard Stark of the North. I have come on his behalf to aid you in defending against the wildlings' southern advance, as well as to investigate the cause of the unusual movements among the wildlings." "The Sword of the North, Orwin Reed?" Giamormont exclaimed in astonishment. "Indeed, it is I, Commander Mormont," Orwin replied with a smile. "I never anticipated that Lord Eddard would send you. Your presence is a great comfort." Giamormont responded warmly. "Welcome to the lands beyond, Lord Orwin," he continued. Chapter 62. The Three Horns. By the way, allow me to introduce you to these 3 gentlemen: Jaime Lannister, Sandor Clegane, and my chief of guards, Garen. Orwin introduced the trio to Giamormont. These 2 are quite renowned figures. If I recall correctly, they both hail from the Lannister family, particularly this one. "The heir of the old lion," Giamormont remarked, turning to Jaime and Sandor. "Could it be that the North and the West have reconciled?" Giamormont inquired, puzzled. Not at all. I was captured and brought here. As for Sandor, he has sworn fealty to House Stark. Jaime Lannister interjected, his tone casual and unconcerned. Their presence here is not solely due to their prowess. I also wish for Jaime and Sandor to serve as witnesses. Should the White Walkers appear, it would be beneficial to have their testimony when communicating with the other noble houses. Orwin explained with a smile. That is indeed a prudent approach. Mormont nodded in agreement. Let us take a moment to rest. The lads are preparing salted meat, and the journey has been arduous. He regarded the 4 men. Just in time. For we are quite famished. Orwin replied without hesitation, settling onto a piece of hide. We have ample provisions. Let the men unload them. This evening, we shall treat the Night's Watch brothers to a hearty meal. And that reindeer over there, we shall prepare a pot of stew to make the night more bearable. Orwin gestured toward the 4-pack horses. Huh, then we shall not hold back. Mormont laughed. Lads, bring forth the supplies Lord Orwin has delivered. Tonight we shall feast on fresh fare. Jaime Mormont beckoned the rangers to come forth and engage in their tasks, expressing his joy. At that moment, Jaime Mormont's spirits were elevated to their highest in recent days, bolstered by the presence of strong reinforcements and adequate supplies, a more exhilarating development than news concerning Mance Rayder. But where is Jon? I have not seen that lad in quite a while, Ulrich remarked, seated upon a hide and surveying the surroundings for any sign of Jon. He has gone on a mission, Jaime Mormont replied. One of our brothers has detected movements among the free folk. A former Night's Watchman named Mance Rayder is incessantly communicating with the wildling clans, attempting to unite them for an assault on the wall. To ensure the safety of the wall, I have dispatched them on an assassination mission, hoping that by eliminating Mance Rayder, we might disrupt the wildlings' coalition. Jaime Mormont explained to Ulrich. This indeed is a sound strategy, yet infiltrating the wildling tribes is no simple task, Ulrich mused, recalling events from the original narrative. Far beyond the northern peaks of the First Men, Jon Snow, accompanied by the one-handed Colin and 2 other ranger brothers, stealthily advanced in a highland. Above them, a small band of wildlings rested in a sheltered spot, a patrol team. This was Jon's inaugural venture outside the wall for a mission. And as they delved deeper into wildling territory, acquiring concrete intelligence on Mance Rayder necessitated interrogating these wildlings. The skirmish needed to be resolved swiftly. With a swift whoosh, an arrow struck a wildling who was in the midst of a meal, igniting the onset of battle. The 4 Night's Watchmen, brandishing their swords, charged into the midst of the wildling group, unleashing their blades with abandon. However, as Jon prepared to dispatch the last foe, he discovered it was a girl, leaving him momentarily conflicted. There's still one alive. Let us inquire if she knows the wildling's movements, Colin remarked, observing the captured wildling girl. What is your name? Jon demanded, pointing his sword at her throat. Ygritte, the wildling replied. The very wildling whom Jon had grown to admire appeared before him. Ygritte, also known as Kissed by Fire, possessed a mane of vibrant red hair, a rarity among the free folk, symbolizing both luck and her fiery essence. This marked their first encounter. Why is Mance Rayder gathering forces at the Frostfangs? Colin inquired, his gaze fixed on Ygritte. Ygritte glanced at Jon's sword and then at Colin, offering no reply. It seems she is not inclined to speak, Colin remarked. He recognized that no useful information could be gleaned from her, and it was impractical to allocate resources to guard her. The most prudent course would be to eliminate Ygritte directly. However, as he drew his sword, Jon intervened. Allow me, Jon said, moved by compassion. Colin, known as the One-Handed, gave a nod without further thought and proceeded to gather the wildling's gear. Jon, however, fixated his gaze on Fire Kisses, slowly raising his sword. Ultimately, he could not bring himself to strike. Instead, the blade clanged against the stone. Seizing the opportunity while Jon was momentarily distracted, Fire Kisses freed herself from his grasp and fled. Yet, she did not escape far before Jon, having taken a shortcut, captured her once again. Fire Kisses understood that the man before her could not harm her, emboldening her, while Jon found himself at a loss, resorting to binding her with rope. This cat-and-mouse chase led to Jon and Colin becoming separated, leaving Jon no choice but to hold on to Fire Kisses as they traversed the snow-laden wilderness in search of their companions. As time slipped away, Jon still had not located Colin and the others. Although he was unfamiliar with the harshness of the lands beyond the wall, he recognized that traveling after nightfall was perilous. Thus, he sought a place to camp but feared revealing their position, preventing him from lighting a fire. Why don't we huddle together for warmth? Fire Kisses suggested. Noticing Jon's apprehensions and his naivete, initially reluctant, Jon ultimately conceded to her proposal as the night deepened and the cold intensified, desperate to avoid freezing to death. The two embraced for warmth, and Fire Kisses, aware of Jon's straightforwardness, seized the opportunity to tease him. Leaning against Jon, she occasionally shifted, playfully provoking him. "Don't move," Jon exclaimed, unable to withstand such teasing. It was his first close encounter with an unfamiliar woman, leaving him feeling quite flustered. Fire kisses seemed startled by Jon's words and stilled her movements, gradually drifting into slumber. Jon finally exhaled a long breath, surrendering to fatigue and succumbing to sleep. Thus, the night passed. The following morning, Jon again took fire kisses on their journey. Following the previous night's playful exchanges, she became even bolder, her incessant questions leaving Jon blushing. Though he maintained an outward facade of calm, in truth, Fire Kisses recognized from their first conversation that the seemingly seasoned Night's Watchman was utterly naive. During their time together, Jon failed to glean any information about the wildlings, instead revealing his own secrets in full. Gradually, he lowered his guard around the audacious wildling, and Fire Kisses seized the opportunity to escape once more. This time, she did not return. By the time Jon realized something was amiss, it was too late. Unbeknownst to him, Fire Kisses had led him into wildling territory. A throng of wildlings surrounded Jon, and within a mere day, their roles had reversed. Jon found himself a prisoner. "You deceiver," Jon shouted, bound by the wildlings, glaring at Fire Kisses. "Only a fool would fall for such tricks," she retorted nonchalantly. Before long, Fire Kiss and his kin convened with the large contingent of wildlings, bringing Jon along. It was at this moment that Jon discovered that the one-handed Colin had also been captured by the wildlings, taken prisoner by the king beyond the wall. "I never anticipated that you would capture a crow," the king remarked, observing Jon, who was tightly bound and led by Fire Kiss. "Kill him. The young crow holds no value." The king, glancing at Jon, expressed his disdain. To him, Jon was expendable, given that he already possessed a crow. Clearly, Colin, with his greater utility, was far more valuable than Jon. "Wait, do not kill him," Fire Kiss interjected as the king prepared to strike. "He is the son of Lord Eddard Stark of Winterfell. Mance Rayder will surely have use for him." Fire Kiss addressed the king. "Since he is of the Stark lineage, let him live," the king acquiesced, regarding Jon. Fire Kiss's words quelled the king's intent, and Jon was astonished to find that his other identity could serve a purpose in such dire straits. Colin observed the entire situation keenly. Although the mission had failed, his original intention was to gather intelligence on the wildlings as an undercover agent. With both of them captured, he deemed Jon the best candidate for the task. Thus, under the pretense of his own capture, Colin began to criticize Jon, even resorting to violence along the way. In a bid to solidify Jon's identity as a traitor of the Night's Watch, Colin seized a wildling weapon, eager to execute Jon. The ensuing clash between the two Night's Watch members piqued the wildlings' interest, who gathered around to witness the fight without intervening. The king, finding the skirmish insufficiently exhilarating, instructed Fire Kiss to arm Jon with a weapon. Caught unprepared by this turn of events, Jon understood Colin's intentions but could not bring himself to strike. Even with his own sword in hand, he remained on the defensive. However, this was not Colin's desire. He wished for Jon to unleash his full strength and ultimately slay him, for only then could the wildlings dispel their suspicions. Consequently, Colin resorted to provoking Jon with references to his status as a bastard and his long-lost mother. Enraged, Jon cast aside his reservations and engaged Colin with all his might. Though Jon's swordsmanship paled in comparison to that of Robb Stark, he was more than capable of dispatching Colin. In mere moments, Colin's weapon was knocked from his grasp and clattered to the ground. Ultimately, under Colin's watchful gaze and desperate plea, Jon thrust his sword through Colin's throat. Colin, at the cost of his own life, ensured Jon's survival. Deep down, he recognized this as the most favorable outcome, for Colin had slain countless significant wildlings. And even if he had survived, a grim fate awaited him. Jon, however, was a fledgling member of the Night's Watch, having only encountered Fire Kiss among the wildlings, and he had even spared her life. Thus, Jon earned the trust of the wildlings and won the heart of Ygritte. The king beyond the wall no longer harbored doubts and led Jon to a mountain peak, beneath which lay the stronghold of all the wildlings, Jon's intended destination. As Jon Snow successfully entered the wildling camp, beneath the ancestral Fist Peak, Sam, Eddie, and Gren were searching for timber. Often buried under thick layers of snow were the remnants of withered trees. Suddenly, a horn sounded from the ancestral Fist Peak, followed by two more blasts. The trio was startled by the abruptness of the horn. "Three blasts. Run," Eddie shouted, turning to sprint toward the ancestral Fist Peak, with Gren closely following. Sam, trembling in fear, couldn't help but glance into the distance, where shadows were steadily approaching. By the time Sam realized he needed to flee, he found himself alone. This marked the second time in a millennium that the Night's Watch had sounded the horn thrice. Chapter 63. The War of the Living and the Dead in the Distance. Those vague, slowly advancing figures were all too familiar to Sam. They were the terrifying creatures that had existed only in books, beings that had vanished over a millennium ago. Sam stood frozen in shock as he observed the horrific entities draw nearer. When he finally gathered his wits to escape, he discovered that Eddie and Gren had already disappeared. Panic-stricken, Sam hurriedly dragged his hefty frame toward the ancestral fist peak, but within mere seconds, a storm enveloped him. In his frantic state, Sam stumbled and fell to the ground. He turned to see the indistinct figures drawing ever closer, and in a state of sheer terror, he sought refuge beneath a stone, fervently praying that those dreadful beings would not discover him. As the storm intensified, the shadowy figures approached, revealing their true forms, whites. To Sam's astonishment, the whites that passed by him did not attack. Just as he began to feel relieved, a warhorse halted near his hiding spot, and Sam realized he had rejoiced too soon. With trepidation, Sam reluctantly lifted his gaze, first spotting a decaying warhorse corpse, and then higher up. He beheld a creature wielding an ice spear, its hair as white as snow, with eyes of an unnatural hue. This creature was the fabled White Walker. Yet it did not harm Sam. Instead, it cast a haughty glance at him before raising its weapon, pointing ominously toward the ancestral fist peak. Accompanied by the White Walker's thunderous roar, countless whites surged toward the ancestral fist peak. Thus, after a millennium of silence, the White Walkers re-emerged before humanity, their objective being the Night's Watch stationed at the ancestral fist peak. After 1,000 years, this was the first large-scale mobilization of the White Walkers, aimed at their ancient adversaries. On the ancient summit of the First Men, all the Night's Watch brothers drew their long swords, vigilant as they gazed upon the path ascending the mountain, poised for battle. To arms, bellowed Orwin, unsheathing the two swords at his waist, positioning himself beside Commander Jeor Mormont, both fixated on the distant foot of the mountain. "What is happening?" inquired Tywin Lannister, observing the palpable tension among them. "3 blasts of the horn," replied Jeor Mormont, his voice strained with anxiety, betraying a slight tremor. "What does that mean? Are there enemies?" Sandor Clegane questioned, his brow furrowed. "It is the others," Orwin shouted back to the 2 men. "Commander Mormont, prepare your men with torches. If memory serves, the others are averse to fire," he continued, his gaze unwavering ahead. "You speak true," Jeor Mormont replied softly. A few brothers stoked the bonfire, ready the torches. He commanded the Night's Watch brethren by his side. Soon, at the peak of the First Men, torches ignited, transforming the men into dual-wielding warriors, one sword in hand and a torch in the other. A commotion arose along the mountain path. It was Ed and Gren. "Why are only the 2 of you here? Where is Sam?" Jeor Mormont asked, eyeing the pair as they sprinted back. He lagged behind," Ed panted, breathless. "The others are right behind us," Gren exclaimed, propping himself up with his sword. His words fragmented. Both men were clearly exhausted, unable to hold the front line. "Get inside. Prepare for combat," Jeor Mormont commanded loudly. Ed and Gren squeezed past the Night's Watch defenses, retreating to the rear, swords in hand, striving to regain their breath. "They come," Orwin remarked calmly, observing the throngs of shadows approaching. At that moment, the wind and snow above grew increasingly ferocious, the tempest accompanying the footsteps of the others, gradually encroaching upon the ancient summit. A thunderous roar reverberated through the storm, the chilling growl of the others echoing across the land, igniting a frenzy among the previously lethargic whites, which now surged forward towards the Night's Watch, brandishing the weapons they had wielded in life. "These are whites. Their weaknesses are their heads and fire. Aim for their heads," Orwin shouted to the Night's Watch and the Lannisters as the horde drew ever closer. "Kill," Orwin cried out again, lunging to the forefront, swiftly wielding his twin swords. The Lannisters echoed his battle cry, brandishing their long swords as they followed Orwin into the fray. Jon Snow's direwolf, Ghost, snarled and charged at the whites. "Kill," Jeor Mormont roared, leading the Night's Watch into the onslaught. These undead beings may pose a threat in the eyes of ordinary individuals. Yet to Olwen, they are akin to mere wooden stakes, the only distinction being that these undead can move and surge forward en masse. For an average person, confronting such a relentless horde would be an overwhelming challenge, but Olwen is far from ordinary. With strength and speed that transcend the human realm, coupled with unparalleled swordsmanship, he charges into the throng of undead with dual swords, wielding them with a ferocity akin to a whirlwind. Wherever Olwen traverses, severed limbs, dismembered heads, and shattered bodies scatter in his wake. The once sizable number of undead is swiftly diminished as Olwyn carves through them, with James, Sandor, and Garen, 3 formidable allies, following closely behind. Together, they move like a singular arrow, leading the elite of the Night's Watch in a decisive onslaught that cleaves through the undead ranks. In mere moments, a significant portion of the hundreds of undead has been vanquished by the combined might of Olwyn and his companions. The group of living warriors, bolstered by Olwyn's prowess, clearly exhibits a superior strength against these corpses. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, the annihilation of these undead seems merely a matter of time. The furious roar of the wraith echoes once more, soon accompanied by the thunderous hoofbeats of the undead steed. Be cautious. I shall confront that wraith. Olwyn calls out as he spots the wraith charging towards him, immediately surging forward to meet the foe. The undead steed gallops with great speed, matched by Olwyn's own swiftness. The wraith, armed with a long spear, directs its weapon towards Olwyn. As the two forces collide, Olwyn deftly sidesteps, parrying the wraith's thrust with one sword while swiftly severing the undead steed's head with the other. The horse collapses, losing all control, and the sudden turn of events catches the wraith off guard, sending it tumbling into the snow. Seizing the opportunity, Olwyn presses his advantage and charges at the wraith once more. The wraith, quick to recover, rises and seizes its spear, lunging at the already approaching Olwyn. The clash of weapons fills the air as Olwyn's twin swords meet the wraith's spear in rapid succession. Once again, he deflects the wraith's attack with one sword, while the other arcs towards the wraith's head. The strike is ferocious, cleaving the wraith's upper body in a diagonal slice. Yet, the wraith does not succumb. Its severed form begins to mend at an astonishing rate. You possess quite the resilience, Olwyn remarks, scoffing at the already healed wraith, before resuming his onslaught. After 2 more exchanges, he deftly disarms the wraith, severing one arm and then the other in quick succession. With a swift motion, he sheaths his right sword and draws a dragon crystal dagger from his belt, plunging it into the wraith's skull. The wraith manages but a single, anguished cry before disintegrating into a cascade of shards of ice. As the death of the White Walker unfolded, the once howling whites, fiercely engaged in combat with the living, suddenly fell silent, with only a few remaining capable of movement. It was evident that these whites were not reanimated by that particular White Walker. The remaining few whites were swiftly cleaved into pieces by the Night's Watch brothers, rendered utterly lifeless. What transpired? Why did these whites collapse so abruptly? Jon Lannister gasped for breath, watching as Olwyn approached. It must be related to that White Walker. After I vanquished it, these whites fell one after another, likely freed from the Walker's control, reverting to their original state. Olwyn explained. How did you manage to kill that White Walker? As far as I know, only a blade forged from Valyrian steel can slay a White Walker, Jeor Mormont inquired, eyeing Olwyn, who appeared unscathed. With this, Olwyn presented the dragonglass dagger to Jeor Mormont. What is this? A dagger fashioned from stone? Sandor Clegane questioned, observing the dragonglass dagger in Jeor's hand. This is dragonglass, not merely ordinary stone. Thousands of years ago, our ancestors wielded daggers and arrows made of dragonglass to combat the White Walkers, Olwyn clarified to Sandor. Is this the same type of dagger we discovered earlier? Jeor Mormont examined the dagger in his hand, turning to Olwyn for confirmation. Indeed, this is the one I casually took from that collection of dragonglass daggers, Olwyn nodded. Commander, Sam is not among these whites. Eddie approached Jeor Mormont to inform him. Then he must still be alive. We should descend to search for him, Jeor Mormont declared. We need Sam to relay messages to the Black Castle. He is the only one who knows how to use the ravens we brought, Jeor Mormont added. Then let us proceed. The news of the White Walkers must reach the 7 kingdoms without delay, Olwyn concurred. At this moment, Olwyn yearned for a quiet place to thoroughly examine his system panel, as since slaying that White Walker, he felt an inexplicable power coursing through him, making him feel utterly transformed. However, locating others took precedence, so Olwyn resolved to find time for his research later. On the Ancestral Fist, the howls of the White Walkers and whites had also ceased. Sam understood that the battle had concluded. Upon not seeing the White Walker return, he realized the Night's Watch had emerged victorious, and at this moment, he only wished to reunite with the main force as swiftly as possible. Just as Sam sprinted toward the Ancestral Fist, a hand suddenly grasped his ankle, bringing him crashing down. It was a solitary white, yet Sam, faced with such a dismembered creature that could only crawl, was paralyzed with fear and could only retreat, eyes wide in terror. However, the white moved rapidly, seemingly poised to pounce upon Sam. At a critical moment, the Arctic wolf, White Spirit, appeared and pounced upon the corpse demon, beginning to tear at it, thereby rescuing Sam. However, being timid by nature, she could not escape the demon's attack range. White Spirit, step aside. At that moment, Old Bear appeared beside the corpse demon, brandishing a torch, prepared to incinerate the creature. Wait, Orwin intervened, stepping on the corpse demon as he spoke. Go find some rope and bind this creature. We must take it back with us. Without it, it will be difficult to convince the lords of the south that the White Walkers have returned. Orwin instructed Eddie and Glenn, while explaining to Jammermet. Old Bear understood that Orwin was correct. They had to bring the corpse demon back to the wall and inform the Seven Kingdoms of the events that had transpired here. Otherwise, before the end of winter, all of humanity would perish. Chapter 64, Demigods and Savages. Sam first send a message to Black Castle, informing them of our predicament and urging them to prepare for our arrival. Jammermet said, looking at Sam. Yes, Commander. Sam quickly rose to his feet in response. Eddie handed the raven cage to Sam, who, trembling, accepted it, swiftly pinned a letter, glanced at Old Bear for approval, and upon receiving it, promptly released the raven with the message. My Lord Orwin, what are your intentions now? The savages must be aware of the White Walkers' resurgence to be acting in such a manner. Now that everything is clear, do you intend to return to Black Castle? Jammermet inquired, gazing at Orwin. I am uncertain, Commander Jammermet. What are your thoughts on the savages' advance southward at this moment? Orwin did not directly answer Jammermet's question, but instead posed a counter-question. Jammermet was momentarily taken aback by Orwin's inquiry, standing there in a daze, while the other Night's Watch members were similarly stunned, uncertain of how to respond to this query. After a brief silence, Jammermet finally managed to speak. Albeit with difficulty, your question is astute, my Lord Orwin. As the commander of the Night's Watch, my duty is to guard the wall and prevent the savages from crossing it. That is my responsibility, and I have sworn an oath to uphold it. Yet, as a living man, I cannot stand idly by and watch as hundreds of thousands of savages are slaughtered by the White Walkers and subsequently turned into corpse demons. Should such a scenario arise, I would be deemed a traitor to all humanity. At this moment, Jammermet was deeply conflicted, torn between his oath and the survival of humanity. Ultimately, the commander of the Night's Watch exhaled deeply and declared, My Lord Orwin, for the sake of the survival of mankind, I am willing to violate my oath. I will persuade all of my Night's Watch brothers to open the tunnels of the wall and allow these savages to pass through. I shall also lead the charge against the White Walkers, fighting on the front lines until I fall in battle. In that moment, Jammermet's tone was resolute, devoid of hesitation. He ultimately chose to defend the rights of the living over his personal oath. All the Night's Watchmen present gazed at Jeor Mormont with profound reverence, utterly captivated by the noble convictions of this elder. Commander Mormont, your decision is commendable. As the officer in charge of supporting the Black Castle from the north, I shall wholeheartedly endorse your choice. I will also persuade Lord Eddard. The north is vast enough to accommodate such a multitude of free folk, Erwin stated earnestly, his gaze fixed on Jeor Mormont. Then, my Lord Erwin, what are your intentions now? Jeor Mormont inquired once more, scrutinizing Erwin closely. I intend to wait here, to await the arrival of the free folk. The recent attack by the White Walkers on the ancestral fist of the First Men must not have gone unnoticed by them. We will remain here, anticipating their approach to gather information, and then we shall engage in discussions. Crossing the wall is not impossible, but they must accept the dominion of the Duke of the North, Erwin replied with a grave demeanor. Fortunately, our supplies are ample. We can afford to linger a few more days. Jeor Mormont nodded in agreement. Let us fortify our camp and ensure we are concealed. Ready for the free folk's arrival, Erwin instructed the others. You certainly do your part for House Stark. This will significantly augment the North's population, making it the most formidable power among the Seven Kingdoms. Jaime Lannister whispered to Erwin as the others began their return to the ancestral fist of the First Men. You've perceived it well. Do you intend to intervene? Erwin asked with a hint of intrigue. Not in the slightest. The greater the strength of the North, the safer the South will be, Jaime replied, shaking his head. Are you suggesting that the North should bear the burden of confronting the White Walkers alone? Erwin asked, astonished by Jaime's assertion. That is not my intention. Rather, I fear that the lords of the South may be reluctant to march northward against the White Walkers. You must understand, there exists animosity among certain lords, and it is unlikely they would entirely forsake their blood feuds merely because of the threat posed by the White Walkers. Jaime Lannister remarked in a somber tone. Indeed, it is no simple task to persuade the nobles of the Seven Kingdoms to set aside their grievances and prejudices. Even upon learning of the White Walkers' resurgence, they may only trust that the wall will hold. True unity among them will only come if the wall falls, Erwin responded, his expression grave. How could the wall possibly fall? It has stood for over 1,000 years, never breached, Jaime exclaimed incredulously. Orwin remained silent, choosing instead to join the others in diligently fortifying the camp. They toiled until nightfall, finally restructuring the encampment with a barricade of stones and packed snow. Rising to a height of more than a man, tents were erected within the enclosure, with a large bonfire at the center and smaller fires scattered among the tents. As for the fallen brothers, their bodies were respectfully arranged nearby, piled with wood. Jeor Mormont himself ignited a fierce blaze for these brothers. Watching as their forms transformed into mere ashes, the group shared a simple meal of stewed venison, organized the watch shifts, and then settled down to rest. Until this moment, Olwen had found the time to sit down and examine his system panel. Host name, Orwin Reed. Talent, Mountain, Demigod. Warrior level, 3. Personal attributes, Strength 9, Constitution 9. Agility 7. Skill attributes, Swordsmanship level 2, Archery level 2. Available attribute points, 5. Available skill points, 3. Passive skills, Grounded, Magic. You possess abundant magical energy. As long as you have a spell, you can wield any magic of the righteous. Weaponry, you longbow, Valyrian steel sword, can be activated with magic. It seems that the experience gained from slaying that otherworldly foe has allowed me to level up swiftly, even granting me magic long lost to time, Olwen mused. Time to allocate points, he whispered. Host name, Orwin Reed. Talent, Mountain, Demigod. Warrior level, 3. Personal attributes, Strength 10, Constitution 10, Agility 10. Skill attributes, Swordsmanship level 3. Archery level 3. Passive skills, Grounded, Magic. You possess abundant magical energy. As long as you have a spell, you can wield any magic of the righteous. Weaponry, you longbow. Valyrian steel sword, can be activated with magic. Note, at this moment, you are a demigod traversing the mortal realm, capable of formally challenging the Night King, and dragons may soon become your prey. This setup is akin to a human version of the Night King, apart from the inability to control wights. It is a complete replica. Olwen gazed at his system panel, unable to suppress his smile any longer. If only I could wield the spells of the Red Woman. I could conjure flames myself, becoming a veritable walking dragon. Faced with numerous foes, a single blaze would be unparalleled. Olwen could not help but envision himself using fire against the Night King and his undead army. The sword activation. Olwen's gaze fell upon the words available magic activation on the panel. He swiftly drew his 2 swords, grasping them firmly, and attempted to channel the magic within him into them. The magical energy flowed through Olwen's body effortlessly, smoothly following his intent as it coursed steadily into the swords. Devoid of any dazzling light or brilliance, everything was remarkably tranquil. Yet Olwen could distinctly sense that the 2 swords had transformed, their sharpness now intimidating to behold. This is the true Valyrian steel sword. Olwen looked at the blade in his hand, his eyes brimming with uncontainable excitement. A swordmaster paired with a divine sword. How perfectly fitting. Jon was unaware of the Night King's assault on the Night's Watch, for he had been transported by the Fire Kiss to the stronghold of the Wildlings. In a selfless act, the one known as the Broken Hand Colin sacrificed his life to earn Jon's trust among the free folk. Yet, Jon still requires the endorsement of the Wildling leader Mance Rayder to fully integrate into their ranks and fulfill Colin's last wish. After traversing a camp, Fire Kiss and the King Beyond the Wall led Jon into a tent where a Wildling was indulging in a hearty meal. This was Tormund, the Giant's Bane, who had not yet ascended to the position of Wildling Chief. As Jon stood in bewilderment, a tall man emerged from the shadows, the formidable Mance Rayder. Tell me, young crow, what brings you here? Mance inquired, fixing his gaze on Jon. I seek to join your Wildling army. I am now a traitor to the Night's Watch, and apart from your ranks, I have nowhere else to turn, Jon replied earnestly, his eyes locked onto Mance's. And because of a girl, he added softly. Glancing at Fire Kiss, Mance regarded the young crow, who had slain Colin and now sought to join his forces, and a laugh escaped him. The noble son of Stark would forsake honor for freedom and Fire Kiss, aligning himself with the enemy. Do you believe I should place my trust in you? As Mance's words echoed, the Wildlings in the tent armed themselves, their eyes narrowing as they scrutinized Jon. He understood that without compelling reasons to convince them, he would not exit the tent unscathed. During our foray beyond the wall, I witnessed a horrific scene at Castle Black, where Castor sacrificed an infant to the White Walkers. I wished to intervene, yet as the commander of the Night's Watch, Jeor Mormont chose to turn a blind eye. As a man of the living, I wish to fight for the living, Jon declared, a serious expression etched on his face. Am I in the right place? Though Jon's words were tinged with deception, his conviction to battle for the living was genuine. Welcome to our ranks, Young Crow, Mance replied with a smile. As a traitor to the Night's Watch, Mance's initial intent had been to carve out a better life beyond the wall. However, upon discovering the resurgence of the White Walkers, his purpose shifted. He aimed to unite the 90 tribes of wildlings to scale the wall and resist the encroachment of the White Walkers, seeking a safe haven for all who dwell beyond the wall. Let Fire Kiss guide you to rest. Tomorrow we shall continue our march southward. Soon we will lead all the free folk across the wall to establish a territory of our own, Mance said, looking at Jon with determination. At that moment, Fire Kiss stepped forward, taking Jon by the arm and leading him away from the large tent, wandering through the wildling camp. Among the wildling ranks existed a unique entity known as a shapeshifter, capable of entering the bodies of animals to observe movements from miles away. After Jon exited Mance's tent, a shapeshifter named Orel entered. Mance, I have uncovered traces of the White Walkers, Orel declared to Mance Raider. Where? Mance inquired, his interest piqued by the mention of the White Walkers. Towards the ancestral Fist Peak, a White Walker is leading a large horde of whites, Orel replied gravely. We shall head to the ancestral Fist Peak tomorrow. Tormund, you will accompany me with a contingent of men, Mance instructed, turning to Tormund, who was still indulging in his meal. Certainly, I will select some capable hands to accompany you. Tormund nodded in agreement. Let Firekiss and Jon join us as well, Mance added after a moment's contemplation. Tormund nodded again, choosing to remain silent thereafter. Do you trust that little crow's words? Orel questioned Mance, scrutinizing him closely. Anyone willing to fight for the living is deserving of trust, Mance replied resolutely. Orel regarded Mance, but chose not to respond, merely nodding before exiting the great tent. At dawn the following day, Mance set forth with a formidable band of wildlings, making their way towards the ancestral Fist Peak. This band was comprised of the elite warriors from the wildling camp, each tall and robust, equipped with superior weaponry. Where are we headed? Jon, following the wildling contingent southward, asked curiously. To the ancestral Fist Peak. Orel has spotted the White Walkers. One is leading a significant number of whites towards that direction. We must investigate, Mance replied. Turning to address Jon. Jon felt a surge of anxiety upon hearing Mance's words. He had never encountered a White Walker before and was uncertain of their nature or power, though he had faced whites, which were formidable foes resistant even to sword strikes. Suppressing his trepidation, Jon continued to follow Mance's group southward. They pressed on without pause, taking short rests to eat and regain their strength before continuing their journey. It was not that the others were unwilling to rest. Rather, Mance was consumed by urgency, eager for news from the ancestral Fist Peak, as it was crucial to his plans for the south. In a valley north of the ancestral Fist Peak, Mance and his companions paused to recuperate. Orel sat perched on a stone, his gaze fixed skyward, his eyes glimmering with intensity as he guided a hawk soaring high above. Observing the terrain through its keen sight, the hawk circled in the air under Orel's control, gradually approaching the ancestral Fist Peak. Atop the ancestral Fist Peak, the Night's Watch was gathered around a fire, warming themselves and preparing food. Olwyn sat nearby, slowly sipping a warm, hearty stew, while Jon and Sam sat among the brothers of the Night's Watch, listening intently as Commander Jorah Mormont recounted tales of the Wall's harrowing history. Suddenly, Olwyn sensed a gaze upon the ancestral Fist Peak, scrutinizing them. He rose immediately, scanning the surroundings but finding nothing amiss. His eyes then drifted upward, catching sight of a hawk circling above. An aberration, Olwyn murmured to himself. Erwin gazed at the hawk soaring in the sky, suddenly filled with intrigue. He focused intently on the bird, attempting to project his consciousness into it through his magic. Erwin felt his magical energy swirling rapidly within him, and his line of sight drew nearer to the hawk. In an instant, his perspective shifted to a bird's-eye view. The wind whistled past his ears, and below him lay the vast expanse of ice-clad mountains, with the figures of his ancestors visible atop the peak of ancestors. In the distance, a band of wild men emerged in a valley. Erwin's consciousness had merged with that of the hawk. In that moment, he was the hawk. With a mere thought, the hawk veered downward, and Erwin's awareness returned to his own body as the hawk gracefully perched upon his shoulder. Meanwhile, far in the valley, Oriel was in distress, clutching his head and furrowing his brow. What is happening? Mance Reed inquired, observing Oriel's discomfort. My hawk has been controlled by someone, Oriel replied. On the opposite peak of ancestors, a group of crows is stationed, though they are few in number. However, a tall figure spotted my hawk and directly seized control of it. We have been discovered, Oriel continued. Since we have been discovered, let us approach openly and confront this band of crows, Mance Reed suggested, glancing at Oriel and then at the formidable group of wild men behind him. With that, He led the wild men toward the valley's edge. Someone is coming. It's the wild men, and Jon is among them, Orwin announced, playfully ruffling the feathers of the hawk on his shoulder. The others turned their attention to him in curiosity. How do you know? James inquired, intrigued. Because I saw it through its eyes, Orwin replied, gesturing towards the hawk. When did you capture a hawk? Sandor asked, equally curious. Are you an abnormal? My lord, have you become an abnormal? Chang'en pondered aloud, looking at Orwin. You seem to know quite a bit. Orwin remarked, smiling at Chang'en. I heard it from others. I never expected you to be an abnormal, my lord, Chang'en said, his face lighting up with joy. Who would have thought an abnormal would appear south of the Great Wall? Orwin, you truly are impressive, Jamermong said, rarely smiling. Just fortunate, Orwin replied nonchalantly, choosing not to divulge his magical abilities. Suddenly, the sentinels blew their horns. 2 blasts signified the presence of the enemy. As the sentinels had detected the movements of the wild men. Prepare for battle, one of the sentinels shouted. The sentinels drew their swords, vigilantly watching the foot of the mountain. At the foot of the mountain, Mans Reed, accompanied by a formidable contingent of wildlings, ascended slowly. Tommen trailed closely behind him, the wildlings gripping their weapons with utmost caution. What should we do? They are numerous, and we possess no advantage, Eddie remarked anxiously, observing the approaching wildlings and turning to Orwin for guidance. Do not worry. With us here, they shall not harm you, Orwin reassured, stepping forward with James and the others to confront the advancing wildlings, fixating intently on their approach. From a distance, Jon scrutinized the 4 figures standing before the Night's Watch. Their attire markedly different from that of the Watchmen, leaving him puzzled about their identities. As the wildling ranks closed in, a surge of anger welled up within them upon seeing the 4 who regarded them with such indifference. Firekiss, in particular, could not contain himself. He knocked an arrow and shot directly at Orwin, who stood at the forefront. The arrow flew swiftly, reaching Orwin in an instant. Yet, Orwin remained unfazed, casually raising a hand to seize the arrow as it approached. This act not only quelled the wildling's fury, but also instilled a sense of awe in those behind him. Just how formidable are you? James inquired, his expression grave as he regarded Orwin. I cannot say for certain. However, even if twice as many had come as at the Battle of the Trident, I would have triumphed effortlessly, Orwin replied nonchalantly. James, upon hearing this, fell into a state of despair. Do not act rashly. They are not crows, or perhaps that individual has taken control of my falcon, Oriel cautioned, eyeing Firekiss. Refrain from aggression. We did not come here to fight, Mans Reed interjected, halting all the wildlings poised to engage as they continued their ascent toward the ancestral peak. As the 2 parties drew nearer, Jon finally recognized who stood at the forefront. Master Orwin, he exclaimed, unable to contain his excitement as he sprinted toward him. Jon's sudden movement sent ripples of panic through the already tense wildlings. Even Firekiss was taken aback by Jon's boldness and shouted, Jon. Seeing Jon not turn back, Firekiss prepared to draw his bow. Everyone, stand down, Mans Reed shouted, swiftly intervening. Jon reached Orwin, brimming with emotion and at a loss for words. It has been too long. Jon, Orwin said, affectionately ruffling Jon's hair. Master Orwin, how is it that you are with the Lannisters? How did you come to be here? Jon inquired, regaining his composure as he glanced at James and Sandor behind Orwin. Allow me to explain, James said, looking at Jon. I was captured by your brother, Robb. While Sandor has directly allied himself with your Stark family, my presence here is a result of the plea for aid from the Black Castle, which mentioned the emergence of the White Walkers, prompting your father to send your esteemed teacher. James remarked with a hint of self-deprecation. Eddard truly knows how to utilize all resources, even assigning a captive like me to this remote area. Jon. Jeor Mormont stepped forward, addressing his heir. Commander, Colin perished at my hands. Jon, recalling the old Night's Watchman Colin, trembled as he spoke. Enough, my child. This is not the moment for such reflections. I am certain Colin harbors no resentment towards you. Jeor Mormont reassured Jon. Orwin regarded the wildlings now before him and glanced at Mance Rayder at the forefront. Mance Rayder? He inquired. It is I, Mance replied. I presume you 4 are not mere crows from the wall. Might you enlighten me regarding your origins? Mance asked, addressing Orwin and his companions. Standing before you is a vassal of the North, the Sword of the North, and the Lord of Hornvale, Orwin Reed. Joran announced. These 2 are Jaime Lannister, heir of House Lannister of the Westerlands, and Sandor Clegane, the sworn shield of the North's Duke. Joran continued with his introductions. Chapter 66. A disagreement. Orwin gazed at Mance Rayder and began, Mance. I am aware of your desire to lead the wildlings beyond the wall to escape the slaughter by the White Walkers. The nobles of the North are prepared to fight for the survival of the living against the White Walkers, and I can assist in persuading them. However, you must also clarify your stance. Orwin, wishing to avoid wasting time with Mance, spoke candidly. You believe you can convince the Night's Watch to allow so many free folk to cross the wall? Mance asked Orwin. I, Commander Jeor Mormont of the Night's Watch, grant you entry beyond the wall, provided you accept the Duke of the North's rule, Jeor Mormont declared as he approached Mance. The free folk will not submit to anyone's authority, nor will they bow or prostrate themselves, Mance retorted, even before he could speak, as Orell interjected. The North boasts vast lands for you to cultivate and dense wolf forests for hunting. However, these are claimed territories, and you cannot simply harvest and hunt without consequence. Should you wish to cross the wall to escape the White Walkers and secure a future for the free folk, it cannot be at the expense of the existing inhabitants north of the wall, Orwin stated, looking intently at Mance. Your numbers are considerable. Yet can you truly match the population of the Seven Kingdoms? You are merely a disorganized band of warriors, compared to the well-equipped, strategically organized armies of the Seven Kingdoms. Complete with cavalry, you are simply outmatched, Orwin continued. How can one know without trying? The ever-silent Tormund stepped forward to gaze at Olwen, his eyes brimming with eagerness. You lot are no match for the one before you, James remarked with a grin, observing Tormund's enthusiasm. Mance Reed, what say you? Do you wish to pass through the wall unscathed, living as a farmer under the Duke of the North, or do you choose war, enduring until the Northern Army slaughters every last one of you free folk? Olwen, unfazed by Tormund's provocation, fixed his unwavering gaze upon Mance Reed. Free folk do not bow to any noble lord, not in the past, nor in the present. Mance Reed's countenance darkened. So you choose war then? Are you certain you are prepared to confront your fears? Olwen's eyes burned with intensity as he spoke coldly to Mance Reed. I believe it is you who should be fearful now. Our numbers far exceed yours. Mance Reed glanced at the Night's Watch and then counted his own men, chuckling as he did so. What gives you the confidence that you can dominate us? Is it the White Walkers? You survived their grasp purely by fortune, yet against us. You shall find no escape. Mance Reed remained resolute, utterly convinced of his side's superiority in numbers. As Mance Reed's words faded, the wildlings swiftly drew their weapons, eyes gleaming with anticipation. And the atmosphere thickened with tension on the brink of battle. Mance Reed, you cannot act thus. Our goals align. We both seek to overcome the White Walkers and secure the right to survival for the living. We could easily collaborate. John, sensing the dire situation for the Night's Watch, quickly interjected. John, you are now among the free folk. You should stand with us, not advocate for these Southerners, Mance Reed retorted, eyes fixed on John. John, come here. Firekiss urgently called out. Boy, step aside. Don't get hurt when the fighting starts. Sandor pulled John behind him, placing him within the ranks of the Night's Watch. Seeing John pushed among the Night's Watch, Mance Reed unsheathed his battle knife, glaring menacingly at Olwen and his companions, poised for combat. Mance Reed, you still have an opportunity to reconsider. Olwen urged the defiant wildling king. Absolutely not. Mance Reed bellowed, swinging his knife towards Olwen as the other wildlings charged forward, shouting in unison. Before Mance Reed could strike, an arrow shot forth from Firekiss, flying swiftly towards Olwen's head. With lightning reflexes, Olwen drew his sword to deflect the deadly projectile and, in a single stride, advanced towards Mance Reed, swinging his blade with intent. With no hesitation, Orwin unleashed his sword, and in a flash of shimmering steel, Mance Reed was cleaved in twain by a diagonal slash. Orwin did not linger. He swiftly evaded Tormund's battle axe and delivered a powerful kick, then charged into the ranks of the wildlings. His sword danced gracefully in his hands, the air filled with the sounds of anguished cries. The narrow ascent was now strewn with corpses, as Orwin relentlessly cut his way through, while the stragglers were either dispatched by the following James and his companions or subdued outright. Little did Mance Reed imagine that, with half of the wildlings' elite forces, he would be so utterly decimated upon the ancestral fist of the people. The massacre concluded, and the Night's Watch began dragging the wildling bodies, piling them high to be consumed by flames, leaving no opportunity for the White Walkers to exploit. Thanks to John, both Firekiss and Tormund remained alive, currently bound and guarded by the Night's Watch. Once he had cleaned the blood from his person and sheathed his sword, Orwin approached Firekiss and Tormund. You too should be grateful to John. Otherwise, you would meet the same fiery fate as those corpses, Orwin remarked, gazing at them. Do you wish to test that? He added, directing his gaze at Tormund. What manner of being are you? Tormund did not respond to Orwin's inquiry, but stared at him in astonishment. The display of Orwin's might was overwhelming. Even facing a White Walker had not instilled such a profound sense of helplessness in Tormund, who was well aware of the formidable prowess of this giant slayer. "You may regard me as the living embodiment of the Night King," Orwin declared, looking at the burly wildling. "What do you intend to do with us?" Firekiss glared fiercely at Orwin and demanded. "I have no intentions of harm. I will allow you to return. To relay to all wildlings that to traverse the wall in peace, one must accept my terms and submit to the north. In return, you shall receive fertile lands, where you may hunt in lush forests and fish in vast lakes. All that is required is your fealty," Orwin articulated. "And how are we different from those kneeling southerners?" Tormund interjected. "You will possess limited freedoms and the right to exist, along with the assurance of protection. When conflicts arise, or you are wronged, there will be those who will stand up for your cause," Orwin explained to them. "No one can claim absolute freedom, not even a king," he added. Both Tormund and Firekiss were left speechless, stunned by Orwin's words, deep in contemplation. "I offer you, free men of the Beyond, an opportunity. Should you accept the North's dominion, you may bring all free folk across the wall, alongside well-equipped armies to fortify against the White Walkers," Orwin continued. "Are you truly willing to let us go?" Tormund inquired, gazing intently at Orwin. "Indeed," Orwin affirmed. "Rather than allowing you to be slain by the others and transformed into countless whites, it would be wiser for you to traverse the wall and become farmers or hunters in the north," Orwin stated with a grave expression. "Release them, return their weapons, and provide them with some sustenance. Let them depart," he instructed Jammermint. "Set them free," Jammermint commanded Eddie and Garland. Soon, Firekiss and Tormund were untied, their weapons restored, and Jon brought them a package of food. "I shall convey your requests to every free folk. If what you say holds true, I will endeavor to persuade more of the free folk," Tormund asserted. "I will return with you," Jon said, gazing at the departing pair, particularly at Firekiss. "Jon, there is no need for you to accompany them back. Given the number of deaths this time, your return would be perilous," Jammermint remarked, concerned for the safety of his successor. "I must go back with them. It is essential for the free folk to trust in our sincerity," Jon replied solemnly, aware that Mance Rayder's death would intensify the free folk's animosity towards those south of the wall, while Mance's demise might render the wall safer. Jon could not bear to witness the slaughter of so many free folk at the hands of the others. As a living man, he could not summon such cruelty. "Very well. Upon your return, you will not only represent the Night's Watch, but also the Duke of the North. Strive to persuade more wildlings. We cannot allow the strength of the others to grow further," Orwin said, patting Jon on the shoulder. "Take care," he added with concern. "I will," Jon nodded in agreement. After bidding farewell to Jon and the surviving wildlings, Jammermint approached Orwin and inquired, "What shall we do next? Shall we wait for Jon here?" "No waiting. We leave today, hastening southward to bring this white back, so the nobles of the Seven Kingdoms may behold it. Our time is limited," Orwin said softly, glancing further north. "I will ready the men. We shall depart immediately." Jammermint nodded. Chapter 67. The battle against the others that night. Orwin and Jammermint, accompanied by all their men, rode upon warhorses laden with supplies, bearing the white towards the wall. Unlike the original tale, this time they were well equipped, with ample provisions. To avoid wasting time, everyone pressed onward, subsisting on dried meat and hard bread during midday, while feeding the horses, dedicating the remaining hours predominantly to travel. What would ordinarily require 3 to 4 days to reach Castle Black was accomplished in merely a day and a half. As the weary group of 30 to 40 individuals entered Castle Castor's fortress, twilight was fast approaching. Although Giamormont was reluctant to rest at Castor's, the exhaustion of both men and horses rendered their stay inevitable. At the very least, a good night's sleep was essential, and the steeds required a moment to catch their breath. Upon the return of Orwin and his companions, Castor allowed them inside. Yet the treatment they received starkly contrasted with before, as this time they bore no gifts of wine or weapons, and their fatigue was evident. Consequently, Castor grew emboldened, using their need for shelter as a pretext to have the Night's Watchmen clean out the pigsty. While this incited some discontent, the presence of Orwin and Giamormont helped to quell the rising tensions. Despite the group's efforts to tidy the pigsty, Castor did not permit them to reside in his fortress. Instead, he confined them to a small storage shed. Cramped within that cramped space, the 30 or so men found themselves in a chaotic heap, with hardly any room to move. "Commander, how are we to sleep in such cramped quarters? There isn't even a place to light a fire." A bearded man among the Night's Watch stood and addressed Giamormont. "Let us make do. I know everyone is weary, but we have food and drink, and a shelter from the storm, which is far better than sleeping in the wilderness," Giamormont replied, looking at the group. We must honor the ancient oath. The rites of hospitality. Although James felt similarly discontented, as a noble, he regarded the rights of guests as sacred and inviolable. Who would have thought that an old man, accompanied by a dozen women, could survive so well in these harsh lands? Sandor murmured, leaning against a wooden frame. I am aware of this. Giamormont spoke up. That old scoundrel, Castor Snow, is said to be a bastard of House Stark. In his youth, he fled to the wilderness and erected this fortress. He was once a formidable man, feared in the Shadowlands. Moreover, you should all have noticed that there are no men in Castor's fortress, save for him. This is because he has sacrificed all the male infants he fathered to some dreadful creature. The women here are largely his daughters, Giamormont said with a grave expression. He made his daughters bear his children? Gendry could not suppress his astonishment. Indeed, Giamormont affirmed with a nod. What a monstrous wretch! Sandor exclaimed in disgust. It seems evident now that the creature Castor worships is likely a White Walker, Orwin suggested after some contemplation. Yes, just days ago, upon our arrival, Castor sacrificed a male infant. That night, I distinctly heard a howl, identical to the cries of the White Walkers atop the ancestral peaks, Giamormont confirmed. It seems that the resurrection of the others is inextricably linked to this old beast. Those male infants he sacrificed have likely already been transformed into others, Orwin remarked. Should we kill him? James said, his face darkened with concern. There's no rush. Let us discuss it tomorrow, Orwin replied. Suddenly, Sam, who had been seated on a pile of debris, interjected, I noticed Gilly cradling a male infant, presumably just born. The others turned their gaze towards him in unison. How do you know that girl is named Gilly, you little fatso? James teased Sam. I met her the last time I was here, but that is not the point. The important thing is that there is another male infant here. Could it be that Castor is planning to hold another sacrifice today? Sam said excitedly. It is quite possible. Jeor Mormont remarked, his expression grim. Do we still have the Dragonglass dagger? Sam immediately inquired. Yes, all of them are here. Glenn, who was responsible for safeguarding the Dragonglass dagger, responded. Then let us prepare tonight, and see if we can slay another, James suggested. A spark of excitement in his voice. Let me test the strength of the others this time, Sam declared boldly. The Night's Watch brothers, initially filled with trepidation, found comfort in the fearless enthusiasm of these two, especially with the presence of someone who had already slain another. Thanks to you all. Otherwise we would have perished on the ancestral peak, becoming the undead minions of the others. Jeor Mormont expressed his gratitude. No need for such courtesy, Olwyn replied with a smile. As time slipped away amidst their conversations, the weary group in the warehouse gradually succumbed to slumber after a day of relentless marching. The night deepened, and the biting northern wind howled with increasing ferocity. Suddenly, a long, haunting wail echoed near Castor's fortress. The sound jolted everyone awake, and they immediately sprang into a defensive stance. It's the others, Jeor Mormont said, his expression grave. The four of us will go check it out. You others stay here, Olwyn instructed Jeor Mormont. I will accompany you, Jeor Mormont insisted, shaking his head. Very well, then let us five investigate the situation, Olwyn nodded. Eddie, you are in charge of keeping watch here and lighting the bonfire, Jeor Mormont said, turning to Eddie. Eddie remained silent, but nodded solemnly. The door of the warehouse swung open, and 5 figures swiftly emerged, racing towards the direction of the sound. The group moved quickly, soon reaching the depths of the dense forest. Another long wail pierced the air, sharper and clearer than before. It's right ahead. Everyone be cautious, one of them warned. Orwin turned to remind the others. The 5 of them maintained their speed, continuing to run forward until they reached the place where Cast often left male infants for sacrifice. There, a tall, gaunt figure was seen bending low to lift a male infant from the snow. The White, holding the infant in one hand, turned to venture deeper into the shadow forest. Where are you going? Orwin suddenly called out to the White, surprised to find others present. The White turned to face Orwin and his companions. The 5 did not hide, but boldly approached the White. Without hesitation, the White bent down to place the infant down and strode towards them. Let me handle this, Sandor shouted, swinging his long sword at the White. The White did not flinch or evade. Instead, it raised its hand to grasp the descending sword. The once fierce blade was captured effortlessly, yet the White was also pushed back 2 steps by the force. Sandor's longsword, an ordinary steel blade, proved to be ineffective against the White. Grasping the sword, the White roared, summoning the icy magic within, instantly freezing Sandor's sword into a shower of shards. Stunned by this spectacle, Sandor stood momentarily dumbfounded. However, the White was not inclined to let this opportunity slip away and reached out towards Sandor. Be careful, shouted Jaime, striking at the White's arm with his sword. Upon contact, Jaime felt as though his blade had struck a stone wall, solid and jarring. Failing to make an impact, Jaime quickly adjusted his attack, aiming for the White's head. Seizing the moment, Sandor hastily withdrew from the fray, sidestepping to safety. Learning from Sandor's experience, Jaime varied the angles of his strikes, denying the White any chance to seize his sword. While Jaime engaged the White, Gendry lifted the infant from the snow, wrapping it in his cloak. The battle between Jaime and the White raged on. Renowned as one of Westeros's finest swordsmen, Jaime seldom found an equal in skill, aside from Orwin. Under Jaime's ever-changing swordplay, the White began to falter, revealing numerous openings. After a series of strikes, Jaime seized the opportunity to thrust his sword into the White's heart. The blade pierced through the White's form, yet the creature seized the chance to swing its arm, sending Jaime tumbling away. After rolling several times, Jaime regained his footing. Warily watching the White, he observed as the White grasped the sword and extracted it from its body, only to then use magic to shatter the finely crafted weapon. Meanwhile, the wound on the White's body began to heal rapidly. Damn it, are we destined to fight this thing with only that dragonglass dagger from now on? Jaime could not help but curse in frustration. The weapons forged from Valyrian steel possessed the capability to slay him, Orwin remarked. He drew a magnificent sword and strode directly towards the White Walker. Upon witnessing yet another living soul daring to challenge him, the White Walker let out a furious roar and charged at Orwin with remarkable speed. Unfazed by the advancing foe, Orwin deftly dodged and swung the enchanted Valyrian steel sword. The blade, imbued with magic, effortlessly cleaved through the White Walker's neck, causing its body to shatter into a cascade of icy shards. Is that a Valyrian steel sword? You actually possess a Valyrian steel sword, exclaimed James, his excitement palpable as he gazed at Orwin's weapon. When did you acquire a Valyrian steel sword? He pressed further. I obtained it while in King's Landing, crafted on Steel Street. Surely, you must know that, Orwin replied, regarding James with a knowing look. Of course I know. But that was merely a sword forged in the manner of Valyrian steel. It lacks any magic. The reason Valyrian steel weapons can kill White Walkers is due to their enchantment, James stated, before suddenly pausing, shock evident on his face as he stared at Orwin. You wield magic. You must possess it. Otherwise, your two swords would merely be stronger and sharper blades. Do you truly have two authentic Valyrian steel swords? He shouted. Your deduction is astoundingly accurate. Orwin chuckled as he sheathed his sword. Hey, brother. Given our shared trials, do procure for me a genuine Valyrian steel sword. Rest assured, I can have the sword blank crafted in King's Landing and delivered to you. You need only apply the magic. Name your price, James implored, his demeanor shifting as he leaned eagerly towards Orwin. Make one for me as well. I would even sell Clegane's castle for it, Sandor interjected, his expression remaining stoic while his eyes sparkled with fervor. Chapter 68, The Alliance of the Two Stags. The king's demise. We shall discuss the matter of Valyrian steel swords later. For now, let us return and bind Castor, bringing him back to Black Castle by tomorrow, Orwin declared. The five of them then carried the infant back to Castor's fortress, where Geomormont summoned the Night's Watch brothers to forcibly breach the gates of the stronghold, swiftly subduing the mad old man and returning the infant to a girl named Gilly. By the following morning, after breakfast, they continued their journey with the dozen or so women in tow, escorting Castor along. As for Castor's fortress, Sandor set it ablaze. While Orwin and his companions were still en route, news of the White Walker's resurgence had already spread to the north via the ravens, echoing across the lands of Westeros. At Storm's End, Stannis and Eddard Stark, under the protection of the Night's Watch, arrived aboard a ship from Dragonstone, encountering the crown-adorned Balon Greyjoy. Outside the Wind's Rest, a grand tournament unfolds between the Knights of the Riverlands and the Stormlands. The Knights, clad in formidable plate armor and wielding long-handled battle axes, engage in fierce one-on-one combat against warriors equipped with shields and flails. The surrounding nobility fervently cheers for their champions, while on the elevated platform, both Renly and his sister, the young Rose Marjorie, are intently observing the contest. Marjorie, in particular, is ardently supporting her brother, Loras Tyrell. In the arena, Loras initially gains the upper hand, forcing his opponent into a defensive stance. This thrilling moment prompts Marjorie to rise from her seat, clapping enthusiastically and exclaiming, Loras, fight for Highgarden. However, this fleeting advantage does not guarantee victory for Loras. In a mere instant, the knight, who shares a close friendship with Renly, becomes vulnerable, allowing his adversary to exploit a weakness and unleash a flurry of strikes. The duel intensifies, leading both combatants to discard their weapons and resort to hand-to-hand combat. Ultimately, the valiant knight Loras succumbs to fatigue, falling to the ground as his opponent lifts his visor and presses a dagger against Loras's throat. I yield, Loras concedes, raising his hand in surrender. Disheartened, Marjorie returns to her seat, while Renly applauds the victor from the Stormlands with palpable joy. Well fought. Come forth. He calls out to the triumphant warrior. The knight sheaths his dagger and approaches Renly, kneeling on one knee. Arise and remove your helm. Renly commands from his vantage point. As the knight removes his helmet, a woman's visage is revealed to the astonishment of all present. Loras, shocked to discover that his opponent is a woman, expresses his surprise. Your father did not exaggerate, my lady. I have witnessed Sir Loras's defeat on 1 or 2 occasions, yet never in such a humiliating manner. Renly remarks to the female knight. Indeed, my brother fought valiantly for you. Marjorie interjects in defense of Loras. You speak truthfully, my queen, Renly replies with a smile. Yet, there can only be one champion. Brienne of Tarth, speak your desires, and I shall fulfill them to the best of my abilities. Upon hearing this, Brienne kneels and declares, Your Majesty, I request the esteemed position of a Rainbow Guard. I seek to become one of your sworn protectors, dedicating my life to safeguard you from all peril. Taken aback by Brienne's bold request, Renly pauses before responding, agreed. Rise, Brienne of Tarth. The arena erupts in applause, albeit sparse and scattered. Just then, a knight rushes forward to speak with Renly. Your Majesty, the Duke of Dragonstone and the Duke of the North have arrived. They are landing on the northern beach. Renly, slightly taken aback, inquires, how many have come? Only one warship, the knight replies. The Knight of Wind's Rest spoke up. Since we are here, let us meet them. Loras, take a detachment of cavalry and accompany me to greet my 2 brothers, Renly commanded, casting a glance at Loras. Yes, your grace. Loras replied with a bow. Thus, Renly led a troop of horsemen towards the crashing waves to the north of Wind's Rest. On a rise to the north of Wind's Rest, 2 cavalry forces approached each other, one bearing the golden stag of House Baratheon, while the other displayed a banner of a stag enveloped in flames. Alongside the direwolf of the north. Eddard, I never anticipated you would come to Storm's End with my brother. It is truly astonishing to see you here, Renly remarked, gazing at the older Eddard Stark. Renly, it has been a long time, Eddard Stark replied softly. Is it truly you? Renly turned to Stannis, questioning. Who else could it be? Stannis responded, his expression as impassive as ever. Upon seeing your banner, I was uncertain. Whose colors do you fly? Renly inquired, frowning at Stannis' standard. It is, of course, my own banner, Stannis replied. The two engaged in casual banter as they once did. I can only imagine the chaos that would ensue if we were to fly the same banner in battle. Renly chuckled at Stannis. What happened to your stag? Why does it appear to be scorched? Renly continued, eyeing the flag. That is the royal sigil, the fiery heart of the Lord of Light. Melisandre, the Red Priestess, interjected. Huh, you must be the legendary Flame Priestess, Renly exclaimed, turning his gaze to Melisandre. Ah, brother. I now understand why you have suddenly taken to worshipping deities in your old age. Renly teased Stannis. Enough, Renly. This is not the time for such trivialities. Eddard Stark admonished. Then what should we discuss? Are you here to demand my submission? Do not jest. I possess the support of Storm's End and the Riverlands. And my forces far outnumber yours, Renly declared to Eddard. Renly, you must be aware of Robert's will. Stannis is the rightful heir to Robert, and the throne rightfully belongs to him, Eddard said, his brow furrowed. But I am also a Baratheon. I am entitled to be my brother's legitimate heir as well. Renly countered, shaking his head. Renly, should you be willing to lower your rebellious banner and pledge fealty to me, I would still retain your position as my trusted advisor. And even before my son is born, I would designate you as my heir, Stannis stated with a serious demeanor. Renly, gritting his teeth, gazed at Stannis and after a moment replied, Look at those banners over there, brother. How many of them support you? They all back me as king. I remain a king without submitting to you. Why would I wish to be your heir? Renly, the Lannisters now usurp the throne. We must unite against them to reclaim it, rather than allowing you two to squabble, Eddard Stark interjected, observing the rising tension between the brothers. If Robert were still alive, he would likely have raised his whip against you both. He added, feeling a sense of helplessness. Your Majesty, a message from the north. At that moment, a knight galloped forth, directing his steed towards Stannis. Stannis took the letter from the knight, swiftly tearing it open. Moments later, his expression darkened as he handed the letter to Eddard. Confused, Eddard took a glance at the contents, his visage mirroring Stannis's grave demeanor. What is the matter? Renly inquired, noting the distress on their faces. News from the wall. The White Walkers have appeared, Eddard replied, his tone grave. White Walkers? The stuff of legends. And you believe it? Loras Tyrell, the Knight of Flowers, scoffed. It is no mere legend. The letter clearly states that Orell and his companions have captured a white beyond the wall and are transporting it to the Black Castle. Eddard continued, before Renly could respond. A maester from Wind's Rest arrived on horseback, bearing yet another letter with identical news from the north. Renly, we can no longer afford to be adversarial. The White Walker's resurgence necessitates that we rally all our strength to face this threat, Eddard urged. Renly, whether you wish to submit or not, I shall lead our forces north to halt the White Walker's advance. I will fight for the living, if you are willing. You may continue to send troops north under your title as king, Stannis stated earnestly. Let us return to Wind's Rest. It has been years since you have savored its fare. After a moment of internal conflict, Renly sighed heavily and spoke. Come along, my brothers. He smiled at Stannis and Eddard. Indeed, it has been far too long since I visited the Stormlands. I do miss the food here. Stannis replied with a faint smile. The news from the north spread across the entirety of Westeros, reaching the Vale, the Stormlands, King's Landing, and Dorne. Fear of the White Walkers enveloped the realm. In King's Landing, the once lively Red Keep now fell into a solemn silence. King Joffrey was dead. He, who was supposed to perish at his betrothal feast with Margaery, met his demise at the engagement banquet with Dorne. Tywin had exhausted his machinations, securing an alliance with House Martell through Doran Martell, who consented to the union, sending his brother, Oberyn Martell, to wed his daughter to Joffrey. However, what Oberyn truly thought remained a mystery to Doran and Tywin, as well as to all others. Joffrey was thus poisoned at his own engagement banquet, with all accusations directed toward Tyrion, the dwarf who had been stripped of everything by Tywin and humiliated repeatedly by Joffrey. Tyrion was imprisoned, awaiting his execution. Chapter 69. The Death of Tywin and Tyrion's Flight. Joffrey lay deceased, his body displayed in the church hall, as Cersei, suppressing her grief, stood alongside Tommen by the corpse of the Eternal Emperor. Your brother is dead. Do you comprehend what this signifies? Tywin inquired, his face devoid of any sorrow as he strolled onto the platform, addressing the distraught Tommen. Tommen gazed incredulously at his so-called grandfather, struggling to digest Tywin's words. I am not deceiving you, Tywin replied, perceiving Tommen's disbelief. This means I shall become king, Tommen murmured softly. Indeed, you shall be king, Tywin responded. What kind of king do you envision yourself to be? He continued to inquire. A good king, Tommen replied uncertainly. Ah, that is what I believe as well, Tywin nodded. You possess the qualities to become a good king. Must you state it here? Cersei, battling her sorrow, interjected as she looked at Tywin. Yet, Tywin remained unfazed, continuing to address Tommen. But do you know how to be a good king? What is the most essential quality for a good king? Holiness, Tommen declared. Indeed, blessed Baelor was exceedingly holy. He constructed a grand cathedral and appointed a child of 5 or 6 as bishop, ultimately leading himself to an early grave, Tywin remarked. Justice, Tommen pondered for a moment before responding. Yes, a good king must be just. Aegon I was just. Yet his fairness only allowed him to sit on the throne for a year before being slain in his slumber by his brother, Tywin continued. What about strength? Tommen asked. Somewhat uncertain. Correct. Strength. Robert possessed strength. He won wars and toppled the Targaryen dynasty, yet during his 17-year reign, he attended only 3 small council meetings, spending his time indulging in debauchery, hunting, and drinking, until the latter two ultimately claimed his life, Tywin patiently elucidated. Wisdom? Tommen suggested once more. Precisely. But what constitutes wisdom? A wise king knows what he knows and what he does not know. You are still young. A wise young king heeds the advice of his counselors and pays close attention to their words, for he is yet to mature. The wisest of kings will continue to listen, Tywin elaborated. Your brother was neither a wise king nor a good king. Otherwise, he would not be lying here now, Tywin said, embracing Tommen and gazing at Joffrey's corpse. Now, as king, you must marry. Do you understand why? Tywin asked as he led Tommen out of the church. To continue the family lineage. Tommen replied as they walked. Yes. Do you know why? Tywin pressed on. Tywin thus led Tommen out of the church, intending to mold him into a king who would satisfy his own desires. Joffrey's corpse was interred 2 days later, while Cersei, overwhelmed by grief, remained absent until the day of Tyrion's interrogation, when she appeared in somber black attire in the royal hall. In the Red Keep's royal chamber, Tywin, adorned with the hand of the king insignia, sat upon the Iron Throne. Beside him, Oberyn Martell, the representative of Dorne, took his seat. Tywin had reached an accord with Oberyn Martell, ensuring that the betrothal between their houses remained intact, with Tommen set to wed Arryn Martell to solidify their alliance. The royal hall was filled with the nobility of King's Landing, gathered to witness the trial of Tyrion. The woman Tyrion cherished, Shae, had been brought to the hall by Tywin's orders, prepared to accuse Tyrion of Joffrey's murder. Tyrion could scarcely fathom that the woman he loved would publicly denounce him as the killer of Joffrey. In that moment, he finally comprehended that this was all a scheme orchestrated by Tywin, and Shae's betrayal was yet another affront to his dignity. Tyrion, do you confess to poisoning the late King Joffrey? Tywin, with an air of superiority, inquired as he regarded the shackled and despondent Tyrion. Father, I confess. I confess. Tyrion replied, his head bowed, teeth clenched in fury. You choose to confess? Tywin asked, astonished. He had anticipated Tyrion to defend himself, yet he had instead admitted guilt. I have saved all of you. Tyrion suddenly turned to address the assembled nobility of King's Landing, his voice rising in fervor. I have saved this city and your mundane lives. I ought to let Stannis slay you all. He gazed with malice upon the assembly of unscrupulous nobles, filled with disdain. Tyrion recognized that, should it come to trial, he would have no chance of survival, as none of those nobles would dare to speak in his defense. Tyrion's words stirred unrest among the nobles present, leading to a cacophony of murmurs. Tyrion, do you confess? Tywin, unfazed by the uproar, continued to question the increasingly vengeful Tyrion. Yes, father, I confess, Tyrion retorted, deliberately using the term father with every utterance to provoke Tywin. Confession, is that not what you wish to hear? He mocked. You admit to poisoning the king? Tywin pressed on. No, I am innocent of Joffrey's death. My only crime is being a dwarf, Tyrion replied, continuing his derision. This is not a trial against a dwarf. Tywin would not entertain Tyrion's assertions. For even if Tyrion were truly innocent of Joffrey's demise, Tywin would still condemn this dwarf who had brought him shame in the name of regicide. Ah, of course. My life is but a trial against the dwarf, Tyrion retorted disdainfully. Tywin, unwilling to entangle himself further in this matter, pressed on. Do you not have a defense for yourself? Aside from this, I have committed no other acts. I did not slay Joffrey, yet now I wish I had. For witnessing your vile little bastard perish brings me more joy than 1,000 compliant harlots, Tyrion shouted vehemently at Tywin and Cersei. I wish I were truly the monster you envision. I long to have ample poison prepared to dispatch you all, and I would take immense pleasure in watching each of you swallow it, even at the cost of my own life, Tyrion bellowed. At this moment, Tyrion had succumbed to utter madness. He no longer held any hope for justice. His intent was to incite chaos, thwarting Tywin's ambitions. The nobles in the hall were once again stirred to fury by Tyrion's provocations, rising en masse to denounce and berate him. The situation was on the verge of spiraling out of control. Sir Meryn, take the prisoner back to his cell. Tywin, witnessing the pandemonium, realized he could not execute Tyrion today under legitimate pretense, and thus commanded his incarceration. I shall not sacrifice my life for Joffrey's death, nor shall I find justice in this place. Therefore, I call upon the gods to adjudicate my fate. I demand trial by combat, Tyrion declared, locking his gaze onto Tywin. His words ignited a wave of exhilaration among the nobles he had humiliated, who began to chant for trial by combat, eager to witness Tyrion being slowly tortured to death before their eyes. Tywin could not have anticipated that all of Tyrion's actions were aimed at denying the accusation of poisoning the king, compelling him to kill Tyrion solely for his being a dwarf, an act that would utterly disgrace the Lannister family. Once more, Tyrion was confined to the dank and gloomy cell, lying motionless on the floor, awaiting the arrival of death. He had relinquished all hope for survival. Suddenly, a commotion arose outside the cell. Someone approached, torch in hand. Ah, do it, you wretched spawn of a harlot, Tyrion murmured with closed eyes. The cell door swung open, and the intruder approached him. Tyrion lay silently, awaiting his fate. How long do you intend to lie there? Came the voice of Varys, the spider. What brings you here? Do you plan to set me free? Aren't you afraid Tywin will have your head? Tyrion asked, astonished to see Varys. To free you is but part of my own escape, Varys replied with a smile. Following Joffrey's demise, this eunuch had resolved to leave King's Landing in search of Daenerys across the narrow sea. I have a ship by the river, bound for the free cities. You must ascend to the top of the stairs where a door is locked. Knock twice, then twice more, and it shall open. Varys instructed Tyrion. Why not accompany me? Tyrion inquired of Varys. I have other matters to attend to. Rest assured, I shall reach the riverbank before you, Varys replied. Thank you, Tyrion responded. We are friends, are we not? Varys chuckled, then turned to depart. After Varys left, Tyrion ascended the staircase as indicated, easily escaping the dungeon that had confined him for some days. Emerging from the secret passage, he found himself back in the Tower of the Hand, the walls adorned with lions evoking a sense of nausea within him. The Tower of the Hand was a familiar place for Tyrion. He walked along the corridor and entered the Hand's chamber. Upon the bed, he did not find Tywin, but rather a naked woman lying on the bed, her face obscured. Tyrion approached the bedside, eager to discern the identity of the woman. "Tywin, my lion." The woman, upon hearing footsteps, assumed it was Tywin and softly spoke. Turning her body to look, Tyrion was taken aback, for the woman was none other than Shae, the one he cherished most deeply. Shae, equally stunned, did not anticipate Tyrion's arrival. In their moment of shock, she quickly seized a fruit knife from the nightstand. Reacting swiftly, Tyrion lunged at her, and they grappled upon the bed. The struggle culminated in Tyrion using a scarf to strangle Shae, ending her life. "I am so sorry," Tyrion wept, gazing sorrowfully at the lifeless form of Shae. Having just taken the life of the woman he loved, he felt utterly helpless, curled at the edge of the bed, repeatedly whispering apologies. Gradually, Tyrion's gaze hardened. As he looked at the lion emblem on the wall, a cold malice filled his eyes. He retrieved a crossbow from the wall. Stringing it and loading an arrow, he began his search for Tywin within the tower. Tyrion knew Tywin would not have vacated the premises. He was bound to be somewhere nearby. Ultimately, Tyrion discovered Tywin in the restroom, engaged in a moment of privacy. "Tyrion, lower the crossbow," Tywin exclaimed, astonished at Tyrion's entrance. Yet Tyrion held the weapon steadfastly aimed at him. "We can discuss this in the bedroom," Tywin suggested, attempting to rise. Tyrion quickly stepped back, continuing to point the crossbow at Tywin, silent. "From the moment I stepped out, you wished for my demise," Tyrion finally articulated after a pause. "Indeed. But you refused to comply. You incessantly fought for your survival, and I respect your choice. Hence, I shall not permit them to execute you in trial by combat. I will have Ser Meryn behead you directly," Tywin responded without reservation, though Tyrion was already indifferent to his words. "I loved her," Tyrion declared. "Who?" Tywin inquired. "Shae." Tyrion uttered her name with conviction. "Oh, Tyrion." Tywin shook his head, urging, "Put down the crossbow." He spoke gently. "I killed her." Tyrion gazed coldly at Tywin, who looked back at him in shock. "I killed her with my own hands." Tyrion continued. "It doesn't matter." Tywin shook his head dismissively. "It doesn't matter?" Tyrion questioned, his tone laced with confusion. "She was a whore," Tywin declared. "Say that again." Tyrion replied icily. "What? Do you intend to kill your father in the bathroom?" "I am your father." Tywin began to play the emotional card, speaking softly. "I am your son, yet you have sentenced me to death. You know I did not poison Joffrey, yet you still condemn me," Tyrion stated, his voice devoid of emotion. "Enough. Let us retire to the bedroom and discuss this properly," Tywin said impatiently. "I shall not go. He is there." Tyrion shook his head defiantly. "What? Are you afraid of a whore?" Tywin taunted. Yet, those words elicited the swift release of the crossbow in Tyrion's hands. Upon hearing the word whore from Tywin's lips once more, Tyrion unhesitatingly pulled the trigger, the bolt piercing Tywin's heart. "You shot an arrow," Tywin exclaimed, staring incredulously at the bloody projectile. "You are not my son." Tywin spat venomously. "I am your son. Always have been," Tyrion replied coldly, before loosing another arrow into Tywin. Thus, the formidable Tywin Lannister met his end, slain by his own son in the bathroom. Tyrion left the Tower of the Hand, unperturbed, and made his way to the banks of the Blackwater, boarding Varys' ship to escape across the strait. Chapter 70. The Black Castle Council. The deaths of Joffrey and Tywin had yet to spread throughout the Seven Kingdoms. Yet the Black Castle welcomed the return of the Night's Watch from beyond the wall. The sound of a horn echoed above the castle, signaling the brothers' return. The tunnel gate beneath the wall creaked open, as the Night's Watch Rangers escorted several women back through the passage to the Black Castle. Lord Commander Alliser Thorne awaited the return of Jeor Mormont and their companions in the courtyard. "What is happening? Why have you brought back so many women? Is that a Castark?" Alliser remarked, furrowing his brow at the returning party. "Thorne, have the brothers settle the women first, then gather everyone in the courtyard. There are matters to discuss." Old Bear spoke to Commander Thorne. "Did you all hear that? Move swiftly." "Sam, is that your child you are holding?" Thorne shouted at Sam, the corpulent man he had always looked down upon, who was engaged in lively conversation with a woman while cradling an infant. "And no, Commander Thorne," Sam stammered, startled by the reprimand. "If not, return the child to its mother and assist Maester Aemon out." "What do you think you are doing?" Thorne bellowed at Sam. "I shall do so at once." Sam hurriedly returned the infant to Gilly and then, with labored steps, made his way to the castle in search of Maester Aemon. "Harris," Olwen called out, dismounting his horse and gesturing towards Harris. "My lord." Harris responded, rushing to Olwen's side. "Aside from the essential guards, summon our men as well. Be vigilant for a while, and obey my commands if necessary to maintain control of the situation, Orwin whispered to Harris. Understood. Harris nodded and turned to head towards the encampment of the Northman cavalry. Soon, the women brought back from Castle Castor were all settled, and the Night's Watchmen gathered in the clearing of Black Castle, while Maester Aemon was supported by Sam as he emerged. The high ramparts and walls of Black Castle were brimming with soldiers from the north, brothers of the Night's Watch. I believe many of you are curious as to why we have brought back the women of Castor, as well as that old man himself. Jeor Mormont addressed the assembly of Night's Watchmen from the center of the field. Let me dispel any notions you may have. These women are not here for your keeping. Old Bear abruptly shifted the tone, prompting hearty laughter from the gathered Night's Watchmen. Before we conclude our business with you, I wish to show you something. Old Bear beckoned to Eddie and Gren, who then brought forth a chest. Open it, he commanded. At his order, Eddie and Gren carefully opened the chest. A sharp hissing sound erupted as the chest revealed a white, which suddenly lunged at the crowd, leaving everyone stunned and retreating in fear. Watch out, Thorn shouted, swiftly drawing his sword and stabbing at the approaching white. Though he pierced it through, the creature continued to claw and snap at him. Just as Thorn was about to be bitten, Eddie and Gren grasped the ropes binding the white, pulling it back and pinning it to the ground. Did you all see that? This is the legendary white, a corpse controlled by the White Walkers. It is difficult to kill with a standard sword unless one decapitates it or burns it. Of course, there is another way. Using weapons forged from dragonglass or Valyrian steel can also slay such creatures, Old Bear proclaimed, surveying the astonished faces around him. We encountered many of these at the Fist of the First Men and even faced a White Walker. Had it not been for the assistance of Lord Olwyn and his men, we might have perished there, transformed into whites ourselves, returning to confront you, our former brothers. Old Bear continued to address the crowd. On this expedition beyond the wall, we even clashed with the wildlings, and the king beyond the wall, Mance Rayder, was slain by Lord Olwyn's sword. The threat from the wildlings to the wall is temporarily alleviated. However, we are now faced with an even greater peril. The White Walkers have begun their assault on both the court and the common folk, seeking to annihilate the tens of thousands of wildlings beyond the wall in order to forge an immense army of the undead. Should the White Walkers descend upon us with this countless horde of whites, it will be exceedingly difficult to withstand their advance. Therefore, I propose to open the tunnels of the wall, allowing those wildlings who wish to flee southward to pass through. This not only offers a lifeline to the living beyond the wall, but also serves as a means to weaken the White Walkers' power. Elder Xiong addressed the gathered Night's Watch. I stand in support of the commander's proposal. We cannot afford to create more enemies. Eddie was the first to voice his agreement, his stature as an adept among the Night's Watch lending weight to his words. I concur, Glenn followed suit. Then, the brothers of the ranging party who had returned from beyond the wall echoed their sentiments. I too endorsed the commander's opinion. At this juncture, we must set aside our grievances. The enmity we have harbored towards the wildlings for over a millennium is beyond description. Yet in the face of the White Walkers and the conflict between the living and the dead, we must indeed consolidate our strength. Scholar Iman, seated at the edge of the gathering, spoke up. His voice, though soft, stirred many of the undecided Night's Watchmen. Most of these men were loyal to Commander Thorn, and in light of his stance, they hesitated to voice their own. All eyes turned to Thorn, the pressure mounting upon the commander, who bore deep-seated animosity towards the wildlings. Thorn understood he must express his viewpoint. Lord Orwin, what is your opinion? Thorn placed his hopes upon Orwin, fervently wishing for his opposition. Commander Thorn, I have already communicated with the wildlings beyond the wall. Should they agree to accept the governance of the Northern Duke and be willing to live as farmers or hunters in the north, I will persuade the lords of the north on their behalf. Orwin replied directly to Thorn. Orwin's words extinguished any remaining hope within Thorn. He surveyed the assembly, fists clenched tightly, unwilling to reconcile with the wildlings. However, the overwhelming majority of the gathered Night's Watchmen had already shown support for Elder Xiong's stance, while those who remained silent did so out of deference to him. I will not reconcile with the wildlings, nor will I permit them passage through the wall. That is an unacceptable course of action for me as a member of the Night's Watch. However, as a living man, I shall not oppose your views. Thorn declared loudly to Elder Xiong. After uttering this, he turned sharply and departed, striding resolutely back to his quarters, firmly shutting the door behind him. And what of you? Do you have any further opinions? Elder Xiong inquired, addressing the silent Night's Watchmen. They all shook their heads in response, their gestures tacitly affirming their support. For they were not fools and would not openly oppose. Since there are no objections, let us prepare to welcome the wildlings southward starting today. Inform the brothers and residents of the lands to be gifted assuring them that order will be maintained and they shall not be harmed by the wildlings. Elder Xiong addressed all the Night's Watchmen. My lord Olwen, could you attend to the matter concerning Castor? He suddenly inquired of Olwen. Of course, Olwen replied with a smile. Allow me. Sandor immediately stepped forward as soon as Olwen's words fell. Without waiting for Olwen's consent, Sandor seized Castor and hoisted him onto the platform. He then drew a long sword from the waist of one of the Night's Watchmen, raising it high and proclaiming, You wretched scoundrel, who defies the rights of the living and sacrifices to the others, I hereby judge you in the name of the Duke of the North. With that, he swung the sword down decisively. Silenced, Castor, the old pervert, uttered not a word before his head rolled off the platform, blood spilling profusely onto the ground. Chapter 71. The wildlings descend with Sandor's swift execution. Castor's nefarious life came to an end. Harris, prepare to escort this corpse back to Winterfell. We must pass through Last Hearth, where you shall present this specimen to Lord John, Olwen instructed Harris. Yes, my lord. Harris nodded in response. We shall depart tomorrow. For today, focus on preparations, Olwen continued. Understood, Harris affirmed. Typically, it would be most fitting for Olwen to return to Winterfell with the corpse. Yet he had no intention of doing so. He understood that in the time to come, the others would launch an offensive against the wildlings to bolster their own power. He needed to remain here to counter any potential assaults from the others. Meanwhile, in the wildling encampment beyond the wall, Tormund and Firekiss had returned with Jon to their tribe. Countless wildlings gazed upon the returning party, noting the meager number of survivors and quickly grasping the gravity of the situation. Tormund, where is Mance Rayder? Where is our king beyond the wall? In response to the sight of so few returning, the king beyond the wall stepped forward, demanding answers. Mance Rayder is dead, Tormund replied in a hushed tone. Our numbers have dwindled to this few, slain by the crows. Tormund continued, his voice heavy with sorrow. This cannot be. You had Orell with you. Even if the crows from the wall had mobilized, Orell would have sensed them. How could you have been ambushed by mere crows? The king beyond the wall exclaimed in disbelief. We were not ambushed. They numbered only a few dozen, Firekiss interjected, looking at the king beyond the wall. A few dozen? You had hundreds, the finest among the free folk. How could a mere handful slay so many? The king beyond the wall was incredulous. It is true. Though they were few, there were 4 formidable individuals among them. 3 of them are among the elite of our free folk, and the 4th, I cannot adequately describe. I do not even know if he is man or beast. Tormund recounted, a look of dread upon his face. What do you mean? The King of Bones inquired with astonishment. That individual single-handedly cut through our ranks with his sword, leaving no one capable of enduring his might. Our weapons shattered effortlessly beneath his blade, whispered Firekiss. Moreover, those 4 are not crows. They were dispatched by the Duke of Winterfell. Firekiss added, dispatched by the Duke of Winterfell? Then, you must know who they are, correct? Jon. The King of Bones fixed his icy gaze upon Jon as he questioned. I am aware, Jon replied. Among those 4, one is the son of the Westland's Duke, the captain of the King's Kingsguard, Jaime Lannister, renowned throughout the 7 kingdoms as a master swordsman. The second, Sandor Clegane, known as the Hound, once served as the Prince's Guard, and is the younger brother of the Westerland's Knight, Gregor Clegane, possessing exceptional swordsmanship. As for the third, I only know he is my swordsmanship instructor. I am uncertain of his full prowess. Jon addressed the King of Bones. The formidable individual they mentioned is my sword instructor, Ser Alliser Thorne, now the Viscount of the village of Hornvale in the north. I am wholly unaware of the extent of his abilities, but I do know that during my father Eddard Stark's march to King's Landing, he clashed with the infamous Red Cloaks of the Westlands, single-handedly defeating over 100 heavily armored foes. Jon continued, Are you certain of the truth of your words? The King of Bones, his eyes widening in disbelief beneath the mask, pressed in astonishment. This event is known throughout all 7 kingdoms, Jon asserted confidently. Once Jon concluded, a heavy silence enveloped the gathering. No one dared to speak. After a moment, Tormund broke the silence. Although Mance Rayder has perished, our peril remains. The White Walkers are advancing relentlessly, having already reached the Frostfangs. We must continue our descent southward. Yet, how can we descend south when those crows will not allow us to cross the wall easily? A tribal leader interjected. We can still proceed south. This time, the Crows' commander has promised that if we advance southward, they will permit our passage. Firekiss declared. He must be deceiving you. A tribal chief immediately retorted, garnering agreement from the other leaders present. They have conditions. Tormund stated. What conditions? The King of Bones turned his gaze upon the group. Provided we are willing to accept the dominion of the Northest Duke, the northern nobles shall welcome us, offering arable land and vast forests for our hunting. Tormund explained. We shall not bow to those noble lords. The free folk shall never submit. Among the leaders present, some hot-headed individuals brandished their weapons, shouting vehemently. Many others joined in, resulting in utter chaos. At this moment, the wildlings on the periphery found themselves engulfed in chaos. Many yearned to traverse the wall of despair to seek life in the southern lands, even if it meant submitting to the rule of the northern nobility. To these wildlings, survival was paramount. Conversely, some held a different belief. To them, freedom surpassed all else. This ideology resembled that of those incessantly clamoring for liberty, driven solely by their own so-called freedom, heedless of the consequences. A choice must be made. The White Walkers were drawing near, having sensed our movements. If you do not venture south, you will be consumed and obliterated by the army of the undead, eventually transforming into one of the White Walkers' minions. Compelled to slaughter your kin. Jon, observing the escalating turmoil, shouted fervently. The White Walkers can control the dead. If you refuse to head south, you will only be hunted down, becoming one of their puppets. Is this the freedom you so desperately seek? Jon implored the leaders who clamored for liberty. Perhaps Jon's words held truth. Perhaps he had pierced their self-deceptive facade, for those who had been shouting fell silent one by one. I care not whether you agree or not. I shall lead my tribe southward, declared Tormund with conviction. The creature speaks wisely. Even a king possesses no absolute freedom. He continued, the esteemed king beyond the wall, Mance Rayder, was thought to be the freest of all. Yet he was relentlessly pursued by the White Walkers and ultimately cleaved in two by that monster, simply for his refusal to accept northern dominion. Freedom could not save him. It only led him to his demise. Fire Kiss echoed loudly, casting aside any reverence for the king beyond the wall. She recognized that the figure exalted by countless wildlings was not impervious. He too could be slain, cleaved in twain by a single strike. Freedom would not rescue him. I shall follow you, Tormund, proclaimed a tribal leader, stepping forward. Following him, the leader of the giants also emerged, and soon more joined their ranks. Yet, many tribal leaders remained seated, hesitant. Tormund, I will not accompany you southward. I do not trust the lies of those crows, nor do I believe the noble lords will welcome us. I shall lead my people south in my own manner, spoke the King of Bones, gazing at Tormund. I wish you luck, giant slayer Tormund, he added, turning away and departing the gathering, his tribe trailing behind him. Besides the King of Bones, other leaders who had refrained from standing also led their tribes away from the assembly, heading southeast. At that moment, only half of the wildlings remained at the gathering. The weaker factions among them, all eyes now fixed upon Tormund. All free folk, gather your children and belongings. Let us journey southward through the haunted woods to reside in those warm lands. Tormund proclaimed loudly amidst the crowd. Together we shall head south, where vast fields and dense forests await you, where there are those who will stand with you against the invasion of the others. You shall no longer fight alone. Jon echoed Tormund's call with a resounding voice. As their words resonated, the remaining wildlings began to mobilize, organizing their possessions and gathering their families to join the throng heading south. At that moment beyond the wall, the wildlings' footsteps diverged from their gathering place towards two distinct paths, one contingent trudging toward the arduous fortress by the sea, while the other pressed directly southward toward the Wall of Despair. Chapter 72. The Alliance marches north as the wildlings commenced their southern trek. The North encountered its first White in over a millennium. The dread of the others' resurgence swiftly permeated the entire North, prompting all the nobles to reconvene in Winterfell. When will Lord Eddard return? Lord Wyman, the elder count, inquired of the young wolf lord, Robb, who sat at the center of the assembly. My father is on his way back, and this time he does not return alone. He brings with him the navy of King Stannis, alongside the allied forces of the Stormlands and the Riverlands, totaling over 30,000 men. Robb informed his vassals. And the Vale? Have they sent troops? Asked Roose Bolton. Gazing at Robb, they dispatched a total of 500 men, led by Blackfish Brynden, Robb replied. Do not be misled by the small number from the Vale. They are compelled to guard against threats from the Vale and the west. Not only them, but the Riverlands are also defending against incursions from the west and Dorne. Otherwise, they could muster over 30,000 on their own. We have just received news that the false King Joffrey is dead, along with Tywin. Reports indicate they were both slain by the imp, Tyrion, Robb announced. Splendid. Big John shouted exuberantly, prompting a chorus of cheers from many of the bannermen. Gentlemen, though the false king has perished, his brother Tommen Lannister has ascended to the throne. Tywin may be dead, but Kevan Lannister now assumes the title of Warden of the West. We are still far from vanquishing our foes, Robb reminded the assembly gravely. Now, Dorne has begun to cooperate with the West, significantly strengthening their position, and we face the looming threat of the others. We must remain vigilant. Robb stated with a serious countenance. What shall we do? Eddard Stark queried, looking to Robb. Our immediate course of action is to amass a considerable force at Greywater Watch for contingencies, while a substantial portion of our remaining forces will be dispatched to support the Night's Watch at Castle Black, Robb declared. This plan has already received my father's approval. He added, shall we not await Lord Eddard and the other reinforcements? Lord Wyman asked. There is no need to wait for them. They will split into two factions heading north. One group, comprising the navy from Dragonstone and the cavalry from Storm's End, will sail directly north to land at Eastwatch. The other will depart from the Riverlands, traversing the Riverlands and proceeding north along the King's Road. Robb explained, we are advancing north due to a letter from Maester Olwyn. The wildlings are poised to descend southward, and the forces at the Black Castle lack the strength to deter such a multitude. We must assist them. Once we have vanquished the White Walkers, those wildlings willing to stay will be accepted as subjects of the North, while those unwilling may return to the lands of eternal winter. To this news, every vassal present expressed their eagerness. After all, it concerns the populace. The North has always suffered from a meager population, placing it at a disadvantage during times of war. The inclusion of these wildlings would significantly bolster the northern demographic. The vast tundra, fertile black soil, dense forests, and abundant lakes and oceans provide ample resources to sustain a larger population. Thus, we must mobilize our forces swiftly to support Black Castle. Once the wildlings have crossed south of the wall, we can engage with them more thoroughly, Lord John declared, his urgency evident. Then let each of you prepare your armies. We shall depart in 1 week, Robb said with a smile to the assembled lords. Meanwhile, the news of the White Walkers continued to spread across Westeros. The noble families of the Vale were convening at the Eyrie to deliberate whether to send aid to the north. Lisa Tully sat high above with her son, Robert Arryn. Supporting the expedition to assist the north was Lord Yohn Royce, the head of House Royce, known as Bronze Yohn, who had motives beyond the rights of the living. His nephew, Wyman Royce, served in the Night's Watch. As kin to the Royces, House Waywood also backed Yohn Royce's proposal, agreeing to send troops to assist the north. Conversely, the House Hunter, having previously conspired with House Baelish to contest Robert Arryn's guardianship and become the regent of the Vale, supported a treacherous assault on the north and the Riverlands. However, they suffered a severe defeat at the hands of the Northern and Riverland cavalry beneath the walls of King's Landing, and their heir was executed by Olwyn. Consequently, their influence in the Vale waned, rendering their opinions less significant. As for the last major family of the Vale, House Corbray remained neutral in this matter. Ultimately, the Vale decided to send aid to the north, with the Royces and Waywoods leading the charge. Meanwhile, King's Landing and the Westerlands remained unresponsive. For Cersei, as long as the White Walkers did not advance southward, she was indifferent to the fate of the north and the Riverlands. Regardless of whether their people perished or the reinforcements from the Vale and Stormlands met the same fate, as long as her son remained seated upon the Iron Throne, she cared not for the crumbling world around her. As for Jaime Lannister, I must express my apologies. Cersei has found a new lover, and for this brother and lover, as long as he remains alive, nothing else matters. When Tormund led the wildlings south to Castle Black, the Northern Army began its advance northward, with Stannis' navy and the cavalry from the Wall arriving at Widow's Watch, only a few days' journey from Eastwatch by the sea. The cavalry from the Vale met with forces from the Riverlands, and after a series of negotiations, the two armies joined with the reinforcements from the Riverlands, marching grandly towards the north. The horn from the Night's Watch echoed across Black Castle as a multitude of wildlings emerged from the haunted forest, appearing in the clearing beneath the wall. The Night's Watch and the first wave of northern reinforcements had ascended the wall, prepared to defend against these wildlings. My Lord Olwyn, what shall we do now? Asked Jamermont as he approached Olwyn. You all remain vigilant. I shall venture out alone to assess the situation, Olwyn replied after a moment's contemplation. How can you go alone? I will accompany you, Tormund protested. That is unnecessary. Their numbers are vast, and should they choose to attack us, our numbers would be of little consequence. It would be easier for me to slip away alone. Olwyn shook his head. Perhaps we should deny them entry until reinforcements arrive, Jaime suggested. That cannot be. We have already made a promise and must not betray it out of fear, Olwyn insisted, shaking his head once more. Then it is settled. Open the tunnel. And I shall go out alone, Olwyn declared, looking at Jamermont. Take care, Jamermont said. Realizing Olwyn had made up his mind, he ceased his arguments. Soon, countless wildlings gathered outside the wall, with Tormund and Jon leading the way, slowly advancing towards Castle Black. At that moment, Jon's expression was grave. Fearing that if the Night's Watch reneged, All their previous efforts with Tormund would be in vain. Just as everyone awaited with bated breath, the tunnel door beneath the wall was opened. Holding a torch aloft, Orwin emerged slowly from within. He continued his stride until he stood before Tormund and Jon. "I am pleased to see you have ventured forth from the land of eternal winter. Have you made your decision regarding the acceptance of Northern rule?" Orwin inquired, gazing intently at Tormund. "Rest assured, those of us who stand here have already accepted your terms. Those who have not will not be present," Tormund replied with solemnity. "Then welcome to the land south of the wall," Orwin smiled. "Thank you," Tormund responded earnestly. "Allow your people to enter the tunnel, passing directly through Castle Black. For the time being, your accommodations shall be in the lands granted behind Castle Black," Orwin instructed Tormund. Tormund said little, merely nodding before he began to make his way towards the tunnel, followed by countless wildlings who were now heading into the wall that had barred them for over a millennium. "Well done, Jon," said Orwin, approaching Jon and giving his shoulder a reassuring pat. "Master Orwin," Jon exclaimed, momentarily at a loss for words in his excitement. "Let us enter as well," Orwin replied, leading Jon back to the Black Castle alongside the wildlings. A sharp cry of a falcon echoed above the wall. Orwin looked up to see the falcon he had once commanded, which had been following him since he descended from the ancestral peaks. The sudden cry signified that the bird had spotted something. Orwin projected his consciousness into the falcon's mind, his vision shifting rapidly. He commanded the falcon to circle above the wall, surveying the surroundings. In the distance, behind the Black Castle, an army was slowly approaching. Chapter 73. The assault of the others after Orwin had discerned the northern reinforcements through the falcon. A considerable time passed before the sound of a horn resonated above the Black Castle. The blast of the horn alerted all the Night's Watch that allies had arrived. At this moment, they finally felt a sense of relief, for the influx of wildlings had been overwhelming. "What is happening?" Tormund inquired, turning abruptly to Jon, who had just arrived at his side. "The sound of the horn signifies that someone is coming, and there is no hostility," Jon explained. Meanwhile, a multitude of wildlings had gathered on the land behind the Black Castle, with many more continuously arriving. The wildlings were elated to stand on this patch of land, relatively free of snow and vibrant with greenery. Some were even moved to tears. In that moment, they paid little heed to the horn, for nothing brought them greater solace than having survived to reach the land south of the wall. Soon, the thunder of hooves approached from afar, as a cavalry unit led the way, with the majority of the infantry being archers. This was precisely what Robert had instructed. When faced with the others, those alive beyond the wall possessed a distinct advantage. The sound of hooves drew closer, halting not far from the wildlings. The two factions stood in a tense standoff, neither side making a move, both awaiting a gesture of goodwill from the other. "Jon, the one at the forefront is Robb. Take Tormund over there," Orwin called out from the walls of the Black Castle. "Understood, Master Orwin," Jon responded, turning to lead Tormund towards Robb. "Robb," Jon called out, waving from a distance. "Jon! Jon!" Robb exclaimed, his affection for his brother evident as he swiftly dismounted and rushed towards Jon. The two brothers embraced each other, scrutinizing one another with warm familiarity. "You've grown quite sturdy," Robb remarked, gazing at Jon. "You too, and you exude the presence of a true wolf lord," Jon replied with a smile. "By the way, this is Tormund, the leader of the free folk, who has brought them to the wall and agreed to accept the governance of the North." Jon introduced Tormund to Robb, gesturing towards him. "Welcome to the North, Chief Tormund," Robb said earnestly, fixing his gaze upon Tormund. "How shall I address you?" Tormund inquired. "You may call me Robb." "The eldest son of Eddard Stark, the Warden of Winterfell," Robb responded with a smile, intrigued by the forthright wildling leader. "Shall we then pledge our loyalty to you?" Tormund asked again. "There is no need. You need only pledge your fealty to my father," Robb replied, shaking his head with a grin. "And what of your father?" Tormund continued to press. "You shall meet him, Chief, but not at this moment. We should first discuss your accommodations," Robb said, still smiling. As Robb conversed with Tormund, the Black Castle was abuzz with activity, while outside the wall, throngs of wildlings continued to arrive. The tunnel beneath the wall was rather narrow, allowing only a few to pass at a time. When giants entered, a single one could fill the entire passage. At this moment, Orwin had nothing to occupy him, so he stood atop the walls of the Black Castle, commanding a falcon to soar in the vicinity. Thanks to Orwin's formidable mental prowess and abundant magical energy, the falcon could fly far, high, and swiftly. This sensation was one Orwin had never experienced before, in either his past life or this one. Just as he reveled in the joy of soaring and surveying the earth from above, a shadow caught his attention below, starkly contrasting against the snow. Sensing something amiss, Orwin directed the falcon towards the shadow. Soon, Orwin discerned the true nature of the shadow, a vast horde of wights, exceeding 10,000 in number, creating an impression of endlessness from the ground. Among them rode several White Walkers atop wights. These beings commanded the multitude of wights as they advanced towards the wall. Orwin realized that the wildlings' southern migration had drawn the Night King's attention, prompting him to send these wights to reap lives. Orwin directed the falcon to return towards the wall. While he withdrew his consciousness, "Commander Mormont, sound the horn, 3 blasts. The White Walkers are coming," Orwin exclaimed, his awareness returning to his body as he called out to Jeor Mormont within the Black Castle. Jeor Mormont did not hesitate. He understood that Orwin, as a warg, having control over a falcon, must have discovered something significant, warranting such an urgent request. "Hurry, sound the horn, the White Walkers are coming." Jeor Mormont shouted loudly to Eddie beside him. Upon hearing the urgent words of the old bear, Eddie hastened toward the wall without delay. Minutes later, the horn echoed once more above the wall. 3 resounding blasts reverberated through the air. "Quick, increase your pace. Hurry through the tunnel and head toward the castle." The Night's Watchmen, momentarily setting aside their discomfort, shouted toward the wildlings, with some already assisting them in carrying supplies toward the Black Castle. "What is happening?" Robb inquired of Jon, having heard the horn from atop the wall. 3 blasts of the horn signify the arrival of the White Walkers, Jon replied emphatically. "Tormund, organize your men and prepare defenses at the wall," Jon called out, drawing his sword and sprinting toward the Black Castle. "Firekiss, bring the archers and follow Jon to the wall to defend against the White Walkers." Tormund bellowed to Firekiss, who stood nearby. "Everyone else, arm yourselves and join me in the castle for defense," Tormund shouted as he ran. Robb quickly made his way back to the northern forces, urgently summoning all archers to the wall for support, while the cavalry and infantry remained below, aiding the wildlings and hastening their passage through the Black Castle, coordinating with the wildlings and Night's Watchmen to safeguard the tunnel. Atop the wall, wildling archers and northern archers took their positions, their eyes fixed on the movements below. Outside the wall, the last of the wildlings hurried into the tunnel, and as the final wildling entered, the massive gates slammed shut, with barriers within the tunnel sealing behind them as they passed. The Black Castle was now teeming with warriors wielding shields, spears, and swords, all poised to confront the White Walkers at a moment's notice. A considerable amount of time elapsed from the moment the horn sounded until the last of the wildlings had passed through the tunnel. Yet no sign of the enemy was evident. Just as confusion settled among the defenders, a sentry atop the wall detected an anomaly and promptly sounded the horn again. 3 sharp blasts resonated once more, and all understood that the White Walkers had indeed arrived. Beyond the haunted forest, figures emerged once again, but these were no longer wildlings. They were wights. Leading the charge were 6 White Walkers mounted on white steeds, distinctly different from the 2 slain by Orell, clad in armor. These towering figures exuded a menacing presence. A furious roar erupted from one of the White Walkers, and at the sound, all the wights surged forward, charging toward the wall. "Fire arrows now," Eddie commanded from atop the wall. Swiftly, flaming arrows soared from the battlements, igniting the oncoming wights as they raced forward. Over a millennium later, the first confrontation between the living and the dead commenced in earnest. Chapter 74, The Battle of the Wall of Despair. With a piercing howl from the otherworldly creature wielding the ice spear, countless wights surged towards the Wall of Despair like a relentless tide, gazing down from the ramparts. These wights resembled a swarm of marching ants, their raspy, chilling cries threatening to rupture eardrums, instilling a profound terror in all who heard them. At this moment, Old Bear and Jon had also ascended the Wall of Despair, standing atop a wooden platform and surveying the chaos below. The daylight's reflection off the accumulated snow was blinding, and amidst this painful glare, they beheld an endless black wave advancing towards the foot of the wall, a sight so immense it rendered Jon and his companions momentarily breathless. Under the command of the ice creature, tens of thousands of wights had gathered, their high-pitched howls echoing beyond the Wall of Despair. Though the Night's Watch knew that the chasm below was insurmountable, the sheer number of wights made their scalps tingle with dread. Fortunately, the inclusion of the free folk had dramatically bolstered the wall's defenses. Led by Tormund, the archers among the free folk had ascended to the summit of the wall alongside the fiery kiss of their arrows. Countless flaming projectiles rained down upon the charging wights, who fell in droves to the inferno. Yet, an even greater multitude continued their relentless assault towards the Wall of Despair. Some of the foremost wights had begun to grasp the pockmarked surface of the wall, scaling it with grim determination. "Eddie, let our men secure ropes and shoot down those climbing up," shouted Mormont, casting a glance at Eddie. "Jon, You must direct the free folk. We cannot allow the whites to ascend. Mormont bellowed once more to Jon, who stood by his side. At your command, my lord, Jon replied, drawing his sword and sprinting towards Ygritte. As the battle raged atop the wall, the conflict within the Black Castle had commenced as well. Countless whites relentlessly assaulted the tunnel's gate. Despite its steel construction, the gate appeared perilously close to yielding under the onslaught. Robb, called out Olwyn, as Robb was busy organizing the soldiers into formation. Master Olwyn, Robb responded, relinquishing command to Louise Bolton and approaching Olwyn. Prepare some carts, push them into the tunnel, and load them with flammable materials. The gate cannot hold for long. We must reinforce our defenses, Olwyn instructed, gesturing towards the tunnel. Understood. I will see to it at once. Robb nodded in affirmation. Sean, unload everything from the carts, fill them with fodder and oil, and push them all into the tunnel. Robb commanded, turning back towards the military formation as he walked. Instructor Sean, is there any oil left in the Black Castle? Olwyn inquired, addressing Sean, who remained atop the platform. There are still a few, though not many, Thorne replied after a moment's thought. Then let us not stand idly by. Bring forth all the oil and push it into the tunnel. We cannot allow these corpses to breach our defenses. Otherwise, we shall all await our doom. Orwin exclaimed. Yes, Lord Orwin. Thorne responded with fervor, swiftly descending from the platform, accompanied by several free folk and soldiers from the north, to gather the oil from the storeroom. The undead were on the verge of breaking through the outer iron gate. Shurin, rally the men and retreat from the tunnel. He shouted. Sam, dispatch all the long spears and arrows tipped with dragon glass. Those armed with dragon glass weaponry follow me. Orwin commanded, leading the charge into the tunnel, closely followed by James, Sandor, and Gendry. The four formed an arrowhead, surging forth against the advancing corpses, with dozens of free folk and northern soldiers led by Tormund at their backs. As the forefront of the assault, Orwin struck down the undead with a single blow, wielding two Valyrian steel swords with unparalleled prowess. No corpse could penetrate the deadly dance of his blades. Each foe cleaved in twain, silenced forever. The others rallied behind him, working in unison to dispatch the remaining foes, gradually pushing the undead back to the tunnel's entrance. Yet, upon reaching the mouth of the tunnel, the pressure mounted significantly, as an endless tide of corpses surged forth. Orwin understood they could not charge out. They had to hold their ground until the preparations within the tunnel were complete before retreating to the wall. Gendry, inform those behind us to hasten. We cannot endure this onslaught for long, Orwin instructed, while relentlessly fending off the incoming undead. Yes, my lord, Gendry replied, immediately racing into the tunnel in search of Shurin and Thorne. They gradually fell back to the second gate. Orwin observed the situation closely. Casualties were beginning to mount among the elite, many gasping for breath. It was an unavoidable consequence. The relentless assault of the undead was overwhelming, leaving them no respite. At Orwin's command, the group began to retreat slowly, with him as their strongest warrior, providing cover while James and Sandor flanked him closely. Upon reaching the second iron gate, Shurin and Thorne had already positioned the cart and oil, ready to seal the tunnel once Orwin and the others passed through. With a thunderous crash echoing through the tunnel, the second iron gate descended, its sharp spikes embedding deeply into the ground, barring the corpses from entry. Everyone out of the tunnel, seal the entrance, Orwin bellowed. All individuals desperately rushed towards the tunnel's entrance, where the soldiers, under Robert's command, began to barricade it, propping the obstruction with wooden poles. As Orwin and his companions bolted into the Black Castle, the reanimated corpses within the tunnel had already breached the second iron gate and were assaulting the third. Archers! Orwin shouted loudly. Garen hastily approached, delivering Orwin's powerful bow into his hands. Everyone, step aside from the tunnel entrance, Orwin bellowed. He swiftly seized an arrow, ignited it in the fire, aimed at the barrels of oil within the tunnel, and drew his bowstring. Garen, prepare to seal this breach, Orwin shouted over his shoulder while aiming at the interior of the tunnel. With a swift whoosh, the fiery arrow hurtled through the narrow gap towards the oil barrels. As the arrow was released, Garen immediately blocked the opening. Dodge, Orwin urged, pulling Garen aside while shouting. Everyone inside the Black Castle sought cover, while the soldiers in the northern army steadied their shields and crouched low. Upon the arrow striking the oil barrel and piercing it, the sparks from the flaming arrow ignited the oil, setting ablaze several barrels in that confined space. The entire tunnel erupted like a powder keg, producing a tremendous shockwave, with flames rapidly racing towards both ends. Inside the Black Castle, all could only hear a deafening roar, followed by the sight of all barricades being violently blasted apart and scattered. At the other end of the tunnel, The corpses that had surged in were forcibly expelled by the shockwave, and the flames that followed ignited countless more corpses, which in turn ignited those that came behind them. Looking down from the wall of despair, one could see a blaze surging from the tunnel entrance, which rapidly expanded like a spark igniting a prairie fire. Oil. Pour oil along the tunnel. Mormont, unaware of what transpired below, recognized this as an opportunity to amplify their gains and immediately issued the command. Quickly, throw down the oil. Upon receiving the order, Eddie swiftly directed the Night's Watch to toss down barrels of oil. Numerous barrels were hurled down the tunnel entrance, the roaring flames extending outward, forming a fiery dragon that effectively barred the corpses from crossing the wall of despair. The flames exhibited an unrelenting ferocity, sweeping towards the undead army. Faced with the inferno ravaging the horde of corpses, the 6 wights on horseback at the edge of the haunted forest remained utterly unmoved, their gazes fixed upon the ancient wall of despair that had stood for millennia. For the wights, this assault was merely a test. Unless a means to directly demolish the wall emerged, the Night King would not take unnecessary risks, regardless of whether the wall possessed true magic capable of restraining the wights' power, or if it merely obstructed the frigid air from the land of eternal winter. It hindered the Night King's ability to wield his ice magic effectively. For the Night King, the wall represents an insurmountable barrier, one he is determined to breach. Beneath the wall, the ground is strewn with the burning corpses of wights, their acrid scent wafting up to the heights above. Old Bear and John stand steadfastly atop the wall, fixated on the figures lurking beyond the shadow forest. In the sky, a hawk circles, surveying the entirety of the forest, as every movement within its depths is laid bare to the keen eyes of the bird. That hawk belongs to Olwen. The army of wights is slowly retreating, accompanied by the withdrawal of the 6 White Walkers at the forest's edge. Within Black Castle, Robb is directing the northern soldiers and free folk as they begin to repair the gate in the tunnel. Thanks to Olwen's stratagem, the living have managed to hold this passage to the south, but what of the next time? Only through ample preparation can they fortify this wall that has stood for millennia against the next onslaught of the White Walkers. The White Walkers have retreated. Olwen's consciousness returns from the hawk as he speaks. Have we successfully repelled the White Walkers this time? Robb inquires, gazing at Olwen. Indeed we have, for we have slain many of them, while our own casualties are negligible. Before Olwen can elaborate, Theon interjects. Young man, this cannot truly be considered a victory, he remarks. Looking at Theon, Theon gazes at him in confusion. Aside from our direct encounters with the wights in the tunnel, we merely leveraged our advantageous position to suppress them. Had we faced them on the plains, we can scarcely imagine the toll it would have taken, or how many would have escaped, he states gravely. Indeed, Theon is correct. We currently possess no particularly effective means to combat the wights, let alone the White Walkers, Olwen adds. Robb, immediately send word to Dragonstone, instructing them to prepare more dragonglass for transport to the north. We require it to forge long spears and arrows. Olwen turns to Robb, who responds earnestly. I shall dispatch the ravens at once. As the group organizes their affairs, night descends. In Black Castle, nobles, Night's Watch members, and leaders of the free folk gather to deliberate on subsequent defense strategies and the temporary resettlement of the free folk. Olwen, however, chooses not to partake extensively in these discussions, instead seeking a secluded spot to share drinks with Jaime, Sandor, and Tormund. Once His Majesty Stannis and Lord Eddard arrive, I shall advocate for you, urging them to permit your return to King's Landing, Olwen assures Jaime Lannister. Why? Consider that I am the heir of the Westerlands. As a captive, you make no demands for my return, which seems rather extraordinary, Jaime counters, locking eyes with Olwen. We're at a conflict among the lords. I would never think to present such a request to the king or the duke. However, the White Walkers have awakened, and the safety of the entire continent of Westeros now hangs in the balance, as does the safety of all its inhabitants. Some matters, I believe, can be set aside. Uniting the strength of all living beings is of paramount importance, Olwen remarked with a smile. You are correct. This is not the time to dwell on past grievances. James responded gravely. I sincerely hope your king and Lord Duke will heed your counsel. Should you truly allow me to depart, I assure you, I will march north with a well-equipped army from the Westerlands and King's Landing to lend you our full support. It's a pact. Olwen raised his goblet towards James. The Westerlands will not renege on our word, James echoed, lifting his own goblet in agreement. A night passed without incident. The White Walkers did not seize the cover of darkness to launch a surprise attack. After a night of repairs, the tunnel beneath the wall was completely sealed. Countless bales of straw were stuffed into the passage and soaked with water. After a night of freezing temperatures, the tunnel was firmly packed with an ice wall formed by the straw. This method was proposed by Olwen, inspired by the strategy of the famed builder Chow, who constructed fortifications overnight. Early the next morning, the sound of a horn echoed across the wall. A single blast signified the return of the brothers. However, all the Night's Watch were primarily concentrated at Black Castle, suggesting that only reinforcements were arriving. Standing atop the walls of Black Castle, Olwen gazed toward the direction of the Giftlands. The distance was too great, and he could only discern a moving black dot. He released a falcon, merging his consciousness with the bird's mind. The falcon soared high, heading towards the distant black dot. In the blink of an eye, it reached the spot above the figure, revealing an army armed to the teeth, their banners, the stag, the trout, the eagle, and the golden rose, fluttering in the wind. Our reinforcements have arrived. The coalition of 4 kingdoms boasts at least tens of thousands. Olwen withdrew his consciousness, addressing Bear and Robb. Splendid. Our strength has significantly increased. Bear rarely displayed a smile as he spoke. Let us prepare to welcome them, Robb suggested. Indeed, we must extend our greetings. This is the strongest garrison the wall has ever seen since its construction, and I can hardly contain my eagerness to meet the generals of various houses, Bear exclaimed excitedly. Then let us proceed. Olwen, how about just the 3 of us going? Robb inquired, looking at Olwen. Let us go. Lord Eddard is also present. It has been some time since you last saw him. Olwen nodded in agreement. In no time, the 3 mounted their steeds and rode out of Black Castle towards the advancing army. They quickly joined the main force, which continued its march towards Black Castle. As the nobles of the various lords, holding their respective banners, gathered around Stannis' fiery stag banner to greet the trio. Your Majesty, my Lord Duke. Olwen bowed respectfully to the 2. Lord Olwen, the renowned Sword of the North, it is a pleasure to see you once more. Stannis, mounted on his steed, addressed Olwen. Your Majesty, you flatter me. Olwen replied with a smile. Olwen, what is the current situation? Have the others made any movements? Eddard Stark inquired from his horse, directing his question at Olwen. It was no surprise that both Stannis and Eddard sought Olwen's counsel. Among the trio, Olwen's renown was unparalleled, a testament to the recognition and respect for his prowess. We engaged the others yesterday. 6 of them led an army of thousands of whites to assault the wall. But we successfully repelled them, Olwen stated. What were the losses among our defenders? How stands the wall now? Stannis asked, his brow furrowed with concern. The defenders suffered minimal losses. Yesterday's attack was merely a probing assault, Olwen replied. As for the wall, it remains intact overall. However, the tunnels sustained significant damage during the attack, and we have taken measures to seal them. Olwen continued. That is reassuring, Stannis nodded. Had it not been for Lord Olwen leading the charge into the tunnels, containing the army of the dead, the consequences could have been dire. Perhaps, my lords, you would have never seen us again, but rather found us among the ranks of the others, Old Bear remarked, casting a glance at Stannis and Eddard. Moreover, Lord Olwen has personally slain 2 of the others. Old Bear added, truly, he is the sword god of the North. In such a short time, he has achieved remarkable feats. Orwin Reed, you shall become a paragon of knighthood across all of Westeros, inspiring knights throughout the realm. And your tale will echo through the ages, Stannis proclaimed, gazing at Olwen. Your Majesty, I believe Lord Olwen's deeds will indeed resonate throughout Westeros for ages to come. Until the seas run dry and the mountains turn to dust, the Red Priestess proclaimed as she rode to Stannis' side, her eyes fixed intently on Olwen. What do you mean? Stannis asked, perplexed. Not only Stannis, but also Eddard Stark and all present looked at the Red Priestess with curiosity, eager for her explanation. From the moment I laid eyes on Lord Olwen, the Lord of Light bestowed upon me a prophecy. In this prophecy, the Lord of Light clearly stated that the king beyond the wall, the Night King, has awakened. Across all of Westeros, unless the gods descend, only the esteemed Lord Olwen before us can confront the Night King. Am I not correct, demigod? The Red Priestess dismounted and knelt before Olwen with utmost reverence. Everyone present was taken aback, astonished that this esteemed Red Priestess would pay homage to Olwen. Even more shocking was her address to him as demigod. Truly, she is the messenger of the Lord of Light. Olwen did not deny it, smiling as he responded. Please, O demigod, accept the gift of the Lord of Light. Fire magic is the bane of the Night King. May the radiance of the flames assist you in vanquishing the king of the others, born of ice and tempest. The Red Priestess Melisandre proclaimed with her hands raised high, flames flickering within her grasp. Orwin felt the purest essence of magical power emanating from the fire, his own magical energies surging in response. While the system's prompt echoed in his mind, a voice urging him to accept. Under the gaze of all present, Orwin extended his right hand and gently grasped the flame. In that instant, A torrent of fire erupted from Orwin, illuminating every soul in attendance. All felt the warmth, yet none were scorched by the radiant blaze. Chapter 76. Difficult encampment within the Black Castle. The high-ranking members of the coalition sat alongside Stannis and Eddard Stark in the Night's Watch council chamber. Exquisite fare, far surpassing the Night's Watch's usual sustenance, adorned the table, as Commander Mormont, accompanied by the Maester, the Training Master, and Jon, attended to the noble assembly. Among them were also the leaders of the liberated free folk. Among the coalition's hierarchy, Stannis and Eddard Stark held the highest seats, with the Red Priestess and Orwin seated closely beside them. No discontent arose regarding their elevated positions, since witnessing the miraculous conflagration that afternoon. Doubt concerning the Lord of Light had dissipated, and no one questioned Orwin's demigod status. Gentlemen, from our discussions earlier today, we are aware that the others are marching southward, and the army of whites is relentlessly besieging the free folk north of the wall, Eddard Stark began. Through our earlier encounters with the others at the First Men's Peak and this latest battle, we have validated the ancient legends. Weapons forged from dragonglass can indeed slay these whites. Moreover, Valyrian steel can also defeat whites, including the others themselves. Eddard continued, however, the practicality of Valyrian steel weapons is questionable. Even if we were to expend all our resources, we could not equip every soldier with such arms. Dragonglass, on the other hand, poses no issue. The abundance of dragonglass on Dragonstone is truly remarkable. Your Majesty, Duke, esteemed lords. Mormont rose to address them. We currently face two pressing matters. Firstly, we must swiftly gather the free folk beyond the wall to prevent their annihilation by the others. According to the accounts from Tormund and his band of free folk, many among the White Army are the deceased who have been resurrected by some arcane magic of the others, becoming soulless creatures devoid of emotion and fear. We cannot stand idly by as tens of thousands of free folk are slaughtered and transformed into whites. Commander Mormont's words resonated with truth. Indeed, we must reach out to those free folk beyond the wall and endeavor to bring them all south of the wall to safety, Eddard Stark affirmed. Stannis nodded and addressed Mormont. Commander, please proceed. Additionally, we must urgently dispatch individuals to mine dragonglass and forge it into weapons. We should also gather as much wildfire as possible. While it remains uncertain whether the White Walkers fear flames, we know for certain that whites can be vanquished by fire. Mormont continued, I will immediately arrange for someone to return to Dragonstone and, under the banner of the Alliance, send letters to the Four Kingdoms to recruit farmers for the mining efforts. I will also request them to collect wildfire and transport it here by ship. Stannis looked at the assembly and stated, Now, let us discuss the matter of contacting the free folk beyond the wall. Eddard Stark interjected, Tormund, do you know the whereabouts of the remaining free folk? Eddard inquired of Tormund. My lord, the remaining free folk have journeyed to Hardhome under the leadership of the Night King, seeking a way to cross the sea and escape the land of eternal winter. Tormund replied candidly, Then we shall send emissaries to reach out to them, persuading them to join our cause, Stannis declared. Who is willing to go? Eddard asked. Echoing Stannis' sentiment, I shall go. Jon Snow rose to proclaim. I will accompany you. Tormund stood as well. I too wish to join. The best way to bring them from Hardhome to Castle Black would be by warship, and I can command the fleet to retrieve them, Davos asserted as he stood up. Excellent. Then you three shall lead the mission aboard the warships, bringing along some troops to assist the free folk in their escape from the land of eternal winter. Stannis deliberated. Your Majesty, Lord Eddard, please allow me to join as well, spoke Orell, who had remained silent until now. Given the current circumstances, it is evident that the free folk at Hardhome are likely being targeted by the White Walkers. This mission may very well lead to a fierce battle, and my presence could help mitigate the threat posed by the White Walkers and reduce casualties. Orell continued. Stannis and Eddard exchanged glances before responding. We are most grateful for your willingness to contribute to the preservation of these precious lives, Lord Orell. Thus, you shall take the lead in reaching out to the free folk beyond the wall, striving to bring back as many as possible. Thank you for the King's commendation. I shall dedicate myself to combating the invasion of the White Walkers for the sake of the living, Orell replied as he bowed to Stannis. The night passed in silence, and by the break of dawn, Orell, accompanied by Jon, prepared their steeds and weapons, ready to embark with the northern forces. However, prior to departure, Orell approached Eddard Stark and Stannis. Your Majesty, Lord Eddard, I have an unrefined idea and seek your counsel. Orell began. Please, share your thoughts, Stannis replied. It concerns Jaime Lannister. For an extended period, Jaime Lannister has fought alongside me and the Night's Watch at the forefront of the battle against the White Walkers. Regardless of his past transgressions, He has made a contribution in this dire struggle, Orwin remarked. I ponder whether it would be prudent to send him back to the Westerlands to establish contact with the forces of the West and the Crownlands, uniting all possible allies against the White Walkers. We have no inkling of the vast horde of whites that we may face in the future, tens of thousands, even more. We require reinforcements, Orwin continued. Orwin, we shall earnestly consider the matter you have presented, Eddard Stark interjected. At the same time, I must convey some grave news. Tywin is dead, and Joffrey has also met his demise. All signs point to the imp, Tyrion. However, Tyrion has escaped from King's Landing, and his whereabouts remain unknown, Eddard Stark shared. Orwin was taken aback by this revelation. Renly is alive, and Highgarden has not fallen to King's Landing, yet both Joffrey and Tywin are dead. Furthermore, Dorne has allied with the Lannisters. The daughter of the Prince of Dorne was wed to Joffrey, only for him to be slain at his own wedding feast, while Dorne's lady swiftly found herself marrying Tommen. How utterly ironic. Stannis scoffed. Indeed, the current situation is far from optimistic. Orwin shook his head. Worry not about these matters. Our paramount concern is the battle against the White Walkers, which poses the most significant threat we face at present. As for other issues, allow us to manage them. Eddard Stark reassured. We shall facilitate Jaime Lannister's return to the Westerlands, hoping he may yield unexpected results upon his arrival, Stannis added. Yes, your majesty, Lord Eddard. Orwin replied, then turned to mount his steed and rode towards the Black Castle. Are you certain I want to accompany you in Sandor? Jaime Lannister intercepted Orwin outside the Black Castle. Sandor is a vassal of Lord Eddard. I require him here to ensure Lord Eddard's safety. As for you, I believe you shall soon return to the Westerlands, Orwin responded, gazing at Jaime. Did you just inform them? Jaime exclaimed in surprise. Indeed, however, upon your return, you may not receive favorable news, Orwin stated, looking at Jaime. What do you mean? Jaime inquired with curiosity. You shall discover once you arrive back in the Westerlands. Orwin replied ambiguously before riding away. Shortly after Orwin and his party departed, Jaime Lannister learned from Eddard Stark of Tywin and Joffrey's deaths. Eddard Stark kept his word, dispatching a contingent of soldiers to escort Jaime southward, while also hoping he could persuade Cersei to agree to send forces northward in support. However, it is unspoken that Jan understands the sorrow following the deaths of his father and son. Erwin, leading a coalition of over 3,000 troops, journeyed eastward, reaching East Sea Lookout in just over a day. There, they boarded a warship from Dragonstone and set sail north toward Hardhome. Chapter 77. A clash of ice and fire. Hundreds of ships traversed the coastline, and after 2 days of navigation, they finally arrived at Hardhome on the third morning. Erwin commanded Davos to anchor the fleet off the coast of Hardhome while he, accompanied by Jon Snow and Tormund, along with several hundred fully armed soldiers, took small boats toward the encampment of the Free Folk. Countless small vessels trailed behind them, prepared to assist the Free Folk in boarding the warships for their departure. The arrival of Erwin and his contingent did not go unnoticed by the Free Folk, who immediately took up arms, watching the approaching vessels with vigilance. Observing the Free Folk's reaction, Erwin sensed that their mission might not proceed smoothly. Tormund, once we reach the shore, everything will depend on you. If conflict arises, I need you to intervene personally to minimize the hatred and prevent a larger-scale confrontation, Erwin instructed. Rest assured, no one desires to lead these Free Folk away from here more than I do, Tormund replied with a nod. As Erwin anticipated, they were intercepted by the Night King upon their arrival. The kneeling Southerners and the crows of the wall are not welcome here. Depart at once, the Night King declared, clutching a mace and glaring intensely at Erwin and Jon. We have not come to provoke a conflict with you. The others have attacked the wall, and we have repelled them. I suspect their next target will be Hardhome. We are here to help you leave this place, Erwin boldly stated. Undeterred by the Night King's hostility, the Free Folk will not heed your deceitful words, nor will we accompany you. If you do not leave, I shall use my weapon to make your head bloom, the Night King retorted fiercely, brandishing his mace. Erwin regarded the eager Night King in silence, merely glancing at Tormund. Without hesitation, Tormund approached, addressing the increasingly provocative Night King with the directness characteristic of the Free Folk, swiftly resolving the confrontation without delay. All the gathered Free Folk leaders were taken aback by Tormund's abrupt action. They had anticipated conflict, bloodshed, and death, yet none expected that Tormund, also one of the Free Folk, would strike first. This left them momentarily at a loss. Friends, our intentions are clear. We are here to escort you away from this place, Erwin addressed the Free Folk leaders. I understand that you harbor a millennia-old grudge against the Night's Watch, but this is merely an internal discord among our kind. What we now face is a battle between the others and the living, a struggle between existence and oblivion. The others have descended southward, led by their king, who commands an innumerable army of whites advancing towards us. The precarious walls of our encampment can scarcely withstand such an onslaught. The only fortress capable of halting the advance of the whites is the wall itself. Tormund and his kin have successfully crossed the wall, settling in the lands bestowed upon them to the south, where fertile soil and a temperate climate abound. The Duke of the North has graciously permitted them to cultivate the land and hunt there. Should you choose to depart this place with us, you too shall enjoy the fruits of the earth and receive the same treatment as Tormund's folk. Our terms are simple. You must pledge your loyalty to the Duke of the North, and when the war against the others erupts, you are required to join the ranks of the living and fight alongside us against them. Orwin addressed the assembly loudly, aware that the free folk leaders remained skeptical of his words. He understood that mere rhetoric would not sway them. Thus, he summoned Jon to present the dragon glass, proclaiming to the gathered leaders, "This is dragon glass, a weapon capable of slaying the others, discovered atop the ancestral peak, a legacy from millennia past. Such resources are plentiful on Dragonstone to the south, ample enough to arm every one of you." Having lived beyond the wall for generations, the wildlings possess a keen understanding of the terror that the others represent. Consequently, some leaders began to waver upon hearing of the weapons Orwin could provide, contemplating whether to accept his proposal. "Free folk, let us cast aside our grievances with the Night's Watch. The paramount concern now is to traverse the wall and survive for the sake of our descendants. In my recent encounters with the northern nobility, I have found many willing to embrace us. In the north, we can still freely cultivate and hunt, just as we once offered a portion of our catch to the chieftains of our tribes." Tormund proclaimed with fervor, "Freedom and survival are choices we must make. Even if not for ourselves, we must act for the children yet to come. Our true adversary is the others, those who seek to strip away our right to exist." Tormund continued, his words resonating deeply among the free folk. He successfully illuminated the fact that their genuine enemy lies in the others and death itself, and that the living must unite to sustain the hope of survival. A female wildling leader was the first to decide in favor of collaboration with the Southerners, her shift in stance swaying the other wildling chiefs. Yet, the free folk leader Saren remained steadfast, unwilling to abandon ancestral enmities. Orwin felt a sense of helplessness. They had come to persuade the wildlings to descend southward and could not resort to previous methods of outright confrontation, for doing so would shatter the trust they had painstakingly built. Despite the fact that these free folk had consented to depart alongside Orwin and his companions, the sheer number of them rendered an immediate evacuation impossible. Furthermore, these individuals had various belongings to gather and family members to escort away. Consequently, Orwin and his party resolved to remain for a day, facilitating the departure of a portion of the free folk by ship, with the remainder to follow the next day. After a night of tranquility, the following morning saw the prepared free folk boarding the vessels in an orderly manner, ready for their exodus. At the shore of Hardhome, Jon observed a segment of the crowd lingering on the beach, contemplating their next move, and wished for Tormund to intervene and persuade them. "I cannot convince them. The free folk are notoriously unruly and stubborn. Mance Rayder took 2 decades to unite 90 tribes. These individuals will not be swayed by mere words unless they find themselves with no alternative but to compromise," Tormund lamented. "Let it be, Jon. Take as many as we can, but do not force the issue too much. We have already done enough," Orwin remarked, gazing at Jon. He too wished to rescue more souls from this place, yet as Tormund had articulated, the obstinate free folk fixated on their notion of freedom would not heed their counsel. As the orderly proceedings unfolded, the camp's dogs sensed impending danger, becoming restless and agitated. Soon, a faint rumble of thunder echoed from the distant peaks, and this sudden phenomenon caused all activity to halt. As they looked up, the sky transformed abruptly, a maelstrom of wind and snow sweeping towards the camp, prompting the crowd outside to scatter in panic. Unbeknownst to the leader of the Vens standing at the camp's entrance, he commanded the gates to be shut immediately. Those unable to escape were left stranded outside. A terrifying cacophony of howls mingled with the wind, and snow engulfed everything beyond the camp. "We are in trouble. The White Walkers are here. Prepare for battle." Orwin had not anticipated the White Walkers' swift arrival. Throughout their journey, he had urged for an accelerated pace. But who could have foreseen that the White Walkers would indeed come? As for why Orwin had not deployed his falcons to patrol the camp's perimeter, it was because he had not intended to confront the White Walkers. In the treacherous terrain of Hardhome, living beings stood little chance against the army of whites. Thus, Orwin had initially planned for a rapid entry and exit, aiming to lead the free folk away swiftly. After a suffocating silence, none knew what transpired outside the gates. The then leader, axe in hand, sought to ascertain the situation, only to be met with the sight of the advancing whites. Countless whites began to assail the walls of the camp with frenzied ferocity. Panic ensued within as the inhabitants realized the nature of their peril. Those evacuating by the seaside clamored to board the ships, while Jon endeavored to maintain order. Yet, confronted with danger, no one heeded his commands. "Form our ranks and prepare to face the enemy," Orwin bellowed. "Tormund, summon all the free folk who refuse to leave and prepare for battle," Elwyn shouted to Tormund. At that moment, countless whites began their assault on the gates of the camp. And the second great war between the living and the undead was on the verge of erupting. Chapter 78, The Clash of Ice and Fire 2. Strong signaled Davos's fleet to maneuver closer, providing cover for the free folk on the shore as they prepare to retreat, Elwyn instructed, glancing at Strong by his side. "Aye, my lord." Strong nodded in response before swiftly turning and racing towards the shore. Jon had already assembled several hundred soldiers who had disembarked, forming a military line with shield bearers at the front and long spears at the rear, slowly advancing towards the camp gates. After moving forward about 20 to 30 paces, they halted, forming a tight formation. Tormund organized the archers among the free folk who had previously refused to retreat, creating 2 archer battalions alongside the coalition's ranks, bending their bows and knocking arrows, ready to unleash their volleys upon the advancing whites. Meanwhile, aboard the fleet, Davos stood at the bow of the foremost warship, witnessing the chaos within the camp and observing Strong on the shore waving a torch, realizing that Elwyn and his companions were in dire straits. "Quickly, beat the drums. All ships forward. Arrange yourselves in formation on the water. Archers prepare," Davos shouted to his second-in-command. The sound of drums reverberated across the sea, and the warships, previously anchored at a distance, responded to the command, raising their anchors and setting sail towards the coast. "Tormund, tell those stubborn fools who still hesitate to come over to light more bonfires. Flames are the bane of the whites. Gather all flammable materials to the forefront," Elwyn called out to Tormund. Tormund nodded and sprinted towards the leader of the Vens. After a brief exchange, the Vens began to retreat, simultaneously toppling the tents they had yet to dismantle and piling them in front of themselves. Within the camp, Elwyn directed the defense, while outside, after a harrowing series of shrieks, an eerie silence fell. This silence raised the tension in the throats of everyone within the camp, particularly the Vens at the forefront, who held their breath, hands nervously adjusting their grips on their weapons, eyes fixed intently on the camp gates. Suddenly, a thunderous crash echoed. The gates of the camp trembled violently, followed by the walls of the encampment quaking, as some whites began to scale the wooden barriers, breaching into the camp. The free folk archers unleashed a relentless hail of arrows at the whites climbing the walls. Despite the archers' commendable skill, most of the whites struck were hit squarely in the head, tumbling back outside the walls, yet many more managed to surmount the barriers, rendering the archers' efforts insufficient to stem the tide of the undead. Another resounding crash rang out, and the walls and gates of the camp collapsed in a cacophony, allowing an uncountable swarm of whites to surge into the encampment. At the very moment the stockade walls collapsed, Erwin silently uttered a phrase, and in an instant, a conflagration erupted upon the fallen walls, sweeping towards the horde of undead. The flames, tinged with a pallid hue, radiated immense heat, reducing the nearest corpses to mere ashes in the blink of an eye. Any remaining undead that came into contact with even a single spark were instantly engulfed in flames, leaving them no opportunity to continue their assault. Half-Sacred Haltamund witnessed this scene and, brandishing his battle blade, shouted loudly, "Half-Sacred! Half-Sacred!" More voices rose in unison alongside Tommen's. Despite the fervor of the crowd, Erwin remained far from optimistic. He had already spotted, atop the opposing cliff, a formation of over 30 armored whites mounted on steeds, all gazing in this direction. At their center stood the Night King, who had thrived in the land of eternal winter for countless years. Erwin met the Night King's gaze, and both sensed an overwhelming aura of power emanating from one another. However, compared to Erwin's solitary stance, the Night King commanded the support of over 30 formidable whites, creating a stark disparity in strength. Erwin remained fixated on the Night King, who gradually raised his hand. With this gesture, a tempest of wind and snow swiftly obscured everyone's vision, the temperature plummeting as a visible chill advanced towards the white flames. The collision between fire and ice commenced. The flames provided the free folk within the camp a precious moment to escape. However, as the Night King exerted his influence, the flames began to change color, revealing several armored whites wielding ice weapons, accompanied by countless undead, charging towards the inferno. Countless corpses surged through the flames, shielded by the White's ice magic, avoiding immediate incineration. The undead army launched yet another assault. Orwin reignited the combustible materials before the seer, and under his command, an even fiercer blaze surged towards the horde of undead. Faced with this intensified fire, even the armored Whites hesitated, halting their advance. Yet, this stalemate could not endure for long. As the Night King and his legion of Whites entered the fray, ice magic once again gained the upper hand. Orwin felt a sense of helplessness. He was a demigod, as was the Night King, but the latter commanded over 30 immensely powerful Whites while Orwin stood alone. Although he harbored no fear in facing the Whites alone, believing he could evade their grasp, the situation was compounded by the presence of numerous free folk in the camp, many of whom had yet to escape. Orwin's flames were once more subdued by the Night King and his Whites, as the undead surged forward, lunging at the living. Fortunately, at the forefront, the leader of the seer commanded the free folk to withstand this wave of onslaught. In order to sustain the free folk for a longer duration, Orwin once more intoned his incantation, causing the weapons of the free folk to ignite in flames. After a brief moment of astonishment, the free folk fervently brandished their weapons, valiantly striking at the undead before them. Behind these free folk, Tormund commanded the archers to relentlessly unleash arrows upon the approaching Whites. Tormund was acutely aware that if the Whites breached their defenses, all present would meet their demise. He yearned for the survival of more free folk, while his thunderous roars reverberated throughout the encampment, galvanizing the archers to shoot without fatigue. Observing that the free folk were unable to withstand the onslaught of the Whites, Jon unsheathed Longclaw and directed the coalition's formation to intervene. Similar to the free folk, the weapons of the hundreds within the coalition also ignited in flames. Unlike the scattered formations of the free folk, the tightly knit ranks of the coalition momentarily rendered the Whites powerless. Meanwhile, on the sea, the drums of war beat with increasing urgency, as countless fire arrows streaked through the sky towards the horde of Whites. Under such relentless assault, the coalition momentarily gained the upper hand, and with the cooperation of the surviving free folk warriors, the White army was, astonishingly, held at bay. However, as more and more Whites joined the fray, accompanied by the White Walkers wielding ice weapons, the battlefield swiftly devolved into a one-sided massacre. Faced with the merciless slaughter of the White army and the formidable combat prowess of the White Walkers, the free folk warriors at the front were nearly overwhelmed in an instant, decimated. Confronted by such formidable adversaries, unrest stirred within the coalition's ranks. "Steady! Attack!" Jon bellowed. The formation erupted once more with fierce lethality, relentlessly exterminating the Whites, while Jon charged towards the foremost White Walker, Longclaw in hand. Yet, in mere moments of engagement, Jon's weapon was sent flying by the White Walker, and had he not reacted swiftly to evade its lethal strike, he would have surely met his end in the northwest. Jon hastily retrieved another weapon from the ground to strike at the White Walker, but to his dismay, the ordinary blade shattered upon colliding with the White Walker's ice weapon. He was then struck by an elbow from the White Walker, sending him sprawling several meters away, incapacitated. Had it not been for Tormund's quick reflexes, who rescued Jon the instant he fell, he would have been engulfed by the Whites. "You two lead everyone who remains back. I will hold them off," Orwin declared. Having reached the forefront, accompanied by relentless flames that swiftly eradicated the Whites within a nearby radius, he extended Longclaw to Jon, signaling for them to flee, while he drew two Valyrian steel swords, charging forth to confront the White Walker that had just battled with Jon. Chapter 79. Retreat. Bad news as dusk fell. Orwin's speed was astonishing, and in an instant, he found himself before the White Walker, both parties swinging their weapons simultaneously. The violent clash propelled the White Walker's body backward, while Orwin seized the advantage and charged forward, effortlessly disarming the icy weapon from the creature's grasp with a deft stroke of his sword. In swift succession, he delivered a fatal blow, severing the head of the White Walker, reducing it to mere fragments. After vanquishing this foe, Orwin continued his relentless assault against the horde of corpses. With each swing of his blades, a radiant arc of fire surged forth, incinerating the advancing corpses in its wake. With Orwin holding the line, countless undead were drawn to him, granting the remaining survivors a precious opportunity to retreat. As he fought and fell back, Orwin occasionally unleashed torrents of flames to carve a path, ensuring he would not be ensnared by the encroaching undead army. However, the sheer number of corpses was overwhelming, and Orwin alone could not divert enough of them. Moreover, as the White Walkers entered the fray, they began to orchestrate an orderly extermination of the free folk, resulting in a swift escalation of casualties among them. In the face of such a formidable opponent, the Night King remained passive, embodying the unyielding chill of eternal winter. Even as his minions fell to Olwyn's blade, he exhibited no sign of concern, standing resolutely behind the ranks of the undead. Watching the relentless slaughter of the free folk unfold, it is crucial to understand that the creation of a White Walker is no trivial endeavor for the Night King. As they are transformed from human beings, one may recall the male infants sacrificed by Castor. After being taken by the White Walkers, they were transported to the far north, where they were placed upon an altar crafted from ice lotus flowers. Following the Night King's touch, these infants underwent a transformation, ultimately becoming the White Walker leaders in his service. Thus, the number of White Walkers is limited, representing a higher echelon than the corpses. Once a White Walker perishes, its animated body loses magical control and reverts to a mere corpse, unless another White Walker resurrects it through magic. Olwyn waited patiently until more individuals boarded the small boats heading towards the ships on the sea before he began to disengage from the relentless undead assault. Retreating toward the shoreline, just as he reached the edge of the sea, poised to board a ship and depart, he suddenly sensed a palpable aura of malice approaching him, causing every hair on his body to stand on end. Instinctively, Olwyn dodged, raising his sword to block, while simultaneously conjuring flames that erupted around him. Clang! Olwyn's sword struck a hard object, sending it flying. As he followed the trajectory of the projectile with his gaze, he beheld an icy spear, reminiscent of the one the Night King had used to fell Daenerys' dragon, Viserion, in the show. In that moment, the Night King had utilized the spear to shoot the alabaster dragon from the sky, delivering a lethal blow. Yet, even such a formidable strike was deflected by Olwyn's sword. With magical energy propelling the small boat toward the warship, Olwyn's eyes remained fixed on the Night King, who was slowly advancing toward the shore. As the Night King came to a halt by the coast, he slowly raised his hands. Those who had fallen victim to the Whites now stood once more, their countless lifeless eyes fixed upon Elwyn. Elwyn could distinctly perceive the gleam of arrogance and mockery in the Night King's gaze, as if he were taunting Elwyn with the futility of his resistance against the advancing White Walkers. Confronted by the Night King's brazen demeanor, Elwyn felt a sense of helplessness. Regrettably, his powerful bow was not at his side. Otherwise, he would have relished the opportunity to confront this insufferable foe. This arduous retreat had resulted in significant losses, with nearly half of the thousands of free folk perishing due to Elwyn's miscalculations and the unexpected assault by the White Walkers. Although this number exceeded the survivors depicted in the drama, it nonetheless bolstered the White Walker's strength and stripped Elwyn of the optimism he once held for the impending confrontation. Days later, when Elwyn and his companions returned to Castle Black, they found themselves delayed due to the larger contingent accompanying them. It was evident that the situation was more dire than anticipated. After hearing Elwyn's report, Stannis' expression darkened. Fortunately, we still have the wall to thwart the White Walkers' incursion, and the recent retreat indicates that they presently lack the means to cross the sea. We merely need to hold the wall to fend off the threat for now, Eddard Stark remarked. However, what concerns me is that the wall may not withstand for long, Melisandre suddenly interjected. What do you mean? Stannis inquired, turning to her. Over the past few days, I have perused the texts within Castle Black, which mention that the wall is bolstered by immense magical forces. Yet, in my observations, I have found no trace of such magic beneath the wall. Only the towering ice structure retains a semblance of it, Melisandre explained. What does that imply? A noble from the Vale ventured to ask. This suggests that the magic sustaining the wall is dissipating. The fundamental reason the wall has been able to fend off the White Walkers for millennia lies within these magical forces, effectively suppressing their strength. Now, the White Walkers have begun probing the wall and likely realize that its magic is waning, Elwyn interjected. Elwyn's words sent a ripple of agitation throughout the council chamber, with hushed murmurs filling the air. It seems we must expedite the extraction from Dragonstone, ensuring that the dragonglass can accommodate a greater number of uses, particularly for arrows and spearheads, Stannis remarked with a grim countenance. We should also reinforce our defenses. From this point onward, we must relocate the ordinary residents south of the wall to beyond the last hearth, or even further south, Eddard Stark proposed. Eddard Stark's counsel received unanimous support from those present, and Stannis promptly commanded the allied forces and all free folk to commence the construction of new defenses. Under the diligent efforts of the alliance, trenches and walls began to take shape. However, as the alliance tirelessly worked on their fortifications, new developments unfolded in the southern expanse of Westeros. Firstly, in King's Landing, the return of Jaime Lannister seemed to provide Cersei with renewed confidence, pushing her into a frenzy of reckless ambition. She imprisoned the Dornish prince's daughter, Queen Marjorie Tyrell, on baseless charges. An act that threatened to shatter the already fragile alliance between Dorne and the Westerlands. Concurrently, the influence of the faith in King's Landing surged, with the High Sparrow's growing power posing a direct challenge to Cersei's authority, a challenge she would never tolerate. From the Iron Islands came another ominous report. Balon Greyjoy, the formidable king of the Iron Islands, had unexpectedly passed away, paving the way for his long-absent brother, Euron Greyjoy, to seize control. Euron successfully ousted Balon's daughter, Asha Greyjoy, and, upon securing dominance, turned his ambitions towards King's Landing, becoming an ally to Cersei. This alliance further strained Jaime's already tenuous patience, leading him to depart King's Landing alone, returning to the Westerlands to rally forces for a northern campaign. Perhaps spurred by Jaime's departure, Cersei, emboldened by Euron's machinations, orchestrated an unprecedented massacre. During a large gathering convened by the faith, she unleashed wildfire, incinerating thousands within the cathedral and the square. While such news might have been deemed troublesome for the allied forces engaged in the northern defense against the White Walkers, it was not regarded as a true calamity. The genuine dire news arrived from Dragonstone. Although Stannis' army had long since vanished, Davos Seaworth's ally, a pirate leader of the Narrow Sea, remained vigilant in safeguarding Dragonstone's security. It was he who relayed the alarming tidings. On the opposite shore of the Narrow Sea, Daenerys Targaryen, known as the Mother of Dragons, was leading tens of thousands of Dothraki horsemen, the Unsullied, and the Second Sons, accompanied by 3 dragons, preparing to cross the Narrow Sea with Dragonstone as their objective. Chapter 80. Jon Targaryen. Upon receiving news of Daenerys' imminent crossing, a profound silence enveloped the high-ranking members of the Northern Alliance. The knowledge that Daenerys commanded 3 dragons only deepened their apprehension about the precarious situation ahead. My lords, we stand at a perilous juncture. Beyond the wall lies an army of countless whites, while across the Narrow Sea awaits nearly 100,000 of Daenerys Targaryen's forces. One side harbors the threat of the White Walkers, the other, the menace of dragons. Both could pose a lethal challenge to our survival. Stannis addressed all the commanders of the allied forces, stating that the situation was far from optimistic. He pondered whether they should allow the allied forces to return to their respective territories or directly command them to advance southward and establish a defensive position at Harrenhal. As for the White Walkers beyond the wall, he reasoned, with so many free folk warriors at their disposal and the impregnable wall, they could at least withstand the onslaught of the undead. Eddard Stark, after much contemplation, spoke up, expressing that Lord Eddard's perspective was quite reasonable. They were currently confronted by 2 foes, the White Walkers, temporarily hindered by the wall, and the Targaryen army, which, if it crossed the Narrow Sea and seized Dragonstone, would leave them without any defenses. With those 3 massive dragons, all resistance could be rendered futile. Blackfish Brynden then chimed in, his words resonating with the assembled commanders, all of whom understood that the threat from beyond the wall had not been eliminated, yet it was clear that a decisive battle would not occur today. However, the Targaryen forces were indeed poised to cross the Narrow Sea, and none could guarantee whether Daenerys Targaryen would emulate her father, the Mad King, and unleash a brutal massacre against all those who sought to overthrow the Targaryen dynasty. Friends, we need not overly concern ourselves with the Targaryen army, spoke Orwin, capturing the attention of all present, particularly that of the legendary figure whose exploits had reverberated throughout Westeros. Your Majesty, if Daenerys truly leads her forces to occupy Dragonstone, will you not gather all the available power to contest and clash with her? Orwin did not elaborate on his previous statement, but turned to Stannis for a response. Absolutely not. Stannis replied after a moment of reflection. If Daenerys indeed commands a great army and occupies Dragonstone, I shall not sacrifice my forces to engage in a desperate struggle against dragons at sea. I will await her on land, allowing them to experience the perils of a landing campaign. You have made a wise choice, Orwin remarked with a slight bow. Since we shall not fret over the fortunes of Dragonstone, there is no need for excessive anxiety. Rather, it is the one in King's Landing who should be truly concerned. Orwin addressed the assembly. Indeed, given Cersei's insatiable desire for power and control, she will never permit a formidable enemy to be stationed so close by. Nor will she remain passive. Eddard Stark grasped the implications of Orwin's words and affirmed, yes, Lord Eddard is correct. Moreover, Orwin continued, although Cersei has recently fallen out with Dorne, she now enjoys the support of the Iron Islands, whose naval strength is formidable. While it may be easy for Daenerys to seize Dragonstone, exiting from the island will pose a far greater challenge. Orwin elaborated further. Furthermore, dragons are not without their vulnerabilities. The siege crossbows aboard ships can indeed pose a lethal threat to them. The words of Orwin opened the minds of those present, sparking a flurry of discussions and a myriad of suggestions. Ultimately, they settled on a plan for the coalition to march southward. However, only the troops from the Riverlands, the riverbank, and Stormlands would proceed. These forces were required to return to their fiefs to bolster the defenses in the south. Meanwhile, the cavalry from the Vale, the northern armies, and the navy of Dragonstone would remain in the north. Their encampments would be relocated further back, vacating all gifted lands and the surplus territories of the northern nobility to accommodate nearly 100,000 free folk. Nonetheless, a portion of the able-bodied men among the free folk would need to be stationed at the Black Castle, serving as the northern garrison at the wall. The equipment for these individuals would be provided by the entirety of the north. Once the overall arrangements were made, beginning the following day, the troops from the Riverlands, Riverbank, and Stormlands commenced their orderly departure. Simultaneously, they escorted groups of free folk southward, with the various northern houses dispatching their forces to aid in transporting these individuals back to their respective lands for resettlement. A week later, the coalition troops from the other three houses would also begin their retreat, establishing a new defensive front across the vast expanse of the north. Before their departure, Eddard Stark sought out Stannis, and after a brief exchange, they summoned Orwin and Jon Snow. "We have received unfortunate news," Eddard Stark declared. "Daenerys' vanguard has already crossed the narrow sea and seized Dragonstone. The commoners we dispatched to mine for Dragonstone are now under their control." "How swiftly? Daenerys' forces have gained the support of the free cities?" Orwin inquired, gazing at Eddard Stark. "That remains uncertain," Stannis interjected. "What we do know is that among Daenerys' advisors are the Kingsguard Barristan, the Spider Varys, and the Imp Tyrion. Your Majesty, Lord Eddard, you summoned Jon and me. Is there a task you wish us to undertake?" Orwin pondered before asking. "Indeed. We require Jon to negotiate with Daenerys on Dragonstone, and we also need you to assess the strength of her 3 dragons, so we can prepare accordingly," Eddard Stark stated. "I have no objections. I am eager to witness the dragons for myself," Orwin replied confidently. He did not believe the 3 immature dragons posed a significant threat. More crucially, he reflected that these dragons would not have the opportunity to reach the formidable status of Balerion the Black Dread, the mightiest dragon of House Targaryen. Were it not for the sudden resurgence of magic, dragons would not have returned to this world. Yet, the magical forces throughout the realm remained exceedingly feeble. Indeed, the rise of the Night King had rekindled magic and heralded the rebirth of dragons once more. Thus, to Olwyn, these 3 colossal dragons were merely oversized reptiles. With the appropriate dragon-hunting spear in hand, Olwyn was confident that he could, like the Night King, bring Daenerys' dragons down from the sky with a mere throw. "Father, why must I negotiate with Daenerys? I have no acquaintance with her. This is the first time I have heard her name. I do not believe I am capable of fulfilling such a significant task," Jon Snow remarked, gazing at Eddard Stark. "Jon, no one is more suited for this than you," Eddard Stark replied, his expression complex. "Why?" Jon asked, perplexed. Olwyn had already surmised that Eddard must have confided in Stannis, who accepted this reality. The two had reached an understanding, sending Jon to appeal to Daenerys' sense of kinship, thereby delaying her assault on Westeros. More likely, they wished for Daenerys' dragons to partake in the battle against the White Walkers. Of course, Olwyn could not disclose any of this. "Do you recall the words I spoke when we parted ways on the King's Road before your arrival at the Wall?" Eddard Stark asked Jon. "I remember. You said that you would tell me about my mother the next time we met," Jon responded, his voice trembling. "In recent days, I have longed to share this with you, but the circumstances have been overwhelming, and the opportunity has not presented itself. Now, the time has come for you to know," Eddard Stark stated. "In truth, your mother is my sister, Lyanna Stark. I am not your father. Your true father is the eldest son of the Mad King, Rhaegar Targaryen," Eddard Stark said, his voice quaking. "When I found your mother, she had already given birth to you. In bringing you into this world, she exhausted the last vestiges of her strength and departed from this life after entrusting you to me. Rhaegar was slain by Robert at the Ruby Ford. Given Robert's hatred for the Targaryen family, I dared not reveal your lineage." As Eddard unveiled these secrets to Jon, he involuntarily recalled his sister, the visage of her before her passing. Jon was utterly stunned by Eddard's revelations. He had never anticipated being a posthumous child of the Targaryen lineage. Chapter 81, Mother of Dragons Daenerys. Jon struggled to accept this new reality. He had always yearned for the day when Eddard Stark would take pride in him as a child. Yet now, Eddard had informed him that he bore the blood of House Targaryen, a truth that was, for him, almost unbearable. "Jon, I understand that this revelation is difficult to accept, but it is the truth," Eddard Stark said, gazing at the astonished Jon. You must be deceiving me, right? This is all an elaborate ruse to send me to negotiate with that Targaryen dragon queen. I assenti it? Jon remained reluctant to accept the truth, struggling to voice his thoughts. Child, all of this is indeed real. Though you are not my progeny, I take great pride in having a child like you. Eddard Stark said as he approached Jon, patting him on the shoulder. I too am proud to be your son. Jon exclaimed, his voice filled with emotion. Once Jon was sufficiently reassured, Eddard Stark continued, on this journey to Dragonstone, you need not conceal your identity. At this juncture, we must garner Daenerys' support. We cannot afford to have her assault the strongholds of our allied lords while we confront the White Walkers. Should she choose to besiege King's Landing, we shall not impede her. Even if she were to conquer the city and claim the throne, we would not stand in her way. Our foremost priority is to stabilize her. Stannis looked at Jon and spoke. I understand, and I shall do my utmost to persuade Daenerys, Jon replied, glancing at Stannis and Eddard Stark. Lord Orwin. Stannis called to Orwin. Your Majesty. Orwin responded. If necessary. It is imperative that Daenerys understands we are not to be trifled with. When the time calls for it, I permit you to take action against her, Stannis said, his expression grave. I shall, Orwin replied. I am eager to witness the true might of those 3 dragons. Orwin smiled. I will ensure that Davos accompanies you. He possesses numerous means to facilitate your departure from Dragonstone, Stannis continued. Thank you, Your Majesty, both Orwin and Jon said, offering a slight bow to Stannis. After finalizing their plans, Orwin, Jon, and Davos, along with several soldiers from Dragonstone, prepared their gear and set forth without delay. Time was of the essence. And who could guarantee that Daenerys would refrain from launching an offensive against other regions of Westeros upon her arrival at Dragonstone? The group traveled swiftly. Reaching the coast by the 3rd day, Davos selected the fastest warship, and the 3 men, accompanied by their soldiers, boarded the vessel, setting sail southward. Before them, the ravens from the north had already flown south, bearing a letter from Stannis to Daenerys, outlining his position and that of the allied forces. This letter had departed with the ravens just as Orwin and his companions were leaving the Black Castle. After over a month at sea, they finally arrived at Dragonstone. Who would have thought that I would one day arrive at Dragonstone as an envoy? The thought is rather amusing, Davos remarked, gazing at Tyrion, who awaited them on the beach. Who could have anticipated it? The last time we were here, you guided us, yet back then you were but a half-master. Now, we are once again outsiders, Orwin replied with a smile. Lower the small boat. Davos, lacking Orwin's light-hearted demeanor, shook his head and shouted to the sailors behind him. Soon, a small boat was lowered into the water from the warship. The 3 of them, led by Orwin, descended the rope ladder and, under the guidance of the sailors, swiftly rowed to the shore. Welcome, esteemed guests from the north, Tyrion proclaimed, his voice ringing out as he spotted Orwin and his companions approaching. It has been quite some time, Lord Orwin, the Sword of the North. And you, Jon Snow of House Stark, along with this noble lord. Tyrion addressed the trio with a flourish. What a surprise it is to encounter the infamous Tyrion Lannister here, greeting us in the name of the Lord of Dragonstone. Orwin remarked, casting a glance at Tyrion. Nothing is ever fixed, is it? Tyrion replied with a wry smile. Not long ago, I was Tyrion Lannister of House Lannister, with my sister as queen and my nephew as king. But now, I find myself a wanted man in King's Landing, a regicide, the hand of the Targaryens. He shrugged, a hint of bitterness in his tone. You remain ever the optimist, Orwin observed, his gaze steady on Tyrion. And you continue to embody bravery. I have heard of your deeds in the north. You are the first in millennia to slay a White Walker, Tyrion spoke with reverence. You flatter me, Orwin chuckled, a twinkle in his eye. Come, I shall escort you to the castle to meet Her Majesty Daenerys, Tyrion said, leading the way. As they ascended the steps, a shadow passed overhead, and the black dragon Drogon soared by, causing Jon and Davos to instinctively drop to the ground in fright. I assure you, one becomes accustomed to it, Tyrion said, extending a hand to help Jon up. But tell me, Lord Orwin, do you not fear the 3 great dragons? He regarded Orwin with curiosity. Why should I be afraid? They are merely dragons, after all. The last 3 that remain, Orwin responded dismissively. I have encountered far more formidable creatures than these, and I had no means to contend with them. They are but 3-winged lizards. Orwin continued, unfazed. I hope that when faced with the flames of a dragon, your resolve is as firm as your tongue, Tyrion remarked, a hint of sarcasm lacing his words. Come. Their mother awaits your presence, Tyrion urged, directing his attention to Jon. Upon entering the castle hall, they beheld Daenerys seated upon a throne crafted of stone, with Missandei standing on the steps beside her. Before you stands Daenerys Targaryen, born of the storm, mother of dragons, the unburnt, and the liberator. Missandei declared as she introduced Daenerys with a long string of titles. The three stood momentarily stunned by the grandeur of the introduction. This is Jon Snow, the envoy from the north. Davos suddenly spoke, breaking the silence as he introduced Jon to Daenerys. Jon, taken aback by Davos's unexpected interjection, cast a bewildered glance at him. Orwin, noticing Jon's perplexity, could not suppress a laugh, and even Tyrion joined in, their mirth echoing in the hall. "Allow me to speak," Orwin began, his smile fading. "We three represent His Majesty Stannis, the Stark family of the North, and the Night's Watch at the Wall." He addressed Daenerys, seated upon the throne. "The identities of Sir Davos and myself are of little consequence. What truly matters is Jon." He gestured toward Jon. "I believe you all assume Jon to be the illegitimate son of Lord Eddard Stark, yet this is not the case. His true identity is Jon Targaryen, the son of Rhaegar Targaryen and Lyanna Stark." Orwin regarded Daenerys, enunciating each word with gravity. All present in the hall, save for Orwin and Jon, were utterly astonished. Daenerys stood abruptly, her gaze fixed intently upon Jon Targaryen. "This cannot be. All members of House Targaryen possess silver-white hair, yet his is black," Daenerys exclaimed, her voice laced with disbelief. "This is indeed true. Lord Eddard would never tarnish his honor or that of Lyanna Stark," Orwin replied, his eyes steady upon her. "Many are aware of what transpired back then." He continued, "In fact, Jon ought to address you as Aunt." Daenerys, taken aback by this sudden revelation, found herself in turmoil. Until now, she had believed herself to be the sole surviving heir of House Targaryen, fretting over her inability to bear children. Yet, the emergence of another Targaryen bloodline was utterly disconcerting. "That will suffice for today, Lord Tyrion. Please arrange for our esteemed guests to rest," Daenerys managed to assert, though her gaze lingered on Jon throughout her speech. Chapter 82. The dragons head north in the castle atop Dragonstone. Daenerys sat alone in her chamber, her eyes peering through the window at Orwin and the others conversing with the imp, Tyrion, on the beach below. More precisely, her gaze was fixed upon Jon Targaryen. A knock resounded at the door. "Enter," Daenerys called without turning. The door creaked open, and Missandei entered. "Your Grace, you appear somewhat unsettled," she observed, approaching from behind. She regarded the Dragon Queen, the one who had led them from the shores of Essos, across the narrow sea, and upon landing at Dragonstone, now marching toward Westeros. It was astonishing to witness the once invincible and revered mother of dragons in a state of disquiet due to the presence of one individual. A sight Missandei had never encountered before. Daenerys let out a gentle sigh. "Missandei, do you think I should believe their words? These three suddenly claim that a member of House Targaryen still lives among us, and that it is one of them. I find myself in conflict." Missandei, observing Daenerys turn to face her, extended a slip of paper containing intelligence to the queen. "This is the message recently delivered by our Master of Whispers, Varys." Daenerys chose not to retrieve the note, but instead signaled Missandei to continue with her account. Within the message, Lord Varys first confirmed the relationship between the Stark family's daughter and Prince Rhaegar. He then mentioned Ser Davos, a steadfast supporter of Stannis Baratheon, known for his integrity and unwavering honesty. Thus, our Master of Whispers believes their words to be true. The one acknowledged as Eddard Stark's bastard, Jon, is of Targaryen blood? Daenerys appeared to be questioning, yet in truth, she was quite certain, simultaneously affirming her own intuition. "Indeed, I believe that is precisely what Lord Varys intended to convey." Missandei responded with a nod. Moreover, Lord Varys specifically referenced the esteemed Ser Orwin Redwine. "Oh, that tall and charming knight. What news could our Master of Whispers have regarding him that warranted such particular mention?" Daenerys looked at Missandei with keen interest, particularly regarding Orwin. It was the first time she had encountered a man who intrigued her so. Even her deceased husband, the King of Horses, had not evoked such feelings. "Your Majesty, I believe you should take heed of the forthcoming news. I cannot adequately describe the words on the note. If I may, I would say they are truly astonishing." In light of Missandei's serious demeanor, Daenerys set aside her frivolity and regarded her trusted companion earnestly. "This Ser Orwin holds two illustrious titles, the God of Swords, a recognition of his martial prowess across the entirety of Westeros, and Demigod, a term of endearment bestowed upon him by the northern nobility." Upon hearing these titles, Daenerys' expression grew grave. It is known that only a misnamed individual is without a fitting epithet. To be called the God of Swords and Demigod signifies an immensely powerful presence. Under Daenerys' gaze, Missandei continued. "The knight's first famed battle was against the Lannister forces at the Trident, where he single-handedly slew hundreds of warriors from the Lion's House within the dense woods. His second feat was at the Red Keep, where he nearly single-handedly led Eddard Stark to safety from the siege of the Gold Cloaks and Red Priests. How does this Ser Orwin compare to Ser Barristan, the Sword of the Dawn? Daenerys pondered the two exceedingly formidable knights, unable to draw a fair comparison. They are utterly incomparable. Lord Varys' letter stated that this Ser Orwin once instilled such dread that all the Kingsguard were too fearful to draw their swords. More importantly, reports from the north indicate that this Ser Orwin possesses the ability to wield fire magic. Since the emergence of the White Walkers, several have already perished at his hands. Missandei recounted the entirety of the letter's contents to Daenerys, who, upon finishing, wore an exceptionally grave expression, remaining silent for a considerable time before she spoke again. Missandei, do you think they might have ulterior motives for their visit? Daenerys' suspicions were not unfounded. Anyone facing the threat of the White Walkers would instinctively prioritize retaining a formidable warrior like Orwin on the front lines rather than dispatching him as an envoy to Dragonstone. Missandei immediately grasped Daenerys' concerns and spoke up. Your Grace, perhaps we should outright refuse their request and bid them to leave at once. Missandei, I cannot do that. Daenerys shook her head and turned her gaze towards the figures outside the castle. There was a peculiar force emanating from him, as if he were drawing me in. Moreover, he is of House Targaryen, which makes me feel as though the threads of fate are weaving us together. Missandei furrowed her brow slightly. Your Grace, he may pose a threat to your rule. He too has a claim to the Iron Throne. Daenerys slowly turned, her expression resolute. I understand, but my heart tells me he is not an enemy. When I see him, I feel an inexplicable sense of kinship. Just then, a commotion arose outside the window. It was Drogon, circling before landing on the beach. Jon and the others gazed at the dragon in awe, though Orwin's expression remained inscrutable. A smile crept onto Daenerys' lips. My children are always so mischievous. Missandei, prepare yourself. I wish to go out and meet him. It is time to have a serious conversation with Jon regarding the White Walkers in the north and the delicate nature of our relationship. With that, she adjusted her attire and strode towards the door. In the great hall of Dragonstone, Daenerys once again received Orwin and his companions, with the imp, Tyrion, still present. I have just received intelligence, and I make no denial of what you have stated. Daenerys sat upon the stone throne, her gaze piercing as it fell upon Jon Snow. He should now be called Jon Targaryen. It appears our former master of whisperers, Lord Varys, still possesses remarkable skills in gathering intelligence, despite lacking birds of his own. His little birds are indeed everywhere. Orwin remained unfazed by Daenerys' remarks. It was amusing to him that this queen, burdened with titles, still fixated on such matters. Orwin, be patient. Tyrion interjected, reminding Orwin that, as the Targaryen hand, he must uphold Daenerys' dignity. Esteemed Lord Orwin, I can now confirm that what you have said is indeed true. As the legitimate ruler of Westeros, I shall muster an army to march north against the White Walkers. Furthermore, I shall bring my 3 children along. However, as a condition, after we vanquish the White Walkers, I require you, along with House Stark, House Baratheon, and House Tully, to submit to me. Daenerys sat high upon her throne, looking down upon the 3 before her. She was acutely aware that the 3 individuals before her, Jon Targaryen, serving merely as a gesture of goodwill from the north, Davos, the Onion Knight, acting as the captain of the vessel, and the true authority, Lord Orwin, were not to be underestimated. Thus, Daenerys fixed her gaze intently upon Orwin, eager to extract an answer from his lips. I am afraid I cannot fulfill your request. I do not speak for the 3 houses you mentioned. However, I shall convey your request to them, Orwin stated candidly, unperturbed by the prospect of incurring the wrath of the Dragon Mother, for Jon Targaryen's mere presence ensured her temper remained in check. I appreciate your honesty, Sir Orwin. In the spirit of goodwill, I shall immediately dispatch troops north to aid the living in their struggle against the White Walkers. I trust that once the 3 houses witness the might of my dragons, they will make a judicious decision. Daenerys regarded Orwin with an air of confidence, her faith in the power of her 3 dragons unwavering. No one could harbor thoughts of rebellion in the presence of Dragonfire. Chapter 83. The Fall of the Dragons in the Narrow Sea. Beyond the Fingers Peninsula, a formidable fleet sailed the waters, the ocean breeze billowing the immense sails, allowing these grand vessels to glide swiftly across the sea without human effort. Lord Tyrion, where is your queen? Davos, the Onion Knight, stood at the bow, gazing down at the diminutive figure of the imp. At this moment, all the armies under Targaryen's banner were aboard this fleet, the Unsullied, the Dothraki cavalry, and various forces that had pledged allegiance after landing on Westerosi soil. Mind your words, Sir Davos. It should be our queen. Tyrion raised a goblet, savoring its contents. Once the Targaryen forces land on the shores of the East Sea, You and your Baratheon king will submit to the flames of the dragon." His words brimmed with confidence in Daenerys and trepidation for the dragons. "That is a matter for the future. At the very least, she is not my queen yet." Davos replied impassively. To this righteous knight, as long as Stannis had not declared surrender, he remained a knight of House Baratheon, the hand of the future king designated by Stannis himself. Tyrion clearly held the stubbornness of this righteous knight in disdain. "It seems you are utterly ignorant of the terror of the dragons. While we languish at sea, your Jon has already soared to the wall alongside the Targaryen queen, riding upon dragons. By the time we arrive, that so-called Night King will have been reduced to a puddle by dragon fire." Davos could neither affirm nor deny Tyrion's words. The awe he felt upon first witnessing a flying dragon had transformed into deep concern. He knew Stannis' character all too well. "Are you suggesting that Daenerys took Jon to the wall?" Just as Tyrion basked in his own triumph, Orwin's voice resonated from behind him. "Indeed, it is evident. Did you not notice that the 3 dragons are absent from the skies above the fleet? This is dire." Eowyn furrowed his brow. "Davos, seek out the maester. We must send word to Lord Stark and His Majesty Stannis, urging them to be vigilant against the threat of the White Walkers. They must be prepared to evacuate at a moment's notice. The wall may not endure much longer." "At once," Davos replied, though he could not fathom why Eowyn spoke thus. Yet, witnessing the gravity etched upon the visage of this mightiest of men, he found himself inexplicably inclined to trust Eowyn's words. At this moment, Eowyn felt a twinge of regret. His earlier indulgence in the thrill of commanding his falcon to soar freely across the skies had led him to the very heights above King's Landing. He had beheld the fabled Golden Company and the fleet from the Iron Islands, even traversing the narrow sea to the free cities. Yet, in his moment of yearning for unrestrained flight, he had overlooked the peril posed by Daenerys, this madwoman, a Targaryen of the blood of the Mad King. "Are you so concerned that Her Majesty the Queen might strike against your so-called coalition of humanity?" Tyrion interjected, believing Eowyn to be apprehensive of a surprise assault by Daenerys and her dragons, ready to offer solace, only to be interrupted. "I have no fear of your queen," Eowyn retorted with indignation, casting a scornful gaze upon Tyrion. "The entirety of her Targaryen forces combined would pose no threat to the coalition. Even those 3 dragons you revere as invincible are, in my eyes, mere reptiles. Though you are indeed the renowned sword master of Westeros, I still deem you somewhat overly proud." Tyrion replied with a hint of sarcasm. Yet, before he could finish, he sensed an unfamiliar aura of intimidation emanating from Eowyn. With a grave countenance, Eowyn summoned forth a torrent of boundless power, and in an instant, a vast expanse of flames materialized above the fleet, suspended like an ethereal sea of fire. The intense heat scorched those beneath it, causing bare skin to ache with discomfort. "This is the source of my pride, Tyrion. I have never regarded those 3 reptiles with any seriousness. However, even I must approach the Night King with caution. Do you truly believe your queen can contend with him, armed only with those dragons?" Eowyn looked down upon Tyrion, who had collapsed in terror upon the deck, and cast a glance at the paralyzed Grey Worm. "The leader of the Unsullied, and Missandei. Did you not hear my previous command? Send the ravens forth, relay our message to the Night's Watch. If you wish to spare your queen from a fate at the wall, order the fleet to hasten its pace." After addressing Missandei, Eowyn retreated to the ship's hold, dismissing the fools who held such misplaced confidence in dragons. "I suggest you act swiftly, lest your queen's life hang in the balance." Davos, having witnessed Eowyn's confrontation with the Night King, retained a degree of immunity to such extraordinary phenomena. "When did he acquire magic?" Tyrion exclaimed in astonishment, turning to Davos. "I know not. All I am aware of is that he now walks among us as a demigod, a formidable force capable of standing against the Night King." The breath of winter solidified in the land of eternal night, and Drogon's scales shimmered with a molten golden light amidst the blizzard. Daenerys could feel the seething rage within her mount's chest, while Rhaegal and Viserion closely trailed behind Drogon. Jon, tense and anxious, clung tightly to the scales on Rhaegal's back. As they broke through the clouds, the densely packed azure points below resembled sapphires scattered across a bed of obsidian, a deathly sea composed of countless whites. Indeed, Elwyn's conjecture was correct. Daenerys had arrived north of the wall, riding her dragons with the intent to vanquish the Night King directly with their might. "Dracarys!" Daenerys's piercing cry pierced the frigid air. The golden dragon fire shot forth like divine spears, carving charred furrows through the horde of whites. The stench of burning flesh filled the air, yet was swept away by the cyclone of black smoke stirred by Drogon's wings. Rhaegal unleashed emerald flames from the right, encircling the vanguard of the whites in a hellish inferno. The Night King stood upon the altar in the center of the frozen lake, a swirling vortex of frost and snow forming above his head, spanning 100 feet in diameter. As Daenerys dove for a third time, the ancient white suddenly raised its bone-white hand. The swirling blizzard crystallized into a mirror of hexagonal ice, refracting the dragon fire into a cascade of blazing light. "Ascend!" Jon shouted desperately from below, but his voice was swallowed by the sharp clinks of colliding ice. However, Drogon reacted swiftly, lifting Daenerys high into the sky, evading the reflected flames. Yet, as the smallest dragon, Viserion's wings felt as heavy as lead. The reflected fire scorched his scales, leaving charred spots, and his massive wings were singed, rendering him somewhat weakened. The Night King withdrew a 3-meter-long spiral ice spear from the altar, its tip glimmering with a chill colder than Valyrian steel, and time seemed to thicken in that moment. Rhaegal, rising, suddenly emitted a warning screech, while Drogon unleashed a barrage of warning flames. However, Viserion, hindered by his damaged wings, faced a perilous lag in his ascent. The Night King hurled the ice spear with a swiftness and impact reminiscent of a calving glacier. As it left his grasp, the surrounding snowflakes solidified into razor-sharp ice shards, tracing a pale blue trajectory through the air. Viserion's golden-slit pupils shrank to pinpricks, and Daenerys' mind resonated with the deafening lament of the dragon tongue. No. Daenerys felt a piercing agony, her nails splitting against the dragon scales. The ice spear pierced through the thin membrane of Viserion's wing, emitting a sound akin to shattering crystal. And with its barbed tip, it drove unerringly into the heart of Viserion. His pupils began to fade to frost white. The once luminous veins that had coursed with fragments of the sun, now marred by spiderweb-like cracks of ice. The dragon fell, its descent resembling that of a kite severed from its string, and when it struck the frozen lake, it did not create splashes of water, but rather a myriad of sharp ice shards. The dragon in the sky let out a roar filled with rage and sorrow. And for a moment, the entire land of eternal winter appeared steeped in profound desolation. Chapter 84. The crumbling great wall of despair. Quickly, Daenerys. Jon observed Viserion, who had vanished into the icy abyss, and saw the Night King draw another ice spear. He shouted towards Daenerys with urgency. At this moment, without needing Daenerys' command, Drogon sensed the imminent threat of death and swiftly altered his course, soaring towards the south of the land of always winter. Rhaegal followed suit, carrying Jon away at great speed. The Night King gazed at the two distant dragons, his blue eyes betraying no emotion, much like how Orwin regarded the dragons, utterly unfazed. The dragons continued their aimless flight, bearing Daenerys and Jon away. Daenerys was engulfed in the anguish of losing Viserion, while Jon, unable to control Rhaegal beneath him, could only endure the dragoness flight. A day passed in the blink of an eye. Within the Maester's quarters of Black Castle, a raven flew in. Sam took a handful of grain to feed the weary bird and retrieved the letter clutched in its talons. "Oh heavens!" Sam exclaimed, astounded by the contents of the letter, and rushed to the council chamber. "Your Majesty, King Stannis." Sam burst into the Night's Watch council chamber, panting as he addressed Stannis seated high above. "Your Majesty, Lord Eddard's letter, Sir Olwyn's correspondence. I believe you will be quite astonished." Stannis furrowed his brow and exchanged a glance with Eddard Stark, who approached to take the letter from Sam's hands. Olwyn's missive, Eddard Stark stated gravely. "Daenerys Targaryen has consented to march north to aid us in our battle against the White Walkers." However, what? Stannis inquired, his expression impassive. "However, she requires our fealty." Sam continued. "Moreover, Daenerys, accompanied by Jon and her 3 dragons, has already ventured north to confront the White Walkers directly. Yet, Olwyn harbored concerns that the Night King might seize this opportunity to strike down a dragon and employ dark magic to resurrect it, using its fiery breath to bring ruin to the wall, thereby dismantling it." As Eddard Stark concluded his statement, Stannis immediately shook his head. "This is impossible. The wall has stood for millennia without faltering. It cannot be toppled by a single dragon." "I too do not believe the wall will fall," Eddard replied. "But Olwyn considers this a possibility and urges us to prepare for evacuation." His expression darkened. Deep down, he could not fathom such a catastrophe. Yet he could not dismiss Olwyn's words lightly. Stannis remained silent, wrestling with his thoughts, weighing whether to trust his own judgment or Olwyn's apprehensions. "Your Majesty, Duke Eddard, I believe we should heed Sir Olwyn's concerns and prepare for evacuation." Sam finally caught his breath and addressed the 2 esteemed figures. "Share your thoughts," Eddard Stark promptly requested. Once, the esteemed Bachelor of Aemon discovered in records regarding the construction of the Wall of Despair that its base had been imbued with magic. specifically ice magic. Now, after the passage of millennia, the effectiveness of this magic remains uncertain. Should it be true, as Sir Orwin posits, that the Night King has acquired the corpse of a great dragon and subsequently resurrected it, then the dragon's fiery magic could very well disrupt the fragile magical equilibrium beneath the wall of despair. Sam voiced his perspective, leaving Stannis and Eddard Stark exchanging glances, momentarily at a loss for how to proceed. Eddard, relay the order to our foot soldiers and the elderly and infirm among the free folk to prepare their belongings and begin the retreat to Last Hearth. As for the cavalry, they shall remain here for now. Should no unforeseen circumstances arise, we will allow the free folk to return. However, if a calamity does occur, our cavalry can swiftly withdraw. After a considerable pause, Stannis ultimately resolved to arrange for a portion of their forces to retreat while leaving the more mobile cavalry to guard the Wall of Despair. Eddard Stark offered no opposition and promptly set out to summon the nobles stationed at Black Castle to organize the evacuation. At that very moment in the land of eternal winter, the Night King, accompanied by several of his wights, was orchestrating the retrieval of the dragon from the frozen lake. As the ice hole widened, the corpse of Viserion was gradually being drawn from the depths. This colossal body lay still upon the ice, rendering even the wights insignificant in its presence. The Night King dismounted and approached the dragon-esque corpse, placing a hand upon its head. In an instant, Viserion's body stirred to life, rising from the ice with a thunderous roar that echoed through the heavens. The Night King caressed the scales of the dragon's corpse and, stepping onto Viserion's wing, mounted the back of the undead dragon. Under the Night King's command, Viserion began to flap its mighty wings, generating powerful gusts that sent the surrounding wights swaying. The dragon ascended slowly, reaching heights of several hundred meters. With a gesture southward from the Night King, the multitude of wights in the land of eternal winter advanced once more towards the Wall of Despair under the influence of their masters. In the dead of night, a horn suddenly sounded above Black Castle, followed by a resounding roar in the sky. As all within Black Castle rushed out to prepare for any eventuality, two dragons descended from the heavens. It was Daenerys and Jon. "Jon," Eddard Stark exclaimed, gazing at his adopted son who leapt from the back of the dragon. "Did you not possess 3 dragons? Why have only 2 come? Where's the third?" At this moment, all eyes in Black Castle were fixed upon Jon and Daenerys. And although the 2 dragons evoked awe with their grandeur and terror, the assembly was already aware of Olwyn's conjecture regarding the Night King's possible acquisition of a dragon corpse and the potential collapse of the Wall of Despair. The sight of the 2 dragons left the hearts of those in Black Castle feeling a chilling sense of dread. The Targaryen family. The Stark family. Why do you not greet your majesty the queen? At this moment, Daenerys was either oblivious to the gravity of the situation or mistakenly believed that the sight of dragons would compel everyone to submit to her authority. She remained seated upon Drogon, gazing down imperiously at Stannis and Eddard Stark. There was no queen here. Stannis would never yield to the Targaryens, even in the face of dragons. Despite possessing 2 dragons, she remained merely a mortal. Stannis's words were laden with menace, and he turned his attention away from the frantic Daenerys to address Jon. "Answer your father's question, child. What of the other dragon? Has it perished in the land of eternal winter? How do you know? Is this your conspiracy? Did you lure me here to eliminate my dragon through the Night King's hand?" Daenerys screamed in desperation, while Drogon beneath her opened his gaping maw, poised to unleash fire. Daenerys' words fell like cold water into a pot of oil, igniting a tremendous uproar within Castle Black. All the knights and nobles, along with the Night's Watch, turned pale. Some of the more timid among them sank to their knees, praying for the old gods of the north to grant them safe passage from this place. Even Daenerys, despite her ignorance, sensed the shift in atmosphere, casting a puzzled glance at Stannis and Eddard Stark. "Eddard, gather the soldiers and prepare for departure. We must be ready to retreat at any moment," Stannis said, his eyes filled with helplessness as he looked at his friend. Eddard Stark nodded slightly and turned to his eldest son, Robb, who understood the urgency and set about organizing their evacuation. "What is happening? Why must we leave?" Jon questioned, bewildered by the unfolding events. Chapter 85. The collapsing abyss of the Wall 2 within Castle Black. No one paid heed to Daenerys and Jon. Everyone was preoccupied with packing their belongings, ensuring that ample provisions and weaponry were secured for their departure. The commotion of over 2,000 individuals rendered the castle quite raucous in the night. This frenzied activity continued until the first light of dawn began to grace the horizon. Daenerys and Jon found themselves neglected and isolated. And as the assembly of more than 2,000 prepared to depart, Eddard assigned several capable rangers to keep watch. Only then did Robb approach. his gaze fixed upon the brother he had known for over a decade. "Do you realize? You and your aunt have committed a most foolish act," Robb said, exasperation evident in his tone as he sighed deeply and shook his head. "What foolishness? We brought dragons. These are dragons." Jon shot a disgruntled glance at Daenerys before turning back to Robb. Before he could fully articulate his thoughts, Robb interjected. "But you have also delivered a dragon to the Night King. Of the 3 dragons, only 2 have arrived. The third must surely have perished in the land of eternal winter, correct?" Robb regarded his brother with grave seriousness. Indeed, Vhagar was slain by the Night King. Yet this sacrifice was made to aid Daenerys. Upon hearing Robb's words, a profound ache pierced her heart. Vhagar was a dragon she cherished as her own child, undeniably affirming Daenerys' title as the Mother of Dragons. All creatures that had perished, including humans, fell under the dominion of the Night King. Even dragons were not exempt. "Had you forgotten the wise words of Maester Olwyn? Your actions pose a threat to all living beings." Robb cast a disappointed glance at his brother, the fool entranced by the terror of the dragon. At that moment, atop the wall, Eddie and Gren, accompanied by several Night's Watchmen, gazed towards the distant forest. Suddenly, an army of wights emerged from the woods, drawing closer in alarming numbers, turning Winterfell into a scene of utter despair. The horns blared thrice, and Eddie bellowed, "Prepare to retreat." The Night's Watch hastily sounded the alarm, just as an ice dragon descended from the sky, exhaling blue flames. Vhagar, now under the Night King's control. The Night King had resurrected Vhagar, transforming it into an ice dragon for his own purposes. In Black Castle, Drogon and Rhaegal let out a simultaneous roar. Before Daenerys and Jon could mount, the 2 dragons soared into the sky at incredible speed, charging towards the now reanimated Vhagar. A fierce aerial battle ensued among the 3 dragons, their flames of varying hues clashing violently, while their massive, razor-sharp teeth relentlessly tore into one another. "Quickly, we must leave," Eddard Stark urged as he mounted his steed, his voice resonating with urgency. "Stannis, we cannot remain here." Even in this dire moment, Eddard Stark maintained his composure, seizing Stannis' reins and commanding his horse southward away from Black Castle. "Jon, hurry. Come with us," Robb called out as he brought forth 2 steeds for Jon, his voice ringing with determination. "We can defend ourselves. We have the wall." "It is futile," Robb retorted, recalling Maester Olwyn's warning that as long as the Night King possessed a dragon, the wall would offer no sanctuary. Without further debate, Robb signaled to several soldiers to assist Jon and Daenerys onto their horses, and they departed together. As Eddard Stark and Stannis rode away, the noblemen followed suit, fiercely urging their steeds onward. The over 2,000 cavalry left behind followed their lords without a backward glance, wishing their horses could sprout wings. Eddie and Gren, along with a few Night's Watch brothers, descended from the wall, leading several horses to join the fleeing coalition. In the sky, despite the united front of Drogon and Rhaegal against Vhagar, the terrifying presence of the Night King rendered the 2 dragons hopelessly outmatched. They soon found themselves retreating in haste towards the south, with the interference of the 2 colossal dragons absent. The Night King commanded Viserion to unleash a torrent of azure flames upon the wall, which soared hundreds of meters high. In mere moments, the ancient structure, having stood for millennia, was cleaved in 2, collapsing under the weight of Viserion's inferno. Countless wights surged through the breached wall into the lands south of it, marking the first time in thousands of years that the wights had set foot on the realm of the living. The Night King, astride Viserion, circled the skies like a relentless bomber, while dozens of wights, mounted on steeds and wielding ice blades, urged the corpses to traverse the wall ceaselessly, bringing with them an unending chill to the continent of Westeros. South of Black Castle, the once fertile and bountiful lands now lay hardened and lifeless beneath the oppressive, frigid winds and blinding snow. In the harbor of Widow's Watch, a massive fleet from Dragonstone anchored. "Ser Orwin, why do I sense a drop in temperature?" Davos emerged from the ship's hold, instinctively tightening his garments as he approached Orwin, who stood at the bow. "Indeed, it has grown colder. Something is amiss," Orwin replied, his gaze fixed intently to the north, sensing his fears had come to fruition. "Tyrion, send a letter to Last Hearth and inquire about their situation. If the wall has fallen, we must instruct His Grace Stannis and Lord Eddard to abandon Last Hearth immediately and retreat to White Harbor. They must take all residents with them. We cannot afford to leave any opportunity for the Night King to augment his wights," Orwin commanded, summoning Tyrion to inform the Maester to release a raven. "I believe that may be unnecessary. While the Night King is formidable, he is still up against 3 dragons," Tyrion remarked, astonished by Orwin's conviction. "Yet as a mortal, He could not fathom that 3 dragons would be incapable of confronting the Night King. However, before Tyrion could elaborate further, a fierce gust of wind laden with snowflakes swept in from the continent, rendering him speechless. I think we needn't send a message to Last Hearth. The Night King has breached the wall, and the Whites are advancing south, Orwin said, his expression darkening as he gazed at a distant black speck in the sky, murmuring to himself. What do you mean? How do you know the Night King is advancing south? We are still quite far from the wall. Even if you could command a falcon, it would not be swift enough to ascertain such news, Tyrion began, but Orwin had already turned back toward the ship's hold, soon re-emerging with his great bow in hand. Drawing back the bowstring, Orwin released an arrow with a sharp whistle, striking the black speck in the sky with unerring speed. The object plummeted rapidly, splashing into the sea below. Tyrion ordered the Unsullied to retrieve it, discovering it to be a featherless hawk. This is a controlled white hawk. It seems there are shapeshifters among the Whites, Orwin observed briefly, dismissing the decapitated bird and ignoring Tyrion's increasingly pale visage. Turn the ship's head. We shall head to White Harbor, from there to Eastwatch. Eowyn commanded the Grey Worms directly before he ascended into the ship's cabin. Chapter 86. The Defense of Winterfell. Outside White Harbor, the frigid winds howled. The banner of House Manderly fluttered majestically above White Harbor, where a colossal fleet lay anchored. At this moment, the entire fleet had lowered its sails, forming an orderly line as it navigated through the water gates of White Harbor, heading towards Eastwatch. Lord Eowyn, the Ravens have delivered the latest news. The wall has fallen, and Last Hearth has succumbed. Lord Eddard and His Majesty Stannis have retreated south with the allied forces and the free folk, preparing to organize defenses at Eastwatch. Vera Manderly, her long green hair cascading down, gazed at her tall and formidable fiancé with a mixture of pride and bashfulness. There is no need for such formality, Miss Manderly. I believe Lord Wyman has informed you of our betrothal. You need not be so anxious. Eowyn observed the petite beauty before him, his heart swelling with satisfaction. You may call me Eowyn directly. Very well, Eowyn, Vera replied, her nerves still palpable. Do you think we can withstand the onslaught of the others? I have learned from the maesters that these creatures can control the dead, an endless horde of Whites. Do we still have a chance at survival? Panic flickered across Vera's face, and the mere thought of the tales surrounding the others made her tremble involuntarily. Fear not. We shall repel the advance of the others. With my presence, I shall not allow the Night King to depart Eastwatch alive. Eowyn declared confidently, for this was indeed his resolve. Regardless of the circumstances, he must confront the Night King. It was a battle for survival, and the Night King must perish. Otherwise, the tens of thousands of allied forces in the north, along with over 100,000 free folk and civilians, would become mere puppets of the others. In such a scenario, the familiar faces from his past in Goat's Village, along with those he had journeyed alongside, would become adversaries. Even if Eowyn possessed unparalleled abilities, where could he flee? The Night King would not spare him. This truth was clear to both parties involved. The entire fleet lingered in White Harbor for 3 days before finally passing through the water gates, making their way along the Blades River towards Eastwatch. Within the Wolf's Den of Eastwatch, Eddard Stark, Stannis, and the nobles of the Alliance, along with Daenerys, were seated around a long table, their expressions grave and solemn. We currently have nearly 100,000 troops in Eastwatch and its periphery. We must deliberate carefully on how to resist the impending assault from the others, Stannis said, sitting at the center, yet no one responded. This silence was unsurprising, as the wall, which had been regarded as an impregnable bastion, had been breached by the others. Following the battle at Last Hearth against the army of Whites, the outcome had been far from favorable, forcing their retreat. We should construct defensive fortifications, digging deep and wide trenches outside Eastwatch, filled with combustible materials. When the others approach, we can ignite the trenches to create a fiery barrier, temporarily halting the advance of the Whites, Eddard Stark proposed after a lengthy contemplation. We are in dire need of a multitude of catapults, which shall be positioned upon the city walls to hurl ignited barrels of pitch or other combustibles at the horde of Whites, thereby aiding us in suppressing them. Additionally, we require a significant supply of dragon glass to forge weapons. In due course, we shall deploy a battalion of archers upon the walls, armed with arrows tipped with dragon glass, to engage in long-range assaults against the White Walkers and Whites, providing support for our warriors and cavalry. Lastly, we must fortify the walls and strengthen the gates. Though I am uncertain of its efficacy, it may at least afford us some respite. Upon concluding his words, Eddard Stark appeared utterly drained, slumping into his chair. Furthermore, my dragons, Drogon and Regal, can unleash flames from the skies to deter the White Walkers. My forces are already en route. The Unsullied excel in defense, and the Dothraki cavalry fear no foe. Daenerys is also beginning to assert her presence. She possesses the confidence to sit here. A series of knocks echoed as Theon struck the great door, then entered. Your Grace, Lord Eddard. The armies of House Lannister have arrived, led by Jaime Lannister and Kevan Lannister. Please, let them in, and ensure that the Lannister forces are well accommodated. Upon hearing of the Lannister army's arrival, Eddard Stark felt a wave of relief wash over him, dispelling any prior animosity. Esteemed guests, thank you for your patience. House Lannister has arrived as promised. I hope it is not too late. Jaime Lannister entered first, offering a slight bow to all present. It is a pleasure to see you again, Sir Jaime, and I am delighted to welcome the members of House Lannister to Eastwatch. Please, take your seats. Eddard Stark, as the Duke of Eastwatch, extended his welcome to Jaime and Kevan Lannister. Once seated, Jaime gazed solemnly at the assembly. I regret to inform you all that I could not persuade Cersei. King's Landing is unwilling to spare a single soldier to march north in support. On our journey, we received word of the wall's collapse, and King's Landing has reacted by preparing defenses against our advance. With a troubled expression, Jaime lamented the harshness of Cersei, who had dispatched 20,000 Golden Company mercenaries to establish a defensive formation along the King's Road at Harrenhal. Sir Jaime, do not be too hard on yourself. Stannis offered rare words of comfort as he regarded Jaime Lannister. We have gathered a substantial force from across much of Westeros, the North, the Riverlands, the Vale, the Reach, the Westerlands, Storm's End, Dragonstone, and the Targaryens. This is a battle for survival, and regardless of the outcome, none of us shall be forgotten. Ladies and gentlemen, if there are no further objections, let us proceed with Lord Eddard's plans to construct our defenses. Stannis made the final decision, and the assembly rose in agreement. Exiting the council chamber, leaving only Stannis, Eddard Stark, the two Lannisters, Daenerys, Sandor, Jon, and the Red Priestess Melisandre. I hope your army can move with greater haste. We are in dire need of the dragon glass from Dragonstone. Stannis gazed sternly at Daenerys, who stood considerably shorter than him. They were already en route, having crossed the White Knife, and anticipated their arrival by tomorrow. Daenerys, undeterred by Stannis's tone, replied, "That is indeed fortunate. We require your forces and the dragon glass to forge our weapons, but we are even more in need of Euron. Without him, we lack the means to confront the Night King directly." Upon hearing this, a flicker of expression crossed Eddard Stark's previously furrowed brow. "Melisandre, wise Red Priestess, I implore you to beseech the Lord of Light for his blessings at this critical juncture, to aid us against the White Walkers." Stannis regarded the Red Priestess, who accompanied him in the battle against the White Walkers, and for once, he believed in her and the deity she served. "As you wish, my lord. The Lord of Light is indeed watching over us. When Lord Euron returns tomorrow, it shall be the moment of victory bestowed upon us by the Lord of Light." Melisandre's words were compelling. As she spoke, the flames within the council chamber danced with unusual fervor, swirling together in a windless vortex that rose over 2 meters high, engulfing the entire hall without harming a soul. It was the first time Melisandre witnessed such a sacred spectacle, and within those flames, she beheld a vision that would remain etched in her memory forever. Chapter 87. The coming of the final battle. The frigid winds of the north swept through the city walls, and outside the walls of Winterfell lay an expansive military encampment. Layers of fortifications had been hastily constructed overnight, and vast trenches were continuously expanding outward as tens of thousands labored tirelessly, yielding astonishing results. The sound of 2 horns echoed above Winterfell, signaling the approach of a massive contingent along the King's Road. The disciplined ranks of infantry and the cacophonous cavalry displayed the formidable might of this army. A dragon's roar erupted from within Winterfell, followed by the ascent of 2 great dragons soaring towards the approaching forces. Our queen has come to greet her army." Tyrion, who had remained rather unenthusiastic throughout the journey, felt a surge of excitement upon witnessing the dragons in the sky. "You celebrate too soon, Tyrion." Euron rode at the forefront, flanked by Tyrion and Davos. Observing Tyrion's sudden exhilaration, Euron could not resist dousing him with a splash of cold reality. "Your queen has willingly surrendered her mightiest weapon to the Night King. One wonders if, upon their next encounter, he might show mercy and make your queen his queen of the undead." At Euron's jibe, Tyrion's mood swiftly darkened, and he felt a heavy heart, wishing fervently that he had been able to dissuade Daenerys from her reckless impulse. The Unsullied and Dothraki cavalry were stationed in the encampment outside Winterfell, while Euron and his companions rode into the city, making their way directly to Winterfell's stronghold. "Welcome back, Lord Orwin." The Red Priestess Melisandre stepped forward to greet him, her tone imbued with utmost reverence. "Thank you, Red Priestess. Orwin replied with a gentle nod, observing the nobles who regarded him with deference, as well as Stannis and Eddard Stark, who stood outside Winterfell to welcome him, raising an eyebrow slightly. It seems much has transpired during my absence. Might you enlighten me later, Red Priestess? Orwin inquired softly. Certainly, my lord. Melisandre responded with unwavering respect. Welcome back, Orwin. Eddard Stark approached with a beaming smile. I have successfully fulfilled my duty. Reinforcements and dragon glass have been brought back. Orwin looked at Eddard Stark, noting how, in such a brief span, this robust man appeared weary and aged, his eyes sunken. Your Majesty Stannis, we have returned with an abundance of dragon glass, sufficient to fashion spears for 100,000 and to craft arrows for numerous archers. Orwin then turned his gaze to Stannis, who had stepped forward. Well done. Lord Eddard has prepared a banquet. Before the White Walkers arrive, we still have the opportunity to indulge in a fine drink. Following their exchanges, the group entered the council hall, where they began to drink heartily. The banquet was marked by reunions of long-lost kin and the reconciliation of former adversaries. Outside the council hall, the sky grew darker, yet the city of Winterfell shone bright with lights, as everyone hurriedly labored to forge their dragon glass weapons, meticulously polishing the shards in hopes that their handcrafted arms would safeguard their lives against the undead hordes. Jon Snow gazed into the encroaching darkness, a metallic tang of blood rising in his throat. He placed a hand on the hilt of his sword, the intricate engravings warmed by the heat of his palm. It was a Valyrian steel sword, procured by Jaime Lannister from King's Landing. More accurately, he had seized it directly from the blacksmith's forge. He now possessed many such blades. After being enchanted by Orwin, these swords had transformed into true Valyrian steel. Jon was fortunate to have received one. They will arrive by noon tomorrow. Daenerys's voice came from behind Jon, the cold seeping through the gaps in her leather armor, her silver hair adorned with glistening frost. 2 dragons circled above the clouds, their fiery embers swallowed by the darkness before they could fall. How do you know? Jon asked curiously. It was that fellow you refer to as a demigod who mentioned it. I am uncertain how he acquired such knowledge. Daenerys felt an inexplicable fondness for Orwin. Yet every time she laid eyes on him, he appeared utterly indifferent, which incensed her. Before they could exchange more words, the fiery kiss of Ygritte approached. And upon observing the expressions of the two, Daenerys's brow arched. It seems the Targaryen bloodline is destined to continue. In the cellar beneath Wolfsburg, the muffled sound of rolling barrels echoed as Tyrion, clutching a wine jug, braved the biting snowstorm. A curse upon this infernal weather. The dwarf intentionally raised his voice, inviting anyone to join the Prime Minister for a drink. This was a golden vintage pilfered from the cellars of Casterly Rock, meant for Joffrey's wedding. When his jest was interrupted by the coarse laughter of a veteran Night's Watchman, a dozen cloaked figures huddled around a campfire, fashioning arrows from pine branches with dragon glass daggers. Drink sparingly, little imp. One of them raised a chipped wooden cup. When I become a corpse, this wine better be poured over my head. A sudden battle cry erupted from beneath the city walls, startling the crows. Brienne of Tarth was instructing the Knights of the Vale in adjusting their shoulder armor, her sapphire sword shimmering with an ethereal glow in the firelight. Jaime Lannister sat alone in a corner, gently swaying with one hand resting on the hilt of his sword while holding a cup of wine in the other. When a servant accidentally spilled wine on him, the Lion Knight surprisingly revealed a gentle smile. The scent of charred flesh wafted from the direction of the weirwood, where Arya Stark tirelessly forged a dagger in the smithy. The quenching smoke reflected countless sparks in her gray eyes. Remember to aim for the eyes, came Sandor Clegane's gravelly voice from the shadows as he spat into the fire, cursing those blue-eyed bastards. I know how to make their eyes disappear. Arya sheathed her newly acquired Valyrian steel dagger, her fingertips grazing the wolf's fur wrapped around the hilt. Catelyn and Sansa Stark stood atop the highest tower, the heavy mink cloak weighing down her shoulders. Handmaidens scurried between the looms, hastily crafting shrouds that bore the scent of mint and sage. Child, our efforts at least grant them a dignified departure. Catelyn's face radiated tenderness as she stroked Sansa's cheek. Do not fear, my daughter, mother is here. As the horn's call tore through the night, the Dothraki ignited their curved blades. The blood-sworn brothers hummed a dirge as they cast their weapons into the flames, bronze armlets melting into a river of gold. Let the fire guide the souls back to the Mother-S Mountain, Jorah Mormont explained to the puzzled northern soldiers, his bear cloak still dusted with the snow of White Harbor. In his hand was Longclaw, the ancestral sword of House Mormont, with the beloved young bear, Lyanna, by his side. Deep within the cellar, Tormund was stuffing dragon glass daggers into the belts of the wildlings. Stick them wherever you can, as long as they pierce those icy bastards. His raucous laughter made the barrels tremble, while Bran Stark stood behind the wildling, keenly watching as Tormund filled his belt with daggers. At this moment, Elrond stood amidst the roaring flames, accompanied by the Red Priestess, feeling the warmth enveloping him. The fire's temperature soared, glowing incandescently, blinding to behold. Within this inferno, an endless stream of magic surged into Elrond's body, awakening the latent mystical energy within him. In this instant, he could intuitively sense the boundless power refining his very being, marking his true transformation into a demigod walking among mortals. Chapter 88. The Battle of Ice and Fire outside Winterfell. The relentless wind and snow have transformed the world beyond its walls into a stark, white canvas. Yet, none are inclined to admire this rare beauty, for the sky is shrouded in ominous clouds, obscuring the sun that should be rising as usual. At this moment, over 100,000 troops have assembled outside Winterfell, with more than 40,000 Dothraki cavalry and over 20,000 allied cavalry from Westeros positioned at the forefront. Following them are the Unsullied and the infantry of the Alliance, while countless archers stand ready atop the walls. Within the fortress, a plethora of catapults, densely packed and armed with massive stones, lie in wait for their moment to strike. On the battlements of Winterfell, Stannis and Eddard Stark stand fully armored, flanked by numerous nobles clad in armor, united with their soldiers. The Dothraki cavalry is commanded by Jorah, while the allied cavalry is led by Jaime Lannister. A fierce wind howls, and the dark clouds are swept across the sky by its might. Suddenly, a piercing shriek disrupts the already tense atmosphere. In the distance, a dark line rapidly approaches Winterfell, accompanied by the chilling cries of the undead. All are acutely aware that this heralds the arrival of an endless army of wights. 3 resounding blasts of a horn echo above Winterfell, signaling the onset of battle. Silence envelopes the battlefield as the soldiers of the Human Alliance make their final preparations for this daunting confrontation. The call to arms has sounded, and the White Army draws near. All warriors resolve to fight to the last, ready to face their fate. Release the catapults. Davos' voice rings out from the walls, and countless soldiers spring into action, igniting the tar-coated stones in the catapults. With a thunderous roar, a barrage of flaming projectiles hurtles through the air, heading straight for the advancing horde of wights. The stones rain down upon the formation of the undead, igniting the oil-soaked ground and unleashing a torrent of flames, creating an impenetrable line of fire before the dark tide. As this fiery barrier takes shape, a cryptic incantation resonates throughout the battlefield, emanating from the air above. The once slender line of fire begins to dance and surge forward in response to the incantation. The wights, impervious to pain, surge forward with relentless cries, a dark mass rolling toward the flames like an unstoppable wave. This is the clash of ice and fire, a confrontation between the hope of life and the inevitability of death. At the forefront of the allied forces, Melisandre sits astride her horse, her lips uttering the enigmatic spell. This is a gift from the Lord of Light, yet her power proves insufficient to withstand the ice magic of the White Walkers. Gradually, the army of wights gains the upper hand in the struggle against the flames, as the fire line becomes immobilized against the endless sea of corpses. A piercing dragon's roar erupts from behind the White Army, signaling the Night King's arrival atop a colossal dragon. Overseeing the battlefield and directing the advance of the undead horde, Dany and Jon, who had been waiting patiently on the heights outside Winterfell, immediately mounted their dragons upon hearing the sound, soaring towards its source. Quick, raise your swords. Melisandre, now devoid of her former grace, her face pale and feeble, still mustered her strength to shout towards Jorah. Jorah, perplexed by Melisandre's intent, nonetheless commanded the Dothraki riders to raise their curved blades. Observing this, the cavalry of Westeros also drew their weapons. Melisandre rode forth to the front line, gripping a curved sword while murmuring incantations. As her words fell, the weapons of thousands of cavalry ignited in a fierce blaze. You must buy Lord Olwyn some time. We only need another quarter of an hour. Melisandre gazed weakly at Jorah, who nodded in response. Stannis atop the walls understood the necessity of granting Olwyn time, as the weapons of the thousands of cavalry blazed. He promptly ordered Davos to command the infantry to advance. The horn of war sounded, and the coalition cavalry surged forward against the army of wights. Catapults launched several projectiles, hurtling overhead to strike the White Army, while behind the cavalry surged countless infantry formations, roaring as they charged. As the thousands of cavalry clashed with the White Army, their flaming weapons reignited the fading line of fire, as if gasoline had been poured upon it, relentlessly pressing towards the wights. Simultaneously, Dany and Jon approached on their dragons, Drogon unleashing a torrent of flames upon the White Army, while Jon on Regal joined the fray. The infantry surged forward, countless dragonglass spears piercing through the Whites like a rain of needles. Dragonglass proved to be the bane of the Whites. A mere thrust rendered them motionless, collapsing to the ground. Yet, all advantages were fleeting, for with the arrival of the White Walker Knights, the White Army became frenzied, swarming like ants, once again quelling the roaring flames. With a thunderous roar from the dragon, a tempest swept across the battlefield as the Night King, riding atop his undead dragon, made his slow entrance. Regal and Drogon abandoned the Whites below, redirecting their fury towards the Night King. Lacking the support of dragons, Melisandre's magic began to falter. The advantages once secured had dissipated, and the outnumbered soldiers began to retreat into the castle. The Unsullied, initially engaged in battle, formed the front line against the Whites, using their weakened formation to shield the retreating coalition, suffering heavy casualties. Under the cover of the Unsullied, the coalition fell back to Winterfell, regrouping to prepare for another assault. At this moment, Jaime Lannister, though in disarray, stood resolutely at the forefront, bellowing in a desperate attempt to rally the scattered cavalry, though with little effect. The gates of Winterfell have swung open, unleashing the city's forces to surge forth. Leading the charge are the banners of a stag and a wolf, with Stannis and Eddard Stark at the forefront, rallying their troops. Sandor Clegane and Jon Snow flank them on horseback, providing vigilant protection, as the two leaders raise their standards. The clarion call of the horn resounds once more, summoning countless soldiers to their cause. Onward! Eddard Stark bellows, brandishing his ancestral longsword, while Stannis spurs his steed forward, spearheading the assault against the army of the dead. The battle cries erupt once again, a cacophony of resolve as all rush headlong into the fray, determined to fight to the last breath. In the heavens above, the clash of three dragons reaches its climax. The undead dragon has ultimately succumbed. Yet, neither Drogon nor Regal emerges unscathed. Both are rendered unable to sustain flight and crash to the ground, soon encircled by a horde of Whites. Quick, ascend! Daenerys urges fervently, imploring Drogon and Regal to rise, but they remain ensnared by the relentless tide of Whites, akin to a swarm of ants. In a frenzied struggle, Daenerys is thrown to the ground by Drogon's thrashing. Jon leaps from Regal, sword in hand, positioning himself protectively before her, valiantly fending off the advancing Whites. Jon's blade whirls in a desperate dance, countless strikes executed in a futile attempt to stave off the unending onslaught. Just as despair begins to set in, the Night King strides through the throng of Whites, his cold, emotionless gaze fixed upon them, extending his hand to draw forth his ice sword. At this perilous moment, a spear cleaves through the air, whistling towards the Night King. Even he cannot evade this lethal projectile. A thunderous roar reverberates across the battlefield as flames erupt, tearing through the overcast sky. A rain of fire descends upon the rear of the White Army, igniting a conflagration potent enough to melt the harshness of winter itself. Chapter 89, Shattering the Frost. A steed, engulfed in fiery smoke, gallops at breakneck speed into the heart of the White Army. Wherever it treads, the Whites spontaneously combust, turning to ash in an instant. Upon this fiery mount rides Orwin, who, having absorbed the essence of the rootless fire within the wolf's den, has undergone his final transformation into a being imbued with divine semblance, a true demigod. The spear that sought to save Daenerys and Jon was hurled by Orwin, aimed directly at the Night King, though it narrowly missed its mark. The Night King, now aware of Orwin's arrival, unsheathes his ice spear and howls to the heavens. The frigid winds of the land of eternal winter carry the stench of decay towards Orwin, yet the vibrant flames offer him no hindrance. Orwin charges into the midst of the White Army, dismounting and casting a glance at Jon, urging him to take Daenerys and flee on this fiery steed. Upon concluding his thoughts on Orwin, he shifted his focus towards the Night King. Orwin's boots pressed firmly upon the frozen terrain, causing the ice and snow beneath him to melt into puddles. The Valyrian steel sword in his hands began to glow with ancient runes of draconic script, infused with the essence of fire magic. The 13 White Walker generals under the Night King's command advanced, their armor clashing like the sound of ancestral Stark urns rattling in the crypts of Winterfell. As these formidable foes drew near, the ice magic of the eternal winter intensified. Orwin exhaled a breath of mist, and before the warmth could reach the blade's edge, it was crystallized into shards of ice. The White Walker commander on the left flank launched the first attack, and as the icy blade cleaved through the snowfall, Orwin pivoted to parry with his sword. Amidst the explosion of ice mist from their collision, he glimpsed the writhing magical energy, akin to maggots, seeping through the seams of the enemy's armor, an embodiment of the cursed ice magic trapped for millennia within that vessel, having wholly supplanted its original flesh with ice. With a deft upward thrust of his sword, the tip pierced the chinks in the icy armor, and in that moment, the Valyrian steel blade blazed with brilliance. The White Walker commander's torso was cleaved in two, and the ice magic within erupted like a torrent of blue blood, scattering into fragments that littered the ground, carving star-like pits into the snow. An ice spear, hurtling from behind, grazed Erwin's ear. In a swift motion, he drove his right sword into the frozen earth. Murmuring an incantation, the fire magic coursed through the runes of the sword, erupting like magma from the depths of the earth, forming a circular wall of fire that ensnared 3 of the White Walkers. Amidst their anguished cries, the flames consumed their icy armor, reducing them to a cloud of vapor. Witnessing Erwin dispatch his 4 subordinates with such ease, the Night King could no longer contain his fury and let out a chilling roar. He summoned a blizzard, enveloping the battlefield in an endless shroud of ice magic. Beneath this frost-laden veil, the once slain dragon Viserion rose again, its eyes hollow and filled with swirling blue magic. The undead dragon took to the skies, diving directly towards Erwin. Fearless, Erwin crossed his 2 Valyrian steel swords before him, forming a semicircular magical barrier. His previously dormant passive skill was triggered in an instant. The dragon's frigid breath collided with the layer of fire magic, creating a misty ring with a diameter of 100 feet at the center of the battlefield. The dragon, undeterred, barreled into the thin magical shield, causing it to tremble. Yet Erwin remained steadfast, not yielding an inch. As Erwin advanced upon the melting and refreezing ice, each step left fiery imprints upon the rapidly evaporating snow. With a deft swing of his twin swords, he severed the dragon's head from its elongated neck. The Night King awaited his moment, and with a thrust of his ice spear into the ground, numerous ice spikes erupted from the frozen earth, each one aimed at the advancing Erwin. Elwin's twin swords intertwined to carve a cross of fiery flames, incinerating the thorns of ice into a pool of shattered frost, thereby creating a crystalline corridor. This corridor reflected the encircling formation of 9 whites. With a fierce roar, Elwin intensified the flames surrounding him, causing the red blaze on his blades to swell threefold. Where the sword's edge swept, the undead steeds beneath the whites were reduced to foul ashes. As the first white lunged forward, its head was cleaved off by a single strike. Elwin wielded his 2 Valyrian steel swords with deftness, and none among the whites could withstand his prowess. In that moment, the Night King finally entered the fray, his ice spear emitting a sound reminiscent of the mournful winds that heralded the long night 3 centuries prior. Elwin crossed his swords in a diagonal, and the clash between Valyrian steel and the icy spear unleashed visible shockwaves, transforming the battlefield into a tempest. The remaining eastern tower of Winterfell trembled and ultimately succumbed to collapse. Suddenly, the ice spear withdrew force, shifting its stance to directly thrust at Elwin. He deftly retreated and then charged forward once more. His right sword struck fiercely towards the Night King, while his left lunged like a venomous serpent aiming for the foe's vital points. Yet, the Night King was no easy adversary. As the sovereign of the land of eternal winter, his combat skills were among the finest in all of Westeros. The two continued to clash on the battlefield, their magic of ice and fire colliding to create bizarre illuminations across the sky, casting a kaleidoscope of colors over the entire arena. However, the Night King ultimately found himself outmaneuvered, or perhaps it was merely a lack of experience in battle. Under Elwin's relentless assault, he revealed a vulnerability, allowing Elwin to seize the moment and pierce the Night King's left eye, blinding the azure orb and unleashing a surge of blue magic. As the Valyrian steel blade pierced, the ancient curse placed by the children of the forest 8 millennia ago began to backfire, causing ice magic to surge chaotically within the Night King's body, igniting a violent upheaval. Elwin's assault did not relent. He severed the Night King's arm with one strike and then thrust towards his heart. At the instant the blade penetrated the heart, the icy form did not shatter. Instead, tendrils of frost erupted from the wound, wrapping around Elwin's arm. With a mighty shout, Elwin channeled the fire magic coursing through his right hand and drove it into the Night King's body. The once deadly icy tendrils disintegrated instantaneously, and red flames began to flicker within the Night King's form. With a thunderous boom, the Night King's body collapsed, crumbling into a mass of shattered ice. With the Night King's demise, the surviving whites also disintegrated, their endless army collapsing like a malfunctioning toy. Elwin stood at the center of the battlefield, momentarily frozen in place. He was neither injured nor weary. Rather, after slaying the Night King, he was suddenly struck by a profound sense of rejection from this world, a sensation that was strikingly clear. Elwyn understood that he might soon depart from this realm. He was uncertain of his destination, yet the feeling was intensely palpable. Chapter 90. Wandering in the wilderness following the Battle of Ice and Fire, the North was once again shrouded in tranquility with the demise of the Night King. Yet, there was no revelry among the victors over the defeat of the White Walkers. The toll of this life-and-death struggle had claimed too many lives, leaving countless individuals bereaved of loved ones and friends. Within Winterfell, the stronghold of House Stark, the leaders of the allied forces gathered in silence, sipping their exquisite wines. Even the usually mischievous Tyrion remained mute. At this moment, Orwin was not in the council chamber. He was meticulously organizing his gear: 2 Valyrian steel swords, a newly crafted great bow, and a pouch filled with arrows the thickness of a thumb. Before him lay 2 additional Valyrian steel swords, prepared for the Manderly family, alongside his loyal squire, Jon from Goat Village. Once Orwin had everything in order, he summoned Jon and the elderly Lord Wyman. Under their astonished gaze, Orwin presented the swords to them, then mounted his magically blessed steed, equipped himself with his gear and other essentials, and set forth alone on a new journey. Guided by an inner compass, Orwin traveled northward, encountering the returning common folk and free men. Each person he met greeted him with utmost respect, for tales of his valor had spread throughout the north, and all were aware of the demigod walking among them. He continued northward, riding leisurely by day and resting by night, traversing the fallen remnants of the wall, only to discover he seemed to have entered a new world. What was once meant to be an expanse of endless ice now unveiled before him an infinite wilderness. Here, Orwin felt the vibrant traces of animal activity and an absence of hostility. He halted his steed at the foot of a mountain to rest. Suddenly, a hawk soared across the sky, and Orwin's eyes sparkled as he directed his mental energy towards the flying bird. In an instant, his perspective shifted, and the exhilarating sensation of soaring through the sky flooded his mind once more. In pursuit of clarity, he guided the hawk southward, losing track of time as he flew. Yet the shadow of the wall remained elusive. What manner of world have I entered? He mused, bringing the hawk down beside his steed and withdrawing his consciousness. As dusk began to settle, he summoned a flame in his palm to ignite a nearby campfire, extracted his provisions and jerky, tearing off a piece to share with the hawk, while he himself made do with a few bites before reclining on a hide to rest. In the wilderness, the distant roars of beasts echoed, accompanied by the haunting howls of wolves. Yet, to Orwin's ears, these sounds were markedly different from the usual calls of wolves, deeper, more resonant. This was no ordinary wolf's voice. What place is this? Orwin gazed up towards the source of the wolf's howl, his eyes brimming with perplexity. It was indeed a bewildering journey, heading northward, devoid of the great wall of despair and the endless snowfields. Everything had transformed. Orwin pondered for quite some time, but could not decipher the reason, ultimately resigning himself to sleep upon the animal hide. As dawn broke, he was awakened by the piercing cries of a falcon. His warhorse was grazing on tender grass not far away, while the falcon he had commanded soared high above, commencing its daily hunt. Suddenly, the falcon emitted a sharp cry, as if startled by some unseen threat. A swift sound sliced through the air, hurtling towards Orwin. He discerned the direction of the wind, and merely shifted his body slightly to evade it, turning his gaze to behold a pitch-black arrow, sullied and tainted, its tip darkened by poison. The arrowhead bore barbs that sent a chill down his spine. Another arrow shot towards Orwin. He deftly dodged it, and swiftly seized the massive bough at his side, knocking an arrow as thick as his thumb. He raised his hand and released the arrow in the direction of his assailants. Orwin's arrow flew like lightning, striking down an enemy in an instant. Only then did he take the time to identify his foes. Before him raced a colossal gray warg, upon which a knight had been riding, now fallen lifeless to the ground. Behind this formidable warg trailed several other equally large beasts, each bearing a knight of grotesque half-orc lineage. These half-orcs brandished a variety of curved blades as they charged towards Orwin atop their wargs with the ferocity of a tempest. Orwin felt a sense of familiarity regarding these warg riders, but there was no time for contemplation as he hastily donned his armor and leapt onto his steed. With a mighty roar, Orwin kicked his warhorse in the belly, and the magically imbued creature surged forward as if propelled by an unseen force, racing towards the warg riders. Drawing his twin swords, he effortlessly cleaved through several wargs and their half-orc riders in a single encounter. As they passed each other, the remaining 3 warg riders, witnessing Orwin dispatch their comrades with such ease, were stricken with terror and began to flee. Not only were these 3 half-orcs filled with dread, But even their wargs were cowed, tails tucked between their legs, scampering forward while emitting whimpering sounds, akin to those of a lost dog. Yet Orwin had no intention of letting these 3 warg riders escape so easily. He pursued them on horseback, maintaining a distance. He refrained from hastily slaying the now defenseless half-orcs, instead hoping to trail them in search of a village, be it a human settlement or a stronghold of their kind. The 2 parties continued to flee across the wilderness for half a day, with the 3 dire wolves panting heavily, frothing at the mouth, while the half-orcs atop them could barely hold on, collapsing onto the backs of the wolves, unable to straighten their backs. In stark contrast, both Orwin and his steed remained vigorous and lively. Having traversed several dozen miles towards the northeast, they moved from the wilds and thickets to the riverbank, following the water eastward until they reached a bridge crossing. The 3 dire wolves seemed startled, screeching to a halt on the grass, skidding several meters before finally stopping by the river. "Why have you ceased your flight?" Orwin slowed his horse, allowing it to amble forward. "Is there something ahead that frightens you?" he inquired, glancing at the 3 half-orcs. The half-orcs bared their teeth at Orwin, attempting to intimidate him with their fearsome expressions, their mouths moving rapidly in an incoherent chant. Observing them, Orwin found himself unable to comprehend their shouts, losing interest as he recognized they had arrived at a bridge and crossing, indicating civilization was near. By following the river, he was certain he would encounter inhabited areas. Suddenly, a series of 6 arrows whizzed through the air from across the bridge, striking down the 3 dire wolves along with their half-orc riders who had been posturing. Startled by the sudden onslaught, Orwin was taken aback. He had never witnessed such an event even in Westeros. The sound suggested a single archer, a marksman of exceptional skill, surpassing even Orwin's own prowess with a bow. Casting a glance at the exquisite arrows, Orwin swiftly drew his sword, readying himself, uncertain whether this newcomer was friend or foe. From the opposite side of the bridge, the sound of galloping hooves approached, and following the sound, a graceful figure gradually emerged at the bridge's edge. Riding a magnificent white steed, the figure donned a green cloak adorned with golden embroidery depicting blooming white poppies, reminiscent of spring meadows. Armed with an elegantly crafted longsword embellished with wavy golden patterns, the shield bore a radiant sun motif, and the longbow was exquisitely decorated. It was an elf, specifically, an elven warrior. "Greetings, stranger of the human realm." The elf, far less haughty than one might expect, inclined his head slightly toward Orwin. "You stand at the Brugen crossing. Beyond lies Rivendell. I am Glorfindel. Might I have the honor of knowing your name, stranger of the human realm?" Upon hearing the name Glorfindel, Orwin was momentarily taken aback. He had heard of this figure, the Lord of the Golden Flower, reputed to be the mightiest of elves, a hidden power within the world of the Lord of the Rings. Noticing Orwin's silence, Glorfindel raised an eyebrow, prompting the dazed Orwin to snap back to attention. "I deeply apologize. I did not anticipate that you were the Lord of the Golden Flowers." With a slight bow upon his steed, Orwin expressed his contrition and sheathed his sword. "I am Orwin Reed, a ranger, and I meant no offense to your esteemed land. I implore your forgiveness. You are no ordinary ranger," Glorfindel remarked as he gently urged his horse onto the stone bridge, gradually approaching Orwin. "You emanate a potent aura of magic. Your sword must have vanquished countless villains. And your steed is no mere mount. You truly are a mysterious and formidable human. In my endless existence, you are the first human I have encountered who possesses such strength," Glorfindel observed with a smile, discerning from Orwin's essence that he was a benevolent and powerful being. "Thank you for your kind words. You too are a remarkable elven warrior whom I hold in high regard," Orwin replied courteously, having grasped the situation. He now found himself at the Brunnen River, specifically situated between the Forest of the Trolls and Rivendell. However, he was uncertain of the time, whether it was during the Battle of the 5 Armies, the time of the Fellowship, or perhaps an even more distant era. Judging by Glorfindel's attire, Orwin surmised they were in a cinematic realm rather than a television series. "It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance, Lord Orwin. Might I have the honor of inviting you to Rivendell as a guest?" Glorfindel expressed his favorable impression of Orwin. As a recluse of considerable stature, he had never before encountered such a powerful individual, and among the inhabitants of Rivendell, few could rival Orwin's prowess, save for Elrond. "It is indeed a great honor," Orwin responded, taken aback by Glorfindel's invitation, yet he consented, for it was the dwelling of the elves, a place of ethereal beauty depicted in the films, certainly worth visiting. "Then, please follow me, Lord Orwin." Glorfindel gestured gracefully, waiting for Orwin to ride alongside him before turning his horse to match pace. "There is no need for such formality. You may simply call me Orwin," Orwin remarked, feeling somewhat unaccustomed to Glorfindel's courteous demeanor. having spent many years in Westeros. He had grown accustomed to the rudeness and shamelessness of the nobility. Thus, the elegance and gentlemanly spirit of Glorfindel felt quite foreign to him. I have a question. If I may be so bold, Lord Orwin, how did you acquire such remarkable abilities? I am genuinely curious. For all these years, I have never seen a human possessing both magic and such formidable strength. As they traversed the stone bridge and continued downstream along the Brennan River, Glorfindel maintained his gentlemanly demeanor, ensuring Orwin felt no sense of offense. As an elf who had endured countless battles, Glorfindel could distinctly perceive the formidable presence that Orwin exuded. Moreover, Glorfindel was not mistaken. He indeed had never encountered a human endowed with magic. If one were to mention those wizards, they could hardly be classified as humans, for they were mere. There was nothing inappropriate in what he said. Elvin replied with a smile. I have always been different from the ordinary, my strength surpassing that of adults, and now it is beyond comparison. As for the magical power within me, it was acquired only after an accidental battle. Perhaps it was a blessing from the Creator. Elvin spoke forth a stream of fanciful words. The notion of a creator was absent in the lands of Westeros. His magical prowess stemmed entirely from a system that was stripped to its bare essentials, and ever since he ascended to level 3 and gained this power, the system had crashed, rendering all displays gray, clearly indicating that further upgrades were impossible. Truly fortunate, my Lord Elvin. This is also a stroke of luck for the entire Middle-earth, for a formidable being like you has emerged, bolstering the forces of righteousness once again. Glorfindel expressed his respect to Elvin. As a powerful warrior who had battled against darkness for countless years, Glorfindel understood well that the Dark Lord had not truly perished. As long as the One Ring existed, there remained a possibility of his return. The two conversed easily along their journey, while the scenery gradually transformed around them. Soon, they found themselves riding their steeds along a steep, serpentine path that led slowly down into the valley below. Rivendell, nestled in a hidden valley on the eastern slopes of the Misty Mountains, was also known as the last homely house, surrounded by towering peaks and the rushing Brennan River, making it a fortress both defensible and difficult to assail. It was among the few remaining sanctuaries of the elves in Middle-earth. At this moment, Rivendell was alive with the spirit of spring, teeming with vitality. The narrow path, carved into the rugged stone walls, allowed only a single horse to pass, with the thundering Brennan River surging in the depths below. However, as the last cliff closed behind them, the breathtaking vista that unfolded before them transformed all weariness into awe. It was as if the gods had crushed a handful of stars and scattered them throughout the springtime valley. When the morning mist had yet to dissipate, the valley resembled an emerald immersed in opalescent glass. Winding streams seeped through the crevices of the rocks, weaving silver nets upon the moss-covered pebbles. Higher up, numerous waterfalls cascaded from the cliffs, some as delicate as a spider's silk, others as mighty as cascading moonlight. The sound of water was not a deafening roar, but a harmonious symphony of countless melodies, as the crystal-clear springs struck the green stones like harp strings, while the swirling currents and deep pools resonated like a bass horn, with the splashing mists seemingly carrying musical notes, transforming into a brief, damp melody. At this moment, the sun had risen high in the sky. The midday light did not directly penetrate the valley floor, but was filtered through layers of beech and golden birch, casting dappled golden flakes. As the leaves rolled in the wind, the entire valley flickered in and out of light, rising and falling like a breath. At this moment, Elwin found himself utterly captivated by the breathtaking scenery before him. Prior to witnessing Rivendell, he had already conjured images of its beauty in his mind. However, upon laying eyes on it, he realized how myopic his fantasies had been. At that instant, Elwin struggled to articulate a single exquisite phrase to encapsulate its splendor. As he gazed upon the elven dwellings, he noted the absence of any marks of chiseling, as if the mountains had naturally cleaved to form halls and corridors during some ancient quake. The white rock walls bore the delicate patterns of flowing water, while the columns were composed of living trees, their trunks penetrating the rooftops and stretching skyward to unfurl new leaves. The architectural ensemble spiraled along the mountainside, with the highest terrace nearly suspended in the midst of a waterfall, where the cascading water shattered into a curtain of beads beyond the granite railings. One could simply sit on the intricately carved stone seat and reach out to catch a handful of rainbows. The archway leading to the great hall was supported by two colossal tree fossils, their bark intricately intertwined with creeping vines. The lintel was not adorned with mere decorative motifs, but bore an ancient proverb inscribed in Sindarin: wherever the water flows, memory never fades. Stepping inside, the soaring Tinjong dome evoked the sensation of being amidst a forest, where beams of wood intertwined to form a canopy, each rafter home to exquisitely carved birds, their beaks clutching orbs of everlasting light. These starry lamps were not static. Rather, they slowly rotated in harmony with the true positions of the stars outside, casting down luminescent dust akin to delicate snowfall at the stroke of midnight. The entire eastern wall was sculpted into an intricate lattice of windows, allowing moonlight and starlight to pour in uninvited, painting complex constellations upon the ebony floor. Meanwhile, the western wall was adorned with tapestries, narrating tales long forgotten even by human epics. Beren*s perilous passage through the treacherous Ongband, Luthien's flowing hair enveloping Morgoth in a shroud of night, and Isildur's fateful moment of severing Sauron's finger, woven with mithril and peacock velvet, were even in the darkest corners. The blades and tears within the imagery continued to shimmer faintly. Chapter 92, A Duel of Swords. Welcome, O mighty human. As Elwyn immersed himself in the enchanting vistas of Rivendell, a resonant, magnetic voice echoed from behind him. Turning around, he beheld a magnificently attired male elf appearing behind him and Glorfindel. The rushing river and the warm winds that sweep through this valley herald the arrival of a distinguished guest. I am Elrond, the lord of this valley. This tall elf was indeed the master of the Vale, the regent, and a formidable elven champion who had lived from the first age to the present. It is a great honor to meet you, Lord Elrond. You may call me Elwyn, he replied, offering a slight bow to the elven sovereign, genuinely delighted to be a guest in his domain. Once again, welcome. Elrond, embodying the generosity characteristic of elven kings, returned the gesture with a bow of his own. I have commanded a sumptuous luncheon to be prepared, and I hope you will join me in savoring the culinary delights of Rivendell. Elrond extended an invitation to Elwyn, expressing genuine interest in this human warrior, wishing to engage in meaningful discourse with him during the meal. It is my honor. Elwyn did not refuse, and Glorfindel was equally unreserved as the three of them entered the banquet hall. A long table was set in the center of the hall, where a handsome elven male gracefully navigated through the room, bearing an array of fruits and exquisite elven delicacies. Upon taking their seats, the elven attendants filled their crystal goblets with fine wine. First, allow me to introduce you to our elven wine, crafted from the grapes of the Rivendell Valley. It possesses a distinct flavor that sets it apart from human beverages, Elrond explained, gesturing towards the array of wines and dishes on the table. Elwyn inhaled the fragrant aroma from his goblet, his appetite stirred, and at Elrond's invitation, he delicately took a sip. The taste was beyond Elwyn's ability to articulate. It was a rich and complex flavor, imbued with a bouquet of scents that was both profound and smooth, surpassing any wine he had ever encountered in Westeros. Forgive me for my inability to describe this exquisite wine, he confessed, momentarily at a loss for words. However, his honesty earned Elrond's admiration. Honesty is indeed a virtue, Elwyn. You are not alone in your struggle. Many who have visited Rivendell find it difficult to articulate the essence of this wine, for it embodies the centuries of brewing knowledge accumulated by our kind. Elrond smiled, sharing the rich history of elven winemaking. As their conversation unfolded, the atmosphere at the dining table grew increasingly warm, prompting Elrond to inquire about Elwyn's origins. To be candid, I am uncertain how I arrived here. I only remember journeying northward, traversing the icy plains, and awakening in this place. Perhaps some force guided me here, Elwyn replied with a calm demeanor, crafting a tale that concealed the truth. With his current abilities, he was confident that neither of the elven masters before him, nor even the Dark Lord Morgoth himself, could pry into his thoughts. Elrond did not question Elwyn's words. There were many mysteries in this world that even the elves could not explain. Forgive my boldness. Might I see your weapons? Elrond asked, his gaze drawn to the two swords at Elwyn's side, unable to contain his curiosity. Not only Elrond, but Glorfindel, seated across from Elwyn, was equally intrigued. As elves renowned for their exquisite and magical weaponry, they had yet to behold Elwyn's Valyrian steel swords. Elwyn made no objection and readily handed the two swords to the elven warriors. This is truly an extraordinary blade, Elrond remarked, examining one of the swords with meticulous care, unable to resist the urge to gently tap the blade. A bright, clear ring echoed throughout the banquet hall, a sound that suggested the sword was indeed a rare treasure. This is a steel unlike any I have encountered, infused with abundant magical energy. It is a true bane for demons, Elrond declared, returning the sword to its sheath and handing it back to Elwyn. Orwin accepted the sword offered by the two and placed it behind him. He then drew a dagger from his waist and extended the hilt towards Elrond. This dagger, forged from the same exquisite material, possessed magical properties as well. Orwin implored the Elven King not to find it lacking. He presented the Valyrian steel dagger to the elven monarch before him, not merely out of a desire to bestow a gift, but because he had his own motives. This gift was of considerable value, even among elven swords. Such quality was rare. Elrond, though intrigued, hesitated to accept, aware of the principle that one should not receive without offering something in return. Do not be hasty in your refusal, for I, too, seek your permission for a matter, Orwin stated candidly, revealing his intent. Pray, speak, Elrond replied, his gaze fixed intently upon Orwin. I wish to witness the archery and swordsmanship of your kin, and I hope that you will grant me this request. Orwin expressed his earnest desire to learn from the elves, having long admired the grace and power of their techniques. Reminiscent of the ancient Chinese knights he had seen in films of his past life. I shall speak on behalf of Elrond, shortly. We shall engage in a sparring session at the training grounds, Glorfindel interjected, his eagerness palpable since the moment he laid eyes on Orwin. He was keen to exchange blows with him. Then it is settled, Orwin declared, not allowing Elrond another opportunity to decline. Then, I shall graciously accept this esteemed gift, Elrond said with a smile as he accepted Orwin's dagger, handing it to an attendant behind him. After their meal, Glorfindel eagerly led Orwin to the training grounds, where two masters of the sword commenced an extraordinary duel. The sun-drenched white stone floor of the arena shimmered, and 23 elves stood breathless beneath the arched columns, while Elrond observed from a higher vantage point. The arena, near the Brunhild River, was shrouded in a misty vapor from the humid air. As Glorfindel removed his silver-gray cloak adorned with golden leaf patterns, the light split as it touched the bronze scabbard, and the sound of the blade being drawn resonated, causing droplets of water to explode. In the swirling mist, the legendary sword, Eglos, known for vanquishing fire demons, gleamed like a cold moon freshly tempered. 10 paces away, Orwin unsheathed his twin swords, crossing them before his chest. These blades, typically instruments of carnage on the battlefield, felt as light as reeds in his grasp. Glorfindel made the first move. Without a run-up or preparation, his golden hair flowing, the tip of his sword was already mere inches from Orwin's throat. This was the most fundamental elven thrust, yet propelled by centuries of experience. The trajectory of the air was torn as though crystallized in form. Orwin leaned back beyond the limits of human flexibility, his right-hand sword brushing against his nose as he deflected Glorfindel's strike. What should have been a parry transformed unexpectedly into a sweeping slash. Clang! Egloss's sword was deftly positioned at his side, intercepting the descending strike with precision. Glorfindel leveraged the momentum to soar into the air, his moon-white cloak unfurling like a parachute, while his blade shimmered, piercing through an astonishing blind spot beneath his armpit. Elrond's twin swords crossed to form a scissor-like defense, only to realize that it was merely an afterimage. The true blade was descending vertically from above. This strike was not only swift, but also immensely powerful, generating a resounding explosion in the air. The title of Mountain Commander was activated at that moment. Elrond's muscles swelled, tearing through his bracers, as he thrust his twin swords upward against the downward slash. Sparks erupted in a circular explosion, fracturing the 2-foot-thick bluestone beneath their feet like a spider's web. As Glorfindel landed as lightly as a feather, Elrond stood firm and resolute, unwavering in his stance. A glint of determination sparkled in Elrond's eyes. This was the first time he had encountered such a formidable opponent since wielding his longsword. No longer holding back, Elrond's twin swords began to dance in defiance of conventional joint movement, the right sword carving sweeping arcs while the left darted in with precise thrusts from unexpected angles. His swordplay intertwined brute force with capriciousness. After a series of relentless strikes, Elrond finally disrupted Glorfindel's rhythm, executing a disarm maneuver that ensnared Egloss's sword guard. With a fierce roar, he charged in close, colliding with his opponent, sending both man and sword crashing against a stone pillar. Yet, Glorfindel adeptly twisted his body mid-air, lightly tapping the ground with his toes, swiftly swinging his elven longsword before him to thwart Elrond's pursuit. Undeterred by the web of blades before him, Elrond continued to wield his twin swords with a tempestuous ferocity, pressing the attack upon Glorfindel. Under the gale-force assault of Elrond, Glorfindel's swordplay momentarily faltered, granting Elrond the opportunity to unleash a devastating downward strike. Glorfindel abandoned all technique, adopting a defensive posture reminiscent of the elven children, the falling star veil. The sword's edge, with millimeter precision, absorbed the force akin to a collapsing mountain, yet Elrond's overwhelming strength forced him to one knee. Elrond offered no respite to this elven champion, thrusting his left sword forward. However, Glorfindel, having lived through 2 ages and regarded as one of the mightiest of elves, summoned the resolve for a desperate counterattack. A dagger shot forth from Glorfindel's hand simultaneously. Elrond's longsword halted mere inches from Glorfindel's throat, while Glorfindel's dagger poised at Elrond's heart. This was indeed a balanced contest. A pinnacle of swordsmanship. Chapter 93. The Dwarven expedition team. The duel between Elrond and Glorfindel completely captivated the elves of Rivendell, even earning Elrond a newfound respect in his gaze towards Elrond. The universal principle of respecting the strong was evident, even among the ethereal elves. In the days that followed, Elrond engaged in continuous sparring with Glorfindel and exchanged insights with Elrond, deepening his understanding of elven swordsmanship. However, more often than not, Elrond found himself engaged in discussions about archery techniques with Glorfindel, or rather, seeking his guidance. Elrond's renown in archery was entirely reliant on his remarkable strength, accuracy, and rapid shooting speed. He was utterly ignorant of more sophisticated techniques such as the true rapid-fire arrow, the curved arrow, and the silent arrow. Unfortunately, despite studying archery under Glorfindel's tutelage for nearly half a month, Elrond had only mastered the rapid-fire arrow, leaving the rest of the techniques largely unattained. This predicament left him feeling quite perplexed. While he possessed considerable talent in swordsmanship, he could only resort to a clumsy approach in archery. Was it the Mountain Commander's training system that confined him to swordplay, rendering him incapable of mastering such intricate skills as archery? Fortunately, Elrond, feeling a twinge of guilt for accepting Elrond's Valyrian steel dagger, unearthed a longbow from the elven treasury and presented it to Elrond. This longbow, a relic from the Second Age, was crafted from the branches of the sacred tree, with its string woven from threads imbued with elven magic. Elrond gently caressed this illustrious weapon, his eyes shimmering with memories of the past. "Thank you for your kindness, King Elrond. However, this bow is far too precious," Elrond expressed, intent on declining the gift, for he recognized it as a legendary longbow, a treasure of great value to the elven race. "You need not concern yourself with that, Elrond," Elrond replied with a gentle smile, placing the longbow into Elrond's hands. "This bow has languished in the storeroom for many years, with no one willing to wield it. You see, it is much broader than other bows, and for elves, it is rather heavy, unsuitable for our archers." A hint of regret crossed Elrond's visage, lamenting that such a magnificent longbow had only graced the battlefield for a fleeting moment, subsequently sealed away following its original owner's demise. "I believe this bow would suit you splendidly." Elrond's tone was sincere, and Elrond, indeed fond of the longbow, graciously accepted it. Since acquiring the elven longbow, Elrond made it a point to familiarize himself with it, understanding that even the finest weapon required frequent practice to wield adeptly in battle. On this particular day, Elrond, as usual, sparred with Glorfindel in the training grounds, while Elrond observed the duel from a high vantage point. However, today's contest was abruptly interrupted when an elven attendant hurriedly approached, a look of concern etched upon his features. "My lord Elrond, a pack of half-orc wargs has appeared beyond the valley, numbering at least 50. They seem to be in pursuit of something." The attendant's voice, though not loud, resonated with the elves present, including the combatants Elrond and Glorfindel, who heard it distinctly. "Go alert my guard, and prepare the equipment for immediate departure," Elrond commanded without hesitation, ready to investigate and drive away those reckless half-orcs. If possible, Elrond harbored no objections to eradicating them. "Elrond, may I accompany you?" Orwin inquired, sheathing his twin swords and gazing at Elrond. "You are most welcome, my lord Orwin." "And what of you, the illustrious Lord Glorfindel?" Elrond turned his attention to Glorfindel. "I shall refrain from joining. May your endeavors be most enjoyable." Glorfindel expressed little interest in the Orcish wolf riders, feeling that his yearning for pastoral tranquility far outweighed any desire for battle, having lived through 2 ages. Elrond did not press the matter further, leading Orwin towards the entrance of Rivendell. As they passed the chambers, Elrond donned a beautifully tailored yet remarkably sturdy elven armor. This elven monarch, accompanied by a retinue of a dozen guards, mounted his steed alongside Orwin and rode along the stone bridge of the valley towards the forest of the trolls. Meanwhile, in the wilderness, several bands of Orcish wolf riders galloped across the terrain, pursuing a cart drawn by a horde of wild rabbits. On the other side, a group of dwarves desperately concealed themselves, cautiously maneuvering in the shadows of massive stones and earthen mounds. All the dwarves, wizards, and hobbits huddled beneath a large boulder, heightening their vigilance as the pursuing orcs were drawn away by the brown-robed wizard Radagast, momentarily unaware of their presence. However, the Orcish forces were not limited to a single squad. New bands of orcs surged in from all directions. A particularly astute orc captain, catching a familiar scent, followed it to the top of the great stone. Thorin signaled to the archer Keely, who understood and emerged from their hiding place, raising his bow to shoot an arrow that struck a wolf, followed by another that hit an orc attempting to signal. The agonizing cry of the wounded orc echoed in the distance, drawing the attention of all pursuing orcs, who halted and raced towards the source of the sound. With their keen sense of smell, the Orcish army accurately deduced the dwarves' hiding place. As a commanding orc issued orders, all the wolf riders converged upon the dwarves' location. The dwarves realized the peril and quickly sought to escape, but their legs could not outrun the swift Orcish mounts. They were soon encircled, and a fierce battle appeared inevitable. Healy loosed an arrow that found its mark on an orc, while the dwarf Oin launched a stone from his sling, yet it merely tickled the foe. Observing this, Thorin drew his elven sword, preparing for a desperate fight. The foremost Orcish wolf rider lunged at Thorin, who deftly sidestepped and slashed, severing the wolf's front leg, and swiftly dispatched the fallen orc. Yet the encroaching Orcish riders multiplied, and the few dwarves, alongside one hobbit, were no match. In this dire moment, Gandalf discovered an entrance to a cave and immediately urged everyone to take refuge within, hoping it would provide a barrier against the Orcish onslaught. As all the dwarves leapt into the cavern, they remained on high alert, for the half-orcs were drawing near to the cave's entrance. Suddenly, an arrow soared through the air, piercing the skull of a half-orc stationed above the cave, causing it to tumble into the depths below. In swift succession, a long and clear sound of a horn echoed, as a company of elven cavalry charged forth from the distance towards the half-orc mounted on wolves. The tall steeds galloped with remarkable speed, their iron-like hooves capable of easily shattering the skulls of the wolf riders. The elves unleashed a relentless volley of arrows, while the foremost cavalrymen leveled their lances, the momentum of their horses toppling the half-orc riders to the ground. The occupants of the cave, witnessing the fallen half-orc's corpse adorned with arrows, discerned that it was the elves who had come to their aid, thus alleviating their peril. However, Thorin was reluctant to accept assistance from the elves, and the dwarves, adhering to his wishes, began to search for an exit from the cave, hoping to evade the elves. This band of half-orcs was peculiar, venturing out in broad daylight and in such numbers. It appeared that events beyond their knowledge were unfolding. Elrond, with a somber expression, observed the half-orc wolf riders being pursued by his guard, lost in contemplation. Perhaps we should glean information from those being pursued by the wolves. By the way, does that cave possess another exit? Where does it lead? Olerin feigned ignorance as he inquired. It should lead to the valley, a secret of Rivendell. I kindly request, my lord Olerin, that you keep this confidential, Elrond implored, casting a somewhat pleading glance at Olerin. This secret passage only leads to the outskirts of the valley and does not grant access to the interior of Rivendell, so Elrond felt no significant concern. Rest assured, I shall safeguard the secret for a friend. Olerin replied with a smile. Sound the horn, we shall return. With Olerin's affirmative response, Elrond commanded the troops to regroup. Meanwhile, the dwarves, following Gandalf, traversed until they reached the cave's end, where a scene unfolded before them reminiscent of a paradise untouched by time. Even Thorin, despite his stubbornness, realized he had fallen into the gray-robed wizard's trap. Though he had heard tales of Elrond, he remained highly vigilant towards the elves, continuously signaling his companions to remain on guard. Chapter 94, Uncontainable Fury. Thorin, there is no need for such apprehension. There are no foes here. Gandalf observed Thorin's suspicion and gently shook his head. This was all part of your plan, wasn't it? Thorin glared discontentedly at the gray-robed wizard, accusing him of leading them into the company of his enemies. The elves here harbor no ill will towards you, if there exists any. It is brought upon by your own actions. Gandalf found Thorin's stubbornness and paranoia quite vexing. Were it possible, he would gladly silence Thorin's incessant complaints with magic. Alas, the gray-robed wizard possessed no such spells. Do you truly believe the wise would bless our expedition? They will seek to thwart us. Thorin remained obstinately unwilling to relinquish his narrow-mindedness, firmly believing that the elves would not assist him, but rather undermine his grand expedition. They will certainly bless us, and we must resolve the issues we currently face, Gandalf explained with exasperation to this self-righteous dwarf. We require King Elrond of the Elves to interpret the elvish script on the map. If you wish to successfully reclaim the Lonely Mountain, you must engage with the elves. In the pause of their conversation, a tall and handsome male elf descended gracefully from the lofty steps. Everyone, be cautious. Thorin ceased his quarrel with Gandalf, instead observing the approaching elf, whispering to the dwarf beside him. Mithrandir, the elf, spotting Gandalf standing among the dwarves like a crane among chickens, called out. Mithrandir was the name Gandalf bore in his Maya form. Ah, Linder! Gandalf exclaimed joyfully upon seeing his old friend, and the two exchanged respectful greetings. "We heard you had come to the valley. Is there a matter at hand?" Linder inquired softly, placing a hand on the gray-robed wizard. "I wish to speak with King Elrond," Gandalf replied. "Elrond is not here." "Gandalf? Not here? Where has he gone?" Just as Gandalf finished speaking, a distinctive horn of the elven kind echoed from the entrance of the valley, accompanied by the sound of neighing war steeds and thundering hooves approaching swiftly towards Rivendell's entrance. "Prepare for battle." At the sound of the horn, Thorin sprang to his feet as if pricked by a needle, shouting loudly. The dwarves promptly formed a tight formation, pulling the hobbit into the center of their ranks. The thunder of hooves grew louder as Elrond's guard galloped across the bridge, encircling the group of dwarves, while the steeds raced about them, heightening Thorin's already frayed nerves. "Gandalf!" Elrond rode up, calling out to his old friend, then dismounted and hastened towards him. "King Elrond!" Gandalf bowed to the elven monarch. "My friend, where have you been?" Noticing the dark stains of blood on the armor of the elite guards, he curiously inquired. "We have been out hunting a band of half-orcs from the south, and have slain a few near the secret passage. It is perplexing why these half-orcs would invade our borders," Elrond explained, handing his sword to Linder. "Someone must have lured them here," Elrond remarked, casting a pointed glance at the group of dwarves. "You speak the truth. It is indeed us." Gandalf candidly admitted that he and his companions had drawn the half-orcs to the area. "It seems you were correct, Eowyn. Those half-orcs were indeed attracted by them." Elrond smiled at the dismounted Eowyn, affirming her earlier conjecture. Gandalf, at this moment, finally noticed the presence of a human among the elves, and it appeared that Elrond held this human in high regard. "Allow me to introduce you after I attend to our guest," Elrond said, casting a glance at Thorin, who was encircled by a group of dwarves. "Welcome, Thorin, son of Thrain." Thorin, noticing Elrond's gaze and the lack of hostility from the elves surrounding him, pushed through his fellow dwarves to step forward. "It seems we have not met before," he stated, his voice as frigid as if it had been encased in ice. Devoid of emotion. "You bear a striking resemblance to your grandfather. I became acquainted with him when he ascended the throne of the kingdom beneath the mountain," Elrond responded, unperturbed by Thorin's demeanor. "Is that so? Thrain never mentioned you." Upon uttering these words, a palpable shift enveloped the atmosphere, causing even the magnanimous Elrond to feel a surge of indignation rising within him. "Huh, truly, the greedy dwarves of the Lonely Mountain are worthless aside from their avarice." Ordinarily, the elf, Eowyn, would have refrained from speaking, but witnessing Thorin's arrogance compelled her to voice her scorn. "What are you saying, you long-legged rabbit? How dare you insult the king under the mountain? I shall sew your mouth shut, you despicable human." A wave of fury surged among the dwarves at Eowyn's taunts, each one seething with the desire to dismantle her limb from limb. Gandalf grew increasingly concerned that these dwarves might instigate trouble within the realm of the elves, hastily stepping forward to intervene before the situation spiraled out of control. Yet, Eowyn remained unfazed, dismissing the dwarves as insignificant. Her disdain for Thorin had already been considerable, and the persistent clamor from his kin only deepened her discontent, her aura radiating with unrestrained intensity towards the dwarves. What had begun as a mildly chaotic scene suddenly erupted as if a tempest had swept through, the air around and warping under her formidable presence. Fiery light engulfed the entire valley in a crimson glow. The demigod's overwhelming pressure forced the waters of the Brilliant River to reverse their flow, while the surrounding oaks swayed violently, some snapping in half under the strain. A thunderous roar reverberated through the skies, and at that moment, even Gandalf and Elrond, beings of immense power, felt the weight of this awe-inspiring force. "Eowyn, cease," Elrond exclaimed, conjuring a magical barrier before him, struggling to maintain his composure as he called out to her. Eowyn had no intention of inflicting harm upon the dwarves. She merely sought to vent her dissatisfaction with Thorin's Oakenshield. Her distaste for this dwarf king had been present since her days of watching films in the modern world, but she was taken aback by the reality of his even more unpleasant demeanor. Gandalf gazed in astonishment at the subdued aura of Elrond, feeling a profound sense of relief as the latter disregarded the group of dwarves. Gandalf harbored genuine concerns that this unfamiliar human warrior might unsheath his sword and strike down the dwarves. As a Maya who had existed for an unfathomable length of time, Gandalf recognized that he was no match for Elrond. Such an imposing presence was unparalleled across the entirety of Middle-earth. Observing the dwarves sprawled on the ground in a state of disarray, Gandalf felt an unexpected thrill, a desire he had long harbored but never dared to act upon. "You must show respect to those who are strong." Gandalf regarded Thorin, who was drenched in cold sweat and pale of face. "Even if you are the king of the dwarves, in the eyes of such formidable beings, you are merely an ordinary dwarf, should they choose to act." it would be effortless for them. Though Gandalf's words remained unuttered, Thorin comprehended their essence all too well. He understood that even if he returned to the Lonely Mountain, gaining the recognition of all dwarves, it would be a trivial matter for a warrior like Elrond to end his life. Despite the unpleasant encounter above, Elrond warmly welcomed Thorin and his companions, though Elrond himself chose not to attend the feast, unwilling to gaze upon Thorin's countenance. Chapter 95. The Gathering of Titans. As night descended, Gandalf, accompanied by a reluctant Thorin, sought out Elrond, hoping that the Elven Lord could assist them in deciphering the inscriptions upon the map. Thorin, present the map for King Elrond to examine, Gandalf remarked. Observing Thorin standing there like a statue, his brow furrowed. This expedition, at its core, is merely a transaction. You are the wizard I have engaged. Thorin, with a sullen expression, glared at Gandalf, retorting, our agreement did not include the benevolence of elves. Your pride is quite disappointing, Gandalf interjected, fixing a serious gaze upon the dwarf. Before you stands one of the few in Middle-earth capable of interpreting that map. Are you certain you wish to forfeit this opportunity? Gandalf's words left Thorin momentarily speechless. Balin, sensing Thorin's discomfort, stepped forward and offered gentle persuasion. With a means of retreat presented, Thorin reluctantly retrieved the map from his cloak and handed it to Elrond. What inquiries do you have regarding this map? Elrond inquired, receiving the parchment while regarding the brooding Thorin. Yet, this bewildered dwarf was oblivious to the matter at hand, aside from his fervent desire for reclamation. His mind was devoid of any other thoughts. It primarily concerns certain linguistic characters. There are inscriptions I have never encountered before, and I hope you might assist in their interpretation. Gandalf promptly addressed Elrond's query, sparing the dwarves from embarrassment. Elrond nodded, scrutinizing the map with great care. Such hand-drawn maps often concealed significant information within their lines. He stepped into the moonlight, examining the map meticulously under its silvery glow. Within these pages lies the moon rune, which can only be deciphered under the light of the moon. Elrond has already unraveled the secrets of the map. Can you comprehend its meaning? Thorin inquired, his impatience palpable. Without uttering a word, Elrond guided them to a terrace. The inscriptions were pinned on Midsummer Night, and the moonlight would reveal their contents. Standing on the terrace, Elrond turned to Thorin. You are fortunate. Tonight coincides with Midsummer Night. As his words resonated, a beam of moonlight, akin to white jade, cascaded from the heavens onto the terrace. The crystal table reflected the gentle glow, gradually unveiling the map's true visage. As the nightingale sang, the final rays of sunlight from Durance Day illuminated the keyhole beside the gray rock. Elrond gazed at the emerging text on the map and softly recited it. Durance Day? The dwarves' new year. We still have time to locate the entrance, the elder dwarf Balin remarked, a hint of excitement in his voice. Having lived for over a century, he was well acquainted with the significance of Durance Day. What, then, is your intent in entering the Lonely Mountain? This is not a prudent choice. Elrond clearly harbored knowledge of the dwarf's secrets, yet he was decidedly opposed. You are not the sole guardian of Middle-earth, Gandalf. Some secrets are not known only to you, Elrond asserted, casting a glance at the gray-robed wizard before turning away. Far from Rivendell, at the beacon atop the weathertop, the howls of wolves echoed through the night. A trembling half-orc, face contorted with terror, ascended the summit. At the pinnacle, a white-furred warg lay composed, surveying the wolf pups below. Look who has arrived. A towering, robust half-orc, his skin pale and left arm crippled yet adorned with a clawed gauntlet, emerged from the shadows. It was Azig, the half-orc chieftain. Bargains. Azig stepped into the light, gripping the head of the half-orc before him with his unblemished right hand. Where is the dwarven head, Bargains? The voice of the white-skinned orc was frigid, laced with an unending thirst for blood. Lord Azig, we were ambushed by elves and failed to eliminate that band of dwarves, the half-orc named Bargain stammered, only to be lifted by the throat by Azig. There are no explanations here. Failure to execute my orders leads to a death sentence. Azig's eyes burned with murderous intent, his already pallid skin appearing even more ghastly in the moonlight. Ignoring the pleas of the half-orc, Azig cast him from Weathertop, where the wargs below, long restrained, surged forward to rend the hapless creature to pieces. Send the word down. Maintain close surveillance. When the dwarves depart from Rivendell, that shall be our moment to strike. In the serene valley by the Bruin River, after a few days of recuperation, the group of dwarves had wreaked havoc throughout every accessible area, compelling Elrond to issue a directive for the elves to disregard these unruly beings. On yet another moonlit night, Elrond sought out Eowyn. During the past few days, Eowyn had deliberately avoided the dwarves, unwilling to confront those who exhibited no respect for their master. Instead, he had engaged in rigorous training with Glorfindel at the Riverside Arena. In this short span, Eowyn had gained a profound understanding of elven swordsmanship, and his duels with Glorfindel had become increasingly fluid and instinctive. However, Eowyn was not the only one progressing. Glorfindel, a seasoned being who had lived for millennia, demonstrated formidable combat prowess and became increasingly adept at countering Eowyn's techniques, resulting in evenly matched sparring sessions. Elrond's gathering was not limited to Eowyn. He had also summoned Gandalf, the Grey Wizard. The trio proceeded along the corridor towards the reception hall of the main building. Gandalf, I cannot condone your actions. You are utterly unaware of the consequences of your choices, Elrond implored, seeking an opportunity to persuade Gandalf to abandon the expedition. I am fully cognizant of my intentions, Elrond. I have awaited this opportunity, Gandalf insisted, unwilling to relinquish this rare chance. Indeed, Elrond cast a sidelong glance at the obstinate wizard. The dragon has slumbered for 60 years. What if your plan fails? What if it awakens? But what if we succeed? If the dwarves reclaim the Lonely Mountain, the defenses of the eastern lands of Middle-earth would be fortified, Gandalf countered. This is perilous, Gandalf. Allowing the forces of evil to grow unchecked and invade Middle-earth is equally dangerous. The two remained steadfast in their positions, leaving Eowyn feeling rather exasperated. Gentlemen, Eowyn interjected, unable to contain himself, is it truly necessary to engage in this dispute at such an hour? If I may suggest, the crux of your disagreement revolves around the dragon you both speak of. It is merely a dragon. At worst, we can slay it. What is there to fear? Eowyn was not so naive as to underestimate the threat, yet he understood that the dragon Elrond fretted over was simply a massive fire-breathing lizard. Aside from its ability to fly, it posed little else of significance. The flames would have no effect on Eowyn, as he was unyieldingly adept at playing with fire. Most importantly, the dragon possessed a critical weakness, a flaw sufficient to seal its fate. Eowyn's assertion silenced the bickering pair, and they exchanged contemplative glances. You make a compelling point, Eowyn, Elrond admitted, albeit a touch awkwardly. Nevertheless, we should also consider the perspectives of others. Elrond led the two companions into the council chamber. As they entered, a figure of remarkable charm appeared before them, exuding an aura of divine grace that captivated all who beheld her. It was Lady Galadriel. Gandalf, upon encountering the Elven Queen, bowed sincerely. Mithrandir. Galadriel elegantly turned to face Gandalf, her voice warm with familiarity. It has been far too long. And you, formidable half-elf. It is a pleasure to see you. She then turned her enchanting gaze towards Elrond, her eyes shimmering with curiosity and astonishment, while she offered him a slight bow. It is an honor to meet you, Lady Galadriel. Elrond responded with a modest inclination, a courtesy befitting his divine lineage. I did not expect King Elrond to summon you. My lady, Gandalf remarked, astonished, as he had presumed that it was the elven regent who had invited the illustrious queen known across 2 ages. It was not Elrond, but I. At the sound of this voice, Gandalf's expression shifted. From the shadows emerged a wizard clad in white robes. Saruman. Gandalf quickly composed himself and bowed to the white wizard. Saruman merely cast a glance at Elrond, showing no further interest. The white wizard harbored his own arrogance and biases, unwilling to accept the presence of this newly arrived human champion. He was a wizard possessed of great desire for control, instinctively averse to any unforeseen disruptions to his schemes. At this moment, Saruman had yet to succumb to the temptations of the Dark Lord Morgoth. All remained seemingly normal. Tell me, once everyone had taken their seats, Saruman addressed his old friend with directness. Do you truly believe your plans will succeed? Without hesitation, Gandalf replied, I am confident they will succeed. This scheme is shrouded in secrecy, and I am engaged in a matter that is beneficial for Middle-earth and must prevail. Gandalf's words elicited a chuckle from Elrond, who, noticing the gazes of the other four upon him, laughed and said, I apologize, esteemed friends. I found the grey-robed wizardess remarks rather amusing. If it is indeed true that everything is concealed, then what of the half-orc ward riders we encountered a few days ago? Surely, they did not gather to pursue you without reason. The odds of mere coincidence seem quite improbable. Elrond's comments weighed heavily upon Gandalf, who recognized he had been deliberately evading the issue of the half-orc pursuit. Yet, Elrond's candidness forced him to confront the reality. Perhaps it was merely a coincidence. Gandalf replied, his voice lacking conviction. Do you truly believe that? Saruman inquired, his gaze fixed discontentedly upon Gandalf, unwilling to acknowledge that their plans might have been compromised. I understand your concerns. You are worried about that dreadful dragon. The Elven Queen Galadriel spoke softly. As one of the renowned powers of Middle-earth, she easily discerned Gandalf's intentions. to eradicate the dragon and reconstruct the defenses of the Lonely Mountain. My lady, she began. Though the dragon Smog has never sworn allegiance to anyone, should it align with our foes, the entire Eastern Front would be left vulnerable to the encroaching darkness, transforming it into a strategic stronghold for the forces of evil to launch their assault on Middle-earth. Gandalf understood he must persuade the formidable beings present to garner their support. Thus he laid bare his concerns. The enemy has been vanquished, Gandalf. The darkness has been dispelled. Sauron cannot rise again, and the dark powers cannot fully restore themselves. Saruman is convinced that Sauron is dead and that the forces of darkness have lost their potency. In the campaign against the Dark Lord, had it not been for Saruman's mediation and strategies, the dark forces would not have been so easily defeated. This is Saruman's achievement, and he will not allow anyone to tarnish it, not even through doubt. Are you not at all concerned? The One Ring remains unaccounted for, and at any moment it could return to its master. When that happens, Morgoth's power will awaken once more, and Middle-earth will once again face the onslaught of darkness. We must plan ahead, rather than wait until calamity strikes. Gandalf clearly disagreed with Saruman's assertions. He had traveled extensively through the lands, Shire, Gondor, and the Wild, and had been the first to notice the unsettling activities of the half-orcs, as well as the subtle reassembly of dark forces. Even if you conquer the Lonely Mountain, what threat could those 7 dwarves pose to the enemy? Saruman persisted, dismissing Gandalf's perspective. As for the ring you mentioned, it was lost long ago, swept away by the waters of the Anduin, and shall never again grace Middle-earth. Gandalf felt a twinge of frustration upon hearing Saruman's words, yet he restrained his ire. This was merely a meeting, and he needed compelling evidence to substantiate his claims. Unfortunately, he possessed none. Gandalf, for 400 years we have lived in peace, without peril. Elrond observed the helpless expression on his old friend's face and spoke gently. Forgive me, may I interject? Just as Gandalf was about to retort to Elrond, Elrond spoke up unexpectedly. Certainly. We welcome your thoughts, Elrond replied with a nod. In my homeland, there is a saying, a nation, however great, shall perish through its warmongering. Peace may reign, yet forgetting the art of war invites danger. Eowyn addressed the four present. The meaning is clear. No matter how powerful a nation, it cannot withstand perpetual warfare, and in times of peace, one must not forget the necessity of military preparedness. This is an immutable truth. My friends, I believe Gandalf is indeed correct. A few days ago, after venturing out to hunt that band of half-orc wolf riders, I began to dedicate some time each day to allow my falcon to soar through the skies. I stumbled upon something quite intriguing. After Elrond spoke, he glanced meaningfully at the 4 individuals before him. What is it? Elrond asked, visibly surprised, while the other 3 also fixed their gaze upon Elwyn. To the west of the Vale, atop a towering mountain, there exists a colossal beacon. Before Elwyn could finish, Saruman interjected. Are you referring to Weathertop? Perhaps. In any case, it lies to the north of a main road. Elwyn replied, unfazed by Saruman's interruption. That must be it. What did you see there, my lord? And how did you come to witness it? Saruman began to express skepticism about Elwyn's words. As far as he was aware, Elwyn had not ventured beyond the Vale since that occasion when he accompanied Elrond to hunt the half-orcs. How could he possibly have seen anything regarding Weathertop? It's quite simple. I can control my falcon, transforming its sight into my own. Elwyn stated casually, yet his words resonated within the minds of the 4 like a boulder crashing into water, sending forth a multitude of colossal waves. I trust that Lord Elwyn would not lie about such matters. Queen Galadriel interjected, eager to bypass the trivial inquiries and more curious about what Elwyn had truly witnessed. Thank you for your trust, my lady. Elwyn acknowledged with a slight nod. 2 days prior, a large number of half-orc wolf riders began to gather atop Weathertop, among them a particularly tall and imposing half-orc, with pale skin and a disabled left arm. Elwyn paused, knowing that this information was already sufficient to astonish the 4. Azog. Gandalf's expression darkened as he softly uttered the name of the half-orc. Has he not been dead for many years? How could he still be alive? Elrond furrowed his brow, struggling to believe it. For years, only the dwarves of the Lonely Mountain had spoken of the legend that Azog had perished, yet no one had truly seen him. Queen Galadriel's countenance shifted with concern. Azog was a formidable half-orc leader, solely obedient to Sauron's commands. His prolonged silence over the years made it implausible for him to re-emerge without a sinister plot in mind. Do you possess any item imbued with dark energy? Queen Galadriel suddenly turned to Gandalf and inquired, Produce it. Gandalf did not refuse, retrieving an object wrapped in cloth from beneath his robe. What is this? Elrond, sensing the aura of darkness, could not help but ask, reaching out to unveil it. The relic of Mordor. Elrond gasped, momentarily taken aback, before directly uncovering the cloth. Impossible. Was it not buried alongside the necromancer Angmar? At that moment, even Saruman, the white-robed wizard who had consistently opposed Gandalf, frowned deeply, unable to utter a word of dissent. Chapter 97, Dol Guldur Castle. The Morgul Blade. Elrond exclaimed as he gazed at the sword, his voice barely above a whisper. This is no ordinary weapon. It is a longsword forged for the Witch King Angmar. After Angmar's defeat, his adversaries, the Northerners, carried away his corpse and took all of his belongings to the heights of the Ruthodor Mountains, entombing them deep within the mountainside, alongside his sword. It is a place that shall never see the light of day. The elven Queen Galadriel gazed at the cursed sword upon the table, softly recounting its origins. This may not indeed be Angmar's longsword, for the tombs upon the Ruthodor Mountains are said to be under a powerful curse, impenetrable to all. Elrond remained unwilling to accept the reality before him. This matter was simply too unfathomable. If true, the entire continent of Middle-earth would once again be faced with catastrophe, leading to countless lives lost. Gandalf, do you possess any evidence to substantiate that this weapon hails from Angmar's grave? Saruman questioned after a prolonged silence. I do not. Gandalf shook his head. Then that means there is none. Saruman replied sternly. An army of half-orcs has suddenly crossed the Brennan River, discovering an ancient sword, and a human sorcerer claims to be a necromancer, occupying an abandoned castle. These are hardly matters of great consequence. Deep down, Saruman was reluctant to acknowledge the resurrection of a once-fallen foe, unwilling to accept that the dark forces he had schemed to vanquish were poised to return. On the contrary, this band of dwarves appears to me to be exceedingly troublesome. Should their expedition fail, it would surely provoke the dragon residing in the lonely mountain. I cannot condone this venture. Saruman's stance was resolute, regarding the dwarves as mere harbingers of misfortune. I concur with the white-robed wizard. This band of dwarves is indeed a nuisance, a source of great exasperation. Elrond rarely voiced his support for Saruman, yet he was profoundly irritated by Thorin, who consistently bore an air of entitlement. Had it not been for the lack of excuses, Elrond would have relished the opportunity to put those dwarves in their place. Especially Thorin, the pretentious one. Elrond was not surprised by Elwyn's sentiments. He had discerned her disdain for Thorin over the past few days. Gandalf had once wished to enlist Elwyn in the dwarves' expedition, but she had repeatedly declined. Were it not for Thorin, the dwarf king, Elwyn might have been inclined to accompany them on their journey through Middle-earth, to behold its wonders. Yet, upon sighting Thorin's unpleasant visage, her interest waned. Elwyn pondered how such a detestable dwarf king ultimately achieved redemption in the film. What a bloody farce! Elwyn exclaimed. My Lady Elwyn. Gandalf could not refrain from defending the dwarves. Very well, very well. Consider it as though I never spoke. Elwyn was weary of listening to the old wizard's ramblings. She felt there was no need for further contention, as the dwarves had already departed. Indeed, scarcely had Elrond's words echoed in the air when his attendant entered to inform him that several dwarves had departed. Thus, the meeting, which had been a fervent dispute from midnight until dawn, had finally reached its conclusion. Elrond, unwilling to linger any longer, rose to stretch his limbs before making his way to the training grounds. During this period, he had grown accustomed to engaging in daily sparring sessions with the venerable Glorfindel. On the following day, after the dwarves had taken their leave, Gandalf, having packed his belongings, hastened to catch up. It was then that the elven Queen Galadriel sought out Elrond. My esteemed lady, may I inquire what brings you to me? Elrond asked with curiosity as he regarded the elven queen standing before him. My lord Elrond, Galadriel replied earnestly. I come to extend an invitation for you to join the fight against the dark forces. She did not veil her intentions, speaking with candor. In the shadows of our realm, yet another malevolent power is amassing strength. I am uncertain of their schemes, but I can sense this insidious force growing, threatening to engulf all of Middle-earth one day. Therefore, I implore you to partake in this righteous struggle against evil. Elrond, upon receiving Galadriel's invitation, did not decline. Much like his stance in the realm of Westeros, he naturally aligned himself with the side of the living, and once again, he found himself standing resolutely with justice. For Orckind could never be truly allied with elves or dwarves. They were simply not of the same lineage. Galadriel took great pleasure in Elrond's willingness to unite against the dark forces. However, this joy was short-lived as troubling news soon arrived. The silence of the valley was once more shattered by the arrival of the brown-robed wizard Radagast. Oh heavens! You must save Gandalf. You must rescue him. Radagast exclaimed fervently upon encountering Elrond, Galadriel, and Saruman. Radagast, what madness has seized you? Saruman replied, casting a disapproving glare at the disheveled wizard. his expression a stark contrast to the warmth he had shown Gandalf. "Oh, I am quite lucid now, truly," Radagast muttered, taking a moment to compose himself. "Gandalf ventured to Dol Guldur, and while we were investigating the tombs of Rudol, we uncovered something of great significance. The Nazgul have been seen in the tombs of Mount Rudol." "What did you say? Nazgul?" Elrond's demeanor shifted dramatically upon hearing that term, his excitement palpable. "Are you certain it was the Nazgul?" He pressed further. "Indeed, my conviction is unwavering," Radagast affirmed. "Gandalf and I have long believed it to be the Nazgul. It is crucial to understand that the Nine serve but one master. No one else can command them." The gravity of Radagast's words caused the expressions of the three members of the White Council to grow grave. For none understood the dread of the Dark Lord Sauron better than they. "It seems we must embark on a journey to Dol Guldur, regardless of its veracity," declared the Elven Queen Galadriel with a grave demeanor. "Shall it be just the three of us? Should we not augment our numbers?" Elrond inquired, his gaze fixed on Galadriel. The implication of his words unmistakable. "There exist within the valley two formidable beings, no less powerful than they. Let us invite Lord Elrond to accompany us. I hope his presence will yield us a different outcome." After a moment of contemplation, Galadriel resolved to allow Elrond to join their expedition. After all, she had yet to witness the full extent of Elrond's formidable prowess. She could distinctly sense an immense reservoir of magical energy within him, one so potent that it surpassed her own capabilities. "I shall inform him at once." Elrond nodded and proceeded to summon Elrond personally. Elrond readily accepted the invitation, eager to explore the wonders of Middle-earth. Without delay, the four mounted their steeds, traversing the high pass, crossing the Anduin River, and galloping towards the southern woods and the fortress of Dol Guldur. Chapter 98. The nine ringwraiths. The spires of Dol Guldur pierced the overcast sky, a sulphurous wind howling with the wails of the undead. At that very moment, Gandalf, the Grey Wizard, found himself in a dire predicament. Imprisoned within a cage at the highest point of the castle, tormented by a brutish orc guard who relished in the suffering of the wandless sage. Below Dol Guldur, a well-equipped army of orcs began to march forth in an orderly fashion, their destination unmistakably the Lonely Mountain. "Great Vala, come to my aid! Great Vala, come to my aid!" Gandalf, utterly drained, felt his life force being eroded by the dark magic that permeated the cage and the fortress. In that moment, he had no recourse but to beseech for assistance. With a resounding crash, the cage was hurled by a towering orc, sending Gandalf tumbling to the ground, where he skidded to a halt against a shard of stone. "No spell can save you, old fool," the orc snarled, violently tossing the cage once more. "You possess something my master desires. Where have you hidden it?" The orc babbled incomprehensible threats, and upon receiving no reply from Gandalf, he flung open the cage, seizing the Grey Wizard and slamming him against the earth. The excruciating pain elicited a cry of anguish from Gandalf. The orc then grasped Gandalf's arm and lifted his right hand with a curved blade poised for a grim task. "Ah, where are the remaining rings of power? The Elven Ring and the Ring of Fire?" The robust orc bellowed at Gandalf. Yet the feeble wizard lacked the strength to resist or utter a word regarding the whereabouts of the rings. Seeing Gandalf's steadfastness, the orc, unwilling to waste further words, raised his blade to sever Gandalf's right hand. Just as the half-orc prepared to strike, a figure pushed open the iron doors of the ancient castle, barefoot and resolute. It was none other than the Elven Queen Galadriel. Her silver hair shimmered in the dim light of the night, and the ring of Ninya in her hand resonated with the darkness deep within the castle as elven magic swirled around her, dispelling the suffocating darkness that pervaded the stronghold. Sauron was draining his life away. Galadriel traced her fingers along the charred chains etched into the stone walls, the lingering magic distorting the air into the outline of Gandalf, who was curled up high within the castle, his life being incessantly consumed by the walls inscribed with black speech. The Elven Queen quickened her pace, ascending the platform with urgency. The radiant elven magic was immediately detected by the towering half-orc. "I have come from Mithrandir. I shall take him away," Galadriel declared, her demeanor strikingly cold as she regarded the half-orc before her. The half-orc, upon seeing the Elven Queen, exhibited no fear and brandished his curved blade, ready to strike. "Any who stands in my way shall be annihilated," Galadriel replied, her tone still icy. As the half-orc charged, she merely waved her hand, and powerful elven magic erupted forth, transforming the brute into a mere puddle of flesh. Yet this formidable magic did not dissipate with the enemy's demise. It surged through the castle like a tidal wave, manifesting as a bolt of lightning that illuminated the dark clouds and the castle below. However, as this potent magic was unleashed, Galadriel sensed an unsettling presence. as if something were eroding her very being in that instant. The powerful lady dared not linger, swiftly lifting Gandalf to depart. But scarcely had she descended from the platform when a deep voice resonated through the empty castle. Beneath the firmament, the elven kings obtain their 3, within the stone hall. The dwarven lords acquire their 7. In the mortal realm, the doomed mortals receive their 9, Galadriel murmured, her voice trembling. At this moment, she and Gandalf found themselves ensnared in a clearing at the center of the castle, as 9 figures approached slowly from the periphery. Galadriel finally comprehended the source of her unsettling sensation. It was the 9 ringwraiths manipulating her through the 9 rings of men, thereby affecting her elven ring. As the ringwraiths drew closer, the elven queen felt her magic waning, her strength ebbing away. Outside the castle, Elrond's elven sword suddenly unsheathed, severing a bone claw that had emerged from the shadows. "The 9 ringwraiths have arrived," he exclaimed, and before he could finish, he charged into the castle. "Let us go. I wish to witness the true nature of these 9 specters you hold in such high regard," Eowyn remarked, a slight smile gracing her lips as she eagerly followed suit. "The accursed darkness is truly repugnant." Saruman, with a grim visage, strides forward with a swiftness that belies his age. "Ha ha." The leader of the 9 ringwraiths gazes down at the elven Queen Galadriel, who is now slumped upon the ground, and lets out a chilling laugh. "You cannot contend with us. Even you shall fade within this ancient fortress, like a fleeting beam of light isolated by darkness." Yet, the elven Queen Galadriel responds with fearless mirth, declaring, "I am not alone." As her words resonate, 3 figures emerge from behind the ringwraiths. The 9 specters regard these newcomers, 2 of whom are familiar, while the third, Elrond, remains unknown to them. "Madam, do you require assistance?" Elrond inquires, brandishing his sword, the blade spine lightly tapping against his shoulder, his gaze aflame with combat fervor. The 9 ringwraiths, provoked, roar in fury and charge towards the trio. Shadows clad in rusted armor plummet from the vaulted ceiling, and as their iron boots shatter the tiles, the entire hall is engulfed in a pestilential green flame. The foremost ringwraith thrusts its spear towards Saruman's throat, but as the robed elder raises his hand, time itself seems to freeze. Ethereal shapes materialize in the air, the wizard's magic forming a barrier that halts the wraith's assault. Like Gandalf, the white-robed wizard channels his talents into close combat, deftly swinging his staff to block another ringwraith's attack, then thrusting it forward to send the first wraith flying, crashing beneath the fortress with a monstrous shriek. Black ichor seeping from the cracks in its armor as chains corrode and snap. Elrond faces a similar onslaught from the ringwraiths. However, they seem to regard him with disdain, sending only one to confront him. Elrond does not hold back against these foes. With his left hand, he parries with his long sword while his right blade strikes true. This Valyrian steel sword does not cleave, but rather pierces through the cracks in the armor like a sewing needle. Upon contact with the black ichor, the wraith disintegrates into smoke, only to reconstitute a mere 10 paces away after a few moments. Physical attacks are futile. Elrond evades a flail swinging from behind, sparks flying as it scrapes against the stone wall. He lunges once more at the ringwraith, his longsword now aglow with crimson magic. With a single swing, the blade plunges into the wraith, akin to a red-hot nail-piercing ice, cleaving it in two, dissipating into a wisp of black smoke. The battle rages fiercely for Elrond, who is the target of concentrated assaults from multiple wraiths. Fortunately, his vast experience shines through. His elven sword ignites in blue flames, inflicting damage upon the wraiths with each successful strike, instilling in them a sense of caution. Just as the standoff intensifies, Elrond's figure slips into the fray like a specter, the arc of his sword carving a rift in reality itself. 2 shadows of swords simultaneously pierced through 2 suits of armor. As the flames of magic spiraled along the blades towards the very essence of the ringwraiths, their mournful wails reverberating as they shattered the stones of the ceiling. Chapter 99, Sauron. With the support of Elrond, Elrond himself unleashed his full potential, the elven sword in his grasp transformed into a lethal instrument of death, each swing conjuring tendrils of darkness that emanated from the bodies of the ringwraiths. With a swift sidestep, Elrond dispatched another ringwraith and surged towards Saruman, aiding the old man in fending off an ambush from behind. The tide of battle swiftly shifted to 3 against 5, the advantage of the ringwraiths dissipating. "Huh." A slight smile danced on Elrond's lips as he let out a roar, charging forth like a ferocious beast towards the 5 remaining ringwraiths. Before Elrond and Saruman could even react, he was already engaged in combat with the 4 ringwraiths, wielding dual swords with ferocity. Thanks to his sparring sessions with Glorfindel, Elrond's swordsmanship had become increasingly intricate and unfathomable, and with a mere glance, he beheaded 2 of the ringwraiths. At this moment, the remaining 2 ringwraiths felt a profound sense of dread. Even in their spectral forms, they could sense a chilling aura enveloping them. Yet, Elrond afforded them no time to react, as he unleashed a tempest of blades, reducing the 2 ringwraiths to mere fragments. By the stars, you are truly terrifying, Elrond. Thankfully, we are not your foes. Elrond experienced a visceral awareness of Elrond's brutality and prowess for the first time, particularly as he executed the blade storm, sending shivers down Elrond's spine. Saruman, too, gazed at Elrond in astonishment, judging by the power Elrond had just displayed. The 3 leaders of the White Council would hardly stand a chance against him. Meanwhile, the elven Queen Galadriel was preoccupied, cradling Gandalf, who lay on the brink of death. The elven queen gently caressed Gandalf's pallid visage, calling out incessantly, "Awaken, Mithrandir!" As her voice echoed, the scant elven magic within her surged toward Gandalf, rekindling the flicker of his own power. As the magic flowed into Gandalf, the once tortured old man, now barely recognizable, seemed to be reborn. His eyes suddenly shot open. Gasping for breath, "He has come," Gandalf uttered weakly, warning Galadriel. "Indeed, darkness has descended upon Middle-earth once more," Galadriel replied, her complexion pale. Straining to maintain her composure against the encroaching shadows, the dark magic's influence upon her was no less than that upon Gandalf. Such is the nature of the One Ring. Though the Dark Lord Sauron had lost the Ring of Power, his sway over the other bearers had not diminished significantly. Just as Elrond and the others sheathed their weapons, the brown-robed wizard Radagast burst forth in his rabbit-drawn cart from the castle exterior. "Quickly take him away, he is in a frail state, and the dark magic could claim his life at any moment." The elven Queen Galadriel, upon seeing the rabbit sled come to a halt before them, immediately urged Gandalf onto it. He could not remain here. They must depart swiftly. "Come with me, your majesty." Gandalf, aware of Galadriel's precarious condition, grasped her arm, attempting to persuade her to leave with him. "Go." The elven Queen Galadriel shook her head, sternly addressing the brown-robed wizard Radagast. "Do not worry. I shall ensure his safe passage." Radagast replied with conviction, tugging the reins with renewed vigor, propelling the rabbit sled forward like an arrow released from its bow, racing towards the castle's exterior. Inside the castle, the chilling winds surged as Elrond and the others gathered around Queen Galadriel, who had lost all her strength. Elrond extended his hand, lifting the queen with great care. At that moment, a stone stairway within the castle was violently eroded by an overwhelming surge of dark magic. Shattering into rubble, a searing flame erupted from thin air, rising in a torrent of heat, transforming into a blazing eye. Elrond and Saruman instinctively grasped their weapons, readying themselves against the sudden appearance of the fiery eye. Saruman, visibly pale and trembling, found himself paralyzed by fear, his hands shaking uncontrollably even as they clutched his staff. Elrond stood firm, sword drawn protectively in front of Queen Galadriel, his expression grim yet resolute. Eowyn, too, was taken aback by the magic emanating from the eye. Since arriving in Middle-earth, it was the first time she had witnessed such formidable sorcery. The overwhelming aura of the eye sent her blood surging with adrenaline. The east shall soon fall. The kingdom of Angmar will rise again. The era of the elves is drawing to a close, intoned a voice, deep and oppressive. As a figure emerged slowly from the depths of the great eye, a colossal silhouette crowned with the Dark Lord's diadem. As this figure stepped forth, the 9 ringwraiths, previously vanquished by Elrond and his companions, materialized once more, each brandishing a weapon, their cold gazes fixated upon the 4 before them. The dark magic surged forth like a tempest, threatening to engulf them. Just as Elrond and Saruman struggled to hold their ground, Eowyn stepped forward, her innate fire magic from the distant continent of Vistral swirling before her, coalescing into a vibrant crimson barrier that shielded them. Dark Lord Sauron. Eowyn gazed at the crowned figure, her eyes ablaze with determination. With a swift motion, she drew her twin swords, their blades shimmering with concentrated magical light, blinding the 9 ringwraiths, who dared not meet their gaze directly. Despite the support of Sauron, the 9 ringwraiths still believed themselves capable of confronting Eowyn and her allies, letting out piercing howls as they charged forward with weapons drawn. "Huh!" Eowyn shouted, boldly advancing towards the 9 ringwraiths, the resounding clash echoing throughout the castle. Elvin's swordsmanship was fully unleashed for the first time upon his arrival in Middle-earth, showcasing the formidable prowess of the northern sword god without reservation. The stone steps of Dol Guldur shattered beneath the weight of Elvin's boots, turning to dust. 9 specters, clad in rusted armor, hovered beneath the crumbling dome, their weapons wreathed in green flames that transformed the grand hall into a cage of light and shadow. The first to strike was a wraith, its lance accompanied by a whirlwind of sulfur. Elvin stepped aside with precision, his sword's tip accurately piercing the shaft of the lance. With a mournful metallic shriek, the lance exploded in successive bursts. Before the fragments could touch the ground, Elvin's blade had already penetrated the visor of the wraith's helmet, black smoke billowing forth from the fissure. At that moment, a second wraith's morning star descended upon him from behind. Yet, propelled by his forward momentum, Elvin slid to the ground, his dual blades ensnaring the iron chain like a pair of scissors. The clash of metal erupted into a brilliant shower of sparks. As the chain snapped, Elvin's left sword spiraled upward along the handle of the hammer, its edge slicing through the armor's seams. The entire suit of armor disassembled along its joints like an insect specimen laid bare, the dark mist within evaporating completely under the flames of his sword. The remaining 7 wraiths finally formed a battle array. 3 weapons slashed from the front, while 4 long swords sealed off all avenues of retreat. In the instant the weapons closed in, Elvin executed a somersault into the air, his twin swords tracing intersecting arcs of crimson and silver. The storm of blades blossomed like a resplendent rose. Fine cracks appeared in the breastplate of the third wraith, which soon crumbled, its upper half sliding away at a precise angle. The fourth wraith's attempt to block was rendered futile as its weapon shattered into dust. The residual sword light cleaved through its sword-bearing right arm, severing it along with the helmet of the fifth wraith behind it. The sixth wraith, attempting to withdraw, found its lower body rooted to the spot. As Elvin landed, he seized the opportunity to swing his swords again. His right blade pierced the seventh wraith, while his left traced a deceptive arc around him, dismembering the eighth wraith from its lower half. Finally, the largest and most formidable wraith leader made its move. It relinquished its weapon, allowing Elvin's sword to penetrate its ethereal form. The decayed fingers reached for Elvin's heart, but he deftly severed the leader's arm with his other sword. "You cannot kill me." The black mist seeped from the gaps in its armor, slowly dissipating in the air. After effortlessly dispatching these resurrected wraiths, Elvin directed his blade towards the figure of the Dark Lord Sauron. With a resounding clash, 2 immense forces of magic collided within the ancient castle, erupting outward. The powerful surge of energy shattered the already dilapidated castle, splitting the platform in 2, and the structures above crumbled into rubble, plummeting downwards. Chapter 100. Exorcism. The remaining spires of Dol Guldur vaporized instantly upon the collision between Sauron and Elvin. The true form of the Dark Lord was not armor or shadow, but a singularity of compressed magic, every inch of space collapsing under his breath. The ground beneath Elvin's feet turned to dust, and for the first time, both swords emitted a piercing cry, igniting with white flames. A strange human warrior. Sauron's voice cast a shadow over reality, "And your skull shall ultimately wail beneath my throne." Elrond, unfazed by Sauron's ominous utterances, revealed pupils alight with flames, the arc of his blade momentarily freezing the collapse of time and space. "I am indeed curious to ascertain whether it shall be your demise or mine." As soon as the words escaped his lips, Elrond thrust his twin swords at the Dark Lord Sauron from an exceedingly peculiar angle. Once calm, Sauron now wielded a weapon infused with dark power, his formidable warhammer. Clash! Their weapons collided once more, the surging magical energy causing the ancient castle to tremble. Sauron summoned the black flames of the First Age, a fire not of this world, but rather a corrupting blaze that had devoured the roots of the 2 sacred trees, leaving behind a trail of viscous darkness. Elrond leapt, his long sword plunging into the center of the vortex of black flames, the fire magic swelling into a colossal beast of devouring flames. The black and white fires entwined upon the blade, birthing a singularity of gray, the resulting shockwave pulverizing the stones surrounding them into dust. The immense magical fluctuations caused the giant eye to flicker erratically, and Elrond nearly lost his footing from the force of the blast. Fortunately, the long-dormant passive skill was triggered, allowing him to stand firm. Seizing the moment of the giant eye's disorientation, Elrond deftly maneuvered and struck with the sword, channeling all his magical energy into the tip, where miniature starlight coalesced. He executed 7 consecutive thrusts, the points of starlight resembling meteors, each contact with Sauron's corporeal form igniting an explosion of overwhelming power. Yet, Sauron was in a state of fusion between soul and magic. His pierced body was swiftly filled by dark sorcery, and his warhammer pierced through the starlight, crashing down upon Elrond's left arm with the intent to shatter him into oblivion. However, having refined his elven swordsmanship and agility during his training with Glorfindel, Elrond executed a flawless sidestep, evading the lethal blow. The foundation of the castle began to sink. Sauron let out a piercing scream. The once flickering giant eye solidifying once more, as dark magic swiftly coalesced within. The lingering darkness from the obliteration of the 9 ring-wraiths reformed, and 9 silhouettes re-emerged around the giant eye. Ha! Sauron cackled once again. Human warrior, you shall never slay me. As long as darkness endures, I shall live eternally. And all of Middle-earth shall ultimately bow before me. With the final words uttered, the giant eye erupted with an even more intense surge of magical energy. Just as Elrond focused his strength to engage Sauron in another fierce onslaught, the elven Queen Galadriel emerged, having struggled free from Elrond's support. Holding aloft the crystal vial of Elendil's light, her magical energy swirling around her as if she were a black hole. Within the crystalline vessel of Elendil lies the final radiance of the silver tree Telperion and the golden tree Laurelin, embodying the sacred power of the Vala, the lesser deities of Middle-earth, serving as a natural counter to the Dark Lord Sauron. When this holy light blossomed in the hands of Queen Galadriel, the great eye trembled violently, causing the 9 ring-wraiths to vanish in an instant. At that moment, Sauron could no longer manifest a physical form, as the brilliance of the light shattered his dark essence, casting him back into the void. Here, you possess no power, servant of Morgoth. You are unworthy to utter your name before this sacred radiance. Spirit without a body, retreat to your realm of nothingness. The words, imbued with potent magic, flowed from Queen Galadriel's lips, burning Sauron's soul with divine illumination, eliciting anguished howls from him, rendering him incapable of solidifying once more. Oh! Sauron could no longer endure the excruciating torment akin to 1,000 arrows piercing his heart. With a thunderous cry, he and the great eye vanished from the ancient fortress, transforming into a flash that raced towards Mordor in the darkened sky. As Sauron dissipated, Queen Galadriel instantly lost all her strength and collapsed to the ground. Elrond, freed from the bonds of powerful magic, reached out to support Galadriel. We have all been deceived, Elrond remarked, his countenance darkened, yet within a heartbeat, he regained composure, his gaze brimming with fervor as he looked at Eowyn. Fortuitously, we possess a champion such as you, Lord Eowyn. I naturally stand on the side of justice. I have never shunned the fight against darkness. Eowyn smiled at Elrond, sheathing his twin swords. Thank you for your assistance, Lord Eowyn. Queen Galadriel managed to utter with great effort. Sauron's spirit is not yet laid to rest. I hope you can aid Gandalf. Before she could finish her sentence, Queen Galadriel collapsed weakly into Elrond's embrace. Sauron has been banished by you, your majesty. The white-robed wizard Saruman, still clinging to a glimmer of hope, once again witnessed Sauron's formidable power, and deep within, a subtle transformation had begun to unfold. He will flee to the east and return with renewed might, Lord Eowyn. At that moment, Queen Galadriel struggled to articulate her thoughts, her eyes filled with expectation as they rested upon Eowyn. I comprehend your intent, your majesty. I shall journey to the Lonely Mountain and assist Gandalf in repelling the assault of the half-orcs. Eowyn affirmed with a nod, his interest piqued by the dragon Smaug after witnessing the ringwraiths and the Dark Lord Sauron. He yearned to test whether his arrows could pierce Smaug's scales. We must alert Gondor. They must remain vigilant at the borders of Mordor, Elrond declared, rising to prepare for the journey to warn the regent of Gondor. No. You must tend to Queen Galadriel. She has expended too much strength and is exceedingly weak. I shall undertake the warning to Gondor myself. The white wizard Saruman, with a piercing gaze directed towards the east, spoke with urgency. We must locate him and eliminate him. Elrond, feeling an intense desire to rid Middle-earth of Sauron, was averse to enduring another war that would engulf the entire continent. Without the One Ring, Sauron shall never reign over Middle-earth. Go forth. Sauron is mine to confront. Saruman's eyes glinted coldly as he fixated on the east. Elrond had already sensed the change in Saruman, yet he refrained from speaking, knowing that no one would believe him if he did. After exchanging greetings with the trio, Elrond mounted his steed outside the ancient castle and summoned the hawk that had accompanied him since arriving in Middle-earth. Upon locating Gandalf, he spurred his horse onward. In the depths of the dense forest outside the castle, the brown wizard Radagast led Gandalf to his abode, contemplating how to procure some herbs to aid his ailing friend. As soon as the rabbit cart came to a halt, Gandalf sprang to his feet, moving with such agility that one would hardly suspect any injury. I require a horse. Prepare one for me, Gandalf declared, retrieving his elven sword from the cart, his voice resonating with authority. What? Radagast exclaimed, astonished as he gazed at Gandalf. Where are you headed? The slightly eccentric wizard hastily followed with his wand in hand. I am going to the Lonely Mountain to sound the alarm, Gandalf replied, turning to face Radagast. Thorin and his company are utterly unaware of their foe. I witnessed firsthand in the castle the relentless advance of the orc horde from Moria. Their target is the Lonely Mountain. You too shall seek out your allies, summon the creatures of the skies and the earth, and spread the word. The battle for the Lonely Mountain is about to commence. With that, Gandalf turned to stride toward the forest's edge. Observing Gandalf's determination, Radagast relinquished his wand to him and summoned a robust steed. Gandalf charged forth on the horse, racing along the edge of the forest toward the old forest road. Gandalf! A voice called from behind as the gray wizard pressed on. He reined in his horse and turned to see Elrond galloping after him on his majestic steed. You are quite swift. I pursued you from the castle, and fortunately, I had my hawk to help locate you, Elrond remarked, gesturing towards the circling hawk above. What a remarkable ability. My lord Elrond, what brings you here? Gandalf inquired, casting an envious glance at the hawk soaring in the sky. I come at the behest of Lady Galadriel to assist you, Elrond replied directly. What an honor it is. Gandalf smiled, feeling a sense of reassurance with such a formidable ally joining him against the orc army. Let us proceed. Lead the way. Let us hasten to the Lonely Mountain. Elrond urged Gandalf, unwilling to linger any longer. The two galloped forward, their steeds, remarkable warhorses, moved with astonishing speed, covering what would ordinarily take a day's journey in merely half a day. As they traversed the old forest road, they encountered no perils, not even the giant spiders that had previously haunted the path. Upon emerging from the forest, they rode north along the running river, where the silhouette of Lake Town came into view. Yet, at that moment, Lake Town was engulfed in turmoil. The ominous sky was darkened by the presence of the dragon Smaug, who circled menacingly above, while fierce flames raged within the town. We are too late. They have already entered the Lonely Mountain and have provoked the dragon. Gandalf's expression, illuminated by the flickering flames, betrayed his distress as he beheld the devastation wrought by Smaug. Should we not assist them? I have longed to witness the true might of this creature, Elrond declared, retrieving his elven longbow and a quiver of elven arrows from his saddle. With keen eyes, Elrond spotted Bard, the human archer, atop a high tower in Lake Town, relentlessly loosing arrows at the dragon. Yet, the ordinary projectiles merely ricocheted harmlessly off Smaug's armored scales, failing to even tickle him. The Bow of Hea, a legendary elven artifact? I had not anticipated that Elrond would bestow such a gift upon you. Gandalf recognized the bow in Elrond's hands, a relic long shrouded in legend since the demise of its fabled owner, Hea. I know not what name it bears, but henceforth it shall echo throughout Middle-earth alongside my own, Elrond proclaimed as he spurred his horse towards Lake Town. Meanwhile, within the town, Bard prepared for a desperate final attempt. Using his son as a brace, he knocked the treasured black arrow, aiming for the dragon's vulnerable left wing. With a swift release, the black arrow shot towards Smaug's weak spot, but to Bard's dismay, it too was deflected away. Bard's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at the unyielding Smaug. The dragon's grotesque visage twisted into a mocking grin. Foolish mortal. Did you think that after all these years, I would remain ignorant of my own vulnerabilities? With a deafening roar that echoed across the Lonely Mountain, a crimson light began to emanate from Smaug. His pupils glimmered like molten rubies, and every scale was inscribed with dwarven runes, once a source of pride for the craftsman of the Lonely Mountain, now a testament to his invulnerability. You have run out of arrows, reptile? Smaug ascended once more, preparing to unleash a torrent of searing dragon fire upon Bard and his son, vowing to reduce them to ashes. With a piercing cry, an arrow imbued with magical brilliance soared through the heavens, launched from the land outside Long Lake Town, speeding towards the dragon Smaug. The creature released a mournful wail. Who dared to challenge it? In response, another arrow, radiant with magical light, pierced the runes on Smaug's scaly hide, penetrating the thick armor and embedding itself into the dragon's flesh. At that moment, Smaug discerned two figures in the distance, humans, wizards. It sensed the peril emanating from the human archer, a threat capable of delivering its demise. With a furious roar, Smaug quickened its ascent, soaring higher into the sky before diving towards Elrond and Gandalf. Curse those pests. The dragon's voice echoed, causing rocks to tumble from the mountain walls. Die. A tempestuous wind generated by its massive wings propelled the colossal beast towards the land, the gusts tearing apart the burning remnants of Long Lake Town. The third joint of its left wing was injured. The old wizard, staff planted firmly on the ground, concentrated intently on Smaug's vulnerable spot, a wound inflicted by the crossbow of River Valley City in the spring, a missing scale that had yet to heal. Elrond was acutely aware of Smaug's weakness. He knocked 3 arrows between his fingers, calmly observing the descending dragon. With a steely gaze, he released the arrows, each one infused with his formidable magic. The arrows streaked towards Smaug with unprecedented speed, leaving the dragon no time to evade. The heart of the beast lay exposed at the end of their trajectory. The first arrow tore through the dwarven magical runes, embedding itself in Smaug's heart. The second arrow followed, plunging deep into the dragon's core, injecting its powerful magic into the wound. Smaug's pupils constricted in an instant. The third arrow pierced through its heart, carrying the dragon's blood through the air, embedding itself into the wall of the Lonely Mountain. Chapter 102. The Battle of Five Armies in River Valley Town. A city nestled at the foot of the Lonely Mountain, long in ruins, the survivors of Long Lake Town sought refuge under Bard's leadership. The sky had turned completely dark. Elrond and Gandalf rode alongside the townsfolk into the city. The gazes of all present were filled with respect and reverence for the two, including Bard himself. Thank you immensely. Were it not for you, we would have met our end at the bottom of the lake. Bard, now the leader of the survivors, addressed Elrond and Gandalf with utmost respect. You are too kind. Had you not bravely fought the dragon, these people would not have seen the light of another day. Gandalf replied graciously, regarding the descendant of the hero of River Valley Town. We merely happened to be in the right place at the right time. Just as Gandalf finished his modest speech, he caught Elrond's sidelong glance, leaving the old wizard feeling rather awkward. I surmise that you are in dire need of sustenance at this moment. Please settle here while Elrond and I venture to the Lonely Mountain. Gandalf quickly shifted the subject, a hint of concern manifesting upon his face. I hope Thorin and the others are still alive. I believe it is prudent not to harbor excessive hope. As they mounted their steeds and rode towards the outskirts of Lake Town, Elrond could not restrain himself from uttering this remark. Why? Are you suggesting they are already dead? Gandalf gazed at Elrond in astonishment. Not at all. Elrond shook his head, gesturing towards the distant entrance of the Lonely Mountain. Flames have already been ignited there, which is sufficient evidence of their survival. However, what do you mean, however? Gandalf, lacking Elrond's keen perception, nevertheless felt a sense of relief within and inquired further. Personally, I have little faith in that so-called dwarf king. To my eyes, he is nothing but a self-righteous, greedy, and ungrateful little man. I doubt he will honor his promises. Your words astonish me, Elrond. I did not expect this formidable human to hold such a disparaging opinion of King Thorin. Yet Gandalf found himself momentarily at a loss for a retort. Indeed, Thorin's behavior throughout this journey has been rather unappealing. The two riders arrived at the entrance of the Lonely Mountain, where the stone door, previously ajar, was now sealed by a massive boulder. Two braziers blazed on either side of the stone portal, yet no one was in sight. Huh, quite remarkable. The entrance has been barred. It seems they are well prepared for defense. Elrond, seated upon his steed, regarded the fortifications with a mocking expression. Tell me, does this detestable dwarf anticipate an incursion by the half-orcs, thus taking precautions in advance? Or is he guarding against the homeless denizens of Lake Town, those who have supported him and signed pledges? Gandalf, confronted with Elrond's sharp derision, wore a pained expression. He recognized that Thorin had likely succumbed to the same madness and greed as his grandfather. Nevertheless, Gandalf resolved to make an attempt, hoping to salvage the last king of the dwarves of Durin. Thorin, I know you are within. Come forth and speak. Gandalf called out loudly, but silence ensued. Gandalf. A voice emanated from behind the boulder, as a figure appeared behind the stone door, peering through a small aperture. It was none other than the dwarf King Thorin, whom Elrond so despised. Have you come to congratulate me on reclaiming the Lonely Mountain, reigniting the sacred fire of the dwarves of Durin, and ascending to the throne of the dwarf king? Gandalf, struggling against the discomfort of Thorin's voice, sought the source of the sound amid the towering stone wall. Thorin, why do you hide behind the wall? Why not converse with a friend? Dismounting, Gandalf furrowed his brow and peered through the small opening at the shadowed figure of the dwarf. There is no need for further conversation, Gandalf. Instead of wasting time here, it would be wiser to return to Lake Town and discuss how to bolster our defenses. At this moment, Orwin had lost all patience in conversing with the diminutive figure before him. His reluctance to storm in and dispatch him was solely out of respect for Gandalf. The army of half-orcs led by Azog, the pale-skinned half-orc, was advancing towards the Lonely Mountain. Gandalf, determined to make one last effort, implored Thorin to regain his clarity. You must unlock the treasure of the Lonely Mountain, fulfill your promise, arm the residents of Lake Town, and call for aid from the elves and other dwarves. We need to unite our strength against Azog. Despite Gandalf's lengthy entreaty, he received no response. Thorin, he called out in desperation. Damn it, he is as incomprehensible as his mad grandfather. Gandalf could not restrain himself, cursing loudly outside the stone door, disregarding the decorum expected of a wizard. Orwin, indifferent to Gandalf's fury, turned his horse towards the valley town. After witnessing Gandalf's futile attempts at persuasion, he resignedly mounted his steed and departed alongside Orwin. Everyone, continue fortifying the defenses. Recapturing the Lonely Mountain will not be easy, and I will not allow it to be taken from us again. After Gandalf's departure, Thorin strode deep into the mountain, issuing commands to the resting dwarves and hobbits. What about the people of Lake Town? They have nowhere else to turn. They have lost everything. We made a promise to them. The only one brave enough to oppose Thorin was his nephew, Keely. Yet, Keely's words elicited no reaction from Thorin. Do not speak to me of promises. Those were born from our desperation. And do not mention loss. As long as they have not perished in the flames of the dragon, they should count themselves fortunate. Cold words escaped Thorin's lips as he disregarded the sentiments of those present, moving deeper into the mountain. Fill the entire entrance. I will not permit a single fly to enter. That icy command echoed from within the depths of the Lonely Mountain, leaving the dwarves exchanging troubled glances, compelled to grit their teeth and continue hauling stones to seal the entrance. The entire Lonely Mountain, along with the valley town, endured a tumultuous night amidst the clamor and chaos. Orwin and Gandalf were roused at dawn by the commotion outside Lake Town, rushing to the ramparts to behold a slow-approaching army from the direction of the dense forest. A dazzling sight of golden brilliance revealed elven warriors clad in shimmering golden armor, wielding longbows, and led by an elf riding a majestic stag, advancing towards Lake Town. Bard, having awakened, busied himself with tending to the injured, the elderly, and women and children. The situation was dire. They faced a shortage of clothing and food, and fresh water was scarce. Alfred, you kept watch all night. Has there been any sign? Bard inquired of the now sleeping former mayor's assistant, Alfred. All is quiet, my lord. Alfred replied, stretching lazily. Nothing escapes my keen gaze. However, when Bard emerged from the castle, he was utterly astonished. It seems that only the army of elves could elude your perception, Alfred. Chapter 103. The Battle of Five Armies. 2. In the center of this decrepit square in the valley town lay a scene of desolation, where the former splendor had long since vanished. Yet amidst this ruin stood rows of elven warriors clad in golden armor, arrayed in formation like an ironclad bulwark. Each soldier stood tall and solemn, their longbows lending an air of formidable strength and majesty to the elven host. The decorations on their helmets glimmered in the sunlight, exuding an exquisite and regal aura. Bard cautiously traversed the ranks of these elven legions, as if fearing to awaken these slumbering golden guardians. His steps were light and tentative, and under the watchful eyes of the elven warriors, his movements appeared rather constrained. At last, he reached the central clearing, where a massive tent loomed like a grand palace in the center of the square. Surrounding the tent, more tents were being swiftly erected, with busy figures weaving through the scene, creating a bustling atmosphere. Guided by an elven attendant, Bard slowly entered the enormous tent. Upon crossing the threshold, he was struck by the splendor before him. The interior was spacious and bright, adorned with exquisite decorations. Thick carpets covered the floor, and lavish tapestries hung on the walls. At the heart of the tent sat Thranduil, the Elven King. Beside him sat Elrond and Gandalf. The three gathered around an ornate table laden with elven delicacies and fine wines, emitting an enticing aroma. Bard took a deep breath to steady himself, and then performed a formal bow toward Thranduil, the Forest King seated in the center. Esteemed King Thranduil, I did not expect your personal presence. His voice carried a note of surprise and joy. Thranduil smiled faintly, setting down his goblet. I have heard of your need for assistance, and came to see for myself. His voice was deep and resonant, imbued with an air of inexhaustible strength. Bard cast a grateful glance at Thranduil, and then recounted the situation in Lake Town in detail. Thranduil listened intently, nodding occasionally to indicate his understanding. I have already heard of the troubles in Lake Town from the wizard and the valiant half-elf, Thranduil remarked, his expression somewhat somber, reflecting his empathy for the plight of Lake Town. Fortunately, the vile dragon Smaug has met his end at the hands of the half-elf's arrow, which is indeed a cause for celebration throughout Middle-earth. After speaking, Thranduil raised his goblet for a sip, then signaled to an attendant within the tent. The attendant immediately understood and strode purposefully outside. There is yet another matter worthy of celebration at this moment. Just as Thranduil's words fell, the sound of wheels and hooves echoed from outside the tent. Before long, a chorus of jubilant cheers erupted from outside the tent, crescendoing like a mighty torrent. Bard felt a stirring in his heart and hastily exited the tent, only to behold the townsfolk of Lake Town gathered in the square, exuberantly waving their arms and exulting in joyous celebration. It transpired that Thranduil had brought not only himself and his elven legion, but also a substantial supply of resources and assistance. These provisions were akin to a lifeline for the beleaguered lake town, ravaged by the ravages of war. In an instant, the entire valley was enveloped in an atmosphere of elation, with smiles of hope and solace illuminating the faces of the people. You have saved us. You have saved all the inhabitants of Lake Town. I do not know how to express my gratitude, Bard exclaimed as he swiftly returned to the tent. Upon encountering Thranduil, he deeply bowed in a gesture of profound appreciation. Thranduil sat regally at the center of the tent, his posture as upright as a pine tree, his visage austere, and his piercing eyes fixed upon Bard. In response to Bard's homage, he merely inclined his head slightly, without further elaboration. There is no need for thanks, Thranduil's voice resonated. Deep and magnetic, I did not come solely to offer you relief. There was a hint of detachment in his words. Bard lifted his gaze, perplexed by Thranduil's meaning. However, as he followed Thranduil's line of sight toward the lonely mountain, the realization dawned upon him. Thranduil's eyes were fixed on that peak, shrouded in untold riches. I have come to reclaim what is rightfully mine. Thranduil's voice echoed within the tent, imbued with an irresistible force. His tone, though calm, bore an unmistakable resolve. Bard's expression shifted slightly. He recalled Gandalf and Elrond's foray toward the lonely mountain the previous night. They had hoped to persuade Smaug to relinquish his hold over the mountain. Yet it was evident that their endeavors had not yielded the desired outcome. We share a common cause, my lord of the woodland realm. Bard steadied himself, his countenance darkening as he spoke. As of now, we stand as allies, and my people possess the right to the wealth of the lonely mountain. A trace of reluctance colored his voice. After all, Thorin's successful entry into the mountain had relied on the support of Lake Town's denizens. Despite previous discord, there existed a binding contract. The residents of Lake Town had suffered immensely in this calamity, and they urgently required the mountain's riches to restore their homes. Thranduil, I beseech you to postpone your actions against the lonely mountain. The Arkenstone lies within its depths and will not elude us for long. Gandalf interjected, observing the tension between the two. Thranduil, the horde of orcs from Moria is advancing upon the lonely mountain. The Dark Lord Sauron has awakened, and the ringwraiths have re-emerged. Their objective is to conquer the mountain and seize control of the eastern front of Middle-earth. Gandalf spoke with urgency. Their ultimate aim is to resurrect the kingdom of Angmar, casting the specter of the necromancer's threat over all the living beings of Middle-earth. We must not allow our ranks to fracture. We should unite to repel the Orcish forces at the foot of the lonely mountain. Gandalf's words caused a subtle shift in Thranduil's expression. He was acutely aware that the Grey Wizard would not speak falsely about such matters, yet he was reluctant to concede. It was not merely because the necklace belonged to his most cherished companion, but also due to Thorin's disrespect in the realm of the woodland elves, as well as the disgraceful actions of Thorin's grandfather from years past. Esteemed Lord of the Half-Elves, what is your counsel? Thranduil inquired, turning to Elrond, who was seated and savoring fine wine. The Elven King sought the wisdom of Elrond. Your heroic deeds have been celebrated throughout Middle-earth. You are the second known individual capable of confronting the Dark Lord Sauron directly, and I yearn for your guidance. Thranduil's demeanor was notably humble, adhering to the elven tradition of bestowing the utmost respect upon those of great strength. Majesty Thranduil, from a rational perspective, I concur with Gandalf's suggestion to set aside our differences and unite against the army of orcs, Elrond stated candidly. However, on an emotional level, I would wholeheartedly support your quest for war against that detestable dwarf. Of course, it would be even better if you could seize the lonely mountain and reclaim the treasure of your woodland elves before his reinforcements and the orc horde arrive. Oh, Elrond, could you refrain from complicating matters further? Gandalf remarked, exasperation evident on his face as he regarded the somewhat impulsive demigod. At that moment, Gandalf felt an overwhelming weariness. Blast it. Let it be destroyed. After all, I am a Maya. I can always return to Aman. Elrond remained unfazed by Gandalf's expression of disbelief, indulging in the elven wine with a look of sheer contentment. Thank you, Lord Elrond, for your understanding. Thranduil said, rising to offer a slight bow. I have made my decision. We shall march upon the lonely mountain at once, and I intend to reclaim the treasure of the woodland elves from that king of the mountain. Bard and the inhabitants of Lake Town shall accompany you, Bard quickly affirmed, recognizing the wisdom in banding together for such an endeavor. Chapter 104. The Battle of Five Armies 3. Since the decision has been made, we shall prepare for the siege at dawn, Thranduil declared resolutely, completely disregarding Gandalf's attempts to dissuade him. His voice resonated with determination, devoid of any hesitation. Bard, standing to the side, offered no objections to Thranduil's steadfastness. He nodded affirmatively, and then turned to fulfill Thranduil's command. The entire lake town mobilized. All able-bodied youths gathered with expressions of unwavering resolve and courage, as if they were ready to embrace the impending battle. The long-sealed armory of River Valley was opened, revealing weapons that glimmered with cold light in the sunlight. Though these arms had not seen use for some time, they remained razor-sharp, more than sufficient to confront any foe. These weapons were enough to equip all the surviving residents of Lake Town, granting them the strength necessary for the forthcoming conflict. Each individual grasped their own weapon, their eyes brimming with a fervent desire for war. The lonely mountain concealed countless treasures, and for the destitute folk of Lake Town, nothing was more enticing than the prospect of assaulting the mountain and seizing its riches. Meanwhile, within the mountain's heart, the dwarves had become acutely aware of the advancing army of woodland elves. Under the frenzied command of Thorin, they sprang into action. Utilizing the stone carvings outside the mountain, they shattered the stone bridge leading to its gates, effectively severing the enemy's route of attack. Simultaneously, the dwarven treasury was opened, revealing finely crafted dwarven armor, steel blades, war hammers, and colossal axes, all meticulously forged to perfection. Armed to the teeth, the dwarves prepared to confront the elven army and the fishermen of Lake Town in a decisive showdown. Standing to the side, Baggins observed the unfolding scene, lost in contemplation. As a mere bystander, he recognized that Thorin was not in his right mind and understood that should this conflict erupt, it would be extraordinarily fierce. Baggins resolved in his heart to prevent this unwarranted war from occurring. Suddenly, Thorin's voice echoed through the corridor, calling out to the dazed Baggins. Confused, he approached. He beheld Thorin clad in gleaming steel armor, holding an exquisitely light chainmail. "You may need this," Thorin said, presenting the fine mithril shirt. "Put it on." Baggins did not decline. He shed his outer garment and donned the chainmail. Assessing his appearance, he felt somewhat absurd. "I look ridiculous in this. I am merely a hobbit, not a warrior. This is a gift for you, Baggins. Let this mithril armor stand as a symbol of our friendship." Despite Thorin's current madness, a bond of camaraderie lingered for the hobbit who had aided him in his quest and posed no threat. Baggins could not help but smirk at Thorin's words, finding them amusing yet somewhat touching. However, Thorin's subsequent suspicions regarding his kin shattered Baggins' fleeting hope. Gazing upon Thorin, who had been blinded by greed for gold and treasure, Baggins ultimately steeled his resolve. As twilight descended, Baggins, after the dwarves had settled, stealthily lowered himself from the stone gate using a rope and quietly made his way to the valley town. In Thranduil's tent, Gandalf continued to implore the elven king and bard, "Is gold and treasure truly of such paramount importance to you? Amidst this looming threat, are you willing to exchange the blood of your loved ones for mere possessions?" At this moment, Gandalf, the old and stubborn wizard, found himself in a fit of obstinacy, resolutely opposing the actions of Thranduil and Bard. He was unwilling to witness a bloodbath erupt within the ranks of the righteous, especially when the enemy could arrive at any moment. "It shall not come to the dire circumstances you envision. Their defeat is assured." Bard, acutely aware that the dwarves stood no chance, argued that their vast army would easily overpower a mere handful of dwarves, even with the lonely mountain as their stronghold. "The dwarves will not yield." Just as Gandalf was about to speak, the voice of Baggins echoed from outside the large tent. The dwarves would never surrender peacefully. They would fight to the death to protect the treasures within the mountain. They were currently following Thorin's commands, and it was evident that Thorin had lost his sanity. "Bilbo Baggins," Gandalf exclaimed in surprise as he regarded the hobbit before him. "If my memory serves me correctly, this halfling once pilfered the keys to my dungeon right under the watchful eyes of my guards." Thranduil cast a questioning glance at Baggins. "Indeed, I sincerely apologize for that," Baggins replied, feeling somewhat embarrassed. "I have come to present you with this." As he spoke, he produced the Arkenstone from his pocket. "I believe you can use this gem to negotiate for what you desire." "What a splendid idea, Hobbit," Elrond remarked, observing the familiar scene with a sense of admiration for Baggins, who reminded him somewhat of Eddard Stark. "May your counsel bear fruit tomorrow," Elrond added, turning his gaze back to Gandalf. "Tomorrow, if all goes well, we shall be in high spirits, discussing strategies to confront the orc horde. However, should tomorrow prove troublesome, Gandalf, I implore you to abandon your stubbornness." Elrond then directed his attention to Thranduil and Bard. "If that insufferable Thorin remains in his madness, I shall assist you in dealing with him." "Elrond, you cannot act thus. After all, Thorin is the king of the dwarves," Gandalf interjected, taken aback by Elrond's words. Eager to dissuade him, I care not who he is, Gandalf, Elrond declared resolutely. I am merely fulfilling my promise to the Elven Queen. My presence here is entirely at Lady Galadriel's request. As for the Dwarf King, he is of no consequence in my eyes. Elrond interrupted Gandalf, his tone grave. I have fought for humanity in my homeland, and have witnessed horrors far worse than the Orc legions. It is precisely because you face a situation so strikingly similar to ours that I have chosen to aid you. A saying has long been passed down in my homeland. If one cannot resolve a conflict, then eliminate the source of it. This principle applies here as well. If someone jeopardizes the alliance of righteous powers, I shall not hesitate to ensure their disappearance from this world. Elrond's words were laden with cold resolve. He had grown weary of that wretched dwarf king, viewing him as nothing more than a mad king akin to Joffrey. Chapter 105. The Battle of Five Armies. For as the first rays of dawn illuminated the summit of the lonely mountain, the once tranquil land was instantaneously enveloped in a golden hue. Under the sun's embrace, the neatly arranged formations outside the mountain resembled a golden sea, gradually spreading to the expansive clearing at the entrance, painting it in vibrant yellow. The army of forest elves and the fishermen of Lake Town were already poised for battle, lined up in close formation outside the mountain, resembling an unyielding bulwark. Thranduil and Bard, mounted on their steeds, approached the stone gates of the mountain with deliberate grace. Their figures, bathed in golden light, appeared remarkably striking. At that moment, with a sudden whoosh, an arrow streaked like lightning from the dwarven fortifications, hurtling towards the front of Thranduil's mount. This unforeseen projectile caused both Thranduil and Bard to instinctively rein in their horses, halting their advance. Thranduil, who had always been the epitome of elegance and nobility, now bore no trace of a smile upon his once gentle visage. His gaze turned icy and piercing, fixated on the archer atop the battlements, Thorin, in a frenzied state. With bow drawn, Thorin aimed once more at Thranduil's head, boldly threatening, "If you take another step forward, my next arrow shall find its mark in your brow." His voice echoed through the crisp morning air, laced with an air of madness. The dwarves of Durin, witnessing Thorin's audacious defiance against the Elven King, erupted into cheers, seemingly oblivious to the perilous situation they were in, as though they had already claimed victory. In response to such provocation, the previously poised Elven warriors, like a disturbed swarm of bees, were suddenly incensed. They swiftly nocked arrows to their bows, their movements synchronized, revealing the discipline of a well-trained army. Thousands of arrows glimmered ominously in the sunlight, all aimed at the dwarves atop the battlements, poised to unleash a torrential downpour that would send shivers down the spine. The dwarves, taken aback by this swift reaction, were rendered speechless, completely unprepared for the elves' rapid response. The once brazen provocateurs shrank back behind the stone walls, as if gripped by fear. Yet among the dwarves, one stood apart, Thorin, having succumbed to madness. He disregarded the terror of his comrades, defiantly remaining on the battlements, continuing to aim his bow at the unyielding Thranduil below. His eyes gleamed with a wild fervor, as if all reason had fled. Thranduil, standing calmly below, regarded Thorin with a serene and indifferent expression, seemingly unperturbed by the provocation. Observing Thorin still drawing his bow, he merely raised a hand, making a simple gesture. The gesture resembled a silent command, prompting the once poised elven archers to immediately lower their arrows. Their movements were impeccably synchronized, devoid of hesitation or delay. The tense atmosphere that had enveloped the lonely mountain dissipated in that instant, replaced by a remarkable tranquility. Thranduil's gaze remained fixed upon Thorin atop the battlements, his voice calm, yet imbued with authority. "I have come to inform you that your debts have been settled." This proclamation resonated through the air, clear and potent. However, Thorin dismissed Thranduil's words with utter contempt, maintaining his deranged demeanor as he bellowed, "What has been settled? I have given you nothing. You have taken nothing." His tone dripped with disdain and mockery, seemingly regarding Thranduil with indifference. Thranduil merely cast a sidelong glance at Bard, who produced the Arkenstone from his pocket, raising it triumphantly. "We have obtained this." Thorin, who had previously appeared deranged, momentarily froze, slowly lowering his bow as he stared incredulously at the Arkenstone in Bard's grasp. "Thief, you have stolen the treasure of the dwarves of the Lonely Mountain. That is the king's gem." Keely glared furiously at Bard, his eyes ablaze with barely contained rage. Not only Keely, but all the dwarves of the Lonely Mountain glared at Bard with reddened eyes, wishing to rend him to pieces. Thorin's previously vacant expression was once again overtaken by madness. Had it not been for the vigilant elven army outside the mountain, he would have ordered an immediate charge to obliterate the thief. "The king can take it." Bard nonchalantly toyed with the Arkenstone. "We come with good intentions." As long as you honor your past promises, we shall return the Arkenstone. Standing at the summit of the lonely mountain's entrance, Thorin caught a glimpse of a shadow flitting across the high ground to the left of the mountain, prompting him to swiftly turn his gaze. Bathed in the sun's radiance, he discerned the nature of the shadow, instantly bolstering his confidence. Why should I pay to reclaim what rightfully belongs to me? Thorin's roar reverberated from within the mountain. Even Gandalf, who had been seeking opportunities to mediate, looked on in astonishment at the figure moving back and forth. He knows his reinforcements have arrived. Orwin had already spotted the Ironfoot army making its way from the Iron Hills, yet he did not alert Thranduil and Bard. What? Gandalf inquired, bewildered by Orwin's comment. From the east, a dwarven army has come. Orwin pointed towards the sun's direction, speaking with ease. The Ironfoot army from the east. Gandalf, astonished, gazed towards the east, spurring his horse to leap out of the elven formation, shouting to Thranduil and Bard, the dwarven reinforcements have arrived. The Ironfoot army from the Iron Hills is here. Thranduil and Bard, who had previously felt at ease, were startled by Gandalf's outcry, both turning to look towards the east. Suddenly, a raven, cloaked in darkness, soared beside Thorin, emitting a piercing cry. A horn resounded from the eastern heights, and soon after, a battalion of dwarven warriors, clad in iron armor, emerged under the sun, shields raised before them and long spears held tightly, advancing in a formidable formation from the hilltop. The sunlight glinted off their spears, creating a dazzling display. Advance. Kin of Durin, commanded Dane Ironfoot, as the Ironfoot army, led by goat-drawn chariots, reached the edge of the heights and came to a halt. The dwarves stationed at the defenses of the lonely mountain, upon witnessing the arrival of reinforcements, brandished their weapons and shouted with fervor, while King Thranduil and Bard hastily returned to the elven ranks on their steeds. Form a tight shield wall. King Thranduil, no longer bearing the earlier calmness and nobility, called out from atop his elk. The elven forces swiftly shifted direction under his command, preparing to face the Ironfoot army in a defensive stance. Meanwhile, the previously inactive Orwin rode forth to join King Thranduil, seizing the opportunity he had awaited. Chapter 106. The Battle of Five Armies. Hail, Thorin! With a rugged shout, a fully armored dwarf descended slowly from the heights, riding a robust wild boar. Clad in heavy armor, he brandished a massive war hammer that glinted ominously in the sun, as if showcasing its formidable might. I am Dane Ironfoot. His proclamation echoed like thunder through the valley. The already fervent dwarves of the lonely mountain erupted with excitement upon hearing his call, waving their weapons in jubilant response to the boar-riding dwarf. Baskin stood beside Gandalf, observing the scene with intrigue. He turned to Gandalf and inquired, "Who is he?" Gandalf, his expression grave, gazed at Dane as he approached and replied slowly, "He is Dane Ironfoot, Lord of the Iron Hills, and cousin to Thorin." Baskin's eyes widened with intrigue. Do the two brothers not bear a striking resemblance? He pressed on. Gandalf shook his head. Compared to him, I have always perceived Thorin as the more reasonable one. His tone hinted at a sense of resignation, and his gaze bore a weight of concern. Gandalf had noted the barely concealed animosity in Dane's eyes directed towards the elves. Silently, he prayed that this Lord of the Iron Hills would not recklessly provoke conflict with the elves. After all, the current situation was already fraught with complexity. If Dane's impulsiveness were to add to it, the consequences could be dire. "Good morning. How do you fare?" Dane, astride his armored boar, strolled towards the ranks of elves and men, halting before a prominent boulder. "I have a small proposal. May I take a moment of your time to discuss it?" Tywin, with an exuberant gaze, beheld the tightly packed formation of troops before him, his eyes betraying an unmistakable fervor. "Could you all kindly step aside?" A thunderous roar erupted from the not-so-imposing figure of Tauron, sending the fishermen of Long Lake Town retreating in fear, some so timid that they could scarcely steady their weapons. Relishing the frightened retreat of the fishermen, Tauron erupted into a maniacal laugh, his expression brimming with unrestrained arrogance. The Ironfoot army upon the heights synchronized with their lord, incessantly striking their shields with long spears, producing a formidable cacophony that instilled dread in the allied forces of elves and men below. "Do not retreat, everyone. Steady yourselves." Bard rode forth to the fishermen of Long Lake, urging them to maintain their formation. Meanwhile, the once prepared elven army brandished their weapons, with the foremost elven warriors revealing their long swords, the finely crafted blades glimmering under the sun's rays. "Greetings, King Dane." At this tense juncture, Gandalf emerged from the ranks, extending a cordial salutation towards Dane. "Ah, it is you, Gandalf the Grey," Dane replied, momentarily suppressing his arrogance, his demeanor becoming significantly more composed. only to revert to his manic disposition shortly thereafter. Remove this rabble from my sight, or their blood shall be spilled upon this land. There is no need for war between dwarfs, men, and elves, Dane. Gandalf strode purposefully towards Dane, as a well-equipped band of half-orc warriors advanced towards the Lonely Mountain. Now is not the time to sow discord amongst ourselves. Setting aside your grievances is paramount to resist the dark forces. I shall not lower my guard before the elves. Gandalf. At least not before that treacherous forest imp. Dane's gaze fell upon the elven King Thranduil, his scorn unabashed, unperturbed by the derision. King Thranduil maintained a serene smile as he regarded the increasingly frenzied Dane. This treacherous little man only wishes for my people to suffer. Should he position himself between me and my kin, I shall shatter his skull and see if he still retains that foolish grin. With a snort, Dane turned his boar around, preparing to depart. Dane, wait. Gandalf's voice rang out, attempting to halt the increasingly unhinged Dane, but his pleas fell on deaf ears. Just as Dane was about to leave, his boar unexpectedly came to a halt, or rather, it was the beast that stopped under the firm grip of Eowyn, who had silently approached his side, her hand firmly pressing down on the boar's flank. Dane's pupils dilated in astonishment. He had not anticipated anyone approaching him so stealthily. Instinctively, he swung his warhammer towards Eowyn's head in a desperate reaction. Yet, as the heavy warhammer was just lifted, it was seized by Olwen, wrenched from its original wielder's grasp. This hammer is quite impressive, Olwen mused, weighing it in his hand with a soft chuckle before taking hold of the heavily armored Ironfoot Dane and leaping from the heights. Shameless. You dare to launch a sneak attack, you despicable wretch. From the Lonely Mountain, Thorin observed his cousin being so effortlessly captured by Olwen and shouted in fury. This sudden turn of events hushed the area surrounding the Lonely Mountain. The Ironfoot army, stationed on the heights, was the first to react, marching forward with shields raised and long spears aimed at the elven forces below. The elven army quickly formed a shield wall, preparing to engage the dwarves. Seeing this, Olwen unsheathed his prized sword, using its tip to tilt Dane's helmet aside, the blade resting against his neck. Let us see who dares to move. His voice, though not loud, resonated clearly throughout the entire Lonely Mountain. The Ironfoot soldiers halted, yet maintained a vigilant stance. Release me, you vile scoundrel. The great king under the mountain demands a duel. Dane shouted angrily at Olwen, who showed him no mercy, striking him down with the flat of his sword and stepping upon him. Tell me, if I were to slay you now, would your brother, the king of the Lonely Mountain, not risk everything to save you and seek vengeance? Olwen pressed the sword's tip against Dane's throat, piercing the skin, blood flowing freely. Thorin, your brother's life rests in my hands. I offer you a chance. Will you attempt to save him? Olwen's voice echoed to the entrance of the Lonely Mountain, reaching the ears of all present. The Ironfoot warriors turned their gazes toward Thorin, including the Dunedain dwarves by his side, as well as the coalition outside. Dane, lying on the ground, disregarded his own peril and shouted, Thorin, do not concern yourself with me. You are no match for him. As all eyes turned to Thorin, this presumptuous dwarf king retreated like a mouse fleeing into the shadows of the Lonely Mountain. Without my command, no one shall leave. Guard the entrance. No one is to breach it. Thorin's roar faded into the distance as he vanished into the depths of the mountain. At that moment, not only were the dwarves of the Lonely Mountain disheartened, but even the Ironfoot soldiers atop the heights were utterly disappointed in Thorin. Meanwhile, Dane, lying at Olwen's feet, ceased his struggles and cries, his eyes losing their former brilliance, becoming dull and lifeless. What a pitiful excuse for a dwarf king. A soft laugh escaped Olwen's lips, and none of the dwarves present could refute his words, for the king, determined by bloodline, had forsaken all dwarves outside the Lonely Mountain in the presence of so many eyes. This was precisely the effect Olwen desired. He did not subscribe to the cliched notion of last-minute redemption found in tales. A coward is indeed a coward. The malevolence of Thorin cannot simply be absolved through redemption. Chapter 107. The Battle of Five Armies 6. Yet, just outside the Lonely Mountain, while all were appalled by Thorin's actions, a tremendous roar echoed from the base of the hills across the valley. It was the sound of colossal stones collapsing, resonating like a crushing machine pulverizing rock. The previously tranquil elven and dwarven legions turned their gazes toward the source of the noise, only to witness a gigantic, soft-bodied worm erupting from the earth. Its gaping maw lined with sharp teeth, devouring boulders as large as small houses with ease. One, then two, of these monstrous creatures emerged from the ground. Gandalf, the wizard, stood in stunned silence, his voice trembling at the sight. The sheer size of these beings instilled despair within all present, but fortunately, These sandworms belonged to the subterranean realm and were ill-suited to the surface environment, particularly the blinding sunlight that irritated their eyes, compelling them to retreat back into the depths. A distinctive horn of the half-orc legion blared from the peak opposite the Lonely Mountain, the original watchtower of the Dwarven Kingdom. "Come forth. My legion shall slay those long-eared and those dwarfs." The voice of Azog, the pale orc, echoed from the watchtower, accompanied by the peculiar banner of the half-orc army. With a thunderous sound resonating through the valley, the half-orc legion emerged from the tunnels created by the sandworms, clad in simple yet savage iron armor that enveloped their forms. Their weapons, several meters long, glimmered like a dense forest in the sunlight. "Release me," shouted the formidable human warrior, Dane Ironfoot, as he caught a glance from Oin, who sheathed his sword. Dane rose from the ground, donned his helmet, seized his warhammer, and hastened to the heights, mounting his wild boar. "Come forth." Dane called to the half-orc legion, then looked back at his own Ironfoot army. "All units, heed my command. The horn of hell has sounded for the Ironfoot army. Our mortal enemies have arrived. Let us battle until the final breath, until death itself." At this moment, Dane, wielding his warhammer, descended the heights upon his boar, followed by a well-equipped unit of goat riders. "Goat cavalry, charge with me." Meanwhile, the dwarven infantry, led by their sergeant, rushed down the heights, forming a dense defensive formation before the Lonely Mountain. "What of the elves? Will they not join the fray?" Baggins inquired, glancing at the tightly knit dwarven legion and the goat cavalry, which had already surged toward the flank of the half-orc legion, only to see the elven forces remaining utterly still. King Thranduil regarded the seemingly endless legion of half-orcs, then turned his gaze to his own elven army, weighing his choices in silence. Thranduil, the elven king, shouted with fervor, drawing forth his twin swords. Under the enchantment of magic, the two Valyrian steel blades emanated a subtle, cold glimmer. "Would you join me in the charge?" he inquired, turning to the demigod of humanity who had intervened in the conflict between elves and dwarves. Gazing into the resolute eyes of his companion, the seasoned elven monarch resolved within his heart, "I would be honored to fight alongside you, Lord Elrond." The steadfast words flowed from Thranduil's lips. Killing. Ironfoot Dane surged forth with his goat cavalry and chariots, crashing into the flank of the half-orc forces with an unstoppable momentum. The sharp dwarf pikes, propelled by the speed of the goats, pierced through the half-orc armors as though they were mere tofu, while the blades affixed to the sides of the chariots mercilessly shredded all creatures in their path. The half-orc flank crumbled under the assault of the dwarf goat cavalry, their formation thrown into disarray. Meanwhile, the central force of the half-orcs, undeterred, charged directly towards the dwarf infantry battalion. "Ready your pikes, prepare to engage," bellowed the dwarf sergeant, peering through the gaps in his shield at the approaching half-orc horde. A resounding elven horn echoed through the air, heralding the arrival of reinforcements. A rain of elven arrows descended from the heavens like droplets of rain, pinning the leading half-orc warriors to the ground as they charged. Elite elven warriors, armed with long blades, formed three ranks and swiftly surged from behind the dwarf infantry, leaping over the dwarves' armor. Shouts of battle rang out as the elven blade wielders, akin to shadows, infiltrated the ranks of the half-orcs, their keen blades gliding effortlessly across the throats of their foes. In that fleeting moment, several hundred elite elven warriors disrupted the half-orc offensive, widening the gaps in their defenses with a fan-shaped assault, thereby clearing a path for the dwarf battalion's charge. At the sergeant's command, over 2,000 dwarf infantry, brandishing their sharp pikes, shouted as they launched a deadly charge, their phalanx piercing through the half-orc vanguard like red-hot iron thrust into ice. "Fire!" commanded Thranduil, his long blade aimed at the half-orc formation. The rain of arrows from the woodland elves cascaded like a galactic torrent, penetrating the iron shields of the half-orcs and embedding themselves into flesh and bone. The dwarf infantry, in concert with the elven warriors, engaged in fierce close combat, their axes cleaving through the skulls of the beasts. Yet, the number of half-orcs seemed inexhaustible, continuously surging forth from the passage beneath the hills, crashing towards the foot of the Lonely Mountain like an unrelenting tide. A dwarf warrior, pierced through the chest by a half-orc spear, clung tenaciously to his adversary, driving his dagger into the belly of the beast. Meanwhile, an elven spearman, weapon shattered in the melee, resorted to a dagger, plunging it into the enemy's throat. The soil by the river valley soaked in blood, while the corpses piled high like a mountain. "Gandalf, you and Bard take the fishermen of Lake Town to guard the valley town, while I shall assist the dwarves and elves in repelling the onslaught of the half-orcs." Elven, wielding twin swords, rushed to Gandalf's side, calling out loudly before darting towards the fray of battle. He sprinted fiercely, stepping over the fallen bodies and leaping onto the shoulders of dwarves, soaring into the ranks of the half-orc horde. Before his feet could touch the ground, a halo of fiery magic enveloped him, and the twin swords in his hands hummed like the roar of a dragon, carving a vast clearing amidst the half-orc legion. To his left, an orc captain swung his axe menacingly, but Elvin deftly sidestepped, his sword light slicing through the air in a crescent arc, severing the captain and the 20 orcs behind him in twain. On his right, half-orc archers unleashed a volley of poisoned arrows. Elvin raised his left sword in front of him, conjuring a luminous shield from his magic to deflect the barrage. With a swift motion of his right sword, he unleashed a blade of light that cleaved through countless half-orcs, their anguished cries echoing in the air. "Fall back, form ranks," Elvin commanded the remaining dwarves behind him, his voice resonating like the clash of metal. He leaped into the air, crossing his swords to create a cross of light, and fiery magic cascaded down like a shooting star, vaporizing the orcs within 100 meters, leaving only melted iron remnants upon the scorched earth. At that moment, if one were to stand atop the lonely mountain and gaze into the distance, they would witness the half-orc horde resembling a dark, ominous cloud, advancing relentlessly. They split into two groups. One surged forward like a roaring tide, fiercely charging towards the lonely mountain. Yet that seemingly slender line of defense held firm like an impregnable wall against their assault. The other half-orc contingent raced along the riverside, speeding towards the valley town. On the stone bridge connecting the lonely mountain and the valley town, Bard and Gandalf were leading the fishermen of Lake Town, desperately sprinting towards the valley town. This town was of paramount importance in the war, as it not only determined the retreat of the dwarven and elven forces, but was also crucial for the half-orc horde to gain advantageous terrain outside the lonely mountain and establish a fortified camp. On the battlefield before the lonely mountain, the dwarven infantry, under the command of their sergeant, formed a tight defensive formation once more. Yet Ironfoot Dane, who was supposed to command the dwarves, appeared to have gone mad, leading the dwarven goat cavalry in relentless assaults on the flanks and rear of the half-orc legion, aided by their war chariots. Meanwhile, the Elven Blade warriors, under Elvin's leadership, cut through the elite ranks of the half-orc horde like machines of slaughter. "Fall back," Elvin commanded, even as he struck down the elite half-orcs, keenly aware of the gathering mass of archers forming behind the half-orc ranks. Having endured the trials of battle on the continent of Westeros, Elvin, a seasoned warrior, recognized the impending threat and promptly ordered the Elven Blade warriors to retreat. The agile elite of the Elven race swiftly disengaged from the fray with the Orcish Legion, retreating rapidly to the rear of the dwarven forces. "Raise your shields." The voice of Orwin resonated among the dwarf and Elven warriors. The dwarven ranks at the forefront immediately raised their stacked shields, forming an impenetrable wall of steel that steadfastly repelled the Orcish arrows. "Fire," commanded King Thranduil, directing the Elven archers stationed before the lonely mountain. Countless glimmering Elven arrows arced through the sky, drenching the Orcish vanguard like a torrential downpour. The battlefield echoed with the anguished cries of the orcs. "Form up and advance with spears." Seizing the moment, Olwyn promptly ordered the dwarven legion to press forward against the thoroughly disordered Orcish vanguard. "Advance," bellowed the dwarven sergeant, and a resounding cheer erupted from the ironclad formation of dwarves. With a thunderous rhythm, the dwarven armored troops marched in unison, gripping their long spears, and charged towards their mortal foes, cutting through the Orcish ranks without encountering a single obstacle. From the lofty beacon, the horn of the orcs blared once more, as Azig realized his vanguard had nearly been decimated and swiftly commanded the horn to sound, urging the sluggish ogre battalion to advance and take the place of the fallen front lines. The massive ogres trudged forward towards the dwarven forces beneath the lonely mountain, each heavy step causing the ground to tremble. The once dominant dwarven armored legion halted their advance, the sergeant's face paling as he beheld the approaching ogres. "Tighten the formation," he shouted hoarsely, and the dwarven ranks, originally 3 rows deep, transformed into a robust defensive formation, every soldier gripping their spears and bracing their shields to withstand the ogre's might. Just as the dwarven warriors prepared for their final stand, a fierce roar erupted from behind their lines. Olwyn leapt onto the battlefield, stepping upon the shoulders of the dwarves. His twin blades, shimmering with arcane light, plunged into the earth upon his descent, channeling immense magical energy into the ground, awakening the boundless magma hidden within the depths of the lonely mountain. In an instant, the entire battlefield trembled violently, the vibrations felt even from afar atop the beacon. This sudden upheaval plunged both sides, still engaged in battle, into a profound silence. Yet only Olwyn understood the nature of this occurrence. A subtle smile graced his lips as he slowly raised his gaze towards the dense mass of the Orcish Legion and the formidable ogre battalion at the forefront. At that moment, ancient runes flowed through Olwyn's mind, and the Orcish arrows disintegrated into dust upon touching the aura surrounding him. A murky incantation escaped from Elrond's lips. A spell of the elves, a means through which they commune with the natural magics of the world. The sound, though not particularly loud, resonated clearly in the ears of all present. The elven king Thranduil and the grey wizard Gandalf turned in astonishment towards the source of the voice, their faces etched with confusion. As Elrond uttered the incantation, the twin blades in his hands began to emanate a dazzling aura. The blades plunged into the ground, and a web-like network of light rapidly spread across the surface, piercing through the explosive tunnels being excavated by the half-orc army, reaching the magma river 300 meters below the earth. With a resounding boom, the previously tranquil ground erupted with countless fissures, extending ceaselessly from the tips of Elrond's swords towards the half-orc legion. From these minuscule cracks, scalding steam began to rise. Just as bewilderment enveloped the crowd, an explosion occurred, and magma gushed forth from the crevices. As the molten rock broke free from the confines of the earth, an immense pressure propelled it to heights of 20 to 30 meters, cascading like fiery meteors into the ranks of the half-orc army. The liquid flames surged forth from the ground, coalescing into a flowing river of fire, seething as it rushed towards the half-orc legion. Under this divine retribution, the half-orcs scattered like frightened birds, while the sluggish ogres and half-orc soldiers were consumed by the searing magma, their flesh vaporizing into steam, and their armor and weapons melting into pools of crimson steel. The dwarven and elven forces on the battlefield beheld an unforgettable spectacle. As roses of lava bloomed upon the scorched earth, each petal a crystallized flame. As the final wave of molten rock swept through, the half-orc army outside the lonely mountain was stripped of its earlier ferocity, the sound of war drums replaced by anguished cries. On the summit of the beacon tower, the pale half-orc Azog roared in fury. All of his plans had crumbled to dust. The army before the lonely mountain had been utterly decimated. Those half-orcs engulfed by the magma were now paralyzed with fear, and under the relentless charge of the dwarven goat riders, they disbanded in disarray, frantically fleeing towards the tunnels from which the sandworms emerged. Azog was unwilling to accept defeat so easily. He still had reinforcements. His son Bolg had emerged from the Angmar Mountains with a dark army, and the Ward Riders would soon arrive. The horns atop Ravenhill sounded once more, and the half-orc banners fluttered vigorously. Those half-orcs assaulting the town of River Valley diverted a contingent to intercept the elite forces of dwarves and elves, while the remainder launched a fierce attack against the town itself. As the elves and dwarves fought valiantly against the newly arrived half-orc legion, a colossal beast equipped with a catapult initiated a destructive assault on the walls of River Valley. A well-equipped half-orc battalion charged towards the town's fortifications under the cover of flying stones. Release the arrows. Do not allow the half-orcs to approach. Bard, wielding a longsword, bellowed, commanding the fishermen of Long Lake Town to launch their assault against the advancing half-orc horde. Baggins, seek refuge within the castle, Gandalf urged, his gaze fixed upon the encroaching half-orc army. Do not fret for my safety. I possess this, Baggins declared fearlessly, drawing forth his elven short sword, which now radiated a brilliant light. As the ominous sound of the half-orc horns grew louder, the already battered city walls trembled under the onslaught of massive boulders. The fishermen atop the walls, unable to withstand the relentless barrage, began their retreat into the town under Bard's guidance. Just as they began to withdraw from the parapets, a colossal beast, adorned with a massive solid iron triangular battering ram, charged fiercely towards the walls. With a thunderous crash, the beast fell, causing the formidable walls to suddenly collapse. The ravenous half-orcs surged forward with unrestrained ferocity, and under Bard and Gandalf's leadership, the fishermen fought desperately to resist. Yet, against such overwhelming numbers, they stood little chance. The front lines within the valley town continued to retreat towards the central square, but the half-orcs showed no signs of relenting. Ogres, clad in armor and wielding great war hammers, surged into the town, mercilessly slaughtering the untrained fishermen. One particularly brutal ogre seized a frail fisherman, its maw gaping wide as it savagely tore into its prey, voraciously devouring the bloody remains. Meanwhile, the battle on the outskirts was equally dire. The alliance of elves and dwarves remained embroiled in a fierce struggle, the half-orc forces still vastly outnumbering them. However, the situation was not as dire as before. King Thranduil, commanding the elven archers, had ordered them to press forward and support the allied forces. Elrond, having recovered from the earlier exertion, found respite in the battlefield's current state. Remarkable magic, my lord Elrond. King Thranduil, mounted upon his stag, approached Elrond, his previously haughty demeanor replaced with a sense of urgency. My lord, shall we charge into battle together? Elrond proposed, lightly brandishing his sword, his war steed standing resolutely beside him. It would be an honor. King Thranduil nodded, his eyes shimmering with eagerness. Elrond mounted his horse and gazed towards the nearby hill, where several giants continued to hurl boulders into the town. King Thranduil understood the unspoken plan and smiled slightly. Huh, Elrond cried out, as his steed neighed, galloping like a flame towards the small hill outside the valley town. The elven King Thranduil, equally resolute, mounted his reindeer, which emitted a resonant call, its magnificent antlers resembling a diminutive bulldozer as it charged through the remnants of the half-orc forces, closely pursuing Eowyn and his explosive steed towards the monstrous foes. Though the clumsy giants perceived the approach of the two formidable warriors, their minuscule intellect rendered them incapable of distinguishing the immense terror before them. In the presence of these rare paragons of power on Middle-earth, the giants fell as easily as straw before the scythe. Eowyn, in particular, wielded his twin Valyrian steel swords with such effortless grace that they cleaved through the hulking beasts as though slicing through tofu, devoid of any hesitation. With a single charge, the dozen giants lay vanquished beneath their blades, alleviating the pressure on the town of River Valley. On the watchtower of Raven Hill, Azig furiously brandished the blade upon his left arm, issuing commands for a full-scale assault, with even the half-orc legion below Raven Hill joining the fray. At this moment, Dane's Ironfoot army, having endured prolonged combat, found itself utterly fatigued. Although casualties were relatively minor, the impending reinforcement of the half-orcs forced them to retreat while engaging in battle. Ironfoot Dane led his goat-mounted forces back to their original high ground for respite. Azig, however, offered the dwarves no respite, seizing the opportunity to dispatch the last of the giants into the fray. The overwhelming onslaught resulted in mounting casualties among the dwarf ranks, and Azig sounded the horn once more. The newly dispatched half-orc battalions surged forth, roaring as they joined the battle for River Valley. The entire town was engulfed in flames, and the vulnerable elderly, women, and children cowered within, akin to lambs awaiting slaughter. Bard commanded the townsfolk to seek refuge in the town hall while he and the remaining soldiers braced against the half-orc assault, striving to buy time for their escape. Should River Valley fall, there would be no retreat for humans, dwarves, or elves. Gandalf, acutely aware of this, fought valiantly with his staff and sword against the half-orc horde. He understood that if they could hold out just a little longer, reinforcements would arrive. The great eagles from the mountain peaks would not allow the half-orcs to ravage Middle-earth unchecked, for they were the guardians bestowed by the Creator. Your Majesty, the town of River Valley requires reinforcements. They can endure no longer. Eowyn glanced at King Thranduil, who surveyed the battlefield with a grave demeanor and nodded solemnly. I shall bring elven warriors to aid River Valley, yet I see no glimmer of hope for victory. Eowyn comprehended the elven king's sentiments. The elven population was already scarce, particularly the woodland elves, who were the fewest among their kin. King Thranduil could not bear to witness the annihilation of his people on this battlefield. You need only defend River Valley with your forces. Leave the rest to me. Eowyn spoke with unwavering certainty, gesturing toward Raven Hill with his sword. There are few half-orc sentinels remaining. Once I deal with that pallid half-orc, the war shall come to an end.